Chapter 1. Forced marriage. Quickly close the door. Quickly. This concubine cannot be accepted. It'll cost my life. In Stone Village, every household was rushing back inside and locking their doors, fearful of being discovered at home. By a cool ancient tree, a ragged teenager lay sprawled out there, whether dead or asleep was unclear. From ahead, a group of constables approached with a large number of women, walking along the country road. When they encountered houses, the head constable directly ordered his men to knock on the doors loudly. Zhang Daniu, I know you're in there. Gather at the east end of the village. You must attend this meeting for the distribution of concubines. Li Ergu, your family must go too. Don't think you can escape. Today these dozens of women will all belong to your village. And Yuan Ermatzi's family. If you don't come out now, I'll send people directly into your house. Humph. Could these wives and concubines also be forcibly assigned? Stone Village is just like that. At this moment, the youth under the ancient tree suddenly sat up. Naturally, he had died, but then was reborn. That's right. Han Ying from Blue Star entered this body of Han Ying and became the new master. Just now, he had already completed the memory integration. The name of this world is unknown. However, the name of the country is Deqian, based on the memories received. Deqian excels in warfare, but also has an extremely popular culture of poetry and prose. What it lacks are political management skills and agricultural development. Also, its era's technology lags behind, about the same as the Qin dynasty. The regulations of Deqian state. Any man who turns 18 must have at least one wife and 2 concubines, ensuring every woman produces 1 child per year. After 10 children, each person can freely reproduce. As long as the children are healthy, regardless of gender, rewards of grain and copper coins would be granted. But if this target isn't met, double penalties will apply. In Stone Village, for each child, 10 caddies of grain per month and 100 copper coins per month were awarded. Generally speaking, actually, it wasn't enough. What good is having more money if agriculture isn't thriving? And without time to farm, you have many children at home, right? Moreover, with landlords exploiting everything, who could successfully complete such a task and survive? Failure only meant heavier double penalties, which became harder and harder to bear. Hence, households avoided wanting wives or concubines. Without them, there's no need to have kids, right? Here, it's truly uncertain whether it's a paradise or hell for men. Oh, Scholar Han, do you want a wife? The head constable passed by Han Ying and cheerfully asked. Han Ying looked behind him. Wow. This time, more than 10 women indeed looked pretty high quality, particularly one who appeared disheveled. The more she lowered her head and shrunk back, deliberately hidden by 2 other women, the more Han Ying noticed her clearly. Her features were very striking. She had a particularly beautiful oval face. Her figure couldn't be judged since her clothes were very loose. But Han Ying felt she definitely wouldn't be bad looking. If washed clean, she'd surely astonish. As for the others, they were also of a rare beauty level in the village. Look. Han Ying didn't immediately respond, only because he was currently quite poor and had no means to support someone before completing the indicators. I am a transmigrant. This era is technologically backward, but I know how to make a fortune. However, I must get rich first before expanding my family. If I take on any burdens early, it won't be ideal for me to conduct business. Han Ying wanted to cancel the original host's plan. Go home and produce some soaps, gunpowder, mosquito coils, or something like that, right? But right at that moment, a voice echoed unexpectedly in Han Ying's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host. The system, many wives, many children, is at your service. Host, please pay attention. System rules are about to be announced. You can marry as many wives and concubines as possible in this world, but you'll receive better rewards if you have children. Basic reward. For every wife you marry, you get 1 tael of silver and 100 jin of grain monthly. Extraordinary reward. For every healthy child born, you'll obtain a skill. The scope of the skill is generally unlimited. It could be nuclear technology or a gaming skill, even mundane skills like walking straight. The range encompasses both daily life and science and technology. The system's narrative had concluded. But Han Ying was inwardly thrilled. Though he originally knew a lot of things, he certainly wouldn't understand advanced technology. This system was powerful. It even includes nuclear technology. Then, can I comprehensively renovate this era? Plus, 1 wife gives 1 tael of silver and 100 jin of grain monthly as a reward. Great. Why hesitate then? Head constable, wait a second. What's wrong? I want a wife, all of these. Han Ying waved his hand, as if pointing to the rivers and mountains. What? The team leader was stunned for a moment. He said seriously, if you can't meet the target and still default on payment, your head will be chopped off. Rest assured, I will definitely complete the target. The team leader looked Han Ying up and down. Then he fell into deep thought. Do you have this ability? He doubted in his heart. Han Ying was a scholar. He knew something about recent academy exams. There seemed to be no one named Han Ying on the list of successful candidates. The team leader basically knew how Han Ying's little days were going. A dozen or so women. Can they be supported? If not, isn't he doing bad things and harming others? And among those women, that obviously hidden identity woman looked curiously at Han Ying. After quite some observation, this woman was actually called Wu Linglong, who was really not an ordinary person. She was actually the empress of Daquan Kingdom. How did the empress of a country end up like this? The reason is complicated. Her father, the previous emperor, suddenly fell ill, leaving no prince under his knees, only a few princesses. When Wu Linglong was young, the emperor had sealed the news ahead of time and raised her as a son. But who would have thought? After she took over the throne, her closest maid Huaner secretly conspired with the heir of xuanhuan, her cousin, and leaked out all the secrets. As a result, the heir cousin led troops to besiege the palace, forcing the empress to prove herself a man. In an emergency, the empress was forced to rely on the Inu guard, breaking through the encirclement, blindly escaping. After much ado, by chance, along with her 4 personal maids, they became captives of the Qian kingdom. And that's how today's matter came about. I think he can do it. Wu Linglong stood out. Oh. Han himself was also dumbfounded. Do I look capable? The doubts of the team leader were normal instead. This girl has ideas. How do you mean? The team leader curiously glanced at Wu Linglong. Chapter 2, Doing Business. Wu Linglong cleared her throat. Young sir, you're obviously a learned man. Learned men are always capable, so it should be no great difficulty to support us dozen or so people. Behind the captain of constables, one of his deputies leaned close and whispered into the captain's ear. Captain, just agree with him. Always pressuring others to take them to other villages offends too many people. Give him one, and if something happens, he will bear all the responsibility alone. Isn't that better? The captain shot him a stern glance after hearing this. Han smiled faintly. He bowed politely to the captain and said, Official sir, though what the young miss said made perfect sense. I know deep down, you still don't trust me. So, let me suggest something. Give me all these women and come back home with me. I'll pay you next year's fine amount in advance. If I fail, you can remit it at the time. But if I succeed, refund it to me. What do you think? After this statement, the captain's eyes lit up. Since Lord Han has already said this, what more is there for me to say? If you're willing to contribute more for our country, I should gladly welcome that. Please. A brief exchange, and the matter was decided. In Han Ying's ear, a system prompt also came. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 13 wives. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a normal reward. 13 taels of silver and 1,300 pounds of grain per month. The silver and grain have already been distributed to your space. Please check. Wonderful. Han looked at his system space. 13 taels of silver doesn't seem impressive at first glance. But 1,300 pounds of grain is quite a big pile. It was packed into 13 jute bags, which looks rather nice indeed. Actually, with so much grain, it seems like he doesn't need to worry about anything else in the future. Following this, everyone proceeded as Han Ying requested and went to his house. Han Ying's home was extremely poor. There were only 3 rooms, and they were straw huts with less than 20 square meters combined. 1/3 of the space was taken up by books and various items. There wouldn't even be enough living space. You bring it over then? The captain extended his hand, seeking Han Ying's promise. Han Ying smiled faintly, flipping his palm over to reveal 3 taels of silver. Look, Captain, 13 people. Each person pays 200 copper coins in fines, totaling 26 taels of silver. Isn't this exactly right? The captain, seeing the silver, did not joke around anymore. In that case, we'll make the deal here. We'll leave first. Since someone had already prepaid the fines, what more was there for the captain to say? However, before he left, Han Ying stopped him again. Wait a moment, Captain. Is there anything else? Not really. It's just that I have some business to discuss with you. Business. The captain looked confused. Just like this. Before Han Ying could explain further, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the yard. A chubby young master entered Han Ying's yard, leading more than 10 thugs. Cough cough. Mr. Guan. Both Han Ying and the captain looked over, puzzled. It turned out that this Master Guan arrogantly surveyed Han Ying. Han scholar, don't you owe 8 taels of silver to our gambling den? Shouldn't it be paid back by now? There was still a debt owed to the gambling den? 8 taels. Han Ying massaged his temples, thinking. My word, after a careful thought, it turns out this was true. It was done by the previous incarnation. The captain's face darkened immediately. Lord Han, I didn't expect this. Didn't you know you have such a large debt? These 3 taels won't be returned to you. Though the captain might be a good person, he wasn't going to return the situation to square one just like that. Han Ying was being despicable. It would be best to let Master Guan thoroughly discipline him. Humph. When Master Guan heard this, he sneered. No money. Seeing Han Ying continuing to rub his temples, Master Guan looked over the dozen odd women in the room. At once, his gaze fell upon Wu Linglong. Having seen countless beauties in his life, he immediately recognized, just like Han Ying had, that Wu Linglong possessed extraordinary beauty. He grinned lewdly. No problem if you have no money. You can compensate me with her, and these other ones too. As the words left the fatso's mouth, he began reaching his dirty hands toward Wu Linglong's face. Boom. Out of nowhere, Wu Linglong lashed out with a swift kick. No one expected this. Not only was Master Guan completely unprepared, but he took a full hit right in the stomach. Aya, my dear mother. This fellow was sent flying on his back, landing with a thud like a ball on the ground. Han Ying glanced at Wu Linglong and inwardly startled. This woman is so skilled, I might not even be able to beat her myself. How dare you strike the young master? Somebody, take her away. I must punish her well, making her understand what real power means. Where could Master Guan possibly endure this humiliation? With a wave of his hand, his servants moved to obey. Several of the women quickly shielded Wu Linglong. However, Wu Linglong was even more astute. She approached the constable captain and gave a bow, saying, Sir Constable, gambling den money is not legitimate in the first place, but we are virtuous women, women who will bear children for the great dry kingdom. You cannot just let them humiliate us this way. Even if it's about money, shouldn't you at least ask if my husband can actually repay or not? Upon hearing this, the captain paused and found her reasoning somewhat logical. After all, up until now, Hanning hadn't said a single word either. Immediately stepping forward to block the group of goons, the captain barked sternly. We're still here, young Master Guan. It's not permissible to bully innocent women like this. Cheeky fellow. Ma Captain, how dare you defy me? Young Master Guan's face turned red as he shouted threats with anger. But Captain Ma didn't back down either. Young Master Guan, this is my duty, and I don't care who you are. You'll pay for this. Just wait. Instead of forcing his hand openly, Lord Guan already had the grudge recorded, knowing well what kind of person Captain Ma was. At this moment, however, the involved party Hanning took out another 8 taels of fine silver. Don't tell me that I don't have 8 taels. I do. But could I possibly delay repaying it for a few days? What do you say, Master Guan? Hanning indeed. Even Wu Linglong showed a brief moment of surprise. This destitute man, no, this scholar, had some means after all. But why hadn't he shown it earlier? Annoying. And why would he want to delay repayment? Master Guan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You wish. The IOU says the payment should be made immediately. Hanning glanced at the note. The repayment deadline was still 5 days away. He then grinned and replied, Isn't there still 5 days left? I said today, so it's today? Unless you agree to give me 5% daily interest on your debt when the time comes, you'd better forget it. Young Master Guan was deliberate. Still, Hanning did not protest further, since technically the date on the document had not arrived yet. Having Constable Ma around, talking too much would surely lead to unnecessary interference. Besides, charging him 5% interest daily wasn't cheap. Yet Hanning wouldn't believe it impossible. Deal. Hanning accepted immediately. Ah, what? For a moment, Master Guan lost his words, his finger trembling as he pointed accusingly. Wait for me. I'll come back in 5 days, and if you fail to settle your debt, just watch what I do to you. Chapter 3, Sinister Intentions. After issuing a stern warning, the man finally left. Watching him leave, Ma Bando looked somewhat puzzled and glanced at Hanning. Young Master Han, if you have it, why don't you just return it? Why bother with such high interest? Hanning smirked slightly. No choice, business requires money. As the conversation shifted to business, Bando suddenly remembered that this guy had been trying to drag him into a business venture. Looking at Hanning, he seemed very different from before. Could all this silver have come from gambling winnings? And what about his business? Let's hear it first. Hanning smiled faintly. I'd like you, Bandu, to help me collect 100 gene of caustic soda tomorrow when you're free. Caustic soda? What do you need it for? Bandu was quite curious. Just do as I ask. Approximately how much will it cost? Hanning inquired. Caustic soda is useful for washing clothes and treating wounds. It's made from soaking wood ash. Simple yet limited in quantity. 1 gene costs 70 to 80 copper coins. For 100 gene, you'll need to give me your 8 taels. Banda spoke frankly. This information matched what Hanning already knew. Nodding, he handed over the last 2 taels to Bandu. The rest will be delivered tomorrow. The remainder is for my brother's hard work. Oh. Both Ma Bandu and the constables were astonished. This Hanning was really generous. All right, deal. With everything agreed upon, Hanning asked another question to Bandu Ma. If we offend Lord Guan, will you? Don't worry. I'm not someone to be messed with either. That's good. Hanning didn't fear either. He had his own plan. Then on the way, they encountered the village headman. Village headman, Hanning has something to tell you. Young Han, why did you take so many wives? You. The village headman was worried about this. Hanning was the only scholar in the village, and after hearing the news, the headman quickly came over to inquire. You old man, there's no need to worry. It's nothing big. I've already paid the fine in advance. Hanning chuckled. What? Do you have so much money? Yes, let's not talk about that. I want to do some business with the villagers. Hanning grinned. What kind of business? I'll need several houses. We don't have enough space now. I also need large cauldrons, firewood, and fatty pork, just the fat parts. I have hundreds of gene of grain that I can use to trade with everyone. Hanning clearly outlined his requests. Where did you get so much grain? The village headman was puzzled. From the deal with Ma Bandu. Do you agree or not? Of course we agree. How could the village headman possibly refuse? Grain, who wouldn't want that? Pork, people may have it but won't eat it. Trading it for grain sounds perfect. Thus, more people joined the Han family, and many strong men helped construct new straw huts. In this way, Wu Linglong had no opportunity to create trouble. Avoiding the crowd, Hanning met with Wu Linglong privately. He was direct. I know your identity must not be ordinary, but now you are a prisoner. This is our great Qin country. If you think about harming me, you'd better make sure you can escape. You? Wu Linglong was surprised. This person was indeed very smart. I promise. Until then, I won't force you. Her eyes lit up. In that case, I also promise I won't act rashly against you. One word is enough. One word is enough. Your Majesty, what did you say? Should I go slaughter him right now? After Wu Linglong returned, she was still unsettled. Her personal maid Baoyan had a murderous glare, filled with killing intent. No, if we kill him now, we still cannot escape from the great Qin kingdom. Since he's willing to protect us, let's trust him for now. Wu Linglong quickly stopped her. Your Majesty, do you trust him? That's settled. My decision is final. The night was relatively peaceful. Since there were too many women, they temporarily stayed at Aunt Wang's house next door. Early the next morning, When they were still sleeping, Han Ying had already set off up the mountain carrying a basket. Han Ying had a clear purpose. Based on the original owner's memory, he arrived at a barren place with peculiar rock walls. Sure enough, it's saltpeter ore. Many people knew about this place, but due to the limitations of the time, they didn't understand the significance of saltpeter, nor how to refine it. Han Ying's goal today was to bring some saltpeter ore back for research. Its importance was undeniable. The most crucial material in gunpowder, which changes the world, is this saltpeter. His reason for making this substance, one was for self-defense in the future, and the other was to contribute to the country if necessary, perhaps earning great merit and saving his life. He put down the basket and quickly began loading it up. With a full basket on his back, Han Ying descended the mountain. Not yet home, still at the village entrance. A burly man came face to face, blocking Han Ying's way home. Hey Han Ying, what are you doing with a basket of stones on your back? Are you too poor to eat, so you're eating rocks now? Han Ying glanced at him. This man was a local bully whose family owned much land, even making the village headmen defer to them occasionally. Zhang Depeo, why do you care so much about my affairs? Han Ying showed no fear. I heard your house has plenty of grain. Zhang Depeo put his hands on his waist and asked. No, I'm eating rocks now. Where would I get any grain from? Han Ying responded irritably. Humph, don't pretend. I know everything. Move aside immediately. Zhang Depeo still blocked the way rudely, his attitude very hostile. He then pushed Han Ying, saying, I'll tell you this, no matter what kind of relationship you have with that bando, you should know that my grandfather is a scribe in the county office. You can't mess with me. Use your brain. Your grain won't be exchanged for anything else. Sell it to me, and pay their wages with the money I give you. Got it? Oh, so Zhang Depeo really had sinister intentions. Almost every household in the village was short on food, yet he was trying to raise grain prices here, and his motives were obvious. Han Ying traded his grain for labor fees and pork among the villagers. Bartering like this was economical and practical. It increased the earnings for their families. A few hundred jin might not sound like much, but in the village, it was quite significant. After all, agriculture here was underdeveloped with low yields. Moreover, if Zhang Depeo forcibly bought his grain, he surely wouldn't offer high prices. Han Ying narrowed his eyes. What if I don't agree? Not agree? Then I'll beat you until you do. Useless bookish fellow who failed the county examination. Take that. Zhang Depeo was completely unreasonable, already ready to start hitting people. Han Ying was confident he had 100 ways to defeat Zhang Depeo and teach him a harsh lesson. The previous owner's body wasn't in great shape, but who said fighting depends solely on physical strength? Brains were more important. As he looked up, however, he saw Zhang Depeo's grandfather, who was none other than Mr. Zhang, the county scribe, who was accompanying a man as they strolled through the fields. Chapter 4, Silent Loss. The man appeared to be in his 40s and stood at 7 feet tall. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes, patched up all over, but he walked with his head held high and swaggered confidently. And Zhang Shuli, who was nearly 60, was nodding humbly as he followed the man around. Han Ying suddenly hatched a plan. He flopped onto the ground with a loud thud, pounding on his thighs and wailing up to the heavens. Murder! I can't live. Heaven has forsaken me. This sudden shout startled Zhang Depeo. Hey, don't say nonsense. When did I say I was going to kill you? Inwardly he wondered. Han Ying had always been a bookworm since childhood. He would get beaten without even attempting to run away, only knowing how to mumble something about, the sage once said. Why is he so out of character today, crying like this? It's absolutely disgusting compared to those few shrews in the village. Could it be that I really said something earlier that upset him? However, Han Ying ignored Zhang Depeo and stealthily looked toward Zhang Shuli and the man. Seeing that they both noticed the commotion and were rushing over, he felt reassured instantly. At the same time, the crying continued without ceasing. I told you to stop crying. Zhang Depeo grew increasingly irritated as Han Ying's weeping went unanswered, growing more enraged when his questions went unheeded, so he raised his old fists ready to teach Han Ying a lesson. Stop it! Zhang Shuli was thrilled earlier when the newly appointed magistrate took him along for an undercover visit, and their first stop was Shirtu village. What did this mean? It meant that the magistrate trusted him most among all the county officials. But he certainly didn't expect that even before entering the village, he would hear a man wailing. According to the law, any male crying without just cause must go to jail. His crying sounded so pitiful, it clearly showed that he must have been subjected to a great injustice. Shirtu village was Zhang Shuli's hometown, and its mayor was none other than his younger cousin. Yet now, the villagers of his own hometown forced a grown man to wail in despair. How would the magistrate feel about this? Zhang Shuli's face immediately turned red with shame. Sure enough, upon hearing the racket, the magistrate suggested investigating the matter directly. Poor Zhang Shuli trembled as he hastily led the way, planning in his mind how to cover up the matter afterward. Once the magistrate left, he would definitely need to settle accounts properly with whoever was crying behind them. When they drew closer, what they saw shocked Zhang Shuli. It was his beloved grandson pummeling someone. Furious, Zhang Shuli immediately barked out to stop Zhang Depeo from continuing his brutality. Zhang Depeo glanced back, grinning widely when he spotted Zhang Shuli. Now that Grandpa arrived, surely Han Ying would not dare refuse selling the grain to him anymore. Smack. However, before he could open his mouth, Zhang Shuli slapped him across the face. Good for nothing. Do you want to make trouble for your granddad? With his eyes wide open, Zhang Depeo felt extremely wronged. Clearly, it was Zhang Shuli himself who instructed him to approach Han Ying. He had worked hard as asked, Why was he being punished? Zhang Shuli also felt heartache after delivering the blow, but there was no time now to worry about Zhang Depeo. He quickly turned to Han Ying with a severe demeanor, giving him a stern reprimand right away. Han family young man, though you may call yourself a literate individual, you are losing face completely. Why don't you stand up already? What will others think when they see you like this? Without bothering to ascertain the facts, Zhang Shuli immediately used the status of a scholar as leverage, excelling in moral blackmail. Han Ying scoffed internally while displaying a dejected expression on his face. How am I supposed to care about appearances when I'm almost dead? I've suffered greatly since youth, dedicated solely to serving our emperor loyally, but now I have no means to survive. Isn't it natural to cry? These words carried grave implications. Forcing someone to death was a major crime, let alone someone as devoted and loyal as this. If he kept talking, the entire clan of Zhang might lose their lives here and now. Zhang Shuli furrowed his brow and immediately put on an amiable facade, extending a hand to help Han Ying up. Look at you, child. You and Depeo have played together since childhood. Occasional disputes are nothing unusual. Why bring up matters like forced to death or not? If Depeo bullied you, I'll punish him later and demand an apology. Come on, get up. Sitting too long might give you chills and bellyaches. By now, Zhang Shuli resembled a kind elder from the village, kindly looking after the next generation. In 2 sentences, he twisted the story from Depeo taking advantage of power to force a purchase into mere quarrels between childhood friends. The naive version of Han Ying, the previous owner, might have fallen for Zhang Shuli's smooth talk. Unfortunately, that core personality had changed. Han Ying sidestepped Zhang Shuli's extended hand, pointing directly at Zhang Depeo. He made me sell all my family's grain to him, both my newly wedded 13 wives, and I will starve to death otherwise. Dying from hunger is a trivial matter, but failing to bear children for the nation and to continue the Han family lineage makes me disloyal and unfilial. Mr. Zhang Shuli should take all my 13 wives back with him then. Let me die alone. I do not wish to endanger their lives. 13 wives. The magistrate and Zhang Shuli were instantly stunned. First, they were shocked by the number, then as they looked at Han Ying, the same thought arose in both their minds without prior agreement. Could this frail young man handle having 13 wives? Cough, cough, that's not the main issue. The magistrate raised his hand to stop Zhang Shuli from saying anything further, then stepped forward and spoke personally. You wish to express your patriotism through taking multiple wives and producing more children. That is precisely my intention, Han Ying responded with self-assurance. Our country has vast territories rich in resources, yet the borders are frequently disturbed by war. Every year, a great many soldiers spill blood on the battlefield. Population growth and sufficient grain supplies form the very foundation of national prosperity, as the wise ones once said. But the magistrate had no interest in listening to Han Ying flaunting his knowledge, so he cut him off before Han Ying could finish his sentence. I didn't expect such a remote place to still have individuals well-versed in the art of governance. The village chief must be doing an excellent job here, though his subjects leave much to be desired. Since the magistrate had only recently taken office, he hadn't consolidated his position enough yet, hence he had to give some face to veterans like Zhang Shuli. Thus, he left certain things unsaid for subtlety's sake. Zhang Shuli immediately understood and swiftly slapped Zhang Depeo across the face again. Always a troublemaker since childhood. If you keep joking around this recklessly, your father will break your legs. Then he turned back to Han Ying, suddenly switching to a paternal tone. Depeo was just fooling around with you. If he dares to ask you for grain again, come straight to me, and I'll beat him until he drops dead. Han Ying decided it was time to retreat when the conversation reached this point. He rose, paid his respects to Zhang Shuli and the magistrate, and strolled confidently home with his niter on his back. He knew that after enduring this silent loss, Zhang Depeo wouldn't let the matter rest, but he wasn't afraid. All he needed was some time to get certain things ready. When that day came, not only Zhang Depeo but also everyone in the entire county would dare not look down on him anymore. As the magistrate watched Han Ying's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. However, Zhang Shuli quietly wiped away a bead of cold sweat and forced a smile while apologizing to the magistrate. All due to my lack of discipline, being too lenient with the younger generation. Mr. Zhang, don't be so polite, the magistrate replied, snapping back to reality and glancing at Zhang Depeo. Your grandson seems spirited and gallant. His future is boundless. Not dumb at all. Zhang Depeo grinned widely upon hearing the praise directed at himself from an official. However, Zhang Shuli secretly lamented. A gallant person often violates the law using martial prowess. The magistrate's comment clearly dashed any hopes he might have had for Zhang Depeo to succeed him as the clerk. Chapter 5. A way to make money. Most of the villagers were simple and honest. They had all come early in the morning as promised, ready to help Han Ying build his house. When Han Ying returned, the villagers had already begun discussing their tasks and got to work. Everyone, I'm sorry for being late. It was agreed that he would provide 3 meals a day. Before even starting work, Han Ying felt uneasy about not yet providing food. The villagers just laughed and said it didn't matter. We don't eat 3 meals regularly anyway, 2 are enough. Han Ying, of course, knew that for the villagers, having enough to eat without hunger was their greatest goal. But he couldn't go back on his word and hurriedly placed the niter in the storage room. Then, he went next door to Aunt Wang's house to summon the 13 brides to start cooking. These brides ranged in age from 15 to 18 years old. After grooming themselves, they looked presentable. Han Ying felt quite comforted. However, He noticed Wu Linglong among them fumbling awkwardly, clearly inexperienced in these tasks. Fearing she might expose her incompetence, Han Ning took out 1 tael of silver. You go to the town and buy some materials. Get everyone a new set of clothes. 1 tael of silver wasn't a small amount. The villagers teased half-jokingly. If you give your wife so much silver at once, aren't you worried she'll run away and not come back? Han Ning added grain to the pot while answering with a smile. I'm not worried. Here there's food and drink, no random beating of women. Where could they find a more stable household outside here? That was true. In the Great Gan dynasty, marrying and giving birth was a woman's duty. This couldn't be avoided regardless of which family she married into. Of course, this excluded the women in brothels and tea houses. But who would willingly be a man's plaything? The women quietly lowered their heads, working faster. If things truly went as her husband said, letting them eat their fill without unnecessary beatings, this would be a good outcome for them. On this side, Han Ning was chatting casually with the villagers, and the aroma of boiling rice gradually wafted through the air. At this moment, the lard and fat he'd ordered arrived. Han Ning lit another stove to render lard. He then cooked a large pot of cabbage with the oil residue, inviting the villagers to finish eating before continuing work. Living poorly, the villagers rarely ate meat. Their iron pots bore thick layers of rust. The boiled cabbage with floating lard drizzled over rough rice was irresistible. Sweating profusely, the villagers enjoyed their meal while praising Han Ning for his generosity. Not even during the spring festival do we eat dry rice. Master Han has treated us to such fine meals, and we must reciprocate well and work hard. Indeed, Master Han is a kind person and will surely enjoy great blessings. Han Ning couldn't help but laugh wryly. Just because of a bowl of coarse rice, he became young master. How easy it was to boost his reputation. What young master? We live in the same village, and everyone has helped me often. Let's just call me Little Han like before. But how can that be? The villagers were sincere, feeling indebted, determined to repay any favors. You're a scholar, different from us peasants. Once you pass the imperial examinations, we'll have to call you sir. Since Han Ning couldn't dissuade them, it was just a title after all. What difference did it make what they called him? Everyone eat more. You'll need energy to work. It's a pity there wasn't time to go to the town. Otherwise, buying some tofu and boiling it with the cabbage would taste even better. All the villagers stopped their chopsticks simultaneously, curiosity written all over their faces. What is tofu? I'm 40 plus and never heard of such a thing. Could it be that in this world, there wasn't even tofu? Tofu is. I've tasted it once when I was in the provincial city. In the near future, I'll figure out how to make some, and we can all try something new. Han Ning tried again. Tofu, bean sprouts, these are both excellent things. Soon, let's try making some. The villagers praised Han Ning repeatedly. Scholars really are different. They've seen more and know more. It seemed that in this era, bean sprouts also didn't exist. Han Ning immediately thought of a way to make money, growing bean sprouts and making tofu. He originally wanted to make soap for his first fortune. However, making soap wasn't easy, and it needed to dry for some time afterward. Most importantly, the price couldn't be set too low. Ordinary people couldn't afford it, and rich people wouldn't encounter it easily. Opening up the market would take not only time, but also some luck. But tofu and bean sprouts were different. From 1 caddy of beans, 4 to 5 caddies of tofu could be produced, with nearly negligible costs, making it affordable for everyone, focusing on selling at a thin margin, but in large quantities. Making money while expanding connections for larger business opportunities in the future, it suited him perfectly. Han Ning thought the more he thought, the better this business idea seemed. After the villagers finished work and left that night, he borrowed a stone mill from Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang lost her husband at the age of 30-something and raised her son and daughter alone. Her daughter married to a neighboring village, but her son drowned right before his wedding. With age, Aunt Wang increasingly envied others who had family around. Seeing Han Ning grow up fatherless, motherless, and uncared for, she sympathized deeply with him and often cared for him. Han Ning asked to borrow a stone mill, and Aunt Wang readily agreed. She pulled him aside and quietly cautioned him. I heard you made a new set of clothes for each of your wives. It's good to love your wives, but you shouldn't spoil them too much. You should think more about the future. Even if you have silver, you should save it for studying and taking the exams to become top scholar. Han Ning was deeply moved inside. Who would care about these matters unless they considered him family? Aunt Wang, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Before, I was foolish and wasteful with money, but I've already realized my mistake. In the future, I will focus on my studies and do business well. Life will surely get better and better. Aunt Wang was still uneasy but couldn't bring herself to say too much. She helped Han Ning clean the stone mill and told him he could come over anytime he needed it. Han Ning returned to his small house, soaking half a bucket of soybeans. He planned to get up in the middle of the night to grind tofu and deliver it to town in the morning to test the market. Wu Linglong followed him. Han Ning. Xianggong. What? Wu Linglong didn't react quickly at first, stunned for a moment. Han Ning seriously said, You're my wife now. You should call me Xianggong. Don't expose yourself or drag me into trouble. Wu Linglong pressed her lips together and changed her address. I overheard what you said to Aunt Wang, that you're going to do business. Can I join you? No. Han Ning refused Wu Linglong's request without hesitation. It's improper for women to show their faces publicly. If you want to be my wife, stay home and behave properly. This woman had an impressive background, who knew what she had in mind. He was just about to start a better life. If it got ruined because of her, wouldn't that be a disaster? Wu Linglong didn't even have a chance to explain before Han Ning flatly rejected her. Enraged, she thought about her current situation and suppressed her resentment toward Han Ying, turning around to rest back at Aunt Wang's place. Han Ying ignored her, slept for a few hours, then got up to grind the beans and prepare the tofu. When Aunt Wang woke up at dawn, he had already finished making the tofu and was ready to carry it to town. Aunt Wang, there are a few bowls of tofu left on the stove. Enjoy them while they're hot in the morning. Chapter 6. A fool not to earn money. There was a small market in the town, which was bustling every morning. Han Ying did not have a fixed stall, so he walked around shouting while carrying his pole. No one had ever heard of tofu, and no one paid attention to him. The former owner had never done hard labor, so after a while, he started feeling soreness in his shoulders. Han Ying also grew impatient selling block by block, so he carried his pole into the largest tavern in town, xuanhuan building. xuanhuan just opened its doors and wasn't yet serving customers. Only the staff were tidying up things. The innkeeper appraised Han Ying with 2 glances. Seeing his modest attire and the load on his pole, the innkeeper didn't look down on him at all. Brother has come early. Our shop won't open for business until near noon. Han Ying nodded inwardly. It made sense that xuanhuan building had good business. It's harmonious to do business without prejudice based on appearance. Few people could achieve this. Manager, I'm not here to eat. I'd like to discuss a business deal with you. Han Ying put down the pole, lifted the white gauze covering, and revealed soft, moist tofu. He then borrowed a bowl from the manager and cut off a corner of the tofu for him to taste. I created this dish myself. Please try it and see how it tastes. The manager took a couple bites, finding it smooth and tender upon entry, slightly beany but quite palatable. Not bad. Is this food made from beans? The texture is good, but it's bland. An evaluation was what Han Ying expected from his customer. The lack of flavor is precisely the essence. Stewed meat has a meaty flavor, stewed fish has a fishy flavor. Without fish or meat, you can simmer a pot of soup and pour it over for a soupy flavor. If you're too lazy to even make the soup, adding some salt and sauce will still make it edible. The manager burst out laughing. Young man, I am truly impressed. What you say is true. The absence of flavor is the greatest flavor. One more question. Does this dish have a name? And how much are you selling it for? This is something I've devised on my own, and because it's made from beans, I'll call it tofu. Han Ying calculated in his mind that xuanhuan served wealthy people in the town daily. With the manager looking rather amiable, he deemed him a person worth befriending, so he didn't quote an exorbitant price. 1 jean, pound, of beans costs 5 coins, and from 1 jean of beans, approximately 4 jeans of tofu can be produced. These pieces of tofu used roughly 5 jean of beans, so give me 100 coins. The manager raised an eyebrow, seeing more depth in Han Ying's gaze. No one would foolishly disclose their capital cost to others, so there must be something far greater Han Ying was aiming for than just tofu's profit. Han Ying saw through the manager's thoughts and smiled faintly. To tell you the truth, I planned several other business deals with you. Tofu lacks any technical barriers. It won't take long before the streets are full of similar vendors. It might as well be my favor to offer you this first. Let's discuss another type of business. The manager laughed again. Brother is a straightforward person. Since you've brought this business to us first, it shows you respect us at xuanhuan. Here's the deal. Regardless of how many people end up selling this kind of food, I'll prioritize buying from you, though prices will fluctuate according to the market. How does that sound? The manager had been working in taverns since he was a teenager and had spent most of his life doing so. He was naturally astute in social dealings. Although this tofu was excellent, trying to tie down xuanhuan tavern with just one ingredient seemed overly greedy. By promising to prioritize purchasing tofu from Han Ying, the manager repaid this favor. As for whether to engage in further business with Han Ying, it would depend on the potential profitability. Han Ying heard the implicit attempt from the manager to distance himself and felt somewhat disappointed inside. However, after reflecting on it, he realized he had been overly eager for quick returns. Perfect arrangement. Thank you, manager. After settling matters with the tofu, the manager meticulously counted the copper coins. Payment and goods were cleared, and Han Ying left. With plenty of time still, Han Ying decided to stroll through the market to see if there were any other business opportunities. He found none, but instead encountered Zhang Depeo. Yesterday, Zhang Depeo got beaten by clerk Zhang, causing immense humiliation. Upon returning home, Zhang Depeo sulked immensely. When Zhang clerks returned, Zhang Depeo refused to eat out of spite. Zhang Depeo was always the cherished pearl of clerk Zhang. Even when he made mistakes, Zhang clerks couldn't bear to hit or curse him, so this trick, refusing meals, had proven effective every single time. Unexpectedly, this time, Zhang clerks didn't even bother asking why he wasn't eating, which threw Zhang Depeo into panic. He actively ran to apologize to Zhang clerks, but Zhang clerks responded very coldly, ordering Zhang Depeo to stay home more recently, particularly avoiding conflict with Han Ying. Zhang Depeo couldn't comprehend why Zhang clerks acted this way, seeming impatient even continuing the conversation, answering Zhang Depeo's questions with icy words. If you want to ruin my standing at the county office, go ahead and keep being unruly. At that point, you needn't recognize me as your grandpa anymore. Our Zhang family cannot tolerate such a disrespectful descendant. Zhang clerks was truly upset. He'd spent decades struggling in the county office to finally reach the position of a clerk. At last, having gained the trust of the magistrate, he planned to pass this post on to Zhang Depeo, hoping to bring the Zhang family closer to the political arena. Who would have thought that Zhang Depeo would go to Han Ying neither too early nor too late, but precisely when the county magistrate was in disguise visiting? Wasn't this purely creating obstacles for him? Now, The county magistrate had directly ruled out the possibility of Zhang Depeo succeeding as the clerk. Truly, he was incapable of accomplishing things, yet excellent at ruining them. Zhang Depeo racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. All he did was scare Han Ning a bit. How did he become an unfilial grandson? However, he didn't dare not listen to what Zhang Clerk said. So even though seeing Han Ning made his palms itch, he didn't dare approach to cause trouble. But, even though Zhang Depeo followed Zhang Clerk's instructions and didn't bother Han Ning, within a few days, Han Ning came knocking on his own accord. Get out, get out. My family's business won't serve you. Zhang Depeo assumed Han Ning had spent all his money again and now wanted to trade grain for silver from him, straightening up and harshly driving him away. Han Ning weighed the money bag in his hand and said with a sigh, I've never seen anyone turning customers away. There are plenty of grain shops in the town. If you don't do business with me, my silver will be wasted. Half believing and half doubting, Zhang Depeo looked Han Ning over. Are you here to buy something? What? Beans, however many you have. I'll take all. Han Ning reached out and hooked Zhang Depeo's shoulder. I've now found a foolproof way to make money, but alas, I'm too weak to handle it alone. I want to ask if you'd partner up with me. What do you say? Anyone who doesn't make money is a fool, but one must see whom they earn it with. Zhang Depeo didn't believe Han Ning could really make money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so poor that he couldn't afford meals or have gambling debts piling up. More importantly, he had enmity with Han Ning. Would Han Ning willingly give him silver? Do you know how to do business? Ghosts wouldn't believe that. Look at you, underestimating people already. Han Ning pushed Zhang Depeo out the door. I'm inviting you to eat mutton. We can talk while we eat. Han Ning indeed came to seek partnership with Zhang Depeo. Once tofu and bean sprouts hit the market, they were popular due to their good quality, low price, and simple cooking methods, sparking a booming business. This allowed Han Ning to make a small profit. But these ingredients lacked significant technical barriers, and soon there would be too many competitors. Therefore, he intended to rush to the prefecture city before someone else started selling them and make a big fortune there. Chapter 7. Full support. These days, it's not easy to travel. First, you need a road pass, otherwise you can't even enter the city gate and may be imprisoned by the authorities as a vagrant. Such minor matters like issuing road passes are not personally managed by the magistrate, they're handled by clerks under him. Han Ning wanted to go to the prefecture city for business, which meant he couldn't avoid Zhang Shuli. So, he decided to invite Zhang Depeo along. If Zhang Depeo were included, it would save the cost of giving bribes. More importantly, through Zhang Depeo, Han Ning could bring Zhang Shuli over to his side, so that if anyone caused trouble in the future, Zhang Shuli could provide some protection. In every way, this arrangement was beneficial. Zhang Depeo had a mischievous nature but was not without intelligence. Hearing that Han Ning wanted to use this business venture to tie into the Zhang family's larger network, he became arrogantly proud. You're thinking of doing business with me just because you want my grandfather to help out. I'm not interested. I don't lack money. Are you sure you don't lack money? Han Ning cut a piece of mutton and threw it into his mouth before asking Zhang Depeo meaningfully. If my guess is correct, Zhang Shuli hasn't paid much attention to you these few days, right? Zhang Depeo was puzzled about this matter. Later, he found out that the person who was with Zhang Shuli that day was actually the county magistrate. Even the county magistrate praised him. Then why wasn't Zhang Shuli happy? Why did he stop paying attention to him? Instead, he kept calling the third brother into the room to ask about his studies. Han Ning, observing carefully, confirmed his own guesses, smiled slightly, and helped Zhang Depeo slice another piece of mutton. Depeo, we've grown up together since we were kids. Squabbles between us are normal. I have no intention of harming you. Zhang Shuli ignoring you means he is disappointed with you and plans to replace you with someone else. Zhang Depeo didn't believe it and angrily glared at Han Ning, slapping the table. You're talking nonsense. My grandfather has always loved me the most, saying all of the Zhang family's property would be mine in the future. If you dare to drive a wedge between our grandfather-grandson relationship, do you think I won't beat you up? Han Ning held down Zhang Depeo's fist and sighed. I'm doing this for your benefit. Otherwise, why would I say these things and make myself uncomfortable? You don't trust me, fine. Just think carefully. After you returned to the village that day, was Zhang Shuli still treating you the same as before? Of course, it was different, very different. Could it really be true, as Han Ning said, that he had already been eliminated by Zhang Shuli? Zhang Depeo was deeply troubled and lost all appetite for mutton. Actually, not even dragon meat would have any taste for him. I'm going to ask my grandfather. He stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Han Ning. Hold on, hear me out first. Forget about whether or not Zhang Shuli is disappointed with you. After you make a successful business trip, he'll be pleased, right? To take 100 steps back, there's no reason for you to get upset. Even if Zhang Shuli really is disappointed with you and plans to let your younger brother inherit the estate, wouldn't having silver in your pocket mean you wouldn't struggle to survive? It seemed there was some sense in what he said. Zhang Depeo sat back down, silently drank 2 cups of rice wine, then slapped the table. All right, I agree to partner with you, but I have no capital. You don't need to put in any capital. Han Ning patted his bulging money pouch tied around his waist. I've earned quite a bit lately, enough to use as capital. All I need from you is to say a word to Zhang Shuli, so he can issue us a road pass and accompany me to the prefecture city. 10 days at most, 5 days at least, and I promise you'll earn this amount. Han Ning extended 5 fingers and waved them in front of Zhang Depeo. Zhang Depeo looked somewhat disdainful. 5 taels? Okay, just consider it as an outing. 50 taels. Han Ning corrected him with a smile. If we don't make 50 taels, I'll give it all to you. Zhang Depeo's eyes lit up. 50 taels wasn't a small sum. Relying on Zhang Shuli's influence, their family grain shop bullied its way through the market, offending the neighbors and making enemies. Still, they only made this much in 1 month. In just a few days outside, he'd make 50 taels, and Zhang Shuli would be delighted beyond measure. But after the initial excitement, Zhang Depeo hesitated again. Are you sure we can really make that much? If you lie to me, I will hold you accountable. I've already said, if we don't make 50 taels, I'll compensate you. Hanning was confident as he refilled both of their drinks and raised his glass toward Zhang Depeo as a gesture. Let's seal this deal. When you get the pass, we'll set off immediately. Zhang Depeo raised his glass to clink with Han Ying's, deal sealed. Han Ying and Zhang Depeo, having eaten and drunk their fill, went home to prepare. The grass houses were easily built. Already, a row of 5 rooms had been completed and 13 wives had moved in. During dinner, Han Ying announced that he would go to the prefecture city for a few days of business. The wives didn't say much. It wasn't that the wives didn't care about Han Ying, since he came through time traveling. During this period, either he was up early and late working on business, or searching high and low for saltpeter mines, and hadn't spoken much with the wives. They barely knew each other, let alone developed much feeling between them. After dinner, the wives divided up the cleaning tasks, and Wu Linglong followed Han Ying out. Husband, I will accompany you to the prefectural city. Han Ying sighed inwardly. Did this woman know her situation at all, daring to speak to him with such an arrogant tone? Was she not afraid that he might be so displeased as to divorce her? In truth, Wu Linglong hadn't thought much about it. She was simply used to people around her obeying without question. Where could they just change that habit so easily? No, it's improper for a woman to show herself so openly in public. Han Ying wanted to refuse using his old set of excuses, but Wu Linglong wouldn't have it. We're just business partners, you're managing me too tightly. TSK, now it's my fault for managing you too tightly. Have you forgotten who took you in? And who provided for your food and drink? Women have no conscience. Wu Linglong realized she had said something harsh and softened her tone. I just want to go to the prefectural city to inquire about some information. If you bring me along, in case we encounter danger on the road, I can also protect you. Although being protected by a woman wasn't honorable, he was indeed now a scholar unable to even tie up a chicken, perhaps not even able to beat a gangster or ruffian. Alright, bringing you along is fine. But you must be low-key in front of others and don't cause me any trouble. Having achieved her purpose, Wu Linglong smiled and readily agreed. I know what to do. As a wife, I respect my husband's words. Wu Linglong was very beautiful, but her aloof demeanor made people overlook her attractiveness. At this moment, her smile was like the melting of snow and ice, brightening Han Ying's eyes. You look so much better when you smile. You should laugh more often. There's no need to put on airs to intimidate others. That statement would have been fine in modern times, but in ancient days, it was outright flirtation. Wu Linglong instantly turned cold, glaring hard at Han Ying. Remember, we're only temporarily cooperating. Speak disrespectfully to me again, and you'll regret it. Han Ying watched Wu Linglong's proud back and touched his nose. What misfortune, to be threatened by my own wife. Truly, I'm creating problems for myself unnecessarily. Chapter 8. The trip to the prefecture city. Making tofu is a labor-intensive job, and one must get up in the middle of the night to work so as to sell it fresh at the market. After dinner, Han Ying washed up and went to bed early. Zhang Depeo was still waiting for his grandfather Zhang Shuli. Every now and then, he would run outside and mutter, "Why hasn't he come back yet? Brother, do you need grandpa?" Little 5-year-old Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big, innocent eyes curiously at Zhang Depeo. Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Sanpao were from Zhang Depeo's father's second wife. When Zhang Xiaobao was born, old Zhang was already 38 years old, making him adore the boy like an eye pearl. Because of this, Zhang Depeo didn't think much of Zhang Xiaobao, glaring at him without replying. Restless inside the house, Zhang Depeo waited anxiously until nighttime when Zhang Shuli finally returned. Grandpa, I want to go to the prefecture city with Han Ying to do business. Please write us a travel permit. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Depeo ran to Zhang Shuli's room and directly asked for what he wanted. Zhang Shuli frowned. Who said you could do business with whom? Han Ying. Zhang Depeo moved closer to Zhang Shuli, fearing that his elderly ears might have trouble hearing. Han Ying said that this business will definitely make us a profit. 10 days will earn us 30 taels. Zhang Depeo himself felt that 50 taels was a bit too unrealistic, so he offered a discount. Zhang Shuli made sure he hadn't misheard. Indeed, it was Han Ying who Zhang Depeo spoke of. His wrinkled face immediately lit up like a flower in full bloom. He slapped Zhang Depeo's shoulder forcefully. Good lad, you've finally done something right. Just go, and I'll get your travel permit first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Depeo was completely shocked. Wasn't this too smooth? Neither questions about what kind of business he and Han Ying were doing, nor the suspicion of running around causing mischief as usual. This showed how much trust there was in Han Ying. Zhang Shuli wasn't concerned about what business Zhang Depeo and Han Ying planned together, whether they would lose or gain. Even if they took the travel permit to the prefecture city just for food, drink, gambling, or pleasure, it didn't matter. The key was that Han Ying was involved. The newly appointed magistrate originally trusted him greatly, delegating all kinds of tasks, big and small. But after accidentally overhearing Zhang Depeo forcing Han Ying to sell grain, the magistrate cooled down on him. Thereafter, the magistrate barely consulted him for any matters. Zhang Shuli had suffered deeply inside. An older man, every day he treated colleagues to meals, begging others to speak well of him before the magistrate. As long as Zhang Depeo and Han Ying went to the prefecture city together, This would prove their close relationship, and what happened that day would be seen as playful quarreling between childhood friends. The magistrate wouldn't then hold it against him for poor household management. Zhang Shuli became more delighted the more he thought about it. He arrived at the county office early the next morning and processed the travel permit with great fanfare. Upon hearing the news that his beloved grandson was going to the prefecture city to conduct business, the colleagues naturally exchanged a few courteous words, complimenting Zhang Depeo for being resourceful and diligent, praising Zhang Shuli's wisdom in educating his grandson. Zhang Shuli feigned modesty. Nonsense, nonsense. Depeo is nothing but a hot-headed young fool, lucky to have his good friend Han Ying since childhood, who happens to be steady. With him leading Depeo, I feel reassured. The news spread quickly like the wind and reached the magistrate's ears. The magistrate was quite surprised. Considering the tears that day seemed genuine from Han Ying, it was hard to believe they were fake. However, investigating such minor incidents within the county was straightforward, so Zhang Shuli wouldn't use something like this to deceive him. The magistrate shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Having spent half his life studying, only getting the title of Jinshi, advanced scholar, at 40 and assigned here to govern, he lacked experience in human relations, unable to distinguish such trivial details as whether Han Ying and Zhang Depeo were squabbling or truly friends. How then could he ensure he wouldn't fall into misleading judgments while presiding over cases? Irrespective of the magistrate's self-reflection, Zhang Shuli found, upon presenting the travel permit again to him, that the magistrate's attitude towards him had softened considerably. Cheerful, he gave Zhang Depeo an extra 10 taels of silver, instructing him to treat Han Ying properly when they arrived in the prefecture city. Zhang Depeo increasingly believed Zhang Shuli valued Han Ying. Thus, during the journey, his attitude toward Han Ying also improved significantly. Strictly speaking, Zhang Depeo wasn't a truly bad person, just someone with a slight tendency to bully others relying on his status. Such characters exist in any era. Given Zhang Depeo's intention to connect with Han Ying naturally wouldn't push away an offered opportunity to establish connections, conversing and joking cheerfully along the way. By the time they reached the prefecture city, the two appeared to have become close friends. In his nature, Zhang Depeo possessed some youthful heroism, and once he regarded Han Ying as a friend, he earnestly wanted to build that friendship. Once inside the prefecture city, he competed to pay for everything with his own money. Han Ying came to find Zhang Depeo rather endearing in certain ways. This time, Han Ying brought Wu Linglong, while Zhang Depeo also brought a young apprentice. When checking into the inn, Zhang Depeo requested only 2 premium rooms and insisted on paying. Han Ying and Wu Linglong, though officially married in name, sharing one room wasn't problematic. Nevertheless, their marriage was false, and secretly, they barely exchanged words. That evening, behind closed doors, Han Ying ordered hot water to be delivered by a waiter for both their washing and rinsing purposes. The bathing room was right behind the bed, separated only by a thin wooden panel. Hearing the perfectly clear sound of water from inside, Han Ying suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Wu Linglong was also embarrassed. She hurriedly finished washing, wrapped herself in a sleeping robe, and added a blanket for extra coverage. Only after confirming that she hadn't exposed anything she shouldn't did she come out to let Han Ying wash. The bathing room still retained a faint floral fragrance, perhaps from something Wu Linglong had used. It smelled wonderful. Han Ying tried not to overthink it, and simply rinsed off with cold water before returning to the bedroom. There, she saw Wu Linglong brushing her hair in front of the mirror. Her hair was incredibly thick and long, flowing like a waterfall down to her ankles and shimmering under the lamplight like pearls. It made Han Ying's hands itch, wishing to help brush her hair. Wu Linglong caught Han Ying's gaze through the mirror and couldn't help but blush. You take the bed. I'll sleep on the couch for the night. That'll be fine. This so-called couch was only about 1.20 meters wide. Sleeping on it for a night would surely ruin your neck. Han Ying took a blanket to make a floor bed, draped a piece of clothing over her body, and closed her eyes. I'm tired. Let me sleep. Listening to Han Ying's gradually deepening breathing, Wu Linglong felt a sigh of relief inside her heart. Trained in martial arts since childhood, she was confident that even if 10 Han Yings were tied together, they wouldn't be her match. Still, being in the same room made her inexplicably nervous. Good thing he knew better than to have improper thoughts, or else. HMPF. As Wu Linglong fell asleep, Han Ying opened her eyes and sighed softly. She was technically his wife, yet he could not touch her. From the very start, he shouldn't have given in and agreed not to approach her. Han Ying didn't sleep well that night, and the next morning she woke up with 2 dark circles under her eyes. While going downstairs for breakfast, Zhang Depeo teased her. Brother Han, you're working too hard. Be careful not to overexert yourself. Work my ass. There wasn't even any opportunity to use force. Han Ying gave Zhang Depeo an annoyed glare. Eat quickly, then rent a courtyard. We need to get our business running. This trip, they had only brought a few barrels of bean sprouts. The tofu wasn't convenient to transport from the county and would need to be made on-site in a rented courtyard. Once Zhang Depeo heard money-making was imminent, he wolfed down his meal and rushed out. Leaving renting a courtyard to me is guaranteed to satisfy you. Chapter 9. Not following the ordinary path. Han Ying and Zhang Depeo worked in division of labor. One contacted a real estate broker to rent a yard, while the other took bean sprouts to various restaurants and inns for promotion. For this kind of fresh ingredient at a low price, almost no one would refuse it. The several buckets of bean sprouts brought along were quickly sold out. Han Ying returned to the inn, coinciding with Zhang Depeo, also coming back from outside. As soon as they met, Zhang Depeo started boasting about his achievements. I didn't even dare to drink water during the morning rush. I looked at 4 or 5 courtyards, and finally found a suitable one. Saying that, he took out a lease agreement from his sleeve pocket and placed it on the table. 3 tiled rooms, with 2 attached rooms, front and back each have a yard. There is even a well in the backyard. If we buy a stone mill and move in, we can start production. You are quite efficient. Han Ning patted Zhang Depeo's shoulder and poured him a bowl of tea. You've done great work. When I see Clerk Zhang, I will definitely praise you greatly. After eating lunch, Han Ning followed Zhang Depeo to the workshop, which was really impressive. At once, they bought a stone mill, soaked the beans, and started production on the night. They also planted bean sprouts. The sooner they germinate, the sooner they make money. The next morning, Han Ning set out again with the freshly made tofu. The boss of Hushengju immediately welcomed him with a beaming face from afar. The bean sprouts you delivered yesterday sold well. Customers said they were crisp and refreshing. Almost every table ordered them. Is there any more today? Please bring another 2 or 300 caddies. Han Ning shrugged. Bean sprouts won't be ready until at least 2 days later, but I've brought another new type of food for you to try. Upon hearing there wouldn't be any bean sprouts temporarily, the boss of Hushengju showed obvious disappointment. However, after hearing there were new ingredients, he asked him to bring it to the shop for a look. After tasting it, the boss thought it lacked flavor and wasn't too keen on purchasing it. Han Ning cut 2 pieces of tofu, borrowed the kitchen to cook up a slippery tofu dish, and prepared a carp braised with tofu. After the boss tasted it, he was highly satisfied and immediately proposed to exclusively purchase Han Ying's tofu. The price he offered proactively was not low, but there was a condition that only Han Ning could hold onto the recipe, and there mustn't be a second supplier. Though Han Ning said he wasn't interested, he ultimately refused. This made the boss somewhat unhappy. Young man, don't be too greedy. Though this thing is good, it's just made from soybeans and doesn't count as something rare. This price isn't shortchanging you. Seeing the boss had misunderstood, Han Ning hurriedly explained. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with the price. As you said, this thing is only made from soybeans. The cost is extremely low. Life is difficult for our common folk. I want to share this method publicly so that everyone can afford it. So, I can't comply with your request. Instantly, the boss developed a bit of admiration for Han Ning. Are there truly people in this world who forego silver right before their eyes and focus solely on benefiting the masses? How does that sound so unreal? If everyone can afford it, then who will come here to eat? Talking business, the boss's doubts were spot on. Han Ning smiled. Affordable is one thing. Tasty is another matter entirely. Boss naturally understands this principle. Why trouble testing me? Haha, you're absolutely correct. It's my blunder. The boss became rather fond of Han Ning, patting his shoulder. You are young yet already show concern for the country and its people. Truly commendable. So, before the recipe spreads widely, I will still purchase your tofu at the price I mentioned earlier. Once demand increases, prices will only follow market rates. Naturally, Han Ning was glad to earn more silver and bowed respectfully to thank the boss. In a few days, Han Ying's business was booming, but due to his reasonable pricing, he earned less than 50 taels. When the 10-day period was over, Han Ning had no choice but to return to the village, carefully teaching the process of making bean sprouts and grinding tofu to a hired middle-aged couple, entrusting them to continue operations. On the way back, Han Ning personally contributed several taels of silver, handing over the 50 taels promised to Zhang Depeo. Regarding the profits of the business, Han Ning always maintained transparency. Zhang Depeo knew he hadn't earned that much silver and voluntarily returned 20 taels. When I left home, I confidently told my grandfather I could earn 30 taels, and I'll only take these. Anything extra I'll return to you. There's no reason to run a partnership and have you subsidize it. Han Ning insisted on giving it, but Zhang Depeo refused no matter what, so Han Ning had no choice but to keep it for now. Zhang Depeo didn't care about those 20 taels, but he deeply disapproved of how easily Han Ning shared the method of making tofu with others. This tofu business is growing larger by the day. How can you just casually teach others your recipe? Aren't you pushing silver out the door? He actually wanted to say that Han Ning must be reading books till he turned stupid to conduct such a losing business deal. But since they'd formed a little friendship, he didn't dare voice it. Han Ning didn't elaborate much. He just smiled and said, You can go home and ask Clerk Zhang. He will naturally understand the reason behind my actions. After returning home, Zhang Depeo indeed asked Zhang Shuli, Grandpa, do you think Han Ning is stupid? Zhang Shuli stroked his goat beard and thought for a moment, then slapped Zhang Depeo on the back. You don't even understand this point. You are the stupid one. Not only you and Han Ning as juniors, but even I, in the city, have no network and no powerful support, am nothing more than an ordinary person. With such money-making business in hand, wouldn't it attract envy? If someone powerful demanded the formula from you, would you give it or not? It seemed like they wouldn't dare not to give it. Not only would they need to give it, but thereafter couldn't continue with the business, because it would mean competing for profits with someone influential. After scolding Zhang Depeo, Zhang Shuli lamented. Who would have thought that Han Ning, at such a young age, would be so astute in dealing with matters? We underestimated him before. From now on, you should interact more with Han Ning. If he invites you into business, just go ahead and do it. If you lack capital, come to me. Zhang Shuli had already foreseen that Han Ning would become an influential figure in the future. Helping him while he was still relatively unknown could form a favorable connection, which might be useful someday. Han Ning did not know that in Zhang Shuli's mind, he had already become someone worth cultivating. Carrying the fabrics and cosmetics he bought for his wives, he returned home. This trip to the city wasn't about making money, but rather testing the waters and bringing Zhang Shuli onto his side through Zhang Depeo. Now that the goal was achieved successfully, even better than expected, it was natural to buy some gifts to celebrate. The women who were forced by the government to marry generally came from low-ranking families, accustomed to poverty. Upon suddenly seeing the gifts Han gave them, they all felt deeply moved. With homes so poor that they lived in grass huts, they couldn't believe their husband still wanted to add these seemingly unnecessary items, thinking how generous he must be. Did she marry a wastrel? Fate was so cruel, wailing. Han wished to draw closer to his wives through gifts, hoping to start a family early and complete the system tasks. But instead, his wives were all worried and sorrowful. He wondered, what had he done wrong? Chapter 10. Minority obeys the majority. After Han finished checking the drying condition of the soap, he went back to his room intending to rest early. That's right. What he truly planned to make his first fortune with was soap. This stuff was absolutely unprecedented and rare in this era. The production process was relatively simple, the cost wasn't high, but it was very presentable. Selling at a high price would be no problem. This was a proven path to wealth by countless predecessors who had traveled through time. It couldn't possibly go wrong. However, his 13 wives were gathered in a thatched cottage, feeling melancholy towards each other. The reason was the gifts he brought back. Our husband is really not the type for running a household. He was gone for more than 10 days saying he was going to do business, but didn't bring back any silver, probably just wasted the trip. I heard that our husband has never even set foot in the field since he was little. He spent over 10 years studying, spending quite a bit of silver, and yet failed to pass even the examination for child scholar, instead acquiring an arrogant temperament and a pile of gambling debts. How are we supposed to deal with our husband's reckless behavior? How are we supposed to live? I actually have an idea. As the saying goes, settle down and start a career. Once we have children, our husband will naturally stop his reckless ways outside. Mentioning children, the wives became even more weighed down with sadness. Half a month has passed since their marriage, but Han hasn't touched any of them. Where would they get children from? It was uncertain whether his frail body might have some problems. If so, what would they use a year later to pay the government's fine? More importantly, if Han cannot consummate the marriage, they would be forcibly taken back by the government and assigned to other men, leading to unknown hardships. The wives were so worried their hair was almost turning white. Of course, Wu Linglong and her 2 maidservants were not among those included. They were merely temporarily cooperating with Han, finding a place to stay. Regardless of whether he was a spendthrift or not, it had nothing to do with them financially. Originally, they didn't intend to participate in these women's discussions. To be precise, normally she intentionally distanced herself from these women. However, these women were too pure-hearted and kind, mistakenly treating Wu Linglong and her servants as part of the family. She might appear aloof and unwilling to socialize. No worries, she doesn't talk, others can still approach her. Even the current discussion was something these women actively came to Wu Linglong's room for, leaving her nowhere to hide. Wu Linglong and her 2 maidservants remained silent on the side, hoping these women would finish their discussion and leave, restoring peace. Unexpectedly, these women kept discussing until eventually directing their attention to her. Linglong's sister, you are beautiful, your chest is full, our husband must like you. Go and share a room with him, he will definitely keep you. Troublesome as it may seem, Sister Linglong, once our husband sees sense, we will certainly help bear the burden together. If you can give birth early, we can collect food from the government every month. Even if our husband doesn't work properly, at least our sisters will have something to eat. These wives had rather simple and straightforward ideas. Han often indulged himself outside. Perhaps he'd already been to such places before. It was said that the women there were all sly foxes. Having seen those women, Han naturally wouldn't find them, country girls, appealing. In order to have children quickly and receive food to survive, let the most beautiful among them, Wu Linglong, take the lead with Han, slowly bringing Han Ying's thoughts back home, giving the rest of them a chance to be with him too. Only by being with him could they have children, and having children would mean more food. Then they wouldn't need to worry about hunger anymore. Wu Linglong nearly lost her cool. Could such things be spoken about so bluntly? Moreover, women tend to be jealous. Her father's concubines fought fiercely for favor, yet these women seemed to have no inkling of jealousy. Is this normal? Wu Linglong didn't know how to refuse the request of these women. Her maid, however, couldn't tolerate it. What were these women saying? Wu Linglong was the illustrious empress. How dare they ask the empress to sleep with Han and bear his children? It was a great insult and disrespect to the empress. Who gave you the nerve to say such things? Thinking it was jealousy, these women apologized to the maid, wanting to be the first to share a room with Han, realizing she was also quite attractive. It's fine if you go. What did it's fine if you go mean? She was an official female historian of the empress, a legitimate third-rank official. Nonsense, you women are unreasonable. What does unreasonable mean? It sounds like an insult. You got mad because we didn't want you to go, now you're insulting us because we do. What exactly do you want? The chatter from the dozen women was like a barrage of sound waves. Wu Linglong's head ached from the noise. I'll go. Stop arguing. The maid wanted to say something, but Wu Linglong waved her hand signaling her to stop, entering Han Ying's room amidst the women's earnest expectations. Han Ying was almost asleep when he heard the door creak. He barely opened his eyes. Seeing Wu Linglong, he assumed she had something to say and turned over to go back to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow. I have to get up early to make tofu. As the room grew quiet and Han Ying started drifting off, he suddenly felt a dip in the bed and caught a whiff of subtle floral fragrance. Forced to open his eyes again, he saw Wu Linglong lying down on the outer side of the bed fully clothed. What are you doing? I'm not some loose man. Han Ying jumped a little, quickly moving toward the center of the bed to avoid any physical contact. Wu Linglong glanced at him with an irritated look. Your women worry that you're not capable, so they force me to come and test you. It's giving me a headache listening to them complain all day, so here I am. I'll sleep here tonight, and tomorrow I'll tell them you're fully capable. Han Ying. What nonsense. He was always capable. She said she would protect him in the mansion, but she ran off every day without a trace. If something happened to him, she wouldn't even have time to clean up the mess. Now she was avoiding those women's complaints by stealing his bed. She truly treated him like her errand boy. Han Ying regretted ever agreeing to cooperate with Wu Linglong. He hadn't gained anything from it, yet he bore the risk of being dragged into her trouble. And to top it all, this woman showed no gratitude whatsoever. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He flipped over, pressing Wu Linglong beneath him, and let his large hand slide slowly upward along her waist in a threatening gesture. Do you want to know whether I'm capable or not? Watching Wu Linglong's face turn red and goosebumps rise on her neck, Han Ying secretly gloated. Think I can't handle you? We'll see about that. Boom. Suddenly, the world spun as Han Ying found himself kicked off the bed by Wu Linglong. This was infuriating. Did she know her place? How dare she strike back? Han Ying tried to get up and evict her, but a sharp pain shot through his lower back, sending him crashing back to the ground. Ow, it hurt so much. Wu Linglong didn't mean to hurt Han Ying. Her reaction had been impulsive. Seeing him wincing in pain, she panicked a bit and got up to help him. Chapter 11. Giving Gifts. Master, are you alright? Don't move for now. Let me rub the medicinal wine on you. It's my fault for not controlling my strength well, but the way you treat me. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Where's the medicinal wine? Wu Linglong didn't want to lose Han Ying as a shield, so she had to take the initiative to lower herself and ease their relationship. Unbeknownst to her, the women outside eavesdropped and were all stifling laughter. The window was shut, so they couldn't hear clearly, only catching bits and pieces. Since these women hadn't truly experienced romantic affairs between men and women, they assumed the louder the sounds inside, the more capable Han Ying was. As long as Han Ying was capable, there would always be an opportunity to share a room and have children. Satisfied, the women returned to their respective rooms. Wu Linglong found the medicinal wine and helped apply it to Han Ying's waist. After waiting a moment, she asked if he felt better. If you can move, I'll help you back to bed. Aren't you supposed to work tomorrow? Han Ying laughed through his frustration. With him in this condition, how could he still expect to work? Even the production team's donkey shouldn't be overworked like this. I'm not going to die. Go back. I don't need your help. Wu Linglong was also annoyed. When had she ever humbled herself like this to anyone? Fine. If he wants to go, then so be it. This man doesn't know what's good for him. It's fine to ignore him. Han Ying managed to climb onto the bed by himself, gripping his waist painfully until he broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed Wu Linglong thousands of times in his heart before finally dozing off after a while. In a semi-conscious state, he seemed to sense that familiar floral fragrance again, slipping into his nostrils. The next day, Han Ying's soreness hadn't improved, so he didn't leave home to sell tofu. However, the pre-soaked soybeans couldn't go to waste. He cooked a large pot with meat scraps and potatoes, which smelled delicious. All the wives were virtuous and grateful for Aunt Wang's care. When they made something tasty, they first sent a bowl to Aunt Wang and another to Han Ying in his room. What remained, they gathered around and humbly shared among themselves. Zhang Depeo had been searching for Han Ying at the market since early morning, but still hadn't seen him even when the market dispersed. He decided to come to Han Ying's house instead. Seeing the wives eating, he asked where Han Ying went. Each wife giggled and invited Zhang Depeo inside to sit down, giving him a bowl of rice, confusing him thoroughly. Curious, Zhang Depeo asked Han Ying, why didn't you go to the market to sell tofu? I just saw several ins asking about you. How did you end up somewhere, causing all your wives to laugh? What's going on? Embarrassed, Han Ying didn't admit that he'd been kicked off the bed by a woman and got hurt, tapping on the chopsticks. Eat. Riding the carriage tired me out. I'll rest a few days before making tofu again. Zhang Depeo silently took a couple of mouthfuls, but suddenly noticed something. When we went to the city, you jumped off the carriage without taking a breath and rushed straight to do business. Now coming back, you're too tired to get out of bed? Who would believe that? Don't think I don't understand. You must have spent the last few days apart from your wives and exhausted yourself at night. Tell us, how many wives did you spend the night with? He was getting increasingly ridiculous, as if he used multiple wives in one night. The truth was that he hadn't even touched one. Han Ying slapped Zhang Depeo. Go away. If you keep talking nonsense, don't bother coming to find me anymore. Alright, I won't say anything more, okay? Zhang Depeo didn't dare offend Han Ying. Nowadays, Han Ying was the apple of Clerk Zhang's eye. Offending Han Ying would lead to Clerk Zhang slapping him across the face. After finishing his meal, Han Ying remembered an important matter. I want to give Clerk Zhang and Magistrate Daran a gift. Could you tell Clerk Zhang first? Zhang Depeo shook his head vigorously. We're all neighbors here. Why bother giving gifts? Just call Clerk Zhang Grandpa like me. Titles mattered and signified respect. Han Ying wouldn't dare heedlessly call people whatever name Zhang suggested. In any case, pass the message for me first. I'm sure Clerk Zhang will like the gift I send. Zhang Depeo already believed Han Ying to be smarter than himself, so if Han Ying wanted to send a gift, why not agree right away? Okay, I'll tell my grandpa later. When are you planning to visit? Han Ying supported Zhang Depeo's shoulder and tried walking around a bit, still feeling pain in his lower back, though much less than before. Tomorrow, I should be better after resting for one more day. Zhang Depeo sneered under his breath, claiming it wasn't from being tired at night, but no other injury could recover this fast. Han rested in bed all day. By the next day, his soreness had significantly lessened and he could walk without difficulty. It happened that the soap had dried sufficiently. He sent one of his wives to buy 2 red papers and carefully wrapped the soap. Then, he went to town and bought some pastries, a piece of mutton, and 2 bottles of wine, carrying them to the Zhang family. Upon hearing that Han wanted to give him a gift, Clerk Zhang grew curious. With such a serious attitude, what kind of grand gift would Han send? After leaving the office, he waited anxiously at home. Pastries, mutton, and alcohol were all ordinary items. Clerk Zhang didn't pay attention, glancing instead at the 2 square red paper bundles. Judging by the shape, perhaps they contained pastries? Had Han thought up new-style pastries and hoped to start a shop together with him? It should not be. I haven't heard of any shop relying solely on one type of pastry to become big. Could it be silver bricks? Even less likely. For commoners, having a few taels of broken silver is already very rare. If Han really had such large silver bricks, he would have to ask him carefully where they came from. Han noticed Zhang Shuli's confusion but did not keep him in suspense. After a few polite words, he placed the red paper package on the table and unfolded it layer by layer. Finally, 2 pieces of pale yellow, smooth as jade soap were revealed. Zhang Shuli examined them again and again, but still could not figure out what they were. He smelled them, finding it was aromatic. Could this be a new-style pastry? Mr. Shueli, this item is called soap. Han turned to Zhang Depeo. Please help me bring a basin of water, Brother Zhang. Caught off guard by this unexpectedly formal address, Zhang Depeo was momentarily stunned before realizing that Han was calling him. He then went out and brought in a basin of water. Han took the basin of water and placed it in front of Zhang Shuli. Please wet your hands, Mr. Shueli. Zhang Shuli, curious to see what trick Han was pulling, complied and soaked his hands briefly. Now, please rub the soap a few times. 2 or 3 rubs will suffice. Zhang Shuli continued to follow the instructions, and soon a layer of foam formed on his hands with an even stronger fragrance. Next, you only need to rinse the foam off your hands. After washing away the foam, Zhang Shuli felt his skin becoming much smoother, with a lingering scent. His eyes lit up immediately in excitement. Such a fine item would surely be loved by ladies, gentlemen, and young masters alike. This wasn't just soap, it was as good as silver bars. Zhang Shuli envisioned the bright future for the soap and looked at Han with greater eagerness in his eyes. Han boy, stop calling me Mr. Shueli, it makes us seem too distant. From now on, you're Depeo's elder brother, and you can call me Grandpa just like him. Han enjoyed conversing with intelligent people who understood quickly. The lad understands. Better to follow orders than refuse them. Grandpa Zhang, do you think this soap business is feasible? Chapter 12, Embrace. Can be done, why can't it be done? Zhang Shuli's old face broke into a grin like a flower. Then he suddenly thought of something. You want to give this soap to the county magistrate? The magistrate is upright and incorruptible. He probably won't accept your gift. Han smiled. I'm not giving the magistrate a gift. I want to discuss a business deal with the magistrate. If this deal is successful, next year the county's tax revenue will increase by at least 1/3. Zhang Shuli looked at Han with doubt. Although Shur County was poor and sparsely populated, there were still over 10,000 people in the county, yielding several 10,000 taels of silver as annual taxes. What kind of business could result in such an increase of more than 10,000 taels? Han knew Zhang Shuli wouldn't believe him. Uncle Zhang, you only need to introduce me to the county magistrate. Whether or not the deal goes through, it'll be the magistrate's decision. If it doesn't go through, it has nothing to do with you. If it does go through, I'll give you 10% equity. This equity means that Zhang Shuli does not have to invest any money but gets 10% of the profit for free. If, as Han said, the annual tax revenue increases by over 10,000 taels, then 10% would be 2,000 taels. It's only a matter of saying a word to gain 2,000 taels freely. Why hesitate? Only a fool would refuse. Zhang Shuli immediately agreed and went to see the county magistrate the next day. Whether or not he'd meet the magistrate, and when, they'd have to wait for further information. To increase the chances of success, Zhang Shuli deliberately brought along a piece of soap when going to see the county magistrate. Imitating Han, he washed with water on the spot, asking the magistrate to personally experience the magic of the soap. The magistrate also found the soap better and more convenient than the ordinary bathing beans. Anyone who could come up with this object must have some insight, so the magistrate agreed to meet Han. But it was exactly the farming season. The magistrate had to visit several villages to encourage farming and check the sowing situation. After these busy days, he would find time to meet Han. Zhang Depeo delivered the message to Han. Han wasn't in a rush since his back injury wasn't fully healed yet. He hired 2 villagers to help grind beans while he just managed the coagulant for making tofu, which was then delivered to town by the villagers for sale. Every day, he didn't leave the house, recovering from his back injury while experimenting with niter. Niter was certainly a good thing. After boiling and clarifying it, charcoal and sulfur could be added according to a certain ratio to make black powder. Fireworks use this stuff. It can also be used to make landmines, which are great weapons on the battlefield. As for guns and ammunition, he dared not think about them since he wasn't omnipotent. However, once he completed the system tasks, perhaps he might obtain the production methods. At that time, the Great Gon Kingdom would become the sole hegemon of this world. Yet, Han did not plan to quickly offer the formula for black powder. On one hand, He was currently just a penniless scholar who hadn't even passed the preliminary examination. With little influence and low status, offering the formula easily could lead some higher-ups to snatch the credit. In the end, the reward he could get would be a few taels of silver at most. On the other hand, the court situation was unclear. Accidentally being aligned with a certain faction might bring no benefits, but instead put the blame on him. Absolutely no such loss-making trades should be considered. Before having a certain social status, he preferred to make money quietly and live a peaceful life, which was much better than anything else. Thinking about living a quiet life, Han Ning sighed inwardly. The Great Gone Kingdom was clearly a paradise for men. He indeed had 13 beautiful wives, but hadn't touched any of them. Alas, all because of destiny. Learning from the previous mishap of being kicked off the bed by Wu Linglong, Han Ning now checked whether the door was properly locked before sleeping every night. Just after locking the door, he heard gentle knocks from outside. Han Ying's scalp tingled. Wouldn't it be Wu Linglong? That plague again. But she hadn't appeared these few days, so it was unlikely she would show up in the middle of the night. Opening the door, he saw it was one of his wives. Her name seemed to be Shin Qingqing. After Han Ning shared the room with Wu Linglong, the wives assumed he had finally understood and could begin the happy life of sharing rooms, having children, and receiving grain. Unexpectedly, after that night, Han Ning fell silent again. After conferring among themselves, the wives once again requested Wu Linglong to guide Han Ning. Wu Linglong flat out refused to come, and eventually Shin Qingqing, whose looks and physique were slightly inferior to Wu Linglong, but who could recognize a few words, was chosen to share the room with Han Ning. Before coming, the other wives had given Shin Qingqing the following instructions. Our husband often frequented those places in the past. You shouldn't be stiff and motionless like a log. How could our husband spare a glance at you? Qingqing's sister, looking so pretty. Be more considerate. Our husband will surely cherish you. Someone also took Wu Linglong as an example. Linglong's sister made such a racket with our husband. You can't be worse than her. Shin Qingqing came with a heavy responsibility, blushing and not daring to lift her head when she saw Han Ning. But they could not share the room. Taking a deep breath, she directly threw herself into his arms. Husband, please, take pity on me. Shin Qingqing didn't know how to be considerate, and, being nervous, her teeth chattered as she clung tightly to Han Ning. Han Ning could only smile wryly. With such a tender beauty in his arms, he was no saint and couldn't remain unaffected. But unfortunately, his back injury hadn't healed yet. The slightest movement caused excruciating pain, and if he attempted intimacy while injured, he risked long-term damage. How would he bear the consequences of being weakened permanently? That would truly be a great loss. Qingqing, let me go for a moment so we can talk. Having already taken the initiative to embrace Han Ning, Shin Qingqing paid no heed to modesty and continued holding him firmly. Master, I am your woman. Whatever you wish, I will gladly do. Do you think I don't measure up to those other women who are more considerate? I will certainly learn to be better. The firm, warm softness pressed against his chest, and the faint fragrance of maidenhood filled his nostrils, nearly making Han Ning lose control. He sighed deeply and forced himself to calm down. I don't disdain you. It's just that my back hasn't fully healed. If we consummate our marriage now, there's a chance I might never be able to again afterward. You wouldn't want to live a life as an unmarried widow after this, would you? Hearing Han Ying's sincere words, Shin Qingqing didn't feel it was an excuse. She tilted her face up and stared into his eyes, confirming once more. Master truly does not disdain me. I don't disdain you. All of you are good girls. Marrying you is the blessing from my past lives. I cherish all of you dearly. How could I ever disdain you? Han Ning gently placed his hands on Shin Qingqing's shoulders and slightly distanced them apart. If this continued, he wasn't sure if he could maintain his composure and avoid doing something he might regret. You should go back first. Once my back heals, I promise to find you first. Shin Qingqing's face flushed red as she lowered her head. I'm not a jealous person, master. As long as you don't disdain my sisters, whoever you choose to spend the night with is entirely up to your wishes. She whispered these words softly before running away bashfully. Sigh. What a wonderful girl. But alas, I can't have her right away. Every day, I guard so many wives without touching them. What have I done to deserve this fate? Chapter 13, 3-Year Plan. After the magistrate finished his major task of encouraging farming in the countryside and returned to the county office, he had just sat down for a cup of tea when Zhang Shuli came in. Your Excellency's dedication to the country and its people is truly admirable. It's a blessing for all citizens. Zhang Shuli offered some well-practiced flattery, prompting the magistrate to modestly reciprocate with humility, then politely asked him why he wasn't off duty yet. That annoying young man from the Han family has come around 3 times today, asking me when he could possibly have the honor of meeting you. I'm completely fed up with him. I'll head back later to avoid being bothered again. Zhang Shuli deliberately made a face as if burdened with unbearable trouble while observing the magistrate's reaction subtly. The magistrate didn't fully believe this story. After all, Zhang Shuli held an official position. How could he be afraid of a young man who hadn't even obtained any title? Nevertheless, mutual respect must be shown, and there was no need to call out such pretense. Since he had already agreed to meet Han Ning, he decided to arrange a meeting sooner rather than later. You've certainly gone through some effort. There are no significant matters tomorrow, so let Han Ning come by. Zhang Shuli added more compliments before returning home delightedly. He instructed Zhang Depeo to summon Han Ning first thing in the morning. Han Ning had waited for several days and was finally about to see the magistrate. After hastily washing up and tidying his hair meticulously, he put on his newest robe and boarded Zhang Depeo's carriage heading to town. Of course, he didn't forget to bring along 2 bars of soap. Before the visit, Zhang Shuli gave Han Ning some advice. Show proper respect when meeting the magistrate. Afraid that Han Ning might become too nervous and ruin everything, Zhang consoled him. You've met the magistrate before, on the day you were playing with DePeo, remember? The middle-aged man standing next to me that day. At the time, he was conducting an incognito inspection and I didn't reveal his identity. All you need to do is maintain appropriate decorum, and there won't be any big problems. Han Ning had already guessed the magistrate's identity, so meeting him for the first time didn't intimidate him much. Still, Zhang Shuli meant well, and Han Ning couldn't ignore his goodwill. With a smile, he listened attentively and expressed heartfelt gratitude once Zhang finished speaking. Overall, Zhang Shuli had confidence in Han Ning. After giving final instructions, he took him to meet the magistrate at the county office. The magistrate changed into his official robes, appearing somewhat more authoritative than when he was conducting private inspections. However, for Han Ning, this aura of authority wasn't enough to disrupt his composure. Student pays respect to your excellency. After performing a respectful bow, Han Ning stood upright, which contrasted sharply with the disheveled appearance he displayed on the day when he was sitting on the ground crying in tattered clothes. This change earned him a new level of respect from the magistrate. I hear that you wish to conduct business with this official? Noticing that Han Ying's hair was tied with a simple cloth band instead of the square cap worn by scholars, the magistrate understood that Han Ning lacked official titles. Instead of inquiring about Han Ying's studies, he got straight to the point and asked directly about the business proposal. Han Ning smiled slightly and presented the bar of soap to the magistrate. The magistrate waved his hand dismissively. The advantages of this item have already been demonstrated to me by Zhang Shuli. I simply want to know what kind of business you propose between us. Excellency, please allow me to explain in detail. Han Ning maintained a respectful but confident demeanor, folding his hands at his stomach and speaking clearly. Despite talking for a long time, the magistrate hadn't invited Han Ning to sit down, indicating that he likely had no intention of doing business with him. It was merely out of deference to Zhang Shuli's request that the magistrate had granted this meeting as a formality. However, Han Ning had complete confidence in himself. As long as the magistrate wasn't foolish, he would absolutely agree to cooperate. Your Excellency may not know this, but the main ingredient of soap is pork fat, along with various fragrant flowers. After using the soap, you must realize its potential sales volume will be substantial. Let me be frank, the profit margin can reach several times over. I'd like to ask Your Excellency to mobilize more farmers to raise pigs and plant flowers. I will buy all their products. The magistrate frowned. He believed that selling soap could be lucrative, but many factors determined whether a business would succeed or fail. Natural disasters, human misfortune, networks of connections. All were essential. If he personally mobilized farmers to engage in this endeavor, should anything go wrong with Han Ying's side, he, the magistrate, would bear the responsibility. Perceiving the magistrate's hesitation, Han Ning smiled again and offered a bigger incentive. Although my studies have lasted over 10 years without gaining recognition, my loyalty and love for the country remain unwavering. Unfortunately, due to my low status, I have found it difficult to contribute to the nation meaningfully. If this business venture succeeds, 20% of the profits will be used for networking purposes, and the rest will be divided into 3 portions. 1 for yourself, 1 for me, and the last will be donated to the academy to help educate more students and improve their prospects. The magistrate involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air, and his gaze upon Han Ning became noticeably more serious. As the guardian of the county, promoting education was among the most important achievements for a local official. Currently, the county population was small and impoverished, with very few children able to afford schooling. In nearly 100 years, not a single imperial scholar had emerged. The government-sponsored academy existed only nominally. If someone were willing to fund the academy, even producing a single successful candidate for the imperial examination would mean an additional A grade added to his performance review when his term ends. But merchants throughout history have always valued profit over righteousness. Would Han Ning really be willing to contribute such a large sum of silver to the academy? Han Ning, as you say, the soap business is highly profitable, and the 1/3 share you promised isn't a small amount. Will you not regret it when the time comes? He had taken the bait. Han Ying's smile deepened. Without your support in this venture, obtaining the materials would be a major issue. How could we even talk about making silver then? The county magistrate didn't fully believe this statement. A business opportunity like this, if refused by Shire County, could still be carried out elsewhere, perhaps on a smaller scale. Clearly, Han Ying's offer to cooperate was simply a ploy to send silver his way. This made the magistrate feel even more uneasy. Normally, no one would willingly give away silver without expecting something significant in return. Han Ning must have greater ambitions. Han Ning, what exactly do you want from this official? Speak plainly. Han Ning sighed bitterly with a wry smile. To put it bluntly, sir, what do you possess that is worth my elaborate scheming? This was an offensive statement, and the magistrate froze momentarily. Yet Han Ning seemed oblivious to the magistrate's discomfort, continuing as if nothing was amiss. This business is a guaranteed profit. If I had ulterior motives, wouldn't it make more sense for me to collaborate with someone who stands a better chance of helping me achieve my goals? Not to mention closer at hand, surely the higher-ranking officials in the provincial office wouldn't turn down easy silver, would they? Harsh though the truth may be, it was still the truth. The magistrate fell silent for a long while before finally exhaling deeply. It's this official who has misjudged you. You truly are a loyal patriot with insight. Han Ning didn't feign modesty with polite words, thus tacitly accepting the magistrate's appraisal, and continued addressing the matter at hand. Have you ever thought about what your county will look like 3 years from now? With every farming household involved in pig raising and flower cultivation beyond their agricultural duties, incomes will rise, giving them more financial leeway. This, naturally, means better food and clothing, allowing merchants to earn additional silver. With stable lives and good health among the populace, who wouldn't wish to start families? Chapter 14. The Gap in Silver. If the common people don't worry about food and clothing, they will also be willing to see doctors and buy medicine when they are sick, rather than letting minor illnesses turn into major ones, or major ones leading them directly to Lord Yama. Being healthier makes it easier to have babies, and the survival rate of babies will also improve accordingly. The Academy has received donations from Han Ying, and can now enroll more impoverished students free of charge. Following Han Ying's line of thought, the county magistrate envisioned an increasingly bright future ahead. Han Ying, though you are young, your mind is already well developed. This official falls short compared to you. He rose and bowed respectfully toward Han Ying. Han Ying quickly stepped aside to avoid the bow. Lord, you flatter me. It is because Lord honors talents that I can contribute my patriotic heart in a practical way. These words had some truth to them. Had anyone else been this magistrate, someone as ordinary as Han Ying might not even have had the chance for an audience. A sense of self-satisfaction arose in the county magistrate's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Let's not talk about these things. Tomorrow. No. Today, I'll send someone to each village to persuade the people to raise pigs. But this kind of flower, perhaps it's not something that can be easily grown. Han Ying had already made preparations, and seeing the county magistrate finally agree to cooperate, he presented the seeds he had brought along. This flower is called xuanhuan. It can be planted everywhere, such as on ridges or field edges. It doesn't require much attention, and only during blooming season do we need to timely harvest it and dry it out. With that being the case, there was really nothing left to say. The county magistrate immediately summoned Clerk Zhang to draft a notice urging agriculture. However, Han Ying stopped Clerk Zhang. Lord, would you please let Clerk Zhang first draft a contract detailing our cooperation, including the distribution of profits? This will ensure stability. By proactively proposing the drafting of a contract, naturally it showed intent not to default after earning money. The county magistrate's regard for Han Ying increased even further. After both parties signed their names and seals onto the contract and handed it over to Clerk Zhang for filing, Han Ying added, Lord, our county has barren land with low yield. There are very few pig-raising farmers. If we were to go all out on pig farming, there might not be enough piglets available. We could instead buy a batch from other counties. This silver cost shall naturally be prepaid by me. Also, the farmers are poor and may find it difficult to pay for the piglets up front. They can write IOUs first, which I will settle at the time of purchase later. The county magistrate looked at Han Ying as if looking at a benefactor, considering all aspects so thoroughly for the peasants. How many people across the entire great Qin dynasty could actually achieve that? He didn't even know how to express his praise for Han Ying anymore. Han Ying agreed with the county magistrate. The bailiffs would go down to the villages to promote pig farming, count the number of needed piglets, then the county magistrate would negotiate large-scale purchases with neighboring counties' magistrates. Afterward, Han Ying would bring over the money. Han Ying roughly estimated that this process would take 5 to 10 days. One piglet cost 15 coins. With over 10,000 households in Xuanhuan County, assuming only half agreed to raise pigs, this would require 150,000 coins. Converted into silver, that amounted to 150 taels. This was the most conservative estimate. Some eager farmers with sufficient labor might choose to raise 2 or 3 pigs at once. At least 300 taels should be prepared to be safe. Though the tofu and bean sprout businesses were good, the profit margin was actually not high. Currently, there was less than 50 taels altogether in hand. Raising 300 taels within just 10 days was far from easy. Accurately speaking, through formal channels, it was almost impossible. Only through risky moves would it be feasible. Han Ying bade farewell to the county magistrate and went to Clerk Zhang first to ask for a travel permit to the prefectural city. Clerk Zhang asked him what he wanted to do in the prefectural city. Han Ying didn't hide anything and frankly said he wanted to visit a brothel to broaden his horizons. Visit a brothel. Clerk Zhang took a deep breath as if suffering from toothache, hesitated, then decided to issue one more travel permit. Take Big Cannon with you, so he won't stay idle at home, which makes people restless. Han Ying was stunned. Never had he heard of elders encouraging their offspring to aspire upward, let alone any grandfather willingly allowing his precious grandson to visit brothels. And the reasoning was ridiculous. It was merely because of irritation. Was it his understanding of the times insufficient, or was Clerk Zhang simply too carefree? Anyway, having Canon Zhang around his company on the road, it would be pleasant to have someone to chat with. Han Ying came out of the county office and headed towards the Zhang family residence to find Canon Zhang. I want to visit the prefectural city. Grandpa Zhang agrees that you come with me, and the travel permits are ready. Prepare yourself, and we leave early tomorrow morning. The prefectural city was prosperous, offering far better food, drinks, and entertainment than the town could offer. Canon Zhang naturally agreed, though he doubted Zhang Clerk would let him go just for leisure. He waited until Zhang Clerk returned home in the evening and questioned him. Zhang Clerk hit Canon Zhang hard on the head. Saying you're stupid is not exaggerating. Han Ying is clever. If he says visiting is purely for fun, would it truly be just for fun? He probably has another idea for making money. If you follow, how could Han Ying not share a stake with you? Even if not, you could still gain some insights. Zhang Depeo rubbed his head, feeling wronged. Why resort to violence when words would suffice? He was practically a grown man about to be married. Didn't he deserve some dignity? Speaking of marriage, Zhang Depeo thought of Han Ying's 13 wives. He edged closer to Zhang Shuli. Grandpa, Han took 13 wives at once. I don't dare compete with him. But could I at least have 3 or 5? It's not like our family can't afford it. This thought provoked Zhang Shuli's desire to hit someone again. The boy may be young, but his ideas sure are grandiose. Supporting a grain shop and feeding the whole family doesn't leave much leftover money. If it weren't for my job as a clerk, with 2 taels of silver salary each month, we'd all be eating bran and swallowing grass. And 3 or 5 wives. Do they not need food and clothing? Would they live off thin air? What's your rush? Learn business from Han, make some money, and then you can marry as many as you want. Clutching the empty promises painted by Zhang Shuli, Zhang Depeo happily returned to his room, dreaming on his bed about being surrounded by a harem in the future. Unbeknownst to him, the person he envied so much, Han, was actually miserable. Before traveling far away, it was natural to inform his wives. As soon as Han mentioned going to the prefectural city again, the wives immediately stopped eating their meals, staring at him with alert eyes. It was as if he wasn't going to the city, but leaping off a cliff. I will return within 3 days after worshipping at the 3 Kings Shrine. While I am gone, lock the doors tightly, avoid unnecessary outings, and buy whatever food you desire. Don't deprive yourselves. Han steeled himself to finish his instructions, then used the excuse of needing an early night to retreat to his own room. The wives fell silent for a moment, then began murmuring amongst themselves, guessing that his old habits were flaring up again. His old habits meant nothing more than gambling and whoring. Gambling, they couldn't control that, but whoring. If you have the energy to go to those places instead of spending time with us sisters, what are we supposed to do? At this rate, when will we ever have children to qualify for food rations? Are we really that ugly? Why does our husband despise us? The wives' gazes gradually focused on Wu Linglong. Chapter 15. Return to the mansion city. So far, Wu Linglong is the only one who has successfully shared a room with Han. The wives gathered around her, asking for advice on how to please Han. Wu Linglong just wanted to scold them. How would she know how to please Han? Not to mention Han. Even if the crown prince of Dagon stood in front of her and asked her to please him, it would be like a dream. But she couldn't tell the truth. She had no relation to Han whatsoever. Annoyed by their incessant chatter, she made up something offhand. Husband like someone who takes the initiative and is passionate. Take the initiative? Passionate. How does one take the initiative and be passionate? The wives wanted to ask more, but Wu Linglong pushed through the crowd and walked away. I'll go take a bath first. You figure it out yourselves. If they were to figure it out themselves, then so be it. The wives each put forth their limited imaginations, offering various opinions, eventually selecting the boldest among them, Mei Xiaoxiao, to display initiative and passion in front of Han. Mei Xiaoxiao had always been a tomboy, climbing trees to catch birds and fishing in rivers. Tasked with the heavy responsibility, she arrived at Han Ying's door, suddenly feeling timid and nervous, her hands and feet not seeming like her own. The other wives hid behind the kitchen door, making faces and encouraging her. With gritted teeth, Mei Xiaoxiao knocked on the door. It was still early, and Han couldn't sleep. He was considering whether there were any flaws in his plan to get silver when he went to the mansion city. Hearing the knock, he didn't think much of it, opened the door, and let Mei Xiaoxiao in. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mei Xiaoxiao entered, she closed the door and started taking off her clothes. What are you doing? Stop, stop, stop. Han immediately stopped her. Although his waist injury was almost healed, he had important matters to handle the next day, and had no time for this. Mei Xiaoxiao could not think of another way to be initiative and passionate, nor could she withdraw at the last moment, letting down all the wives. She simply took off her clothes, figuring that sleeping requires undressing anyway. She didn't believe Han wouldn't be moved at all. By the time they spoke, Mei Xiaoxiao was left with only her belly band and undergarments. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, her snow-white skin glowed like pearls. Even though Mei Xiaoxiao was brave, she dared not continue at this stage. She held her arms across her chest, peeked shyly at Han once, and lowered her head in embarrassment. Husband, am I not beautiful? Beautiful, too beautiful. Han swallowed, bent down, and picked up Mei Xiaoxiao horizontally. Husband, don't. It hurts. Giggle, giggle. The sounds in the room satisfied the other wives greatly, though they also felt curious, noticing that it seemed different from the last time with Wu Linglong. Regardless of the difference, success was still good. Wu Linglong's face, however, looked quite displeased. Indeed, there was no cat in the world that didn't eat fish. Though Han usually appeared so gentlemanlike, wasn't this the same? Forget it. One shouldn't expect anything from men. She forgot that Mei Xiaoxiao was Han Ying's wife, officially recorded with the government office. It was natural for them to share a room. Early the next morning, Zhang Depeo came in a carriage to pick up Han Ying. Mei Xiaoxiao shyly followed behind Han Ying, emerging from his room. Others were fetching water and handing over towels. Zhang Depeo admired the scene immensely, secretly resolving to learn business well, make lots of silver, and marry many wives in the future. Han Ying finally fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. Unrestrained by sleepiness throughout the entire night, he sat shakily in the carriage, overwhelming drowsiness sweeping over him. He quickly fell asleep, leaning against the sideboard. Zhang Depeo, without anyone to talk to, could only wait impatiently. Han Ying, however, slept all the way, almost until the entrance of the mansion city. Zhang Depeo called him repeatedly before waking him. After inspection, they entered the city and found an inn to stay. Zhang Depeo ordered a few dishes to be delivered to their room, and ate dinner sitting opposite Han Ying. Brother Han, what kind of business shall we do this trip? Are we leaving right after eating? Not leaving. Resting first. After a nap, Han Ying still felt exhausted, finishing 2 bowls of rice, pushing away his bowl and chopsticks to lie down again. I'll sleep a little more. Later tonight, I'll take you to a nice place. Good places at night are usually either brothels or gambling dens. Zhang Depeo's eyes sparkled instantly, nodding enthusiastically. All right, I'll stroll around the streets first. You rest well. Han woke up after dinner, having finally rested enough. His fatigue gone, he was full of energy. He changed into new clothes and took Zhang Depeo to the Huaji alley where brothels were clustered. Since ancient times, brothels have been a paradise for men. Even before it got completely dark, the street was already brightly lit. Women dressed lightly, makeup applied beautifully, swayed their sleeves perfumed with fragrance, soliciting passing guests. Sir, come play. Master Ma, you haven't been here for days, I missed you so much. Zhang Depeo felt his two eyes weren't enough. There was beauty everywhere. Missing any spot seemed a pity. Brother Han, this one looks decent. Let's go in and take a break. Brother Han, that one doesn't even wear a belly band. Let's stay there. But Han paid no attention to him, walking back and forth for 2 rounds before finally stopping in front of the largest and most luxurious Hongziuzhou. Hongziuzhou catered to high-end clientele, with no women soliciting at the entrance. Only men of high status came in and out. Zhang Depeo touched the 20 taels in his bosom, feeling a little intimidated. Brother Han, this one doesn't look cheap. Are you sure we should go in? Of course. What's the point of something cheap? This time Han was here to make money. Naturally, he had to start with the place that looked grand and upscale. Fanning himself with style, he stepped inside confidently. But he was stopped by the pimp. Sir, our Hongziuzhou clients are either rich or noble. We cannot receive commoners. Please visit other places. Zhang Depeo also pulled on Han Ying's sleeve quietly. Brother Han, they don't want us. Let's go somewhere else. Han Ying, however, smiled faintly. I didn't plan to spend silver here, but to make a fortune. If you don't let me in, your boss will surely beat you. The pimp laughed, full of disdain as he sized up Han Ying from top to bottom. This penniless fellow thought he could pass off as something valuable just because of his pretty face. He was either trying to get services without paying, aiming to freeload off the girls, or harboring a lucky chance to attach himself to wealthy guests, devising ways to sneak in. He'd seen too many like this one, easily deceived by a few words. Then I must thank the sir for your concern. However, if we allow a guest without money or influence like you to disturb the other's mood, our boss would really take my life. All right, don't say I didn't warn you. Han Ying took out a piece of soap and deliberately waved it in front of the pimp's face. This is a fine product made from my family's secret recipe, unique across the entire Dogwan. If you don't let me in to do this business with your boss, I'll go to Luge Tower instead. Hongziuzhou ranked first, and Luge Tower ranked second. Ever since Luge Tower purchased several Jiangnan girls from xuanhuan, their reputation has gradually caught up to, even surpassing Hongziuzhou. The pimp clenched his teeth. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll fetch our boss out. Chapter 16, A Fateful Encounter with Sister. Han Ying and Zhang Depeo were waiting at the door, and Zhang Depeo quietly asked him, Han brother, why did you say that if we go to Luge building, the pimp there would be willing to call the boss for you? Han Ying smiled, but remained silent. Actually, when it came down to it, the logic was simple. On his way here, he passed only 2 big and luxurious establishments, Hongziuzhou and Luge building. The number of wealthy and influential patrons is limited, so how could these 2 places not compete and try to outdo each other? Moreover, even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't matter. All he'd have to do is switch to another place and keep marketing. Yes, marketing. The owner of Hongziuzhou turned out to be a woman in her 30s, elegant, and still retaining charm. Unlike common brothel madams who flaunt gold and silver jewelry, she wore a light gray Taoist robe with a Taoist crown on her head. Of course, this robe wasn't made of coarse fabric, but rather fine silk as thin as cicada wings. TSK. It seemed this sister had ideas and a unique mind. Han Ying gathered his spirits and approached, arching his hands in respect toward the madam. Before he could speak, the madam waved her hand, signaling him to skip pleasantries and get straight to business. You said you want to do business with me? What kind of business? It appeared she was an older sister type of successful businesswoman, one he liked. Since the madam preferred straightforward dealings, Han Ying didn't waste words. He handed over a bar of soap. This is made from my family's secret recipe. I can guarantee it's the only one of its kind in all of Deqian. Sister, take a look. Can we do this deal or not? The term sister caused the madam to furrow her delicate eyebrows. She detested smooth-talking men like him the most, those who spoke sweetly while harboring mischief in their hearts. Looking at the red paper wrapped around the soap made her disdain even stronger. So vulgar, unbearably vulgar. But when she touched the soap, the delicate texture and fresh scent softened her expression. She was sold into the brothel at 6 years old, started performing arts at 13, became the top courtesan at 15, and now operated the largest establishment in the city, Hongziuzhou. She had seen countless fine things in her lifetime. In one glance, she could tell this was good business. Soap. What an unsuitable name. It should be changed. How much do you have? Give me a price, and I'll take all of it. The madam was willing to invest, and she had both the financial resources and confidence. Whatever amount you produce in the future, just send it over. I'll make sure the price satisfies you, but only I will be your buyer. Han Ying shook his head. This soap is truly an excellent product, and I'm preparing to expand massively, selling not only locally, but also overseas. It's impossible for Sister to secure exclusive distribution rights. Still, I believe I share a bond with Sister. If Sister agrees to become the exclusive agent in the city alone, I can guarantee supply, but Sister must also promise me to sell a certain number monthly and pay a deposit. Nonsense, how dare you talk about fate? The madam shot Han Ying a glare. There were many terms she hadn't heard before, but after piecing them together, she roughly understood what Haning meant. This gave her some hesitation. This business was undeniably profitable. Encouraging the girls to persuade customers to buy a few bars wouldn't be difficult. Yet fundamentally, Hangzhouzo was a high-class brothel, not a general store. How could they spare time and effort to sell soap? Without getting exclusive rights, it'd be hard to command high prices if every establishment began offering the same product. Seeming to sense the madam's worries, Haning smiled and proposed a compromise. Though it's a good item, not everyone has Sister's discerning eye. Why don't we try selling it here for a couple of days first? Sister can then decide whether or not to proceed with the deal. We split the profit from the sales of these 2 days evenly. This method aligned perfectly with the madam's own thoughts, so she immediately agreed to the trial period of 2 days. For this visit, Haning had brought 200 dried soaps, but scarcity increases value, so he only handed over 20 bars back to Hangzhouzo. The madam didn't inquire about costs but discussed the pricing with him instead. Haning thought for a moment, leaning close to whisper a few suggestions in her ear. Her eyes lit up, as if seeing mountains of gold within reach. Satisfied, she nodded at Haning. Her mood greatly improved as she affectionately patted his shoulder. Young man, though young, you are quite clever. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. I'll arrange to start selling. This name sounds too vulgar. It shall be called Fragrant Soap henceforth. Would you like to come inside and have a drink? I'll treat you. Hearing that they could enter Hangzhouzo for drinks excited Zhang Depeo beyond measure. Whether they drank or not didn't matter. Seeing how beautiful the ladies were there was what mattered. If they got to meet the Flower Queen, life would be worth it. However, Haning simply smiled faintly and politely declined the madam's invitation. The madam didn't urge further, counting the soaps right in front of him and agreeing to collect payment the following afternoon before stepping inside. Zhang Depeo walked out angrily with a dark face, grumbling under his breath once they reached a quieter area. Hangzhouzo is the largest and most prestigious brothel in town. Even meeting the women inside is harder than encountering proper noble ladies. Finally, we had the rare chance to enter, so why didn't you agree? Are you an idiot? Didn't you hear that she was just being polite? Haning shot back, then continued confidently, don't worry. It won't be long before we become honored guests of Hangzhouzo. Zhang Depeo thought Haning was daydreaming. He had heard stories about the son of some county magistrate being turned away from Hangzhouzo. To become an honored guest, there must be impossible for this lifetime. Unexpectedly, at noon the next day, the madam of Hangzhouzo personally came to find them. Her attitude made a 180 from the night before, her smile full and her words warm and kind, transforming completely into an older sister figure. After exchanging pleasantries, she didn't mind drinking the coarse tea provided by the inn, sipping twice lightly. Little brother, I'd like to understand more about how this exclusive agency works, she said. Zhang Depeo stared in shock, doubting whether the person before him was not the madam but the madam's twin sister. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how someone could have two such completely different faces. But Haning showed no surprise as he carefully explained to the madam the method for signing the exclusive agency contract. The exclusive agency refers only to the city. I'll supply goods solely to sister. Anyone who wants to buy fragrant soap must purchase it from sister. But sister must also guarantee monthly sales of 2,000 bars. For up to 2,000 bars, I'll offer this price. For any quantity exceeding 2,000 bars, I'll give sister an additional 5% profit. The city had a population nearing 50,000, with around 10,000 households. Within 50 miles, including Shire County and 3 other county towns, selling 2,000 bars per month would not be difficult to achieve. This was merely the beginning stage. Once the reputation of the fragrant soap spread out, merchants from various places would come for supplies, causing the sales volume to skyrocket exponentially. After weighing the matter carefully in her heart, the madam basically already agreed to do business. However, she had one question that needed answering. Why did you choose me for this business? I've already said it. I share a bond with sister. Han Ying's smile deepened with more profound implications. Moreover, I'm just a commoner. If I don't seek protection under a big tree, I might not even be able to keep the secret recipe safe. Chapter 17 Exclusive Agency. The madam didn't pursue why Haning would think she was the big tree capable of protecting him. She had grown up in the brothel since she was young, having met countless people. She could tell at their second encounter that Haning was no ordinary person. As long as Haning was smart enough and this deal could make money, why should she ask too much? The two quickly signed the contract and submitted it to the magistrate's office for filing. Without hesitation, the madam handed over half of what she had gained last night, 100 taels, and also gave him another 500 taels silver bill as the security deposit for the exclusive agency. Haning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, secretly thinking that his idea was indeed correct. Brothels often harbored talented individuals, and the madam's courage and decisiveness surpassed many men. After signing the contract, the relationship naturally became a little closer. The madam jokingly asked, "Are you not afraid that I might deceive you and give you less money?" If sister were someone with such narrow vision, she wouldn't have been able to support such a grand red sleeve pavilion. Haning replied calmly, without hesitation. Sister, are you not afraid that I might take the security deposit and run away? Oh, a single sentence sparked a sigh from the madam. Don't laugh at me. The business of red sleeve pavilion used to be good, but these last 2 years, it has been declining year by year. It's not that the girls aren't working hard. It's just that I'm tired, and I no longer want to compete with others. If this deal works out, I will find a reliable person to transfer the red sleeve pavilion to, and live a peaceful life for a few years. The 500 tael silver is a test to see if you're trustworthy. It's not a loss. Han thanked the god of transmigration once again in his heart, surely giving him some luck bonus points. From Jean Clerk to the county magistrate, and then the madam, almost every step forward was supported by influential benefactors. With thousands of years' worth of advanced technology and ideas compared to this era, plus a bit of luck, how could he fail to achieve success in this world? After saying a few words, the madam took all the soap that Han brought back to the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Upon parting, she warmly invited Han and Zhang de Bao to visit whenever they had time. From now on, we're family. Don't be formal. Whenever you come, Sister Hong will welcome you with fine wine and delicious food. Zhang de Bao felt like he was dreaming, walking as if he were floating among clouds and mists. Back in the room, he stared blankly at Han for a while before carefully opening his mouth. Han brother, does that mean we're family with Red Sleeve Pavilion now? Then can I sleep with the top courtesan anytime I want? Han glared at Zhang de Bao, ruthlessly breaking his dream. Of course you can. On my face, Sister Hong will arrange it for you. However, sleeping with a top courtesan costs at least 100 taels of silver, not to mention the tips for the servants, which is no less than 10 to 20 taels. Can you afford it? Sleep? Not possible. Zhang de Bao instantly returned to reality. In the future, I'll follow you. Once I learn how to do business and make big money, there's no way I won't have a day when I sleep with the top courtesan. This kid has lofty ideals. Han doesn't know how to praise him anymore. Ignoring his nonsense, let's talk about real matters. The main thing is done. We came here far away, so just going back like this feels a bit regrettable. Let's go around and see if there's any other business opportunity. And we'll get some gifts for the county magistrate and Grandpa Zhang. He can't help but reproaching Zhang de Bao. You're soon going to be a husband and father, grow up a bit. If you go home empty-handed after coming out, don't you worry Grandpa Zhang. Now Zhang de Bao regards Han as an idol. Whatever he says goes. The two spent an entire afternoon strolling on the most bustling street in front of the temple in the city, buying small gifts for each member of the family. Back at the inn, Zhang de Bao's feet hurt from walking, so he asked the boy to bring hot water for foot soaking. While soaking, he asked Han whether they found any viable businesses. There were many viable businesses. Even something as common as a breakfast shop. If Han put his mind to it, applying modern advanced management concepts, he could create endless variations. But his energy was limited, and he lacked powerful protectors. Doing too big a business would easily invite trouble. He certainly didn't want to be the fool running around on the streets with gold in his hands. There are definitely business opportunities, but we still start with farming. Farming? Who doesn't know that farming is the least profitable trade? So many people have farmed for generations, yet their families still struggled to eat and dress properly. Those landlords became wealthy because one of their descendants succeeded outside and earned money to buy land. Otherwise, relying on the meager income from the soil, they'd barely survive. Han brother, farming truly doesn't make money. Let's do something else instead. How about you talk with Sister Hong again and collaborate on floral decorations or sesame oil products? Han had made up his mind to farm. The next day, he didn't even stroll around, urging Zhang de Bao to go back early in the morning. Zhang de Bao was reluctant, but unable to change Han Ying's mind, so he could only follow him back. Han Ying returned to the town and first went to see the county magistrate. He handed over face-to-face the 300 taels of silver for the piglet's down payment and also presented a handheld teapot he bought from the city. It's not something valuable, but it looks decent enough. I brought it for you, master. Please don't find it too humble. Compared to achievements, whether or not there was a gift held no real importance. The county magistrate thanked Han Ying for his thoughtfulness and accepted the handheld teapot. It was then that Han Ying mentioned the matter of land. To the left of Stone Village is a mountain, and to the right is a river. The wasteland along the riverbank and at the foot of the mountain is left untouched and uncultivated, a pity indeed. I want to buy a few acres. Would that be convenient? Convenient? Absolutely. The land lying fallow is still land. Selling it would not only bring in silver, but also provide an annual tax revenue. It was an excellent deal they'd be lucky to get. However, considering Han Ying's willingness to donate to the official school, the magistrate kindly gave him some advice. Tax on newly cultivated land can be exempted for the first 3 years, but after that, an annual land tax will apply. Will you be able to handle the cultivation? Han Ying smiled lightly and politely thanked the magistrate for his good intentions. Lord Magistrate, do you think I would make a losing deal? Seemed like, no, he wouldn't. For some reason, the county magistrate had great confidence in Han Ying's ability to earn silver. Seeing that he was so sure about it, the magistrate stopped trying to persuade him and asked Zhang, the scribe, to bring out the map of Stone Village so Han Ying could choose the lands he wanted to buy. Han Ying set his eyes on a large stretch of riverbank land and a plot of land at the foot of the mountain. Together, they totaled 20 acres. The county magistrate offered him the lowest price, 2 taels per acre, totaling 40 taels. Han Ying immediately paid the silver and took the deed, surprising even Zhang, the scribe, with his promptness. Still worried that Han Ying might lose his money due to youthful impulsiveness, the magistrate followed up as a reminder. The mountainside might be fine, but the riverbank is filled with stones, requiring significant work to clear it. Why don't you talk to me and swap this piece for another? What a kind-hearted old man. Han Ying calmly smiled. Please rest assured, Uncle Zhang. Riverbank land is more valuable than mountain land, and I'll show you just how good it is. In less than a year, I'll turn those stones on the riverbank into ingots of silver. Chapter 18, Ancestors' Grave Smokes. Since Han Ying had already spoken like this, Clerk Zhang could not dissuade him anymore. After returning home, he learned from Zhang de Bao that Han Ying had brought back a silver note worth 600 taels after visiting the provincial city, and there was nothing more to say about it. 600 taels. He had almost reached the age of 60 and had schemed in the office with a guilty conscience to oppress merchants, yet still didn't earn 600 taels. The boy Han Ying had earned that much within a day. What else could he say? Zhang Shuli felt myriad emotions as he tightly held Zhang Depeo's hand. Depeo, being able to be brothers with Han Ying is the fortune of your several past lives. Our family's ancestors are smoking happily. From now on, follow Han Ying well. You shouldn't have even half a complaint for what he asks you to do. Listen to him properly. Whether our Zhang family prospers or not entirely depends on you. Although Zhang Depeo regarded Han Ying as an idol, he still thought that Zhang Shuli was exaggerating. Grandpa, brother Han is indeed smart, but it's not necessary to make such a big deal out of it, right? Before his words ended, Zhang Depeo received another slap on the head from Zhang Shuli. Foolish child, how much have I, your father, and all of you siblings earned, sacrificing even our dignity just to earn a bit more silver? After decades, we haven't made as much as Han Ying did in one day. Let me tell you, if you dare to offend Han Ying behind my back, I will let your old man break your legs. All right then, whenever they started scaring him by threatening to break his legs, he, as a good grandson, could only endure it. But, not taking the opportunity to put forward some demands would be disrespectful to the slap on his head. Brother Han goes out frequently, and I can't just show up empty-handed every time, always eating his food and drinking his drink, can I? Zhang Shuli, surprisingly generous, immediately responded. I'll add 2 taels to your monthly pocket money, and from the money you earn following Han Ying, you may keep half. Zhang Depeo's eyes brightened. He decided to take it a step further. What about the matter of marrying a wife? Then I'll get you 3 wives. As long as Zhang Depeo could learn even a fraction of Han Ying's skills, raising a few wives would be as easy as pie. Cheerfully, Zhang Depeo thanked Zhang Shuli. That night, he packed his things and ran to Han Ying's house early the next morning, seeking refuge. Han Ying was inviting villagers to help clear the 2 newly acquired plots of barren land. Seeing Zhang Depeo carrying all his luggage, he didn't send him back either, but assigned him to work with the villagers. Although the Zhang family wasn't particularly wealthy, Zhang Depeo had lived a carefree life where food and clothing were guaranteed. He hadn't done this kind of hard labor before, and by noon, he was already exhausted, with sore back and shoulders and several blisters on his hands. During lunchtime, he almost couldn't hold his chopsticks. Yet Zhang Depeo also had some perseverance. Despite being so tired, while others might have run away by now, he endured through it. After finishing lunch, he again joined the villagers in working. Seeing this, Han Ying actually felt somewhat reluctant and stopped him, calling him into the house. I've heard the yams from village Li are the best. Go there and bring back some yam seedlings. Yams love water and have high yields. Their tubers can serve as food, and their leaves and stems can feed pigs, all without requiring too much human effort to manage. They're very suitable for planting in riverside fields. Zhang Depeo scratched his head. Brother Han, you want to plant yams? Those things yield little on a single acre, barely 300 to 500 caddies at most, and are hard to sell. Only rich people occasionally buy a few pounds to try them fresh. Perhaps it'd be better to grow something else. 3 to 500 caddies per acre? Han Ying thought he'd misheard. In modern times, yams produce no less than 2,000 caddies per acre, often reaching 5 to 7,000. No wonder the people here were starving, yet still clung stubbornly to grain crops and wouldn't grow more yams. They must be using incorrect planting methods. Then, he deemed it necessary to research how to increase yam yields. It would certainly be beneficial to the common folk. Go ahead, I like eating yams, and perhaps I can figure out a unique way that others don't know. With that, Zhang Depeo had no rebuttal and obediently took the money to village Li. By evening, he returned with 200 yam seedlings. There aren't many people growing yams in village Li. These 200 plants were painstakingly collected from a few families. If there are fewer, then fewer it shall be, better than none. Early the next morning, Han Ying personally led people to clear a plot of riverbank land and planted the yam seedlings there. The villagers worked diligently, quickly clearing the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. In a few days, they turned over the soil, piling up stones, withered branches, and decaying leaves to the side, asking Han Ying how to deal with them. All these things were treasures. Han Ying instructed the villagers to sort out the stones and transport them back to the old house, burn the dead branches and leaves into ash, sift some to take home, and cover the rest with soil to ferment for some time, making excellent fertilizer. In the evening, Han Ying filtered the wood ash he had brought back with clean water, while Zhang Depeo watched curiously beside him. Brother Han, why are you messing with this stuff when you can't eat or drink it? This is a good thing. Han Ying didn't hide it from him. The tofu we eat is made with this. Upon hearing that, Zhang Depeo suddenly felt the tofu in his stomach churning. This is too disgusting. I won't eat tofu anymore from now on. Han Ying patted his shoulder. Once burned, it's cleaner than anything else. Not eating it is your loss. Recalling something important, Han Ying gave further instructions. I've ordered a large weighing scale and a stone mill. Remember to pick them up in town tomorrow. By the way, we're almost out of beans, so buy some more while you're at it. Having grown up playing with weighing scales since childhood, there was no one better suited for these tasks than Zhang Depeo. Zhang Depeo set off toward the town very early the next morning, and Han Ying spent all morning working before heading back to the old house for lunch. By then, Zhang Depeo still hadn't returned. Han Ying couldn't help but worry if something had happened to him. He was contemplating whether he should head to town after eating to confirm Zhang Depeo's safety, when suddenly, Zhang Depeo was pushed through the door by someone, losing his balance and falling into the courtyard. Brother Han. With bruises all over his face, it was clear that Zhang Depeo had been punched. Looking up at Han Ying, his eyes were pitiful. Seeing Zhang Depeo's state, Han Ying's expression darkened instantly as he glared at the fat man who had entered next. Guan Fatso was short and chubby, his face not only dark but also dotted with a few freckles. Yet, he tried to imitate a refined gentleman in attire, dressed in an elaborate purple-red brocade robe. His massive belly nearly burst the fabric. Just looking at it made one uncomfortable. It wasn't even May yet, but already he was shaking a fan smugly as he looked at Han Ying with an air of superiority. You agreed to return the money 5 days ago. Even though I'm being magnanimous enough to extend my patience, surely today, you must repay me? You likely can't afford to pay me back, but if you kneel down and give me 3 solid bows, and then let your wife sleep with me for a night, I might be inclined to extend you more time. The wives, upon hearing this, glared angrily at Guan Fatso, fearing that Han Ying would trade them to settle the debt. They were almost driven to tears. Chapter 19, Revenge. Han Ying looked at Guan Fatso with icy eyes, casually pulling out a silver ticket worth 50 taels from his sleeve pocket and passing it over. Guan Fatso, having confirmed the amount on the silver ticket, hesitated not at all to take it. Between silver and women, of course silver was more important. As long as there was silver, one would never lack for women. Wait a moment. Han Ying took back the 50 tael silver note, pulled out another worth 10 taels, and dangled both between 2 fingers, shaking them. I'll give you the silver notes no problem, but give me back the IOU. That's not an issue. Guan Fatso retrieved the IOU, tapping it in his hand to signal Han Ying that he should exchange the silver notes for the IOU simultaneously. Han Ying handed over the silver notes, reclaimed the IOU, made sure it was the original signed and sealed by its owner, then immediately tore it into pieces right in front of him and threw it into the fire used for cooking soy milk. The IOU quickly turned to ashes. Guan Fatso looked at the 2 silver tickets in his hand and laughed until his eyes were barely visible. Han, young master. No, Lord Han is truly generous, even giving me extra rewards. When you're free, you must come to my gambling den. I'll have my people treat you well. The money-centric attitude only caused Han Ying to despise him even more. Stepping forward to block Guan Fatso's way. You've misunderstood. I have no intention of giving you any tip. These words confused Guan Fatso, who again checked the amount on the 2 silver notes. If it's not a tip, what is it? It's medical expenses. With that, Han Ying swung a punch at Guan Fatso's face, instantly turning his eyes black like a panda's. Caught off guard by Han Ying's sudden attack, Guan Fatso was unprepared and got hurt. Realizing this, he immediately screamed orders to his henchmen to punish Han Ying. Beat him up good. If he dies, it's on me. I'm dying of pain. Han Ying knew his own strength. Speaking of martial skills, he wasn't even at the novice level. After landing a successful punch, he quickly retreated and directly hid behind Wu Linglong. Quick, help me drive them away. Wu Linglong was left speechless. How could an emperor like herself end up being reduced to merely being a hired muscle? What was more astonishing was how Han Ying, a grown man, managed to hide behind her without feeling a bit of shame. Hired fighters, having received payment, didn't care whether their employers were male or female. Seeing Wu Linglong blocking Han Ying's way, one simply attempted to shove her aside. He didn't expect to have his wrist grabbed by 2 fingers of hers. These 2 fingers, looking white and thin as if they'd break upon touch, were actually harder than iron rods. Unable to break free, the henchman, humiliated, tried to strike Wu Linglong with his other hand. Wu Linglong, remaining composed and calm, suddenly raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the henchman's abdomen. She then dusted her hands off, turned around, and shot Han Ying a glare. Initially, Guan Fatso had planned to go for a meal, so he only brought along 1 henchman. By coincidence, he met Zhang Debao boasting to others about how good Han Ying was at business, saying even the boss of the famous brothel Red Sleeves welcomed in the city proactively recognized Han Ying as his younger brother, repeatedly inviting them to drink wine with courtesans at Red Sleeves. Guan Fatso simply couldn't believe Han Ying was capable of such feats. Neither did others, intentionally teasing Zhang Debao for amusement. Zhang Debao believed every word, becoming increasingly excited as he embellished further and further. Guan Fatso, unable to control himself, seized Zhang Debao by the collar right there and forced him to pay back Han Ying's debt. Zhang Debao altogether owned only 2 taels of silver given by clerk Zhang as petty cash, nowhere near enough to settle the debt. So, Guan Fatso let his henchmen beat Zhang Debao and dragged him back to demand the money from Han Ying. Assuming both Han Ying and Zhang Debao were weaklings, Guan Fatso didn't bring many additional henchmen. But unexpectedly, the single henchman was severely wounded after a brief exchange with Wu Linglong, clutching his injured stomach while rolling on the ground, unable to rise. Han Ying approached Guan Fatso with a smirk, causing Guan Fatso to anticipate trouble, making him nervous and stuttering. What do you want? Do you know who my father is? Who your father is, you should ask your mother. Didn't she tell you? How pitiful of you. Han Ying's remark incited laughter among the nearby villagers. Infuriated but knowing better than to fight an unwinnable battle at the moment, Guan Fatso turned and fled. How could Han Ying allow him to escape easily? He kicked Guan Fatso behind the knee. Guan Fatso fell flat on his face like a dog eating dung. Before he could struggle to get up, Han Ying stepped on his back, rendering him immobile. What are you standing there for? It's time for revenge. Han Ying turned to beckon Zhang Debao, striking Guan Fatso first. Dare to hit my brother? Opening a gambling house to make dirty money is impressive, huh? Who your father is doesn't matter. I'll teach you a lesson for your mother. Zhang Debao, also accustomed to bullying others with his influence since childhood, couldn't stand the loss of face. Leaping forth, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Guan Fatso. Having a plump body wasn't completely disadvantageous. Despite enduring a beating, Xuanhuan, sustained no serious bone injuries. Yet his face resembled a dye shop, red, blue, and purple, all colors imaginable, presenting a pitiable sight. After hitting someone, Han Ying fetched water for Xuanhuan to wash up. He then picked up the silver ticket he had given earlier and put it into Xuanhuan's purse. See, why can't we resolve things with words instead of violence? It's not good for either of us. The extra 10 taels of silver is for you to go to the pharmacy and buy some medicinal oil. Next time you see my brother, be nice to him. 10,000 mythical beasts may have trampled through Xuanhuan's heart, but he dared not say anything more, and left with his henchmen who had struggled to get up. After seeking revenge, Zhang Debao couldn't help but worry. Han brother, I heard Xuanhuan's maternal uncle is a secretary to a certain grand official in the provincial capital. Otherwise, how could he act so arrogantly? You've offended Xuanhuan for me. He will definitely seek retribution. Let him come. Fearing this and that, living life with tail tucked between legs means nothing. Han Ying shrugged indifferently. What's there to fear? My wife is formidable. She fights one when they come alone, two when they come as a pair. Am I scared of him? Zhang Debao's face twitched anxiously. Big brother, please don't talk about being protected by a woman so confidently. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Wu Linglong coldly glared at Han Ying and turned to go back inside her room. True to form, Xuanhuan was unhappy about being beaten by Han Ying and Zhang Debao and went home to report to his father. Father, the young man surnamed Han clearly doesn't take you or second uncle seriously. I want to kill him and his wife. Xuanhuan's father was even fatter, rolling with waves of fat whenever he moved. Perhaps because of his obesity, it affected a certain function. He kept a large group of wives and concubines in the backyard, but only bore Xuanhuan as a son. Since childhood, Xuanhuan was indulged by his father to the point of becoming uncontrollable. If he wanted stars from the sky, his father would try every possible way to get them for him. But this time, his father didn't budge an inch. Someone says the young man surnamed Han is the illegitimate son of the magistrate, even handing over the family heirloom secret formula to him to make money. I don't know if this rumor is true or false. Don't lay a finger on that young man yet. I'll go to the provincial capital and discuss with your second uncle what his thoughts are. Chapter 20. Rumors. Han Ying had hit Xuanhuan and was somewhat worried about possible retaliation. Since there was nothing urgent requiring her immediate attention outside, she settled down contentedly in Stone Village. She led a group making tofu and soap, checking on the reclamation of barren land when she had free time. In the evenings, she exchanged thoughts on life and ideals with her wives, living quite an idyllic life. The magistrate, however, wasn't as comfortable. Originally, Han Ying's 3-year development blueprint for him had boosted his confidence, giving him hope for achieving great things and bringing glory to his family name. To turn that hope into reality as soon as possible, the magistrate worked tirelessly, dealing not only with his daily duties, but also caring about the pig farming and flower planting in various villages. Busy though he was, he felt fulfilled. After being busy for half a month, piglets purchased from neighboring counties were distributed to those willing to raise pigs. The ginger flower seeds provided by Han Ying were also planted. Finally, the magistrate could breathe a sigh of relief, thinking of calling Han Ying on a day off to discuss reopening the official school. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that he received a letter from his superior officer, the prefect. The language used in the letter by the prefect was very blunt, harshly criticizing the magistrate's encouragement of pig farming among farmers. It implied that the magistrate had taken bribes from Han Ying and did not care about the livelihood of the common people. It nearly outright accused him of neglecting his duties, abusing his power, and using it for personal gain. The magistrate felt extremely wronged. Hadn't everything he'd done been for the benefit of the common people? Besides, he hadn't neglected any part of his own duties. The clerks sent out to purchase piglets were given extra rewards. The prefect criticized him without understanding the full situation. It was truly unjust. Once overcome by righteous indignation as a scholar, the magistrate wanted to rush to the prefecture city to argue with the prefect. He was stopped by Zhang, the clerk, who put up an all-out effort to hold him back. The magistrate rarely went out, so he hadn't heard those rumors about himself and Han Ying. Zhang, however, knew them all too well and dared not fan the flames further. He sent Zhang Erpeo to fetch Han Ying from Stone Village to inform him about these rumors and the misunderstanding between the prefect and the magistrate. Han Ying couldn't help but laugh wryly. Whoever came up with these rumors surely had a vivid imagination. They fabricated stories so convincingly that even he almost believed them. However, no matter how sound their logic, rumors were still riddled with loopholes. Anyone with half a brain could tell they were false. Thanking Zhang for the without beating around the bush, he informed the magistrate about the rumors. The rumors aren't worth mentioning, but those who dare fabricate such slanders against you are certainly not good people. I believe, sir, that the prefect's misunderstanding stems from malicious slanderers. The magistrate, already aggrieved by the baseless accusations from the prefect, now learned someone was concocting such indecent rumors to tarnish his reputation. This added to his feelings of shame and anger. Immediately, he decided to confront the prefect and prove his innocence. Han Ying, in sharing this with the magistrate, aimed to reveal the probable connection between the two events and suspected involvement from the same individuals. Not for him to find vindication from the prefect. Spreading falsehoods takes merely the flick of a tongue. Refuting them exhausts the legs of those seeking the truth. Moreover, without surveillance equipment in this era, finding the rumor monger would be practically impossible. Master, please do not act rashly. Han Ying blocked the magistrate from leaving. How can you prove your innocence in something so baseless? Would you die just to clear your name? Of course, the magistrate didn't want to die, but scholars valued integrity above all else, even more than life itself. If my death can cleanse the stains on my character, what is there to fear in dying? Hanning absolutely couldn't let him go. Master, it's not worth dying over mere matters like this. You wish to see the prefect. That's fine, but not to prove your innocence, rather to resign your post. Resign? Hearing Han Ying's words, the magistrate gradually calmed down. Hanning, do you realize you're gambling with my future? Hanning smiled faintly and bowed respectfully. If you want peace of mind from here on out, it's a gamble worth taking. The magistrate spent the entire night pondering, and early the next morning, handed over the temporary responsibilities of the county to Zhang, then set off for the prefecture city with his secretary. In the carriage, the secretary tried to dissuade the magistrate anxiously. With an upright character, there is no fear of shadow distortion. Those rumors will naturally dissolve in due time. Even if the prefect misunderstands you, explaining yourself thoroughly should resolve the matter. If you heed what Mr. Han says and end up being misunderstood by the prefect for threatening him with resignation, won't that bring endless trouble? What the secretary said, the magistrate had considered multiple times. As Han said, the prefect in the distant capital might have misjudged him based on slanderous reports, but who could guarantee this person wouldn't say something different later? More importantly, who could ensure the prefect wouldn't fall prey to malicious talk again? Doubt leads to suspicion, and hearing too many lies can make one start believing them. By the time the magistrate tried to explain, even if he had 100 mouths, it wouldn't be enough to clarify everything. The most effective way was to respond immediately upon being wronged for the first time and dispel the prefect's misunderstanding right away. At the same time, this would make the prefect realize that one shouldn't trust gossipy individuals. In the future, when such people whispered in his ear about the magistrate, the prefect wouldn't readily believe them. Rather than being led by the nose, constantly having to prove himself, the magistrate should take Han Ying's advice and take a gamble. If he lost the bet, it would prove the prefect could not distinguish right from wrong, and having such a superior pressing down on him, there would be no chance of success. Why not return home early and farm the land? At least that way, he'd live a peaceful life. The magistrate had already made up his mind and gestured for the secretary to stop speaking. After meeting the prefect, the magistrate knelt down, took off his official hat, and burst into tears. Who says scholars don't know how to throw tantrums? When a scholar loses their temper, citing classical works and discussing ancient wisdom, they can be more difficult to deal with than common hooligans. The magistrate cried while recounting all the villages he had visited in plain clothes since taking office, enduring wind and rain, chased by stray dogs, losing several pairs of shoes. He also mentioned the dire poverty among the people. Commoners often relied on wild greens and tree bark for half the year. Men were emaciated, women thinner still, unable to conceive children or giving birth only to stillborn babies. Even without tuition fees, no one enrolled in the official school, as the peasants couldn't afford food, let alone writing materials like pens, ink, and paper. Finally, the magistrate, his eyes red and swollen from crying, his throat hoarse from yelling, asked the prefect, "Could I, the father and mother of the county, endure watching my citizens suffer? When a loyal patriot who wishes to serve the court is willing to use money earned from business to support the official school, what reason do I have to refuse? The business run by that patriotic person would increase income for all county residents. Why shouldn't I encourage it?" A series of questions left the prefect speechless. He had no choice but to gently persuade the magistrate to rise, suggesting they discuss matters calmly seated. However, the magistrate refused to get up, shifting the topic to point fingers at the rumor-mongering troublemakers. Chapter 21. Diverting the tiger away. All my words and actions are completely public, and I've only met that aspiring gentleman 3 times. Each time, there were scribes and bailiffs present. The county magistrate avoided the governor's hand trying to help him up, and continued speaking. I indeed received gifts from that gentleman. The first time it was 2 bars of soap and 2 boxes of common pastries available on the market. The second time, it was a teapot, which I have brought along for your inspection. If you deem these inappropriate, whether you want to beat, punish me, dismiss me, or seize my property, I will have no complaints whatsoever. As an official appointed by the court, as a father to the people of this county, if I don't think about alleviating His Majesty's worries or seeking happiness for the common folk, what's the point of holding this position? I might as well go home and farm, taking care of my parents. The 2 bars of soap had been used up by the magistrate, leaving only half behind. The teapot was nothing but an ordinary piece from a civilian kiln. If these things counted as bribes, then there really wouldn't be any honest officials left in this world. The governor cursed those who started rumors silently in his heart, showing shame on his face as he stood the magistrate back up with both hands. Director Fong is indeed a role model for all scholars in this land. It was my mistake to misjudge you upon false rumors. Do not mention resignation anymore. If due to my fault, the court loses such a capable official, my sins would be immense. Rest assured, Director Fong, your deep concern for the people is fully understood by me. From now on, whoever dares to say anything negative about you, I will take responsibility and speak up for you. What the magistrate waited for was precisely this sentence. After wiping away his nose in tears, he apologized to the governor instead. He claimed that he was still new to the post and often acted impulsively out of fear and panic, offending the governor unintentionally. There was no way governor would argue about the attitude problem with the county magistrate. He consoled him gently and ordered people to escort him out. Once inside again, the governor summoned the book clerk who spread rumors about the county magistrate and gave him a good scolding. The clerk couldn't even raise his head after being berated. Hardly when the governor cooled down, He returned home and immediately reprimanded Li Fugui, Guan Fat's second cousin, to vent his anger. Li Fugui wasn't actually a legal counselor, but merely one of the clerks under the book clerk. Generations of the book clerk's family were residents of the prefectural city, with substantial wealth and owning several shops. Li Fugui grew up as an apprentice in one of the book clerk's shops. For being astute and good at interpersonal relations, he earned the trust of the book clerk and currently managed one of his tailoring shops. Whenever the book clerk needed something done discreetly, like collecting bribes or forcibly buying farmland, Li Fugui would act on his behalf. The book clerk regarded Li Fugui as his confidant, fully trusting everything he reported, passing it all without question onto the governor. Partly, he wanted to showcase how attentive he was towards local sentiments and discover this corrupt official on behalf of the governor to win some points. Besides, soap was gradually gaining popularity in the prefecture, priced extremely high with great demand. The book clerk envied and sought to take over this business himself, finding out through inquiries that it originated from a poor lad in Xuanhuan County, backed directly by the county magistrate of Xuanhuan. Toppling the magistrate meant Han Ying would be entirely friendless, making him vulnerable to intimidation until he handed over the secret recipe. This plan appeared flawless, yet, unexpectedly, the magistrate didn't play by the rules. Rather than trying to prove his innocence, he came forward to resign. After finishing his tirade against Li Fugui, the book clerk grew increasingly irritated the more he thought about it. Li Fugui quickly proposed a solution to atone for his errors. "Director, we can simply bind that kid and force him to hand over the secret formula, won't we?" The book clerk shot a glare at Li Fugui. "Foolish. Kidnapping someone is no casual matter. Let's consider other options." But Li Fugui knew that his superior had tacitly agreed. He just didn't want to leave evidence against himself. Therefore, he said no more, hurrying back to Xuanhuan County during the night to seek assistance from Guan Fat's father and son team. Guan Fat was already itching for revenge against Han Ying, restrained by his old man not to rashly act. With Li Fugui now as a support, Guan Fat instantly became more assertive. "Cousin, leave this matter to me. I promise to handle it cleanly," Guan Fat assured him boldly. Li Fugui patted Guan Fat on the shoulder with a smile. "If you handle this properly, I'll secure a position for you at the government office. You'll be an official then." Since this wasn't his own son and didn't bear the surname Li, should something go wrong, it wouldn't involve him. Laying an empty promise, directing Guan Fat into putting his life on the line for him, sounded pretty good to him. Charged like a soldier on stimulants, Guan Fat wobbled his fatty body, personally leading a group to inquire about Han Ying's whereabouts. However, their information revealed that Han Ying stayed cooped up at home daily, rarely stepping out of Stone Village. Deliveries of tofu to the town were entrusted to others. Guan Fat gnashed his teeth out of hatred. Even with Li Fugui's backing, he dared not risk openly assaulting and kidnapping someone. Besides, Han Ying's wife was obviously a trained martial artist. Raiding the house might end up unsuccessful. Without ideas, Guan Fat could only turn to Li Fugui for advice. Li Fugui almost blew up. "Han Ying isn't coming out? Just lure him out then." Not possessing this much which shows true idiocy. Naturally, though, Li Fugui refrained from verbal abuse since he still depended on Guan Fat to get things done. Yet, Guan Fat showed remarkably high execution ability. The next morning, following Li Fugui's advice, they had someone stop the cart delivering tofu. The two of them clutched their stomachs and collapsed in front of the cart, claiming that after eating tofu the previous day, they had been suffering from severe stomachaches all night. They also said their sick mother had worsened and was barely breathing. The person delivering the tofu was a villager from Stone Village. Honest and unsophisticated, he rarely left his village even on normal days, so how could he recognize this as a habitual tactic used by rascals to extort people? Hearing about a death case, he was so scared that his face turned pale. In a trembling voice, he repeatedly explained that the tofu wasn't made by him. He was only responsible for delivery. But those two wouldn't listen to his explanation. Instead, they held on to him firmly, insisting on going to court and demanding his life in compensation. The commotion attracted a large crowd. In the end, it was the shopkeeper who regularly bought tofu who couldn't bear to see this and stepped forward to vouch for the villager, urging him to go back to the village and bring Han Ying to personally resolve the issue. The villager didn't dare to take the cart anymore and ran back to the village like the wind, stammering out the situation, and urging Han Ying to quickly go to town and explain everything clearly. Doing business inevitably involves encountering such scoundrels. A few taels of silver would be enough to get rid of them. However, if this matter isn't handled well, the reputation of the tofu would be damaged, leading to significant losses. Without giving it much thought, Han Ying changed clothes and headed to the town. Zhang Depeo had been bored in the village for so long while following Han Ying and wanted to go back to town to stroll around. He also intended to visit his elders at home to ensure that, during his absence, the second wife's sons wouldn't curry favor with the old man. Neither of them took this as a serious issue, laughing and chatting as they walked outside. Not long after leaving, Wu Linglong dressed as a man caught up with them. In front of Zhang Depeo, Han Ying couldn't say much to Wu Linglong and thus ignored her. Wu Linglong had her own affairs to attend to, and was just coincidentally heading to the town with them to avoid drawing attention by walking alone. They parted ways with the two before entering the town. When Han Ying and Zhang Depeo arrived at the market, those two were still moaning on the ground, and the onlookers hadn't dispersed yet. From afar, the shopkeeper saw Han Ying and waved to signal him over for a quick word aside. Chapter 22, Kidnapped. Little brother, it's been a while since I last saw you. The shopkeeper pulled Han Ying to the side and after a casual greeting, began talking about serious matters. Tofu is indeed a good business for making money. You must handle it well. Don't be stingy over small amounts of money and lose out on bigger profits. Han Ning naturally understood this principle. After thanking the shopkeeper for his advice, he approached 2 ruffians to negotiate a price reduction. He paid them 5 taels for medical expenses and sent them off. As everyone lived in the same town, they often saw each other. The townsfolk were all familiar with these 2 ruffians, so no one questioned the quality of the tofu because of this incident. Seeing how thoroughly Han Ning handled things despite his young age, some people developed a liking for him. They chatted with him casually before gradually dispersing. Zhang Depeo wanted to go home to pay respects to his elders and invited Han Ning along. Han Ning declined. Yesterday, Sister Hong sent someone to deliver a message, urging me to send the soap as soon as possible, as you know. I will return home to make more first. Just stay at home, and I'll come pick you up on my way tomorrow when I deliver the goods. Zhang Depeo understood that the soap business was important and didn't insist on dragging Han Ning back home with him. Han Ning returned to Stone Village alone. On the roadside, he spotted flower accessories sold at a stall. Their delicate craftsmanship caught his eye, so he picked 13 of them to take back and cheer up his wives. As he left the town, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Han Ning walked for a while and found the sunlight becoming increasingly intense, blinding him. He regretted not calling a carriage. Returning to town just to hire a carriage would mean taking a detour, but after thinking it through, he decided against it. Realizing a few miles wouldn't take long to walk. Passing by a small grove of trees, he suddenly heard a child's crying. At first, he didn't pay attention, thinking that many farmers bring their children to work in the fields, and children often cry. However, the crying continued without stopping and instead became weaker. Moved by pity, Han Ning couldn't help but feel sympathy. With harsh lives, commoners sometimes give birth to children they cannot raise and abandon them outside, leaving them to survive or perish on their own, which happens frequently. If he really encountered such a situation, saving a life would accumulate merit for the afterlife, a virtuous act. With this thought in mind, he followed the trail through the grass into the woods. There was a sudden sound behind him, and Han Ning realized something wasn't right. Before he could turn around to check, he suddenly felt a severe pain in the back of his head and then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself inside a hemp sack. Nearby, 2 people were laughing and chatting. The young master accomplished such a great task for Uncle, and later Uncle will ask the magistrate to give the young master a post. Then the young master will also become an official. That's natural. My mother regards my uncle as the most important. How could Uncle have anything good without including my share? Congratulations to the young master. Once you become an official, please don't forget about me. Don't worry. There will certainly be your share of benefits. One of the voices he recognized, it was Guan Fatso. The other voice, as expected, must belong to Guan Fatso's flunky. But why would this uncle want to kidnap him? Judging from their conversation, this uncle seemed to have power and influence, whereas Han Ning was nothing but a commoner without any official title. Why go through so much trouble to kidnap him? The only reason Han Ning could think of was the soap. Wealth moves hearts. Now that the soap business had taken off in the provincial city, it wouldn't be difficult for those who wanted to find out about him. Actually, Han Ning had already foreseen that once the soap business started earning money, people would come after him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. What mattered now was not who had designs on his soap business, but how he could escape. His hands and feet were bound with ropes, and he was still inside a hemp sack. Outside, at least 2 people were guarding him. For him to break free alone would be nearly impossible. Even if he did manage to escape, he had recently beaten up Guan Fatso, and even if he revealed the method of making the soap, he wouldn't avoid a beating. Han Ning inwardly cursed the original owner of his body for being so weak and incapable of self-defense in dangerous situations. Just as he was getting anxious, he heard 2 screams of agony nearby. Immediately afterward, someone ripped open the hemp sack. Come out. A familiar cold tone, none other than Wu Linglong. Although Han Ying's head still throbbed from the blow, he knew he was no longer in danger. He didn't rush to get up, but instead lay there, looking up at Wu Linglong. You weren't supposed to be out doing something? How did you know I was kidnapped? You're pretending you don't understand? It's not like you're actually good at handling things. You're probably just pretending, and you were secretly protecting me, right? TCH, dreaming. Wu Linglong's gaze and expression turned colder as she rudely shattered his assumptions. I just happened to see a hairpin in the grass by the side of the road on my way back and decided to look for you. For ordinary citizens, buying hairpins was a luxury, reserved only for special occasions. Few would spend that kind of money casually or drop them randomly on the ground. Wu Linglong accidentally noticed a hairpin lying in the grass by the roadside and immediately thought of Han Ning. After all, only he would waste money on such trivial things. Still, she couldn't be sure. Not far ahead, she found another similar flower accessory. By then, Wu Linglong was almost certain these belonged to Han Ning. So, here comes the question again. Near the place where she found the flower accessory was a patch of wild land, where not even beggars would go. What was Han Ning doing in such a desolate area? At first, Wu Linglong hadn't thought that Han Ning had been kidnapped. She always felt there were many abnormal aspects about Han Ning and suspected his identity wasn't as simple as it seemed. This time, seeing him enter the wilds, she assumed he was meeting someone, so she followed him stealthily. Instead, she witnessed him being knocked unconscious by 2 men, stuffed into a hemp sack, and carried onto a carriage, which headed toward town. She trailed the carriage and eventually came to rescue Han Ning. Wu Linglong didn't elaborate on the details, and Han Ning didn't ask. The 2 of them had always had a relationship based on mutual use, and regardless of whether she saved him unintentionally while doing something secretive or for other reasons, at least he was safe now. Han Ning rested on the ground for a moment, then asked Wu Linglong to help untie the ropes around his hands, crawling out of the hemp sack. Seeing Guan Fatso and a young man in short robes lying unconscious, he guessed they had been knocked out by Wu Linglong. With a throbbing headache, he wanted to beat the two up for venting his frustration. But then he thought that merely beating them would be too lenient. His eyes darted mischievously, and an idea struck him. He coldly smirked, stripped their clothes off, and arranged their bodies into a pose that left much to the imagination, nodding with satisfaction. All right, we can call for others now. Wu Linglong pursed her lips, utterly unable to bear the sight. Beating the two severely, or even killing them, she could understand, but arranging them like this? What did it mean? From now on, their survival would be worse than death. Don't you want to interrogate them about the purpose of your abduction? Han Ning laughed coldly. I already know their motive. There's no need for questioning. Anyone who dares to target me should be prepared to face the consequences. That strange feeling came again. A person raised reading classics and moral books would only have limited wickedness. But the man in front of her, if one called him evil, cared for the country and its people and treated his wives and concubines kindly. And yet, if one called him good, anyone who offended him wouldn't escape severe retribution. He used every means necessary to repay his enemies tenfold. What kind of shield had she found herself stuck with? Chapter 23, Counterattack. Han Ning didn't pay much attention to Wu Linglong's thoughts. Hearing voices from outside the yard heading this way, he hurriedly called out to Wu Linglong in a low voice, and they climbed over the wall in the opposite direction. As their feet just touched the ground, they heard the gate being pushed open, followed by an alarmed cry of, "Young master." The second lackey had been sent by Guan Fatso to invite Li Fuguwei, but upon returning, he found Guan Fatso naked and cuddled together with the first lackey sleeping on the ground, which frightened him so much that he screamed. He was given a harsh kick by Li Fuguwei. Why are you shouting? Do you want the whole world to know? Li Fuguwei realized the situation was not good and turned around to leave. First, wake up your young master. Do not mention today's events to anyone. However, he found the gate tightly shut, unable to be pulled open, indicating someone had locked it from the outside. Li Fuguwei began to panic. After all, he was just a dog under the bookkeeper's command, relying on his influence to do some bad things, bullying ordinary people who dared not speak up easily. But dogs were dogs. Once the matter became serious and possibly affected the bookkeeper would definitely sacrifice his pawns without mercy. Who dares to trap me? Open the door and let me out. Han Ning peered over the wall and looked at Li Fuguwei with a cold smile. You're the uncle of Guan Fatso, aren't you? You ordered him to tie me up and wanted to force me to reveal the soap-making method. Is that right? Why don't you just tell me yourself instead of going through all this trouble? Now that you realize you're in a hurry to get out, huh? Who gave you the courage to mess with me? Li Fuguwei, trying to intimidate Han Ning with bravado, failed when Han remained unmoved. Then he switched to flattery. As long as you let me out, I will not bring up what happened today. Later, I'll find you a position in the magistrate's office. Han Ning heard approaching footsteps in the distance. It was Wu Linglong leading others there. He glanced at Li Fuguwei and smiled. You should worry about whether you can keep your job. After saying that, Han Ning ran off. Li Fuguwei used all his strength to pull the gate, only to find that Han Ning had already removed the stick latched outside the gate. With more effort, the gate suddenly swung wide open. Caught off guard, Li Fuguwei fell flat on his bottom with a jarring pain in his coccyx, unable to stand up. Even worse, a group of townsfolk, men, women, old and young, rushed towards him. No, don't come any closer. Li Fuguwei tried to stop them, but no one listened. He quickly covered half of his face with his sleeve and crouched down on the ground, too afraid to raise his head. Inside the empty courtyard, two young hands of Guan Fatso's nephew and uncle along with two shirtless men made for an intriguing scene. Within moments, all sorts of versions of stories spread throughout the town. For the first time in his life, Guan Fatso got beaten by his father, Guan Lao, who then confined him at home and forbade him from going outside. Even if his father hadn't issued such an order, Guan Fatso himself wouldn't have dared show his face in public. Secret hobbies or unconventional experiences were not significant matters. But being stark naked and gawked at was another story entirely. The incident started because of Li Fuguwei. Guan Lao hoped for an explanation, but Li Fuguwei left without even a sound, fleeing back to the provincial city with his injuries during the night. Guan Lao despised his own son for being incompetent and falling into Han Ying's trap. He also resented Li Fuguwei for not showing familial loyalty when it mattered most. What he hated the most, though, was Han Ning. Since his son wasn't skilled enough, Han Ning beating him up or demanding compensation in silver was something Guan could tolerate. However, pulling off this entire scheme was like Han Ning trampling on the Guan family's dignity and legacy for generations. Without reclaiming this lost prestige, how could the Guans continue to stand firm in the town? After the incident, Li Fuguwei escaped faster than a rabbit, making him unreliable. Sitting stern-faced in the yard until midnight, Guan Lao drove his carriage out before dawn. Han Ning watched the commotion unfold from the shadows, finally releasing the pent-up anger within his heart. Satisfied, he returned to Stone Village with Wu Linglong. Seeing him cheerfully humming tunes along the way, carefree and relaxed, Wu Linglong couldn't help but ask him, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation after doing such a decisive move?" Afraid? If he was afraid, he wouldn't have done it. And since he did it, why would he still be afraid? One day the soap-making method remains unrevealed. People will always be scheming. Will being afraid change anything? Han Ning glanced at Wu Linglong, noticing her male attire accentuating her graceful posture, perfectly exuding the aura of an older sister figure. On purpose, he moved closer and asked with a grin, "Since you're so concerned about me, you won't become my real wife, will you? Go roll." Wu Linglong glared with eyes full of fire, threatening him mercilessly. If you dare insult me again, I'll take your damn life. Phew, just a joke, no need to get so upset. Han Ning scratched his nose sheepishly. If I die, you'd become a widow, and the government might force you to remarry. Do you think any future husband could match my good looks and gentle kindness? Wu Linglong didn't respond, but in her heart, she had to admit that it was precisely because Han Ning wasn't as coarse as other men that she agreed to cooperate with him. Han Ning was originally scheduled to deliver the second batch of soap to the prefecture city the next day. Due to the incident where he was bound, Wu Linglong worried that someone might seek revenge on him and that she would lose her shield. Thus, she proactively offered to accompany him. No need, I'll ask the county magistrate to send people to protect me. Han Ning didn't want to see Wu Linglong's cold face throughout the journey, so he refused with a wave of his hand. Wu Linglong thought he was crazy. Even if the county magistrate was his real father, he wouldn't misuse his authority by sending people just to guard him while doing business. But Han Ning actually managed to persuade the county magistrate. His argument was that since the soap business was thriving, they could officially begin plans for donating funds to support education. This delivery trip also involved purchasing items like ink and chairs, and he worried that his own selections might be inappropriate. Therefore, he requested that the county magistrate send someone along to oversee things. If the public school ran well, it would leave a significant mark on the county magistrate's performance review. Without hesitation, the county magistrate dispatched an advisor to accompany Han Ning to the prefecture city and 2 bailiffs who drove a carriage to tag along. This way, large items could be transported back directly after purchase. The round trip went smoothly and peacefully, without encountering any trouble. However, Guan Lao had already hired a group of bandits from a nearby area to avenge his son Guan Fatso, intending to ambush and kill Han Ning on the road. These bandits had some acquaintance with Guan Lao from years ago and were being paid in silver, so killing someone like this seemed effortless and rewarding. They hid close to the official road, but withdrew upon seeing that Han Ning was accompanied by bailiffs. 2 bailiffs weren't intimidating, but they represented the government, the imperial court. Killing someone under the nose of the bailiffs was no different than challenging the imperial authority. To show his sincerity, Guan Lao had given the bandits 1,000 taels of silver in advance, which couldn't be reclaimed if the job failed. Now having lost both face and money, anger accumulated until he fell ill at home. His mouth was crooked, his eyes skewed, his limbs unresponsive, and his speech impaired. A doctor was called, diagnosing it as a stroke. Despite taking medicine and receiving acupuncture, full recovery was not achieved. Chapter 24 Moving. Mr. Guan fell ill, and naturally the business fell into Fat Guan's hands. Fat Guan was confined to his house for a few days, suddenly taking over the gambling den, feeling as though he had found himself again. Previously, when Mr. Guan was in charge, the gambling den had acted with some restraint. Now, Fat Guan was determined to regain face, acting without any scruples. In just a few days, several wealthy young masters had been lured into incurring large gambling debts. These families had no choice but to sell their houses and land to pay off their sons' debts, leaving entire families homeless. One of these young lords felt such shame that he couldn't face his family, so he hanged himself in front of the Guan's gambling den under cover of darkness. With a death on their hands, this was no longer a small matter. The magistrate ordered a thorough investigation and discovered that the Guan's gambling den was employing cheaters to swindle the innocent. They even abducted women from the populace and forced them to serve gamblers. Enraged, the magistrate immediately sent people to arrest the Guan father and son, sealing the gambling den. Mr. Guan was bedridden with illness, which worsened upon hearing this news. He nearly didn't survive, barely clinging to life. Yet his condition became more severe, losing all sensation below the waist. Once imprisoned without care, the suffering he endured is beyond imagining. Fat Guan fled amidst the chaos, running more than 10 miles. Realizing he had nothing left and would be hunted by imperial authorities, he decided to join bandits instead. When Han Ning heard this news, he was busy checking the second batch of soap destined for the city. Sister Hong had spent over 20 years in the brothel, befriending countless merchants who were all wealthy and influential. Seeing the profit potential in soap, they rushed to place orders with Sister Hong. Sister Hong naturally wasn't one to miss out on making silver coins, dispatching people 3 times a day to urge Han Ning. However, Han Ying's limited workforce meant low production output, forcing her to wait. The elder Guan father and son had cheated and driven someone to death, resulting in every member of the family being sentenced to exile. Fat Guan ran away, earning a harsher punishment. If caught, he wouldn't even be exiled. His head would be cut off outright. The Guan family's gambling den was sealed, all assets confiscated. Han Ning had his eye on the Guan household's compound. Its many rooms meaning each wife could have her own room instead of sharing. The backyard was also spacious enough for soap production, with just a few additions to house workers and service storage. After negotiating with the county magistrate, who showed support, Han Ning purchased the Guan estate at a discount price. That same day, Han Ning hired several laborers to thoroughly clean the estate and stock it with necessary daily items, moving his wives in the following day. He then began hiring workers and purchasing horse carriages, preparing for expansion. Zhang Depeo gave Han Ning an idea. Han brother, now that your business has grown, you're not short on money. It'd be wise to buy a few people directly. Having their lives in your hands makes them more reliable than hired help. Han Ning thought it made sense. The process of making soap, while not overly complex, could easily be stolen if there were intent spies. Previously, he hadn't considered buying people because he hadn't fully adapted to this era yet. Thus, Han Ning agreed with Zhang Depeo's suggestion. Zhang Depeo added, now that you're earning money, you should spoil your sisters-in-law too. You can't let them keep doing hard labor. Moreover, They'll soon be carrying babies. Would you bear seeing them toil heavily pregnant? Han Ying nodded in agreement. While he might still be far from noble status, he could afford a few maids to handle household chores. Han Ying felt newfound respect for Zhang Depeo, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. You've got potential, my friend. This thought hadn't crossed my mind, but you've beaten me to it. Excellent, much wiser than before. Zhang Depeo didn't fully understand what wiser meant, but he knew Han Ying was praising him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. In the past, I only cared about my grandfather's official position. No one in the town dared to defy me. But after accompanying you a few times to the city, I saw those truly powerful gentlemen and realized how insignificant my grandfather's position as a county clerk really is. In their eyes, he means nothing, let alone me. Han brother, I'll focus on learning business from you. My brain isn't cut out for reading and passing exams. In the future, I'll force my sons to study, hoping one of them earns an official title. It'd be quite majestic. Indeed, a few trips to the city broadened Zhang Depeo's horizons. Han Ying was glad to see Zhang Depeo's transformation and felt confident delegating tasks to him. From now on, delivering goods to Sister Hong will be your responsibility. Don't underestimate this task. Any mistake causing delay in customer orders would result in doubled compensation. Suddenly feeling both burdened and proud, Zhang Depeo declared, Han brother, you trust me with such an important job, and I swear on my life to handle it flawlessly. On this side, Han Ying's soap workshop was running smoothly, while on the other side, the official school had reopened for classes. Thanks to Han Ying's donation, children coming to school not only didn't have to pay any fees, but also got a free lunch at noon. The school further promised that anyone who ranked in the top class for one term would receive an extra reward of a set of clothes. Many commoners sent their children to the official school for this meal alone. If by chance their child was diligent, earning back more clothes would be even better. Besides, staying home just meant they'd cause trouble. Moreover, knowing a few characters was always beneficial. If one went to work as an apprentice at a shop in the future, it would still give the owner a good impression. On the day the official school reopened, a small opening ceremony was held, and the county magistrate sent someone to invite Han Ying to attend. Although the soap business was profitable, it had been running for too short a time to make much money. Having just purchased a residence and a few servants, Han Ying had spent nearly all his silver. Nevertheless, to show his respect for the official school, he bought several books and a few boxes of ink to bring as gifts. After the ceremony ended, the county magistrate grasped Han Ying's hand and remarked, a person like you who understands reason and cares for the people is truly rare. Only, why don't you pursue scholarly honors? What the county magistrate actually wanted to say was, you young men aren't stupid, you know the benefits of reading, so why don't you take the proper path of advancement, having not even passed the preliminary exams? Given all Han Ying had done for the official school, the magistrate didn't voice these words bluntly. Han Ying understood the magistrate's meaning and shook his head with a wry smile. The reasons are complicated, only blaming my own naivety at the time. It was good that he now regretted it. Making progress now wasn't too late. There are still a few months until the preliminary exams. With your intelligence, beginning to study hard now isn't too late. Han Ying indeed agreed internally. Earning an official title would make dealing with business ventures feel weightier when stepping out to negotiate deals. But the business was just getting on track. There were plenty of things to worry about, and he didn't have much confidence that he could definitely pass. Seeing that the magistrate cared about his title prospects, he moved closer to him. I, as your student, would also wish to honor our family line, but I'm afraid I lack that luck. Would you, esteemed adult, favor me a little more perhaps? The preliminary exam was merely a county-level test, and the magistrate being the chief examiner, ensuring his passage would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Chapter 25, Old Acquaintance. The county magistrate was almost at his wit's end. He had never seen anyone so brazenly demand that an examiner cheat in their favor. Wait, that wasn't the main issue. The key was that the magistrate had regarded Han Ying as a model for young people, yet here he was asking for help in committing fraud. It was deeply disappointing and painful for the magistrate. The magistrate's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. If it were anyone else making such a statement to him, they would have been dragged out by the bailiffs and beaten long ago. But this couldn't be done to Han Ying, after all the good things he had done for the common people and the official schools. Han Ying could not be hit or scolded, nor could his disregard for the law be indulged. But how to achieve the balance? For a moment, the magistrate became caught in a quandary. Han Ying, reading the magistrate's mood, noticed his anger and hurried to smile apologetically while trying to make amends. Master, please forgive me. I was just teasing you. Business has just started picking up. There are many concerns. This year, I may not be capable enough for the juvenile examination. Let me take next year instead. After I've finished dealing with these matters, I'll dedicate myself to studying properly for an entire year. Then I'll participate and stand a better chance. One must not underestimate the difficulty of the juvenile examination. Even a small county would have tens of thousands of people, while large counties could contain hundreds of thousands, or even millions of residents. Yet, only between 100 to 200 juvenile candidates would be selected. The challenge is unimaginable. To say the least, the original owner of Han Ying's body had never built a strong foundation. To expect Han Ying to accomplish in 1 year what others spent a decade achieving through hard study, there was no guarantee of success. The magistrate secretly sighed in relief. He couldn't bear to harshly criticize Han Ying, but also couldn't tolerate this breach of lawfulness. When Han Ying said it was just a joke, it gave the magistrate a way out. The purpose of studying is primarily about self-cultivation, rectifying one's heart, and understanding principles. Gaining fame and titles should come secondarily. If you lack confidence, using another year to study further before retaking the exam isn't necessarily a bad idea. After chatting casually with the magistrate for a few more moments, Han Ying got up to bid farewell. The magistrate watched his retreating figure and sighed deeply. The scribe couldn't help but ask, "My lord, you've always enjoyed your conversations with Master Han, but why today? Do you seem a little upset?" "Oh." The magistrate sat down to drink some water, but immediately felt worse remembering the porcelain teapot in his hand was also a gift from Han Ying. "That boy uses his intelligence for wrong reasons, even wanting me to help him cheat." The scribe smiled gently, attempting to soothe the magistrate. "A smart person might seek shortcuts. Otherwise, why do we often say cleverness leading to its own undoing? In fact, it's quite normal human nature. Master needn't be overly concerned. In my opinion, Master Han's character is already commendable. With your guidance, he will naturally become even more upright." Although the magistrate thought what the scribe said made some sense, it didn't solve the problem. Han Ying's occasional guidance from the magistrate alone clearly wasn't sufficient. Someone needed to constantly influence him closely, just as described in poetry. Silent influence permeates everything. Feeling more confident in his solution, the magistrate ordered the scribe to prepare stationery and swiftly wrote a letter back home, handing it over to the scribe. "Send this back home as soon as possible." Since the magistrate didn't hide anything from the scribe roughly understood the content of the letter and nodded with a smile, touching his goat beard. "This marriage proposal is excellent. I shall arrange it right away." After the scribe left, the magistrate sighed deeply again. His daughter was his wife's beloved jewel, but hopefully this match would go through. Unaware that his one sentence had set the stage for his future marriage, Han Ying, after leaving the county office, went to collect several dry flowers he had previously ordered from an incense shop. The woman running the shop, known as Mistress Hua, tried her best to seduce him while showing off her samples, practically pressing her bosom against his arm. Han Ying quickly moved aside to avoid her. In this era, unclear relations between men and women were serious issues. And with his own family perfectly fine, it wasn't worth risking his life for temporary stimulation. Mistress Hua noticed Han Ying's deliberate distance and playfully glared at him. "Master Han, have you forgotten? Last year, you peeked at me while I was relieving myself. If it weren't for my leniency letting you off the hook, you'd have had your legs broken long ago." Cold sweats trickled down Han Ying's back. The memories from his previous host were fragmented, so he had no way to determine whether Mistress Hua's accusation was true or false. What frightened him most was if his predecessor had really done such deeds, and even worse, if there were more unresolved scandals. Could they all land on his head now? But he was innocent. "That," Mistress Hua jests, "I have studied the words of the wise for years. There's absolutely no way I would do such an unforgivable act." Struggling to deny it, Han Ying watched as Mistress Hua directly pulled out a clearly male-used handkerchief from her chest pocket and pointed at the embroidered word, "Ing," in the corner. "You've forgotten the token of love you gave me when you vowed to marry me once you passed the juvenile exams, don't you?" Han Ying owned similar handkerchiefs. Supposedly, they were handmade by his late mother specifically for him, impossible to fake. With no choice, Han Ying reluctantly tried to laugh it off. "I'm academically weak. It may take 3 to 5 years before I can pass the exam. I dare not delay your lifelong happiness." Mistress Hua tucked the handkerchief back into her bosom and let out a deep sigh. "It's not that I insist on Jochun Gupta, but as long as Master Han occasionally comes to see me and chats with me, I will be more than satisfied. Since there should be no unnecessary contact between men and women, naturally Han Ying, being a grown man, could not casually seek out a woman just to chat, unless there was business involved." Han Ying immediately understood. Mistress Hua saw his rise in fortune, the new residence, and the newly opened workshop, and now wanted to monopolize his spice trade. That wasn't completely unreasonable. The spices from the Hua family shop were of various kinds and reasonably priced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered goods from them in the first place. Still, the feeling of being coerced didn't sit well with him. He worried Mistress Hua might think she had him cornered with the handkerchief and would grow even greedier. Therefore, even if they could still do business, this was no longer a suitable time for it. "Mistress Hua is too kind. Your shop is bustling with visitors and esteemed guests who you surely enjoy speaking with. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he bowed respectfully to Mistress Hua, picked up the dry flowers, and stepped away. Mistress Hua glared at his retreating figure in frustration. The claim that Han Ying peeked while she was relieving herself was fabricated. At that time, Han Ying had urgently needed to use the restroom, burst in without confirming whether someone was inside, and didn't actually see anything. As for the handkerchief or supposed love token, that was entirely because Mistress Hua demanded Han Ying assume responsibility after accusing him of improper conduct. Afraid of damaging his reputation and losing eligibility for the county exams due to an inability to clarify, he reluctantly admitted guilt. Originally, Mistress Hua hadn't given much thought to Han Ying, just a poor scholar whose only value might lie in passing the exam so she could become an official's wife. Thus, she'd attached herself to him with this faint hope. When she later heard that Han Ying had failed the county test, she set the matter aside entirely. What she hadn't anticipated was that while Han Ying hadn't achieved success through studying, he turned out to have quite the knack for business. In no time, he earned large sums of money, buying dozens of taels worth of dried flowers without haggling over prices. Now in business dealings, his heart grew hard. The once naive young master who blushed and fumbled for words when his sleeve was touched by her had now smoothly handled even her deliberate provocations. Chapter 26. Not being the sucker. Huan Yangzi thought about Han Ying, hating him for a moment, then worrying for another. She had been beautiful since she was young, and relatives and friends all said that she would marry into a noble family to become the young mistress. Naturally, her parents wanted to connect with an affluent family as well. Many matchmakers came, but none were satisfactory. Thus, the matter was delayed until now. It wouldn't be long, just 2 more months, before Huan Yangzi turned 18. If no engagement was set by then, the government would forcibly arrange a marriage for her with any available man. Thinking of Han Ing, while he wasn't extravagantly wealthy, at least he was handsome, far better than the mismatches usually provided by the officials. She had originally believed she held some leverage over Han Ing, thinking he would have no choice but to comply. Even if he didn't agree immediately to allow someone to formally propose, he should at least be willing to visit frequently. She was confident that after seeing each other a few more times, Han Ing would have no escape from her grasp. However, Han Ing showed not a trace of consideration. He even subtly hinted that she met too many men every day, casting suspicion on her fidelity. Heaven knows, she had decided since childhood that she would marry into nobility. There was no way she'd allow herself to be taken advantage of casually. If Han Ing did not intend to marry her, did that mean she must settle for those who could not afford wives? At the thought of such a possibility, Huan Yangzi shivered violently, gripping her fingers so tightly that she almost tore the corner of her clothes. No, she must marry Han Ing. Father, come out quickly, I need to speak with you. Han Ing didn't take Huan Yangzi seriously. Carrying some dried flowers back home, he handed them over to the workers to grind and brew in the backyard. After sealing them in a cool place for a few days, they could be added to soap for increased fragrance. After giving instructions to the servants, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao standing behind the wall, gesturing to him. As he approached, her face turned red, and she whispered softly. This morning, Linglong's sister threw up. There's an 80% chance she's pregnant. Please, husband, call a doctor to check on her. Lin Xiaoxiao expected Han Ing to be happy. Instead, his expression darkened. Confused, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Husband, did I say something wrong? Not you. You made no mistake. Han Ing took a deep breath, commanding himself to stay calm. You go back inside first. We'll discuss calling a doctor later. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with doubt. If it wasn't her fault, then who was at fault? But Han Ing had already briskly walked away, heading straight for Wu Linglong's room. Since yesterday, Wu Linglong had felt unwell. Her head was heavy, and she felt groggy and drowsy. In the morning, she vomited twice, and now her condition worsened. 2 palace maids, xuanhuan and xuanhuan, frantically tried to persuade her to see a doctor, but she refused. Just as they were running out of options, Han Ing stepped into the room. xuanhuan and xuanhuan had never been happier to see Han Ing. Practically unable to contain themselves, they each grabbed one of his arms. Husband, sister is ill. Please convince her to see a doctor. Han Ing glanced at Wu Linglong lying in bed, pale-faced and clearly suffering. She looked far different from her usual cold and composed demeanor. His heart softened just a little. Only just a little. He knew Wu Linglong had a special identity, and understood that her appearance in Shirtu village must have some hidden reason. While he could collaborate with Wu Linglong, the idea of raising someone else's child was absolutely unacceptable to him. Remembering these thoughts, Han Ing hardened his resolve once more, looking at xuanhuan and xuanhuan briefly before instructing them to leave. xuanhuan and xuanhuan still wanted to say something, but Wu Linglong, tired of the noise, waved her hand dismissively. Only then did the 2 bow their heads and exit the room. What do you want? Speak. Wu Linglong knew Han Ing was there. He recognized his unique presence even with her eyes closed. She felt awful and lacked the strength to deal with Han Ing. All she wanted was for him to finish speaking and leave quickly. Seeing how unwell Wu Linglong was, Han Ing hesitated for a moment. Discussing this now seemed somewhat like taking advantage of her weakness. But certain things needed to be said, and said sooner rather than later. I don't care where you're from or what your background is. However, I'm not interested in being a surrogate father for someone else's child. If that child's real father comes looking for you in the future, he certainly won't thank me. More likely, he'll suspect me of something, hold resentment towards me, and make my efforts wasted. Even worse, those high-ranking people who value reputation above all would do anything to keep their secrets. To cover up the origin and circumstances of the child, they might even eliminate anyone who knows, including his entire family. He wasn't going to play the fool for that. So, when you feel a bit better, rest for a while, and then leave on your own. Pretend you've never come here. Saying that, he turned and left. Wu Linglong, feeling unwell and her thoughts slowed down due to physical discomfort, spent a considerable amount of time contemplating what Han Ing meant. She realized he believed she was carrying someone else's child. She became both angry and ashamed. Although she was the empress, she maintained strict purity and propriety, never even touching a man's hand. How could there possibly be a child? Han Ying's suspicion was a tremendous insult to her. Empress Wu Linglong couldn't bear to stay even a minute longer. Struggling despite her illness, she managed to stand up and reach the door, enduring the dizziness. Xuanhua, Xuanhuan, let's go. Even if she was in dire straits, her bloodline remained that of the imperial family. How could she be treated with such humiliation? Xuanhua and Xuanhuan dared not ask what had happened or why she was so determined to leave. If she wished to leave, they would accompany her without hesitation. Wu Linglong was supported by the 2 as they barely managed to reach the front courtyard when they heard the soldiers knocking at the gate. Is Mr. Han at home? We are ordered by Magistrate Duran to record the number of pregnant women. Please, Mr. Han, call out all the wives. In Great Dry, Deqian, childbearing was a matter of immense importance. A specialized department oversaw the marriages of women of marrying age and conducted periodic checks on pregnancies to ensure the safety of the women, preventing them from being sold under the pretense of marriage to unsavory places. This department was directly supervised by the magistrate himself, with the county chief only having the authority to assist. Han Ying's feat of marrying 13 women at once made him an unprecedented focus of attention for this very department. Therefore, when the inspection began, soldiers promptly came knocking. The newly appointed gatekeeper invited Han Ying out to greet the officials and complied with their demands by gathering the 13 brides for lineup, allowing the medical officer to examine each woman. The officers held high hopes for Han Ying, given his audacious decision to marry 13 women at once, implying his strength must be extraordinary. After a few months, surely some of them should have conceived by now. After checking their pulses, the medical officer shook his head at the officers, signaling not one of them was pregnant. Disappointed, the officers patted Han Ying's shoulder before leaving. "Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Perhaps it'd be better to share a few of them." Han Ying's lips quivered fiercely, but he maintained an awkward yet polite smile as he saw the officers out. Upon returning, he found all his wives staring at him with eyes filled with grievances, yearning, and anticipation, sending a shiver down his spine. Where's Linglong? Didn't she vomit this morning? I'll fetch her a doctor." Saying that, he quickly bolted, fearing being torn apart by his wives. Chapter 27 Marriage Proposal. Hearing that Han Ying had gone to the prefectural city, Mrs. Hua promptly tidied herself up and brought various scented cakes and sachets to visit Han Ying's home. Wu Linglong's illness hadn't yet improved, and even if she were well, she would be too lazy to deal with such trivial matters. After some discussion among the wives, Li Yutsue, who was the eldest and most mature in temperament, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, was chosen to receive Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua came with a purpose, and therefore treated the two of them especially kindly and warmly, addressing them as sister, one after another, then presenting the gifts she brought, asking them to distribute them on her behalf to all the sisters. Lin Xiaoxiao was younger, straightforward by nature, and seeing Mrs. Hua being so diligent, developed quite a favorable impression of her. Li Yutsue, however, being older, considered things more carefully. She worried that Mrs. Hua might be ingratiating herself to gain an advantage over Han Ying in business, so she refused to accept her gifts. This forced Mrs. Hua to reveal the purpose of her visit. "To be honest, I formed a lifelong promise with Mr. Han a year ago, but since he failed the county examination, perhaps out of worry that I would look down on him, he hasn't mentioned marriage again. Ordinarily, if Mr. Han didn't bring up this matter, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to follow up persistently either. However, in 2 months, I'll be 18 years old. If my engagement is not formalized with Mr. Han before then, I fear I will have no choice but to accept a government-arranged match. Men requiring government matches are often either ugly or poor, or may have questionable conduct." Both Li Yutsue and Lin Xiaoxiao had personally experienced the distress and uncertainty of facing a potential forced official arrangement, and thus felt more sympathy for Mrs. Hua. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately promised her assistance. "Sister, don't worry. Once Master returns, I'll speak to him and ensure he marries you soon." The very purpose of Mrs. Hua's visit was to ask the wives to blow some pillow whispers into Han Ying's ear, but she didn't expect to convince Lin Xiaoxiao with just a few kind words. Overwhelmed with surprise, she quickly stood up and thanked both women earnestly. While Li Yutsue thought it inappropriate, Lin Xiaoxiao's words had already been spoken. There was no way to retract them. Thus, she could only politely bid farewell to Mrs. Hua. Afterward, she reminded Lin Xiaoxiao, "We sisters have been here for so long, yet only you and Sister Linglong have ever served Master. It's possible that Master's health isn't robust enough to handle marrying another person now. You're being too impetuous." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao also regretted not thinking everything through. But then, considering how pitiful Mrs. Hua was, she felt that she had done nothing wrong. How can we let a flower-like woman like Miss Hua get forcibly assigned by officials? We should first invite Master to marry her. In the future, once his body improves, they can consummate their marriage. For the time being, this was all they could do. Han Ying had already entrusted the task of delivering goods to the capital city to Zhangdepao. This time, Big Sister Hong specially sent someone to invite him to make the trip himself because she wanted to introduce him to a major merchant from Jiangnan. This merchant's surname was Zhou, and his given name was Dekang. In Suzhou, he operated several shops and owned tens of thousands of acres of good farmland, making his financial strength unusually substantial. Zhou Dekang was also one of the first merchants to order soap from Big Sister Hong. Initially, he bought some soap just to please a courtesan, taking it back to Suzhou without much thought, but unexpectedly, those dozens of bars of soap sold out as soon as they hit the market. After several more batches of supply, the demand still couldn't be met. This time, Zhou Dekang had come specifically to see Big Sister Hong to discuss collaborating and establishing a soap workshop in Suzhou, expanding the soap business. Jiangnan has always been a wealthy region, and Suzhou is at its heart. Launching the soap business in Suzhou would be equivalent to capturing the entire Jiangnan market. Not only would vast amounts of silver flow in, but Big Sister Hong also planned to sell her Red Lantern operation and find a place to retire comfortably. Suzhou's pleasant climate made it the perfect location for retirement. Unfortunately, only Han Ying knew how to make the soap, so Big Sister Hong facilitated the meeting between Han Ying and Zhou Dekang. Han Ying himself never expected the soap business to develop so rapidly. If truly entering Jiangnan with the aid of Zhou Dechang's support turned out successful, the future prospects looked excellent. Han Ying agreed with Zhou Dekang that within a month at most, he would personally travel to Jiangnan. Although inside, he was already willing to cooperate in 100 ways. He needed to thoroughly understand the Zhou family to ensure that he wasn't about to be swindled before finally confirming any agreements. Having met Zhou Dekang, Han Ying was in a great mood, purchasing half a cartload of gifts to bring back, intending to delight his wives. He hadn't even sat down after returning home when Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Yucue confronted him, requesting that he honor his commitment to Mrs. Hua and settle the marriage soon. Judging from their expressions and tones, if he refused, he would be labeled a despicable man who started something he could not finish. Han Ying's temples throbbed painfully. He had no way of explaining the real situation to the two women, that what happened between him and Mrs. Hua was nothing like what they imagined. He could only temporarily placate them and then rush to the spice shop the next day, confronting Mrs. Hua directly. Why must you talk to my wives when our personal matters could have been handled just between you and me? What sense does it make to go to my house and start talking behind my back? Mrs. Hua had guessed that Han Ying would be angry and dared not offer any excuse. With tears in her eyes, she merely acknowledged her mistakes repeatedly. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have remained so fixated on Master. And I shouldn't have refused other proposals by threatening to die while waiting for him to formally propose. Master, please don't be angry. You're not the same person you were before, and if you no longer wish to honor your past promise, I won't blame you. From today onward, let everything that happened between us be as if it never existed. Here's the engagement token. I'll return it to you for you to deal with as you see fit. The tea was strong enough to irritate the nose, yet Han Ying could find no way to refute her words. How could he, when he had failed to fully inherit the memories of his predecessor? He couldn't confirm exactly what had transpired between his former self and Mrs. Hua. After a long silence, he could only grit his teeth and accept the marriage arrangement, taking responsibility for something that wasn't entirely his doing. But he harbored reservations toward Mrs. Hua and didn't intend to live as a real husband to her. Instead, he would merely grant her the title of a wife or concubine and support her accordingly. If you want to marry me, I must make one thing clear first. My health is very weak. For the next few years, it will likely be impossible for me to consummate our marriage. If you're still willing, I'll send someone to officially propose. Mrs. Hua had no choice but to believe Han Ying, assuming this was just an excuse for him to dissuade her. Was he serious? He'd married 13 women at once. Was his strength truly limitless? Even if it were true that he couldn't consummate the marriage, she wouldn't be left without care. This was far better than being forcibly assigned to some poor and ugly man by the government. Willing. My parents and I await Master's good news with joy. Not even the news of his inability to consummate their marriage deterred Mrs. Hua. What could Han Ying say in response? He clenched his teeth and accepted his fate. Then the next day arranged for an official matchmaker to visit the Hua family. Han Ying paid no personal attention to the wedding arrangements, leaving everything in the hands of Li Yucue and Lin Xiaoxiao. Since they were the ones who had suggested the marriage, it was only right that they bear more responsibility. A month later, Mrs. Hua, dressed in a red bridal gown, sat in a small sedan chair, and happily entered the Han household. That night, Han Ying did not come to the bridal chamber, which Mrs. Hua had mentally prepared for, and thus didn't take to heart. The following morning, after carefully grooming herself, she went to the main hall to serve tea to Han Ying and his sisters. But she learned that he had already departed early for the prefectural city and would be traveling from there to Jiangnan, where he wouldn't return for at least a month or two. Chapter 28, Perfume. Han Ying's trip to Jiangnan truly broadened his horizons. From the cities to the countryside, everywhere exuded elegance and refinement. Every step was a new scene. This wasn't just empty talk. What impressed Han Ying even more was the innate sense of stability and peace that the people of Jiangnan carried. This kind of demeanor could only be cultivated over generations of living in peace and prosperity. And such an atmosphere could only be found in places like Jiangnan, which has been known as a land of fish and rice since ancient times. Free from worries about food and clothing, the abundant material foundation nurtured a strong cultural climate. Literary scholars were commonplace, engaging in poetry, wordplay, and debates in taverns and tea houses. It was a delight to watch them. Moreover, the beauty of the artifacts of Jiangnan left Han Ying in awe. The ingenuity behind their creation was simply unbelievable. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Han Ying would have found it hard to believe that these masterpieces came solely from the skilled hands of artisans. Of course, Han Ying didn't come to Jiangnan just for sightseeing. His purpose was to investigate the Zhou family and decide whether to cooperate with Zhou Dekhang or not. While the Zhou family was not among the top-tier merchants in Jiangnan, their strength was not to be underestimated. Their main businesses focused on general goods and jewelry, along with several taverns. However, general goods vary depending on who you ask. A small shop at a street corner selling orange candies, watermelon seeds, and pickled vegetables is considered selling general goods. But gemstones, spices, furs, and fabrics brought from the sea or western regions also fall under the category of general goods. The Zhou family specialized in the latter type of general goods. With significant resources and a high reputation among the common people, the Zhou family annually sponsored charitable halls and repaired bridges and roads for their neighbors. They had certainly done their fair share of good deeds. After some inquiries, Han Ying largely determined that cooperation with Zhou Dekhang was secure. However, not for soap, but for perfume. Han Ying was straightforward with Zhou Dekhang. Pig fat is the main material for making soap, and we insisted on setting up production in Xuanhuan County precisely to help the local farmers earn extra money by raising pigs. Opening a workshop here in Jiangnan would indeed save considerable transportation expenses, but the aim of supporting the people of Xuanhuan County would then be lost. I'd rather sacrifice a portion of my profits as transportation costs to benefit the locals in Xuanhuan. Zhou Dekhang fully understood Han Ying's intentions. Our Zhou family has always been known for kindness. After all, Reputation is the very foundation upon which merchants can survive in a place. The location of the workshop in xuanhuan County makes no difference, as soap already yields generous profits and does not depend on saving a bit on transportation costs. Han Ning thanked Zhou Dekang with a smile for understanding him, and then proposed another business deal. Although the soap workshop cannot be moved to Jiangnan, I happen to have inherited a formula for making perfume from my ancestors, which can be used to collaborate with Mr. Zhou in opening a workshop in the Jiangnan region. Perfume? Zhou Dekang guessed that this perfume should be similar to scented cakes or incense pills. Han Ning did not deliberately leave him hanging, taking out a white jade bottle the size of a thumb from his pouch and handing it to Zhou Dekang. When Zhou Dekang opened the lid, a faint yet lingering fragrance immediately spread from the bottle. He couldn't help but pour a little onto his handkerchief, sniffing it carefully. It was the scent of roses. What was most wonderful was that the fragrance was extremely gentle, without any trace of the smoky smell typical of incense cakes. Seeing Zhou Dekang's growing interest in the perfume, Han Ning provided a detailed introduction. This perfume is made through a series of techniques involving the fermentation, steaming, and clarification of flower juice. It emits a long-lasting fragrance without the need for burning, thus eliminating any smoky scent, making it suitable for use year-round. It is also much more convenient than incense cakes. Regarding the scent, any flowers with a pleasant aroma can be used as raw materials, giving customers more choices. A variety of products attract a variety of customers. More choices mean winning the affection of more customers. The people of Jiangnan are affluent, and there are many wealthy individuals. Not only do women love beauty, but men also have the habit of using incense and carrying sachets with them. Not to mention brothels and entertainment quarters, those places that captivate the hearts of all men. For the women in such places, anything related to beauty directly affects their popularity with guests. Though invisible and intangible, fragrance can make people feel happy. This perfume is more convenient than incense, purer in its aroma, and offers more choices. This is undoubtedly a business that guarantees profit. As someone experienced in trade, Zhou Dekang couldn't help but feel excited. Han brother, let's go ahead with this perfume business. Capital and labor will be handled by me. All you need to provide is the formula. We'll split the profit 50-50. No, 70-30. You get 70, and I get 30. Making concessions is the greatest gain. Once this perfume goes to market, numerous merchants will flock towards it. If Han Ning were to leave, Zhou Dekang would surely regret it deeply. Han Ning shook his head. Let's split it 60-40, with me getting 40 and Mr. Zhou getting 60. Seeing that Zhou Dekang still wanted to say something, Han Ning smiled and continued. I can hardly visit Jiangnan twice a year, so business operations heavily rely on your efforts. Even ensuring the confidentiality of this recipe depends entirely on your interactions with various parties. So, Mr. Zhou taking the larger share is only natural. Zhou Dekang was deeply moved and also began to look at Han Ning with newfound respect. Despite being only in his early 20s, Han Ning displayed a profound understanding of the difficulties faced by merchants. Even more impressive was his willingness to cede profits voluntarily. Many people who had spent their entire lives doing business could not compare to Han Ning. Initially, Zhou Dekang had only valued the soap. Now, he cherished Han Ning even more as a person. Han brother, since you've said it this way, I won't argue further. Whenever you come to Jiangnan in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. My family may not be a renowned clan or wealthy merchant, but we do have a few relatives and friends who can certainly help out. Han Ning smiled and thanked him before immediately detailing the perfume-making process on a prescription slip. He also marked the areas that required special attention. Additionally, he wrote down the recipes for several good rouge and powder formulations, and handed them all over to Zhou Dekang. Overjoyed, Zhou Dekang carefully reviewed each piece of paper one by one before carefully storing them away in a hidden pocket inside his robes. Han Ning stayed in Jiangnan for almost a month and began to worry about his family. The next day, he bid farewell to Zhou Dekang. Zhou Dekang invited Han Ning to his home for a feast. He also presented 2 fine horses, a carriage made of rosewood, fashionable fabrics, and jewelry. There were also many local specialties from Jiangnan, nearly filling up an entire cart. He personally escorted him 30 miles outside the city. This trip had been immensely fruitful for Han Ning. The greatest gain was not the gifts given by Zhou Dekang, nor was it the perfume business. It was the broadened horizons and enriched experience. He did not wish to relocate to Jiangnan, despite the fact that Zhou Dekang would surely welcome him with open arms. If he were to say the word, a residence and servants would be arranged for him without issue. He wanted to transform xuanhuan County into a prosperous place that rivaled Jiangnan. He knew this goal would be difficult, perhaps requiring a very long time. But isn't life about having some aspirations? Otherwise, wouldn't it be no different from being a dried fish? Chapter 29, Encounter. Chapter 29, Encounter. On the first half of the return journey, Han Ning was reminiscing about the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan. The second half made him feel a bit eager to get home. When he was at home, he didn't think much about his wives. His wives had married him for a place to settle down and for food to eat. He had married them to complete the system task. But, being human, who can be without emotion? After living together with his wives for several months, they endured simple meals with him during hard times. They never complained once and took great care of him. Making soap required refining pork fat. In the scorching heat, with smoke and grease making one lose their appetite, his wives still voluntarily helped him. Han Ning recalled all these things and felt both moved and guilty towards his wives. He wished the carriage could sprout wings and bring him immediately back to his wives. However, an unexpected incident happened. By the time the carriage reached the provincial city, It was almost evening. Han Ying thought if he hurried a little more, he could arrive home that night. So he didn't rest in the provincial city. He ate a simple meal, caught his breath, and set off again towards home. Just after leaving the city, it became dark. The cool breeze carried humidity, hinting at rain. Han Ying regretted hurrying on the road. In this era, the official road was merely flattened earth. Once it rained, the ground would become so soft as to make travel almost impossible. If trapped in this remote countryside, truly no help would come even by shouting at heaven or earth. But the city gates were already closed, and it wasn't possible to go back. There were no households nearby to stay at either, so he had no choice but to keep going. Fortunately, the impending rain held off, not yet obstructing travel. The carriage gradually left the provincial city behind. Han Ying started feeling a bit drowsy. Suddenly, more than 10 men sprang out from the roadside grass, holding knives, spears, and sticks, blocking the path in front of the carriage. This road is my opening, this tree my planting. If you want to pass through, leave the toll. This shout startled away Han Ying's sleepiness. Still, he wasn't overly worried. He had traveled this road many times, and there hadn't been any reports of bandits. Perhaps these were just local peasants, too poor to afford food, scaring people to earn money for sustenance. Just giving them some silver coins would suffice. The coachman had been sent by Zhou Dezhang, and thus was quite experienced. Even though stopped by the robbers, the coachman didn't panic. Instead, he forced a smile, untied the pouch at his waist, and offered it with both hands. Brothers, this small amount of silver is for you to drink some tea and wine. Ordinarily, bandits sought only wealth. Enough silver given meant no harm would come to lives. Unexpectedly, today's situation was unusual. The leading robber took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and scoffed. Do you really think this pittance will send us off? That's an insult. The coachman quickly explained. Mistaken, brothers. This contains a 500 taels silver ticket, a universal bill without hidden marks, redeemable instantly at any money house. Business thrives on amicable relations, not just with customers, but also including highwaymen and bullies. Parting with wealth is always better than risking life. That's why whenever Zhou Dezhang went out, those around him would carry several hundred taels of such unmarked silver tickets, precisely for situations like these. 500 taels wasn't a trivial amount. Around the Time County, the best farmland wasn't worth more than 5 taels per acre. Such a tiny pouch equaled land worth 100 acres. A mere fraction of that farmland could support a family. With all this land, who would continue being a robber? It would be far more comfortable to stay home and be a rich peasant. Wasn't that appealing? But still, the bandits showed no intention of letting him pass. Instead, they began surrounding the carriage Han Ying was in. The person inside doesn't show up, showing contempt for our gang? I like this carriage. It'll please my young son. The bandits burst into laughter as if hearing a joke. Han Ying now understood that these bandits were not just after money but clearly intent on stopping him from proceeding. Rather than wait to be dragged out of the carriage, it might be better to step out himself, at least preserving some dignity. Thinking this way, Han Ying pulled back the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. Han Ying here, gentlemen, what is it you want to say? Coincidentally, the sky had been overcast, ready to unleash heavy rain. But at the moment Han Ying stepped down, the clouds suddenly dissipated, and moonlight bathed the world below. The head robber looked at Han Ying's face and froze. Eighth uncle, it's this kid, let's move. Han Ying wasn't blessed with a photographic memory, but the voice sounded familiar to him. Unable to resist, he raised an eyebrow and focused intently. The person urging the robber leader forward wore a black cloth mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. However, his excessively round figure made Han Ying recognize him instantly. Isn't that Mr. Guan? You have indeed shown potential for big achievements. Your father suffered imprisonment because of you, living in despair, while you run off to become a robber, dividing the gold on large scales, and enjoying fine foods, living luxuriously. TSK, I wonder if your father would be happy to know how joyful your life is. When it came to cutting remarks, Han Ying was miles ahead of Mr. Guan. With just a few words, Han Ying had made Mr. Guan feel utterly humiliated and furious, his glares wishing to pierce several holes through Han Ying. And yet, Han Ying still wasn't satisfied. He plunged another knife into Mr. Guan's heart. Mr. Guan might not know this yet, but your family estate has been bought by me. And your 2 younger half-sisters, along with the 2 concubines. Now they're all servants in my household, very obedient and hardworking. Instead of reflecting on his own greed and evil deeds, Guan blamed Han Ying for the destruction of his family and for making him fall from being a wealthy young master to becoming a highwayman. Having learned that Han Ying would soon return from Jiangnan, he used sweet talk to incite the 8th uncle to kill and rob. Initially, Guan himself dared not make the move, but now provoked by Han Ying's taunts, rage clouded his judgment and malice grew bold within him. He seized the steel sword from a companion and lunged fiercely towards Han Ying's chest. Han, my plight today is all because of you. I'll kill you. The coachman was startled out of his wits and instinctively wanted to run away. But he remembered Zhou Dezhang's instructions before the journey began. Be sure to deliver young Master Han home safely. He represents a great opportunity for our Zhou family. If we cooperate with him, our family could become an esteemed lineage within 5 years. The coachman's family had been bound in servitude to the Zhou family since his ancestors' time. All his kin were slaves to the Zhou family. If he sacrificed himself to save Han Ying, he'd likely lose his own life, but his entire family would thereafter earn the Zhou family's trust and favor. Thinking so, the coachman summoned courage, determined to shield Han Ying at all costs and take the fatal strike for him. But there came a clang sound. The steel sword held by Guan was knocked out of his hands by the head bandit. Uncle 8, you promised to help me get rid of Han. Guan asked in confusion why the head bandit stopped him, pressing urgently. Weren't you and my father sworn brothers? Could you have turned greedy and forgotten about avenging him? The bandit leader cast a deep glance at Han Ing and waved for his men to withdraw. Chapter 30, Plea. The leader of the bandits left without looking back, even discarding the purse given by the carriage driver on the ground and taking nothing. However, he ordered his subordinates to pick up the steel knives that fell to the ground and take them away. Guan Fatsi was now unarmed and had lost his support, instantly cowering. He gave Han Ing a vicious glare before crawling after the departing bandits. The carriage driver had been prepared for death, but suddenly didn't have to die, and couldn't come to terms with it immediately. After standing dazedly in place for a while, he came back to his senses. Master Han, are you alright? Quickly get into the carriage. Let's leave here as soon as possible. Who knows if those bandits change their minds and come back. Han Ing did not contradict the carriage driver, and followed his words to return to the carriage. The carriage driver quickly spurred the horse and left. Actually, Han Ing felt that those bandits wouldn't come back. Otherwise, they would have just killed him there with their bare hands. It was already clear why the bandits had appeared. Guan Fatsi had blamed Master Han for the punishment and confiscation of property against his family, collaborating with the bandits to seek revenge on him. What left Han Ing puzzled was, since the bandits could have easily killed him, why had they suddenly left? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it anymore. Early the next morning, he arrived at the county office to inform the magistrate that he was back. He also mentioned encountering the bandits on the road. Bandits were a great factor of instability. Although this time they let him go, who knew about next time? Moreover, he was planning to revitalize the economy, leading the people of xuanhuan to prosperity. In the future, with his business becoming renowned and merchants coming and going frequently, how would any merchant dare to visit when there was a group of bandits disturbing them along the way? In short, Han Ing could not tolerate the existence of bandits ruining his development plans. The magistrate had actually long known about such a group of bandits existing within the boundaries of xuanhuan. Only, these bandits hadn't always stayed in xuanhuan, perhaps feeling it too poor, unable to gain much from here. They often roamed around, showing up within the territory of xuanhuan only occasionally. There wasn't too much harm caused, so capturing them wasn't easy and thus wasn't overly emphasized. But, because Han Ing had nearly been harmed, the magistrate couldn't help but take it more seriously. Publicly, Han Ing was the richest man in xuanhuan, and the government school still depended on his financial contributions. Privately, the magistrate valued Han Ying's character greatly, refraining from showing it openly, but regarding him as his own nephew behind closed doors. He had even written a letter to persuade his wife to marry their only daughter to Han Ing. With someone wanting to harm his future son-in-law, how could the magistrate possibly endure it? He promptly reported it to the prefect. Here, 50 constables were selected first, then another 150 able-bodied men were summoned from various villages, forming a 200-person squad to track down the whereabouts of the bandits. The prefect also took this matter very seriously, dispatching 300 soldiers to assist the magistrate. 500 versus just over a dozen. By any calculation, it was a sure victory. This time the bandits had met their match, with no escape. What Han Ing hadn't expected was that when the army mobilized the populace, they really tracked down the hideout of the bandits, nestled deep in a forest. However, 500 soldiers surrounded the area and searched through the forest for over half a month, yet not even a trace of the bandits could be found. To be precise, they discovered traces of the bandits in several locations, even locating the stronghold. Yet, every time, the bandits managed to escape. The closest they ever got to the bandits was when they arrived to find 2 sweet potatoes roasted halfway in a fire pit, indicating that the bandits had just left. Chasing further led nowhere. Han Ing frequently inquired about the progress of the anti-bandit campaign, occasionally even sending wine and meat to encourage the soldiers. Upon hearing of the bandits' cunning nature, he was quite surprised. Rationally speaking, those who resort to outlawry are typically doing so because they cannot survive otherwise. Such individuals usually haven't read many books, hence finding work to support their families is difficult for them. Or else, their thinking wouldn't have been so radical or impulsive. But according to the descriptions from the soldiers, this group of bandits seemed to understand some military strategy. This made things very intriguing. Han Ing requested the magistrate's permission to join in the anti-bandit effort. At first, the magistrate worried that a scholar, weak and incapable of harming even a chicken, might encounter danger and refused his participation. Despite repeated pleas from Han Ing, the magistrate reluctantly allowed it. Han Ing ran around in the mountains with the soldiers for several days, eventually managing to discern some patterns in the bandits' movements. He persuaded the leader of the unit to lay an ambush near a spring where the bandits often fetched water, successfully capturing 5 of them. After several days of drilling through the woods without results, the soldiers finally gained some achievement, all showing immense gratitude towards Han Ing. Their method of expressing thanks was straightforward, changing the address from Master Han to Brother Han. They invited him to gamble and drink wine in the capital city, shoulders brushing against his casually as they extended invitations. Men's friendships can indeed be very simple. Back to the main point. Capturing 5 bandits greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers. That evening, they set up camp in the mountains, intending to make a final push and capture the remaining bandits the next day. Speaking of setting up camp, there was no actual encampment. There were just a few fires lit in the open space of the forest, and everyone would randomly find a flat spot to sleep under the stars for the night. The soldiers were all rough men. During this period, they had been chasing bandits in the mountains, so they couldn't even think about taking baths or changing clothes. Their masculine scent was strong enough to make one's nose choke. Han Ying had a slight tendency towards cleanliness and could not bear the smell from the soldiers. So he found a place close to the woods and kept some distance. In the middle of the night, he suddenly felt a cold sensation at the back of his neck. Before he could even open his eyes to check, he heard a very low voice next to his ear speaking. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. Follow me into the woods for a few words, and I guarantee I won't harm your life. Han Ying then realized that the cold feeling on his neck was none other than a sharp blade. Under such circumstances, there was no choice but to quietly get up and follow that person into the woods with light steps. In the woods, the leader of the bandits, whom Guan Fatsi called Uncle Ba, sat on a tree stump, looking at Han Ying with a complicated expression. A strange feeling arose within Han Ying. Was it possible that the bandit leader knew the original owner of his body? Hopefully not. He only wanted to earn money in peace, marry more wives, and have more children. He didn't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles. Our last attempt to rob you was wrong, and I apologize. The bandit leader stared at Han Ying for a while before speaking gravely. In recent years, I've saved some money, which I can all give you if you help me find a way to bring my several brothers out. Han Ying laughed out loud, furious. Do you know what you're saying? To release your brothers? So you can continue plundering and disturbing the local people. We are bandits, but we have never disturbed any commoners. The bandit leader looked seriously earnest. We only rob those wealthy individuals who treat others cruelly. That meant they were righteous people robbing from the rich to help the poor? If it hadn't been for the fact that these people had robbed him earlier, Han Ying might have almost believed it. Uncle Ba probably guessed what Han Ying was thinking and revealed a hint of embarrassment on his face. That time when I robbed you was due to my misunderstanding. I'm willing to make amends. I only ask you to devise a way to let my brothers come back. Chapter 31, 1 for 5, no loss. In front of the leader of the bandits, Guan Pizzi depicted Han Ying as a deceitful, cruel, and inhumane villain. He portrayed himself and old Guan as innocent victims wronged by a treacherous person. Especially, he exaggeratedly described the pitiful condition of old Guan after his stroke. He cried and knelt down, imploring the leader of the bandits to avenge old Guan. The leader of the bandits had a sense of righteousness about him. Plus, he had once been indebted to old Guan, so he agreed to eliminate Han Ying for him. Later, upon realizing they had killed the wrong person, the leader harshly reprimanded Guan Pizzi and warned him that if it happened again, he would be severely punished according to the gang's rules. This part didn't need to be told in detail to Han Ying. Rescuing the brothers was more urgent. Han Ying guessed that the bandits' desire to kill him must have something to do with Guan Pizzi. Seeing that the leader of the bandits didn't seem to be lying, Han Ying gradually calmed down. I originally had no grudge with your men. A minor misunderstanding doesn't deserve lingering resentment. Helping you out wouldn't be a problem, but I have 2 conditions. The bandit leader nodded. Go ahead and state your conditions. I will do anything, even walk through fire and water for you. Han Ying smiled and raised 2 fingers. It's not that serious. My conditions are very simple. The first one, I am a businessman, so I inevitably travel frequently. The leader of the bandits guessed Han Ying's meaning and agreed before Han Ying could finish speaking. Rest assured, in the future, neither I nor my men will bother you anymore, and I will also inform other friends on the road. Not just me, but also the merchants I do business with. Han Ying's goal was to develop the economy of Xuanhuan County, so naturally, he wanted to avoid all possible obstacles to this goal. The bandit leader nodded again in agreement. All right, your merchants too. What's the second condition? As for the second condition, I want Guan Pizzi to face justice. Han Ying did not intend to make enemies with anyone. Zhang Depeo had bullied the previous owner quite a bit, but after reforming, Han Ying was willing to associate with him too. Of course, the premise was that Zhang Depeo hadn't caused any substantial harm to the original owner. Minor quarrels were forgivable. Guan Pizzi first tricked the original owner into owing a large gambling debt and pressured them repeatedly. He even hired someone to take Han Ying's life. No matter how magnanimous Han Ying was, he couldn't let Guan Pizzi off. Guan Pizzi was already on the official arrest list, so this condition wasn't excessive. The leader of the bandits hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. During this time, Guan Pizzi had tried to convince many of the brothers to gamble and drink. Nobody believed him, so the leader of the bandits didn't pursue it further. Most importantly, Guan Pizzi sought Han Ying's death. Thus, he had to be eliminated. Both conditions were agreed upon by the bandit leader. They carefully discussed the specific implementation plan, and Han Ying returned to the camp to continue sleeping. The next day was another day of aimlessly wandering through the forest. The captain had captured 5 bandits and interrogated them twice, trying to find out if there were any other hiding places for the bandits. The 5 bandits were very tough. Despite being whipped, they refused to speak. So, the captain sent several soldiers to escort them back first, lest they escape in the mountains. While the soldiers were escorting the bandits down the mountain, they were ambushed by the other bandits. After a fierce fight, the bandits managed to rescue them. It was hard work catching a few of them back, only for them to escape again, so the soldiers naturally wouldn't let it go easily. They pursued with full force while signaling the captain. The captain arrived with his men, but the bandits had already scattered into the forest. So, the captain divided his subordinates into several teams, hot on the heels of the bandits. He didn't believe that 500 people couldn't catch a dozen or so bandits. Determined, the captain made things difficult for Guan Pizzi. Normally, he rarely participated in the bandits' operations. He only handled logistics at the back and acted as a lookout. The bandits feared that his bulk would hinder their actions, so they didn't question him much. This time, though, the leader said that all the captives were brothers with whom they had life and death friendships, so everyone had to participate. Otherwise, they would be seen as ungrateful, unrighteous, and unworthy to stay. Guan Pizzi, having made it onto the county officials' most wanted list, knew leaving the bandits' territory would mean waiting in jail. Getting into jail was already a good option. He feared losing his head without even getting to eat prison food. Thus, Xuanhuan shook his plump body and came along to rescue the captives. The captives were indeed rescued. Other bandits moved like monkeys, leaping and dodging in the mountain forest without showing any sign of fatigue. Xuanhuan barely ran far before he was out of breath and fell behind. He anxiously sweated, yet dared not shout for others to wait for him. Though he charged forward silently, his speed was painfully slow. When he realized how quiet it had become around him, he looked up to discover that the other bandits had vanished. Where were they? Wasn't it said that brothers were like limbs, sharing life or death together? How could they abandon him alone and flee? The forest suddenly became eerily silent, so quiet that his own breathing sounded like thunder. Every step carelessly crushing a dry twig startled Xuanhuan. Unsurprisingly, the soldiers caught Xuanhuan. Since they had caught someone, naturally, an interrogation was necessary. Before the whip even landed on him, Xuanhuan wet himself out of fear and collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mush. He cried pitifully. However, the soldiers were unable to extract any information from him. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk. It was that the bandits had deliberately kept him in the dark about everything important. Xuanhuan wanted to confess and earn his redemption, but alas, he knew nothing useful. The soldiers had worked tirelessly for days, catching a few criminals only to have them snatched away again. They were so frustrated they could scream. There was no way Xuanhuan could know nothing. They assumed he was evading their questions and covering for the criminals, so they vented their anger on him. Whip after whip struck him, and soon, his soft and tender skin was covered in deep lacerations, bloodied and mangled. But if he didn't know, then he didn't know. Whipping him until he turned to mush would yield no useful information. When the officer's temper flared, he intended to keep beating. Xuanhuan quickly intervened. "Officer, please hold on. This man is stubborn. If he refuses to confess until death, can we really beat him to death? The officer and all the brothers have worked hard for so many days, yet not a single criminal has been brought back. Surely the higher-ups will be unhappy. Not just unhappy, they'd likely suspect that the officers weren't putting in the effort, or worse, had been bribed by the bandits to let them go. If they were found guilty, punishments would follow. Having one prisoner meant proving they weren't shirking their duties, but that the bandits were simply too cunning. That counted as merit. The officer understood the logic and grabbed Xuanhuan by the shoulder. "Han brother, you're always the smart one, your mind's sharper than mine. Come, let's go down the mountain. I'll treat you to a drink. You might know Flower Street, but you don't know Little Flower Street. The girls there are the real deal. It's on me." With that, the group made their way down the mountain. Exaggerated tales of the valiant and difficult pursuit of the bandits were spun before the chief magistrate. Having no other options, the chief magistrate was forced to terminate the anti-bandit campaign. The finances of the county office were tight, and the costs of chasing the bandits were mounting. Continuing this operation would leave the bailiff's salaries unpaid. Catching one criminal was enough to give the people a semblance of justice. That would suffice. Chapter 32, A Medical Miracle. Xuanhuan was from Xuanhuan County and still had unresolved cases there. He was thus sent back to Xuanhuan by the prefecture office. The county magistrate naturally wanted to interrogate him further. Xuanhuan, fearing beatings and knowing nothing about the bandits, instead implicated Xuanhuan. He falsely accused Xuanhuan of colluding with bandits to set a trap for the Xuan family's gambling den. Even the card cheats were allegedly accomplices to the bandits, intentionally scamming the Xuan family. Of course, the magistrate did not believe this story. Seeing that Xuanhuan was already battered and bruised by the soldiers, the magistrate hesitated to inflict more torture. Yet Xuanhuan kept slandering Xuanhuan, making it clear that he must be beaten again. With additional injuries, Xuanhuan could barely breathe properly. He was thrown into jail to reunite with his father, Old Xuan. After Old Xuan suffered a second stroke, he lost control over his bodily functions, filling the cell with an unbearable stench. Xuanhuan, who barely clung to life, nearly fainted from the foul air. Old Xuan, paralyzed by illness, could only manage to use one hand to grab a few bites of food. Upon seeing Xuanhuan, he thought of how the family business was ruined by his son, who only cared about saving himself in times of crisis and abandoned the entire family. Furiously, Old Xuan struggled to crawl over to Xuanhuan and slapped him several times. Even the prison supervisor watching the scene was shocked. He exclaimed that it was indeed a medical miracle. This story became a popular tale around town, retold to everyone. Xuanhuan, hearing this incident accidentally, dismissed it with a smile. Whether Xuanhuan and his father lived or died had nothing to do with him, as long as they didn't cause trouble for him again. After wandering through the mountains for days, exhausted and weary, all Xuanhuan wanted was to return home, take a hot bath, and sleep. In the wooden bathtub filled with special invigorating bath beans and warm water, Xuanhuan leaned against the edge, feeling so relaxed that he almost fell asleep. However, a tender hand slid onto his shoulder and slowly wandered down towards his chest. Was it xuanhuan, or xiao? Half opening his eyes, Xuanhuan realized he was wrong. It was Xuanyang. Xuanyang wore the exotic outfit Zhou Dekang had given to Xuanhuan. Her shirt was extremely short, exposing her delicate and snowy waist, making her bosom appear even higher. Determined to please Xuanhuan and consummate their marriage, she spent considerable effort on her makeup and hairstyle. Under the soft light, her natural beauty seemed enhanced. Seeing Xuanhuan looking at her, Xuanyang boldly bent over to his ear and whispered sweetly, "Husband, do you think this outfit can cure your physical weakness?" From Xuanyang's point of view, his gaze met the deep cleavage exposed when she bent over. Such a captivating sight. If Xuanyang could resist it, he would not be a man. A splash of water echoed as Han Ning stepped out of the tub. He scooped Huanyang into his arms horizontally. The next morning, Han Ning went to the front hall for breakfast, while Huanyang gracefully followed behind, unable to suppress the smile curling at her lips. Men truly say no honest words at all. They claimed weakness prevented them from consummating their marriage, but everything Han Ning said before was clearly just deception. Could physical weakness allow him to keep her up 3 or 4 times last night? If that counted as weakness, then there must be no man in the world without it. The wives, originally simple, couldn't resist sharing experiences privately. They gradually uncovered the secrets of their conjugal pleasures. One day, it might be showing off the waist, the next night, the legs. There was never a chance for Han Ning to spend a night alone anymore. They even experienced arrangements involving more than 2 people. Interestingly enough, though Han Ning worked hard every night like this, he never felt exhausted. On the contrary, his energy and vitality seemed better than before. Han Ning guessed the system must have given him some kind of enhancement. As pleasant as discussions about life and ideals with his wives were, Han Ning could not let these matters consume all his thoughts. Zhou Dekang was waiting for a large batch of soap from him. If they were closer, he might send someone to urge Han Ning thrice a day, like Hongjia. It was imperative to expand the workshop. However, rendering lard produced such a strong smell that continuing the workshop within the town would irritate all the neighbors. After pondering for a while, Han Ning decided to build the new workshop in Stone Village. That way, all idle laborers in Stone Village could find employment opportunities. Even families unwilling to work in the factory could make snacks or steam buns and sell them to workers bringing pork fat, earning a little extra income. Returning to Stone Village to build the workshop, Zhang the clerk fully supported the plan. Stone Village was Zhang's hometown, and improving the lives of its villagers brought him honor. Zhang accompanied Han Ning in meeting with the county magistrate. Han Ning visited the county magistrate intending to buy the land beside the mountain area he had purchased earlier for house construction after leveling it. This time, building the workshop would not involve minor efforts. Factories, warehouses, worker dormitories, semi-basements for storing half-finished soaps, everything needed careful planning. Additionally, they planned to construct a dedicated road section. Together, this added up to a significant project. The magistrate had no reason not to support it, and soon the land deeds were handed over to Han Ning. After finishing the official matters, Han Ning prepared to leave. However, the magistrate called him back, but stayed silent, sipping tea sip after sip without uttering a word. Zhang, the clerk, realized that the magistrate had something to say to Han Ning privately, and found an excuse to leave. The magistrate then began to speak. I have a daughter at home, 16 years old. Her birthday is in March. She has read a few books since childhood and is well matched for you. Was he trying to set him up with his daughter? Han Ning didn't mind having more wives, but he was already preoccupied with many important matters and lacked the energy to indulge a woman. What if the magistrate's daughter had a full-on noble young lady temperament? He couldn't possibly serve her. Of course, rejection could not be this direct. Han Ning humbly refused, claiming he feared he was unworthy of marrying the magistrate's daughter. But the magistrate had resolved to become Han Ying's father-in-law and immediately settled the matter without hearing any dissent. Just focus on your big plans. Don't worry about the wedding arrangements. Don't you have several concubines at home who can handle it? From my side, I will arrange for Clerk Zhang to act as the matchmaker and supervise the process. Don't you trust him to handle things? This wasn't about trusting or not trusting Zhang. Han Ning couldn't directly state his unwillingness to cater to the young lady and had to reluctantly accept. However, since the young lady insisted on joining his household, she would need to follow his rules. There was no way he would lower himself or apologize to any woman. Absolutely not. After returning home, Han Ning packed his belongings, planning to stay in Stone Village until the new workshop was completed before coming back to town. At the same time, he informed his wives about the upcoming marriage to the magistrate's daughter and asked them to help make preparations. When the wives heard about their new sister's prestigious status, they all felt uneasy. They dared not take responsibility for organizing the wedding, fearing that doing a poor job would displease their new sister. Han Ning rarely put on a stern face towards his wives. Whether she's the magistrate's daughter or a princess from the imperial family, once she steps through our door, she becomes one of the Han family wives and must abide by the Han family rules. You just prepare everything normally. There's no need for excessive luxury. Treat it like how we handled Qianqian's wedding. Even though he said this, the wives were still nervous and aimed to host a grander event than planned, which became a secondary issue later. Chapter 33, Building the Workshop. Han Ning handed over the household affairs to his wives and went to Stone Village with Zhang Depeo. For now, they were still staying in their old house. In the past, there was nothing wrong with the thatched cottage. He had gotten used to the big house in town. Now, looking at the mud wall and grass roof, it seemed rather shabby. Instead, it was Zhang Depeo who consoled him. Once the workshop's dormitory is built, we'll move over. We won't suffer much longer. Hey, when I first came to Stone Village, I couldn't sleep in this small house because it was stiflingly hot at night. I even thought of sneaking back a few times. Now thinking about it, I actually feel a little reluctant to let go. Han Ning planned to demolish the old house and rebuild it as a reception area for visiting merchants. Hearing what Zhang Depeo said, he also felt a little reluctant. But just a little. The old has to go to make way for the new. Things must get better. After putting down his luggage, Han Ning went next door to visit Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was kind-hearted and had helped Han Ning quite a bit. Seeing Han Ning neatly dressed and more spirited, she felt pleased. She pulled his hand and sat him on the edge of the Kong, a heated bed. You were only this tall when you first moved here. She gestured a height near the edge of the Kong. Your face was so thin, your gaze was timid, pitiful indeed. At such a young age, without parents, and only an uncle taking care of you, how could anyone not feel sorry? Alas, in the blink of an eye, you've settled down. Let me say something you might not like hearing. From now on, don't hang around those worthless types. It's time to live well. If someone didn't truly care, Aunt Wang wouldn't bother saying these words. Han Ning smiled and patted Aunt Wang's hand. Auntie, you are speaking for my own good. Even if I were foolish, I would never be angry with you. You're living alone in the village, so lonely. Why not move in with us? It will be livelier with more people. Our home lacks a senior figure, and all the wives are young. If you came to watch over them, I would have peace of mind. Aunt Wang only had one daughter who had married far away and rarely returned. Naturally, she longed to have someone nearby to chat with. But she and Han Ning weren't related by blood or marriage, and she lacked wealth. How could she ask Han Ning to support her in her old age? How can I possibly accept that? I'm used to living here. Going over would only cause trouble for you. Yet, Han Ning was determined to take care of Aunt Wang in her old age. Seeing that she wasn't genuinely unwilling to come, but was afraid of rumors due to unclear ties between them, he immediately knelt down and gave Aunt Wang 3 loud bows, acknowledging her as his godmother. Godmother, if you refuse to move over, it means you disdain my filial piety. Then I won't leave. I'll stay in the village with you. Hearing this, Aunt Wang was left speechless. Moved to tears, she pulled Han Ning up. I'll go. I'll do as you say. I have a son now. Heaven has blessed me. When Aunt Wang heard that Han Ning intended to build a workshop, she refused to move to town right away. How can I leave you alone with no one to take care of you? Just focus on your work. Remember to come back for meals once you're done, and I'll cook you something nice. Since Aunt Wang insisted, Han Ning could only let her stay. The construction of the workshop was no small task. Relying solely on the men of Stone Village, it would be difficult to finish within a short time. So Han Ning asked Zhang Depeo to take the village chief on a cart and recruit builders from nearby villages. As for people coming from afar, apart from how much they'd be paid, Han Ning also took responsibility for their food and lodging. Lodging was easy. With the weather being hot, a makeshift hut would suffice for sleeping. But feeding was another matter. With dozens of strong young men eating dozens of pounds of rice each day, it would be impossible for Aunt Wang to cook all of it alone. She'd break her back before finishing. The village chief voluntarily proposed help solving this problem. He gathered the women in the village to help cook meals, clean up, and even mend clothes for the workers. Without worrying about the logistics, Han Ning personally stayed on site every day, digging soil and moving bricks with the workers. The wages were generous, the food plentiful, meat at every meal, and unlimited rice and steamed buns. Moreover, the boss was friendly and unpretentious. Motivated by these conditions, the workers worked extra hard. Originally expected to take 2 months, the project was completed in a month through overtime work. Looking at the rows of factories and the neat dormitories in front of him, Han Ning couldn't help but sigh. When he first arrived, he was penniless and buried under gambling debts, almost beaten to death by Xuanhuan for repayment. No, to be accurate, the original owner had already been beaten to death. However, in just a few short months, he had acquired such a substantial foundation, inching closer to his goal. New buildings needed some idle time to dissipate dampness before moving in, otherwise, illnesses could easily occur. At this moment, the county magistrate sent word that the magistrate's wife and daughter had already arrived in town, waiting for Han Ning to discuss wedding arrangements. Since what was coming couldn't be avoided, Han Ning asked the village chief to help recruit workers and set off for town with Aunt Wang and Zhang Depeo. The magistrate's wife had 3 sons and 1 daughter, treating her only daughter as precious as the pupil of her eye. Although the magistrate had praised Han Ning highly in his letters, making him seem like no other under heaven, the magistrate's wife still couldn't trust him fully. So she personally came with her youngest son, who was dissatisfied, to oversee her daughter's wedding arrangements. Naturally, Han Ning had to pay a visit. The magistrate's wife never expected that such a small place as Xian County would have such an elegant and extraordinary young man. She already felt somewhat satisfied inwardly. When she heard that he already had 14 concubines, she became even more pleased. In this era, jealousy did not exist. A large number of wives meant that Han Ning was healthy and wealthy. At least, their daughter would live comfortably and wouldn't have to shoulder household responsibilities alone. What more could the magistrate's wife possibly want? Of course, if Han Ning could obtain some official title, it would be even better. This point was repeatedly emphasized by the magistrate in his letters. Han Ning had also studied hard behind closed doors, but lacked perseverance and needed encouragement from time to time. Obtaining an official title was not an impossible task. After meeting Han Ning, the magistrate's wife basically agreed to this marriage. She returned to the back chamber and spoke privately with her daughter for a long while. The magistrate's daughter was named Fang Zhihua. She had the typical appearance of a Jiangnan woman, delicate and gentle. More impressively, she had read extensively since childhood and carried a scholar-like demeanor. Upon hearing her mother's praises of Han Ning, she blushed and lowered her head, mentally accepting this match. With both sides in agreement and neither party contesting over dowry or gifts, the procedures were kept simple. A good day on the calendar was chosen, and soon the wedding was held. Han Ning and his concubines originally worried about how difficult it might be to deal with Fang Zhihua, but seeing her mild and gentle temperament without any arrogance, they relaxed. They welcomed her as part of their family. Han Ning stayed at home for only a few days. After accompanying Fang Zhihua back for a visit, he returned to Stone Village to take care of the new workshop. There were no large workshops anywhere in the Xian County area, so the youth looking for work found none. Hearing that Han Ning was hiring workers, the threshold almost broke due to the overwhelming response. Chapter 34, The Master. Han Xiaozi, you're finally back. Having been the village chief for more than half a lifetime sounded great on the surface. But Stone Village was so poor that basic sustenance couldn't even be guaranteed. Villagers hustled day and night just to make ends meet. Who had the time or energy to flatter the village chief? Even if they did, they wouldn't get much benefit from it. However, these past few days while helping Han Ying recruit workers, young people looking for jobs were very sweet in their talk to curry favor. Each one of them called him Chief Grandpa, which made them seem more filial than real grandchildren. For the first time, the village chief felt the benefits that power brought. He felt as if he had become years younger. His back didn't hurt anymore, his waist no longer ached, and his breathing had become smoother than ever before. When hearing that Han Ying had returned to the village chief hurriedly ran to the village entrance to greet him. Remembering that Han Ying was not like before now, being a big landowner, calling him Han Xiazi seemed inappropriate. So he quickly changed the title. Han Gongzi, the things you asked me to do have all been handled properly. In total, we've recruited 100 workers, each of them robust young men, strong as little oxen. Slicing meat, boiling it, stirring, etc. are labor-intensive tasks that require these workers to be physically fit indeed. Han Ying bowed his hands respectfully to thank the village chief. Grandpa Chief, by calling me this way, is there something you're dissatisfied with about my actions? Not to mention that I grew up in this village since childhood, thanks to the care of everyone here. And even more importantly, whenever you, Grandpa Chief, had some good food, you never missed giving me my share. As for the relationship between myself and Depao, we're close like siblings. By calling me this way, aren't you making me feel estranged, treating me as though I'm not part of your family? The tone implied complaints, but to the village chief's ears, it only warmed his heart. In this world, many people are ungrateful and turn their backs on old friends once they've become successful. How many are like Han Ying? Despite making a fortune, he still remembers the kindness of people like them. It's my fault for thinking wrong. Han Xiazi isn't someone who forgets his roots. Come, follow me home. Let the old lady cook us some fish soup. You don't know, she's become lazier. If you hadn't come, she'd trick me into eating porridge and pickles every day. Han Ying held the village chief's hand, listening to him chatter on with a smile, showing no sign of impatience. Zhang Depao secretly gave Han Ying a thumbs up behind his back. Han Go, it's always you who can do great things. No matter how annoying the elder's chatting is, you pretend to listen attentively without showing a hint of irritation. You won't understand. In my home, when I'm nagged by my grandpa a few times, I already feel headache, and I wish to find a place to hide. Han Ying sighed lightly. You don't know, being nagged is the biggest blessing. Nagging represents someone caring about you, willing to annoy you while teaching you life lessons based on what they've experienced. Perhaps their understanding may be limited, and some parts could even be wrong. This requires the person being nagged to judge, avoid, and steer clear rather than directly accusing others' concern as useless. At least this sincerity is rare and precious. After pondering over Han Ying's words carefully, Zhang Depao also tasted a sense in it. He learned to imitate Han Ying's style and sighed. When you put it that way, I also think my grandfather treats me pretty well. The most common thing I hear is his nagging. However, among all the delicious foods and fun things, he makes sure I eat and play first. He's never been like this to my other younger brothers. That's exactly the point. The one loved most is often taught the most. Han Ying patted Zhang Depao's shoulder, then stood up to leave. If you can realize this truth, then Grandpa Zhang hasn't raised you in vain. Zhang Depao followed him hastily. I'm actually smart. It's just that in the past, I only thought about messing around and didn't use my wits in the right direction. Now that you said it, I immediately understood. In the future, you should teach me more. I definitely can't be worse than Ergo. Ergo referred to Zhang Erliao, Zhang Lao's second son from his second wife. There was only about a year difference in age between him and Zhang Depao. From a young age, the two had been competing with each other, neither serving the other. It wasn't appropriate for Han Ying to meddle too much in someone else's household affairs, so he just shook his head and smiled. After eating at the village chief's house, they now went to the workshop cafeteria to check on the workers' meals and see if they were eating enough. People say food is heaven. However convincing, it would be meaningless if the stomach is empty and the workers wouldn't exert themselves fully. Also, taking this chance to chat with the workers could increase unity and cohesion. The workers were eating. A large pot contained oil-soaked cabbage and radish tofu, a big bucket of coarse rice, and there was also a huge basket of mixed flour buns. Each worker carried a massive bowl, and after finishing, they could serve themselves again. The emphasis was on large portions, ensuring fullness. These workers came from impoverished families, rarely seeing meat throughout the entire year. Each ate until they sweat profusely. Upon seeing Han Ying, fearing that he might disapprove of their heavy appetites or waste food, they instinctively stopped their chopsticks and stood nervously. Eat. Don't worry about me. Han Ying warmly greeted the workers and chatted idly with them. Our conditions are limited for now, and the food can only be like this temporarily. Don't mind it, everyone. If you're not full, speak up, and we'll have the kitchen make more. Seeing Han Ying so approachable, the workers gradually gained courage. They started chatting with him, all talking at once. Never seen an employer as generous as you. Every time we work a short-term job, the employer seems to want us to only drink kanji, and our wages get deducted again and again. Employer, will you deduct our wages? I'm counting on saving money to marry a wife. Han Ying patiently answered all the workers' questions. As long as everyone works hard and doesn't make mistakes, there's no reason to deduct wages. You haven't married yet? How old are you? Let me ask the village chief to arrange a match for you in the future. I don't dare say anything else, but I must ensure everyone is fed. Otherwise, how would you have the strength to work? Speaking of which, These workers were only teenagers or in their early 20s. In modern times, most would be studying, not even washing bowls at home. In this era, life was tough, and they had already gone out to earn a living. Han did not sympathize with anyone, but he respected others and tried his best to treat them equally. With the main concerns of the workers clearly addressed by Han, their worries were alleviated significantly. They all promised to work diligently. Knowing that the workers might feel restrained with him around, Han stayed for a while before leaving. Behind the workshop, several rows of dormitories were built, mostly housing 4 people per room. Han himself drew up the plans and asked the carpenter to make bunk beds. Additionally, each person had a single-door wardrobe, a small desk, and a chair. It wasn't much different from a university dormitory. For those who lived in a 4-person room, it was free. If one wanted better accommodation, they could pay 50 coins monthly to stay in a single room. Han inspected every dormitory room, then returned to the reserved private courtyard for himself. Zhang Depeo slapped his forehead. Han, didn't you say you were going to hire dozens of female workers? Where will they stay? Han was momentarily stunned. In modern times, it was common for men and women to share rental spaces, and he had forgotten about the traditional gender segregation. Not only should the accommodations be completely separate, but during work, efforts should also be made to keep men and women apart. Depeo, who says you're a bumbler? If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. Chapter 35, Daycare. After being praised by his idol, Zhang Depeo was a bit excited and chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Only after returning to his room did it occur to him. Who was that cursed person spreading rumors behind his back, daring to call him an empty shell? If he found out, he would definitely give that person a beating. Reminded by Zhang Depeo, Han remembered the issue of gender separation. The next day, he had a wall built on both sides of the last row of dormitories with a door left on one side. From then on, this row would be the exclusive dormitory for women. Men were forbidden to enter. Also, in order to ensure the safety of the women, an aggressive female dorm supervisor should be arranged. Female workers were not as easy to recruit as male workers. After marriage, women were responsible for taking care of their family's food and clothing, having children, and raising them. When the children grew up, they still had to help take care of grandchildren. Where was their time to work outside? Unmarried young women, on the other hand, worried about living outside and being bullied. The strapping young men were naturally good at physical labor. But when it came to fine work like packaging, they were clearly not as suitable as women. Unable to hire female workers, Han was temporarily at a loss. The village chief arrived with the women from the village. Han lad, why didn't you ask me for help when you encountered difficulties? If it weren't for what that Depeo kid mentioned, I wouldn't have known. Isn't your workshop in need of female workers? The women from our village can come help. However, they will go home in the evenings and cannot stay in your so-called dormitory. Han had not considered asking the village women for help. But most of the men in the village were already working in the workshop. If the women also worked in the workshop, the fields could only be cultivated after work. As a result, the workers would be too tired and production might be affected. In the end, agriculture is the foundation and should not be impacted by just one workshop. Moreover, every household has children. If something unfortunate happened because no one looked after them, his heart would find no peace. Upon hearing these concerns, the village chief patted Han Ying's shoulder. Oh dear, you've mistaken us old folks for useless trash? The fields must be cultivated during those days. Give the workers a few days off to plant the seeds, and the rest of the work we old people can handle. The kids are used to playing wild anyway, older ones watching over younger ones. There's no need for someone to specifically watch them. Everyone grew up this way. If anything bad really happens, it's their misfortune. What does it have to do with you? This may be true, but Han couldn't completely remove himself from responsibility. With the villagers supporting his workshop like this, he needed to relieve all their worries. In that case, let's use the courtyard of Grandpa Village Chief's house. We'll hire 2 aunties and grandmas to help look after the children. The older children are relatively easy to manage, but the very young ones need someone to always keep an eye on them, ensuring they don't get cold or hungry. The job of looking after the children is crucial, and wages will match the female workers. Additionally, the costs of grains, vegetables, and meat will all be covered by me. Don't skimp. Let the children eat well so they can grow healthily. The village chief thought it wouldn't take much effort to let the workers focus without worry, and thus agreed. He immediately went to arrange space and rooms for the children to use. Village children are sturdy and easy to care for, needing neither persuasion nor cuddling. Just hiring 2 grandmothers over 50 to provide food and ensure the children weren't cold or hungry would suffice. This light work earned them the same wage as female workers in the workshop. All the village aunts and grandmothers rushed to sign up. Even the grandma the village chief secretly admired when he was young tried to pull strings to get a spot. This caused the village chief's wife to fly into jealousy and served him congee and pickles for 3 days straight. These were trivial matters, unworthy of concern. A few days later, Stone Village established the first daycare center in the Great Qin dynasty. With all the major affairs settled, all that remained was to ensure the workshop operated smoothly. Han wanted to return home and visit his wives, while also greeting his father-in-law, the county magistrate. The county magistrate had heard of his establishment of the daycare center in Stone Village and greatly praised him, praising him for thinking of the common folk in everything he did, worrying about the country and its people. Han felt somewhat disoriented from the praise. His purpose for establishing the daycare was merely to facilitate hiring female workers, yet through the county magistrate's words, he felt great and noble. Changing the subject, the county magistrate brought up his participation in the imperial examinations. It's not necessary that you advance to any particular level. The deeds you've done now for the people of Xuanhuan County are enough for them to remember your goodness for several lifetimes. That is far more precious than official rank, more glorious to the family name. Just having a nominal title, even just a schoolboy, would grant you respect wherever you go. Han Ying also knew the benefits of having an official title. It doesn't matter whether others looked up to him or not. With such a title, he could reside in government-sponsored inns, sparing himself the trouble of not finding an inn halfway through a journey and having to sleep in the wilderness. But a scholarly title is not like a Chinese cabbage. One cannot pass the examination just by wishing for it. With his business barely on track, how could he possibly find the time and energy to prepare for the exam? Han Ying knew that the county magistrate was speaking out of genuine concern for him, so his tone was particularly sincere. Father-in-law, it's not that I'm lazy and don't want to take the exam, but I really don't have the time. Rest assured, after I'm done with this busy period, I will definitely lock myself away and study hard for 2 years. With my intelligence, passing the child scholar level, or even becoming a scholar, would be no problem at all. At first, the county magistrate felt quite pleased upon hearing Han Ying's determination to settle down and focus on his studies. But then, when Han Ying casually said that passing the scholar level would be easy, the county magistrate's mood soured once more. He reflected on his own efforts, working diligently day and night, constantly holding a book in hand, and it still took him until the age of 30 to finally become a scholar. Han Ying's offhand remark about how effortless it was to become a scholar truly showed how unaware he was of its difficulty. Still, the county magistrate appreciated that Han Ying had the intention. He didn't scold him harshly, but instead gave a few more words of encouragement before letting him go home. Han Ying returned to his house. His wives were already dressed beautifully, lining up at the second gate to welcome him. Han Ying looked at the 15 wives, each beautiful in their own way. No, to be precise, there were only 12. Wu Linglong and her 2 subordinates were fake and didn't count. Han Ying gazed at his 12 wives, each uniquely beautiful, and felt deeply satisfied. Wives weren't just wives, they were also his money gods. Of course, that would only be true if their bellies cooperated. While pondering this, Han Ying couldn't help but glance toward the stomachs of his wives. This made all the wives blush. 2 of them shyly and hesitantly approached him. After curtsying and offering their greetings, they whispered softly and bashfully, filled with pride. "Husband, we have good news." Good news? Pregnant. That meant in no more than 10 months, he would be able to complete the system task and awaken his special skill. Han Ying was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. He embraced the 2 women by their still slender waists from either side. Fantastic. From now on, you must take care of your health. Whatever food or play you desire, just speak up. You absolutely must not feel neglected. The 2 wives thanked him shyly and humbly. Chapter 36, A Play. Mrs. Han worried that the other wives might feel uneasy and develop ill thoughts. After consoling the 2 of them a bit, she started talking with the rest of the wives. Fortunately, none of them seemed to act uncomfortable. Of course, they could be hiding it well beneath calm appearances. In fact, what Mrs. Han mainly worried about was Flower Maiden. The other wives had spent long enough time together, and their personalities were all simple-hearted. Flower Maiden was different. Since she was young, she had helped her family look after their business and met a lot of people, naturally making her more cunning. Besides, Flower Maiden had used schemes to marry into this family. Mrs. Han feared that she might become jealous and do things harmful to others and herself. Since there was some suspicion, Mrs. Han decided to summon her to her room that night to give her a warning. Flower Maiden knew that she wasn't particularly favored by Mrs. Han. Apart from her designated days, she didn't often linger around her. Unexpectedly, on Mrs. Han's first night back after living outside for so long, he summoned her first. Flower Maiden was extremely surprised and pleased. She hastily changed into a prettier outfit, reapplied her makeup, and then joyfully went to meet Mr. Han. Flower Maiden didn't expect Mr. Han to call her first. Even less did she expect him to call her to warn her not to harbor bad intentions and harm the 2 unborn children. She felt both ashamed and angry, but also overwhelmed with sadness. Tears rolled in her eyes as she struggled hard not to let them fall. "Since my husband suspects me of improper conduct and wicked intentions, why don't you give me a divorce paper, and I'll return to my maiden home, never to trouble my husband again." Flower Maiden was well aware that her methods of entering the marriage weren't commendable, always feeling inferior to others. Additionally, having grown up assisting with the family business, greeting and seeing off guests had trained her mouth to speak sweet words. So, she was especially attentive in front of Mr. Han, choosing soft words every time. This was the first time she strongly expressed dissatisfaction like this. Mr. Han felt somewhat embarrassed instead. After all, Flower Maiden hadn't done anything. It was just his own suspicions. His tone softened. "I didn't say you'd definitely do something. It's just that. All right, it's my fault. I apologize to you, okay?" At this moment, Flower Maiden's tears streamed down. She turned her face while wiping her tears and stubbornly said, "I know whether you believe or don't believe in me, thinking that I'm sly, but I have never harmed anyone. Does being sly mean one will necessarily do evil? If that is how it should be, your slyness exceeds mine by far. Are you an evil person?" Her logic was tight, leaving Mr. Han speechless. He could only lower his head and apologize humbly. "It was my mistake. I wronged you. Calm down. What kind of fabric would you like? I'll buy it for you." Mr. Han really didn't know how to charm girls, and could only think of giving gifts. "Oomph, who needs those?" spat Flower Maiden lightly, gritting her teeth at Mr. Han with frustration. Despite her anger, she couldn't bear to truly separate from him. Instead, she flung herself into his arms. "What I cherish is your heart. Since I've married you, I take you as my lifelong support. The sisters here are my family. Their children, once grown up, will also respect me and take care of my old age. Why would I hurt them? In the future, my husband isn't allowed to say such heartbreaking words anymore, otherwise, I won't talk to you ever again. Mr. Han deeply regretted letting himself get influenced by TV dramas, arbitrarily suspecting Flower Maiden. From the time he arrived in this world, he had never heard stories of wife-concubine conflicts harming the children. Even in Zhang Deheo's house, though the main wife and second wife argued for jealousy half their life, the children they bore respectively still lived well. Maybe the affection towards the children born to the other side wasn't as close as those they bore themselves, but there was no intentional harm either. They received everything they needed, without any lack. Ultimately, it was just different ways of thinking. It was necessary to adapt quickly. Mr. Han stayed home for 3 days. Red Sister sent someone to invite him over. Just then, the batch of soap produced by the small workshop had dried out enough, so Mr. Han took it along and delivered it to Red Sister at the brothel Sleeve Red. As soon as the two saw each other, Mr. Han got quite a shock. Red Sister looked emaciated, listless, with thick powder failing to hide her pallid complexion. 2 medicinal plasters were stuck on her temples. She looked as if she'd aged several years. Mr. Han hurried forward to inquire. Red Sister asked Mr. Han to sit down and served him good tea. Smiling bitterly, she sighed heavily. To be honest, I am upset. There is a girl here named Qianer. She's just 16 and still a virgin. She came to me at around 10, and I noticed her delicate beauty and gentle nature. So I specially invited a master from Yangzhou to teach her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, treating her better than my own daughter. My original plan was that, if she worked hard, we could save some money while she's young, and then I would let her leave. She could live comfortably afterward, without needing to rely on anyone else's favor. But how could I have known? It seems that Sister Han was really deeply upset. After just a few words, she experienced chest tightness and shortness of breath, massaging her chest for a long while before recovering. Who would have thought that Qianer is such a foolish one? She has no interest in all the distinguished guests and gentlemen, but was deceived by a good-for-nothing man who only squanders his family's fortune. For several days, she's been nagging me about following that wretch. Tell me, what kind of situation is this? Mr. Han understood the reason behind Sister Han's anger and felt it was understandable. The wealthy gentlemen coming to Red Sleeves often spend money on pleasure. They adore someone today and another tomorrow. That penniless wretch might lack silver coins, but he knows how to fawn and flatter. Qianer is young, shielded under Sister Han's protection, so naturally hasn't encountered many men. Isn't it inevitable that she got fooled? If that man had a conscience and sincerely treated Qianer with affection, it could even be considered a beautiful story. What's feared most is just his fleeting passion. Once he gets her, he won't cherish her anymore. Take Du Xuanhuan as the best example. She met the same fate with a despicable man. Sister Han strongly agreed with Mr. Han's words, gripping his hand and nodding repeatedly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. If that wretch had a conscience, how could he keep showing up at our place every day? You must help me think of a way to persuade Qianer, that silly girl. By the way, who is Du Xuanhuan you mentioned? Can we invite her over for Qianer to meet? Perhaps hearing her story will enlighten Qianer. Du Xuanhuan is, a bright idea suddenly struck Mr. Han. Du Xuanhuan is a character from a famous play. At this point, Qianer seems entranced. The more we try to reason with her, the more stubborn she may become. Why don't we stage a play about Du Xuanhuan? Maybe after watching it, she'll come to some realization. If she still can't wake up, Sister Han shouldn't worry too much for her sake. It's also a matter of destiny. Sister Han found Mr. Han's suggestions quite reasonable. She had fallen ill for several days out of frustration with Qianer, significantly affecting Red Sleeve's business. Now Green's singing house had taken the limelight. It would be great to put on a play to bring back the lost customers. And if it makes Qianer realize her mistake, it'd be a perfect solution indeed, the best possible outcome. Chapter 37, Dead End. Han Ning watched the short play Du Xuanhuan with his junior female classmate when he was in university. The plot is quite simple, and he hasn't forgotten it. However, the lyrics were not something he remembered very clearly. He mainly wasn't really interested in this kind of story. But since his junior classmate was studying an art-related major, she needed to watch classics to improve herself. He reluctantly accompanied her to watch it. Thinking back to his college days, Han Ning sighed endlessly. Not to brag, but back then, he was the campus heartthrob, and there were countless senior and junior female students who pursued him voluntarily. Yet he fell head over heels for his junior classmate at first sight, almost bewitched by her. Even though he knew she didn't like him, he became her devoted admirer for 2 years without looking back. He lived frugally, doing multiple part-time jobs every day, spending all the money on her. 2 years later, his junior classmate made her public relationship announcement with someone else on social media. He went to confront her, asking why it wasn't him. Her reason was that he was too busy and rarely had time to be with her. Their different majors meant they had no common language. There were too many girls pursuing him, so she felt insecure. Her reasons were sufficient, leaving no one able to refute them. But Han Ning knew that the truth was that the man was a rich second-generation heir, and the money he spent on one meal for her was more than Han Ying's monthly living expenses. Mr. Han. Seeing Han Ning lost in thought, Red Sister waved her hand in front of his eyes, drawing his attention back. Mr. Han, I was wondering if you could tell me in detail about Du Xuanhuan's story. Han Ning recounted the plot in detail. As for the lyrics, I really can't remember them anymore. That's fine. I'll have someone write them. It won't take much effort. Short songs and plays were one of the few entertainment projects in this era. Hongxiu Zhao employed professional lyricists and composers. Red Sister wiped away tears with her handkerchief. That Li Jia is such a scoundrel. Du Xuanhuan is foolish. How can men be relied upon? As she lamented, She sent someone to call the lyricist. Repeating Du Xuanhuan's story again meticulously, she urged the lyricist to pause whatever he was working on and write this small play immediately. The lyricist agreed repeatedly, bowing deeply as he left. Han Ying noticed Red Sister's tone and expression conveyed impatience when she spoke with the lyricist, which piqued his curiosity. Red Sister always dealt with people in a polished and skillful manner, being warm and attentive to everyone and less provoked. It was unusual to see her speak coldly or curtly. Curiosity is human nature, and Han Ying tentatively steered the topic towards the lyricist. This elicited another look of impatience on Red Sister's face. She eventually satisfied Han Ying's curiosity. That person used to be my fiancé. I grew up poor, and there were many brothers and sisters in my family. Fortunately, the government provided some food each month, so we wouldn't starve. He lived next door to my family, and we were betrothed as children. Later, when my mother became terminally ill, the money from the government wasn't enough to buy medicine. So he said he would go out to work, earn money for dowry and my mother's treatment. But after he left, there was never any news. My mother's condition worsened, our situation becoming increasingly worse, forcing me to sell myself for 5 taels of silver. Afterward, I ended up here. I thought I would never see him again, but 10 years later, he found me. The lyricist had done all sorts of hard and dirty work in those years, finally saving up 10 taels of silver. Returning home joyfully, he envisioned living happily ever after with his beloved. Instead, he learned that his beloved had already been sold. Tracking down the woman who bought Red Sister, he eventually found her after a painstaking journey. In an age without telephones or the internet, finding someone was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. During the search, his money ran out, so he worked odd jobs temporarily, saved for travel expenses, and continued his journey. The hardships endured were innumerable and need not be detailed further. When Red Sister saw the lyricist, he looked weathered despite being only in his early 20s, with strands of white hair evident. Red Sister was both astonished and ashamed, urging him strongly to leave. No matter how she tried to persuade him, he refused to leave, rejecting the silver she offered. He insisted that Red Sister was his fiancée, and he intended to stay by her side, protecting her. Since Red Sister couldn't dissuade him, and also feeling soft-hearted after seeing his hardship, she decided to use her savings to help him open a bookstore. The lyricist stayed at the bookstore and beside Red Sister, dedicating himself to self-study during free time. Miraculously, he learned to write scripts and compose short operas. Han Ying thought that Red Sister's and the lyricist's story was even more fascinating than Du Xuanhuan's and asked her curiously, "The lyricist has treated you with sincere affection. Haven't you always said you want to retire and find a peaceful place to grow old? Why don't you renew your relationship with him?" Hearing this, Red Sister became entangled with conflicting emotions again. "I've thought about it, but I'm no longer pure. If he hadn't been my childhood fiancé, there would have been nothing." Han Ying understood what Red Sister meant. There had been affection. They were betrothed as a prelude to marriage, but after Sister Hong fell into disrepute, she felt guilty towards the young master. If not for that previous connection, when they first met and Sister Hong held her current status, and if the young master was still willing to accept her, she wouldn't have had such psychological burdens. Alas, people are so complicated. Han Ying understood Sister Hong, yet he could not change her, so there wasn't much he could say. The time grew late, and guests began arriving one by one. Han Ying didn't want to overstay his welcome, so he rose to bid farewell. "I'm still staying at the same inn, likely for a few more days. If you need me, send someone to find me." Sister Hong personally escorted Han Ying to the door, watching him walk far away before turning back inside. Qian'er had made Sister Hong sick with anger, but Qian'er wasn't entirely devoid of guilt. However, every time she saw Sister Hong, all Sister Hong would do is speak ill of Lord Lu, which made Qian'er afraid to face her. Still, Qian'er couldn't help but inquire about Sister Hong's condition from time to time, fearing that Sister Hong might sell her off to others in anger. When she heard that Sister Hong had invited a young scholar and spoken behind closed doors for quite some time, Qian'er felt uneasy and came to ask what Sister Hong wanted with Han Ying. "Mother, why are you standing in the wind when you're unwell? Let me help you back to bed to rest." Sister Hong noticed that Qian'er hadn't even bothered to groom herself, wearing rough linen clothes she must have found somewhere. Clearly, this was her way of showing determination to marry that impoverished household. Sister Hong's heart ached with both pity and anger, but she refrained from trying to persuade her again. Everyone has their own destiny. Qian'er insisted on walking down a dead-end street despite the wide-open path being available to her. There was no point in anyone else worrying on her behalf. Sister Hong calmly said, "Someone sold me a small play script, and I intend to prepare its performance within the next 2 days. Since you don't want to see clients, you'll perform this play. It's only right since I haven't let you idle around without reason." Qian'er was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of marrying that poor family. Hearing that she wouldn't have to see clients anymore filled her with joy, and she repeatedly bowed deeply to Sister Hong in gratitude. Sister Hong, feeling a pain in her chest from the irritation, suppressed her anger and sent Qian'er back to her room, unable to bear her presence any longer. Speaking of Han Ying, as he left Hong Xiao Zhao, Red Sleeve, he planned to head back to the inn to call Zhang Depeo so they could go together to try out the highly famous roasted meat legs on East Street. But just as he reached the crossroads, he was stopped by the lyricist. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Encounter. "Mr. Han, please stay a moment. I would like to ask for your help." The gentleman noticed Mr. Han Ying's surprise and gave a respectful bow. "I apologize for my audacity. Please forgive me, Mr. Han." Han Ying guessed he wanted to talk about Sister Hong. If it were about the opera, there would be no need for such assistance. Curious to hear what was on his mind, Han Ying walked with him into a nearby tea house. The shopkeeper served tea. The gentleman gestured for Han Ying to proceed first, then began explaining why he had stopped him. To be honest with you, Mr. Han, Sister Hong and I have known each other since we were children. These past few years, she has taken very good care of me. Sister Hong has shown signs of wanting to retire. I wish to stay by her side, but she has rejected me multiple times. Would you, Mr. Han, kindly speak on my behalf to her? In just a few sentences, Han Ying couldn't yet determine if the gentleman truly loved Sister Hong, but he could feel his respect for her. He didn't mention their former betrothal or how much suffering he endured searching for her or the time invested. Instead, he emphasized the gratitude he felt for Sister Hong's care over the years. Many men, especially in matters concerning women, naturally exhibited an unwavering arrogance and superiority. Their contributions often demanded compliance. Clearly, this gentleman didn't fall into that habit. Seeing Han Ying's silence, the gentleman awkwardly rubbed his hands. It is truly impolite to bring this up on our first meeting, but I am desperate and have no one else to turn to. I humbly seek your help, Mr. Han. I've heard Sister Hong speak highly of you before. She values your words greatly. Inside, Han Ying already held a favorable impression of the gentleman, but matters of the heart weren't something an outsider like him could easily decide for Sister Hong. Gentlemen, there's no need for formalities. I can certainly try to speak to Sister Hong at an opportune time. However, the result depends on fate between you two. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the gentleman rose and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Han. Regardless of the outcome, I will remain loyal to her. Han Ying's conversation with the gentleman took some time. When he returned to the inn, Zhang Depeo was complaining loudly about being starved. At this hour, going out for roasted lamb legs seemed impractical, so they settled for a simple dinner at a nearby eatery. As they ate, a young man dressed in a sky-blue silk robe entered the restaurant. Zhang Depeo faced the entrance and got a full look at the man. Under his breath, he mocked the stranger to Han Ying. TSK, such a big man wearing makeup, slicking back his hair with layers of pomade. Doesn't he know it attracts flies? Han Ying shot Zhang Depeo a glare while trying not to laugh. Misfortunes come from the mouth. How others choose to dress themselves is none of our business. Don't say unnecessary things. Completely obedient to Han Ying now, Zhang Depeo stuck out his tongue but refrained from further gossip, though his eyes kept flicking toward the man occasionally, clearly interested. Han Ying continued eating and speaking with him, calling out twice without receiving any acknowledgement. Was it really that fascinating? Curiosity piqued. Han Ying cleverly feigned asking the shopkeeper a question and turned his head to look. What he saw left him marveling internally. Zhang Depeo's critique missed the real point. While Zhang only found it odd for the man to wear makeup, Han Ying immediately sensed something unusual in the intimate connection between the man and his companion. Their gazes exchanged spoke volumes. TSK. Apparently people of every era are interested in pleasures beyond the ordinary, Han Ying thought to himself. Although he didn't wish to judge anyone's orientation, he definitely disapproved of scheming, as was evident in this man's behavior. Regardless, it wasn't his business, so Han Ying simply glanced once more and paid no further attention. Later, after finishing the meal and heading to the counter to settle the bill, Han Ying overheard the same man earnestly telling his companion, "Please wait a little longer for me. Once I manage to persuade that woman to follow me, I'll open a shop where you can live and run it as manager." His companion appeared both moved and slightly guilty. "I am indeed willing. But, would she even trust you with her money?" The man's face revealed undisguised contempt. "That woman is dumb. Just a few sweet words, and she believes me completely, thinking I'm her soulmate. She's currently arguing fiercely with her brothel madam. And besides, she's just a loose woman. It's her honor of many lifetimes that I would even consider marrying her. Taking her money would be doing her a favor." While respecting everyone's personal choices, Han Ying couldn't agree with this man's manipulative behavior. Still, it was none of his concern, so Han Ying looked away and moved on. The next day, Sister Hong sent someone to invite Han Ying over. The script and music composition were ready for review. Han Ying knew nothing about musical theory, so Sister Hong brought in a young woman to hum parts of the piece according to the score as an example. It sounded passable. With Han Ying's approval, Sister Hong instructed the humming woman, "Hurry and practice this play thoroughly. In 7 days, it must be performed on stage." The woman seemed to want to say something but hesitated, glancing briefly at Han Ying, then left quietly with the score. Her features were delicate, and despite wearing no makeup, she exuded a soft purity rarely seen in places like these. Han Ying initially assumed Sister Hong intended to create a certain persona for the woman, but Sister Hong sighed and said, "That's Chinner, the foolish child. For a man, she refuses to comb her hair or wear colorful clothes, going against me. Truly, I've raised her for nothing. If this time he still can't come to his senses, then let her be. Consider my money wasted." So this was Chinner. She indeed had a good appearance. No wonder, even without grooming, she outshone the rest. Han Ying stayed in the city for several days, supervising the purchase of 2 new workshops and overseeing workers as they expanded the tofu business. Now, they could not only produce fresh tofu, but also make dried tofu and fermented tofu. After finishing these tasks, Han Ying prepared to return home. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Sister Hong and remembered the gentleman's favor. Mentioning it to Sister Hong, he said, "I spoke only briefly with the gentleman. I dare not affirm whether his feelings for you are genuine, but he does respect you greatly. I believe respect is more important than love, and much harder to come by. Love might just be a fleeting attraction or reluctance, but respect reflects someone's inherent kindness. These matters are hard for me to elaborate on. When you have time, Sister Hong, you can reflect on them." Sister Hong remained silent and impassive, yet there was thoughtfulness in her eyes. Seeing that Sister Hong had listened, Haning understood that her decision was her own and further interference was unnecessary. With a smile, he rose and took his leave. Exiting the door, he deliberately looked around twice, ensuring the gentleman hadn't returned to seek him out. He didn't see the gentleman, but instead noticed Qian'er and a man dragging each other towards the back alley. Since Qian'er belonged to Sister Hong, and Sister Hong was his partner, both emotionally and logically, Haning felt it wasn't something he could ignore. Thus, he followed cautiously. In the alley, Qian'er broke free of the man's grasp and turned away from him. What do you want? Don't ruin your big affairs because of me. The man pulled Qian'er's hand and pleaded softly. My previous words were in anger. Don't take them seriously. My heart only holds you. Without you marrying me, I shall remain unmarried for life. Qian'er's expression softened visibly, but she still wouldn't forgive him easily. You're lying, aren't you? Wouldn't the authorities bother you if you refuse marriage? The man sounded even more earnest. Prison is preferable to living together in mutual disdain with another woman. Chapter 39, Dead Heart. Lu Lang, you're so foolish. I'm only foolish for you. I would willingly die for you. Qian'er and the man embraced each other, quietly whispering their longing and unwavering affection for each other. Haning hid behind an old elm tree, his skin crawling with goosebumps. It wasn't that the sweet words weren't pleasing to hear, but he recognized the man as the same effeminate fellow from the restaurant. No wonder Sister Hong wouldn't have him. This young man clearly had ill intentions. If it were only a matter of profit, marrying Qian'er and treating her indifferently after the wedding might have been acceptable. This young man was obviously scheming after Qian'er's money and showed her no respect whatsoever. Describing him as someone who forcibly benefits from others' kindness would be too lenient. Accusing him of fraud wouldn't even be unjustified. Haning had the utmost disdain for men like this, and his contempt for this Lu boy was doubly intense. But what could a stranger do? If he went up to Qian'er and told her how despicable her Lu Lang was, she surely wouldn't believe him. After some thought, Haning secretly returned to Hong Xiuzhou. He recounted the chance encounter between Qian'er and the one surnamed Lu. Sister Hong became both angry and worried, ready to bring them in. Haning stopped her. Sister Hong, you can capture a person but not their heart. Qian'er is obviously ensnared by this Lu's tricks. The more you try to stop her, the less likely she will give up. She might even make a rash decision and do something foolish, which would break your heart. Instead, let us take another approach. After hearing this, Sister Hong slowly nodded. There's nothing else we can do. The next day, Sister Hong woke early, changed into ordinary clothes, and asked Qian'er to accompany her to the temple to burn incense. Feeling guilty towards Sister Hong, Qian'er agreed to anything as long as it didn't involve taking over responsibilities. They sat in a carriage and arrived at the temple. After burning incense, they strolled along the street in front of the temple for a while. Sister Hong then said she was tired, so Qian'er supported her to rest at a shoe shop. Since both were young and beautiful women, the shop owner kindly arranged a corner seat for them where they could see the whole hall without being easily noticed. Though Qian'er had grown up in the brothel trade, she had always been well cared for and indulged in fine food and clothing. After drinking 2 sips of bitter tea, she couldn't bear it anymore and decided not to drink anymore. Sister Hong, however, finished her entire cup of tea. Thinking it was time to leave, Qian'er was surprised when Sister Hong called the shopkeeper and ordered several pastries. The pastries from such a small shop certainly weren't all that appetizing. Although Qian'er tried to keep Sister Hong company, she herself did not eat. She just wanted to return home quickly to practice her little play. Sister Hong had promised her that if she performed this small play well and made some money, she would let her redeem herself. But Sister Hong was leisurely eating the pastries, showing no signs of hurrying back, and Qian'er could only stay by her side. Just as boredom set in, she suddenly heard an all too familiar voice. It was Lu Lang, and unexpectedly, they met here. Was this destined? Hearing the voice of her beloved was enough to stir Qian'er's emotions and color her cheeks red with excitement. Sister Hong saw this expression on her face and sighed deeply inside. As for what was going to happen next, Sister Hong had already guessed roughly. It would surely devastate Qian'er. It was heartbreaking for her to have to endure this at such a young age. But if Qian'er didn't face reality, how would she come to her senses and understand the consequences of pursuing someone like Lu? While Sister Hong was hesitating, Lu and his companion had already begun pouring out tender affections to each other. Qian'er grew paler with every word she heard, especially when she heard Lu bragging about how that woman was so foolish and easy to deceive, willingly clinging on to him. It was clear that he was referring to her. So, her heartfelt devotion was merely a joke to him, something he boasted about. Tears streamed down Qian'er's face as she rushed toward Lu, demanding an explanation. Why do you treat me this way? Are the things you said to me all lies? Startled by Qian'er's sudden appearance, Lu became scared and felt too guilty to meet her eyes. Yet, feeling humiliated to be questioned by a woman he considered inferior, he snapped back angrily. You're just a courtesan. Who knows how many disgraceful acts you've done with countless men. Stop pretending to be innocent. I chose to flatter you because I looked up to you. What's there to complain about? Do you expect a courtesan to receive true sincerity? Are you joking? Qian'er's mind roared with noise. The face of Lu in front of her seemed both strange and cruel. Wanting to say something, she opened her mouth, but no words came out. Sister Hong approached Qian'er, supporting her and leading her back to the carriage. Looking at her broken-hearted appearance, she sighed deeply. To be honest with you, Master Han had encountered this man, surnamed Lu, a few days ago. He was with the same companion and spoke similar words. Fearing that you wouldn't believe it if we told you, we had no choice but to track Lu's whereabouts, letting you witness everything with your own eyes and ears. Even though I bought you, I have treated you like my own daughter. If you don't wish to stay with me, I can return your indenture contract and send you home. However, few men in this world are truly devoted and righteous. You mustn't easily trust the lies of men again. Qian'er's mind was in turmoil. Sister Hong's words made her feel warmth at the most helpless and heartbroken moment, and she burst into tears in Sister Hong's arms. Mother, I've made a mistake. I will never believe men again. I was wrong before, truly wrong. From now on, I will listen to you and be filial. Sister Hong was only half convinced. She believed that Qian'er's feelings at this moment were sincere, but doubted whether, given her character, she might once again become infatuated with some man. Still, eliminating Lu for the time being was considered a good thing. The two returned to Hongzhuozhou, and Hanning soon arrived as well. Sister Hong thanked him sincerely for his assistance in bringing Qian'er back. Hanning modestly smiled, and said a few polite words before mentioning he had to return to town. Sister Hong paused for a moment, and then discussed something with Hanning. I've long intended to retire, but haven't found the right person to take over. I fear these children would suffer if they're not properly taken care of. Would Master Han consider taking charge of Hongzhuozhou? I believe you're not someone who'd exploit them merely for profit. Hanning was startled. In novels, it was common to see predecessors use brothels as stepping stones to rise to prominence. But he himself had never seriously thought about doing so. Now that Sister Hong brought it up, he carefully considered it. The business is indeed good, but I lack connections in the city, which would make it hard to run. Sister Hong smirked. Master Han is truly perceptive, just as I expected. Since I intend to entrust these children to you, I'll naturally ensure their proper settlement. As for connections, Sister Hong leaned close to Han Ying's ear and softly spoke a few sentences. Han Ying couldn't help raising an eyebrow at her. Sister Hong chuckled. I knew it would shock you. Stay a few more days, and I'll introduce you to that person. Han Ying nodded in agreement and muttered to himself when he came out. How unexpected to find a princess residing in such a small place. Chapter 40. A familiar stranger comes. According to Sister Hong, there is a Qixiao hermitage nestled within the Qixiao mountain 30 miles outside of the county. In this hermitage lives a princess. The princess is the current emperor's own sister, and the abbess along with several nuns in the hermitage were formerly female officials and maidservants in the princess's household. Sister Hong was a woman destined for some good fortune. 10 years ago, she was still greeting and seeing off guests at Red Sleeves Inn. One day, while going out to participate in a banquet held by a wealthy person for his mother's birthday, she encountered a nun being harassed by local ruffians on the way. Without regard for the brothel owner's protests, she stepped forward to rescue the nun. The nun herself escaped harm, but Sister Hong's arm was slashed by the hooligan, forcing her to be replaced. The nun seldom went down the mountain. This time, it was because the princess was ill, so the nun had gone down the mountain to buy medicine for her. By coincidence, Sister Hong's arm was injured, so she also needed to go to the clinic for treatment, leading them both there together. At the medical hall, the nun didn't have enough silver coins. Sister Hong covered part of the cost. When the nun returned to the hermitage, she recounted Sister Hong's kindness to the princess. The princess was moved by how much righteousness existed among those who worked in entertainment establishments like brothels. After her illness healed, she invited Sister Hong to visit the hermitage as a guest. Though Sister Hong was a courtesan, she had genuine emotions that weren't overly affected or artificial. At first, she only thought it was lamentable that the princess, despite being in her prime, had ended up secluded in a temple, accompanying green lamps and ancient Buddhas all her life. Having leisure time, she would frequently visit the hermitage, bringing plain pastries for the princess and sharing amusing stories from the world beyond the mountains. Over time, her regular visits gradually earned the trust of the princess. On one occasion, when Sister Hong came again to visit the princess, she met the then magistrate delivering many gifts to the princess. The magistrate's attitude towards the princess was extremely respectful, which made Sister Hong curious. Only after the magistrate left did the princess reveal her identity to Sister Hong. As for why the princess had ended up in such an obscure place and taken refuge in a convent, the princess didn't explain, nor dared Sister Hong to ask further, leaving the matter a mystery. Later on, as Sister Hong began to age, she grew weary of the endless cycle of welcoming and farewelling guests, considering marrying into a decent family and retiring from her former life. Uncertain about what to do, she consulted the princess. The princess asked her counter questions. That merchant's home surely already has a proper wife. Would this proper wife be willing to accept you? Sister Hong worried about this, but tried to argue her point. I will treat her with respect, lower my pride, and flatter her to please her. How could she not accept me? The princess neither confirmed nor denied her claim, instead posing another question. Currently, as you entertain people, adorned in gold and silk, the customers treat you like a treasure, offering you silver, gold, silk, and brocade to win your favor. If you enter someone else's inner courtyard, you'll no longer enjoy such splendid days. Can you endure the loneliness? Sister Hong fell silent. The princess seemed to see through her heart and gave a faint smile, her eyes calm and composed. What's so great about men? They get a celestial beauty, then throw her aside as soon as they turn their backs. Why should you bend yourself just for a man? Sister Hong wasn't planning on retiring to marry any specific man either. But if she didn't marry, where could she possibly settle? The princess smiled lightly. Why must we always rely on men to give us a roof over our heads? You have money, connections, and me too. Why not open your own brothel and be the boss? How delightful. For courtesans, their best endings are either to retire honorably or run a house themselves. Sister Hong, having been enlightened by the princess, realized her personality could never withstand the loneliness and coldness that followed retirement to live a proper married life. Therefore, she decided on the other path. The princess gave Sister Hong a token, a jade plaque engraved with the character Phoenix on its back. Whenever Red Sleeves encounters difficulties, showing this plaque to the magistrate would secure protection from the authorities. As a madam for more than 10 years, through 3 or 4 changes in magistrates, the Phoenix character jade plaque always remained effective. This time, Sister Hong really intended to retire, introducing Han Ing to the princess during their farewell. It wasn't merely for allowing the young women of Red Sleeves in to continue living peaceful lives. She also wanted Han Ing to take better care of the princess. Yes, the princess had the protection of the government and close attendants taking diligent care of her. But Sister Hong still couldn't help but worry. The princess was too lonely. At the age of slightly over 30, her eyes carried a weariness like that of an old matron on the verge of decline. Happy people wouldn't have such eyes. As fellow women, Sister Hong felt deeply sorry for the princess. Not knowing exactly what she could do to help, she thought, perhaps Han Ing, who was trustworthy and wise, could accompany the princess sometimes, potentially making her happier. Han Ing specially changed into new clothes for the meeting with the princess, meticulously grooming his hair to show his respect for the princess. He also brought a few small presents for the princess. Although the gifts were modest, the gesture mattered. It's improper to arrive empty-handed. Zhang Depeo heard that Han Ing was especially dressed up and heading to the nunnery, instantly conjuring up odd scenarios from tales in his mind. He wore an admiring and yearning expression. Han brother, you really play things differently. Let me tag along, would you? It was the first time meeting the princess, and without knowing the princess' temperament, Han Ing didn't think it appropriate to bring Zhang Depeo. You'd better amuse yourself around the city. It's too dangerous out there for you. Zhang Depeo felt hurt and was bubbling with Bu Fuqit. He looked wistfully at Han Ying's retreating figure, almost on the verge of tears. He was about to get married soon too. Why was he considered inappropriate? Han Ing and Sister Hong rode out of the city in the same carriage. Out of curiosity, Sister Hong teased him. Mr. Han, don't panic. Though she has a cold personality, she is very gentle. Even if you are a bit careless, she won't make things difficult for you. I wonder what kind of gifts Mr. Han has brought as a first meeting present. Han Ing calmly opened the package, revealing several bars of soap, a few bottles of perfume, and 2 small jars of pickles. The esteemed one probably lacks nothing. I can only express my sincerity this way. Sister Hong then knew she had chosen the right person. Such meticulousness without overstepping or being presumptuous in young men is indeed rare. The princess residence was not actually within the Qishan nunnery. It required passing through the nunnery and going out from the back door. Following the winding path built along the mountain, after about 100 steps upward and turning past a bamboo grove, 3 tiny but exquisite cottages came into view. In front of the cottages were a few rose trellises, while under the veranda lay a couple of faded putin cushions. A woman dressed in half-new lotus-colored clothing leaned against the porch railing, occasionally tossing handfuls of crushed rice grains, watching the sparrows hopping and eagerly pecking at them. The scene was beautiful, yet Han Ing inexplicably felt a twinge of sadness. Even he couldn't explain where this sadness stemmed from, whether it was for her or himself. For a moment, he froze in place, seemingly unable to move. Sister Hong hurriedly nudged him quietly, wanting to remind him that such unrelenting staring wasn't appropriate, even for a common woman. She also regretted not giving Han Ing more instructions earlier. But who would have thought that the usually refined and poised Han Ing could lose his composure upon seeing the princess? After tugging Han Ying's sleeve several times secretly, still there was no response from Han Ing. He continued to stare fixedly at the princess. Sister Hong was growing anxious enough to break out into sweat when the princess seemed disturbed by Han Ying's gaze and looked up. At the instant she saw Han Ing, she abruptly stood up. It was over. The princess must be angry. How unambitious of Master Han. Chapter 41, Dying Soon. Pay respects to the princess. Sister Hong couldn't care less about Han Ing for now and took the lead in greeting the princess. Fortunately, her greeting successfully drew the princess's attention away. The princess's gaze turned towards Sister Hong, with an excitement she had never seen before, one that was being suppressed. You've come. Brew me a cup of tea. The princess sat back down under the veranda, deliberately avoiding looking at Han Ing, as if deliberately ignoring his presence. Sweat trickled from Sister Hong's palms as she bowed and replied, yes, subtly hinting that Han Ing should leave with her. But the princess emphasized her words. Go brew me a cup of tea. Fetching water for the tea meant going to the hermitage, so it was clear that the princess wanted to send her away so she could speak alone with Han Ing. Sister Hong worried that the princess might punish Han Ing, but she dared not defy the princess's order, which would only make her angrier. All she could do was signal Han Ing repeatedly, implying he figure out how to apologize to the princess himself. Yet Han Ing remained dazed, staring at the princess, unaware if he'd caught Sister Hong's hints or not. Biting her lip, Sister Hong left first, lowering her head. She knew men were lustful creatures. She shouldn't have brought Han Ing to meet the princess. What's your name? As Sister Hong's figure disappeared at the end of the bamboo grove, the princess's voice abruptly rang out. Han Ing. Han Ing answered directly and bluntly, even without any polite terms. The princess didn't notice his rudeness, her brows furrowed tightly. Han Ing, how old are you? When is your birthday? It was impolite, even taboo, to ask someone's birthday on the first meeting. Neither Han Ing nor the princess seemed to notice anything wrong with this question. Han Ing frowned deeply, pondered seriously for a moment, and shook his head. I don't remember. The princess finally looked at Han Ing. Don't remember? How can anyone not remember their own birthday? Really don't remember. Han Ing recovered his ease, explaining calmly. I got sick once, and I don't remember things from before. The princess slowly nodded thoughtfully, her slender pale fingers supporting her forehead as she closed her eyes slightly. Tell me about yourself, as much as you remember. The villagers say I was brought to Stone Village by a very young uncle when I was very small. When Sister Hong and a nun returned with the teaware and freshly boiled water to the refined quarters, Han Ying and the princess were standing by a rose trellis. Han Ying praised the beauty of the roses, and the princess listened with a smile, her eyes occasionally darting to his face. Sister Hong, who had been anxiously concerned, finally felt relieved. She'd always known Han Ying was a good kid, and indeed he managed to make the princess happy. Don't think lightly just because the princess smiled faintly. You must know that usually the princess often wore a blank expression. To put it bluntly, and risk being disrespectful, she was like a lifeless clay statue. Even when she smiled, it was merely the corners of her mouth twitching without a hint of real joy in her eyes. But right now, there was warmth emanating from her entire being. That's how people should be. The princess has been standing for quite a while now. Come and rest with a cup of tea. Be careful not to get dizzy from the sun. Tea fragrance diffused in front of the quarters. Sister Hong served the first cup to the princess. Following the princess's lead, she went back under the veranda and sat down by the small tea table. Without needing to be asked, Han Ying sat next to the princess. While boiling tea for the two of them, Sister Hong speculated in her heart. Though there's a difference of more than 10 years between the princess and Han Ying, the princess isn't old and she's royalty after all. Perhaps soon she would have to address Han Ying as prince consort. That would naturally be a good thing. However, a prince consort wouldn't patronize Red Sleeve Brothel, delaying her retirement plan yet again. After drinking tea, the princess said she felt tired, so Sister Hong and Han Ying bowed to take their leave. On the way back in the carriage, Sister Hong half joked, half probed. You were staring so intently at the princess just now, you really scared me. Isn't the princess beautiful? Who do you think is more charming compared to me? Han Ying knew Sister Hong was teasing him, but responded unusually seriously. The princess is different. Of course, the princess was different. The sister of the Son of Heaven, a born Golden Branch Jade Leaf, destined to enjoy privileges all her life as long as she didn't commit treason and rebel. Sigh, how could commoners compare? After seeing the princess, Han Ying agreed to take over Red Sleeve Brothel, greatly surprising Sister Hong, who had assumed Han Ying was going to become the prince consort. Han Ying was greatly surprised by her assumption. What kind of prince consort am I supposed to be? Why would I ever become a prince consort? His tone and expression made it seem like Sister Hong had told a huge joke. Sister Hong became a little irritated. The way Han Ying and the princess got along immediately made one suspect too much. But then again, she was secretly glad. Now that Han Ying agreed to take over Red Sleeve Brothel, she could finally retire. Retirement wasn't something one could walk away from immediately, though. Before leaving, she had to gather and bid farewell to her old sisters. After all, Sister Hong planned to spend her old age in Jiangnan, and whether they'd see each other again was uncertain. At the same time as gathering with her sisters, she took the opportunity to introduce some old customers to Han Ying, who temporarily stayed at Red Sleeve Brothel. One day, Sir came to find Han Ying again. His face was sallow, his eyes lifeless, and he looked as if he had aged several years since their first meeting. Upon seeing Han Ying, Sir let out a long sigh. Sister Hong spoke to me about her plans to go to Jiangnan. I simply don't know what to do. Han Ying felt that Sir truly cared for Sister Hong. Sister Hong also wasn't entirely without feelings for Sir, but there was a psychological barrier she couldn't get past. When it came to other people's affairs of the heart, advice didn't always work, and could even lead to resentment. After pondering for a while, Han Ying came up with an idea for Sir. As Sir listened, his eyes grew brighter, though he still seemed hesitant. Will this really work? And if Sister Hong finds out, will she blame me? Han Ying gave Sir a firm pat on the shoulder. If you don't make one last effort, once Sister Hong goes to Jiangnan, you might never see her again. Does it even matter whether or not she blames you? Sir thought deeply for a long time, clenched his fists tightly, thanked Han Ying with a bow, and left in determined strides. That evening, Sister Hong had another engagement with her sisters. Before leaving, she gave instructions to Han Ying. I'll leave the shop in your hands. If the girls don't listen, feel free to scold them. Tomorrow, head to the official office to sign the contract. Once you do, Red Sleeve Brothel will officially be yours. Over these past few days, Han Ying had already gotten a good grasp of how things worked at Red Sleeve Brothel. Sister Hong could rest assured leaving everything to him while setting off to Jiangnan herself. Just as Sister Hong reached the door, a half-grown child rushed in breathlessly, shouting loudly. Which one is Sister Hong? Your man is about to die? You should go take a look right now. Had it not been for the fact that the messenger was just a child, Sister Hong would have slapped him hard. To start business and immediately receive news of someone dying under her doorsteps, it was certainly bad luck. Han Ying guessed it must be Sir following his suggestion. Only the person chosen to deliver the message was clearly incompetent. Still, he had to ask on behalf of Sister Hong. Brother, please calm down and explain yourself clearly. You mentioned a man. Can you tell us who exactly? Why do you say he's about to die? The half-grown boy scratched his head. Why? Isn't it Mr. Bai from the back alley? He's been sick, and multiple doctors have refused to prescribe any remedies, which surely means he's close to death. Chapter 42. Opening a shop. The doctor earns from house calls, but the bulk of the profit comes from the patient's family buying medicine. Unless it is an incurable illness, the doctor will always write a prescription when they visit. Prescribe for those with illness and give warming tonics to those without, and then advise how many doses one should take if they feel like it, or not at all if they don't. If the medicine is purchased, there's additional earnings. If not, it still appears as though the doctor hasn't wasted his diagnosis fee. Without even writing a prescription, which is what several doctors would do, this clearly indicated Mr. Bai was gravely ill. Ms. Hong's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. She stood still for a moment, then lifted her skirt and ran off swiftly. Mr. Han knew that the idea he had given Mr. Bai worked. Smiling, he ordered everyone around who had gathered to ask about what happened to go back to their own business. Ms. Hong went away and did not return the entire night. Chinner grew worried, inquiring of Mr. Han whether they should send someone to check on the situation. Mr. Han simply said there was no need to worry. Chinner bit her lips and huffed. Mother has treated you kindly, yet when she encounters something, you show no anxiety. You're truly heartless. Mr. Han was amused by her outburst. This little girl was not very old, but her mind was too dark, judging him as a villain without knowing the truth. Considering she had just been deceived by a man, probably her psychological scars were still unhealed, so he did not argue with her and busied himself elsewhere. Chinner gritted her teeth behind his back, almost tearing apart the ribbon of her garment. The next day at noon, Ms. Hong finally returned. Chinner had been worried all night and rose early. Finally waiting for Ms. Hong to return, she rushed down like the wind, holding her hand to carefully examine her. Mother, how long have you been gone? Are you all right? Teacher, is the teacher's condition better? Speaking of this, Ms. Hong clenched her teeth in frustration. That cursed one didn't have any disease at all. Spitting. Indeed, Min spoke not a single word of truth. Although feeling angry inside, the smile could not be concealed from her eyes. All clear, already healed. Healed? Yesterday that child said it seemed as if teacher was on his last breaths. Now suddenly he was healed? Chinner didn't understand, but Ms. Hong wasn't willing to talk more about this topic. Claiming fatigue, she went upstairs to rest. With Ms. Hong as this effective remedy, the next day teacher showed up at Red Sleeve House beaming with joy, changing from being quiet and reserved, dressed in new clothing, walking with head held high and chest puffed out. He didn't stop smiling. Only then did everyone realize how tall and handsome teacher looked. It was just that normally he carried a weary demeanor, causing people to overlook his looks. The teacher came to pick up Ms. Hong. Seeing her descend from the upper floor, forgetting to speak with others, he quickly reached the bottom of the stairs to offer his arm. Ms. Hong took the teacher's arm, her corners of her mouth also curving into a smile. Everyone had a sudden realization and congratulated them accordingly. The teacher's expression deepened with even more joy, repeatedly bowing deeply to everyone, thanking profusely. Thanks to everyone's help. Thanks to everyone's help. Ms. Hong and the teacher held a banquet in the capital city, ostensibly as a farewell to relatives and friends. During the banquet, they announced that they had registered their marriage certificate in the government offices, becoming an officially wedded couple. Given Ms. Hong's origins in a brothel, the wedding shouldn't be celebrated too flamboyantly. Using the farewell notice to inform everyone was already rare in its grandiosity. After the feast, Ms. Hong and the teacher traveled to Jiangnan on a hired large ship. Before departure, Ms. Hong and the teacher individually invited Mr. Han to thank him for his arrangements, both Red Sleeve House and the marriage affairs, along with the soap business. Originally, a year-long contract was signed, but Mr. Han also agreed to dissolve it. With Ms. Hong's departure, Mr. Han fell into trouble. Both Red Sleeve House and the soap business had lost their footing, yet he couldn't let go of Xuanhuan County. Zhang Depeo volunteered to help guard the capital city, but Mr. Han slapped his hand back. Don't think I don't know what your little schemes are. I tell you plainly, don't dream about lurking around the brothels, spoiling your body. Zhang grandfather will certainly blame me for my life. Zhang Depeo's thoughts were ruthlessly exposed, leaving him unable to speak further. Mr. Han pondered repeatedly and selected a stable young woman from Red Sleeve House to manage the business. Protected by Princess Gu, no one dared to cause trouble lightly. The soap business was even more crucial and should not be neglected, thus opening a store was more suitable. But, running a store selling only soap would be wasteful, so including the perfume and cosmetics businesses made sense as well. As for who should oversee the store's business, Mr. Han had already decided, none other than Sister Hua. Upon hearing that Mr. Han had entrusted such a big business to her, Sister Hua was so shocked she stammered. I, in my previous home, only helped greet guests on behalf of my parents. Neither able to read accounts nor adept in contracts. Dear, please don't trouble me anymore. How could I possibly handle so much? If Mr. Han had anyone else available, he wouldn't have thought of entrusting the matter to his wives. Not that he looked down on women, but in this era, it was considered a blessing for women to stay secluded at home. Letting his wives work outside would make him unwilling, right? You help me look after the shop for a while. With account books and contracts, the more you read, the more you will understand. Besides, I will let Brother Depeo Zhang assist you. Upon hearing that Zhang Depeo would also be at the shop, Sister Hua became even more reluctant. An unmarried man and woman working closely might bring trouble. It would sound bad despite being proper. Finally, Li Xiu voluntarily proposed to accompany Sister Hua to the city, which made her agree. Han Ying had just returned home, stayed only one night, and then escorted the two women to the city, staying there until they were comfortable before returning home. These two trips combined took nearly 2 months. The two pregnant wives were beginning to show. Han Ying was overjoyed because inside them were not only his own children, but also his financial blessings. He deliberately set aside 2 days to do nothing but stay home with his wives. After 2 days, he departed again for Stone Village, intending to further expand the workshop and include perfume and cosmetics production as well. Just as the carriage arrived outside the workshop, he heard a commotion of quarrels and cursing. Getting out of the carriage, he inquired about the situation and learned that a female worker had come out secretly with a man, whose arrival was now causing a disturbance, demanding the woman return with him. As he listened, a thin-faced man with triangular eyes dragged a sickly, yellow-faced woman from inside. The woman still wore an apron, with several slap marks crisscrossing her face, crying profusely as she resisted leaving. I won't go back. You only gamble. If I don't work, the children are starving to death. The man turned around and slapped the woman again. TCH, since I married you, you belong to me. If you dare run away again, I'll break your legs. Many people couldn't bear watching, but hesitated to intervene on behalf of the woman. However, Han could not ignore the situation and stepped forward, blocking the couple's path. Seeing Han dressed in silk, the man's attitude slightly moderated. Don't think your money gives you the right to meddle in my family affairs. Women should stay at home and have children, not work jobs like this. Han looked at the incapable and shameless man before him, offering a faint smile. I don't intend to interfere in your family matters. I merely want to retrieve my silver. Chapter 43, Friend of the Female Workers. At the mention of silver, the man blinked his murky eyes quickly, putting up a bold front and retorted. What silver? Did my wife sell herself to you? I'm the head of the family. Without my signature, any sale to you is useless. She hasn't sold herself to me. Han remained calm, gesturing for the manager to bring over a stack of contracts. Just that your wife signed a contract with us. She can only resign after 6 months, and must apply 1 month in advance to leave. Otherwise, she has to compensate me with 10 taels of silver. Not just your wife. All workers sign a contract before employment. It's stamped by the official government office. You can take a look at a few samples if you want. If you can't read it, you can always have someone else check it. The man was illiterate, but judging from Han Ying's expression, he believed he wasn't being deceived. It was impossible to give 10 taels of silver. Even if he had it, he wouldn't. Instead, he sat on the ground, clapping his hands and making a ruckus, trying to get Han to expel him and his wife through intimidation. The woman wanted to help him up, but she got slapped across the face, almost falling over. Yet, she refused to change her mind and go back with him. Han felt inclined to help the woman. Looking down on the man calmly, he said, This land belongs to me. This workshop is mine too. If I report you for causing trouble here and accuse you of trespassing, you'll end up in prison. That's right, I made a mistake. A scoundrel like you doesn't even deserve prison food. You'll be working as slave labor for scraps. I will count to 3. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The man, who bullied the weak but feared the strong, fled when he realized Han was serious about reporting him. With tears streaming down her face, the woman thanked Han. It's not proper to disturb the master, but it's really my husband's fault. There's no one taking care of my in-laws or children at home. I have no choice but to rely on the master for some money for rice. Hearing the woman speak, Han noticed her speech resembled someone educated and became curious. Have you read books? The woman looked embarrassed, turned her head slightly, revealing a birthmark the size of an egg behind her ear. I'm ugly, so no one dared to ask for my hand. When I turned 18, I was forced into marrying my current husband. That explained it. No good family would let their daughter marry such a despicable person. Han gently signaled for the woman to rise. You work for me, I pay you wages. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. No need for formalities. Since you've read books and know how to write, when the new factory is built, you'll manage some accounts for me as a supervisor. One cannot always depend on men. One must stand on one's own 2 feet. Not for oneself, but for one's children. The woman was deeply grateful to Han, thanking her profusely before wiping her tears and returning to work. Everyone gradually dispersed. Han summoned the manager to the office. Today's incident reminded me, there might be more than one case like this. Assign 2 sturdy young men to guard the entrance. Do not easily let strangers inside. 1, to avoid troublemakers, and 2, everything we produce needs to be kept clean. We cannot allow just anyone to enter our premises and risk contaminating anything. The manager agreed wholeheartedly, blaming himself for not thinking thoroughly earlier, and immediately arranged personnel accordingly. Han considered this merely an unexpected event and did not give it further thought after resolving it. Unexpectedly, after word spread about the matter, the number of female workers applying at the workshop suddenly increased several-fold. Some were from the same county, while others came from different counties. Poorer and remoter areas often produced more people unwilling to improve. This was quite logical. A youth may have once been full of ambition, but without opportunities to display his talent, he gradually loses motivation and becomes complacent, numb to life. Men can grow indifferent, but women cannot. After all, children are born from women, and no mother would willingly see her child starve or freeze. Often, the less capable a man is, the more he values saving face. He earns no money himself yet refuses to let his wife earn money outside the house. He fears his wife's earning will prove his ineptitude. He's inferior to a woman. Originally, these women dared not defy their husbands and would never entertain the idea of leaving home to earn money for the family. Upon hearing that signing Han Ying's contract required staying for 6 months, with no possibility of being forcibly returned by their husbands, the women were tempted. They eagerly fled from home secretly, thinking that even half a year's income would enable them to buy more grain for the family and ensure their children ate more filling meals. These women each had their own hardships, and Han Ying tried her best to arrange positions for all of them. For those who could do nothing special, there were still jobs involving carrying heavy items or cleaning around the workshops. Of course, positions varied and thus the wages differed. To these women, earning any money was a dream beyond imagination, a much better situation than staying at home starving with their children. Eventually, thanks to the spread of this news, applications surged manifold. Some were local, and some came from other counties. Poverty-stricken areas often harbored many unambitious people. There's logic to it. Ambition fades when dreams are consistently unmet. These people become dispirited, settling for whatever comes their way and losing sensitivity towards life. Though men could afford indifference, women couldn't. They cared deeply about their children. Incompetent men often pride themselves despite lacking income and resist letting their wives earn outside, afraid that their wives' earning would highlight their own inadequacy compared to women. Women typically dare not rebel against their husbands, nor harbor thoughts of stepping out to support the family. Word spread fast that signing Han Ying's contract meant committing to half a year, which also meant their husbands wouldn't force them back. Women started longing to try it. Racing out from homes quietly, they sought to contribute to buying more rice and ensuring their children ate, well, even for half a year. Each of these women bore significant burdens and reasons for seeking jobs, and Han Ying accommodated most by assigning them various roles. Those who couldn't do anything technical could still help carry things, move items, or maintain cleanliness. Certainly, different roles commanded different wages. To these women, earning money seemed like an unattainable dream. No matter how little, it far outweighed waiting idly at home with hungry children. In just half a month, the workshop had expanded from over 100 people to 300. The majority of them were female workers. The dormitories Han Ying had originally planned for the women obviously weren't enough anymore. Initially planned for 2 people per room, they later became 4 and then 6 people per room. During the sweltering days, windows and doors couldn't be opened, turning rooms into blazing furnaces. Yet, none of the women complained. Eating 3 meals a day at the workshop was a blessing. Complaining would only invite thunderbolts from the heavens. The female workers treasured this hard-won opportunity for work, but still worried about their children back home. Often, some would weep quietly or leave after just a few days because the longing for their children was unbearable, begging Han Ying to let them return home. Han Ying wasn't someone who needed to keep these workers no matter what. It was simply pitying their difficult survival conditions. Those who ran away must have been in extreme hardship. Returning after just a few days could mean going back to the hardships they previously endured. Because of gender differences, Han Ying couldn't personally give emotional support to the female workers. So, he called upon 2 talkative and kind-hearted housewives. He instructed them to frequently check on the lives and emotions of the female workers. If any troubles were found, they should do their best to help solve them. If it proved insurmountable, they could always approach him with the issues. After heart-to-heart talks with the female workers, these housewives concluded their main worry, missing their children back home. Those with elderly family members to take care of their kids were somewhat better off, but if there were no elders or unhealthy elders involved, their worries heightened, whether their children would starve or face any accidents. After deliberating for 2 days, Han Ying decided to expand the nursery. For the female workers willing to send their children to the nursery, each child would cost 100 cash monthly, including 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, several rows of single-unit dormitories were added to accommodate female workers staying with their children, but an extra 10 cash monthly rent was charged for these rooms. This 10 cash didn't go into Han Ying's pocket. It was used to buy firewood for winter heating and to pay wages to cleaning workers. All the female workers regarded Han Ying as a living bodhisattva, filled with gratitude that words couldn't describe. And it wasn't an exaggeration either. Across all of Deqian, one couldn't find another boss who cared for the workers so meticulously. Chapter 44. Intentions. Some female workers have many children at home. After paying childcare and rent, they barely have money left in a month. But being able to see their children every day, ensuring they are well fed and clothed, is still much better than staying at home. Suddenly, Shirtu village has increased by hundreds of people, and the daily demand for food and vegetables is not insignificant. The happiest people are the villagers of Shirtu village. The strong-bodied work in the workshop, while the elderly and older children are responsible for growing vegetables at home. Whether it's radishes or cabbages, what is grown can be sent to the workshop. Even the spoiled vegetable leaves that people cannot eat have uses. Raising a few chickens and ducks can still earn money when sending them to the workshop. Not only is it easier to make money now, but after school hours, the teachers from the daycare center, after dinner, also teach everyone how to recognize characters at the gate. A horizontal stroke is 1, 2 strokes is 2. Even toothless grandfathers are willing to follow along and learn. Let's put it this way. Ever since Han Ying set up her workshop, the faces of the villagers in Shirtu village all lit up with joy. Men beating their wives? That doesn't exist. If you have the strength to beat your wife, you might as well use it to plow more fields. Mothers-in-law scolding daughters-in-law? What kind of joke is that? Daughters-in-law make no less money than sons do. Save for 2 years to build a large house. Isn't that better than living in the current grass hut? Material foundations determine the superstructure. In Shirtu village, everyone eats enough. If they are willing to work hard, they can make money. Who has time to quarrel about trivial matters? Even their mental outlook has improved significantly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The piglets that Han Ying provided silver up front to distribute among the farmers had all grown up. The workshop now expanded to over 500 people, managing 4 products simultaneously. The shop in the county city was booming, and the workshop worked overtime constantly, yet orders were scheduled several months into the future. Han Ying still had to manage the business of Hongzhuzhou regularly. She had to visit the princess once every 1 or 2 months. And there were the 2 pregnant daughters-in-law nearing their due dates. She had to inquire about reliable midwives ahead of time, treat them well with good tea and meals after inviting them home. Han Ying was so busy every day she could barely keep up, juggling tasks without pause. Fortunately, she had multiple wives, each taking on a portion of the work. Otherwise, Han Ying would barely have time to breathe. The county magistrate sent someone to remind Han Ying that it was time to recover the pork according to the contract. Han Ying slapped her forehead and rushed back to town to meet the magistrate without even changing clothes. If it weren't for father-in-law's reminder, I really would have forgotten about this. It's just that I've had too much on my hands recently, and Zhang Depeo went to Jiangnan to deliver goods. We can't find any manpower. Could you please ask Clerk Zhang to help me out for a few days? At least get the pigs collected. Otherwise, the commoners won't feel at ease. Raising pigs also involved the county magistrate. So if Han Ning didn't trouble him usually, it was because he also gained benefits from the venture. With Han Ning being overwhelmed, the magistrate also couldn't avoid handling everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deserved his share of the profits. Clerk Zhang helping out for a few days is acceptable, but he is old. Running around the mountains and rivers might be too much for his health. Maybe I can assign a few clerks to help you instead. The magistrate didn't plan to pocket the profit himself, originally signing the agreement under the name of the county office. Once the profits are collected, they will all be handed over to the official treasury, so sending a few clerks to handle this matter wasn't abusing power for personal gain. Han Ning laughed and shook her head. There's no need. You can just leave this matter to Clerk Zhang. If he's too busy, he'll naturally find others to help him. The magistrate didn't understand why Han Ning insisted on involving Clerk Zhang, but since she said so, the magistrate allowed it. Actually, Han Ning noticed that Zhang Depeo and his brothers didn't have serious conflicts, but merely some petty grievances in their hearts since they weren't born of the same mother. Even 10 fingers are not all perfectly aligned. It's normal for siblings to bicker when they were younger, but during major events, they still must support each other. Han Ning deliberately entrusted the task of collecting grown pigs to Clerk Zhang in order to help reconcile the relationship between Zhang Depeo and his brothers. Clerk Zhang was physically strained, and Zhang Depeo wasn't around, so the task fell to Zhang Erpeo. When Zhang Depeo returned, he couldn't object either. Moreover, since Zhang Erpeo helped out, doing a favor, there would be mutual interactions later, leaving Zhang Depeo unable to complain further. With frequent interactions, the relationship between the two brothers would gradually improve. Just as Han Ning predicted, Clerk Zhang, despite being old, spent 2 days riding in an ox cart visiting the countryside and felt quite worn out. Thinking of returning the task, yet feeling trusted by both the county magistrate and Han Ning, who entrusted him with such an important matter, abandoning it seemed too regrettable. He then took Zhang Erpeo along, sitting only on the ox cart to count out silver and handle communications with the farmers, leaving Zhang Erpeo to handle the labor-intensive tasks like weighing. Zhang Erpeo always knew that Clerk Zhang favored someone. Even bringing him out this time was because Zhang Depeo wasn't around. Thus, he resolved to perform excellently, letting Clerk Zhang see which grandson was truly capable. After almost half a month of running around across large parts of Shirtu County, they finally managed to collect all the fully grown pigs that were signed up in contracts. Some farmers, seeing the high price offered by Clerk Zhang, brought their pigs to sell without a contract. Clerk Zhang thought, it's not easy for commoners to make some quick money, and since Han Ning has such a big business, losing 1 or 2 pigs won't matter much. So he took the initiative to buy them back. Thousands of adult pigs were collected at once. Just feeding them every day was a huge expense. Additional manpower had to be hired to supervise and clean up the excrement to prevent disease. For every extra day these adult pigs lived, Han Ning would have to spend a large sum of silver. With a single command from Han Ning, kill. All the butchers in the county should be invited to do the job together. To say nothing of exaggeration, the water in the river those days turned red. At first, there were still people who took the pig blood for free, boiling it to give to the elderly and children at home as a treat. Later, not just the pig blood, no one wanted the offal, trotters, or ears either. There were simply too many, impossible to eat all. And then another problem arose. Thousands of adult pigs meant hundreds of thousands of pounds of pork. After removing the fat for oil rendering, there were still tens of thousands of pounds of lean meat left. So much meat, throwing it away would definitely be wasteful. But keeping it wasn't an option. With no cold storage or ice houses, it would go bad and rot within 3 to 5 days. The magistrate was extremely worried and specially summoned Han Ning to ask about the disposal plan for the lean meat. This wasn't a trivial matter of wasting a few taels of silver. So many piles of rotten meat could easily cause an epidemic. Han Ning was well prepared. Father-in-law, don't worry. I've set up a workshop specifically to dry the meat into jerky. These pieces of meat won't be an issue. The magistrate felt reassured and sighed with relief. He looked at Han Ning with a faint smile. Thankfully you are thoughtful, again effortlessly coming up with a way to make money. But Han Ning shook her head. With soap and perfumes, we've already made enough profit. As for this batch of dried meat, I don't intend to make money. It's meant for delivery to the border, to console the soldiers guarding our frontiers. The lives of common folk are hard, and with some effort, they can barely fill their stomachs, but the soldiers risk their lives to protect us all. This small amount of dried meat is insignificant. It's just my way of letting the soldiers know that we civilians understand their sacrifices and contributions, and who they're fighting for. Chapter 45, The Rural Education Initiative. Magistrate's shock was evident upon hearing Han Ying's words. He stood there dumbfounded for a while before coming back to his senses, and, surprisingly, stood up to straighten his clothes and bowed deeply to him, scaring Han Ning, who quickly jumped away. Father-in-law, let's talk nicely. Your bowing like this will surely cut into my lifespan. The magistrate replied solemnly. With just those few sentences from you, I admit I am inferior to you. Respecting you is only proper. Han Ning gave a bitter smile and helped the magistrate sit back down. We're all on the same side. You need not say these things. The task of sending jerky to comfort the border troops still needs your effort. The magistrate nodded slowly. Without official approval, Han Ning, as a mere businessman, loudly sending items to the border could easily lead to trouble, perhaps even suspicions of ulterior motives. Moreover, if the soldiers experienced any discomfort or diarrhea after eating the jerky, Han Ning might lose his life altogether. After considering it all night, the magistrate realized he couldn't do this monumental task alone. Consulting with Han Ning, he then ran off to seek advice from the governor. Though giving food to the soldiers at the border was undoubtedly a good deed, in the mouths of ill-intentioned individuals, it could also be twisted into something malicious or even dangerous. The governor had no significant connections within the court either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been exiled to such an impoverished place to serve as an official. Still unwilling to miss the opportunity for some exposure, he thought about someone specific, but it wasn't appropriate to mention this individual to the magistrate directly. So, he dismissed him to rest at the inn overnight and decided they would continue the discussion the next day. After the magistrate left, the governor changed into his official robes, deliberately sprinkling some perfume on his clothing, and rode in his private carriage to meet the princess. He didn't dare to claim all the credit, explaining that a merchant from the county felt gratitude towards the border soldiers and wanted to send some jerky as a token of appreciation. He also mentioned that the county magistrate strongly supported the idea, but, being of low rank and influence, dared not make bold moves, so came to him for assistance. Unable to make a decision himself, the governor sought counsel from the princess. Although the princess had not become a nun, she had long regarded herself as someone beyond worldly affairs, originally uninterested in these trivial matters. When the governor mentioned the merchant surnamed Han, confirming after further inquiry that it was indeed Han Ning, she paused slightly, deep in thought. Subsequently, without another word, she called for her attendant to bring writing materials and composed a letter, ordering the governor to send it to the capital. There was only one person this letter should go to besides the emperor. After receiving and reading the letter, the emperor highly praised Han Ning. However, due to the traditional policy of valuing agriculture over commerce in Deqian, after praising Han Ning and rewarding him with 1,000 taels of silver, the matter was promptly forgotten. Yet, the emperor wrote a detailed reply to the princess. With great empathy, he inquired about her well-being, mentioned her friends in the capital, and suggested that, as she grew older, it might be better for her to return to the capital sooner, allowing for more frequent reunions with her brother, thus providing peace of mind. Upon receiving the reply, the princess glanced at it twice before tossing it emotionlessly into the fire. Summoning the governor, she requested that he pay particular attention to conveying 3 important points. 1. The emperor personally praised Han Ning and rewarded him with silver. 2. Sending jerky to the border was feasible. 3. It should be done under the name of the government office rather than individually by Han Ning. This last point was added by the princess herself and was not included in the emperor's letter. For certain matters, being low-key proved better than seeking fame, believing Han Ning possessed the necessary breadth of vision not to dwell on a bit of superficial recognition. The governor had never seen the original imperial letter. However, he naturally did not question the princess's words. Upon returning to the governor's office, he immediately convened the county magistrate during the night to discuss the details of sending jerky to the border. Having already filed this matter with the emperor, it was crucial to ensure there were absolutely no mistakes, lest they be considered inefficient. After packing the jerkies, roasted and dried meat measured in 1 jin portions, Han Ning handed them over to the magistrate and thereafter took no further responsibility. Nor did he inquire about the progress of delivering the jerky. As for the 1,000 taels of silver bestowed by the emperor, Han Ning kept 1 5-tael piece as a keepsake and donated the remaining 995 taels to the official school. In passing, he made a suggestion to the magistrate. Education should start young. Relying solely on the official school was far from sufficient. They needed to popularize education across every household. Government funds should hire teachers to establish schools in each village, focusing primarily on literacy and basic arithmetic, making it accessible for both adults and children who wish to learn. Those found with exceptional talent could be recommended for systematic learning in the official school. The magistrate stroked his beard and pondered deeply. If we follow your plan, the number of literate people will significantly increase in a few years, which is certainly a good thing. However, selecting children through teachers' recommendations might breed corruption. Han Ning, having thoroughly considered various aspects before presenting the suggestion to the magistrate, remained unperturbed. 1. There isn't a limit set for the number of recommendations. 2. For every child a teacher recommends, once they pass the entrance exam, the teacher receives a bonus. In rural areas, where are the gains? Isn't a bonus much more tangible? And 3. With you, esteemed fair and upright sir, there shouldn't be any concern about curbing improper practices. The magistrate chuckled reproachfully at Han Ning's flattery. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't manage so much. It would be wise to send educational officials to supervise various places frequently to prevent overlooking talents. Han Ning quickly added praise. Father-in-law has indeed thought through this thoroughly. He truly is a blessing for the common people. The two shared some laughing conversation, essentially confirming their plan. However, the magistrate couldn't help but express concern again. At this rate, the cost won't be small. Before the magistrate finished his sentence, Han Ning interrupted with assurances. Don't worry, even if you get promoted, I will never neglect the official school in Xuanhuan County. I can't promise more, but donating 10,000 taels annually shouldn't be a problem. 10,000 taels, all devoted to education. How many scholars could emerge from Xuanhuan? The magistrate looked at Han Ning and couldn't help mentioning his examination once more. You've thought everything through for the children of the county. Why don't you take some time to study harder and attempt the juvenile scholar exam? Han Ning revealed a face full of bitter laughter. I do want to take it, but wouldn't you agree that I need some time for preparation as well? How can anyone not know my situation? Who has the time to touch a book when I'm always busy like this? The magistrate understood Han Ying's hard work and naturally wouldn't hold it against him. As they were about to speak further, Zhang Debao burst in, drenched in sweat. Ignoring the proper courtesies toward the magistrate, he urgently addressed Han Ying. Han brother, your wives are both about to give birth. Han Ying, being a first-time father, was instantly at a loss for what to do. Understanding his feelings, the magistrate smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. Hurry home. Women giving birth often feel scared, but knowing you're there will surely ease their minds. When the babies are born, be sure to let me know. Since the magistrate's daughter was married to Han Ying, theoretically all of Han Ying's children would have to call the magistrate grandfather-in-law. Therefore, showing a little concern was only appropriate. With that, Han Ying calmed down a bit, hurriedly bidding farewell to the magistrate along with Zhang Debao and rushing off. Back at home, only the servants were busy boiling water. The other wives were all outside helping Han Ying handle work duties and hadn't made it back yet. Chapter 46, A Complete Family. Both daughters-in-law went into labor one after another. The situation was stable for now. This was Han Ying's first time experiencing such an event, so he couldn't help but feel tense. He repeatedly recalled the first aid measures learned during military training in his mind, but after much thought, he felt that none of them would be useful. But doing nothing made him even more restless. He ordered the servants to quickly invite a doctor skilled in obstetrics back home. It would be best if there were no problems, but just in case, it would save time by not having to rush to find a doctor later. A servant returned with an elderly doctor whose hair and beard were white, walking unsteadily. The servant introduced him. This is Dr. Wang from xuanhuan. Under his care, he has saved at least 800 babies, if not 1,000. Han Ying thanked Dr. Wang for his trouble and had the house manager accompany him to the flower hall for tea. Privately, he asked the servant, "Is this Dr. Wang more skilled in pediatrics or obstetrics?" Seeing how shaky Dr. Wang was while walking, Han Ying couldn't imagine that he could perform emergency care, which prompted this question. The servant scratched his head, unsure what to say. "I've never heard of a specialized obstetrician. The prescriptions for life preservation decoction and childbirth-inducing decoction are familiar to all doctors." Han Ying closed his eyes briefly and persisted with another question. What should be done if the mother experiences difficult labor during childbirth? This exact situation had happened to the servant's sister, and they did not know how to handle it. If it's a difficult labor, the doctor will prescribe a hemostasis decoction, though it doesn't work for everyone. Whether it works depends on the mother's fate. If hemostasis fails, the childbirth-inducing decoction will be used to deliver the baby. At this point, Han Ying understood. Here, the baby's life is valued more than the mother's. In any problem that arises, the priority is to ensure the baby's survival. As for whether the mother lives or dies, it all depends on her own fate. Han Ying strongly opposed this kind of mindset. To put it bluntly, before birth, a fetus is just a lump of flesh, perhaps conscious and capable of feeling pain. However, the mother is a living human being. Even setting emotions aside, considering only gain and loss. In an ordinary case, an adult woman can work for 30 years in a household. There's no guarantee that the baby will grow up healthily. Moreover, as the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one needn't worry about running out of firewood. If the mother survives, she can give birth to more children. No matter how you calculate it, the mother's life is more valuable than the baby's. However, the servant disagreed with Han Ying's perspective and bravely rebutted. The baby is our own flesh and blood, destined to carry on our family name. If we lose a wife, we can always marry another. The government assigns many women each year. That explained why despite Daqian's efforts to expand its population, the population still struggled to grow. Forcing women to marry and bear children instead became the reason they weren't cherished. It was absurd. Han Ying was no saint, nor had he intended to save the world. Still, this warped value system troubled him deeply. In his heart, he vowed that when the day came, he would abolish the policy forcing women into marriage. It wasn't just compassion for women, but also for the prosperity of Daqian. Unable to depend on the doctor, they could only rely on their 2 wives to stay strong. Fortunately, the experienced midwife hired earlier had already been staying at their home for a month and knew both wives' conditions well. The 2 wives trusted her words. With Aunt Wang also present to stabilize the situation and calm the nerves of the 2 wives, the birthing process went relatively smoothly. Nevertheless, the 2 wives endured a night-long agony and delivered a son and a daughter respectively just as dawn broke. The midwife cleaned and wrapped both babies in red swaddling clothes, then brought them to Han Ying for inspection. Han Ying looked at the 2 tiny faces, red and wrinkled, and felt a complex mix of emotions. So, now they had both a son and a daughter? Just 2 ugly, looking like little red monkeys. One of the infants seemed to hear Han Ying's inner criticism and suddenly opened its mouth. Oh, letting out a loud cry. Han Ying jumped, startled, and hastily handed the infant back to the midwife. This little thing had quite a temper, undoubtedly a boy. Looking at the other, so quiet, it must be the perfect little sweetheart. But he heard the midwife flatteringly say, with such a loud cry, this precious girl clearly has a robust constitution and will be easy to raise. Turned out, the feisty one was the daughter. Sigh. Well, being feisty isn't bad. Health is most important. In the instant the baby's cry rang out, a strange sensation coursed through Han Ying's entire body. How to describe it? It was like taking a sip of warm water, spreading warmth throughout his limbs. Han Ying realized that he might have become different and immediately verified this with the system. Receiving confirmation from the system. Congratulations, host. You have a fine son and received the Return to Simplicity scroll. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained fragment 2 of the treasure map. After asking the system, Hanning learned that this return to simplicity scroll was an ancient practice focusing on internal and external cultivation, once the treasure of a major sect. Achieving full mastery could lead to ascending to immortality. Hanning found the system somewhat exaggerated. Even immortality came into play. If this return to simplicity scroll is truly so powerful, how could it have been lost for thousands of years? Because those who fully master the return to simplicity scroll ascend to become immortals. The system's answer left no room for rebuttal. Hanning decided not to dwell too deeply, as no matter what, he wouldn't believe in such ascension nonsense. Being able to strengthen his body, make movements more agile, and increase strength would be enough satisfaction for him. Hanning suddenly thought of another issue. My wife gave birth to 2 children, but I only received 1 reward. Of course not. Each birth grants a reward. 2 births naturally give 2 rewards, and the more children, the more rewards you'll receive. You can also choose to merge several rewards into a more advanced one. As for the other reward, it isn't convenient to give you directly now, but you'll find out in time. What kind of logic was this? Rewards that were inconvenient to hand over? Hanning felt like his system wasn't reliable. Still, there wasn't much he could do about the system, so he decided to just leave it alone for now. After spending the entire night with his wives, Hanning was feeling tired. He asked their personal maids and learned that both had eaten something and fallen asleep, so he planned to return and rest as well. As he passed through the moon gate, already half asleep, he used too much force opening the door. There was a faint snap, and the solid brass door ring broke in his hand. Whoa, so this was the power of the return to simplicity scroll. Suddenly wide awake, Hanning tested by crushing a stone with his fist, and the rock shattered instantly. Branches the size of bowls snapped under his grip as well. This wasn't a dream. He really possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. So, things like leaping across walls should pose no problem, right? Hanning took a deep breath and sprang into the air, and then disaster struck. Indeed, he jumped up to the eaves 2 meters high, but he didn't yet know how to control his strength. He wobbled precariously, struggling to maintain his balance on the edge. With a firm decision, he jumped straight down. Rather than making a fool of himself in front of the servants hopping around like some kind of monkey, better to take a fall and endure some pain. But the expected pain never came. When Hanning opened his eyes, he found himself standing steadily on the ground. Chapter 47, Potatoes. In the following days, Hanning didn't leave his house at all. Other than spending time with his wife and child, he took advantage of the spare moments to adapt to the Gui Pu Ju. After repeated trials, he basically summarized the power of the Gui Pu Ju. It wasn't as exaggerated as what was shown in TV series, where there was wind riding and mountain-crushing punches. However, actions like gliding over roofs and walls were definitely possible. Leaping 5 to 7 meters wasn't a problem either. Running a marathon with full force was also not an issue. If faced with bandits or such, at least he wouldn't just stand and wait to die. He could fight them for a while. He was content with this. He was also curious. The system said that he was currently at the beginner level, but what would the intermediate and advanced levels be like? By the way, there was another reward. He had asked the system multiple times. It couldn't give it directly, so it should at least tell him where to find it. The system simply replied, there will be harvests with efforts. Oh well, they brought up philosophy again. If they won't say, then fine, who cares? Hanning spent a few days at home with his wife, which drew jealousy from the other wives. It wasn't out of jealousy, though. It was because he sent all the other wives to different tasks and didn't take their shifts, preventing them from coming back to see their children. Having too many wives can sometimes be a bother. Hanning had no choice but to end his vacation and return to Stone Village. The workshop was bustling with activity. Upon seeing Hanning, the workers all grinned and greeted him enthusiastically. Being able to manage the business this way also counted as a kind of success. Hanning walked around the workshop, asking about the production status for the last few days. The supervisor replied that everything was normal, so he stopped asking more questions. Thinking of going back to the office to rest for a bit, the village chief came running to him, holding a hoe. Han kid, come take a look at the sandbank area. Something strange is happening. Hanning first helped the old man pat his chest to calm his breath, and poured cool tea to relieve his summer heat. Old sir, don't rush. Speak slowly. The old man was almost 70 years old. If anything bad happened, he'd feel guilty forever. It's the taro. It's become demon-possessed. The village chief also couldn't explain the problem clearly. He only dragged Hanning to take a look. Hanning feared he was anxious and supported him to go to the sandbank. The few people originally called by the village chief to dig up the taros stood far away, reluctant to approach. The village chief pointed at several taros freshly dug up. I thought the sun was good today, so I planned to have someone bring the taro back, but yesterday, I still checked, and the taros were growing wonderfully, ready to sell at a good price. But when I dug them out today, they had changed into something else. How is this not a sign of becoming a spirit? Hanning stepped forward for a closer look and laughed. The taro the village chief said had become possessed was unmistakably a potato. They planted taros, but potatoes grew instead, and this change happened overnight. No wonder the old man was shocked like that. Anyone would be baffled. Hanning became increasingly certain that the system was unreliable. The reward was potatoes. Concerned about raising suspicions if they appeared suddenly, the system could have just given him some seeds to grow slowly. Why create such drama? Don't panic. This situation is normal. Hanning unleashed his convincing spirit, trying to explain reasonably. The person who sold us the first batch of taro seeds mentioned that his family had also encountered such circumstances. He worried we might accuse him of selling fake seeds, so he warned me. I just forgot to mention it to you. The village chief looked at Han Ing with half-belief. Living for 70-odd years, he had never heard of such a thing. But there was no need for Han Ing to deceive him. What shall we do with these taros? I forgot to ask that person how to deal with them. How about we boil a few of these deformed ones and taste them? If edible, we'll plant them elsewhere. At least they are food, don't waste them. Reserve the fertile land near water for continuing to grow taros. Potatoes weren't picky about soil, but this tolerance has its limits. The sandbank's humidity was too high, making them unsuitable for growing potatoes. The village chief lived a frugal life, unable to let any edible item go to waste. Hearing Han Ying's words, he quite agreed. Still, he didn't dare to let everyone eat them casually. He first took 2 potatoes home. Not wanting to use a separate pot for this, with exactly millet being cooked on the stove, he casually threw the potatoes into the ashes beside the hearth. Unexpectedly, after walking around for a round, he returned and saw his 2 grandsons sitting on the kitchen threshold, scrambling to eat something. Looking closely through narrowed eyes, they were undoubtedly the scorched black taro. To him, his grandchildren were his precious treasures. If they got sick from eating something wrong, it would break his heart. The village chief rushed over, snatched the uneaten taro from their hands, and slapped each one of them. Eat, eat, anything goes down your mouth. It's delicious. Grandpa, it's delicious, try it yourself. The village chief refrained from hitting them too hard. They kept pestering him to try the taro. How could this thing possibly be so delicious? The village chief tried biting into one, and instantly his eyes lit up. If we talk about taste, it doesn't match taro, but it has a bit more sandy texture than taro, especially the roasted aroma. Once you take a bite, you'll want another. Whether it tastes good or not is not important. What matters is that it doesn't kill you and can fill your stomach. After eating the potatoes, the village chief sat with his 2 grandsons in the courtyard for a few hours, and none of them felt any discomfort. The next day, the village chief brought the remaining potatoes to find Han Ing. Those spoiled taros can be eaten. Both me and my grandson ate them and had no issues. Han Ing really felt sorry for the potatoes. High yield, easy storage, and can be processed into various delicacies. In times of famine, they are life-saving. Yet, they were referred to as bad by the village chief. Since they can be eaten, let's continue planting them. We should stop calling them taro and name them potatoes instead for distinction. The village chief had no objections. Whatever it's called, it's still the same thing. Thus, potatoes made their debut in this world, but currently, there were only around 100 of them. To achieve large-scale planting, it would take another year or 2. By then, it would solve food problems for many people, which was quite exciting. Han Ing placed great importance on the potatoes, so he specifically instructed the village chief to take good care of them. The village chief misunderstood Han Ying's intentions, assuming he was worried about the evil nature of the potatoes. He specially planted a bamboo pole in the potato field and tied a red cloth onto it. The riverside farmland area was quite large, but Han Ing hadn't had the time to properly plant it. Just recently, since he didn't intend to travel far, he planned to have someone clear an area to plant lotus roots and, ideally, raise some fish. On the way to the riverside land, he unintentionally saw the village chief's arrangement in the potato fields and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. However, as long as the red cloth ensured the potato yield, it would do. When the village chief heard that Han Ing intended to grow lotus roots, he was somewhat troubled. We've never heard of anyone growing that stuff here. Will it even grow? Besides, I tried it once at a banquet in the city, and it didn't seem particularly delicious. It does taste good. They just don't know how to cook it well. Let me try making something when it's grown for you to taste. If Han Ing wanted to do something, no one could stop him. Chapter 48, Proposal. The village chief didn't intend to stop Han Ing, believing young people must have more flexible brains than old-timers. Otherwise, the next generation would be worse off, right? He just wanted to give a reminder. If Han Ing wouldn't listen, it was fine. All right, if you want to plant, we'll plant, but you need to find out how to do it properly and then teach me later. Han Ing nodded vigorously as he leaned on the shoulder of the village chief. How fortunate he was to travel through time and end up in such a loving village. Although he couldn't remember his childhood, after he arrived here, everyone in the village always supported him no matter what he did. And with that support, why shouldn't he aim for making life better for the villagers? Han Ing firmly decided to grow lotus roots. He wrote a letter to Zhou Dekang asking him to help procure some quality seeds, and asked Zhang Depeo to bring them back during one of his deliveries. Zhang Depeo took the letter but stood there hesitating. If you have something to say, speak up. You've become so fussy all of a sudden. Han Ing worried that he had caused trouble outside and dared not tell the clerk, so he pulled him over to sit down. You tell me honestly, are you gambling? Or did you offend a courtesan? What's wrong? Speak up. To his surprise, Zhang Depeo's face turned red. Look, your wife has already given you 2 children. I'm about to turn 18 next month, yet I still haven't settled down into marriage. Turns out this kid wants to marry, causing Han Ing unnecessary worry. You're now a little tycoon. Your hidden savings could buy a large 3-section mansion in the provincial city. Why should you worry about finding a wife? Zhang Depeo looked at Han Ing impatiently. Can a proposal simply be settled by money? I like Mr. Luo's daughter. I've mentioned it several times to my grandfather, asking him to go make a proposal for me, but nothing has happened. Mr. Luo's daughter is beautiful and elegant, speaks gently. Surely many men want her as their wife. If we wait too long, it might be too late. In a panic, Zhang Depeo spoke nonsense. But Han Ing understood clearly now. He also guessed why Zhang's family hadn't gone to propose to the Luos. In places like Shixian County, scholars were rare treasures. Miss Luo herself possessed numerous advantages. Even if Clerk Zhang went to ask for Miss Luo's hand, Scholar Luo would probably look down on Zhang Depeo. Why bother to humiliate yourself? Han Ning wanted to encourage Zhang Depeo to accept reality, but found it hard to say. After struggling with hesitation, Zhang Depeo sighed quietly. I know I don't deserve Miss Luo. She is like the clouds in the sky, while I am just mud on the ground. She is the flower in water, and I am just the rotten leaves in the mountain. But I can't let her go. If I could marry her, I would treat her well forever. Han Ning couldn't persuade him to abandon his hope any longer. Finally, Han Ning patted his shoulder. I will help you figure it out. Whether it succeeds or not, we will do our best. Even if it doesn't work out, at least there will be no regrets. That's exactly what I mean. Hearing this, Zhang Depeo became overwhelmed with excitement. Han brother, you're truly my close friend who knows everything inside my heart. My entire life depends on you now. I believe you can definitely get it done. No, Han Ning merely said he would try. How come it fell entirely on him? Staring at Zhang Depeo's retreating back, Han Ning felt tricked. Yet, brothers were meant to use each other, wasn't it? He'd done no less to trick Zhang Depeo before. Since he had promised to help Zhang Depeo, Han Ning sought the magistrate's help the next day. Upon hearing the issue, the magistrate pressed his temple. This thing has been brought up by Zhang Shuili already. I have also helped him inquire about Mr. Luo's intentions. Mr. Luo looks down on the fact that Zhang's family hasn't produced any literati throughout the generations. And besides, Depeo is not really talented enough. Mr. Zhang did not tell Depeo about this because he may fear breaking Depeo's spirit. Han Ning wasn't fully ready to give up. Could we possibly bother you again to help us inquire? What if Mr. Luo changes his mind? To me, Depeo is like a real brother. He's done a lot for me. Since he trusts me with this matter, I cannot ignore it. At the very least, I need to ask, regardless of whether the outcome is successful or not. I owe Depeo this much. Who could resist someone so loyal and righteous? Han Ning put it all in these words, making it impossible for the magistrate to refuse assistance. To show respect for Mr. Luo, the magistrate changed into casual clothes and personally led Han Ning to visit the Luo residence. After some polite conversation, Han Ning stood up and bowed deeply to Mr. Luo. He then explained how Zhang Depeo entrusted him to convey the marriage proposal. Mr. Luo examined him from head to toe for a moment. He neither agreed nor disagreed. The lack of immediate rejection gave hope. Seizing this rare opportunity, Han Ning quickly began praising Zhang Depeo. While he was somewhat mischievous before, his sense of loyalty is unmatched. How he helps manage half of my business, frequently traveling between Jiangnan and gaining far more knowledge and experience than he used to. Though he doesn't like reading, his mind is sharp, and there's nothing wrong with how he interacts with people. Every merchant who has dealt with him has managed to conduct successful business. This part was slightly exaggerated by Han Ning. Both soap and perfume were in short supply, and merchants would flock to the shop without needing much invitation. Some even secretly gave Zhang Depeo, advantages to get their orders expedited. Zhang Depeo didn't hide these things from Han Ning. For any favors that couldn't be refused, they split the benefits evenly. Mr. Luo raised a hand to cut off Han Ning. I understand what you mean, but I have 3 daughters at home. Which one is Mr. Zhang seeking? Han Ning was stunned. Zhang Depeo had only mentioned Miss Luo, not specifying which one. It wasn't as if he could marry all 3 of them. He believed that if he dared to suggest such a thing, Mr. Luo would chase him out with a broom. The one who is the gentlest, Han Ning hastily responded, worried about not being able to enter Mr. Luo's house again. Based on Zhang Depeo's description, he picked the most representative characteristic. Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo furrowed his brows. Among his 3 daughters, the gentlest was his eldest daughter. She wasn't just gentle. Her appearance, character, and embroidery skills were all top-notch. Mr. Luo had heard that Zhang Depeo was now making a living by doing business with Han Ning and had improved greatly, so he considered marrying his daughter to him. But giving his eldest daughter to him made him feel somewhat reluctant. Then he thought, when daughters are married off, it's like water splashed outside the home. It's not that the family is heartless or uncaring, but the more one interferes, the harder life becomes for their daughter in her husband's house. Although the Zhang family might consist of rough people, no bad habits had been reported. If the eldest daughter married into their household, she wouldn't worry about food or clothing. With extra effort put into raising children later on, there could even be an opportunity for a phoenix crown and embroidered robe. Thinking this way, this marriage proposal seemed quite decent. Mr. Luo slowly nodded. Marriage is a major matter involving parental approval and matchmaker's words. Please invite an elder from the Zhang family over for detailed discussions. Did this mean yes? Overwhelmed with joy, Han Ning was happier than if it were his own wedding. He hurriedly expressed thanks on behalf of Zhang Depeo for Mr. Luo's consideration, then rushed back to inform the Zhang family to send someone over for formal proposals. Chapter 49, A Mistake. Zhang Depeo returned from Jiangnan, and Zhang Shuli had already completed the process of matchmaking for him. The marriage contract was even prepared, awaiting only his return to stamp it with his seal, file it with the local government, and then they could proceed to marry. Tears welled up in Zhang Depeo's eyes as he excitedly knelt before Zhang Shuli. Grandpa, I knew you cared for me the most. Rest assured, I will be filial to you in the future, make a lot of money, and buy you a big house. From childhood, Zhang Depeo must have said these words 80 times if not 100. In the past, Zhang Shuli merely enjoyed hearing them. Now that Zhang Depeo was doing business with Han Ning and gaining success, perhaps one day he would indeed fulfill his promises. Deeply satisfied, Zhang Shuli handed over the marriage contract to Zhang Depeo. Grandpa doesn't have many years left. It doesn't matter whether we live in a big house or not. All I hope is that both of you can live well. The Miss Luo you pursued willingly. The county magistrate and Han Xiaozi went on your behalf to arrange this marriage. Now that you're married, You must treat her well and quickly give me a fat grandson. Zhang Depeo readily agreed, wiped away his tears, and cautiously opened the marriage contract. It was the marriage contract between him and the daughter of the Luo family. At the top, it read his name and whose name was this? Thinking he might have mistaken it due to fatigue, Zhang Depeo rubbed his eyes and looked again. It still didn't seem right. Grandpa, can you check? Is the person written on this marriage contract Luo Xuanhuan? Who's Luo Xuanhuan? He clearly remembered that the name tag submitted by the Luo family stated Luo Xuanhuan. Realizing that they had proposed to the wrong girl, both grandfather and grandson were stunned. Frustrated, Zhang Shuli slapped Zhang Depeo across the face. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that the marriage has been arranged, where's the room for regrets? Whether it's Luo Xuanhuan or Luo Xuanhuan, they are all daughters of the Luo family. There's no difference. Get ready for the wedding. Zhang Depeo wouldn't agree. For others, marrying any of them might be fine, but it wasn't the case for him. Luo Xuanhuan was the love of his life. He wanted only Luo Xuanhuan. As Zhang Shuli couldn't understand his point, Zhang Depeo ran to Haning for help, insisting that the betrothal must be changed back. Haning felt a headache coming on. He almost turned around and struck Zhang Depeo right there. Then, thinking about it, Haning realized he himself bore some responsibility for the mix-up and held back. Zhang Depeo, distraught, insisted he only wanted Luo Xuanhuan. Having no choice, Haning took him to the Luo residence. Upon hearing that Zhang Depeo wished to switch brides, Master Luo stared at him as if fire would burst forth from his eyes. How dare you? Leave immediately. My daughter is not an item to be chosen from at your leisure. Haning understood Master Luo's anger. After all, he was one of the most reputable men in the town. For a daughter's engagement to be broken off would already bring shame upon him, let alone replacing her with another. His dignity was being trampled into oblivion. But still, Zhang Depeo acted like he'd die without marrying Luo Xuanhuan. If forced to marry Luo Xuanhuan instead, neither party would feel genuine affection towards each other, leading to a cold relationship under one roof, an outcome harmful to both sides. Biting his lip, Haning decided to apologize sincerely to Master Luo. First, for presuming to propose a marriage involving Luo Xuanhuan without having clarified matters properly, which caused all the following mishaps. Then, on behalf of Zhang Depeo, Haning apologized once more while requesting a change of bride. After apologizing, he pleaded, "This outrageous request from Depeo isn't made out of ignorance or disrespect to embarrass you, but rather out of deep sincerity toward your daughter. Please consider sparing Depeo's true intentions and grant him his wish. As parents, you desire nothing more than your children's happiness and peace. If Depeo marries out of his own seeking, he will surely cherish this bond dearly, ensuring that your daughter suffers no ill. If there's talk behind closed doors, I'll personally clear things up for you." Zhang Depeo nodded furiously. "I swear I will treat Xuanhuan well. If I go against this, may heaven strike me dead. Anyone who spreads rumors will not escape my fist." Master Luo shut his eyes tightly, sighing deeply. As Haning correctly pointed out, what Master Luo truly desired was for his daughters to find good husbands. Richness or wealth was secondary. The key was kindness towards his girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the match with the Zhangs to begin with. If word got out about why the original proposal was withdrawn, not only would the elder daughter face ridicule, complicating future marriages, but even the younger daughter might be criticized for inappropriate behavior, a scandal that could lead Zhang Depeo to seek a new proposal despite the withdrawal. However, agreeing to replace one daughter with another placed the eldest in an awkward position too. Sacrificing one or sacrificing two. It seemed to be a losing situation either way. Caught in indecision, Master Luo found it impossible to reach a conclusion. "Father," a feminine voice called gently from behind the door, warm and pleasant. Just 2 words, but enough to create a sense of relief and calm. Master Luo immediately interrupted. "There are male visitors present in this room. Please do not enter." The curtain was slightly lifted, revealing a graceful young woman walking confidently inside. She stood average height, possessed a dignified and elegant demeanor, dressed in a dark blue floral jacket. Every movement she made radiated a profound aura of sophistication. The elegant lady kept her eyes down, not looking at Haning and Zhang Depeo. She only paid respect to Mr. Luo with a gentle bow. Her tone was calm and serene as she slowly spoke. "Father, I already know the situation. Please allow the marriage contract to be changed." By changing the contract, it essentially meant swapping brides. Mr. Luo felt sorry for his daughter. "Xuanhuan, what will you do if the contract is changed?" Xuanhuan curled the corner of her lips, replying with a tranquil smile. "If someone seeks my hand in marriage, I will wed him. If no one does, then there will still be the government's arranged marriage. Surely, your daughter won't end up unmarried forever." What Mr. Luo feared most was that Xuanhuan's reputation would be damaged, leaving her unwanted by any suitable match, and she'd have to settle for an arranged marriage from the government. A lifetime of compromise. In a fit of urgency, he suddenly pointed at Haning. "You marry my Xuanhuan." Haning hadn't expected this at all, and was momentarily dumbfounded. After uttering those words, Mr. Luo grew more convinced that marrying his daughter off to Haning would be better than letting her go through the government-arranged fate. For those unable to find a spouse willingly, they could only rely on government-appointed matches, which often involved men who were either impoverished or lazy, or even had bad habits. He couldn't bear to let his daughter suffer such a life. "You shouldn't accuse me of forcing you. Wasn't this entire matter started because of you?" This was indeed true. Do you understand how damaging it can be for a woman's reputation to be tarnished regarding marriage prospects? Most likely, no good family would come forward to seek her hand, leaving her to wait for a government-arranged marriage. Why should my daughter, who has excellent temperament, character, and talent, not deserve you in any way? Certainly, she deserved much better. If one were to discuss whether she was matched well or poorly, it would seem Han Ning was unworthy of her. Every point was undeniable, and even Han Ning himself felt it unjustifiable not to marry Miss Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan interjected. Father, matters of marriage are commanded by our parents, so normally, I should not speak out. But it should also be mutual, where both parties agree voluntarily. There's no reason to force someone into agreement against their will. Father, don't worry about my future. As you've said, I'm smart and capable. Regardless of where I marry, I'll ensure my own days aren't lived in misery. Hearing these words made Mr. Luo look at his daughter Xuanhuan in newfound admiration. Chapter 50. See one person. Luo Wanwen's voice and appearance were both gentle and harmless. Yet she exuded a sense of literary grace and pride, along with a resilience that refuses to bow to fate. Han Ning couldn't help but feel sympathy for Luo Wanwen. If she had been born in an era of gender equality, she would surely have accomplished great things. But in this era, she could only be confined to the back courtyard, becoming a childbearing machine for men. Master Luo also knew that forcing Han Ning to marry Luo Wanwen caused her great harm. He sighed deeply, asking Han Ning one last time, "Are you truly unwilling to marry my Wanwen?" Han Ning came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed deeply. The young one is not unwilling, but rather too surprised, reacting slowly. To be able to marry a kind and virtuous woman like your daughter is a blessing I've accumulated over many lifetimes. Thank you, Master Luo, for your kindness. Upon hearing Han Ning agree to marry Luo Wanwen and fully respecting the Luo family's dignity in his words, the oppressive feeling in Master Luo's heart finally dissipated. Just as he was about to say some polite words, since his daughter would live with the Han family in the future, being polite to Han Ning meant he wouldn't treat his daughter poorly. The back door curtain was pushed aside, and another beauty walked in. That's more like it. In all of Mashi County, there's no better woman than my sister. If you didn't agree to this marriage, you'd be blind. This beauty looked slightly younger than Luo Wanwen, with 7/10 resemblance in looks, but was much livelier and prettier. She spoke as if firing beans, showing her fiery and straightforward personality. Zhang Depeo saw the beauty and instantly became flustered, as if his soul had been stolen. His face turned red, and he stammered. Warm, miss. I'm Zhang Depeo. I will definitely treat you well. Luo Nuanyuan glanced at Zhang Depeo and coldly snorted. It's because of you, troublemaker, almost harming my sister. If you dare to mistreat me, just try it, or else I'll peel your skin off. Master Luo quickly scolded Luo Nuanyuan, stopping her from further exploding. Who allowed you to come here? Men and women should not be intimate outside of family. Go back. Luo Nuanyuan pouted unhappily. I'm worried about my sister getting bullied, so I'll go back now. Please don't be angry. After saying that, she barely glanced at Zhang Depeo, dragging Luo Wanwen out through the back door. Han Ning couldn't help but marvel secretly, doubting whether Zhang Depeo had any wrong understanding of the word gentle. This Luo Nuanyuan was like a little chili pepper. How could she possibly relate to gentle? Master Luo also felt that Luo Nuanyuan's behavior was overly lively, and his old face reddened in embarrassment. My youngest daughter has been spoiled by me since childhood, so her speech can be a bit direct. Zhang Depeo, however, showed a ridiculous grin. Not direct, very good actually. Well, this was probably what they called in the eyes of love, wasn't it? Han Ning stopped caring whether Zhang Depeo's understanding of gentleness was correct or not. After all, if he was happy, that's all that mattered. Both of them bade farewell to Master Luo, and then went back to invite the magistrate and Zhang Shuli to repropose marriage to the Luo family. When the magistrate heard about these unexpected twists, he couldn't help but exclaim how excellent his foresight had been. His personally chosen son-in-law was not only devoted to the country, but also had feelings for his brothers. To help Zhang Depeo, he even agreed to marry another woman. By the way, how many wives does Han Ning have right now? Was it 15 or 16? Considering each woman giving birth to 10 children, Han Ning alone could add over 100 people to the population of Dagon. Actually, the magistrate had thought too much. Without mentioning the future, out of the dozen or so wives Han Ning currently had, 3 were fake. They couldn't even touch each other on regular days, let alone having kids. Since dealing with Fat Guan, Wu Linglong had deliberately avoided Han Ning. Han Ning was busy every day managing business matters and had neither the energy nor the mood to please her. Gradually, Wu Linglong and Chunhua, Qiuyu became invisible to him. They lived in a small annex courtyard, rarely venturing out. Han Ning didn't seek them out for anything either. With his businesses busier than ever, even the wife army had been mobilized, yet he hadn't asked for their assistance. It was originally a cooperative relationship. He provided them with food and lodging while receiving certain protection from them, so no one owed the other anything. More importantly, Han Ning knew nothing about Wu Linglong's background and didn't wish to get too entangled with her. If one day he got implicated by her, there wouldn't be anyone to cry to. One day, when Han Ning was overseeing the tallying of gifts sent to the Luo family, Wu Linglong suddenly appeared. I have something to say to you. The supervisor immediately understood it was his cue to leave, and seeing Han Ning make no objection, respectfully retreated. Wu Linglong stepped forward in front of Han Ning, frowning as she stared at him. I want to see someone, and I need you to accompany me. Was that a commanding tone? Han Ning raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Seemingly realizing her attitude might be inappropriate, Wu Linglong softened her tone. This person is important to me. Please accompany me. Now that was the proper tone for making a request. Where are we going? To see whom? It was better to ask Wu Linglong about her matters in advance. Don't get dragged into trouble by her inexplicably. A hint of impatience flashed in Wu Linglong's eyes as she forced herself to say calmly, "We'll go to the prefecture city. You don't need to ask who we are going to see, but I assure you it won't harm you." After considering for a moment, Han nodded in agreement. He happened to be planning a trip to the prefecture city soon to purchase some jewelry to add to his betrothal gifts. Accompanying Wu Linglong on the way wouldn't waste too much time. What he didn't expect was that the person Wu Linglong wanted to see wasn't even in the city. Han understood. After all, Wu Linglong's identity seemed far from ordinary, so meeting someone in a secluded spot was quite normal. But, following Wu Linglong's directions, the carriage took them all the way to Qixia Mountain. Then they abandoned the carriage and walked on foot, entering Qixia Nunnery. Han frequently came here to visit the princess, and the young nuns in the nunnery all recognized him. As they were about to greet him, he quickly signaled with his eyes not to. Understanding at once, they pretended he was just an ordinary pilgrim visiting for the first time. They bowed from afar, then turned away without looking at him again. Wu Linglong instructed Han to wait briefly while she asked a young nun to take her to meet the abbess alone. Not long afterward, the young nun returned and called for him. Following behind Wu Linglong, he was led to the door of the refined quarters where the princess practiced seclusion. "The princess is inside. Please enter, lay people." The abbess' tone was low, seemingly filled with dissatisfaction. Han guessed that Wu Linglong had probably used forceful means to make the abbess agree to bring her to see the princess. But how could a dignified princess be coerced by anyone or anything? For now, Han couldn't figure this out and didn't want to speculate. He figured everything would become clear upon seeing the princess. The princess was reciting scriptures on the veranda. She raised her head upon hearing footsteps. Spotting Han, warmth and a smile immediately appeared in her eyes. But when she saw Wu Linglong beside him, her brows furrowed again. The princess assumed Han had brought his wife to see her. Without notifying her beforehand, he had brought the woman straight before her, causing displeasure. Especially when she noticed the proud air unconsciously revealed in Wu Linglong's expression, making her like her even less. Chapter 51, Family Matters. Wu Linglong had no idea that Han and the princess had known each other long ago. She assumed the princess's displeasure stemmed from being disturbed by an unexpected guest. Taking out a jade disc from her bosom, she handed it over to the princess with both hands. The princess did not take it, but merely glanced down. The jade disc was clearly an antique, its material excellent, and its craftsmanship far beyond the skill of ordinary artisans. The princess looked at Wu Linglong indifferently. Wu Linglong then spoke. "Years ago, my father saved the life of the original owner of this item. The person promised, someday, there would be a return favor, and this object is the proof." The princess smiled and shook her head, putting down the scripture in her hands, and took up a long-handled bamboo ladle to water the jasmine bushes outside the corridor. "It's hard for you to have found me here. Speak, what do you want?" As Wu Linglong was about to speak, the princess added another sentence. Old grudges tend to lose importance as time goes on. It was a warning to Wu Linglong not to ask for too much. Wu Linglong let out a bitter smile. "I'm already a person who has lost home and family. How could I dare to ask for much more? I only wish for you to write a letter recommending me to your elder brother." "She wants to see the emperor?" The princess raised an eyebrow. If Wu Linglong thought the emperor could help her restore her country, she was too naive. However, Wu Linglong's condition for seeing the emperor seemed unrelated to her own interests once she saw him. Without any further words, the princess wrote a letter and handed it over to Wu Linglong. "After you arrive in the capital, find Kejong, the undersecretary of the Ministry of Rights, and he will arrange everything for you." Wu Linglong nearly went mad with excitement and carefully folded the letter, tucking it into her chest pocket. "Thank you." She then presented the jade disc again with both hands. The princess still didn't take it, but instead looked at Han. "This is something used by men. It's yours as a reward." Han was confused. For a prestigious princess to be coerced because of a piece of jade implied that this jade, or the people associated with it, were extremely important to her. Yet she casually handed it over to him. What was going on? Were women's minds always so unpredictable? Fortunately, all his wives were gentle and considerate, so he didn't need to guess their feelings, or else he'd go crazy sooner or later. Wu Linglong also couldn't understand the princess's intention, but since the jade now belonged to the princess, it was her right to dispose of it as she wished. Wu Linglong handed the jade to Han and gave him a glance. "Take it quickly, don't waste my time." Han understood Wu Linglong's meaning, and anger rose in his heart. They bowed farewell to the princess together and returned to the carriage. He couldn't help but look at her and laugh coldly. "You are my wife, and if you suddenly disappear, how will I explain this to the authorities?" Wu Linglong nonchalantly combed her hair. "I've always stayed indoors, rarely venturing out. You can simply report to the authorities that I'm dead." "Dead? Dead needs a coroner's inspection before the body can be prepared. Is it that easy to just say someone is dead?" Han laughed in anger at Wu Linglong's matter-of-fact tone. "Don't push things too far. Don't forget, your current identity is my wife. If you want to leave, fine, figure out how to hide from the authorities yourself. Otherwise, I'll report you for stealing family assets and running away with a lover." Since Wu Linglong showed no humanity, he wouldn't act benevolently either. In those days, a woman losing her moral integrity meant punishment like being put in a pig cage and drowned. Running away with a lover and embezzling the family's fortune compounded the offense greatly. Wu Linglong slapped her hand against the table in rage. "You actually came up with such a despicable plan. Are you even a man?" Han laughed coldly. "So being a man means I should repay kindness with enmity? Being a man means I should suffer silently." Thinking of something, he deliberately moved closer to Wu Linglong. Or perhaps if you let me sleep with you a few times, maybe my heart will soften, and I'll let you go. Sleep your grandfather. Had it not been for fear of legal repercussions, Wu Linglong would have killed him on the spot. You dog. Having married more than 10 wives, yet you still dare to set your sights on me. Truly brazen. Though Han Ying knew she wouldn't agree to this suggestion, staring at her angry glare, he relaxed onto the cushion comfortably. There are only these two paths. Choose one yourself. It's impossible for Wu Linglong to let Han Ying touch her, so Wu Linglong had to figure out her own way out. She was also ruthless. She sent xuanhuan and xuanhuan to buy several kinds of medicine. Picking the ingredients she needed, she brewed them herself, drinking 2 doses. Then she began vomiting and suffering diarrhea, developing a high fever that wouldn't subside. When the 2 maids discovered her, they wanted to call a doctor, but she pulled them back, refusing. After 2 days of torment, she had become visibly thinner, her face pale as a ghost. The maids, fearing she might die unexpectedly and they couldn't clear their names, invited Han Ying, showing that they weren't neglecting her duty, but rather following her orders not to fetch the doctor. Seeing her state, even Han Ying felt a little compassion. Heaving a deep sigh, he placed the purse from his waist next to her bed. If you want to leave, go ahead. I'll deal with the authorities. Wu Linglong looked at Han Ying with complex emotions. If only he had let her go earlier, she wouldn't have suffered like this. Still, she should thank him for his kindness, or else she would have endured the fake death again. On the night Han Ying visited Wu Linglong, he confined her 2 maids who were said to be negligent into the woodshed under the pretext of poor care. The next day, he bought 2 new ones from a broker and placed them in her room. When Wu Linglong pretended to be a traveling merchant and left by waterway towards the capital on horseback, white paper was already hanging at the entrance of the Han residence. Since Han Ying frequented the county office and was generous with bribes, he maintained good relationships with both the clerks and forensic officials there. Being also the son-in-law of the county magistrate, no one questioned much about the death of his wife. A forensic official and an officer went through the motions by peeking into the coffin, then signed off on the paperwork stating that she had died suddenly from illness. Wu Linglong rarely interacted with people in everyday life. Han Ying's other wives were almost never at home. Thus, no one doubted anything. Only xuanhuan, who was observant, noticed something was amiss and felt secretly alarmed. That evening when Han Ying came to her quarters, she realized he seemed preoccupied and subconsciously distanced herself whenever he tried to get close. Han Ying guessed she suspected he had something to do with Wu Linglong's death. Smiling, he embraced her waist and whispered softly into her ear. Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at him. Han Ying chuckled softly. All I've said is true. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do to prove it to you. If you fear me, I can draft a divorce contract or buy you another house so you can live independently. At this point, Xuanhuan didn't doubt him anymore. As she lay on the bed with Han Ying holding her, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you telling me all this?" Han Ying considered carefully. "Because you're my wife, my confidant, and will be the mother of my children. There's nothing I shouldn't tell you. And if others come to ask, I'd say the same things to them. I might not be able to offer you the kind of romance they sing about in plays, but since the day you entered my home, I've regarded you as family." Chapter 52. Solve the rumors from the root. On the day when Han Ying accompanied Xuanhuan back to her parents' house, almost all of the Luo family's relatives and friends were present. The reason was that the 2 sisters got married on the same day, and it was rumored that there had been some turmoil during their engagement. Despite the Luo family's attempts to cover up, some rumors still spread. Luo Xiuzai was one of the few literati in town and had great prestige. His daughters naturally should be pure and immaculate, beyond reproach. However, rumors now circulated saying that the elder sister had stolen the younger sister's marriage arrangement, or that the younger sister had a secret affair and the elder sister took her place. In short, the rumors had spread in several versions, each enough to shock and surprise people. People love gossip, so even though the Luo family didn't invite so many guests, many came uninvited. Han Ying and Zhang Depeo arrived at almost the same time. After greeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, they received red envelopes as rewards along with blessings and advice. The 2 sisters then accompanied the mother-in-law to the rear hall. Han Ying and Zhang Depeo stayed behind, helping their father-in-law entertain guests. After some flattery, someone couldn't wait to inquire about the details of the engagement, looking for evidence to substantiate the rumors. After meeting Han Ying and Zhang Depeo, everyone felt that the rumor of the elder sister taking the younger sister's fiancé was the most credible. Though Zhang Depeo looked spirited, tall, robust, square-faced, big-eyed, and with a grandfather who was a book clerk, a stable official position, he still couldn't compare with Han Ying. In terms of looks, Han Ying was handsome and elegant, head and shoulders above Zhang Depeo. In terms of background, Han Ying was the quasi-son of the county magistrate, far surpassing the grandson of a book clerk. In terms of personal abilities, Zhang Depeo simply couldn't compete. However, no one can predict a woman's mind. Let's ask more questions first. When someone asked about the details of the engagement, neither Luo Xiuzai nor Han Ying were fools and instantly understood the other's ulterior motives. Zhang Depeo, however, being straightforward and deeply immersed in his newlywed happiness, basically had zero intelligence at that moment. When asked about the engagement, he went on endlessly about how he happened to meet Luo Xuanhuan giving food and money to a begging old lady and protecting her from other beggars. Just as he was speaking enthusiastically, suddenly someone interrupted him. "I heard that the marriage contract written by Zhang the book clerk was supposed to be between you and the elder Miss Luo." Zhang Depeo nearly choked on his own saliva, his face turning red then pale as he didn't know how to respond. He hadn't originally thought there was any major issue with the wrong engagement object. Later, After Zhang the book clerk explained it in detail to him, mentioning how this could damage the reputation of the Luo sisters, he realized the severity of the situation. Now facing the question directly, Zhang Depeo was momentarily at a loss about how to explain it in a way that would protect Luo Nuanyuan. Luo Xiuzai's face turned iron gray with anger. He had always held himself as a man of integrity, but to be questioned like this over something so disgraceful, it made his pride unbearable. At this moment, Han naturally had to step in personally. Calmly, he smiled and politely greeted the interrogator. May I ask, who told you this nonsense? The interrogator was over 60 years old. By seniority, Han should call him uncle grandfather. It was precisely because of his age and seniority that the younger generation dared not challenge him, which is why he intentionally asked such hurtful questions in public. Han, however, did not even give him a respectful title, directly calling his words nonsense, leaving the elder humiliated. Nevertheless, since the elder just claimed that he heard it, he couldn't really blame Han for disrespect, so he could only focus on the lack of respect in addressing him. Turning, he scowled toward Luo Xiuzai. Wenkai, your son-in-law won't even call me uncle grandfather. It seems he doesn't respect my old bones. Why should I stay here and make myself look foolish? I'll go home, so you don't have to see me and get upset. Sure enough, every era has its share of elders who abuse their status. Such days when asking unpleasant questions, they conveniently forget they are elders. But when questioned back, they use their authority to pressure others, practicing perfect double standards. Han knew Luo Xiuzai was a person of propriety, making it hard to handle situations like this. He took the initiative to stand before Luo Xiuzai, bowing politely again to the elder. Turns out you are my wife's uncle grandfather. He emphasized that it was the wife's uncle grandparent. Once a woman marries, her husband decides whether or not to recognize indirect relatives. So, for the sake of my father-in-law and my wife, I will call you uncle grandfather too. Listen carefully. It's for the sake of the father-in-law and wife, not because I respect you. Don't reject this courtesy if you receive it. May I ask, uncle grandfather, who told you these nonsensical rumors? The old man's face turned red and pale alternately. He wanted to avoid answering, but with everyone watching and listening, it seemed as if he was afraid to answer a junior's question. My old brain is confused. I don't even remember who I heard it from. I only ask you, is it? Han seriously interrupted the elder. The person who said this must have ill intentions, intentionally slandering my father-in-law. Since you are an elder of my father-in-law's family, you should scold that person on the spot and give them a few cane strikes. That way, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. The old man became somewhat anxious. Even though Luo Xiuzai was his cousin by marriage, they were actually separated by several layers of relation. If Luo Xiuzai hadn't held some title, he wouldn't even have known who Luo Xiuzai was. He didn't care who spread the rumors. He just wanted to know if they were true. Even if the Luo family denied the rumors, there would still be traces hidden in their words that could serve as tea-time gossip. How could this blame fall on him? I did scold that person, but, for a girl's reputation, I had to ask about those rumors spreading outside as her elder. Han cut off the old man again and turned to bow deeply to everyone present. Even my elderly great-uncle by marriage, whose memory has grown fuzzy with age, has heard many rumors. I imagine all of you have heard even more scandalous stories. All of you, either friends or relatives of my father-in-law, would surely not believe these baseless tales. Therefore, I have one favor to ask of all of you. If anyone dares slander my father-in-law and my wife, please stand up and fight back for me. The medical expenses will be on me, and I'll also prepare gifts to show my gratitude. If any legal troubles arise because of this, I will take full responsibility and ensure none of you are harmed. Everyone was stunned by Han Ying's bold speech. No one didn't know how devastating rumors could be. What was truly terrifying wasn't the rumors themselves, but the fact that no one could find out who started them or stop their spread. Could such issues really be resolved in such simple and forceful ways? Instead of dealing with the rumors, simply deal with those who spread them. But then again, only someone like Han Ying, wealthy and powerful, and protected by the county magistrate, could adopt such a method. For others, medical fees alone would be enough to drive them into bankruptcy. Chapter 53. It's just to make you envious. Han Ying, as if worried that the shock to everyone was not big enough, gestured for a servant to bring up a package of items and opened it on the table in front of everyone. It turned out to be a thick stack of banknotes. The sharp-eyed ones noticed that the top one alone was worth 50 taels, and those underneath were even larger denominations. Han Ying paid no attention to the various looks of astonishment, envy, and jealousy from the crowd. He smiled politely at Mr. Luo. Your son-in-law is often away. I might be temporarily unavailable. These banknotes will be left in your care. Mr. Luo, please handle the medical expenses and gifts from this pile. I'll send over more after a while. I've already spoken with the county magistrate. If there are disputes due to rumors, he will help deal with them. The onlookers realized Han Ying wasn't just intimidating, but serious. They felt a complex mix of emotions. Rich and powerful? So what? Using money to suppress people is uncouth. Mr. Luo's ancestors must have smoke rising green with fortune to have such a generous son-in-law. They'd never worry about money again. Many were also thinking about whether Han Ying would consider their own daughters as well. How splendid to become his father-in-law. Amidst the collective indignation towards the rumor-mongers and the admiration for Luo scholar, Han Ying, and casually mentioning Zhang Depeo as well, the atmosphere in the front hall was lively and harmonious. In the rear chamber, however, the mouths of gossipy aunts and mothers-in-law weren't idle either. They had started discussing as soon as they sat down, mainly spreading rumors about the newlywed life of the two sisters. They found pleasure in watching the sisters' expressions of embarrassment, mortification, and impotent anger. As time went by, the topic gradually shifted to the rumors outside. Of course, the sisters denied everything outright. But the gossipmongers wouldn't let it go, continuing to ask incessantly. Some even said that since the rumors outside sounded very plausible, could they all be completely false? Xuanhuan has a fiery temper and couldn't possibly tolerate that. She immediately pointed her finger at the person speaking and started berating them. Even though younger generations cursing elders may be unreasonable even when right, Xuanhuan didn't care. Madame Luo and Miss Luo blocked her while debating with the person involved. Just as things got heated, a senior maid sent to serve tea appeared outside the door to inform them. The feast has been set up. The master invites Madame to bring all the ladies and misses to take their seats. The master says, please do not be polite. If there are any places not served properly, please be forgiving. The master also said, if anyone outside spreads rumors and defames our Luo family, don't worry about it. Uncle Han has already asked other lords and young masters for assistance. If someone talks nonsense about us, they will fight back for us. Even if we end up in court, Uncle Han will cover it. At these words, the gossip-filled ants' mouths closed tighter than clams. They were unafraid of Madame Luo and her daughter since they were sure the Luo family wouldn't dare confront so many relatives at once. However, now, knowing that their husbands would personally help to beat people, if they still chattered, they themselves would be the ones getting beaten. Xuanhuan, seeing this, became rather pleased, lifting her chin proudly, and said, it's good to have a wealthy brother-in-law. Sister, quickly give your brother-in-law a chubby baby boy. In the future, you can walk across this town with your head held high and no fear of interference. Your brother-in-law will protect you. Who dares to offend you? Madame Luo and Miss Luo watched silently as the ants ate humble pie. They were satisfied inwardly, but didn't let it show too much. Don't talk nonsense. You should change your mouth, even after marriage, Madame Luo criticized. Why should I change? Xuanhuan replied confidently. My husband loves my sharp tongue, and even grandfather praises me for it. It's good to control my husband and prevent him from behaving improperly outside. Several essential factors for women's happiness. Living without financial worry, being valued by the in-laws, having both sons and daughters. The two Luo sisters already met the first two conditions completely after marriage. Among the women present, how many of them were always careful in front of their mother-in-laws? How many still haven't earned the qualification to sit at the same table with men, even though their sons are close to marrying? Look at these two. They've already been protected by their families right after stepping in. Miss Luo Wanwan was envied even more, as she didn't have to face in-laws at all. How wonderful it was. However, women always find ways to balance their emotions. Soon after the banquet began, someone brought up Han Ying's over 10 wives again. Wanwan is gentle. She shouldn't be bullied. I heard the daughter of the county magistrate is also the young master's wife. Would Wanwan then be less favored compared to her? This was something Lady Luo was also concerned about, yet had no chance to ask amidst the guests. Luo Wanwan smiled softly and replied, "What nonsense. All the elder sisters are very kind. Elder sister Fong especially, is gentle, virtuous, educated, and rational. How could she bully me?" These words, the ants didn't believe. Even in households with only 2 or 3 women, daily squabbles and competitions are common. Could 14 women all coexist peacefully? Miss Luo Wanwan, knowing they didn't believe her, continued to say, "Besides, I find it difficult enough just wanting to meet the elder sisters often. Since the other 2 sisters have just given birth and need to rest in the manor, the remaining sisters are helping our husband manage his businesses. After my wedding month is over, I will probably also need to assist at one of the shops, and won't often be home to see father and mother." Someone pursued further. The Hans are so wealthy yet still let their women help? They're too stingy. Luo Wanwan smiled gently as she patiently explained. "It's not that my husband is miserly, trying to save on wages. It's just that with the rapid expansion of the shops, we haven't found trustworthy managers yet, so the sisters are temporarily supervising them. Whoever manages a shop gets 3/10 of its earnings." 3/10. Everyone drew in a sharp breath in unison. They were unclear how much silver that would amount to. What shocked them was that everything a woman had, including herself, belonged to her husband. Thus, working for the husband's family was expected. Being tolerated without criticism was already fortunate. Yet the wives in Han Ying's household actually got a share of profits. This was outrageous. Not to mention when relatives and friends returned home. Behind closed doors, they envied Luo family's excellent match with Han Ying. In the evening, after washing up, Han Ying and Luo Wanwan lay down to discuss the matter about the provincial city. "A representative from Governor Rin has come asking me to visit the provincial city. Coinciding with the timing of the wedding, I've been postponing it. Now that the wedding is done, and we've made our return visit to my family, if I don't go soon, Governor Rin might blame me." Luo Wanwan fully understood. Husband should attend to your important affairs. While you're away, I'll keep the 2 sisters company, so I won't be alone without someone to talk to. Han Ying most cherished her gentleness. Turning over, he pulled her into his arms, kissing her temple. "Our house doesn't have so many formalities. Feel free to visit your mother-in-law at your parents' place or stroll around the streets. If pocket money runs low, just ask the steward for more." From her strict upbringing, Luo Wanwan rarely left home except occasionally accompanying Mrs. Luo to the temple to offer incense. She had long become accustomed to this lifestyle and didn't particularly yearn to go shopping. Still, gaining permission from Han Ying to visit her natal home frequently filled her with happiness. The way she expressed her happiness was by being especially obedient that night. Chapter 54, Flower Planting. The governor approached Han Ing after hearing that his businesses were growing larger and larger, some of which were done in cooperation with the Xuanhuan County office, making a substantial profit for them. As a result, they had already submitted an application to renovate the warehouse. Xuanhuan's county office warehouse was originally used to store documents, but had collapsed several years ago due to a lack of funds for repairs. Just by cooperating with Han Ing for half a year, they made enough money to fix it. Clearly, they earned quite a lot. Most importantly, the governor also heard that the official school in Xuanhuan County was flourishing due to Han Ying's donations, with scholars sent from various villages to educate children. The governor admitted he envied the situation. Lianqing Prefecture was originally a poor area, and none of the counties were much better off than Xuanhuan. Year after year of crop failure, every county was struggling, and even the governor's life was difficult. Furthermore, tiny Xuanhuan having more money than the governor's office damaged the dignity of his role. Therefore, he sent someone to invite Han Ing, hoping to cooperate with him as well. Han Ing did not outright reject cooperation with the government offices. According to his plan, he aimed to establish a base in one county, then slowly radiate outward to drive development in more places. Direct cooperation with the governor's office? He didn't have any suitable projects for it at the moment. Feeling rejected, the governor naturally wasn't happy, and his expression turned somber. Han Ing didn't want to offend this man. Currently, he had over a dozen shops in the capital city. One angry face-off, and those shops might have to close. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly came up with a good idea. Sir, I don't have any current business to collaborate on with the governor's office, but I do possess something that could benefit countless generations. Half believing, half doubting, the governor pressed him. What is it? Han Ing didn't rush to answer, but instead asked. Sir, do you know how much grain our region can produce per acre? The governor disliked the question, being the parent official. If he didn't know how much grain his territory produced, people would laugh their teeth out. It depends on the type of grain. Millet or beans yield around 200 jin per acre. Wheat or soybeans reach about 250 jin. Han Ing smiled slightly. If I tell you that I have a crop that can produce 500 jin per acre, isn't picky about soil quality, drought and flood resistant, and has low requirements for fertilizer, wouldn't that be considered benefiting countless generations? Potatoes produce more than 500 jin, but Han Ing saying 500 was still on the conservative side. Even so, it shocked the governor enough to draw in a sharp breath. 500 jin. It's more than double the average production per acre. Excitedly, the governor grabbed Han Ying's wrist. What is this crop? Let me see it. Han Ing chuckled and shook his head. I've only just obtained this crop. There are too few of them to be suitable for large-scale planting yet. This statement felt like cold water being poured over the governor, instantly cooling down his enthusiasm. If it hasn't been widely planted, how do you know it can produce 500 jin per acre? This question was reasonable. Small-scale trials usually receive more attention, so the data derived may not be entirely accurate. This is why experimental fields often report a yield of 1,000 jin, while actual large-scale planting typically maxes out around 800. Facing the governor's skepticism, Han Ing had no fear at all. Potatoes were rare here, but common back in the world where Han Ing was a white-collar worker. In that world, they only deserved to sit forgotten in the corners of supermarkets. Governor, if you don't believe it, why don't we wait until this batch of potatoes matures, and I'll send them all to you. Then you can have someone plant a field to test them out. If the output falls short of 500 jin per acre, I will accept whatever punishment you decide. By making such a bold promise, the governor finally believed him to some extent. However, since this potato matter was of great importance, personal observation was essential for complete trust. With approximately another month left until the potatoes matured, Han Ing didn't want the governor waiting idly. So he proposed finding a county to grow flowers extensively, asking the governor for help in choosing one. This flower wasn't something you could just casually plant. They had to ensure food production and prevent farmers from converting all arable land to flower farming in pursuit of higher income, thereby reducing grain production and increasing grain prices. Grain prices directly affect local stability, so Han Ing had intended this, but hadn't dared to experiment lightly. The governor knew the gravity of the situation, personally studying maps for a long time. After further discussion with Han Ing, they ultimately chose Xuanhuan County. 2/3 of Xuanhuan's area is mountainous. Not only does it have a small arable land area, but the soil quality is also poor. However, its advantage lies in its proximity to the prefecture city, making transportation much easier. Originally, Xuanhuan's grain production was severely insufficient, relying on relief from the governor's office every year. If planting flowers could increase income, residents could buy more grain to fill their stomachs. Also, even if all the farmland was used to grow flowers, the overall impact on the total grain production across the entire prefecture wouldn't be significant. The governor even said half-jokingly, when your crops start large-scale planting, our province won't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Han Ing realized that the governor was testing him, essentially still doubting the potato yields. Yet, he didn't rush to make assurances. Actions speak louder than words. No matter how much is said now, it's not as convincing as the governor witnessing it himself. After finalizing the plan to grow flowers in Xuanhuan, the governor personally accompanied Han Ing for a visit. There was no further mention of cooperation or lack thereof. If the potato yield truly reached 500 jin, the governor would be promoted soon, and how much silver the government earned would have no relevance to him. Besides, regardless of which county Han Ing cooperated with, the tax revenue eventually aggregated at the prefectural level, still counting as one of his achievements. Why force Han Ing into cooperation, making him seem so tyrannical? Upon visiting Xuanhuan, Han Ing truly grasped what poverty meant. It wasn't just about families not having enough to eat or proper clothing. Both adults and children looked malnourished, pale faces and listless eyes. Moreover, there was an atmosphere, a sense of seeing no hope, living day by day just to survive. The magistrate of Qixian was surnamed Zhu, who appeared about the same age as Clerk Zhang. After conversation, Han learned that he was only in his early 40s. Worry seemed to have aged him significantly beyond his actual years. Magistrate Zhu had been stuck as the magistrate of Qixian ever since passing the Jinshu exam 10 years ago. With no connections or background, his performance appraisal had consistently ranked at the lowest grade C year after year, making promotion impossible. No wonder he always appeared so gloomy and despondent. When the subject of flower planting was brought up, a flicker of hope finally sparked in Magistrate Zhu's previously lifeless eyes. Please, sir, explain in detail. We will fully cooperate. What did the governor know about business? He turned to Han, gesturing for him to elaborate. Han had originally intended to collaborate with the Qixian County office, outsourcing flower seeds and seedlings to the common folk, harvesting the flowers they grew, dried by the villagers, then buying them back. But after seeing the state of Qixian, he reconsidered. He worried the commoners wouldn't dare take the risk, since their current agricultural income was already minimal. Giving up grain farming to grow flowers might leave them destitute if it didn't prove profitable. He decided to purchase land himself, establish an estate, and hire locals as workers. This way, the commoners wouldn't worry about losing a year's effort for nothing. Once they saw that growing flowers could earn them money, they would naturally lose their concerns. Chapter 55, Opening Up Wasteland. Han worked with the Qixian County government, sharing profits from every endeavor. If Han bought land and built an estate, all the profit would be his, with none going to the government. The prefect understood Han Ying's ability to make money. Cooperation would certainly benefit the county government more. Magistrate Zhu actually preferred that Han buy land. The land in Qixian was barren, with less than 10% being good farmland. People were too poor to buy land, and many plots lay abandoned, unsellable even for free. With land left fallow, rent could not be collected. Every year Magistrate Zhu's performance review was rated C. A few more times like this, he might lose his position as the impoverished county magistrate. Han explained his original intention of building an estate to the prefect. It wasn't that he didn't want to cooperate with the county government, but the common folk had reservations and were unwilling to participate. Even with cooperation, no silver would be made. The prefect realized it made sense and decided not to insist on the cooperation. After careful calculation, buying land from Han meant an initial payment of silver, with annual land taxes to follow. This still provided a decent income for the county office. Land in Qixian was cheap, so Han purchased an entire hilltop along with over 500 acres adjacent to it. The hill and its location were at the intersection of 3 villages, with a river nearby, making irrigation and transport very convenient. This transaction amounted to over 10,000 taels of silver. Magistrate Zhu was stunned, his throat swallowing several times before cautiously asking Han, since young Master Han has bought such a large piece of land, how about buying the river next to it as well? Both banks of the river were within Qixian territory, so Magistrate Zhu could decide to transfer the usage rights of this section of the river. Whether the buyer used it to build a dock or run boats, they'd have priority water access during droughts. However, setting up checkpoints to collect crossing fees was prohibited. Any use must leave space for regular passage. Han asked about the price. About 20 miles of river course could be transferred for over 100 taels, with an annual tax of 10 taels thereafter. This small sum was insignificant to Han. Since Magistrate Zhu had suggested it, he agreed as a gesture of respect and bought the stretch of the river as well. When escorting the prefect and Han out of the county office, Magistrate Zhu hadn't fully recovered from the shock yet. Coincidentally, Han noticed that outside the county office, multiple shops on the street were posting red notices indicating they were for sale. In this era, towns and cities adhered to principles of harmony and balance, focusing on feng shui. The street opposite the county office was on the central axis of the city, a prime location in any county where land was highly sought after. Yet here in Qixian, several businesses were up for sale simultaneously in this prestigious area, while other shops stood empty. It boiled down to Qixian's poverty. Lacking abundant resources and a mainstay industry, locals had no money, and there was no influx of outsiders. It was no wonder the shop businesses were struggling. After spending more than 10,000 taels, Han impulsively purchased 5 storefronts, each comprising 3 rooms, nearly taking up half the street. Henceforth, Han gained the nickname Mr. Half Street. Later, he earned nicknames such as Mr. Half River and Mr. Half City, but these are stories for another time. Speaking of which, Han quickly bought more than a dozen shops, causing Magistrate Zhu to become calm instead. Shocked by too much, he grew numb. But upon calming down, he secretly regretted not agreeing to cooperate with Han earlier. Had he known Han Ying's wealth was so substantial, he should have pursued the partnership. With the major decisions settled, the prefect mentioned having official duties and planned to return to the capital city. Han wanted to first check out the land he had just bought, so his return would be delayed. He politely bid farewell to the prefect alongside Magistrate Zhu. Magistrate Zhu voluntarily offered to accompany Han to see the land. In the countryside, people are uneducated and may lack proper etiquette. Let me, as your official, go with you. Perhaps they'll respect young Master Han more. Han thought Magistrate Zhu was quite considerate. Still, educating the local populace is a magistrate's duty. Yet, when speaking of the commoners, Magistrate Zhu's tone implied disdain, making one uneasy, especially compared to Fong County Magistrate. Naturally, how Magistrate Zhu governed had nothing to do with Han. Protected by the prefect, Magistrate Zhu likely wouldn't dare harm him. Han Ning simply accepted the courtesy. Upon arriving at his newly purchased property, the situation was painfully clear, poverty-stricken. Even Stone Village was poor, yet open land near it saw women and children foraging wild vegetables or cutting pig grass. The land Han Ning bought was truly vacant, with tall weeds growing untended. There were also a few withered trees on the open land. In Stone Village, these would long ago have been taken home for firewood. Here, however, they were allowed to decay untouched. Sigh, it was heart-wrenching. Not because the land was desolate, but because the local people lacked a positive mindset. Poverty isn't scary, a lack of ambition is terrifying. After surveying the place, Han Ning thanked Magistrate Zhu and returned to the provincial city. His site inspection revealed conditions worse than expected, requiring even more consideration and effort. He couldn't handle everything by himself and would have to mobilize his resources. First, he sent a message to Zhang Depeo in Stone Village, asking the old village chief to gather 20 strong villagers to help open up the wasteland. 20 people were far from enough for such a massive task. These villagers were to act as the backbone, role models, and foremen to help Han Ning get started while overseeing hired laborers. The working atmosphere was critical. Negative behaviors like laziness or deceit could spread. Han Ning had to take preventive measures before starting work. One thing about the workers from Stone Village, they certainly had an active and positive attitude toward work. Seeing this, the later hired workers wouldn't dare slack off. As Han Ning had predicted, when word got out that wages and meals would be provided for those helping with the land reclamation, local villagers all came rushing to sign up. On the second day, they showed up early waiting for breakfast, eating heartily. But when it was time to work, they moved as if their bones had been removed, going slow like a left-hand, right-hand slow-motion dance. Even worse, 2 of them excused themselves citing stomachaches and left. The old village chief shook his head disapprovingly, privately voicing his complaints to Han Ning. No wonder they're so poor, everyone's lazy. Han Ning, however, could somewhat empathize with the condition of the locals here. Generations upon generations of poverty, year after year without any hope. Naturally, they had given up and were just coasting through life. Though he could sympathize, he couldn't indulge such behavior. He was here to conduct business, not charity. Han Ning changed the work system. He divided the land earmarked for reclamation into several smaller plots, assigning 1 person to each. They weren't allowed to eat until their assigned plot was finished. This significantly boosted the efficiency of the work. But soon, another problem arose. While the speed increased, more workers were cutting corners. They didn't properly clear out stones and dry branches, nor did they dig deep enough into the soil. Han Ning gritted his teeth and dismissed one of the most egregious offenders on the spot. No matter how much the worker cried, pleaded, or recounted their hardships, Han Ning only reluctantly allowed them 3 more days of probation. However, during these 3 days, no pay would be issued, only food would be provided. The workers finally became a little fearful and began to work earnestly. Chapter 56, Knowing How to Handle Affairs. Qian used a big stick, and the effect seemed decent. It's not just about punishing, rewards are also necessary. During dinner, she specially rewarded a few people who were more proactive with several steamed white flour buns, allowing them to take these back home for their wives and children. Steamed white flour buns were considered a luxury here. For celebrations or condolences, only mixed flour buns were used, and at most, 2 or 3 white flour buns would be prepared during the new year for ancestral worship. Those who received the reward were extremely surprised and excited, while those who didn't showed evident envy on their faces. When work resumed, everyone competed fiercely to do more and faster. Han Ning thought this time it must definitely be secure. That evening, she had the kitchen specially stew a large pot of meat, giving each person a small bowl to take home. However, the next day, it was discovered that there were multiple instances of workers sabotaging each other. Han Ning couldn't help but comment, stating that poverty wasn't without reason. Their minds weren't focused on proper tasks, always thinking of ways to cheat. This time it was the old village chief's turn to counsel Han Ning. 10 fingers aren't all of the same length, let alone people. These people are lazy by habit. It's not something that can be changed overnight. Don't rush it, go slowly. Han Ning knew this made sense. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down. Accustomed to the hard-working nature of the villagers in Stone Village, it was difficult for her to accept such behavior from these workers. Human nature itself is inclined towards indulgence and laziness. Or perhaps it was because her system wasn't yet entirely sound enough. Han Ning spent 2 days formulating a complete set of rules. She asked someone to clearly explain them to the workers. The 20 workers sent from Stone Village were all promoted to minor supervisors, supervising non-stop throughout the day, conversing with the workers, telling them how Stone Village transformed from poverty to prosperity and the affluent lives they lead now. After a few days, the situation gradually improved. The workers' attitudes became much more correct, and almost no one dared to shirk responsibilities anymore. Han Ning couldn't remain in Qi County forever. It wouldn't do to neglect her other businesses. In fact, Zhang Depeo had been sending people every day from the capital city urging her to return and preside over things while he delivered goods to Jiangnan. As the business grew larger, relying solely on her and Zhang Depeo simply wasn't feasible. Although his wives were all astute and capable, the inconvenience of women traveling frequently worried him, and he didn't feel comfortable with it. Han Ning held a meeting with the minor supervisors, asking if anyone could leave their homes and help her manage various businesses elsewhere. Managing businesses was a step up to being a supervisor rather than just an ordinary worker. How could the minor supervisors refuse? Han Ning then assigned 2 to return to the capital city and follow Zhang Depeo to Jiangnan. Once familiar with the duties, they could take over the delivery tasks, freeing Zhang Depeo from the constant worry of leaving his wife behind when heading to Jiangnan. Speaking of Zhang Depeo, Han Ning even envied him somewhat. A month after their marriage, xuanhuan became pregnant. If only she could match his speed. She'd collect system rewards endlessly. Putting jokes aside, Han Ning selected another two and promoted them to supervisors, responsible from then on for overseeing the development, planning, and proposing suggestions for the manor, handling all related affairs. She also chose a few to manage the newly purchased shops in Qi County as shopkeepers. The rest temporarily helped out at the manor. Afraid these people might have doubts, she specifically explained to them. It wasn't due to a lack of ability, but because the manor was currently in dire need of manpower, managing everything with just 2 supervisors was impossible. Everyone present had experienced the laziness of the workers here and completely agreed with Han Ying's explanation. Master, don't worry. We're willing to serve as laborers under your employment for our whole lives. That's right, becoming a supervisor is fine, but if we're not chosen, we'll still work like before. There's no jealousy. Master is a man of great achievements. You focus on your big things, and we'll handle the trivial matters for you. Han Ning felt deeply moved. The villagers from Stone Village were truly more hassle-free. Worried the supervisors might be too honest and get deceived by cunning people, she gave them detailed instructions, setting off early the next morning with the appointed supervisors heading for different locations. First, she arrived at the county town, delivering the shopkeepers to their respective stores. Then continuing towards the capital city, handing over the 2 supervisors to Zhang Depeo, reminding him to bring them along often during his travels. Zhang Depeo was more than glad to delegate his errands to others, assuring with confidence that he would definitely teach them well. The business in Qi County had been brokered through the prefectural governor, so naturally, Han Ning had to report her return. The governor personally met Han Ning, kindly inquiring about the conditions in Qi County. After exchanging a few words, Han Ning wanted to take her leave. The governor waved his hand signaling her to sit back down, instructing the servant boy to fetch a card. The weather has recently become cooler, so I'm hosting a poetry gathering. If you're free, please come join us. Each year, the governor personally organizes 2 literary gatherings and poetry events to demonstrate the court's regard for scholars. What, personally, means is merely lending his name, doing just enough to get by. Inviting Han Ning served 2 purposes. 1, to make the event seem livelier with more participants. 2, since Han Ning had given him face by investing so much silver in Qi County, this personal invitation was also a way of returning the favor. Most importantly, Han Ying's substantial wealth meant that donating a few hundred taels to the poetry gathering should pose no problem. With her contribution, the food, drinks, and prizes for the poetry gathering were all secured, and the event could even be elevated in quality. Han Ning was quite interested in the poetry gathering. It was the standard venue for time-traveling geniuses to show off, as well as a great opportunity to win the favor of wealthy and beautiful women. Well, he wasn't short of wealthy beauties anyway, nor did he need their help to reach the pinnacle of life. Still, he wanted to attend the gathering. When the time comes, I will definitely come and admire the talents of the scholars. Han Ning rose to thank the governor, then directly took his leave. The governor glared at him from behind, thinking this young man had some insight, but turned out to be just as dense. He wouldn't even take the initiative to donate some silver if it weren't mentioned. A little while after Han Ning left, he sent over a box of fine brushes, ink, paper, fans, calligraphy, and paintings. There was also a small box of silver ingots, each weighing 5 taels, all brand new and unused. He also wrote a letter to the governor. The letter roughly stated that due to his limited knowledge and lack of official rank, he originally felt unworthy to participate in the poetry gathering. However, admiring the elegance of the scholars, he had mustered the courage to attend, preparing modest gifts to add some excitement to the event. He requested that the governor kindly accept them, as it would make him feel better knowing they were appreciated. The governor smiled contentedly, stroking his beard. He had said Han Ning was reliable. Not only did he donate silver, but he also did so with great grace. With such an understanding of how to handle affairs, his future prospects would surely not be insignificant. The poetry gathering was scheduled 3 days later, so Han Ning decided not to return to Shi County for now. Upon hearing that he would attend the poetry gathering, Flower Lady was astonished and lavishly praised his talent. She immediately arranged for the best tailor to come and make 2 new outfits for him, and also bought jade pendants and other accessories for him. Her bustling, yet warm-hearted nature was rather endearing. The next day, Han Ning visited the princess at Xuanhuan Nunnery. Last time, he accompanied Wu Linglong to see the princess, and afterward, he had been too busy to explain the situation to her. He also wanted to ask the princess about the origins of the jade ring. Why would the princess go to such lengths to help Wu Linglong just for a piece of jade? Chapter 57, Past Affairs. More importantly, why did the princess give him the jade disc? Han Ning had many questions in his mind and hoped the princess would provide answers. But he also knew that he and the princess didn't have much of a rapport. These questions were not ones he should be asking, and even if he asked, the princess might not necessarily answer. After pondering this all along the way, he arrived at Mount Xixia. He left his carriage at the foot of the mountain and started to walk up on foot. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure coming out of the Xuanhuan Nunnery, swiftly turning onto a small path and vanishing within moments. That figure was unmistakably the bandit chief who had been incited by Fat Guan to rob him. But then Han Ning shook his head, feeling like he might have been mistaken. How could a ruthless bandit chief come here to worship the Buddha? Wouldn't he fear the wrath of the Buddha striking him down? Entering the nunnery, Han Ning still couldn't resist asking one of the young nuns. Was there another visitor just now? The young nun calmly shook her head with both hands clasped together. No, there hasn't been any visitors for days. There's only the woodcutter from the back mountain who delivered a load of firewood. See, it's right over there. Oh, so it must have been the woodcutter. Han Ying nodded and helped the young nun carry the firewood stacked behind the gate into the kitchen. Then he proceeded straight toward the study. In the study, the princess held a book in her hands, but her gaze unconsciously lingered on a tank full of koi fish in the corridor, lost in thought. Daring not to approach abruptly, Han Ying stood a few steps away and bowed deeply. Greetings, princess. The princess' eyes shifted to Han Ying's face and stared blankly at him. It felt as if the princess wasn't looking at him, but instead through him, as if gazing at someone else. A strange feeling welled up inside Han Ying, and he kept his gaze lowered without moving, until the princess herself snapped back to reality. You've come. Sit down, she said plainly. Han Ying, though hearing a hint of weariness in her tone, knelt across from her. He looked straight into her eyes. Whom were you looking at earlier, princess? Startled, the princess instinctively turned away. This palace doesn't understand what you're talking about. Was it incomprehension or guilt? Han Ying smiled faintly, casually splashing the remaining half cup of tea the princess drank from out onto the corridor. He picked up the silver chopsticks, poked at the charcoal fire in the teapot until it blazed, and started boiling water for fresh tea. When I first met the princess, I thought you looked very familiar, as if we once shared a deep bond. However, after a serious illness I suffered, I lost all my memories. Could you tell me, princess, what kind of bond we used to share? With an ordinary expression, the princess listened as if hearing idle talk from an uninformed child. There has never been any such bond. Since you don't remember past events, you needn't persistently investigate them. If there had truly been no bond, why did she stop him from investigating? Han Ying originally felt it inappropriate to question the princess further since they weren't that close. However, the figure seen at the temple gate, the calm concealment of the young nun, and the princess's earlier stare all led him to believe that he not only could ask, but must. Princess, last time when Wu Linglong requested that I accompany her to see you, I didn't know beforehand. Could you explain the origin of that jade disc? Also, why did you give it to me? The princess flushed with anger. She stood and strode towards the study. Han Ying also jumped up and looked directly at her delicate, slim back, raising his voice. Princess, I saw that person just now, the bandit. If you won't tell me, I'll go ask him. I need to know the truth. No matter what it takes, I'll inquire everyone until I find out. The princess's back trembled slightly before she halted her steps. After pausing for a moment, she turned around with evident exhaustion on her face. If you wish to know, I shall tell you. Han Ying guessed from various signs that his own origins were probably far more complicated than he'd imagined. His words were a gamble, a bet that the princess wouldn't leave him in the dark regarding the matter. As facts showed, he won the wager. Walking as if every step drained her strength, the princess looked exhausted. Feeling guilty, Han Ying realized there must be some great secret hidden in the princess's heart, and he had coerced her using his life. Princess, let me help you. She waved off his hand and straightened her shoulders, walking back under the veranda where she sat down in her original spot. If you wish to know, I will tell you. But you must promise me this. When you lack ability, do not act recklessly. Han Ying agreed without hesitation. Yes, I promise you. As the princess recounted her tale, a sealed-off history of over 30 years gradually unfolded before Han Ying's eyes. The emperor was the founding monarch of this dynasty, and the princess was only 1 year older than the emperor. 30 years ago, their fathers were the national defense general of the previous dynasty, deeply trusted by the emperor at that time. The two of them frequently visited the imperial court from a young age, and Crown Prince Han Xian, being around their age, treated them like siblings. Back then, the trio believed they would always remain intimate, lifelong friends. Even if the Crown Prince became emperor in the future, their bonds would not weaken. However, one day suddenly, several feudal princes colluded to cause chaos, accusing the emperor at that time of being a corrupt ruler. The empress dowager even testified for the feudal princes. Enraged and distressed, the emperor spat blood on the spot and then fell unconscious. Without their leader, the capital soon descended into chaos. The national defense general was appointed in crisis and took on the responsibility of guarding the capital. And Crown Prince Han Xian, only 13 years old, had no choice but to don his armor and replace the emperor to lead the army to quell the rebellion of the feudal princes. A month later, the emperor finally woke up, but after being ill for too long, he lost much of his strength and was unable to govern. The Crown Prince went off to quell the rebellion, and it took 5 years before he finally suppressed the revolt. They thought from then on there would be peace and prosperity. Unexpectedly, just as one trouble was over, another arose. After falling seriously ill, the emperor's personality changed greatly. He became distrustful of everyone. Moreover, the imperial concubine conspired with the prime minister to slander the Crown Prince, pretending to suppress rebellion but actually amassing troops for themselves. Believing the slander, the emperor stripped the Crown Prince of his military powers and placed him under house arrest in the Crown Prince's residence. During this period, both civil and military officials pleaded for the Crown Prince, proving his innocence. But the more they did so, the more the emperor doubted that the Crown Prince secretly bought people's allegiance. Another 2 years passed. At an age when the Crown Prince should have been in high spirits, he grew white hair due to long-term frustration. 2 years later, the emperor finally remembered the Crown Prince's virtues, lifted the house arrest, reinstated him to supervise the country, and personally selected a young lady for him to marry. The princess thought that the Crown Prince had finally overcome his hardships. But she never expected that the emperor already harbored murderous intentions towards the crown prince, and all these actions were merely part of the emperor's plan to believe the evil schemes of the concubine, aiming to find out who among the officials were loyal to the crown prince, intending to wipe out all of the crown prince's allies on the day of his wedding. Fortunately, the crown prince managed to escape the capital safely under the protection of the princess's father. Unfortunately, the whole country was once again thrown into turmoil. Because of protecting the crown prince, the princess's father was deemed a traitor by the emperor, resulting in the extermination of 9 generations of his family. When the crown prince heard the news, he rushed back to the capital with a group of voluntary followers, but it was still too late. He only managed to save the princess and her siblings. Later, the imperial concubine poisoned the emperor, and the prime minister revolted. Chapter 58, The Orphan of the Previous Dynasty. Han Ying felt that this plot was somewhat familiar, having appeared in too many novels. He couldn't help but ask further. Princess, then who am I? Am I the son of the crown prince? The princess looked at him with a complex expression and slowly nodded her head. Sure enough, how could the main character of a time travel story not have an impressive identity? Then another question arose. If his father was the crown prince of the previous dynasty, who was his mother? Was it the princess? As soon as this question came out, the princess's expression became even more complicated. Han Ying realized he had asked the wrong question and quickly apologized. The princess waved her hand dismissively. Since I've said I'll tell you everything, I won't deceive you. Just listen to me continue. Han Ying obediently sat still, listening as the princess recounted the events of the past. The world was in great turmoil. The crown prince gathered the remaining forces to fight against the rebels, and the current emperor and princess, to avenge their family, became 2 great generals under the crown prince. The journey was difficult. They had faced many life and death situations. After 3 years, the rebellion was finally quelled. But the crown prince, in the final battle, sacrificed himself to protect the current emperor, was poisoned by arrows, and was on the verge of death. The emperor was filled with grief and guilt. The crown prince said that he was already weary of the intrigue and deception, and was very happy to be able to entrust the world to his most trustworthy good brother. Even when the crown prince was about to pass away, Han Ying had yet to appear. Han Ying became anxious and unconsciously moved his body. The princess understood his thoughts and sighed lightly. His Majesty tried every possible method, but could only temporarily suppress the toxins in your father's body. He would live at most for 1 more month. Your father insisted on demanding that the news of his death be announced immediately. Since death was inevitable, announcing it earlier would allow him to let go of the identity of the crown prince and enjoy the last moments of his life. His Majesty, unable to persuade him otherwise, had no choice but to proclaim this news to the world. However, His Majesty also put forth one condition. Your father should leave behind a bloodline. Regardless of gender, the throne should ultimately return to your father's child. Your birth mother was originally a palace maid of your father, who fled from the capital during the war. Later, she was accidentally rescued by your father's army. One could say she shared deep ties with your father. Your father passed away a month later. The poison had already spread to his heart arteries just a few days prior. He managed to hold on until the day His Majesty ascended the throne before. When he left, he looked peaceful and told me and your mother that it would be best if your mother didn't get pregnant. But if she did, to ensure the child is born well. Do not tell the child who their father is, and do not let them develop ambitions to inherit the throne. If possible, let your mother take the child far away and find a quiet place to live a simple life. When you were born, His Majesty stayed by the door. Upon hearing that you were born safely, he immediately wanted to name you as Crown Prince. It was me and your mother who painstakingly persuaded him against it. You were raised in the palace, publicly recognized as His Majesty's son. When you were 3, your mother passed away due to illness. I took you to raise in the princess residence. Until you were 6, I entrusted you to Lai Fu, a former close attendant of your father, and Te, a bodyguard, who took you out of the capital. After many turns, you eventually arrived here. Later, I left the capital and practiced my beliefs at Xisha Nunnery. What happened after that, you know already. The mystery of Han Ying's origin was revealed. There was no dramatic fallout between ruler and subject or brothers turning into enemies. All the bloodshed was caused by secondary characters, and all of them were already dead. Yet more questions troubled Han Ying. The current emperor's stance was clear. He intended to pass the throne to Han Ying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have claimed, right after the crown prince's death, that Han Ying was his own son. It must be understood that, by then, the dynasty had already changed, so it was almost impossible for the orphaned heir of the previous dynasty's crown prince to ascend the throne. However, because he held the title of son of the current emperor, Han Ying had sufficient justification to inherit the imperial position. Given that, why did the emperor, after Han Ying's biological mother passed away, permit the princess to bring him up in the princess's residence? Throughout history, many emperors preferred leaving their sons in the care of eunuchs rather than giving them to their birth mothers, worried about potential maternal interference in governance through noble relations. Could it be that the emperor was completely unbothered by the fact that the princess might grow too close to his chosen successor and form rebellious ambitions? If the emperor truly trusted the princess entirely, why did the princess, despite knowing Han Ying's hardships, never offer any help and hadn't even met him for over 10 years? Han Ying wasn't questioning the princess's trustworthiness. Rather, there were simply too many contradictions in her account. It felt like some important part of the story was missing. As if sensing that Han Ying didn't fully believe her words, the princess stopped explaining. She spoke calmly. Such is your origin. If you don't believe me, I have no way to prove anything to you. Han Ying laughed. How could I not believe you? I just have a question that I dare not ask. The princess stared deeply at him. If you don't dare to ask, then don't. I'm tired, go back first. Han took a couple of quick steps forward. Princess, is the jade disc my father's? The princess didn't turn around. Your father once received help from the Wu family when he was suppressing the revolt of the feudal lord. Han wanted to ask more about the origins of the Wu family, but the princess had already entered her retreat and closed the bamboo door. It was clear that she no longer wished to answer his questions. Han sighed softly, poured out the tea, doused the embers, and slowly left. He thought about other questions he'd wanted to ask. Did the princess have feelings for his father, and why would she rather remain unmarried for life than leave behind descendants for her father? Now, upon reflection, it didn't matter. Emotions could be seen in the eyes. Why ask? And why burden the princess with painful memories? As for finding someone else to carry on his father's lineage, Han could probably guess the reason. It must have been his father's firm refusal. Being an orphan of the previous dynasty was already sensitive, let alone combining that bloodline with the current princess. Any child born of this union would be nothing short of a disaster. Even if unwilling to cause turmoil, such a child would inevitably be exploited by countless others. Han shook his head privately. Enough. The original owner of his body was gone. Solving the mystery of his origins was all the respect he owed him. Be it the crown prince or the princess, they were all irrelevant to him now. Han returned to the city residence, where several wives who managed the shops there gathered around him. They chattered incessantly about what to wear to the poetry gathering. Some insisted that the best tailor should be hired to make the most fashionable outfits. Others opposed this, arguing that the poetry gathering was for refined scholars, and wearing overly elaborate clothing might invite contempt. After discussing clothes, they moved on to jewelry. Like a flock of noisy sparrows. Han didn't find it annoying. Instead, he felt this was the essence of human yao, the life he truly desired to live. Certainly far more pleasant than contending for royal power or pretending to be an emperor. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the day of the poetry gathering. Chapter 59, The Confidence of Certain Victory. Han was woken early by his wives, who urged him to bathe, change clothes, and put on a full set of ornaments. Han couldn't help but laugh. Last night you all said that if I dress too extravagantly for the poetry gathering, people will think I'm an uncultured bumpkin. After one night's sleep, you've changed your minds. In fact, for the past 3 days, the wives had debated this issue back and forth, changing their plans multiple times, which gave Han no end of trouble. As Xuanhuan fastened a white jade stamp at the end of his folding fan, she spoke with great conviction. Refinement can be appreciated any time, but money isn't something we can earn whenever we want. Why shouldn't my husband make a grand entrance, envying those pretentious scholars? The other wives were giggling as they watched her, and later he Xiao secretly told Han. Last night, Xuanhuan went to fetch the seal and was verbally mocked by several literati. Their words were extremely offensive, and Xuanhuan was harboring resentment, determined to have Han make a high-profile appearance at the poetry gathering, driving those scholars mad. Before Han left, Xuanhuan regretted it. She came to apologize, holding a half-old outfit. I shouldn't have let anger get the best of me and drag my husband into being looked down upon at the poetry gathering. If such a trivial matter causes trouble, it would be entirely my fault. My husband should wear his regular clothes instead. Han originally didn't care much about dressing well. People who judged others solely based on their clothing weren't worth close friendships, so why should he cater to them? He pinched Xuanhuan's little face gently and smiled. You're not wrong at all. Refinement can be appreciated anytime, but money isn't something we can earn whenever we want. Earning money is my skill. Let those who are envious try earning some themselves. Seeing that Han wasn't upset with her, Xuanhuan blushed and smiled. When Han took a carriage to the poetry gathering, the wives gathered together to tease Xuanhuan. Husband was standing up for you. Whose sister? Teach me how to make my husband treat me so kindly. This made Xuanhuan both embarrassed and proud, and they laughed and played together in a cluster. The poetry gathering was held by the side of Mirror Lake, with a colorfully decorated tent already set up, along with tables, chairs, a few pastries and light alcohol, as well as writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones prepared. It was early autumn, and most of the lotus flowers had already wilted, yet the lotus leaves were still lush. In between them, green lotus pods were revealed, presenting a unique kind of wild charm. With Han Ying's sponsorship, the prefect acted especially generously. Not only were there more and better pastries and light alcohol than previous years, but also a painted pleasure boat was specially rented, instantly raising the elegance level. When Han arrived, many talented scholars were already present. Since they were mostly familiar with each other, those who weren't had probably seen each other. They formed small groups talking animatedly about poems and verses. No one recognized Han, and Han didn't want to blindly associate with so many people either, so he casually found a corner to sit, drink tea, and eat pastries. Primarily because his wives had been fussing over his attire and accessories, leaving him without eating enough for breakfast. While he was happily munching away, a sudden disdainful chuckle sounded nearby. This brother is dressed rather nicely, but his eating manner is so unrestrained, as if he hadn't seen pastries for several lifetimes. Could it be that all this fine clothing is borrowed just for show? Brother Han, you're mistaken. This is a poetry gathering, after all. If one really wants to make an impression, they should memorize a few poems beforehand. Otherwise, when everyone else has great works and this brother ends up empty-handed, that will truly be embarrassing. Here comes the chance for our transdimensional deity to flaunt his superiority. This script was very familiar to Han, and he not only didn't get angry, but actually felt a bit sympathetic for these guys. We're all human, but some people were only meant to be tools, How sad. Thinking this way, Han Ying's smile grew even gentler and calmer. Swallowing another piece of pastry unhurriedly, he sipped a bit of tea. This made the group of people waiting for him to retaliate, thereby having the chance to strike back even harder, grow increasingly awkward in appearance. What does this mean? Being openly mocked right in front of others while still eating and drinking as if nothing happened. It's as if he doesn't take the others seriously, isn't it? Just pretense, surely just pretense. It's impossible for anyone to hear such harsh words and remain completely unmoved. Seeing the alternating pallor and redness on the faces of those around him, Han Ying suddenly felt a twinge of pity. All right then, he'd give them a reaction. Otherwise, these guys might cry. Are you speaking to me? Wasn't this reaction worse than no reaction at all? Like hitting cotton with a punch, the group became even angrier and ashamed. This is a gathering of brilliant scholars discussing literature, not a place for anyone unworthy to join. Judging from your flashy dress, it's clear that you're uneducated. You'd better leave now and avoid ruining this poetic gathering with your vulgar money stink. Han Ying laughed. If he told these people that the elegant and noble poetry gathering, which in their eyes was lofty and untouchable, was sponsored by his own silver donation, wouldn't it be interesting to see their expressions? Still, Han Ying wanted to save face for the prefect. It would be better not to mention the sponsorship thing. But tolerating being criticized to one's face without retaliating wasn't in Han Ying's nature. His gaze lightly swept over the old clothes, bamboo hairpins, and worn-out cloth shoes of the people before him. With a light and faint sneer, he emitted a soft scoff. Then without saying anything, he moved to sit on the other side. Though Han Ying didn't say a word, his eyes and expressions spoke volumes. Clearly, he looked down upon these individuals for their simple attire. Originally, Han Ying would not judge a person by appearance, nor would he despise scholars from humble origins. But since they had attacked him based on his attire, it was only natural that he retaliated from the same angle. The faces of those few instantly turned a shade of liver red as they were about to chase after Han Ying to argue. They believed in being content with poverty, adhering to moral integrity and literary spirit. The magistrate is here. The arrival of the magistrate temporarily made them forget their hatred for Han Ying as they quickly tidied their clothes to welcome him amidst the crowd. I'm a bit late. Please forgive me, said the magistrate. In order to express an attitude of befriending through literature, the magistrate specially changed into casual clothing. Like a common scholar, he wore a long robe with flat shoes. The group who previously bothered Han Ying now felt even more confident, occasionally casting threatening glances at Han Ying. Han Ying ignored them, joining the others to greet the magistrate before finding another spot to sit. However, this time everyone sat down to listen to what the magistrate had to say, so he couldn't continue snacking. The magistrate encouraged everyone and then beckoned Han Ying over. Everyone was quite surprised, secretly guessing Han Ying's identity. When the magistrate introduced Han Ying as a businessman, the sponsor of the poetry gathering, many looked disdainful. Among the ranks of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are ranked last. Even if wealthy, they are still looked down upon by those well-versed in poetry and books. Those few could not wait to stir up trouble. Surely, Master Han is a knowledgeable person with profound learning. Could you share an excellent piece to enlighten us? Han Ying smiled. He may not know how to compose poetry, but he certainly knows how to plagiarize. An entire 300 Tang poems could easily outshine the so-called talented men at this poetry gathering. Chapter 60, The Meaning of Reading. In deference to the prefect's face, Han Ying did not plan to disclose his masterpieces to the public just yet. Otherwise, once the masterpiece is revealed, who would dare to embarrass themselves? Wouldn't today's poetry gathering be a waste then? I don't have much ink in my stomach. I'd better not embarrass myself before all of you. The prefect thought that Han Ying didn't even have the title of a tongsheng, the lowest scholarly rank, and he probably really hadn't read many books, so he didn't want to force him either. Smilingly, the prefect diffused the situation by allowing him to sit down and eat and drink freely. Subsequently, the prefect proposed that today's poetry gathering would take the surrounding scenery as its theme for composing poems. Everyone had no objections and scattered to find inspiration. Those several people were also racking their brains trying to compose poems and temporarily had no time to bother Han Ying. Rarely peaceful, Han Ying naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble on his own. He remained nearby drinking wine and appreciating the scenery, feeling very at ease. Half an hour later, the time limit set by the prefect had arrived. Whether they could come up with something or not, everyone hurriedly found paper and pen to jot down a few lines. It wouldn't do to hand in a blank sheet, saying they composed nothing. So many people watching. Would they still care about their faces? Composing poorly will only get laughed at by the reviewing master. Handing in a blank page will make everyone laugh at them. Any fool can tell which is more serious. The poems were collected before the scribe, who carefully looked through each one, occasionally reviewing them again, deliberating over the phrases. The crowd couldn't wait idly. The prefect suggested eating, drinking, and chatting first, announcing the rankings after the scribe finished reviewing. Those several finally found another opportunity to cause trouble. Pointing at Han Ying. This Mr. Han is indeed not modest. He couldn't even write one line. My friend is too harsh. A businessman who recognizes 2 words and can understand an account book is already quite good. Exactly right. If we expect businessmen to compose poetry, what use are we scholars? Han Ying truly looked down on these so-called literati. Knowing full well that the food, drink, and even prizes were provided by Han Ying himself, they still talked nonsense behind his back. This showed that these people lacked even basic gratitude. And their point of attacking Han Ying was simply his identity as a businessman. This further proved how self-righteous and arrogant these people were, expecting them to treat the commoners equally when they become officials. Impossible. Since these people refuse kindness shown to them, there's no blaming himself for being rude. Standing on the painted boat, Han looked down at them with a faint smile. I am indeed empty inside, but having such a rare chance to participate in a poetry gathering, I must pretend to be cultured somehow. At this, the crowd burst into loud laughter. Exactly. Quickly compose a poem to prove you've been here. Next time, you might not get another chance. Maybe it was written beforehand by someone else. Can you recite it? I'll write it down for Mr. Han. Otherwise, if Mr. Han forgets the characters when writing, it might make a mockery of himself. Han paid no heed to the ridicule, standing sideways against the wind. Floating fragrance swirls around the winding shore. The crowd snickered, dismissing such a straightforward opening. How could the rest be any better? After all, what could a businessman possibly know about poetry and literature? Even if deceived, he wouldn't recognize it. Round shadows cover the reflective pool. Still mediocre, finish the reciting quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Fearful often of autumn wind coming early, scattered leaves remain unknown to thee. Huh, these two lines seem interesting. Fearful often of autumn wind coming early, scattered leaves remain unknown to thee. Someone repeated these two lines softly under their breath, finding them more flavorful with every repeat. Feeling more and more moved, they pondered silently. All those present had spent dozens of years laboring over poetry in solitude, and among them, the highest scholarly rank achieved was merely a scholar. When will they pass the imperial examination and bring glory to their families, providing some comfort to their parents and relatives with high expectations? Will they be able to enter the government to realize their ambitions? Or must they wait until their temples turn gray before achieving success? By then, will their fathers still be alive? Will their aspirations remain as lush as the lotus leaves in the pool now? Or have they long faded away like withered lotus flowers? Truly a fine poem. It is a good poem. This shall be the champion piece of today's poetry gathering. Most scholars value integrity highly. Since Han Ying's poem stood out above the others, the audience readily admitted their inferiority. The city isn't large, and there aren't that many scholars. They often discuss academics together, so everyone knows each other's abilities quite well. Even before the scribe announced the rankings of others, Han Ying's poem was unanimously selected as the best. The scribe breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Han Ying came up with a good poem. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to judge these poems, which were barely better than rhymes. Which one was slightly better? Of course, there were still those who disagreed. And those tools found their moment again. Who knows whether his poem was actually composed by himself or pre-written by someone else? Right? Without even obtaining the status of a tongxing, how can you believe he knows how to compose poetry? This statement struck a chord deep within everyone's hearts. They admitted that this poem was better than their own. But, at least they held an official title, and to be surpassed by a commoner stung bitterly. Since some are questioning it, why don't Master Han compose another one? Surely with his great talent, producing several poems should be no problem. Yes, there's no need to stick to the given topic either, just compose freely. Suggesting a free composition sounded reasonable, but if the quality fell short of the previous one, it would confirm suspicion that it was ghostwritten by someone else. How many tricks these scholars had up their sleeves? Why not spend that time reading more? Of course, Han Ying wasn't afraid to write again. Not just one, but 100 wouldn't be an issue. Backed by the 300 Tang poems, he was full of confidence. However, if every doubt led to another poem, then when would this ever end? Composing poetry is merely for fleeting expression or for amusement with friends over tea and wine, which is all well enough. Still, ultimately, it's a minor pursuit. The humble writer once heard a great Confucian scholar say a few words that I'd like to share as encouragement for everyone present. When Han Ying said poetry was a minor pursuit, this immediately caused discontent among all present, including the prefect. The poetry gathering was encouraged by the court and officially hosted under his name. To call it a minor pursuit was essentially accusing him, the prefect, of leading scholars in trivial pursuits rather than tending to official duties. Clutching his temper, the prefect waited to hear what great path Han Ying was about to extol. If the argument lacked merit, humph. Han Ying's expression then grew solemn. That great Confucian told me, the purpose of studying lies in establishing the mind for heaven and earth, securing destiny for common people, continuing the lost teachings of ancient sages, and bringing everlasting peace to the world. Establishing the mind for heaven and earth, securing destiny for common people, continuing the lost teachings of ancient sages, bringing everlasting peace to the world. A rolling thunder shook everyone's minds, setting their blood on fire as they were overcome with emotion. What a grand vision, what noble spirit, and what unbridled joy. With just a few sentences, they felt awakened and enlightened. One must first understand truth through study and then contribute to society, enlightening others. But what were they currently doing? Struggling and scheming for mere superficial recognition. Chapter 61, Pre-Exam Guidance. Upon the unveiling of the 4 sentences of Hengku, the scholars present were deeply moved. Losing their desire to compose more poetry, they awkwardly bowed their farewells to the magistrate and Han Ying. Even those who usually acted as tools refrained from causing trouble. In a flash, the bustling scene of the poetry gathering was left with only the magistrate, Han Ying, the scribe, and a few constables maintaining order. The magistrate looked at Han Ying with a complex expression. A perfectly fine poetry gathering, ruined by you. I don't even know whether I should thank you or blame you. Han Ying smiled and invited the magistrate onto the painted boat, then sent someone to Red Sleeve Brothel to call a few courtesans over for singing. The magistrate's expression became even more complex. You just advised the scholars to have hearts for the world, and now you invite me to drink and revel? Is that not contradictory? Han Ning smiled lightly. Do what's appropriate in each stage of life. It is utterly without fault. Those scholars haven't yet achieved fame and should be studying in solitude. Sir, your official duties are demanding. Occasional relaxation is well-deserved. How can they compare to you? That did seem reasonable. Shaking his head, the magistrate followed Han Ning onto the painted boat. A short while later, the courtesans from Red Sleeve Brothel arrived. Hearing it was Han Ning entertaining the magistrate, Xuanhuan, the foremost performer, led her group, all selected as the best among the best, dressed and adorned with only the finest accessories. After the formalities of greeting and paying respects, they took their seats at the ship's railing to perform their music. Amid the wind and beside half a lake of lotus leaves and fruits, they seemed like celestial maidens descended from heaven. The magistrate enjoyed the exquisite wine and food brought by Red Sleeve Brothel, admiring the beauty before him, a feeling that needn't be described. Yet the magistrate was not one for unrestrained indulgence. After some time of being entranced, he waved a hand indicating that the girls could retire. Then he discussed serious matters with Han Ning. You surely know, our prefecture has never been renowned for its literary traditions. In both the spring and autumn imperial examinations, there are but few names on the honor rolls. I deeply regret this, hence why I went to great lengths to organize this poetry gathering. Through his lament, the magistrate mainly hoped that Han Ning would donate some silver to the official academy, much like how County Officer Fong had done in Shi County, providing more children with opportunities to study. On this matter, the magistrate couldn't help but envy the County Officer Fong of Shi County. With Han Ying's generous support, official academies were established in every village, and now even toothless elders could recite lines like, "At birth, human nature is good." And that wasn't all. During the recent juvenile scholar examination in Shi County, a 12-year-old boy ranked first. 12-year-old scholars were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. As long as nothing unfortunate happens, this child's future prospects are boundless. The magistrate specially summoned the child, who recounted his story. Coming from a poor background, he had originally been a cowherd in the mountains. Seizing any spare time, he studied under the village teacher and was recommended to the county academy, where within less than a year, he passed the juvenile scholar exam. While success owed greatly to the child's talent, such potential would be wasted without the opportunity to study. The magistrate's meaning was roughly understood by Han Ning. However, Han Ning didn't intend to follow through with this request, not out of stinginess, but due to concerns. Once the potato yield was personally verified by the magistrate, it would surely be submitted to the court, and with merit for presenting potatoes, an official promotion wouldn't be far off. What kind of character the next magistrate might possess was anyone's guess. Should the successor covet his wealth and devise ways to extort him, dealing with it would prove burdensome. There's an old saying, corrupt magistrates ruin families, and malicious prefects exterminate clans. Another saying goes, towering trees attract the wind, just as men fear becoming famous, and pigs grow fat to be slaughtered. Han Ning had no intention of becoming that pig for others to carve up. But since the magistrate had spoken, Han Ning couldn't pretend to misunderstand. After reflecting for a moment, he mentioned Jiangnan, southern China. I once visited Jiangnan, where the literary atmosphere truly thrives. Even passers-by can spontaneously create poetry or recite prose. Though the magistrate hadn't been to Jiangnan, he'd heard of its abundance of scholars and elegant men. Still, however splendid Jiangnan might be, what use did it serve him? Listening further, Han Ning continued. The literary tradition in Jiangnan has been cultivated over hundreds of years of prosperity, something we cannot achieve quickly. The upcoming year marks a major imperial examination cycle. I can make arrangements to invite a few scholars from Jiangnan to provide some guidance. The magistrate was stunned. To invite scholars from Jiangnan to instruct students here, that's too extravagant. Han Ning chuckled softly, shaking his head. This was already considered extravagant? He planned to eventually arrange for candidates to travel outside to broaden their horizons. While it will require effort, other considerations aside, if the scholars do not consent to come, I'll try asking friends for assistance. As long as it benefits our prefecture students, any amount of effort will be worthwhile. The magistrate was at a loss for words. Guidance from experts increased the likelihood of passing the exams. Each additional successful candidate added a significant mark to his political achievements. Moreover, future graduates entering officialdom would also be valuable allies to him. Even if we take a conservative approach and assume that inviting scholars from Jiangnan doesn't result in any candidates passing the metropolitan exams, it would at least indicate that I, as magistrate, have made every effort. If they fail, it's their problem, not mine. Master Han, your consideration is impeccable. On behalf of the students, I thank you kindly for your thoughtfulness. With that, he started to rise in order to bow respectfully to Han Ning. Han Ning quickly intercepted him. Magistrate, please don't be so formal. These are merely my responsibilities. The notion of what was appropriate or not depended on willingness rather than duty. Take inviting Master Jiangnan and distributing potatoes to the border guards under the names of both the prefecture office and the Shi County office. If Han Ning simply wanted to buy goodwill for peace of mind, handing out silver would have been far simpler and more direct. Yet, in all these actions, the greatest beneficiary was undeniably the magistrate himself. Rest assured, Master Han, whenever you need assistance in the future, I will not hesitate. Han Ning responded with courteous pleasantries, but didn't give much weight to this statement. There were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Had there not been enough lessons in gratitude turning into enmity? He wasn't doing these favors for the magistrate or expecting anything in return. All Han Ning wished for was that the magistrate wouldn't someday repay kindness with resentment, which alone would be gratifying enough. Once formalities concluded, the magistrate grew leisurely minded, and together they indulged in appreciation of the moon and gentle breezes. Han Ning called the courtesans back, fresh wine and warm dishes were brought in, and they chatted amiably face to face. Only late into the night did the magistrate eventually depart, satisfied. The manager of Red Sleeve Brothel grinned as he politely approached Han Ning for further instructions. Master, it's quite late now. Perhaps you should rest here for the night? The bedding inside is prepared fully, saving us the trouble of disturbing the ladies by knocking on the doors of our estate. Han Ning found it logical and also thought that staying aboard the painted boat seemed romantic. Thus, he nodded his agreement. The manager hurriedly guided him toward the cabin. The painted boat was originally designed for enjoyment, so its interior emphasized elegance and comfort. A plush carpet lined the floor, and the bed was elevated by piled-up quilts, resembling a modern-style mattress instead of a conventional wooden frame bed. Chapter 62, Reborn from Death. Two little maids dressed in pink with green skirts, their hair combed into double rings, delicate and pretty, were helping Han Ning make the bed. By the small table under the window, Xuanhuan was boiling tea. A few others were either burning incense or preparing towels, each doing their part. Upon hearing footsteps, all of them rose and bowed to Han Ning in unison. May Master rest peacefully. In a rush, they gently helped him sit by the window, took off his outer robe, and removed his shoes and socks. Before Han Ning could even speak, someone presented him with a cup of tea at the perfect temperature. With their soft voices and tender care, it was enough to overwhelm any man. Han Ning had spent half the night drinking with the magistrate and was already a bit tipsy, making it even harder for him to control himself. There was no need to control anyway, such was the way of the world. A night of spring breeze later, early in the morning, Xuanhuan came to help Han Ning change clothes, her face red. Han Ning noticed her subtly supporting her waist, realizing he had been too rough last night. He reached out, pulling her into an embrace, and kissed her forehead lightly. Xuanhuan's face flushed bright red, yet she didn't retreat, helping him smooth his collar instead. Her timid and bashful manner once again made Han Ning stir with desire, and his hands acted on their own accord, slipping inside her short jacket. Master, someone from the house has come asking you to return. It seems that the lady has argued with another woman. Han Ning couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but family matters certainly had to be dealt with first. After kissing Xuanhuan one more time, he helped her fasten her dress ties and stepped out of the cabin. On the way back, he repeatedly urged the coachman to hurry. The wives who trained in the shop had all become quite articulate, so for them to request his return due to a dispute must mean they had met tough opponents. When he arrived home and entered the hall, he saw all the wives sitting there. There was no sign of anyone causing trouble at the door. Where is the person? Han Ning couldn't help but ask, puzzled. The usually chatty wives, who normally wouldn't stop talking when they saw him, now didn't respond to his question, not a single word. Instead, they pointed as one toward the inner room. What was going on? Could it be that the enemy had invaded the house? Upon entering, Han Ning became speechless too. It wasn't some enemy storming in, but Wu Linglong had returned. No wonder the wives kept silent. Officially, Wu Linglong was supposed to be dead. Her death was registered with the authorities, and her funeral attended by the townsfolk. Now that she had suddenly reappeared, if Han Ning said Wu Linglong had risen from the dead or had a twin sister, would anyone believe him? Han Ning looked at Wu Linglong for a long time, still unsure of what to say. This situation was much harder to handle than an enemy invasion. If things weren't properly handled, even Fong County Magistrate, the coroner who examined Wu Linglong's body, and the constables might get involved. Han Ning stared at Wu Linglong, while Wu Linglong looked back at him. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Han Ning broke the silence. Where are xuanhuan and xuanhuan? Didn't they come back with you? Wu Linglong knew her return from the dead would cause enormous trouble for Han Ning. Inwardly, she felt uneasy too. She expected him to question why she had returned, but instead, he asked about xuanhuan and xuanhuan. It momentarily rendered Wu Linglong speechless. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, they are handling a small matter for me. They will return shortly. In reality, the three of them had encountered assassins on their way to the capital. xuanhuan and xuanhuan had diverted the killers to protect her, allowing her to safely return. The two maids were likely in grave danger. All right. Han Ning had nothing else to say. What could he say? All he wanted to say was that he shouldn't have invited the plague named Wu Linglong to begin with. She couldn't help with anything, but only caused him trouble. But saying this would be useless. Kick her out? She had returned. How could he possibly send her away? If she left and was seen, it would be even harder for him to explain everything. Of course, if he were cruel enough, he could report her to the authorities, accuse her of faking her death to deceive him, eloping with someone, etc. The more exaggerated the charges, the greater the public sympathy for him, and the easier it would be for him to clear his name. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. After living together under the same roof for so long, they had grown accustomed to seeing each other. How could he endanger her life just to save himself? In just a few seconds, Han Ying's mind raced through countless thoughts. Ultimately, it all condensed into a long sigh. There are some things I don't need to tell you. You already understand. From this moment on, you can't easily show yourself to people, nor use your old identity anymore. Find a way, maybe scar your face and return to Shi County, pretending to be a coarse servant. And also, xuanhuan and xuanhuan, they should do the same. Wu Linglong pursed her lips slightly, clearly unwilling. For an empress, being unable to appear in her true form ever again, let alone being forced to pretend to be a lowly servant, even temporarily, it was hard to accept. Han Ning saw her reluctance toward his arrangement, pressing his temples with a sigh. The only thing I can think of is this. Given that it concerns the lives of everyone in this household, I can't take the risk with you. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Just make sure you never show up again and don't drag me down. Wu Linglong wouldn't have returned if she hadn't been in dire straits. Hurt by his blunt words, her fingers gripped the corner of her clothes as she struggled to endure. I won't be a coarse servant. I'll be your bodyguard instead. What? Han Ning thought he had misheard and stared wide-eyed at Wu Linglong. Can't people have a sense of decency? Think about your conscience. Have I not treated you well enough? How dare you endanger my entire family? Bodyguard? Surely you know what a bodyguard does. You would parade around outside all day. Do you want everyone to know that I helped you fake your death? Since Wu Linglong clearly didn't care about the lives of his family, Han Ning felt no need to hold back his criticism. Wu Linglong had never been scolded like this before, and her face turned bright red. But for the greater plan, she gritted her teeth and bore it. I can disguise myself so no one will recognize me. Han Ning was only half convinced, but tried not to completely break ties with Wu Linglong. After all, Wu Linglong had nothing to lose, while he had a wife and children. Unless absolutely necessary, Han Ning didn't want to provoke her into retaliating, causing a lose-lose situation. It wasn't worth it. All right, then show me your disguise. If no one can recognize you, I'll let you be my bodyguard. She should just do what she said she could if she claimed to be capable, but being asked to perform like this made him feel like losing face. Wu Linglong bit her lip and went to the restroom. Han Ning was agitated and couldn't even sit still, pacing back and forth on the ground. Boss, is this acceptable? A strange voice sounded behind him. Han Ning turned around. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were now thicker and more angular. Her almond eyes' corners stretched straight. Even her nose appeared broader. There were still faint traces of her former self, but that was because Han Ning knew Wu Linglong so well. Strangers would definitely fail to recognize her. Why would a goddess give up her high and mighty appearance and transform into such an ambiguous figure between male and female? He really couldn't understand her thinking. Chapter 63. Integrity as the Foundation. Wu Linglong's thoughts were her own choice, and Han Ning didn't have much to say about it. It looks okay. You let Xiao. No, starting now, you must also change the way you address her to avoid accidentally calling her wrong. Han Ning sent Wu Linglong to find Xiao, arranging her accommodations and clothes for the guard. Once sisters, now one had become a servant. Xiao sighed wistfully, wanting to ask why but not daring, yet unable to hold back her curiosity. Her suppressed desire to speak struck Han Ning as both irritating and amusing. He pulled her onto his lap, fondling the smooth nape of her neck. You, in front of me, are using some cunning tricks. If you want to say something, just go ahead. Am I usually so strict with you that you dare not speak up? Xiao's small intentions being exposed, she bashfully buried her head in Han Ying's chest to pout. Not at all. My lord treats us sisters wonderfully. I pity Sister Linglong. She was the first to consummate the marriage with my lord. And now, my lord, I don't know what mistakes Sister Linglong has made, but if it isn't very serious, could you please lighten the punishment? This isn't about how the punishment should be carried out. Just marrying over a dozen wives is surprising enough. If someone who was thought dead suddenly comes back to life, what would people think? Would they suspect that he married so many wives for some hidden purpose? Would they criticize him for relying on Magistrate Fang's power to control life and death? More importantly, Wu Linglong's identity can't stand scrutiny. Han Ning patiently explained these reasons to Xiao, including doubts about Wu Linglong's identity. Think about her usual behavior. Is it different from others? What if she escaped from a wealthy family's home, and her resurrection became gossip that reaches their ears? Will our heads still be safe? Xiao hadn't realized how serious the matter was. Unconsciously, she shivered and leaned closer into Han Ying's embrace. However, she thought Wu Linglong didn't seem like an escaped concubine, but more like a lost young noblewoman. Of course, she hadn't seen many noblewomen herself. It was just a feeling she had. I understand, my lord. I'll immediately remind the sisters to pretend we've never met Ling. Guard Wu before. That's right. After all, her husband is indeed the smartest and gentlest. Originally lean, Xiao gained 5 pounds within less than a year after marrying Han Ning, living well and getting along harmoniously with her sisters-in-law. The parts that should grow fuller looked even more appealing, especially her fine skin, which made Han Ning unable to resist her charm. The two played and flirted in the study, and occasionally, Xiao's coquettish laughter reached Wu Linglong's ears outside the door. Wu Linglong showed no emotion on her face, but felt an odd sensation inside. At this moment, a merchant proposed a significant order. Xuanhuan, cautious and unsure, returned to seek advice from Han Ning. Xuanhuan, concerned, asked Wu Linglong. Ling, guard Wu, your face is so red, quickly wash it. Rest in the shade. Be careful not to get heat stroke. I'm not hot. Thank you for your concern, lady. Wu Linglong seemed to be hiding something, looking away and deliberately raising her voice slightly to inform Han Ning inside that Xuanhuan had come. Being kind-hearted, she couldn't bear the idea that someone might see them together in the daytime in the study. How embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Han Ning heard her hint and loudly summoned Xuanhuan inside from the other side of the door. Soon afterward, there were 2 coquettish voices instead of one. What an utterly shameless dog. Wu Linglong wanted to leave, but as a guard, she couldn't abandon her post and could only endure, standing by the door, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. As the demand for soap grew, the workshop in Stone Village expanded repeatedly, yet still couldn't meet the demand. Many merchants had been waiting in the city for nearly a month for orders. It was time to open a second workshop. Wherever the workshop opened, it wasn't much of an issue. Everyone knew the workshop earned substantial profits. and the common folk helping him raise pigs or work labor shared in his prosperity. They were eager for the workshop to be built in their village. But the problem was that Han Ing intended to promote the cultivation of potatoes while running the workshop. However, the recently propagated potato seeds were few in number, and he had promised to give them all to the governor. So, he needed to negotiate with the governor. The governor found Han Ing quite interesting. Potatoes grow in the soil, saying all the seeds were given to him. Does leaving some behind really count as a breach of promise? Is it worth specifically discussing it? However, Han Ing remained highly upright in his reasoning. Since I said all would be given to the adult official, missing even one doesn't count. I cannot be someone who breaks integrity. The governor praised Han Ing greatly and agreed to allow him to keep part of the potatoes as seeds for promotion within the province. After discussing the potato matters, the governor questioned Mr. Jiangnan again, asking when Han Ing would depart for Jiangnan. The spring examination would take place at the end of March or early April next year. It was now September, so there wasn't much time left. The earlier the arrangements were made, the better. Han Ing had already sent a letter to Zhou Dekang, asking him to make inquiries, and then personally inviting the person himself. Even if everything went smoothly, it would still take about half a month for a round trip. The prefect thanked Han Ing again on behalf of the students, and Han Ing also expressed gratitude from the people under his governance for the prefect's efforts. After a bout of mutual compliments in a businesslike manner, Han Ing took his leave. While boarding his carriage at the entrance, Han Ing happened to encounter Li Fugui. Li Fugui naturally didn't have the privilege to use the main gate, so he was hanging around by the side door chatting with several servants. Originally managing the garment shop for a scribe, Li Fugui fell into disgrace due to an incident instigated by Han Ing. The scribe dismissed him from his post as shop manager and intended to expel him. After banging his head until it bled profusely, Li Fugui managed to be temporarily spared by the scribe but was demoted to an errand boy. There was no way for him to regain his position as shop manager. The former shopkeeper, who once lived luxuriously with fine food and jewels, now wore plain clothes and a small hat suited for running errands. In contrast, the once impoverished young man was now clad in splendid robes, moving freely in and out of the official residence like returning home. Li Fugui's hatred turned his eyes red. His grotesque expression startled the servants chatting with him. Is brotherly unwell? Would you like to ask for leave and go back to rest? Regaining his senses, Li Fugui hastily pressed his forehead. I guess I got drunk last night, and now I've got a terrible headache. Oh yes, where were we in our conversation? It was quite coincidental that a venerable teacher who had taught at the Zhou family school for over 10 years decided to resign and return home for retirement. This elderly teacher once held the rank of a junior imperial degree holder, but withdrew from pursuing further due to being falsely accused in a cheating scandal in previous years. Since he maintained close ties with Zhou Dechang's father, after losing hope, he chose to teach at the Zhou household. For over a decade, he remained loyal, but now, being older, his children and grandchildren constantly inquired about when he would return home. Thus, he finally felt it was time to retire to his roots. The Zhou family, unwilling to let him go, prepared generous gifts and arranged an escort for him back home, but Zhou Dekang intervened. Chapter 64. All the credit goes to the magistrate. Zhou Dekang handed over Han Ying's letter, which requested him to help find a renowned teacher for the old master to review. The old master immediately became spirited upon seeing it. The father of the province would go so far as this just for the students, truly admirable. I, an old man, would indeed like to meet this magistrate. With a smile, Zhou Dekang thanked the old master on behalf of Han Ing and also asked him to contact a few other masters to join them. The old master, being a scholar, had a simple mind. However, Zhou Dekang knew that though the letter praised how much the magistrate valued the effort and humbly sought Han Ying's help, this matter was undoubtedly initiated by Han Ing. Otherwise, the magistrate could have easily approached his former classmates personally without having to ask Han Ing for help. Though Zhou Dekang could ignore the magistrate's face, after all, local officials don't hold the power that those currently in charge do, and the magistrate's authority doesn't reach to the Zhou family. But, Han Ying's request, Zhou Dekang must definitely assist. Having the old master agree to contact several equally learned friends to join them was the best outcome possible. After receiving Zhou Dechang's reply, Han Ing prepared his travel gear for heading south to Jiangnan to invite the teachers, showing his respect for them. Before departure, he made another trip to the prefectural office to ask the magistrate for travel expenses. The magistrate greatly admired Han Ying's attentiveness. Since these were the teachers the magistrate invited, naturally, it was his responsibility to provide the travel expenses. Though it was about saving face, the gesture was complete, and no one could criticize it. The magistrate immediately ordered someone to take 100 taels from his own silver stash to give to Han Ing for transportation and lodging costs during the return journey. Giving out part of the travel expenses would place all the credit of inviting the teachers solely on the magistrate's shoulders. Even 200 taels wouldn't be a loss. Han Ing thanked the magistrate, holding the package of silver in hand, slowly walked out, got into the carriage. Outside the door, there were familiar attendants asking about the situation. He explained that it was the travel allowance awarded by the magistrate, instructing him to go south to Jiangnan to invite the teachers. News spread quickly. Within 3 days, the magistrate's reputation was widely known. The common people mentioned the magistrate with thumbs up, especially those scholars planning to participate in next year's spring examination who were deeply moved to tears. Such scenes, Han Ing had no chance to witness. He was on his way to Jiangnan at the moment. To save time, Han Ing did not take a carriage but brought only Wu Linglong as a guard. The two galloped on horseback together. 3 days later, They had already reached outside the city of Suzhou. Han Ning then found a broker to inquire about purchasing 2 very luxurious and spacious carriages and several good horses. He also arranged for someone to decorate the carriages anew. Only then did he bring Wu Linglong to pay a visit to the Zhou residence. Upon seeing Han Ning, Zhou Dekang was extremely warm-hearted. After exchanging pleasantries, he took Han Ning to meet his parents, indicating the closeness between their families. Zhou's father and mother treated Han Ning as if he were their own child, holding his hands and inquiring about his travels in detail, keeping him for lunch before finally letting him talk with Zhou Dekang in the study. Zhou Dekang then gave Han Ning a brief introduction about the old master, focusing on explaining the reasons behind the cheating scandal from years ago. Back then, the old master was likely to achieve high rankings, which aroused jealousy from one of his classmates, who secretly accused him of passing the provincial exam through cheating. That year, the provincial examination did indeed spark many rumors, but at that time, due to lack of evidence, the court did not pursue the matter further. When his classmate filed the accusation, it had been 2 or 3 years since the provincial exam, making it impossible to investigate any further. But the old master is upright, and he was close friends with that classmate. In light of such accusations, he lost heart in pursuing further examinations. There is absolutely no question about the old master's integrity, and he has never engaged in any fraudulent behavior. Han Ning trusted Zhou Dekang completely. Moreover, the court always takes the imperial examination system seriously. If there really was fraudulent behavior, it would not be allowed to slide so easily. The fact that the old master's degree as Zhu Rin wasn't revoked proved he was innocent. Then, Zhou Dekang introduced the old master to meet Han Ning. Han Ning showed great courtesy, calling himself a student, giving full respect. The old master originally had intentions of going, feeling honored by Han Ning's respect, now felt even more obligated. Without even asking about the remuneration, he agreed to set off with Han Ning 3 days later. After the old master went home to prepare, Han Ning temporarily bid farewell to Zhou Dekang. Zhou Dekang refused to let Han Ning stay at an inn under any circumstances. You rarely come around. We must surely have a few drinks together. I've already arranged for a small courtyard to be cleaned and prepared. It's quiet and peaceful. Please stay a few days. Otherwise, I will feel offended. Knowing that people in Jiangnan are quite courteous, Han Ning did not decline any further. Zhou Dekang personally escorted him to the small courtyard. The small courtyard was located in a corner of the Zhou estate, exceedingly elegant and tranquil. There was even a small gate for direct entry and exit, clearly reflecting the thoughtfulness of Zhou Dekang. That evening, Zhou Dekang came over to accompany Han Ning for dinner. They then drank wine and discussed business matters until late into the night when they dispersed. With a bit of a buzz, Han Ning, admiring the beautiful scenery of the moonlight dancing among bamboo shadows, decided to sleep on a bamboo bed in the yard. Wu Linglong didn't bother with him, finding herself a room to sleep in. Not long after falling asleep, he was awakened by the sound of rain, getting up to close the window when he noticed that Han Ning was still sleeping in the yard. She considered ignoring it, but then realized that as a bodyguard now, if her master got sick on the first night at the Zhou family's because of being caught in the rain, it wouldn't look good. So she went to wake up Han Ning and urged him to go back inside to sleep. Han Ning was half asleep, feeling someone shaking him. Mistaking it for his wife joking around with him, he instinctively pulled her into his arms, rolled over, and pressed down, burying his face into her neck. You smell really good today. Let your husband kiss you well. Wu Linglong felt both embarrassed and angry, almost losing her cool and kicking him aside. But fearing too much noise might attract suspicion from the Zhou family, she managed to control herself, gritting her teeth and reminding him sternly. Master Han, I am Wu, your guard. The words guard were practically squeezed out through clenched teeth, showing just how upset she was. Now Han Ning finally snapped out of it, looked around clearly, quickly stood up, and chuckled awkwardly. I mistook you for someone else. Haha, how did it start raining all of a sudden? I'll go back to my room. You should rest early as well. Wu Linglong shot him an intense glare before walking away, her sleeves trembling with indignation. The next day, her anger hadn't faded yet. While accompanying Han Ning during shopping, she still had a sullen face, radiating an aura of do not approach. This unintentionally attracted quite a few women's glances. It wasn't hard to understand. Jiangnan is full of elegant gentlemen. Seeing them too often could lead to a certain visual fatigue. Suddenly spotting a tall, aloof man, naturally they'd want to look twice. However, Wu Linglong wasn't actually a man, and being stared at by so many women made her uncomfortable. Still, she couldn't stop them from looking. Her irritation thus vented itself onto Han Ning again. From morning until now, we've already strolled down 3 streets. How much longer are we going to keep wandering? Han Ning ignored her completely. When it came to his own woman, he could dote on her endlessly, but when it came to others, sorry, you'll just have to bear with it. Seeing Han Ning continue forward unperturbed, Wu Linglong angrily decided to take a break at a nearby foot shop. As she turned sharply, she nearly collided with a woman. Hey, why aren't you more careful while walking? The woman's maid immediately protested, complaining at Wu Linglong. Chapter 65, Security. When subordinates cause trouble, naturally their master has to come forward and explain. In her heart, Han Ning criticized Wu Linglong for being nothing but a troublemaker, yet she maintained a polite smile on her face and apologized on behalf of the latter to the lady involved. The maid was about to say something more, but the lady waved her hand signaling the maid to step back. She smiled in return at Han Ning before they both walked away separately. Han Ning had already reached her limit with Wu Linglong and lost all interest in shopping. Directly taking her into a tea house, she rented out a private room. As soon as the door was closed, Han Ying spoke directly to Wu Linglong. The identity of a guard is chosen by yourself. You should know what to do and what not to do. If you're unwilling to stay here with me, you can leave anytime. But if you choose to stay, then follow my rules. Wu Linglong felt deeply embarrassed. Han Ying's implication seemed to be to throw her out. She also felt extremely angry, as no one had ever dared to speak to her in such an attitude. She couldn't help but feel insulted that someone even dared criticize her behavior, as if it were okay to molest a guard. It appeared Han Ying could see through Wu Linglong's thoughts. With a mischievous smirk, he raised his hand, pinching her chin, letting his fingertips roam provocatively. A guard's life belongs to their master. The master can do whatever they want. Didn't you know? Wu Linglong's face alternated between red and pale green, forcefully shoving Han Ying's hand off before running out by pushing open the door. Han Ying let out a breath of relief, sitting down to drink tea and rest her feet. After a moment, she wondered whether she might have been too harsh on Wu Linglong. Then reconsidering, even though her own behavior last night may have been inappropriate, it wasn't intentional. Besides, she had already apologized. Why was Wu Linglong sulking so much, acting as if someone owed her $1 million? Han Ying thought it best not to dwell on what others might think of her actions. So be it, it would just serve as a lesson to her. Before long, a pot of tea was finished, and outside, it began raining once more, thus ending any plans for further shopping. And Wu Linglong didn't return after running off. Han Ying assumed that she could no longer bear the humiliation and had fled far away. Though there was some worry, still, they weren't meant to be companions from the start, and breaking ties sooner would benefit everyone. Stepping out from the tea house, Han Ying saw Wu Linglong standing by a carriage, her hair and clothes on her shoulders soaked from the rain. It made her simultaneously indignant and amused, and a bit pitying. Women with such pride as this one would certainly not lower themselves unless they were truly without any place to go. Alright, encountering each other was destiny. Why bother being hard on a woman? Han Ying refrained from bringing up the earlier incident and boarded the carriage. Wu Linglong did not mention it either. Afterwards, her words and actions became significantly more reserved, finally exhibiting proper conduct worthy of a guard. 3 days later, Zhou Dekang sent Mr. Han Ying and several scholars back aboard their returning carriage. The carriage was very spacious, lined with thick cushions and even prepared blankets for napping. In the hidden compartments were tea utensils, pastries ready, as well as boredom-relieving items like 9 interconnected rings puzzles and weiqi boards. Everything was thoroughly arranged. The scholars sat inside the carriage, boiling tea, playing chess, discussing various topics, and when tired, took short naps. They couldn't help but marvel how comfortable it was. Evenings were spent staying at inns early. Morning started with breakfast, followed by leisurely strolls after meals before setting off again. Scholars never felt even a hint of fatigue. What was originally supposed to be a 5-day journey ended up stretched to 10. Eventually, the scholars began feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet at the same time touched by Han Ying's thorough consideration. During their teaching guidance sessions, they exerted extra effort, which was a story for another day. Back at the capital city, the magistrate personally greeted the party at the government office gates, cordially chatting and laughing with the scholars. That evening, he hosted a welcome banquet at the finest restaurant. For the teachers' accommodation arranged by the official school, the highest standards were used, almost comparable to the magistrate's own residence. The scholars recognized the magistrate's sincerity and had no further complaints. They offered voluntarily that starting the next day, they would begin teaching the students. After handing over the scholars to the magistrate, Han Ying stopped involving herself any further. A person must always understand their role clearly. Sometimes excessive enthusiasm only invites trouble. Coincidentally, Feng Zhuo was pregnant, and upon receiving the news, Lady Feng arrived, eager to care for her daughter. Hence, Han Ying informed the magistrate and returned to her hometown to pay respects to her mother-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries and conversation, County Magistrate called her into the study and broached the subject of official examination success once again. You've gone all the way to Jiangnan for renowned masters to educate others, but yourself remain a commoner without an official rank, truly. All Han Ying could do was grimace wryly. How could she not be aware of the significance of holding an official title? Without mentioning anything else, if she merely possessed the scholar's rank, how could anyone dare give her cold looks at poetry gatherings? People tend to show respect according to one's appearance first. It's natural. Without an official rank, she doesn't even have the qualification to wear silk robes, let alone receive respect from others. While she could care less about others' opinions, possessing an official rank would make travel so much more convenient than it is now. Unfortunately, at this present moment, she simply lacks the time and energy to prepare for the exams. The county magistrate paused deep in thought for a moment, letting out a prolonged sigh. Initially, I wanted you to ascend level by level based on your true abilities, so that in the future when you enter office, you will have a solid foundation. However, it seems you truly don't have time to delve into scholarly pursuits. I could report this matter to the prefect and request an opportunity for you to directly participate in the spring imperial examination. But remember, only one person per prefecture can obtain such an opportunity, and it ultimately depends on the prefect's decision. Han Ying's eyes lit up. Skipping the county, prefectural, and college examinations to directly join the major competition was akin to being directly recommended from elementary school to Peking University. He quickly thanked the county magistrate. Thank you very much for your efforts, esteemed father-in-law. With the prefect, I shall devise ways to manage it. Surely it won't be an issue. The county magistrate sighed and waved his hand, indicating he didn't need more formalities. Had it not been for the distinguished masters you invited from Jiangnan, I wouldn't have conceived such an idea. You should take more time to seek guidance from these scholars. How the results of the spring imperial examination turn out completely depends on your fortune. Han Ying lacked confidence passing the county trials, but had some assurance regarding the spring examination. The focus of the county and prefectural trials was primarily on basic content requiring extensive reading and memorization. However, the spring examination placed more emphasis on political essays and poetry, with only a small portion covering fundamental knowledge. Moreover, if one excelled extraordinarily in political essays or poetry, a lack of points in basic knowledge still allowed for a successful pass. Han Ying believed that learning more techniques from the scholars about writing political essays would give him a good chance at success. Still, with this, he would have to frequently stay in the prefectural city, and also allocate some time to monitor affairs in Qi County, which reduced his opportunities to return to Shi County to accompany Fang Zhuo. Fang Zhuo was just beginning her pregnancy and might experience discomfort, unable to do much else, not even companionship, which seemed inappropriate. Fang Zhuo, however, was very virtuous. Upon hearing he was preparing for the spring imperial examination, she voluntarily let him stay in the prefectural city without traveling back and forth. Han Ying was deeply moved, thus inviting Lady Fang to the house to replace himself in accompanying Fang Zhuo. The other wives were quite envious, and Han Ying consoled them by saying whenever they wished to visit their maternal home, they should feel free to do so, merely informing the steward to prepare sufficient gifts and not lose face for him. Chapter 66. Little people often cause trouble. Most men would prefer their wives to cut off all ties with their families from the day they enter the door. They are unwilling to send their wives back to their hometowns during holidays and festivals, let alone actively suggest that their wives take gifts. However, Han Ying was so generous. The wives were secretly glad that they had married into a good family. Lady Fang heard this and privately said to Fang Zhuo, "Didn't I make a mistake when I let you marry Lord Groom? Marrying someone shouldn't just depend on how wealthy their family is, but rather on their character." Fang Zhuo blushed and leaned on Lady Fang's shoulder, nodding slightly. "I didn't make a mistake. My husband treats us well. Not only is the husband good, the sisters are also very amiable. I consider myself fortunate." Fang Zhuo was in good spirits, and her early pregnancy discomfort was not severe. Han Ying stayed at home for a few days, confirming her condition was fine before setting off for the prefecture city. He wouldn't return easily unless there was an important matter, so he went back to Stone Village one more time. He held a meeting with the stewards, emphasizing what needed attention. He also visited the old village chief again, asking him to help keep an eye on things, especially with potatoes, set aside 50 pounds as seeds after harvest, and send the rest to the prefecture city. After explaining everything clearly, he set out for the prefecture city with the recommendation letter issued by the magistrate. The prefect of the city immediately promised Han Ying that the sole opportunity would definitely be his. Just because Han Ying traveled thousands of miles from Jiangnan to invite famous teachers back to guide students, no one would have anything to say about him getting this opportunity. As for whether Han Ying could pass the exams, considering his poem at the poetry gathering made all the students bow down, if he doesn't succeed, others won't either. In the coming days, Han Ying spent his mornings attending classes at the official school as an auditor, while in the afternoons, when the students were doing homework, he did not do any. Instead, he left early to handle business matters. If he needed to go to Qi County for 2 days, he would inform the masters beforehand, and no one restrained him. All the shops in Qi County had been renovated and reopened, but customers were still scarce. Rarely would anyone walk in over several days. The newly promoted managers under Han Ying were more anxious than he was due to the lack of business. Han Ying instead consoled them, telling them that regardless of whether or not customers came, they should focus on their own duties. There would come a day when they would be so busy that they couldn't lift their feet. With these words from the master, the managers felt much more assured. At the estate, the flat land had already been plowed twice deeply. They were now clearing weeds, dead trees, and other trees from the mountain areas. There wasn't enough time yet to deal with the mature timber. If time allowed, they would cut down a batch of trees starting from the foot of the mountain before the new year, allowing them to plant cassia trees, lilac, and other floral trees suitable for perfume by next spring. There was a small interlude here. On the 3rd day of Han Ying's relocation to the city for a long stay, Autumn Moon returned. Autumn Moon had been away for over a month, losing quite a bit of weight. Her baby fat disappeared, and her previously round face had become slim like a melon seed. Han Ying sighed silently, feeling sympathy for her, thinking it must have been difficult serving a boss like Wu Linglong, though he said nothing. Afterward, Autumn Moon joined Wu Linglong as Han Ying's guards. Han Ying didn't ask why Spring Flower hadn't returned, assuming she was gone. Even though Wu Linglong didn't explain why she returned, Han Ying could guess. It was certainly due to encountering danger on the road. On the day of the first snowfall in the city, Spring Flower returned. Dressed in coarse old cotton clothing from the countryside, half her face wrapped in a scarf, Han Ying almost didn't recognize her. Spring Flower had been injured on the road. A finger-length scar remained on the side of her face, and her left leg moved awkwardly. Even the usually aloof Wu Linglong couldn't help but be moved. She tightly held Spring Flower's hand, her lips trembling, not knowing whether to console her or apologize. If it weren't for protecting Wu Linglong, Spring Flower wouldn't have met such an end. Spring Flower, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned and smiled as she said, "Since we were born to be yours, your safety is all that matters." Wu Linglong wasn't eloquent and didn't want to use imperial rhetoric on Spring Flower or Autumn Moon. Shaking her head, she didn't say anything. However, from then on, her attitude towards Spring Flower and Autumn Moon changed greatly. Still cool and distant, she started to consider their feelings. Han Ying didn't overly focus on the relationship between his 3 servants. He had too many things to busy himself with. After the snowfall, the weather grew colder day by day. Construction at the estate temporarily stopped, requiring payment of wages to the workers. The governor invited him to help distribute charity to impoverished scholars who lacked food and clothing. Since Han Ying had secured the sole direct participation spot in the spring examination, naturally, he should contribute more. Since Han Ying had secured the sole direct participation spot in the spring examination, naturally, he should contribute more. He prepared several carts full of food, clothing, and supplies and accompanied the governor to various remote villages. When accompanying the governor, naturally, he took good care of him, handling tea and water tasks without complaint. Not only was he exhausted, but he also made the Yint's subordinates feel that he had stolen their chance to show off, so they harbored resentment against him behind his back. Han Ying knew he wasn't well liked, yet he couldn't avoid doing his duties. Finally, after finishing the work, Han Ying returned to the provincial capital and held 2 feasts in the largest tavern to treat Yint's subordinates. Only then did he manage to dispel their grudges. The clerks were formal officials, so Han Ying didn't dare invite them directly. Instead, he invited people like legal advisors and attendants, who were semi-servants and semi-officials. Later, Li Fugui heard about it and went to poison the clerks' ears about Han Ying. Isn't it odd how Han Ying invited half of the government office except for you? Clearly, he doesn't value you. If Han Ying had come to invite the clerk personally, even with all his heirs, the clerk wouldn't have attended anyway. But hearing Li Fugui's words, a flicker of dissatisfaction crept into his heart nonetheless. With a cold snort, the clerk glanced at Li Fugui. Do you think just anyone can invite me? I must be cheap if just anybody thinks they can call me in. Li Fugui lowered his head, not daring to speak further, but in his heart, he knew his words had been taken to heart. Secretly triumphant, he thought, Han Ying will soon regret this. Indeed, the clerk wanted to give Han Ying a taste of hardship, but couldn't find an opening for now. A few days later, when Stone Village delivered potatoes, Han Ying directly brought the messenger into the government office. The Yint even instructed Han Ying to bring the men inside and unload several gunny sacks of potatoes right into the study. Seeing this, the clerk became secretly curious. What kind of precious item could deserve such attention from the Yint? He found an excuse to enter the study, only to see piles of strange tubers on the ground, neither taro nor yam. The Yint was crouched beside the pile, holding one up close to examine it carefully. Clearly, it was something very valuable, so the clerk mentally took note of it. Realizing his position might be undignified in front of his subordinates, the Yint gently set down the potato, afraid of damaging its skin, and stood up. What is it? The clerk quickly handed over the ledger he was carrying. Here is the list of prisoners recently in custody. Please review it, sir. Frowning tightly, the Yint expressed his dissatisfaction. He had expected something important, but this sudden intrusion made him realize the clerk was increasingly ignoring the rules. Chapter 67. The Extreme Cold Thing. The magistrate's mind was preoccupied with the potato, feeling that the clerk interrupted with trivial matters. However, out of consideration for Han Ying's presence, he didn't scold the clerk, but simply instructed him to leave the register and go about his own business. Reasonably speaking, anyone with a bit of common sense should have left after hearing this. But the clerk was intent on making things difficult for Han Ying. Upon realizing that the magistrate valued what Han Ying had brought, he wanted to know the merits of it. Ignoring the magistrate's hints, he shamelessly pretended not to understand and moved closer to the potatoes. I wonder what this rare item is. I've lived so long, and yet I've never seen it. Though rare, the potato wasn't something forbidden to talk about. It would be planted in the spring as part of an experiment, and telling the clerk about it wouldn't hurt. The magistrate, thinking along these lines, recounted some of Han Ying's introduction to the clerk. A yield of 500 pounds per mu? How could that be possible? The clerk couldn't believe that the potato could yield such high numbers. He thought Han Ying was exaggerating to please the magistrate. If the yield were actually this high, finding an excuse to decline would only delay his rise to power. But how could he seize it from the magistrate? The clerk came up with a plan in an instant. If successful, not only would the magistrate abandon the potato, but he'd also blame Han Ying. A perfect dual solution. With such high potato yields, if every household grew them, there would no longer be famine. Just wonder how to cook this thing, and how does it taste? The magistrate also wished to taste the potato, and, after asking Han Ying how it should be prepared, learned that it could simply be boiled or roasted. Thus, both methods were ordered to be tried. The clerk then said he still had some official duties to attend to, and would return later to try the potato. Since they were cooking it anyway, giving the clerk a taste wouldn't make any difference, so the magistrate naturally agreed. After the clerk left, Han Ying noticed a prisoner registry casually placed by the magistrate on his desk, and suddenly remembered Fat Guan. To suppress bandits, the government dispatched hundreds of people into the deep mountains for over half a month. Just the field allowance alone cost a considerable amount. In the end, only one Fat Guan was captured, indicating that his crimes weren't minor. The county office only had the authority to interrogate serious criminals. Neither did they possess sentencing or detention powers. Presumably, Fat Guan had already been transferred to the magistrate's office. He wondered whether Fat Guan and his father were still alive. Upon hearing Han Ying's inquiry, the magistrate opened the registry and indeed found Fat Guan's name among the detained prisoners. Next to it was a small note indicating that Fat Guan, by law, deserved the death penalty. His father was implicated in his crime and sentenced to exile. But due to severe stroke, which made movement impossible, the Ministry of Justice extended leniency, allowing his recovery before transportation to the place of exile. As for Fat Guan, instead of execution, he was given a life sentence so he could care for his father, preserving filial piety. Han Ying listened and pondered deeply. Who would have thought that after just 1 year, the previously arrogant and domineering xuanhuan family would come to such an end. Even though their punishment was fitting, it was still heart-rending. The magistrate assumed that Han Ning might have some relationship with xuanhuan and was possibly pleading for leniency, leaving him in an internal dilemma. To his knowledge, xuanhuan's father was completely disabled, merely enduring each passing day. If Han Ning pleaded on his behalf, releasing him would likely be acceptable. However, xuanhuan was a notorious bandit, a grave offense that even an amnesty wouldn't pardon, and committing such an act was absolutely unacceptable. Han Ning had just presented the potatoes, and if he were now to bring up this request, the magistrate would feel obligated to refuse politely without directly agreeing. The magistrate hinted indirectly that xuanhuan's crimes were unforgivable, thus absolutely unable to be pardoned. Nonetheless, he offered to help switch the cells for better treatment. Han Ning realized the misunderstanding and quickly cleared up the situation. Embarrassingly, I once fell under Guan's influence and got myself entangled in a gambling den, owing a mountain of gambling debts, almost losing my hands and feet to the creditors. Alas, it's all due to ignorance when I was young. Looking back now, I'm still shuddering. Not realizing that Han Ning wasn't here to intercede on behalf of xuanhuan, the magistrate felt relieved inwardly. Slightly smiling, he stroked his beard and comforted Han Ning. With that, the issue was considered resolved. In the meanwhile, the boiled potatoes arrived, followed closely by the clerk. The magistrate let the clerk sit together to taste the potatoes. Boiled potatoes were rather mediocre, plain and flavorless, far less tasty than yams, which have a natural sweetness. After tasting 2 bites, the magistrate lost interest. Unwilling to waste it, he commanded someone to take it away for others to share. What mattered most to the magistrate wasn't the potatoes' taste, but its high yield. As long as it wasn't unbearably terrible, he remained enthusiastic. After rinsing his mouth with tea, he inquired about planting techniques from Han Ning, planning to supervise trial cultivation behind the official residence once spring arrived. In the middle of their conversation, he suddenly felt bloated. At first, he endured it for the sake of his dignity, but soon he couldn't hold it any longer and left Han Ning to rush to the back hall. Not only was this the case with the magistrate, but everyone who had eaten the potato, including Han Ning, experienced abdominal pain and diarrhea. The clerk also suffered from severe symptoms. After making several trips to the restroom, his face turned pale. However, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Though he looked distressed on the outside, he was secretly pleased inside. Taking advantage of Han Ying's absence, he returned to the magistrate to further his point. Perhaps this potato isn't something everyone can handle. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have eaten as much. This had nothing to do with eating more or less. If the diarrhea was indeed caused by the potato, eating even a little would still result in the same outcome. Moreover, no matter how high the yield was, this potato couldn't be fed to the common people. Thinking that his hopes for promotion and wealth might vanish, the magistrate found the abdominal pain even more unbearable. His legs went limp from sitting too long on the toilet, barely supporting his weight as he collapsed onto the floor. Yet deep down, he still clung to a shred of hope and didn't want to hastily declare the potato useless. He waved at the clerk. Let's not talk about this yet. Why hasn't the doctor arrived? The subordinates are becoming increasingly negligent. They'd wait for the doctor to determine the cause of the diarrhea before concluding anything. Perhaps it wasn't related to the potato. As the magistrate waited anxiously, the doctor finally arrived. After an examination, he stated that everyone had consumed an extremely cold food item which their intestines couldn't handle. He then wrote a prescription, leaving the task of fetching and boiling the medicine to the bailiffs. An extremely cold food item? The magistrate was certain that there was nothing unusual in his diet. So could the extremely cold thing be referring to the potato? If so, then, wouldn't it mean the path to his career advancement is now hopeless? After taking the medicine, the magistrate's abdominal pain lessened significantly, but looking at the pile of potatoes on the ground, he only felt heartbroken. Sigh. He knew all along he wouldn't ascend rapidly to greatness. He should just take small steps and endure, one day at a time. Chapter 68. The Culprit. The magistrate was already convinced that the culprit responsible for everyone's abdominal pain and diarrhea was undoubtedly the potato. He felt waves of bitterness as he looked at the potatoes on the ground. Considering himself a man of talent and promise after 10 years of studying in seclusion and another decade preparing for imperial examinations, he passed the Jinshur examination just before turning 30. He believed he had some natural ability and flair. Moreover, being selected by the Vice Minister of Rights to become his son-in-law, he thought his days of hardship were over, and he would surely rise to great heights effortlessly. As such, even though he already had a childhood sweetheart, a wife who had vowed lifelong devotion from their youth, he disregarded his conscience and broke his vows to her. He married the daughter of the Vice Minister. His original wife, due to this betrayal, severed all ties with him. However, because their 2 children were still young, she didn't request an official divorce but moved into the family temple and refused to see him again. Though regretful toward his first wife, the magistrate did not think he was wrong. He was a man, and it was his responsibility to bring glory to his ancestors and elevate his family status. He couldn't indulge in romantic sentimentality like a woman. Little did he expect that after marrying his new wife, he learned the Vice Minister of Rights was in conflict with the minister, resulting in him being virtually powerless within the ministry. There was almost no possibility of advancing through his father-in-law's influence. Not only could he not benefit from this relationship, but he might also be dragged down by it. After sitting idle in the Hanlon Academy for 2 years, he watched younger scholars, with lower rankings than his own, get assigned to local posts for experience. The magistrate became anxious, fearing he would grow old and die within the Hanlon Academy. Eventually, depleting his family savings, he managed to bribe the right people and secure the opportunity to be posted out. After serving as a county magistrate twice, he finally achieved the position of prefectural magistrate. In terms of competence, he was no less capable than anyone else. But his luck was truly bad. Having finally thought he could use potatoes as a stepping stone to promotion, it now seemed like a futile dream. The more the magistrate thought about it, the more frustrated and aggrieved he felt. His resentment gradually turned to bitterness, believing the heavens were unfair to him. He especially resented Han Ying for giving him hope and then disappointing him. Han Ying noticed the growing animosity in the magistrate's gaze. The clerks, experts in reading emotions, noticed the magistrate's attitude towards Han Ying had changed and took advantage of the situation, fanning the flames. Speaking of which, the taste of the potato is actually quite pleasant. It's a pity that it's an extremely cold substance, hard to digest. Mr. Han, haven't you ever tried eating it before? This was a trap for Han Ying. If Han Ying answered no, how dare someone deceive the magistrate into eating something they themselves hadn't even tasted? Wasn't that utterly disrespectful to the magistrate? This time it was just abdominal pain and diarrhea. What if the potato was poisonous? Would the magistrate even survive? On the other hand, if Han Ying admitted he'd tried it, then knowing full well it would cause stomach issues, yet still served it to the magistrate, wasn't that deliberate harm? No matter how Han Ying answered, he would gain nothing good from it. Han Ying was puzzled too. Before his reincarnation, he had eaten potatoes for over 20 years, even eating them during his time in Stone Village without any adverse reactions. Why was it causing such severe effects on the magistrate here? Repeatedly emphasizing these discomforts stemmed solely from eating the potato, Han Ying began to detect something fishy. And the doctor, simply taking a fingertip-sized piece of potato, rubbing it between his fingers, and sniffing it, claimed the potato was an extremely cold food. What a farce. How unconvincing was this deception? Han Ying smiled faintly at the clerk, making the latter inexplicably uneasy and sensing an ominous premonition. Then dismissing those worries, the clerk reassured himself. A mere merchant, who rose to prominence only through flattery of the magistrate, hardly deserved serious consideration. Now that the magistrate was disenchanted with him, he no longer even had the right to speak to someone as distinguished as the clerk. To his surprise, however, Han Ying calmly responded. It's strange, when this potato first appeared, the villagers of Stone Village treated it as a rare treasure. Many of them boiled and ate it. Among them were the elderly village chief, who was over 60, and his 2 young grandsons who hadn't even grown hair on their heads. How is it that none of the men and women in Stone Village showed any adverse reactions after eating it? Yet here in your honor's presence, it suddenly becomes an extreme cold item, unbearable for digestion. If others feel discomfort the first time eating it, I have eaten it in Stone Village with no issue. Why should I suddenly endure sharp abdominal pains? Could it be that associating with such an esteemed person as yourself has made my stomach delicate too? The magistrate was not a fool. Han Ying's implication was clear. Doubt sprang forth in his mind immediately. So you're saying many people have tried this potato before? Han Ying nodded straightforwardly. If it were something no one had eaten, would I dare to offer it to you so rashly? A furrow deepened across the magistrate's brow as he considered a possible scenario. He wanted to summon the subordinates who cooked the potato earlier for questioning, but Han Ying waved him off. My lord, there's nothing I need to hide from you. I suspect someone intentionally poisoned it to make you dislike the potato. I do not know who poisoned the potato, but this doctor merely smelled it and immediately declared it as an extremely cold substance. I cannot help but suspect that he was bribed to deliberately frame it. This statement had many loopholes and could not stand scrutiny, making Han Ying appear irrational and baseless in his accusations. However, Han Ying intentionally seized upon the magistrate's desire to quickly identify the person responsible for poisoning. Thus, even though his accusations seemed unfounded, they gave the magistrate a starting point for his investigation. As Han Ying had anticipated, the magistrate's expression became serious as he scrutinized the doctor. The pressure from an authority figure caused the doctor to sweat profusely on his forehead. Trying to maintain composure, the doctor loudly proclaimed his innocence. Your Honor, this young master is uttering pure nonsense. I have been a medical apprentice and a practicing physician for decades. I've treated hundreds of patients, surely not fewer than 1,000. You may send someone out to inquire about me. Have I ever failed to be thorough? This argument seemed reasonable, primarily because Han Ying's accusation lacked evidence. The magistrate couldn't press too hard. Han Ying smiled. It wouldn't be hard to verify whether I am speaking the truth or not. We just need to invite 2 more doctors to examine the potato. This was a good plan. It didn't unduly trouble the current doctor, nor would it let the poisoner go unpunished, if indeed there was a poisoner. On one side, the magistrate instructed his attendant to summon a few more doctors to verify whether the potato was fit for consumption. On the other side, beads of sweat were streaming down the doctor's forehead, and his legs gave way beneath him, forcing him to kneel. Your Honor, I've never harmed anyone before. It was unavoidable today. So he confessed? With psychological resilience like this, how dare he falsify testimony for others? Han Ying saw that the doctor's mental defenses had crumbled and that uncovering the truth wasn't far off. He smiled faintly, stepped back 2 paces, and stood quietly aside. This was the magistrate's domain, and as an outsider, he had already done what he needed to do. He certainly dared not steal the spotlight from Magistrate Duren. The clerk, upon hearing the doctor's confession, instantly turned pale. He then feigned calmness and said, "It must be your incompetence. How dare you accuse others?" Chapter 69, Revealing Faults. As soon as the scribe spoke, Han Ying's heart became even more delighted and secure. It seemed that the ones with poor psychological qualities were not just the doctor, The scribe's act of forcefully interrupting was akin to protesting too much, suggesting deep involvement. The magistrate had previously served as a county magistrate twice, and by his personal ability, he jumped 3 ranks directly to become the magistrate, partly because this region was impoverished and no one wanted to come here to endure hardship. But, overall, the magistrate still had outstanding abilities. A single sentence from the scribe made the magistrate realize he couldn't be innocent in this matter. The magistrate cast a cold glance at him, compelling him to step aside, and began questioning the doctor personally. You said you acted under duress. Is someone forcing you? Previously, the doctor truly hadn't committed any wrongdoings, living an honest life for most of his years. Facing the authority of the magistrate, his mind was already in chaos. When questioned by the magistrate, he instinctively glanced at the scribe. Upon making eye contact with the cruel gaze of the scribe, which was clearly warning him that if he dared to speak wrongly, neither he nor his family would have peace, the doctor steeled himself and quickly bowed his head. Not so. It is entirely my fault. My medical skills are inadequate, and I feared failing to diagnose your ailment and offending you, so I spoke nonsense and attempted to deceive. All these are my own mistakes. Please punish me accordingly, replied the doctor. Hearing the doctor take all the blame upon himself, the scribe quietly sighed with relief. However, the magistrate wasn't so easily deceived. Even if, as the doctor claimed, it was to preserve his reputation that they falsely accused potatoes of being extremely cold in nature. How then could the symptoms of abdominal pain and diarrhea after consuming potatoes be explained? The doctor struggled to articulate a response for quite some time, but failed to utter a word. Just then, several other doctors summoned by the attendant arrived. The magistrate didn't bother with the previous doctor anymore and immediately asked these other doctors to jointly examine the potatoes. One of them, a black-bearded doctor, took action first. He broke off a piece of the potato and intended to taste it, but paused just before putting it in his mouth, inhaling deeply through his nose. There is actually a flavor of croton seeds in this. Because he had never seen a potato, the black-bearded doctor naturally knew nothing about its characteristics. Therefore, he couldn't confirm whether the potato itself contained the components of croton or if croton was added during the cooking process. Upon hearing croton seeds, the magistrate looked at the doctor in front with increased suspicion in his eyes. The magistrate did not suspect that the doctor had poisoned anyone, but others smelled croton seeds right away, while the doctor did not mention a single word about it from beginning to end. Thinking further, medical practitioners mostly follow the method of xuanhuan, preparing antidotes beforehand and tasting toxins themselves. Although the practice of testing drugs on oneself is cruel, it gives the medical practitioner the most direct experience. Such inspection results obtained this way are the most accurate. But that doctor merely sniffed and had no intention of eating it. It was clear that he had known in advance that croton seeds were added to the potatoes. Fine, they dared to tamper with things under his very nose. They really didn't put him, the magistrate, in high regard. After multiple doctors checked successively, it was confirmed that there were croton seeds in the potatoes. The magistrate had already basically determined that someone tampered with the cooking process of the potatoes. However, to make everyone convinced, it was necessary to prove that potatoes themselves do not contain croton seeds. The magistrate turned his gaze toward Han Ning. Han Ning smiled and stepped forward 2 paces. To prove whether potatoes are suitable for consumption, we just need to cook some and eat them. The magistrate nodded and ordered all 4 windows to be opened, and then brought in a charcoal brazier. He also personally went down to fetch water from the well, and returned to the room to cook the potatoes in front of everyone. Cooking required some time, and the magistrate did not wait idly. He ordered all people who had handled or possibly came into contact with the potatoes earlier to be brought up for public questioning. Upon questioning, the magistrate discovered that Li Fugui, the servant of the scribe, had loitered near the kitchen door. Li Fugui was subsequently brought up. Li Fugui argued that he had heard there was new food being prepared in the kitchen and wanted to try some. However, when he arrived, seeing no one inside, he did not dare enter. Since there was no one in the kitchen at the time, his claims about entering or not were up to him to decide. The magistrate was no pushover. If no one was willing to confess voluntarily, then he would thoroughly investigate all the medicine shops in the city, checking whether anyone had recently purchased croton seeds. Croton seeds have mild toxicity and are used in small quantities combined with other medicines for treating certain conditions. Purchasing and selling croton seeds must be registered. As long as time and manpower were spent, it wouldn't be difficult to find out who bought the croton seeds, nor who poisoned them. The first invited doctor, upon hearing this, completely lost his mental defense line. He cried profusely and pointed out that it was precisely Li Fugui who purchased an ounce of croton seeds from his pharmacy today. It was also Li Fugui who gave him 20 taels of silver and instructed him to attribute the collective diarrhea of the group to the potatoes. He dared not disobey due to fear of Li Fugui, the servant behind him. Li Fugui still refused to confess, claiming that he suffered from chronic intestinal blockage and had to purchase croton seeds every few days, finding it tedious to register each time. So he decided to buy in bulk to save the trouble. When questioned about the current whereabouts of the croton seeds, Li Fugui again said they were accidentally misplaced and could no longer be found. Regarding the silver given to bribe the doctor into falsifying testimony, Li Fugui outright denied everything, putting on an expression of aggrieved resentment as he questioned why the doctor would falsely accuse him. The doctor was left speechless, trembling hands reaching into his robe to pull out 2 silver ingots given by Li Fugui for inspection by the magistrate. I admit my mistake and will accept any punishment. But I swear, I never intended harm. I simply did not dare defy Li Fugui. The silver ingots were handed over. But there was no proof they were from Li Fugui to the doctor, nor did it serve as effective evidence to confirm Li Fugui as the poisoner. The case once again fell into a deadlock. Han Ning leaned close to the magistrate's ear and whispered several words softly. The magistrate's eyes lit up, and his gaze toward Li Fugui grew profound with hidden meaning. Li Fugui instinctively sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the source, forcing himself to appear calm. The magistrate ordered a few pieces of black cloth hung inside a room to create a makeshift darkroom. A table and chair were moved in. After a while, Han Ning returned carrying an object completely covered with black cloth, entering the darkroom. The magistrate glanced around at everyone present in the study. Mr. Han has brought back a respected Judge Wu who is renowned for discerning truth from falsehood. You all will go in one by one for examination. Those who lie will naturally become evident. Li Fugui secretly exhaled in relief, then quietly sneered inwardly. What great skill this must be, using nothing more than a trick to deceive ignorant commoners. This so-called respected Judge Wu, discerning right from wrong, was merely exploiting guilty consciences, checking who would shrink away from examination. To think such antics would frighten him was laughable. Chapter 70. Handprint. Li Fugui calmly followed the crowd into the room as he had expected. Han Ning asked him to feel the object under a piece of black cloth with his hands. As soon as he touched it, his hands were covered in black ash. Li Fugui sneered and opened his palm for Han Ying's inspection. Han Ning expressionlessly pulled his hand over and pressed it onto a sheet of white paper, then requested that he sign his name beside it. Li Fugui became furious. Signing documents was something reserved for criminals. How dare they treat him this way? Mr. Han, don't go too far. Don't think that because the magistrate has given you some leeway, you can act however you want. Han Ning looked at him coolly and mocked him back. Yes, everything you say is correct. I am indeed acting like a dog relying on others' power to bully you. What can you do about it? I dare to ask, aren't you also just someone else's lapdog? How much better are you than me? Li Fugui glared at Han Ning viciously, almost wanting to rip out his heart, but not daring to actually move, and coldly laughed while writing down his big name beside the handprint according to Han Ying's demand. As long as Han Ning could not prove that he was the one who poisoned them, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. Unexpectedly, Han Ning wasn't just bluffing. After collecting everyone's handprints, he presented them together to the magistrate. In front of the magistrate and everyone, he sprinkled a thin layer of black ash on the silver pieces handed in by the doctor. Everyone watched, but did not understand. But then, Han Ning took out a small object from his money pouch and handed it to the magistrate. Esteemed sir, this is a little trinket I made at home out of boredom. Looking through it makes things appear exceptionally clear. Would you mind checking if there is anything on the tainted silver? Following Han Ying's instructions, the magistrate carefully pinched the edges of the object and approached the silver. Upon inspecting, he was greatly shocked. What is this thing? It's truly incredible. Han Ning scratched the back of his head pretending to be troubled. This device was something I discovered accidentally. It doesn't have a name. However, everything seen through it appears magnified several times. Let's call it a magnifying glass. Magnifying glass. What a simple and unpretentious name. But when considering the soaps and perfumes he'd created before, which all shared straightforward names for easy understanding, nothing seemed particularly strange anymore. No matter what it was called, using it certainly made seeing clearer. The magistrate compared the fingerprints on the stolen silver with those collected from the crowd, selecting 2 prints. Looking at the names next to them, one belonged to the doctor, and the other read, Li Fugui. To make sure everyone agreed, the magistrate even had his assistant and several others verify with the magnifying glass. Now there was no way for Li Fugui to argue any further, leaving him powerless and slumped on the ground, confessing to purchasing the poisoned seeds and lacing them into the potatoes. When questioned about the motive, his reasons seemed pretty reasonable. Apparently, Li Fugui harbored a grudge against Han Ning due to their past conflicts. Moreover, because he lost the trust of the clerk and could not maintain his position as a shopkeeper either, he only earned a meager salary as a servant to support his family. Learning that Han Ning had ingratiated himself with the magistrate through these potatoes, remembering his former glory as a store owner, contrasting it with his current downfall, hatred welled up within him, leading him to carry out such despicable acts. Li Fugui's attitude appeared sincere, and his explanation was logical, so everyone believed him. Although placing the seeds in food was disgusting, it didn't result in irreversible harm, and therefore, the magistrate hesitated to impose heavy punishment. He fined him dozens of taels of silver to compensate the others and sentenced him to sweeping streets for a month before dismissing him from the official office. Thus, the poisoning case concluded accordingly. The clerk couldn't help but apologize profusely, stating that it was due to poor personnel management, but the magistrate didn't press the matter further. Meanwhile, freshly cooked potatoes were ready, and the clerk personally served a plate. To show trust in Han Ning, the magistrate accepted it first and tasted it himself. This slight misjudgment earlier against Han Ning was the magistrate's way of reassuring him and letting others know that Han Ning was one of his trusted individuals. No matter the misunderstanding, once clarified, his trust remained firm. After tasting the potato and sitting quietly for 15 minutes, realizing no discomfort arose, the magistrate finally sighed in relief. With a smile, he ordered the rest to try it as well. Naturally, everyone gave the magistrate face and praised it enthusiastically after tasting it. Hereby, the charges against potatoes were officially overturned. Not wishing to disturb him further, people gradually left. The magistrate summoned Han Ning alone. Han Gongzi, this official almost mistakenly accused you earlier. Han Ning bowed respectfully. Who could have anticipated this kind of situation? If blame must be placed, It should fall on my lack of prudence in daily actions, which angered lesser men, not related to your excellency. This response pleased the magistrate even more. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, these words made the listener feel comfortable. To be able to handle matters at the age of 20 with such maturity and tact showed promising greatness in the future. The prefect intended to draw Han Ning closer to become a genuine confidant. In the future, when Han Ning entered the court, it would provide him another ally. However, to win someone over required some incentives. Silver. Han Ning didn't lack for it. Fame. He had already done so many good deeds and practical favors for the people of this prefecture that his fame was already well established. He didn't need any more help in that area. The prefect thought carefully and came up with an idea. Mr. Han, at such a young age you've accomplished much. I am deeply impressed. I have it in mind to give my daughter's hand in marriage to you. What do you think of the proposal? Han Ning genuinely wished not to be too closely entangled with the prefect. In his view, the prefect was too self-interested and short-sighted both in vision and scope. He was preparing to take the imperial exams and felt confident about making the list. If he entered the court as being marked by others as a man of the prefect, there would inevitably be many constraints placed on him. At least at the moment, given that he knew nothing about the court politics, Han Ning did not wish to join any small faction too early. Thinking thusly, he put on an expression full of alarm. The esteemed daughter of the prefect must surely be a model of virtue and grace, a paragon among women. Who am I, to even consider aspiring for her hand? I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Once the prefect had made the offer, how could he possibly allow Han Ning to refuse? Said with faint displeasure, I see you fit to accept, and if I say you're suitable, then you are. Do you perhaps worry that my daughter is insufficient in skill, unable to get along well with your other wives and concubines? That statement carried weight, leaving Han Ning no choice but to consent. He also had to add words of gratitude for the prefect's regard. Back home, his mood soured, unwilling even to speak. He lay in his warm pavilion sighing endlessly. Flower mistress and Little He came hand in hand to chat with him. Seeing he was upset, they hurried to console him, massaging his chest, serving tea, doing all sorts of things to cheer him up. Han Ning couldn't bear to bring his negative emotions onto them, forcing a smile and engaging in meaningless banter with them for quite some time. Wu Linglong stood outside the door, hearing their cheerful laughter inside, and rolled her eyes dramatically heavenward. Here it goes again, always laughing so carelessly during broad daylight without considering how it might affect others. Chapter 71, Family Ties. Though Han Ning had to prepare for exams and was busy with other matters, he still could not stay away from Xuanhuan County forever. It just so happened that these days his mood was bad because the prefect had forcibly assigned him an unwanted fiancée. Not wanting to see her, he decided to take the opportunity to return to Xuanhuan. At home, only Feng Zhiruo and the two new mothers with their babies were present. They came out to greet him. Han Ning first took Feng Zhiruo's hand and carefully inquired about her condition. Being shown such public concern by Han Ning made Feng Zhiruo both shy and delighted. After answering all his questions, she stepped back 2 steps and urged him to go see the babies. To his own flesh and blood, Han Ning naturally showed great affection. He picked up the 2 infants, one in each arm. The babies were well cared for, growing plump and strong with rosy cheeks. They laughed at people and were utterly charming. In Han Ying's arms, the little girl in the red jacket stretched out her small hands to embrace his neck and turned her head, calling out loudly to the boy in the green jacket. It was as if she were asserting her dominance and warning the boy to know his place. The boy complied, resting contentedly on one of Han Ying's shoulders without competing with the girl. Han Ying remembered when the 2 babies were first born, the girl cried louder than the boy and also exhibited a stronger temper. After a few months of raising them, it seemed nothing had changed. However, the boy should naturally defer to the girl, exerting his strength outside rather than engaging in sibling rivalry at home. Carrying the 2 babies, Han Ying returned to the main house and handed them over to their wet nurses. Interestingly, the 2 children were quite heavy, leaving his arms slightly sore despite his enhanced physical stamina after acquiring the Baopu decree. Otherwise, he might not have been able to carry them for so long. After washing up briefly, Han Ying went to pay respects to Madame Fong and Aunt Wang. Madame Fong had no complaints. Nowadays, whenever she saw this son-in-law, everything about him pleased her. Satisfied with him personally, she was naturally satisfied with having him living in the house. Aunt Wang, however, appeared burdened with worries. Han Ying sat beside her and patiently conversed with her about family matters, asking if there was anything making her uncomfortable or whether someone wasn't treating her respectfully enough. Aunt Wang quickly responded, Not at all, not at all. Everything is fine. Just, I feel I'm not doing much help, and it makes me uneasy always living here like this. Han Ying identified the root cause, and instead of simply consoling Aunt Wang not to worry, he wanted to address the issue fundamentally. Aunt Wang was barely 50 and in excellent health. It was perfectly normal for her to seek some meaning in life. So why not find her something to do? Han Ying thought about the daycare center being established in Stone Village. With the arrival of spring, Chi Family Village would soon start planting trees and flowers. In this era, everything depended on manual labor, removing pests, weeding regularly. All required a large workforce. Once the flowers were harvested, people would be needed to clean, dry, and sort them. Therefore, perhaps another daycare center could be built in Chi Family Village, and Aunt Wang could serve as its director. That way, Aunt Wang would have something meaningful to do, wouldn't become overly tired, and could still spend time with children, preventing loneliness. When Han Ying shared this idea with Aunt Wang, she was extremely happy and immediately agreed. Perhaps realizing her excessive excitement might cause misunderstanding for Han Ying, she hurriedly explained. You and your wives have treated me wonderfully. Even Lady Fong has never shown even a trace of arrogance. It's just that I'm accustomed to working hard. If you make me live a life where everything is handed to me on a silver platter, I'd be restless all day and truly couldn't enjoy such comfort. Han understood Aunt Wang's feelings. He held her hand gently and guided her to sit by the window. Since I've acknowledged you as my foster mother, I regard you as my real mother. My home is your home. In our own home, do we need so many formalities? If you want to find something to do, then do it. And if it becomes too tiresome one day, stop. Your son can certainly afford to support you. Tears welled up in Aunt Wang's eyes. She patted Han Ying's hand. My mother died early, and life under my stepmother was difficult. Later, when I married, I was fortunate to have a man who understood my needs, and I thought finally my struggles were over. Who knew that my husband wouldn't last more than a few years? Had it not been for the help of our fellow villagers, our mother and daughter would have starved to death. Later, when my daughter got married, she rarely returned twice a year. Alone, I counted the days, suffering every single moment. Alas, several times I pondered whether there was any reason to keep living and wondered if it wouldn't be better to close my eyes and leave this world. You were pitiable as a child, and I genuinely felt sorry for you. But it was also because my own life lacked joy, devoid of hope. Whenever I gave you food or sewed clothes for you, I felt that my life had meaning. The heavens weren't unkind to me after all. Han Ying felt a deep sense of melancholy in his heart. Compared to Aunt Wang's care for him, what he had done for her seemed minuscule. Construction on the daycare center would begin in the spring, but even after completion, there was uncertainty whether any children would be entrusted to it. Han Ying thought about how Aunt Wang had only one daughter, who had married far away in another county and was rarely seen. Knowing that she must miss her greatly, and with himself having nothing much to do recently and not wanting to return to the city, he decided to arrange some food and necessities for Aunt Wang so they could visit her daughter. Aunt Wang was extremely pleased, recounting stories of her daughter's childhood along the way. She also mentioned her grandchildren. Her eldest grandson was 9 years old already, and the youngest over a year. She made clothes every year and sent them through someone to her daughter. Aunt Wang's daughter was named Xuanhuan, and the man she married was called Kai Gedu, whose situation mirrored Aunt Wang's family, a widow mother raising her only son. Aunt Wang had assumed that since both families were similarly situated, the in-laws would understand Xuanhuan better, being more forgiving toward any mistakes she might make. What neither of them expected was the scene as they arrived outside the Kai household, to hear shouting and beatings from within the yard. Kai Gedu was striking and cursing at Xuanhuan, while his mother added insults, claiming Xuanhuan stole food from their mouths. While it may have been wrong for Xuanhuan to eat extra food without permission, surely it didn't warrant such abuse. Worried sick for her daughter, Aunt Wang hurriedly approached to knock on the door. Kai Gedu and his mother recognized Aunt Wang's voice, and the sound of violence ceased. After a moment, the gate opened to reveal a gaunt-looking man in his early 40s, thin and stooped, showing no sign of joy. He greeted Aunt Wang perfunctorily. Mother-in-law has come. Please sit inside. To Han Ying, neither greeting nor acknowledgement came at all. Though worried about Xuanhuan, Aunt Wang did not bother with Kai Gedu's coldness and pushed past him into the yard. There sat Xuanhuan on the frozen ground, dressed in a thin padded jacket, leaning against her swollen pregnant belly. Her face bore red marks from what appeared to be recent slaps. Seeing her mother, Xuanhuan felt humiliated but overwhelmed with sorrow. Sobbing and unable to form words, she managed a choked cry of "Mother." Even with Aunt Wang's gentle temperament, witnessing her daughter in such distress brought her fury. She helped Xuanhuan to her feet and confronted Kai Gedu and his mother. What grave offense has my daughter committed that you would treat her so? Considering that she carries your Kai family child, you should show some mercy. Scolding her would have been enough, but now there's this physical violence. It seems you show no respect for my daughter. Chapter 72. Villains meet their match. Xuanhuan was only about 30 years old, but her face was extremely thin and aged, revealing the hardship of her daily life. The children were also not close to her. Seeing her being beaten and scolded, they all showed indifference and apathy. Only the youngest one cried and asked for a hug, but he was forcibly taken away by the eldest son. Aunt Wang felt sorry for her daughter and went to argue with the Kai family. The mother and son of the Kai family showed no remorse at all. Instead, they criticized Xuanhuan's shortcomings, subtly implying that Aunt Wang had failed in raising her daughter. Xuanhuan could endure her own grievances, but when the Kai family openly criticized Aunt Wang, she could not bear it any longer. She stood up and argued with the mother and son of the Kai family. Zigaden wanted to hit her again, and Kai's mother looked smug and added fuel to the fire. Han Ying simply couldn't bear it anymore, so he stepped forward to block Zigan. Zigan could only reach his shoulders, having to look up to see his face. After noticing the clothes Han Ying wore, although they were not silk or satin, they were still high-quality fine cotton that Zigan would never be able to afford, thus calming down a bit. However, his mouth continued to provoke him. I'm teaching my wife a lesson. Who are you to meddle? Han Ying ignored him. He just asked Xuanhuan. Sister Xuanhuan, do you remember me? I'm xuanhuan, who lived next door to Aunt Wang. When Han Ying came to Stone Village, Xuanhuan had already been married and only returned home during New Year occasionally. After scrutinizing his face for a long time, she vaguely remembered him. Han boy, you've grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you barely reached my shoulder. While saying this, she remembered that it had been 4 or 5 years since she returned to her parents' home, feeling even more guilty toward Aunt Wang, and couldn't help but start crying again. Han Ying placed his handkerchief into her hands. He said gently, Sister Xuanhuan, I have recognized Aunt Wang as my adoptive mother. From now on, we will be the closest siblings. If you're not doing well here, we'll take you back home. Xuehua had thought of returning to her parents' home countless times, but every time, it remained just a thought. She was already in her 30s, and if she returned home due to divorce, there would be gossips among others, even making Aunt Wang lose face. Moreover, she had several children. Although the children were taught by Kai's mother and weren't close to her from a young age, they were still her flesh and blood. If she left, who would prepare food and clothing for the children, and who would care about their pain and cries? Thinking of the children, Xuehua decided not to return home with Han Ying. Brother, I thank your kindness from my heart, but what should I do if I leave these children behind? I know you're a good person, you can take care of our mother on my behalf, and in my next life, I'll work hard like an ox or horse to repay you. Upon hearing that Han Ying intended to take Xuehua back to her parents' house, the mother and son of the Kai family got a little flustered. With so much work to do at home, who would do it if Xuehua left? When they heard that Xuehua refused to go back, they relaxed, believing they had a firm grasp on Xuehua, and started misbehaving again. What a sin, inciting mothers not to have their own children. Isn't that asking for trouble? I don't care where you come from. If you dare to interfere in my family affairs, I'll beat you out. Han Ying completely ignored the mother and son of the Kai family, treating them as if they didn't exist. He just looked into Xuehua's eyes and gently persuaded her. Sister Xuehua, the children you've born don't bear the surname Wang and aren't close to you. Now they just watch as you get beaten and don't even speak up for you. Do you really expect them to take care of you when you grow old? Forgive me for saying something harsh, but these children have all been spoiled by the Kai family into cold-blooded people. Even if you gave them your heart, they wouldn't appreciate your kindness. Follow my advice, let's go home. In life, you can live at most 60 or 70 years. Why should you torment yourself for other people? Aunt Wang originally still adhered to the traditional belief that a woman follows her husband once married. After hearing Han Ying's words, she also began to doubt whether that tradition was right. Our family follows traditions, yet everyone in the Kai family, old and young, acts like ungrateful beasts. To adhere to outdated traditions and suffer for a lifetime doesn't seem worth it. So she also advised Xuehua, my dear, although I don't have great skills, I won't let you starve to death. People can say what they want, but we should act as if deaf and blind, ignoring their words, because living happily is most important. This speech reflected Aunt Wang's maternal love for Xuehua and Han Ying's backing for her. Even if others wanted to gossip about their relationship, they wouldn't dare overdo it considering Han Ying's position. Still, Xuehua hesitated. Han Ying straightforwardly asked the mother and son of the Kai family, I will pay 20 taels of silver to buy Sister Xuehua. Are you willing? Willing. Not willing. 20 taels is too little, at least 25 taels. The mother and son of the Kai family disagreed only on price, not out of reluctance to part with Xuehua. Shocked and disappointed, Xuehua stared at them. I've given birth to 5 children for your Kai family, and another child is growing in my belly. All the laundry and cooking at home have always been done by me alone, and does all of that count for less than a measly 20 taels of silver? Zigan's white eyes rolled so high they almost reached the heavens. This is simply a woman's job. What do you have to complain about? When you have the backing of a wealthy person in the future, who knows if you'll even still be obedient? With these 20 taels, no, 25 taels of silver, I can buy several younger women. Younger than you, prettier than you, and better at bearing children. How could I not understand which is more advantageous? Xuehua's heart turned icy cold. She felt that shedding tears for this family was utterly a waste. Wiping her face, she looked toward Han Ying. Brother, there's no need to give him silver. I will file an official complaint. I want to divorce him. Under normal circumstances, only men could divorce their wives. However, if a man abuses his wife, the woman can also request an amicable separation through the magistrate, which amounts to divorcing her husband. The divorced man would face ridicule and mockery for being unable to control his wife. Upon hearing Xuehua's words, the mother and son of the Kai family went ballistic, pointing their fingers at Xuehua and hurling every foul word they could think of. Zigan even rolled up his sleeves to strike her again. Finally, the youngest child broke free from the eldest child's grip, rushing out of the house to seek his mother's embrace. Xuehua struggled to lift him into her arms, compassion rising once more in her heart. Han Ying realized Xuehua was still wavering, and it was understandable for a loving mother to feel this way. But staying with the Kai family would only make Xuehua's life more miserable. Therefore, he resolved to take Xuehua away today no matter what. Pushing Zigan aside, Han Ying pressed his shoulder firmly. I am the one paying the silver, and you shouldn't be discussing these things with a woman. Judging by your intelligence, I won't bother saying much. Sister Xuehua, I am determined to take you away. Whether we go before the magistrate or you accept 20 taels of silver along with a divorce decree depends entirely on your choice. As for those children of yours, Sister Xuehua is reluctant to part with them, so I'll purchase them as well, just to comfort her. 10 taels each. I can only offer this much. If you refuse, that's fine too. If nothing else, I'll find Sister Xuehua another man. In a few years, she'll have another group of children, and any attachment to these ones will naturally fade. Chapter 73, Reborn. Han Ying didn't care about money. He donated no less than 10,000 taels of silver to the official school every year. But he didn't like being blackmailed. So he spoke clearly. Kai get his eyes circled a few times, then exchanged a glance with Kai mother. All right, deal. Take whoever you want. This time it was the children's turn to be stunned. Since they were little, Kai mother had often told them that they were the flesh and blood of the Kai family, the precious ones in their fathers' and grandmothers' hearts. How could they just be sold like this? The children didn't hate the mother and son of the Kai family, but instead hated Xuefua and Han Ying. When they were taken away, they cried like pigs being slaughtered. They all blamed Xuefua for not behaving as a woman should, causing trouble by seeking divorce at her age, which led to them being sold. Second, Guzi's father also beat his mother, but why didn't she act as you do? She still did what she should do every day. I want to go home. I won't go with you. All of you are bad people. How old are you? Which man would still want you? You drag us down to starve with you. Every word was like a knife stabbing into Quifua's heart. These children were all born through her own life risk. She spared no expense on food for herself, so they could have more. No matter how hard or tired she was, she tried her best to make them live comfortably. And now they talked about her like this. Han Ning consoled Quifua. These children have been brainwashed by the mother and son of the Kai family since they were little, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Don't take their words seriously. Once I return, I will properly teach them. They'll become understanding. Quifua was ultimately still concerned for the children. You can educate them as you see fit, but please don't hurt them too much. Han Ning smiled. There are plenty of ways to deal with troublesome children, without hitting or scolding them, yet making them feel even worse than getting beaten. Han Ning directly brought Quifua and her children home. On the way, Aunt Wang quietly discussed with Han Ning after Quifua fell behind. There is a woman pregnant in your house. Let's skip going there. Just send us back to Stone Village. It is said that women who have been divorced bring bad luck, hence Aunt Wang mentioned this. Han Ning didn't believe in such superstitions. What's mine and yours? My home isn't at you and Quifua's home. I don't have all these formalities. Just stay here peacefully. Aunt Wang couldn't persuade Han Ning and had to follow him. Quifua never expected Han Ying's house to be so grand, nor did she expect that he would bring her home to live. She was very uneasy after entering. Han Ning knew persuading her now wouldn't work. She would get used to it over time living longer. He personally sent them back to the small courtyard where Aunt Wang stayed, having someone clean out other vacant rooms, ensuring everything necessary was provided. Quifua felt very apologetic inside, while Aunt Wang seemed relieved. She encouraged her to live here boldly, and when the opportunity arose, repay Han Ning in the future. Han Ning settled Aunt Wang and Quifua down. The children, from their humble dirt wall homes, found themselves at Han Ying's house, naturally thinking everywhere was better than their own place. Though still discontented in their hearts, they stopped crying and causing a fuss, thinking temporarily living here wasn't bad either. Han Ning, however, didn't plan on letting them off easily. He informed Quifua and took the children away. Without bringing them somewhere else, he led them straight to the backyard. Han Ning thought that in the future, there would be more and more children, so he bought a piece of open land outside the backyard, moving the yard wall outward. He planned to build a playground for children on the empty land. The construction hadn't started yet, so it was perfect to train these unruly children. Leading them to the edge of the open ground, he ordered, "You guys clear this land. All weeds must be pulled up, stones picked out, clods crushed. As for where to sleep, you see those two little houses over there? That's where you'll stay tonight. When it's mealtime, someone will call you." The children were shocked. Quifua was their mother. They thought they'd come here to eat well and drink fine wine, but unexpectedly, they were here to work. Han Ning gave them a cold look. "Only remember Quifua as your mother now. Why didn't you speak up for her when she was bullied?" The unruly children were still boo-foo cheap. It's natural for a man to hit a woman. Hasn't every woman gone through this? Han Ning didn't want to hit children, except for these unruly ones. He slapped him, a crisp slap sound. As long as others say it, it might pass. But you, born from Quifua, saying such things means being unfilial, means being cruel-hearted. Just based on these words, you are not qualified to be her son. Men hitting women is justified, right? So I use silver to buy you all and let you work. It is even more justified. All of you work hard, or you'll not have food if you slack. Don't eat? Then don't. The unruly children sulked inside the small room, pitting against Han Ning, seeing if he would really starve them to death. They sat there for hours. The small house was originally for servants, having been vacant for a long time with the window paper broken. There was no fire at the moment, and as they sat longer, their bodies grew colder. It was already well past lunchtime, yet no one had come to bring them any food. The two younger ones couldn't bear the hunger anymore and began crying. "I want to eat. I want to go home. Why doesn't mother bring us food? Does she really not care about us anymore?" The two older children were trying to remain strong. "Why are you crying? Have you forgotten what grandmother said? We don't share our mother's surname. She never truly cared for us. Now that she's leading a good life, how could she remember us?" These words were indeed unjust to Quifua. Ever since Han Ning took the children away, Quifua's heart had been uneasy. She worried the children might anger Han Ning and suffer because of it. This was the heart of a loving mother, unmatched by anyone else. Han Ning suddenly brought them back, and the household wasn't prepared. Fang Zhuo could only send someone to buy a few sets of clothes for Quifua from the ready-made clothing shop on the street. Aunt Wang called her to try them on, but Quifua's mind was elsewhere, and she kept looking out the window. Seeing this, Aunt Wang consoled her. Han Ning knows his limits. There's no need to worry. Your children have been taught by your mother-in-law to show you no filial piety at all. They deserve someone to straighten them out. Quifua knew Aunt Wang was right, and didn't dare to argue. After trying on the clothes, Fang Zhuo personally led the servants to deliver lunch. Both women were pregnant, giving them a shared topic to discuss for quite a while. When they saw the dishes served, they were all homely dishes, just that there was meat and fish, making it better than what they usually ate at home. Quifua gradually relaxed. Serving home-cooked meals showed they weren't treating her like an outsider. Too much ceremony would instead make her uncomfortable. After eating, Quifua took a nap in the afternoon, with Xiao Bao being accompanied by Aunt Wang, not coming to disturb her. Upon waking, she felt much lighter overall. Thinking back, she couldn't even remember the last time she had eaten so full and slept so soundly. At this moment, Quifua deeply realized that divorcing was indeed the right decision. It was like starting over. Just not knowing how the children were doing filled her mind with worry. Chapter 74. Reopening the Jaleo orphanage. The children had accepted their reality and were working in the empty backyard. Cold, hungry, and tired, they lacked even the strength to complain. They finally managed to endure until dusk when a servant with a green hat finally came to summon them for dinner. The place for eating was at the big stove used by the servants. Dumplings made of mixed flour filled an osier tray, stacked as high as a small mountain. Big pots of cabbage stewed with tofu, and slices of meat as large as palms. Served in big wooden spoons into bowls. One bowl wasn't enough, and more could be added if needed. The children squatted on the ground, sweat pouring down their faces as they ate. Even after being full, their eyes still greedily watched others eat. Then, surprisingly, they noticed that no one was grabbing for the meat. Some even deliberately avoided scooping up the big pieces of meat. The servant with the green cap was none other than the guide arranged by Han Ying for the children. Seeing their amazed expressions, he seized the opportunity to speak. Our employer is a generous person. As long as the rules are followed and work is done diligently, no one will lack for food. At the end of the month, monthly wages will also be given. After dinner every evening, the bookkeeper will teach characters and reading. If you wish to learn, just come. There is only one very important rule. Our employer values righteousness and despises unscrupulous people most of all. Any behavior like secretly sabotaging others, slandering, or being disrespectful to parents, such actions will lead to a beating and expulsion, with no chance of rehire. The servant took them to collect bedding, water basins, etc., allowing them to tidy up briefly in the small house before letting them go to bed early. The next morning, the servant came again to call them for breakfast, then returned to work after they had eaten their fill. The children feared getting beaten. Here there was also meat to eat, so they behaved much better. In their homes, they would also work, without a fixed daily requirement, and after a few days, they found it much more comfortable here. However, xuanhuan hadn't visited them even once these past few days, and they still harbored resentment towards her in their hearts. But they dared not say anything aloud for fear of being beaten. On this particular afternoon, the weather was warm. Aunt Wang hugged baby Bao and brought xuanhuan for a walk in the backyard. At first sight from afar, the children didn't even recognize xuanhuan. Back at the Kai household, xuanhuan worked from morning till night, dressed in the worst clothes, and received the least food, appearing as haggard as a woman several decades older. Since coming here, she no longer worried about food or clothing. The most important thing was that she didn't have to work hard anymore. With Aunt Wang helping her take care of the child, she had plenty of time to rest each day. In just a few short days, she had gained 2 kg in weight, and her complexion looked much better. Dressed in a neatly tailored cotton cloth outfit, she appeared completely transformed, looking years younger. Cixin recognized xuanhuan, ran over, held her waist, and cried out, "Mother, do you not want us anymore? Why haven't you come to see us for several days? One's own flesh and blood, how could it not cause pain?" xuanhuan, seeing Cixin cry, felt an unbearable ache in her heart. She lowered her head, holding his little face in her hands, kissing him repeatedly. Mother does not want to abandon you. Abandoning them was simply impossible. Han Ying had said it already. These children had been spoiled since childhood by Kai and his son. If not corrected promptly, they would never respect her later. Even if they did not respect her, it didn't matter too much. However, if they grew up just like Kai Gedden, a pitiful fellow who was useless outside yet domineering at home, her great effort to give birth to them would be all for nothing. With Han Ying's words in mind, xuanhuan steeled her resolve and wiped away the tears from Cixin's face. Mother will never abandon you. Even during the hardest times, I never thought of doing so. But now we're living in someone else's home, so naturally, we must abide by their rules. You are now working off favors owed. When the debt is repaid, we can move out and live independently. The other children also approached xuanhuan but stood further away, not moving closer. Since their births, they had been taken by grandmother Kai to be raised in her quarters. Aside from feeding time, they almost had no interaction with xuanhuan. Thus, despite being mother and sons living in the same yard, they weren't familiar with each other. Sometimes, xuanhuan, returning from the fields, would secretly bring them some snacks, sweet grass roots, wild fruits. She hardly dared to talk much to them. Watching them wolf down the food, she believed all the hardship was worth it. This was already one of their rare moments of mother-child interaction. After speaking with the children for a while, xuanhuan resolutely left with baby Bao. The children returned to the backyard to continue working, but remained unusually silent. Earlier, they had seen xuanhuan's peaceful smile, and suddenly realized that she was actually quite beautiful, not inferior to the mother of Ergu. In the blink of an eye, the 12th lunar month arrived. There was particularly heavy snowfall this year. County Magistrate Fong was worried about collapsing houses from the rain and snow, fearing loss of life. He personally led a group of people from the county office to patrol everywhere. Whenever hazardous housing was discovered, it was dealt with immediately. Now that the county office collaborated with Han Ying in business ventures, there was no shortage of silver. Magistrate Fong also stood straighter. Repairs for dangerous houses, winter clothing for commoners, and relief grains, all were adequately provided. In reality, the common folk were better off raising pigs for Han Ying and doing odd jobs at the workshop. The situation of dilapidated houses and lack of warm clothing was not very common. There were only a few elderly households who, despite being supported by younger relatives in the same village, still fared worse than others. Magistrate Fong returned from his rounds and summoned Han Ying for consultation. He wanted to reopen the Jaleo orphanage in the county town. Actually, since the founding of the dynasty, every county had established a Jaleo orphanage and an official school. However, there were many impoverished places like Shirtsu County, where the Jaleo orphanages could not be sustained and had to be temporarily closed. Now that the county had money, as long as Han Ying's business didn't fail, they would never run out of funds. Thus, Magistrate Fong had the idea to reopen the Jaleo orphanage. Han Ying thought Magistrate Fong wanted a sponsorship, so without much ado, he was ready to hand over 2,000 taels of silver. Magistrate Fong shook his head, signaling that it wasn't necessary. The county treasury is well stocked with silver. There's no need for you to worry. I merely want to discuss with you how to reopen the Jaleo orphanage. It turned out that the earlier closure of the Jaleo orphanage was partly due to the county's poverty. Additionally, many families with elderly members, especially those who were old or bedridden with illness, felt their elders were useless and a waste of food. Thus, they sent them to the Jaleo orphanage. The rules for admitting the elderly to the Jaleo orphanage were established during the early days of the dynasty when the government had more pressing matters to attend to. Therefore, the rules were not entirely comprehensive. Faced with these situations, refusing to admit the elderly caused public outrage, while admitting them led to financial strain. Eventually, there was no choice but to close the orphanage. This time, Magistrate Fong sought Han Ying's help to devise new admission rules, which elders should be admitted and which shouldn't. With clear rules in place, those deliberately shirking responsibility and exploiting the government would have nothing to say. Establishing the rules was actually quite simple. Admit only the elderly without family. Those with sons or grandchildren would not be accepted. But Han Ying couldn't bear to ignore the elderly who were despised by their descendants and suspected of being abandoned. They wouldn't receive good care at home. Chapter 75, Volunteer System. These elderly people have worked hard their whole lives, raising children with all their might and effort. When they grow old and are still looked down upon by their own grandchildren, it must feel very painful in their hearts. Han Ying gives County Magistrate Fong an idea. Elderly people in such a situation can also be taken as the objects of admission for the Relief Old People's Home. But their monthly rations should be delivered by their grandchildren. The Relief Old People's Home will take care of them. County Magistrate Fong stroked his beard and thought deeply for a long time, but he still felt it was inappropriate. Poor families lead rough lives. As long as the elderly can move around, they wouldn't need others' help. Once this opening is made, there would be a large number of elderly who cannot take care of themselves being sent to the Relief Old People's Home. Then, a lot of manpower would be needed to take care of them. The wages of these manpower would also be quite a big expense. It's also necessary to consider human greed. If anything happens to the elderly in the Relief Old People's Home, their grandchildren may cause a commotion, which would bring even more trouble. For this, Han Ying also has a solution. The workers taking care of the elderly can be divided into two ways. One is, as you just said, hiring workers and paying a fixed wage monthly. The second way is recruiting volunteers. Magistrate Fong hadn't heard of the term volunteer before, so he asked Han Ying to explain further. Volunteers voluntarily take care of the elderly without getting paid. This explanation made Magistrate Fong feel somewhat amused and helpless. Those people aren't fools, nor are they idle. How could there be people working for free without any pay? Han Ying then explained in more detail. Although they don't receive wages, there are other benefits for them. For instance, if a volunteer's child or grandchild commits a crime, the punishment can be mitigated, or if the child or grandchild participates in the county examination, extra points can be added. And similar ones like these. The work of the volunteers doesn't have to be limited to the Relief Old People's Home. For example, cooking for the children at the official school, helping with road repairs and bridge building, all these can be included. Han Ying is not in a position where he has to think about the specifics of governance. He just proposed a general idea, believing that County Magistrate Fong and his team can discuss and come up with more complete rules. Magistrate Fong seemed deep in thought. Seeing this, Han Ying did not want to disturb him and got up to take his leave. As winter enters its 12th lunar month, the weather becomes so cold that water turns into ice instantly. Han Ying became reluctant to go out. Every day, he stayed home accompanying his wife and children, reading books and practicing writing. In good spirits, he would gather with his wives to listen to operas and watch plays. It couldn't get much more leisurely than that. One day, Fong Zhuo returned to her mother's house to send festival gifts, bringing some local specialties from her hometown intended for County Magistrate Fong. Seeing Han Ying, she laughed and asked him, "What did you say to father? Lately, he hasn't even had time to eat meals, spending all day locked up in the study with master and his guests." When mother asked a few times, he only replied that it was a matter of great benefit to the country and people, and told mother not to ask too many questions. Han Ying guessed that County Magistrate Fong was probably discussing the volunteer system. Actually, every dynasty already had corvée labor, meaning that each year, a certain percentage of young and strong men were selected from each village to engage in the construction and maintenance of public facilities. The government only provided food, no payment. For instance, last year when a section of the official road within the county was damaged by heavy rain, 300 conscripted workers were summoned for repairing the road surface. Moreover, if there were major battles at the frontier or rebellion somewhere else, the court would call on nearby laborers to help transport provisions. On the surface, this seems rather similar to volunteers. However, volunteers do it willingly, and their rewards are given in a different form. Therefore, the supervision method needs adjustment. They shouldn't be treated like regular laborers, who can be beaten or cursed at will. Specific implementation requires considerations like personnel selection, evaluation of merits, monitoring of work. There are myriad details to sort through, leaving County Magistrate Fong extremely busy. Even while busy, he feels a tremendous sense of accomplishment. After the volunteer system is refined and implemented, it will play a huge role. After all, It can also be regarded as his contribution to the court in the Great Qin dynasty. County Magistrate Fong remained busy until the end of the year, finally managing to establish the initial system. As for whether there are loopholes, those would be discovered and addressed during actual implementation. County Magistrate Fong decided that after the Spring Festival holiday, once the county office resumed its seal, he would announce this important matter publicly. Next year, he hoped to roll it out across the entire county. Next year, just the word evokes a feeling of everything starting anew, full of hope and challenge. Yet Han Ning is worrying about the new year. He himself didn't have much to worry about regarding the Spring Festival celebrations. Several wives, along with the servants, had already cleaned the house thoroughly, making it look brand new. Lady Hua also sent a message saying that over at the prefecture capital, plenty of food and supplies had already been prepared, all to be brought back before the minor new year. There was no need for worry at home. What Han Ning fretted about wasn't the coming imperial examination in the spring either. In the recent period at home, he had written several policy essays, having people deliver them to teachers in the prefecture capital for guidance. The teachers praised him highly, saying he had a 70% chance of passing the exams. 70% isn't bad. Han Ning wasn't overly obsessed with fame and title. He would try his best, but even if he didn't pass, it wouldn't bother him much. What worried him was the arranged marriage with Miss from the prefect's family. He originally thought that by dodging back to Shi County, with the prefect busy with year-end affairs, the marriage matter would be put aside for a while. Once the governor personally verifies the potato yield and sends it to the imperial court, he might get promoted. By then, this marriage proposal might just be quietly dropped. Who could have anticipated this? However, the governor is resolute in wanting to tie the knot with Han Ning. Since Han Ning isn't in the provincial capital, he sent his clerk all the way to Shi County. He asked for Han Ying's birth chart and a token of engagement, saying that he wanted to include them in his family correspondence as the new year approaches and send them back home at the same time. Han Ning couldn't decline, so he complied. Additionally, he prepared a cartload of local specialties and asked the governor to deliver them to his family while he was on the road, as a token of his appreciation. The governor was pleased, but Han Ning was extremely troubled. Having an extra wife is a small matter. Mainly, he and the governor are not the same kind of people, and Han Ning didn't want to be prematurely aligned with any faction. Alas, what a frustrating society ruled by individuals. Han Ning didn't want to burden Fong Zhiruo with his negative feelings. Smiling, he helped her sit beside him and gently patted her swollen belly. To me, your stomach seems larger than others. Don't overnourish yourself. If the baby gets too big, childbirth will be very painful. In this era, there's not even a proper obstetrician. Forget about C-sections. Childbirth for women is like stepping one foot into the gates of hell. Whether they can come out alive depends entirely on luck. Fong Zhiruo lowered her head bashfully. The doctor diagnosed that I may be carrying twins, which is why my stomach is bigger. Holy cow. Han Ning received a tremendous shock. In the life he came from, if his wife was expecting twins, he would have been overjoyed and ready to jump up and down. But here, in an era where medical care is backward, he is already worried about complications during labor even with a single fetus. Now with twins? That's super dangerous. Wife, maybe we shouldn't have this child. You can take good care of yourself and try again later. Fong Zhiruo froze, instinctively protecting her stomach. FO for what? In this era, people celebrate having many children. There has never been a case where someone doesn't want their unborn twins. Han Ning explained the risks of childbirth in detail. Whether it's twins or a single baby, they're both our flesh and blood. I don't want you to take such great risks. Touched to the point of tears welling up in her eyes, Fong Zhiruo was deeply moved. Han Ning would rather give up the twins than put her through danger. How many men in this world could match his sentiment? Chapter 76, Reunion. Fong Zhiruo was moved, but she refused to heed Han Ying's advice and give up the child in her belly. Leaning in Han Ying's arms, she said softly, "The child has been in my belly for months. It's tied to me by blood, and I can feel them growing day by day. How could I bear to abandon them? If something really happens during childbirth, then it is just my bad fate, and it has nothing to do with them." Han Ning sighed lightly. Indeed, maternal love is the greatest. It would sacrifice life itself for a child it hasn't even met yet. He could only respect Fong Zhiruo's decision. Still, if it came down to having to choose between the two, he would unhesitatingly choose Fong Zhiruo. After talking with Fong Zhiruo for a while, Han Ning did not feel more relaxed. Instead, his worries about her grew. After Fong Zhiruo returned to her room, Han Ning couldn't help but stand by the window and sigh at her retreating figure. Han Ning was watching Fong Zhiruo, while Wu Linglong was observing him. She originally thought that he was just an ordinary person who was good at opportunism and had a bit of small cleverness. The more she got to know him, the less she understood him. If you say he's smart, he willingly gives away nearly half of his business income to others. If you say he's dumb, everything he touches turns to gold. If you call him an upright gentleman, he has married over a dozen wives and acts recklessly bouffon batin. If you call him a lecherous rogue, he would give up an unborn child for his wife. If you call him cold-blooded, he has worked tirelessly for family, friends, and even neighbors who have simply helped him before. He truly is a complicated man. Wu Linglong's gaze was too intent, and suddenly Han Ning turned around to meet her eyes. Wu Linglong felt somewhat embarrassed as if caught red-handed, and instinctively turned her gaze away, pretending as if nothing happened. From across the window, Han Ning reached out to pat some snowflakes off her shoulders. "It's so cold. How about you come inside and drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself? We can also talk about life and ideals. At least we've been married for a time. Your suffering would break my heart." Wu Linglong glared at him angrily. Han Ning, unperturbed, raised his eyebrows. "Watch your expression. I am your master now, and you are my bodyguard. Shut up. Wu Linglong grabbed Han Ying's throat with one hand. If you keep saying this nonsense, I'll take your life. Previously, Han Ying wasn't a match for Wu Linglong, but if he had the power of the Bao Puju, he would fear no one, not even Wu Linglong. Intent on testing his own martial arts skills against her, he easily pushed Wu Linglong back with a quick grappling move. Then, he jumped out the window and attacked her. Wu Linglong, surprised that Han Ying actually possessed martial arts abilities, hesitated for a moment before fighting back using her own techniques, clashing with Han Ying in combat. They exchanged over 100 moves, yet Han Ying showed no sign of disadvantage. Instead, he grew stronger as they fought. As Wu Linglong began to run out of strength, her movements slowed down. I lost. Wu Linglong knew that continuing the fight would certainly lead to her defeat, so she didn't prolong it further, conceding defeat rather than risking looking even worse. Since obtaining the Bao Puju from the system rewards, Han Ying had only practiced in private. This was his first real sparring session with someone else. Initially, his movements were clumsy and lacked speed. However, the longer he fought, the more proficient he became. Naturally, Wu Linglong was no match for him. Even though Wu Linglong admitted her defeat, Han Ying still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Unwilling to force her to continue sparring with him, he regretfully returned to his study. Wu Linglong looked at Han Ying, feeling a mix of emotions. She always believed that she had mastered the art of kingship from a young age, thinking all people in front of her were as transparent as glass. But she had failed to see through her cousin's hidden ambitions, leading to their nation's downfall. On the escape route, she encountered Han Ying. At the time, she thought he was merely a penniless and useless scholar, serving as a shield for her, a go-between for external contacts, and an errand boy for inquiries. It turned out she had misjudged him once again. Ever since she was a child, her father had told her that she was a celestial star descended from the heavens, destined to be an emperor. She deeply believed in this. But after interacting with Han Ying for such a long time, she hadn't even realized he knew martial arts. How could she hope to understand people's hearts? How could she possibly achieve imperial greatness? For the first time, Wu Linglong seriously questioned herself. Han Ying truly had no intention of concealing his martial arts abilities. His martial arts weren't something gained through hard practice since childhood. Not knowing how to explain his abilities to others, he simply kept it secret from everyone. What he didn't expect was that his concealment hurt Wu Linglong's self-confidence, plunging her into a few days of self-doubt and pessimistic emotions. Han Ying had always kept a respectful distance from Wu Linglong and paid little attention to her mood swings. Just before the minor New Year, consort xuanhuan and others returned home. It was rare for the family of over 20 to gather together. Everyone seemed to have endless words to share and countless happy stories, creating a lively atmosphere. Han Ying invited Lady Fong to stay at his home again. Lady Fong had stayed for a while before, which was convenient for taking care of Fong Zhao. After Han Ying returned from the prefecture city, Lady Fong moved back to take care of Magistrate Fong. Han Ying thought that it would be too lonely for the old couple to spend the new year in County Shi, so he decided to invite them both over to celebrate the holiday together. He originally also wanted to invite Mr. and Mrs. Luo, but they had a son and unmarried daughters, so inviting them would not be appropriate. Fortunately, the wives all missed their parents after a year of hard work. Han Ying specially picked a day and sent people to invite guests from each household. A grand feast was held to entertain them at home. With over 10 wives, over 10 sets of in-laws, along with brothers-in-law who escorted the in-laws, and little grandchildren that the elders couldn't leave behind, there were nearly 100 people in total, both big and small. The house, which usually felt spacious, suddenly seemed too small. There were people everywhere. After mingling with everyone, Han Ying did not see the figures of Aunt Wang and her daughter. Guessing that they felt shy and didn't dare to appear, Han Ying personally went to invite them. I've told you many times already, you are just like my own mother. If you keep acting this way, I will be hurt. Only then did Aunt Wang agree to follow him out front. Han Ying also invited Sui Fong, and called the children as well. When introducing them to everyone, he directly referred to them as his mother and older sister. Aunt Wang and Sui Fong were deeply moved. Everyone warmly welcomed them with smiles, even somewhat flattery. There was no helping it. If their daughters had married into another family, making sure the mother-in-law and older sister were happy ensured their daughters' lives would go smoothly. Some worried about their own daughters. The elder sister had given birth to 5 boys in one breath, and was still pregnant with another one. If their own daughters bore fewer children, wouldn't they fall behind? How could they prevent the mother-in-law from being disappointed? Just as the whole family was enjoying themselves drinking wine and watching a performance, the gatekeeper suddenly rushed over and reported softly to Han Ying. Master, the governor of the prefecture is here. Han Ying was shocked. What could have happened to bring him personally to his home? He quickly tidied his clothes and hurried out to welcome him. Chapter 77. Unwelcome Guests. The governor never expected that his attempt to show respect to talented people would coincide with Han Ying's family banquet for relatives and friends. He thought about not going in. But it was freezing cold outside, and he'd come here by carriage for several hours. If he didn't even see Han Ying once, wasn't this trip wasted? Besides, Magistrate Fong was drinking wine at Han Ying's home. After traveling so far, there was no one to receive him. By any calculation, this trip seemed to be a loss. Moreover, he had serious business to discuss with Han Ying. The sooner, the better. Thus, although the governor knew that arriving at this hour might irritate people, he still instructed his servant to present a calling card at the gate. Upon hearing the news, Han Ying quickly rushed to the front door. Only then did the governor leisurely descend from the carriage. Goodness, such a freezing day. How did you manage to come, master? Please come in and warm up in the study with a cup of tea. Han Ying truly didn't want to see the governor, But since the man was already at the doorstep, it was only appropriate to welcome him warmly, wasn't it? The governor also felt a bit intrusive. However, upon further reflection, Han Ying's birth date had already been sent back to his house. After the new year, they could officially settle the marriage matter. Soon, they would become one family. It was unnecessary to be overly polite. With this thought, the governor felt more at ease. Under Han Ying's guidance, they arrived at the study. Then the servants brought hot tea and pastries. After 2 sips of tea, the governor felt much warmer, and his expression relaxed. Han Ying finally inquired, "Master, may I ask if you have traveled so far? Is there any important matter?" Just as the governor was about to speak, his stomach emitted a gurgling sound. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Pretending not to hear it, Han Ying still couldn't completely ignore it, even though he wanted to. In any case, with complex feelings, Han Ying maintained an outwardly warm smile. Han Ying mentioned that there were guests in his home, asking if the governor would consider sitting with them at the table and showing his face before his future father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brothers-in-law. This excuse was impeccable. The governor became even more satisfied with Han Ying. At court, there are always plenty of capable people, but those who excel both at doing work and treating people well are rare indeed. Since Han Ying sincerely invited him, the governor reluctantly agreed. In fact, the governor also wanted to meet Han Ying's in-laws. When the guests saw governor, formalities of paying respects followed naturally. After some commotion, everyone eventually returned to their seats. Han Ying also ordered the kitchen staff to remove the leftover food and replace it with freshly made dishes. Sitting at the uppermost seat, governor radiated authority. All below dared not laugh or speak casually. Out of 100-odd people seated, there was no noise. Only Magistrate Fong and Scholar Luo occasionally chatted with the governor. The governor realized that his presence inhibited the group's relaxation. After drinking a couple of cups of wine, he said he could not hold liquor well. Naturally, no one dared go against his wishes. Han Ying had someone bring rice and side dishes. After eating enough, the governor called Han Ying into the study, where he had urgent matters to discuss. Once they left, everyone sighed in relief. People started conversing individually, but now there was only one common topic. Who would have thought the son-in-law was so remarkable, even bringing the governor over? A fortune teller always said our young lady had great fortune. Indeed, she married a good son-in-law. That's exactly right. It certainly is. All others took pride in governor's visit to Han Ying's home. Magistrate Fong and Scholar Luo, however, couldn't help but worry secretly. The governor personally visiting must indicate something significant was happening. They weren't sure what it was. Wishing to eavesdrop in the study, governor explicitly summoned only Han Ying for the discussion. It was inappropriate for anyone else to follow, so they could only wait patiently. Han Ying was also puzzled. What major event could possibly require him? Could it be related to potatoes? Judging by how he kept eating and drinking, it didn't seem like that either. Thankfully, the governor didn't keep him in suspense for long. Once seated inside the study, he came straight to the point. Yesterday, a murder case occurred in the city. The owner couple of the Xuanhuan Bank were both killed. 1,000 taels of gold hidden in their bedroom disappeared without a trace. The weapon used was a very common pig slaughtering knife found on the market. Beyond this, we've discovered no other clues. People speculate that some famous bandit, robbing the rich and giving to the poor, is responsible, causing wealthy individuals to rush to demand swift investigation. This is quite a challenging case. With the festival approaching, if the murderer isn't caught soon, people will live in fear and dread, unable to enjoy the holiday. In just a few sentences, the governor summarized the details of the case. Han Ying was more confused. If the case was so difficult, shouldn't time be focused on finding more leads? What use did the governor have for him? Of course, this thought could not be expressed too directly. May I inquire, Master, what can I assist you with? The governor gave Han Ying an approving look. He liked speaking to sensible people. I'd like to borrow the magnifying glass from last time. Perhaps it can help uncover some clues that the naked eye cannot see. Han Ying let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just a magnifying glass. Is it worth the governor coming personally? It made him think that he was being asked to help solve the case in the capital city. Rarely were all his wives at home. He had plans to work on more system tasks. To disrupt such a wonderful moment by calling him to the capital city was inhumane. He quickly agreed. Sir, just sending someone over to ask would have been enough. Feel free to use it, and there's no need to return it. I'll get another one later. Saying this, he took out the magnifying glass from his pouch and handed it over with both hands. Unexpectedly, after taking the magnifying glass, the governor continued. You are clear-headed and meticulous. If you could come to the capital city, help the coroner examine the scene, and offer some suggestions, it might be very helpful for the investigation. Han Ying smiled on his face, but inwardly wanted to curse. It was exactly what he feared most. He knew the governor wasn't a good person and wouldn't let him off easily. What hurt most was that he didn't even dare to say a word of refusal. If the master commands, how could I possibly refuse? However, the sky is already dark, and the road is covered with snow, making travel difficult. Why not let the sir stay overnight here temporarily, then go back to the capital city tomorrow morning? The governor had been to the county office's specially prepared quarters for the magistrate, which were far inferior to Han Ying's house. Once the engagement was officially settled, the governor could stay as family due to their relationship. But for now, the face of Magistrate Fong still needed to be considered. There's no need. This official will bother Magistrate Fong for one night. After finishing the important matter, the governor, who had been sitting in the carriage for several hours, was also tired. He suddenly wanted to bid farewell. Hearing this, Han Ying hurriedly brought out Magistrate Fong to see them off at the door. When he returned, he found that the banquet had already ended. His future in-laws were all waiting for him in the hall. They bombarded him with questions about his relationship with the governor and why the governor sought him out. People in the countryside were straightforward and didn't know so many taboos. Han Ing, however, couldn't speak carelessly. He simply said that the governor was looking for Magistrate Fong, and because he happened to be visiting, the governor came here. There wasn't any big issue. The governor only asked him to help with some trivial matters. Chapter 78. Divorce? For the common people, the county magistrate was already an extremely high-ranking official. Otherwise, how could everyone call him Lord of the County? The prefect was an even higher-ranking official than the county magistrate. For him to ask Han Ing for help with even trivial matters would be a great honor. The in-laws kept praising Han Ing for half a day before finally leaving satisfied. Had they not been worried about the long journey and needing to arrive home before dark, they probably would have continued praising him. None of the families arrived empty-handed. Some brought a chicken they had raised at home, others brought 2 pounds of meat. Those who couldn't afford to prepare gifts brought half a basket of eggs instead. Han Ing, along with his wives, bid farewell to the guests. To each family, he prepared several pounds of meat, some pieces of fabric, a few packs of snacks, and a small package of silver as a token of gratitude. Regardless of the value of the gifts they had brought, Han Ying's return gift was consistent, without showing favoritism to any particular family. This made the relatives who only brought eggs deeply moved. Even those who brought lavish gifts couldn't complain, as the return gift was much more valuable than what they had given. There was no need to compare with other in-laws. All that mattered was that their daughter lived well under Han Ying's care. It took nearly an hour for Han Ying to see off all the guests. In the end, only Scholar Luo and his wife remained. Mrs. Luo was invited to the back quarters, while Scholar Luo inquired about the purpose of the prefect's visit. Han Ying didn't hide anything, explaining the murder case to Scholar Luo. Scholar Luo stroked his beard and warned Han Ying. The prefect values you highly, and this is a good thing. But since you are preparing for the imperial exams, do not get too close to the prefect. Otherwise, when you reach the imperial court, you will suffer losses. Han Ying understood these principles and was trying his best to keep his distance from the prefect. Unfortunately, the prefect disagreed and insisted on offering his daughter's hand in marriage to him. Han Ying sighed and explained the matter of the prefect wanting to form a marital alliance to Scholar Luo. I wanted to sever ties with the prefect, but it seems impossible. Originally, Scholar Luo didn't have the right to interfere in such matters. But since Han Ying's future also concerned his daughter Luowenwan's lifetime happiness, Scholar Luo felt obligated to intervene. Unable to resist frowning and complaining, he said, "This prefect is too greedy. You've already given him Tudo, a valuable resource, practically offering him a surefire path to promotion. And yet, he still won't let you alone." After a moment's thought, Scholar Luo realized that his own decision to approve the marriage between his daughter and Han Ying wasn't based purely on emotion. It was due to his recognition of Han Ying's talent. Thus, it was natural for the prefect to have similar thoughts. Fine then, since refusal is out of the question, prepare the wedding accordingly. Since there is no elder in your household to handle such affairs, feel free to come to my house whenever you have questions. After finishing the discussion, it was already late, so Scholar Luo decided to summon Mrs. Luo to say goodbye and head home. However, just as they were about to leave, Luowenwan burst into the room. Upon seeing Scholar Luo, she angrily announced her desire to seek a divorce from Zhang Depeo, complaining about being unable to live with him anymore. If such words had come from Luowenwan, Scholar Luo would have immediately assumed Han Ying was treating her poorly. But Luowenwan had a temper like gunpowder. Any little spark would set her off. Each time Zhang Depeo accompanied her to visit her parents, he always treaded lightly, careful not to upset her in any way. Given Luowenwan's complaints about not being able to live with Zhang Depeo, Scholar Luo suspected the issue might lie elsewhere. He gave Luowenwan a stern look and scolded her. "Foolishness! How dare you speak such words lightly? Marriage is not a child's game. You cannot simply decide on a divorce because you wish for one." Just then, Mrs. Luo also came in from the backyard, joining her husband in trying to calm down Luowenwan. "Yes," she added, "I've seen how Depeo treats you kindly and is exceptionally reasonable. If you really want a divorce, you should invite him here to clarify things face to face." As they spoke, Zhang Depeo walked into the room hesitantly, sighing heavily with every step. At the sight of him, Han Ying almost burst out laughing. Zhang Depeo had a blackened eye and some scratches on his cheek, obviously signs of having been beaten. The culprit was most likely Luowenwan herself. Han Ying maliciously thought about how Zhang Depeo used to bully others recklessly and resort to violence at the slightest provocation, terrorizing many people in town. He hadn't expected karma to strike back so quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Luo, looking at Zhang Depeo's disheveled appearance, immediately understood the situation. Scholar Luo shot Luowenwan a harsh glare, but maintained his dignity. "Depeo has arrived. Wanwan says she wants a divorce. Are you bullying her?" On the verge of tears, Zhang Depeo began recounting his grievances, but didn't forget proper etiquette and greeted Scholar Luo and his wife first. Then he proceeded to explain Luowenwan's demand for a divorce. It turned out that recently, Luo Erpeo got married. Actually, whether or not Luo Erpeo getting married had no direct bearing on Zhang Depeo and Luowenwan. However, Luo Erpeo married not one but 2 brides, a pair of sisters. This infuriated Zhang Depeo's mother. She had been in constant competition with Luo Erpeo's mother since marrying into the family. Now, in matters concerning their sons' marriages, she was determined not to lose out either. Therefore, arrangements were made for Zhang Depeo to marry 2 more women, all in an effort to surpass Zhang Erpeo. At first, neither Zhang Depeo nor Luowenwan took this matter seriously. Such was the reality of this era. Even if women felt jealous, their rivalry typically started after the new brides entered the household. It was similar to how Zhang Depeo's mother and Zhang Erpeo's mother had constantly competed against each other. No woman could prevent her husband from taking more brides. Even some women believed that the more wives a man had, the greater his power and prestige, thus enhancing the family's honor. After listening to Zhang Depeo drone on without addressing the core issue, Han Ning couldn't help but press him with questions. Since you both agree on bringing in new brides, why then all the fuss? This question reignited Luo Xuanhuan's temper. Pushing Zhang Depeo aside, she said, I'll speak. Father, mother, brother-in-law, you've all been deceived by Zhang Depeo. He may seem honest on the surface, but deep down he has wicked thoughts. A few days ago when he went to check out the bride's home, he stared at her for a full 15 minutes without even blinking once. It wasn't even official yet, and he was like that. Once the new bride stepped through the threshold of the Zhang family, will there even be a place for me to stand? Thus, I prefer we divorce amicably. I'll make room for the newcomers. It is humanly impossible not to blink for 15 minutes, so it was definitely exaggerated. Nevertheless, these details didn't matter much. The key point was that Luo Xuanhuan was feeling jealous. Han Ning cast Zhang Depeo a mischievous glance. Insisting on marrying Luo Xuanhuan despite lacking the ability to keep her under control would lead only to future pain. Luo Xuanhuan firmly believed she was in the right. Although Mr. and Mrs. Luo understood the situation, they both felt ashamed as jealousy was considered one of the gravest faults written into the 7 departures rules, a serious flaw. Having a green-eyed person in the family brought disgrace not only upon the elders and sisters, but even onto nieces. It was all right for the young couple to quarrel behind closed doors, but airing their disputes publicly and making everyone aware of it utterly ruined Mr. Luo's face. Xuanhuan, stop speaking. Go back with your mother. She will explain it to you thoroughly. Depeo, you come too. Join your father-in-law for a drink. Mrs. Luo, embarrassed and blushing, tried to smooth things over, dragging Luo Xuanhuan and Zhang Depeo away. Chapter 79, Investigating the Case. Scholar Luo was worried that Han Ning might misunderstand his family's way of raising daughters, so he endured his shame and explained a few things. Xuanhuan has been mischievous since she was a little girl. Xuanhuan is not like her at all. I'll head back first, we can chat later. After saying this, he quickly left. Han Ning found it amusing. As for whether to be jealous or not, that's between Zhang Depeo and Luo Xuanhuan, and has nothing to do with him. Nevertheless, he still decided to visit Luo Xuanhuan's room once. Luo Xuanhuan had just seen her mother off, and was busy tidying up things with her maids. Seeing Han Ning come in, she hurriedly went up to help him take off his outer coat, and personally poured him a cup of tea. Master, would you like to take an afternoon nap? Let me prepare your bed for you. Han Ning pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, letting his hand slide under her clothing through the collar. The maids immediately turned red and withdrew quietly. Luo Xuanhuan also turned crimson with embarrassment as she pressed his hand down through her clothes. In broad daylight, if anyone finds out, they will die from laughing. Han Ning thought both day and night had their own unique pleasures. The more Luo Xuanhuan resisted, the more interesting he found it. Pushing and pulling. After several tussles, Luo Xuanhuan eventually gave in to Han Ying's wishes. Afterwards, while Han Ning was holding Luo Xuanhuan in his arms, he mentioned the matter regarding Mr. Zhang Depeo and his wife. Before the new year, I'll have to make another trip to the provincial capital. When you have time, go home and counsel your cousin. As much as Depeo cares about her, if she keeps causing trouble, it will only end up hurting Depeo deeply. Naturally, Luo Xuanhuan knew her sister's temper well. Counseling her was indeed necessary. What concerned her more was the fact that Han Ning was planning to travel to the provincial capital. There are only a few days until the new year. Can't you skip this trip? If he could stay home, it would have been better. Han Ning sighed lightly. The governor himself came to talk about this matter, and it's hard for me to refuse. But don't worry, after the new year, I'm going to take the imperial exams in the capital. By the time I return, the current governor should no longer be in office. Han Ning had firmly resolved that he wouldn't get too close to the next governor. He simply wanted to run his business honestly and earn money, living his quiet life. Taking the imperial examinations was merely for convenience when traveling outside. It wasn't something he would easily be swayed by others over. He didn't wish to get involved in those high officials' affairs. Luo Xuanhuan leaned closer to Han Ning, reluctant to let him go. She carefully advised him. Take care on your journey. Remember to change the charcoal in your hand warmer regularly and don't catch a cold. It turns out Luo Xuanhuan's reminders were unnecessary. Traveling with the governor, there's no way the journey would be less comfortable than being with the governor himself. Throughout the journey, Han Ning stayed inside the governor's carriage, serving tea and helping analyze case details, sparing the personal attendant's efforts. Halfway through, it started snowing lightly, and the carriage wheels got stuck in frozen soil. Han Ning even led the effort in pushing the carriage. A journey that usually took a few hours felt longer and more exhausting than a round trip to the river. Eventually reaching the provincial city, the governor rested briefly before summoning Han Ning to investigate clues at the murder scene. On such a freezing day, the house hadn't been heated, and it was undoubtedly icy cold. Han Ning worked alongside the coroner, climbing around inside and out for quite some time, searching for clues. His hands nearly froze. Fortunately, this hard work wasn't in vain. Han Ning did find half a fingerprint on the roof beam. Since every household conducted a thorough cleaning before the new year, even the roof beams were immaculately clean. Originally, the coroner had inspected the beam but failed to find this half fingerprint because it was tucked in the corner near a pillar. Without a magnifying glass, it really wasn't easy to spot. But the coroner then raised a question. Even if they found the fingerprint, it might have been left by the servants who cleaned a few days ago. Han Ning didn't want to unjustly offend anyone. However, if the case couldn't be solved, he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful new year either. So he did everything he could to solve it. He immediately summoned the servants and questioned them about the cleaning process. He also asked them to bring the ladder used during cleaning and reenacted the process step by step. From any angle, it was impossible to leave a fingerprint in that location. The coroner now had nothing to argue against. Although there was no fingerprint database in this era, even finding the fingerprint wouldn't help without a suspect. Still, Han Ning studied the fingerprint all night long. The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, he presented his theory to the governor. Though only half a fingerprint remains, its size suggests the person's fingers must be rather stubby and coarse. Normally speaking, this person likely does physical labor often. Besides, given that the weapon used was a knife for slaughtering pigs, it's safe to say the murderer is not one of those legendary wandering swordsmen. The issue of the weapon was also considered by the governor, and his opinion aligned with Han Ying's. Han Ying's analysis of the fingerprint merely corroborated what the governor suspected. Yet, using this to reassure the commoners and put the wealthy family's worries to rest was far from enough. Han Ning, who hadn't slept well all night, naturally wouldn't stop here. Governor, I suspect the murderer may still be in the victim's home, and possibly someone the victim trusted deeply. The governor frowned. What makes you say that? Han Ning took a sip of strong tea to boost his energy. Think about it. The victim hid 1,000 taels of gold at the crime scene. Wouldn't he have taken extra precautions? In addition, with such cold weather, even if the victim wasn't there, the maids and servants would likely be warming themselves inside the house and wouldn't easily move around outside. So, how did the murderer enter the crime scene? How did they enter? Naturally, it was by slipping in when no one was paying attention. But, someone who can walk around near the master's bedroom at will and know exactly when there are the least people in the bedroom, making it most convenient to sneak in. This person's status in the manor must definitely not be low. Magistrate's eyes lit up as he forcefully patted Han Ning on the shoulder. A word to wake the dreamer. I knew bringing you here would be right. Han Ning, however, only wanted to sleep more. Lord, investigating cases, interrogating witnesses, these kinds of things, I really am not good at. What about if I just go back and sleep for a bit? The magistrate personally escorted Han Ning a few steps out. After returning, he immediately called together the constables and coroners and set off again to the crime scene. Han Ning slept straight through the morning until the sun began to dip below the western hills. Had his stomach not protested due to hunger from going without food all day, he would have likely slept straight through to tomorrow. He had just finished washing up, ready to eat something, when the magistrate's long-term attendant arrived. It turned out the magistrate had already identified a suspect and brought them back to the jail for interrogation. The magistrate asked Han Ning to come and talk. Han Ning looked at the attendant and then at his meal that had just been served. Could he perhaps rest first and let himself eat before going? The attendant pretended not to see. With no choice, Han Ning put down the chopsticks he had just picked up and followed the attendant to meet the magistrate. When the attendant saw the magistrate, he deliberately explained that Han Ning had been preparing to eat, but, upon hearing the magistrate's summons, rushed over leaving his meal behind. The magistrate was greatly moved, saying nothing while his eyes conveyed much meaning. Han Ning then understood that the attendant's refusal to let him eat was part of a deeper intention. Yet, he thought silently. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly do not need it. The magistrate ordered food to be prepared for Han Ning first, even lowering himself to eat a little with him. Only after Han Ning finished eating did they sit down to discuss the case. Chapter 80. Died unjustly. The case was not very complicated to describe. The Liu family ran a money shop, and their wealth was self-evidently immense. Master Liu had several wives and concubines, and quite a few children as well. The one he cherished the most was the eldest daughter born to his principal wife. It was no exaggeration to say that she was beloved like a rare treasure, a pearl in the palm of his hand. To what extent did they spoil her? One small matter could serve as an example. The eldest daughter, now 16 years old, still had her mother personally wash and comb her hair. This eldest daughter was reputed to be breathtakingly beautiful, with a gentle disposition. Everyone who saw her couldn't stop praising her. And yet, this daughter, endowed with such privileges and luxuries, met with an accident not long ago. She heard that the plum blossoms in the garden had bloomed, so she wanted to go and admire them. However, Lady Liu, seeing that it was snowing, feared that she would catch a chill, so she forbade her from going. Having waited almost a whole year for the plum blossoms to bloom, how could the eldest daughter possibly restrain herself any longer? By dusk, she took only her closest maid and secretly sneaked into the garden. On the way, she slipped and twisted her ankle, which hurt badly upon contact with the ground, leaving her unable to walk further. Her maid, who was also just a half-grown child, simply wasn't strong enough to carry her. In the end, they decided the eldest daughter should wait in the garden while the maid went back for help. Within just a short period of time, the eldest daughter encountered xuanhuan, a laborer. Xuanhuan's father had originally been a butcher who slaughtered pigs and sold meat. When he once came to the village to collect pigs, he happened upon Master Liu, who was being robbed by mountain bandits. With righteous action, he saved Master Liu. Out of gratitude for saving his life, Master Liu wanted to swear brotherhood with him. He bought him a house, land, and even found him a wife. In short, if he chose to do nothing, the rest of his life, including the futures of his son and grandchildren, were all covered by Master Liu. However, Xuanhuan's father refused. He said that rescuing someone wasn't for any reward. Once the rescue was done, life returned to normal. Master Liu thought even more highly of his noble character and didn't want to let him go. After some mutual yielding, Xuanhuan's father absolutely refused the purchase of a house or land, but mentioned that the pig slaughtering business brought too much bad karma. He wanted to switch professions. Since he didn't have other skills, Master Lu allowed him to manage the flowers and plants in the backyard of the estate, providing him 2 assistants. Though nominally responsible for managing the flowers, the actual work was done by his assistants. He only intervened when he wanted to, and no one questioned him when he chose not to. Later, Xuanhuan's father married one of the senior maidservants in the household, giving birth to Xuanhuan. The entire family enjoyed a relatively high status within the Lu household. Xuanhuan was now 18 years old. Following his father's advice, he learned how to take care of flowers and plants. Recently, he had often visited the garden. Just as it was getting dark, he hurried out through the back gate before it was locked. On his way out, he spotted a woman under the plum tree whose beauty was comparable to a celestial being. Not even all the red plum blossoms filling the sky could compare to her charm. Living a leisurely life, Xuanhuan had seen countless operas and read plenty of storybooks. Many of these described spirits of trees or magical beings deliberately meeting men and leading to love stories. Xuanhuan believed at once that the eldest daughter must be a spirit transformed from the plum blossoms. Otherwise, how could someone look this beautiful? Without a second thought, he rushed forward and embraced the elder sister. Shocked and enraged, the eldest daughter pushed against him with all her strength, loudly ordering him to leave. Alas, her strength was far inferior to his, and there was no chance for her to break free. Instead, Xuanhuan embraced her even tighter and laughed lewdly. "You don't need to keep acting. I already know you're the essence of the plum blossom, and I'm not repulsed by you. If you want to take young energy, go ahead." Upon hearing this, the eldest daughter nearly fainted from shame, struggling even harder. At that moment, Lady Lu arrived in person with her attendants to pick up the eldest daughter. They directly witnessed this scene. Lady Lu was utterly baffled, and the servants wished desperately to gouge out their own eyes. Regardless of whether the eldest daughter met privately with a man or was forced into this situation, it was a fact that she had been violated by a man. Her innocence was lost. Later, Lady Lu fell gravely ill, and the eldest daughter almost committed suicide. Details aside, let's only mention that Xuanhuan's father led Xuanhuan to apologize to Master Lu. Master Lu almost wanted to kill Xuanhuan, but considering it wasn't entirely intentional and his father only had this one son, he ultimately refrained from harming Xuanhuan. What he hadn't anticipated was that Xuanhuan's father would demand that Master Lu marry the eldest daughter to Xuanhuan as repayment for his father's kindness years before. Had it been any other daughter, Master Lu might have agreed. Even if the in-laws were poor, that wouldn't matter. They'd still provide a substantial dowry, ensuring they'd live comfortably regardless. But the eldest daughter was the apple of Master Lu's eye. How could he bear to give her away to the family of a mere servant? If the reputation was ruined, so be it. She could stay home forever if needed. No matter what Xuanhuan's father argued, even citing the past favor of saving his life, he could not persuade Master Lu. With the marriage negotiation failing, Xuanhuan's father bore a grudge. He was bitter about Master Lu's lack of gratitude. Though Master Lu spoke well on the surface, he still regarded them as inferior. Subsequently, Xuanhuan's father visited Master Lu a few more times, but to no avail. Xuanhuan developed lovesickness, refusing to eat or drink, lying in bed and repeatedly claiming that he would rather die than not marry the eldest daughter. Master Lu cherished his eldest daughter, and Xuanhuan's father also cared deeply for Xuanhuan. If a peaceful negotiation didn't work with Master Lu, Xuanhuan's father grew more resolute. He slipped into Master Lu's house one night, carrying the same knife he used to save Master Lu years ago. There is no need to elaborate further on what happened next. Xuanhuan's father leaped from the roof beam in the middle of the night. This startled Master Lu, who never expected him to actually take someone's life. As a result, the idea of marrying into the Zhang family became even more unacceptable. In a fit of rage, Xuanhuan's father killed both Mr. and Mrs. Lu. After hearing the case, Han Ying couldn't help but sigh at the tragedy of Mr. and Mrs. Lu, proving the old saying, gratitude can turn into hatred. Sometimes being too kind isn't always wise. However, it wasn't likely that the governor went through such great lengths just to gossip. Indeed, the governor didn't leave Han Ying guessing for long. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he got straight to the point about why Han Ying was called over. The Lu family's money shop has been operating in the capital for several decades, and many merchants have their silver deposited there. Following the events involving the Lu family, the sons are now fighting to split the estate, causing unease among the merchants. If the matter cannot be resolved properly, it could lead to very severe consequences. Han Ying chuckled bitterly. The governor had obviously gone into great detail expecting Han Ying to find a way to stabilize the Lu family's money shop and put the merchants' minds at ease. What high expectations! While his business certainly made a significant profit, it was only so much. He was far from being fabulously wealthy. How could he possibly manage the affairs of so many merchants? The governor was aware of Han Ying's predicament and thus didn't intend for him to take over the Lu family's money shop by means of financial power alone. What this official suggests is, you may marry the eldest daughter and then join as a son-in-law. The several sons of the Lu family aren't born from the principal wife, and they lack the necessary influence. You stepping in to temporarily suppress them would surely work without issue. Han Ying's headache worsened. What exactly did the governor think of him? Attempting to form an alliance through marriage. Stabilizing the merchants through marriage. Why not turn his backyard into a shelter while they were at it? Even the donkey from the production team wouldn't be forced to breed. Ironically, this misunderstanding stemmed from Han Ying himself doubting the governor's intentions. In this era, arranged marriages were a common way to form alliances, something the governor practiced himself. Chapter 81. A late-night visit. Han Ying could humble himself before the governor to protect his own interests and ensure smooth business without being constrained by the authorities. However, he couldn't bear his personal affairs being manipulated by others. Without directly refusing the governor, Han only said he would consider it upon returning home and then got up to take his leave. The governor saw that Han Ying was not pleased but didn't expect the issue of an arranged marriage. He assumed Han simply didn't want to get involved with the Liu family's mess. He let Han go and think it over since a great deal of silver and effort had already been invested. It was normal for Han to have concerns. After sleeping all day, Han Ying couldn't sleep at night. The more he thought about the Liu family situation, the more irritated he became. Being controlled by others was truly unpleasant. Just as he was annoyed, one of his servants brought in a woman completely wrapped in a black cloak. "Master, this young lady insisted on seeing you." The servant had acted without permission, leading her directly in, and now felt too guilty to meet Han Ying's eyes. When the woman removed her hood, she knelt down in front of Han Ying immediately. "Please, Master Han, do not punish that uncle. I begged with my life to ensure I could see you." Han Ying glanced down at the young lady and instantly understood why the servant had risked punishment to bring her in uninvited. She was excessively beautiful. Even if he were just a servant, Han Ying doubted they could refuse such beauty. Now that she was here, Han Ying did not have the habit of scolding subordinates in front of outsiders. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the servant. In a calm tone, Han Ying asked the woman, "What is it you want from me?" The woman bit her lips gently, making her delicate features appear even more fragile, as if any man would surely feel compelled to protect such a weak beauty. Whatever demands she made, one wouldn't have the heart to refuse. She clutched her hands together, as though reaching a certain determination. "Master Han must have heard of the trouble with the Liu family's money shop. I dare not hide anything from you, Master Han. I am Lady Liu Jingrong, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. My parents' deaths were caused by me. Even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to repay my sins. The money shop is my father's lifelong work. He once mentioned several times that even if it were to close in the future, it should end well, preserving the Liu family's reputation and avoiding disgrace. Now that my father is gone, my brothers are only concerned about dividing the estate. None of them care about the welfare of the money shop. I have deep gratitude for my parents' upbringing, so I can't just stand aside and do nothing. Although I've stayed within the inner chambers, I've often heard Master Han praised by my father, who always spoke highly of your integrity. Now, only you can save our money shop." Lady Liu Jingrong took a breath after saying so much and looked up at Han Ying with earnest eyes. Han Ying considered himself not a lustful person who would lose his mind over a pretty face, yet Liu Jingrong's beauty exceeded all standards, moving even him. Taking over the mess left behind by the Liu family was indeed a headache. Liu Jingrong noticed Han Ying's silence. Gathering her resolve, she shed her cloak. "I have nothing to offer. My body, hair, and skin are all gifts from my parents, and I wish to use it to honor their memory." Inside, Han Ying shouted mentally, "Don't come near. Don't test my self-control like this." Yet he couldn't help but gaze upon her stunning form, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. "Lady Liu, there's no need for this," he said. "I agree to assist with the money shop. Please put your clothes back on. Tomorrow, I'll send someone over to discuss the marriage." Liu Jingrong didn't expect Han Ying to maintain such gentlemanly conduct even when she'd gone so far. That he was willing to formally marry her touched her deeply, prompting her to sob softly with gratitude. Heaven knows how much restraint Han Ying had used to avoid taking advantage of Liu Jingrong right then and there. Eventually, Liu Jingrong left with renewed hope and expectations, leaving Han Ying unable to regain his composure. On such a cold night, taking a cold shower? There was no way Han Ying would subject himself to such torture. He sent a servant to the brothel Red Sleeve Pavilion and had Xuanhuan brought over. When Xuanhuan arrived, she refused to let Han Ying touch her. "My monthly cycle hasn't come this month. I might be pregnant. I certainly don't dare allow my lord to act recklessly. Young Miss Yu isn't so young anymore. Perhaps Lord should take her in as well." Han Ying didn't ask the cliché scoundrel question about whether the child was really his. Since he owned Red Sleeve Pavilion and had exclusive access to Xuanhuan after paying a large sum for her freedom, he merely needed to ask the overseer to know if anyone else had ever touched her. And Xuanhuan wasn't foolish enough to lie about something like that in front of him. Moreover, if Xuanhuan's unborn child wasn't his, the system wouldn't reward him for it. With the system monitoring, Han Ying had nothing to worry about. Given Xuanhuan's condition, he wouldn't leave her in the Red Sleeve Pavilion. They cuddled for a while, stopping just short of intimacy. In the end, he let her go. "Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you home first. I still have some matters to attend to and will return later." Xuanhuan didn't want to leave without Han Ying accompanying her. Han Ying indulged her, though staying in Red Sleeve Pavilion was out of the question. The next morning, she had someone accompany her to fetch the necessary items and then moved into the residence in the provincial capital. Han Ying, on the other hand, went to see the prefect without mentioning Liu Jingrong's late-night visit. He only said that after a night of careful consideration, he felt that the stability of the provincial capital was more important than personal gains or losses, so he agreed to the marriage proposal. He requested the prefect to send someone with him to propose to the Liu family and help support the situation. Liu Jingrong was still in deep mourning. While there were folk customs that allowed for weddings even during such periods of mourning, few people actually practiced it this way. This would typically only happen if the woman had no one else to rely on in her family, or if there were special circumstances on the man's side. In any case, this action was bound to be controversial. The prefect also didn't want Han Ying's reputation to be dragged down by this matter, so it was appropriate to send someone along to lend support. He immediately assigned a senior manager who enjoyed his favor to accompany Han Ying to the Lu household. All the sons of the Lu family were born from concubines and had never been favored by the master of the house, Lu. After Lu passed away, the eldest son temporarily took charge of the family affairs, but the younger brothers resented him. Upon hearing about Han Ying proposing to marry Lu Jingrong, the eldest son immediately became upset. Lu Jingrong's position wasn't like that of an ordinary unmarried girl. Years ago, Master Lu had already transferred half of the shares in the business to her name as part of her dowry, ensuring she could hold her head high wherever she married. After the death of Master Lu, the sons began pressuring Lu Jingrong, accusing her of losing virtue and being responsible for Master Lu's misfortune, demanding that she hand over the shares. Before they succeeded, another suitor appeared. This clearly wasn't about marrying Lu Jingrong. It was all about the Lu family's wealth. The eldest son immediately ordered the servants to evict Han Ying. The other sons surprisingly found themselves agreeing with him for once. The servant stepped out and delivered their message. Han Ying smiled faintly at the official sent by the prefect. The official understood. It was time for him to take action. Without rushing, he took out the calling card of the prefect and showed it briefly to the servant. This marriage has been approved by the honorable prefect. Please inform your young masters that we'll meet at the government office in the afternoon. The Lu family had already been given face, but they refused to cooperate willingly. Chapter 82. No means untaken. Han Ying and the steward floated away after mutual courtesies. The Lu brothers were left behind, seething with impotent anger. Throughout history, it's been about holding one's head high while marrying a daughter and bowing one's head to receive a bride. How could the woman's family come to discuss such engagement matters? They treat our Lu family as if we are worthless. One of them couldn't help but complain, instantly drawing glares from the others. Is the point who takes the initiative? It is that Lu Jingrong cannot marry. If she does, at least half of the Lu family fortune will be gone. Han family acts arrogantly, relying on its connections. In my view, this proposal is fake. Their real intent is to seize our Lu family estate. I will report them to the authorities. Isn't it obvious? Even a blind person could see that. Report to officials? They rely entirely on the governor's power. Didn't you see that the governor's steward accompanied him? Which official would you accuse? Perhaps even the governor seeks his own profit. Officials collude with merchants, behaving shamefully together. Angry though they were, cursing as they might. No one dared to openly refuse Han Ying's proposal. To put it more precisely, no one dared to reject the governor. Even though everyone believed the governor wanted the Lu estate, they still didn't dare to resist. A magistrate could copy lists of your household properties. A county magistrate could destroy an entire clan. There were plenty of ways for the governor to get what he wanted. An alliance by marriage was simply the most dignified approach. Was there no other way? For once, the brothers united and whispered together for quite a while. They did indeed come up with a plan. The third and fourth eldest brother represented all of them and came to find xuanhuan. Since the case regarding the murder of Mr. Lu and his wife was resolved, xuanhuan's father was imprisoned, and xuanhuan's infatuation disappeared completely without medication. Afraid of being retaliated by the Lu family, he and his mother hid at home daily, not daring to step outside. Hearing the voices of the third and fourth brothers, xuanhuan trembled so much that he almost wet his pants. Unimaginably, the third and fourth brothers actually asked him to. xuanhuan stared with wide eyes, shaking his hands continuously. This humble person, dare not. I know I was wrong. I don't have any desire for the young miss. His mother also pleaded on his behalf. The young miss is like clouds in the sky, and xuanhuan is just mud beneath her feet. Please let him go, both of you. The third and fourth brother revealed their dissatisfaction. All incidents arose due to xuanhuan. Yet now, when given the opportunity to fulfill his wish, he proved unreliable. What a good-for-nothing fellow. You must go whether you want to or not. Remember, we still have your family's indenture. Killing your entire family would be simpler than killing a dog. If you obey us quietly, we promise you lifelong prosperity and wealth. With these words, xuanhuan made his decision fiercely. Sticking out one's neck means death either way. At least if he goes, he'll enjoy life before facing misfortune. Worth it. Didn't stories say? Dying under peonies, being a ghost yet elegant? The third and fourth brothers led xuanhuan to outside the courtyard where Lu Jingrong resided. They ordered him to hide behind a tree. Then, they intentionally went forward to knock at the door, creating noise and complaints that Lu Jingrong brought calamity upon Lu family, calling her a disaster to her parents-in-law. Not fitting to stay as a member of Lu family anymore. She should leave immediately. Servants stepped forward to block and advise. However, mindful of the identities of the two gentlemen, they dared not intervene too aggressively. Taking this opportunity, xuanhuan sneaked into Lu Jingrong's room. Lu Jingrong, dressed in heavy mourning attire, with untamed black hair, wore no makeup. She owned nothing but simplicity in jewelry. Yet, she looked ethereal, commanding awe. At that moment, she was kneeling before a Buddha statue, praying for the souls of Mr. Lu and his wife in heaven. Eyes slightly closed, hands clasped in prayer, her delicate lips mumbled softly. Upon seeing her, xuanhuan was dazzled. He jumped forward recklessly, pulling Lu Jingrong's clothing with force. Lu Jingrong recognized him as the scoundrel who had molested her that night. Hatred ignited great courage within her frail frame. This man was responsible for her losing loved ones and her life plunging from the heights to the depths. How dare he continue to bother her? If only she had a knife, she would certainly stab him mercilessly. But without a knife, she thought of the long hairpin pinned in her hair, seized it, exerting every ounce of strength she had, and stabbed toward xuanhuan's face, regardless of consequences or target. The pointed end of the hairpin, driven by Lu Jingrong's full strength, plunged straight into xuanhuan's left eye. Instantly, xuanhuan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, covering his left eye as he rolled on the ground. Blood gushed through his fingers, quickly covering half of his body. Just as the servants were busy persuading the third and fourth brothers to stop their behavior, they suddenly heard the male scream from inside Lu Jingrong's room, almost fainting from fear. Failure to protect one's master meant deserving to die at the hands of the masters. Even if the Lu family chose not to pursue responsibility and let them go, none would dare to hire such servants. Hurriedly, they rushed into Lu Jingrong's room, seeing xuanhuan, bloodied and lying on the floor. And then Lu Jingrong, proudly standing there, holding the dripping blood-soaked hairpin. An inexplicable strange feeling arose unanimously in the hearts of the servants. Is this still the familiar young miss who never spoke loudly, walked cautiously, and was afraid of stepping on ants? The third and fourth brothers were still not ready to give up. Pointing at Lu Jingrong, they wore faces full of shock and sorrow. You, with your parents not yet cold in their graves, you bring a man into your room in haste. You, what have you done for the Lu family's reputation? Your parents doted on you so much while they were alive. How could you bear to do such unfilial things? They then subtly kicked xuanhuan and signaled him to stop howling. Things had come to this point already. Confirming his secret affair with Lu Jingrong was the most crucial step. Otherwise, the accusation of intending an impropriety against the young mistress would be enough to cost xuanhuan and his mother their heads. Xuanhuan was somewhat clever, and despite being in pain and sweating profusely, he managed to understand the third and fourth brothers' hints. He hurriedly knelt down and wept bitterly, apologizing to Lu Jingrong. Miss, it's not that I don't want to serve you, but I'm just cowardly, and I know I've made a mistake. From now on, I'll listen to you. Sigh. This statement indeed sparked wild imaginations. What could a deep secluded young lady possibly need a male servant to serve? If this had happened during the time when Mr. Lu was still alive, Lu Jingrong would definitely feel as if her world had collapsed. Back then, she was the cherished flower adored by the Lu couple. After the couple was killed, she endured countless accusations and humiliations. She realized no one would protect her anymore. The precious flower became a weed by the roadside that anyone could trample on. She could only force herself to become strong. Now, looking at the three of them exchanging meaningful glances, she only felt amused and disgusted. You don't need to rack your brains trying to splash filth on me. You just want the estate, right? I've written to Magistrate Yan, transferring all my properties under my name to Han Ing and Han Dong. It must have already reached Magistrate Yan's desk by now, wouldn't it? The third and fourth brothers didn't believe her words. Are you crazy? Give away our estate to an outsider willingly. We are your real brothers, yet you refuse to transfer the property to us. What a traitor to your family you are. After yelling insults at Lu Jingrong for a few moments, the two rushed off to inform their other brothers. Chapter 83, Seeking Marriage in Person. The third and fourth brothers hurried to inform the other siblings, trying to figure out a way to retrieve the letter from Lu Jingrong. Perhaps they could offer some benefits to the magistrate, making him pretend he hadn't seen it. In any case, they should try their best to minimize the losses. xuanhuan also wanted to leave with the third and fourth brothers. Before he even got up from the ground, the two of them had already walked far away without looking back. The servants blocked xuanhuan's way, all with unfriendly expressions on their faces. xuanhuan sensed that his fate would be dire, and hopelessly begged Lu Jingrong for mercy. Lu Jingrong turned her back on him, unwilling to even look at him. She gave a gentle wave of her hand to the servants. Take him away. How to deal with him was unnecessary to say. xuanhuan's screams of pain gradually faded into the distance. The servants fetched water to clean the dirt off the ground. Lu Jingrong disdainfully stepped outside the door. Everything in this room is no longer needed. Take it all out and burn it. Get the side rooms ready. I'm moving there. She believed Han Ing wouldn't betray her. She wouldn't live here much longer. Han Ing was called by the magistrate to the office, where the letter transferring Lu Jingrong's estate voluntarily was shown to him. This young Miss Lu is truly a person of profound righteousness, putting many men to shame. After reading it, Han Ing couldn't help but sigh, seeing such a fragile woman. Who would have expected her to possess such courage? This was gambling everything she had on his conscience. Han Ing admitted Lu Jingrong had won. He stood up and paid a deep bow to the magistrate. Master, young Miss Lu is indeed a heroine among women. I'm formally seeking her hand again. The steward originally requested the Lu brothers come to the magistrate's office to discuss marriage. Han Ing did not refuse, and also intended to use this opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the Lu brothers. But, considering Lu Jingrong's boldness and magnanimity, he felt he should give her due respect. The few brothers were still frantically planning how to salvage their family fortune. Han Ing, however, had already arrived with gifts. The brothers, of course, weren't going to show him any kindness. They blocked the doorway and refused to let him in. Our father and mother are not yet cold in their graves, and you come to propose marriage. It's clear you don't value our Lu family. Han Ing was well prepared. Not letting him in made it more convenient for his actions. On sight, he flipped open a page of the county records, showing it to everyone present. He then loudly read it aloud. A certain year, a certain month, a certain day. A daughter married in the period of mourning for her parents. Then, another page. Another year, another month, another day. Seeing this reason being invalidated, the brothers wanted to raise the issue about Lu Jingrong's lack of chastity. Han Ing didn't give them the chance to say it out loud, stepping forward a few steps with a cold glance sweeping over them all. You'd better know what you're saying. Half of the shares in the money shop have been transferred to my name. If you don't want me to kick you out, it's best to keep your mouth shut. The brothers swallowed their resentment and obediently shut up. They weren't foolish. Publicly challenging the biggest shareholder, Han Ing, meant that Han Ing could find an excuse to squeeze them out at any time. Unless the brothers were willing to consolidate the other half of the shares in one person's hands, they would never be able to oppose Han Ing. However, the brothers didn't fully trust each other. None of them were willing to hand over their share willingly. Thus, they could only bow down in front of Han Ing. Currently, Han Ing had yet to discover the incident of xuanhuan intruding into Lu Jingrong's private chamber. But he could guess that her situation in the house was difficult. Moreover, as she was still within the mourning period, the wedding should not be celebrated extravagantly. Thus, he decided to officially present the engagement gifts on the same day and go to receive her the next day. He spent 2 days reviewing the accounts of the money shop and handling various transfer procedures. It wasn't until the 29th day of the 12th lunar month that he barely managed to sort things out, traveling through the night with Lu Jingrong, finally returning to his home in Xuanhuan County early in the morning on New Year's Eve. The family had already prepared for the ancestral rites, waiting for Han Ying's return. Unexpectedly, he not only returned, but he brought back a celestial beauty. The wives, being women themselves, couldn't help but stare. For a moment, no one moved to greet her. Han Ing could understand the bewilderment of his wives. They had been married for several days, and every time he looked at Lu Jingrong, he felt as if he were still dreaming. After completing the ancestral rites, the wives gathered around Lu Jingrong to talk. Lu Jingrong felt warmth swelling in her heart. Her parents, while alive, had protected her well, and she knew too that the few concubines and illegitimate children in the household engaged in intrigue and scheming. Yet the eyes of these wives towards her were all genuinely sincere. There was no hint of calculation or deceit. Certainly, it was the protection of her parents' spirits above that allowed her to marry so well. After eating, the wives took Lu Jingrong back to the rear courtyard to arrange her lodging. Han Ing returned to his study to nap. Wu Linglong couldn't help but comment teasingly. You certainly have deep blessings, marrying everywhere you go. Outside, it was freezing, while inside the study was warm thanks to the heated floor tiles. Han Ing lay drowsily on a low couch. Hearing Wu Linglong's words, he reached out and dragged her into his arms. Wu Linglong, surprisingly unable to match his strength, placed her hands on his chest and glared at him with slanted eyes. Let me go, or else I. What about you? Are you going to bite me? With the Baopujie at his disposal, Han Ing didn't take Wu Linglong's threat seriously. He intentionally moved closer to her face with a wicked smile, catching the scent of her maidenly fragrance. If you're so concerned about my marriage, does that mean you also want to return to the back courtyard? I could give you a chance, considering how hard you've worked as a guard these days. As long as you can learn to control your temper. Before Han Ing finished speaking, Wu Linglong couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him in the groin. If it weren't for the recent acquisition of Baopujie, making his reflexes many times faster than before, he might have ended up having no choice but becoming her sister. You woman, you're too cruel. Han Ing, still shaken, let go of Wu Linglong. It was just a joke. Did you really have to use a deadly move? Wu Linglong gave him a cold glare without saying a word. Her eyes spoke volumes. Han Ing never intended to do anything to her anyway. He yawned, pulled the blanket over himself, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He had to stay up late for the New Year's Eve vigil, so he didn't want to waste time on Wu Linglong. During the spring festival, on the first day of the new year, Han Ing returned to his hometown of Stone Village to pay respects to the village elders. The Zhang family, including the scribe, also came back to the village to celebrate the holiday. Seeing Han Ing wearing a fine sky blue cotton robe and a fox fur cloak, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Last year, when Han Ing returned to the village during the new year, he was dressed in thin, old clothes and his face was pale from the cold. His demeanor was timid, and he couldn't even articulate a proper greeting to others. Who would have guessed? In just 1 year, Han Ing seemed like a completely different person. His bearing was on par with even the sons of noble families. Han Ing was invited to stay for a meal by Zhang the scribe and the village head. They drank homemade rice wine and talked about the changes in the village over the past year. Everyone's face lit up with joy. The feast lasted from noon until nightfall, and only after the two elderly men were half drunk did Han Ing finally manage to leave. On the second day of the new year, he paid New Year's visits to County Magistrate Fong and Scholar Luo, talking for hours. Afterward, he hardly ever left the house. Every day, he enjoyed wine and played with his wives at home, living in great happiness. Chapter 84, Journey. After the 9th day of the first lunar month, Han Ing became busy again. First, he returned to the prefectural city to thoroughly sort out the money shop. Then he rushed to Qi County for a meeting with several overseers, determining the opening time of the estate and the approximate quantity of various flowers to be planted. He also arranged for people to open a gap on the riverbank to divert a short channel, preparing to plant lotus roots after spring began. After finishing the tasks in Qi County, it was almost out of the first lunar month. Han Ing also needed to prepare for the upcoming imperial examination in the capital. Ordinarily, he didn't realize how big his business was or how busy the affairs were. Only upon an impending long journey did he realize there were still quite a few things that needed to be arranged beforehand. He took one day to call all the overseers to the governor's office and set up a few tables of wine at the largest tavern. On the one hand, it was to thank the overseers for their hard work. On the other hand, it was to inform them that he wouldn't be in the prefectural city for the next few months and ask them to take extra care. Han Ing was courteous to people and generous. Everyone received a thick red envelope before the new year. He was widely acknowledged as a kind person by the overseers. People working under him were highly motivated. Hearing that he would go to the capital for the imperial examination, they raised their cups to wish him success in passing the exam. They promised him that he need not worry about the business matters, as everyone would do their best. After briefing the overseers, Han thought about it and felt there wasn't much left to worry about. Returning to the county for a long journey, he met Aunt Wang and remembered that he had not yet helped her with setting up the nursery. But he currently had no time to make another trip to Qi County, so he entrusted Zhang Depeo with the task. Aunt Wang felt very apologetic. You have important matters to deal with, yet I bring this up. It's my fault. Han helped Aunt Wang sit by the warming stove and poured her a cup of red date tea. There is no need for such polite words between us. However, there's something I want to discuss with you and Sister Quiflower. Quiflower, hearing that it concerned her, immediately moved closer. Just say what's on your mind. You said no formalities were necessary. Why are you being formal now? During her stay at the Han family, Quiflower had become much livelier. Her face had become fuller, and her complexion was significantly better than before. Han was very pleased to see her transformation. Sister Quiflower is right. We're family, so I'll speak plainly. The first matter is about the nephews, who are growing up. This time when I go to the capital, I plan to bring Dahu along, so he can broaden his horizons. The second matter concerns Sister Quiflower's baby inside her belly, due to be born in 3 or 4 months. By then, the nursery will probably just be starting, and it will be a hectic and tiring time. It's normal for children to be noisy, and Sister Quiflower might not get enough rest. In my opinion, we should put the nursery plans on hold. Let Aunt Wang accompany Sister Quiflower to rest properly. There's no rush to start the nursery. Alternatively, Aunt Wang could go ahead, while Sister Quiflower stays home longer to rest. For Quiflower, both matters were significant events. Many poor people spend their entire lives without leaving the village. Dahu was only 11 years old and would endure a long and arduous journey to enter the capital, experiencing untold hardships along the way. Aunt Wang saw Quiflower's reluctance. She gently consoled her. Such opportunities are rare. Others would beg for them. Dahu is a boy who will eventually take charge of the household. Do you want him to end up as useless as his father? Let him go. A little hardship is nothing. It teaches wisdom. And besides, with his uncle around, wouldn't he be taken care of? During the New Year period, Han seldom went out. However, relatives from several families visited to chat casually and mentioned Kai Gajita. He suddenly made a fortune, bought 2 disreputable women, and quit working or farming altogether. The 3 spent every day eating meat and drinking wine inside the house. The dozens of taels of silver obtained from selling his wife and child were quickly spent. The 2 women, unwilling to endure hardships, learned that Kai Gajita had run out of money and changed their attitudes. They stood in the courtyard every day crying and cursing themselves for having bad luck, claiming they had been deceived by Kai Gajita. Asking them to work was out of the question, always citing headaches or stomachaches. Instead, they expected Kai Laonyang to cook and wash clothes for them. They even flirted with men in the village. This scandal spread across several villages, ridiculing the Kai family for not valuing good daughters-in-law and instead bringing 2 shidemons home as treasures. Thinking of Kai Gajita, Quiflower's maternal heart retracted. Which mother doesn't love her son? Loving too much, like Kai's mother, isn't truly loving but harming her son. Mother is right. Dahu is no longer young. Following his uncle and learning some wisdom might be good for him. Thus, the first issue was settled. Han suggested Quiflower focus on resting at home before helping with the nursery, but she didn't accept. We countrywomen are used to roughing it. Why treat me as if I'm so precious? I've given birth to 5 sons, never sat in confinement for even a day, never eaten a single egg. After waking up from sleep, I just went about doing what I needed to do. Yet everything turned out fine, didn't it? Han wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the importance of confinement either. Upon reflection, giving birth certainly took quite a bit of energy, so more rest and eating nutritious food would surely not be wrong. Since xuanhuan had spoken so firmly, Han thought it was better that Aunt Wang stay by her side to take care of her instead of letting her neglect her health completely. If she wished to go to the nursery, then so be it. He could just tell Zhang Depeo to hire 1 more servant to attend to her needs. Thus, both major matters were settled. The 7th day of the 2nd lunar month was an auspicious day to set off. Han said an early farewell to his wives and left home to head for the capital. For this long journey, just clothes for changing, food, drink, and other essentials filled dozens of trunks. The 2 carriages were fully packed, adding 10 personal attendants, 2 book boys, the coachman, as well as Wu Linglong and 2 others. A grand total of more than a dozen carriages formed a mighty procession. What might only count as standard fare elsewhere was, in Qi County's remote and impoverished land, a spectacle many villagers rarely got to see. Many people mistook the group for high-ranking officials passing through and flocked to the roadside to catch a glimpse. After asking around, they learned it was Han heading to the capital for the imperial exams. They couldn't help but feel envious. Han chuckled bitterly. He had initially insisted there was no need for such pomp and circumstance, and there was no reason to carry so many supplies. If anything was lacking, they could simply replenish along the way in any town they passed through. However, the wives all disagreed. They maintained that a poor home but rich road meant every little inconvenience while traveling was an issue, and everything had to be prepared abundantly. Not wanting to disappoint their goodwill, Han reluctantly agreed and brought along all the things they had packed. And thus, the current situation arose. Being cared for too much can indeed be troublesome. Wu Linglong thought Han was ungrateful, failing to appreciate blessings when he had them. People would beg for what you have, and yet you still complain? Aren't you afraid heaven itself will look down on you and punish you for it? Han generally liked girls who were spoiled and capricious. Even occasional irrational behavior, sarcastic remarks, they were all adorable traits. But Wu Linglong was an exception. He just couldn't understand. Everyone's mouth operated at roughly the same 37 degrees Celsius, so why did her words always sound icy cold? Chapter 85, Drought. It was just the beginning of February, and the spring examination was scheduled for the end of March to early April. There was ample time on the road, so there was no need to rush. Walking at a leisurely pace, they could enjoy the vibrant scenery of grasses growing and orioles flying in spring, reducing much of the hardship of long-distance travel. Wu Linglong was more anxious than Han Ying to reach the capital. The letter of recommendation given to her by the princess was tucked in a secret pocket close to her chest. Once she arrived in the capital, she would be able to meet the current emperor, persuade him to send troops, and help her reclaim what belonged to her. Persuading the emperor would be somewhat difficult. People won't rise early without benefit. Besides, matters involving military action would certainly require offering sufficient advantages to sway the emperor. However, one mustn't offer too much. Her country, her home, had just endured warfare and could barely shoulder further burdens. More importantly, if she offered too much, it might lead the emperor to believe that she was gullible and wealthy, inviting invasion, which would then turn into letting the wolf in. Han Ying leaned against the window, watching the landscape for a long time. Turning back, he wanted to have a cup of tea, but found Wu Linglong lost in thought again. He couldn't help shaking his head. This woman has lost both her family and her country, truly unfortunate. It's commendable that she overcame all this with inner strength. She is quite pitiable. But if she causes trouble after entering the capital, I won't indulge her either. In fact, the wisest course of action would be to sever ties before reaching the capital. Perhaps sensing Han Ying's focused gaze, Wu Linglong noticed and turned to look at him. Their eyes met midair, causing Wu Linglong to immediately frown. What are you staring at like a ghost? Han Ying reclined comfortably against his pillow, lifting his teacup to his lips as if not about to drink. I thought the spring scenery was beautiful enough to admire for a while, only to realize that the most beautiful view is right here beside me. These words, coupled with his up and down inspection, stopping momentarily at a certain lofty spot, were clearly a form of teasing. Instinctively, Wu Linglong wanted to retaliate physically, but remembering she could no longer easily overpower Han Ying in terms of strength, and given the small space inside the carriage where things might go awry leading to more trouble for herself, she gave him a fierce glare instead. Deciding against any confrontation, she sat down quietly outside on the carriage shafts, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sadness arise within her. She, the esteemed empress, had now fallen to being bullied by a man. Just thinking about it made her feel frustrated. That damned Han Ying, once she reclaims her nation, she will surely make him regret. Wu Linglong bitterly fantasized about various ways to punish Han Ying, without realizing that absorbed in her anger, the gloom that had been pressing down on her earlier disappeared. Nor did her mood feel as heavy anymore. After traveling for a day, they lodged at an inn in Liqing. Liqing belonged to Qin'an Prefecture. Its scale wasn't large, and its facilities looked rather ordinary. Because it was situated at the junction of 3 prefectures, it enjoyed geographical advantages. Economically speaking, its level wasn't too bad either. Looking at the whole street, it was filled with various sizes of inns, taverns, and foot shops. Han Ying remembered there seemed to be a store in Liqing selling soap. After dinner, noticing the time was still early, he decided to casually stroll through the streets to check out how the soap sales were doing. During this walkabout, he noticed there were an unusually large number of outsiders in the city. Yet these weren't people coming to do business or find work. Instead, some place had suffered from a drought. Since last year, there hadn't been a drop of rain. The commoners had no livelihood left, forced to scatter far and wide, seeking new places to settle down. Due to the poverty of the local county, even the locals were suffering starvation and cold, and thus the displaced civilians rarely went to such areas, making Han Ying entirely unaware of the severity of the drought situation. For the impoverished county rejected even by beggars, it felt rather embarrassing. Upon inquiry, Han Ying learned the affected Guyan County was located about 30 miles away from the main route to the capital. After continuing their journey the next day, he instructed the manager to detour towards Guyan County. The manager had also heard of the drought disaster in Guyan County and kindly warned Han Ying. Master, it's rumored that it hasn't rained in Guyan County since last year, and the crops have yielded nothing. In areas hit by calamity, disorder is bound to occur. If we proceed recklessly, it might be unsafe. Han Ying chuckled. The current emperor is a wise ruler. The calamity has lasted over a year. Relief grains must have already reached the victims. What sort of chaos are you talking about? And anyway, I'm just checking it out. If anything happens, you're plenty in numbers to protect me. We'll always manage to run if necessary. Seeing that Han Ying wouldn't heed his warning, the manager could only obey. Wu Linglong was anxious to get to the capital and was very dissatisfied with Han Ying's unnecessary actions. Yet powerless to stop him, she could only seethe silently on the side. Taking advantage of the moment, Han Ying broached the subject with her. I know you're eager to reach the capital, but I'm a slow mover. Why don't I give you a few horses and a carriage, and share some food and supplies? You can leave ahead. For a fleeting moment, Wu Linglong was tempted. She, along with xuanhuan and xuanhuan, could ride fast and reach the capital in no more than 7 days. But she restrained herself. The last time she hurried to the capital, she had the same thought. But halfway, they were chased by a group of black-robed assassins, detouring hundreds of miles before managing to escape. xuanhuan and xuanhuan had both sustained severe injuries covering her retreat. They nearly lost their lives. xuanhuan was even disfigured for this, and her left leg was left with a slight disability. She dared not take any more risks. Following Han Ying's pace would be much slower, but it would be much safer. Thinking to this point, Wu Linglong lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. There's no need. I'm not in a hurry. Not being in a hurry is strange. Probably dare not be hurried. Han Ying failed to persuade, sighed helplessly. Alas, I know you actually don't want to leave me. How many women have dreams about charming men like me in their springtime fantasies? You having a secret crush on me is normal. Don't be embarrassed to admit it. I confess to your grandfather. Wu Linglong's face turned red with anger, and she wanted to curse. The carriage abandoned the official road and turned onto the yellow earth road leading to Guyan County. The disaster in Guyan County had lasted for a year. Eating was a problem. Where was there any extra effort to repair the roads? The yellow dirt road was full of bumps, shaking at every step. Within just a few miles, 2 carriages' wheels were broken from the shaking. Han Ying's bones almost shattered from the jolting. In this era, horse-drawn carriages used wooden wheels, with a layer of iron added on the outside to increase wear resistance. There was basically no shock absorption. Sitting in the carriage on such a road was a punishment. Han Ying decided to abandon the carriage and ride a horse. He instructed the manager to lead the convoy back to Liqing and wait for him. The manager refused. How can we live comfortably in an inn while the master suffers outside? Others can go back, but I'll stay with you. Han Ying patted his shoulder. I know how loyal you are. That's why I entrusted the convoy to you. Isn't there Wu Linglong protecting me? There will be nothing wrong. All right, I'll go first. You take care of the convoy. After saying this, he jumped onto the horseback and rode towards Guyan County without looking back. Wu Linglong glared at his retreating figure, hating it so much that her teeth itched. Everything was fine, yet he insisted on meddling, dragging her along. She must have owed him money in her previous life, which she hadn't returned. Han Ying paid no attention to what Wu Linglong felt, leisurely riding the horse towards Guyan County. On the way, he encountered quite a few wandering famine refugees, each with a haggard face and bewildered, exhausted eyes, and couldn't help but feel sympathy. It seems that the local officials of Guyan County have done their best already. Chapter 86. The Evil of Human Nature. Han Ying muttered to himself, lamenting the efforts of the magistrate of Gu County in disaster relief. Wu Linglong was not impressed by this. If he had truly put forth his best effort, how would the common people have ended up displaced? Han Ying turned his head and looked deeply at Wu Linglong. He silently thought to himself, as the ruler of a nation, if one can't even tell whether their subjects are putting in their best effort, it's no wonder they would easily be overthrown. He wondered if his advice for her not to restore her kingdom might actually be a good thing for her and the people. Would she feel so ashamed and angry that she'd commit suicide? But knowing Wu Linglong as he did, she would more likely fight him with all her might. Considering how long they'd known each other, Han Ying didn't have the heart to crush her. The disaster occurred more than a year ago, but the people only started fleeing now. How have they survived up to this point? If my guess is correct, for the first 2 or 3 months, families still had some grain left over. Wells and rivers hadn't yet dried up. People could manage on their own. After at most 3 months, they would then rely on government relief. Distributing relief food is not an easy task. You must decide how much to give out each time, how often, ensuring under no circumstances do the people starve while trying to make the limited supplies last as long as possible. You must also find hidden water sources, dig wells for water. There's so much to do, and if mishandled, there could very well be unrest among the populace. Without doing everything he possibly can, the magistrate of Gu County wouldn't have lasted this long. Wu Linglong fell silent for a long time, eventually having to admit that Han Ying was right. She reflected upon herself, considering if she were still on the throne, would she have empathized with the local officials when encountering similar situations? The answer was no. She would have erupted in anger, blaming the local officials for incompetence, dismissing them from their posts. Wu Linglong looked at Han Ying. You know quite a lot. Han Ying chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run around. The historical records explain it clearly. He just borrowed the knowledge. This is the advantage of being a Jira, time traveler. Chiyua pointed ahead. Sir, there lies Gu County. Gu County was of a different scale compared to Shi County, much larger, with houses primarily built of blue bricks and gray tiles. Signs of all sorts stood proudly, showing how prosperous it was a year ago. Nowadays, however, pedestrians were few on the streets. Most shops were closed, dust and decayed leaves piled in the corners of the buildings, clearly neglected for a long time. Many elderly and children were begging on the roadside. Their faces bore an expression of hopeless indifference. When they saw Han Ying's group approaching, their eyes lit up once more, swarming towards them, black, emaciated hands reaching out. Please, spare some food. Xuanhuan, kind-hearted, reached out to offer several pieces of dry bread. Han Ying quickly stopped her. Xuanhuan thought he was worried about not having enough food for their own party and hastily explained. Sir, I didn't give them all. Just a few pieces. Han Ying sighed lightly. It's fine. Your kindness is appreciated. Let's go. However, where was there any way to leave? Seeing Xuanhuan willing to give alms, the previously lethargic old people and children suddenly burst into tremendous strength. Hands seeking sympathy now grabbed tightly onto horse reins. Begging you, please give us some food. Begging turned into shouting. More beggars rushed over, and within moments, the 4 were surrounded, unable to move an inch. Some even began tugging at their clothes. Xuanhuan was confused, staring bewilderingly at what was happening before her eyes. Sir, I kindly gave them food. Why are they treating us like this? Han Ying helplessly glanced at her. Hunger turns angels into devils. This is human nature. Xuanhuan was still too young. Let's not think about that now. We need to leave here. Head to the county office. The 4 fiercely swung their whips, trying to scare away the beggars. It didn't work well. The beggars were nearing starvation. How could a few lashes scare them off? They pulled on their clothes with greater frenzy. If they couldn't snatch some food, perhaps a piece of clothing, a scrap of fabric. Anyway, seize whatever they could. Whatever they seized was a profit. Back off. Back off. Just as the four were caught in indecision, hesitating whether to use severe measures to set an example, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. A dozen yamen runners holding batons showed no mercy in driving away the beggars. Thick wrists struck flesh with a dull thud. The beaten beggars rolled in pain but gradually moved back. Behind the runners stood the magistrate of Gu County, Feng Chihui. Feng Chihui was about 30 years old, exceptionally tall but very thin, making his facial features appear overly stern. Indeed, he carried an air of command without needing to raise his voice. Han Ying quickly dismounted, thanking Feng Chihui and his runners. If it weren't for your timely arrival, our lives might have been lost here. Feng Chihui did not appreciate his gratitude. Show me your travel permit. Han Ying took out the document and presented it with both hands. Feng Chihui noticed that the reason given for going to the capital was for the imperial exams. Feng Chihui glanced at Han Ying a few more times. Making it to the imperial exams at just over 20 proved that Han Ying had some talent. But that was all. Since you're on your way for the exam, why have you come to Gu County? Your presence almost caused a civilian uprising. Han Ying could understand Feng Chihui's frustration. The disaster victims hadn't rioted, but they were on the brink of chaos. They were like dried grass, ready to be set alight by the smallest spark. And their appearance was nothing but that tiny spark. I just wanted to offer help, but acted rashly. Please forgive me, sir. Feng Chihui glared at Han Ying, his expression no less harsh. Help? The upstart who has only just read a few books thinks he's capable of governing and stabilizing a nation? Not causing more harm would already be a blessing. No need for that. You should hurry along with whatever else you need to do. To not bother this official is itself a great favor. Han Ying spoke kindly throughout, yet Feng Chihui showed no gratitude, each word an attempt to shoo them away. Chihui couldn't help defending Han Ying. This adult has quite an authoritative air. Our master kindly offers assistance. You refuse his kindness, and that's enough? Why such cold words? Feng Chihui snorted derisively. Help? Can you summon rain or bring in tens of thousands of dan of grain? If you can accomplish either, I, leading all county residents, will kneel in thanks. Without these, there's no talk of helping. Just get lost. Chihui, blocked from responding, turned red-faced with clenched lips, unable to say a word. Han Ying remained courteous and composed. You are too kind, sir. How dare I receive your knee for something as trivial as this? This meant he could achieve what he claimed? Feng Chihui thought Han Ying was boasting. Do you have tens of thousands of dan of grain? Can you invoke rain? Han Ying smiled lightly. I naturally don't possess that much grain. As for invoking rain, I can't do it either. If you cannot, then why even talk nonsense? As Feng Chihui was about to lose his temper, Han Ying continued. But, I can transport a batch of grain from Jiangnan. We may not summon rain, but we can dig wells. Isn't having sufficient water a solution to alleviate the urgent needs of this disaster? Chapter 87, Digging a Well. Feng Chihui calmed down. He still couldn't fully trust Han Ying's words. In the past year, the court had sent disaster relief grain to Gai County a few times. But, Dagon was plagued by internal strife and external threats, with constant warfare at the border passes. Everywhere was impoverished, everywhere needed food. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for disaster relief to have much impact. After all, there were considerable losses during the transportation of disaster relief grain. 10,000 pounds of grain transported from Jiangnan to Gai County would leave at most 6/10 after deducting for transportation losses. This was still under the condition that the officials at various levels weren't too greedy. At this moment, the young man named Han Ying, dressed not luxuriously, casually mentioned transporting tens of thousands of dan of grain from Jiangnan. What kind of social network and wealth did he possess? However, hope is better than nothing. Feng Chihui fell silent for a while and called Han Ying to speak at the county office. After sitting according to host and guest protocol, attendants brought in a few cups of water. The water was murky, evidently stored in the cistern for quite some time. Even the water the magistrate drank was like this, showing just how hard life was for the common people. Han Ying pretended not to see the impurities in the water, picked up the cup, and took a sip without any disdain. Feng Chihui's expression eased slightly. Is Mr. Han in the business? He asked upon hearing Chihui address Han Ying as master. Han Ying knew he didn't believe in his ability to relieve Gai County's plight. With a chuckle, he opened the topic frankly. I do indeed run a small business. Though not exceedingly wealthy, I am close with a friend in Jiangnan. If I ask him to help arrange for several 10,000 dan of grain, I imagine he won't refuse. Feng Chihui nodded half-heartedly, but couldn't hide his worries. You've seen the situation here. Even if your friend is willing to help, the round trip will take quite a bit of time, and the common people might not be able to wait that long. This was also something Han Ying had considered. The food reserves at my home can temporarily relieve some urgent needs. Additionally, Gai County already has plenty of food that could sustain hunger. What is difficult is obtaining water. Abundant food? The trees and grasses had been consumed clean, and in the past month, hundreds of commoners had died from eating kale and clay. Where was there an abundance of food? Feng Chihui thought Han Ying was either insane or blatantly lying. Han Ying knew Feng Chihui didn't believe him, so he smiled calmly. In extreme droughts, locust disasters inevitably follow. Aren't these flying locusts a vast amount of food? Feng Chihui was stunned. How can we eat locusts? They were insects. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle, and they might even contain some toxicity. Han Ying stood up and politely bowed slightly. I'll show you tomorrow by eating some myself. If I consume them and am unharmed, then the common folk will naturally also be able to eat them. No one present had ever heard that locusts were edible. Everyone looked at Han Ning like he was crazy. Yet, Han Ning sat back down with perfect ease. Whether locusts are edible or not, we will know after my test. Let's discuss digging wells for water instead. Feng Qihui reluctantly nodded, his expression complex. When the drought began, I personally led a few veteran masters to walk throughout the entire county, digging wells where water could be extracted. But now, 9 out of 10 of those wells are useless. It was normal due to the prolonged lack of rain, causing the groundwater level to drop and leaving originally functional wells dry. However, Han Ning still wanted to try. After obtaining the Baopu decision, his 6 senses became far sharper than ordinary people's. Places others couldn't perceive groundwater, he could. This was the confidence behind his bold claim in front of Feng Qihui. There's no need to worry, sir. On my way here just now, I identified a water point where a well can be dug. After experiencing too many shocks from Han Ning, Feng Qihui was somewhat numb now. Then let us give it a try. If water can truly be drawn, Mr. Han will be a great benefactor to the people of Gai County. Titles like Great Benefactor didn't particularly concern Han Ning. He did all this merely because he felt somewhat embarrassed about the system bringing him to this world. As a time traveler, one must do something extraordinary, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to come here? Magistrate Feng Qihui personally led people following Han Ning to the location he indicated. It was on the edge of a deadwood forest, less than 100 meters off the main road. Several old well diggers inspected the place and unanimously rejected Han Ying's judgment. These tree roots can penetrate up to dozens of zhang deep, yet the trees are dead, indicating no water beneath their roots. It's exactly so. If water can be extracted here, I'll eat this dead tree. Feng Qihui's heart sank by half. Still, he harbored a little hope for Han Ning. Turning to look at him, he waited for him to provide evidence to persuade the old well diggers. Han Ning slapped his head. Too preoccupied with finding water points, I forgot to first send messages to Jiangnan and my family, so they can dispatch grain earlier. Every early day, every early hour counts. Everyone was speechless. While talking about water points, he brought up grain again. Wasn't that irrelevant? Still, grain was equally important. Feng Qihui ordered a senior attendant to return to the county office to fetch paper and writing tools for Han Ning to write letters. Han Ning waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary. He picked up a withered branch, burned one in black using a fire starter, and scribbled a few words on a piece of cloth he tore from his clothes lining. Rolling it up, he handed it to Qiuyue. Deliver this back home to Lady Feng. She will make the arrangements. Feng Qihui didn't care about who Lady Feng was. All he wanted were results, so he sent an attendant along with Qiuyue. Then Han Ning resumed talking about the water point. I can't elaborate much, but there's water here. We'll know after a trial. Fine, then they would try. Though Feng Qihui felt the chances were slim, considering Han Ning had arranged for grain to be delivered from his family, he decided to give him face-saving instructions, telling his men to dig where Han Ning had said. The digging started at noon and continued until dusk. The well had reached 20 zhang deep, but the soil being dug out remained dry and turned into powder upon touch. Feng Qihui's flicker of hope was completely extinguished. He intended to call it quits and leave. Even though no water has been found, I appreciate your goodwill, young Master Han. Han Ning raised his finger, signaling Feng Qihui to hold his tongue. An old master, starving and waiting for hours beside them, became irritated. The young noble knows much about indulging in pleasures, but searching for water points should be stopped. If no water is to be found, pretending to know something useful is just meaningless trickery. Han Ning clearly heard the sound of underground water growing louder as the soil layers grew thinner. Unbothered by the old master's sarcastic remarks, he simply gave Feng Qihui a confident smile. We've dug this far, just another 10 zhang. We'll surely find water. 3 zhang may not seem deep, but getting dirt out from such depths isn't easy. Feng Qihui hesitated for a moment before deciding to trust Han Ning once more. Alright, let's follow what Master Han says. Dig another 10 zhang. The laborers tasked with digging the well had been changed several times already, each utterly exhausted. Upon hearing they had to dig further down, many couldn't help but blame Han Ning for making extra work for them. If water were found, that would be fine, but if their efforts turned out fruitless, they'd certainly make sure he paid later. Chapter 88. There must be sacrifice for gain. Basket after basket of soil was hauled up from the bottom of a well dozens of meters deep, using ropes. This is hard labor. The bailiffs pulling the ropes have developed blisters on their palms. It's almost dark, and the 2 bowls of coarse grain vegetable porridge eaten at noon are long gone. Now tired and hungry, they couldn't help but complain. How come the soil fights back like a person, getting heavier and heavier? I'm already starving, my body feels so weak. Will this ever end? Heavier? If it's the same basket of soil, why would it become increasingly heavy? Unless the speaker was unintentional, but the listeners were attentive. Feng Qihui and several master engineers rushed to the side of a newly dug basket of soil, holding a handful of soil in both hands, carefully feeling it, rubbing it between their fingers. The soil was still soil, but because it contained moisture, it gave off a cooling sensation. At the same moment, a muffled cheer came from the bottom of the well. There's water. There's really water. Feng Qihui's gratitude towards Han Ning overflowed, his voice trembling. Master Han is truly gifted. He is a blessing for the common people of Guiyou County. The expressions of the several master engineers were quite colorful. After boasting just moments ago, now being proven wrong face to face, none of them could lift their heads. Still, losing face had to be accepted. Who let themselves rely on experience and belittle young people? The several master engineers came forward to apologize to Han Ing. Earlier, it was us who offended you. Master Han has great tolerance. Please don't hold our rudeness against you. Han Ing naturally wouldn't care about these things with them. As a time traveler, his cognition and concepts are more advanced than those of people in this era. And with the system by his side safeguarding him, granting golden opportunities, he already possesses many advantages over ordinary people and should therefore have more tolerance towards them. The respected master engineers don't need to be polite. All of you are only worried about the drought situation and the urgent need for water for the villagers. I merely got lucky, whereas all of you are truly experienced experts. The faces of the master engineers were smoothed over, and they began to praise Han Ing as knowledgeable and destined to top the imperial exams. The bailiffs noticed that Han Ing was genuinely modest, not pretending to be superior like some literati do. His attitude towards everyone improved as a result. Their first attempt at finding water was successful, and Feng Qihui lavishly praised Han Ing. He invited him back to the county yamen, where the kitchen specially prepared a couple of good dishes, accompanying Han Ing personally during the meal. What qualified as good dishes here were stewed radishes and braised tofu. Though simple, they required sending people tens of miles away to Liqing, making them extraordinary indeed. During the banquet, Feng Qihui toasted Han Ing a cup of wine, thanking him for coming willingly to assist the citizens of Guiyou County in disaster relief. Han Ing knew that Feng Qihui was busy with official duties, so after chatting for a few minutes and finishing dinner, he got up to take his leave. The next morning, Feng Qihui sent someone to invite Han Ing, but the innkeeper said he left before dawn without saying where he went. Feng Qihui felt a little concerned, wondering if Han Ing had run away. Then he scolded himself for thinking ill of others. If Han Ing wanted to escape, he wouldn't have helped find water points voluntarily. He must be busy with something else. After finishing the paperwork in hand, he again sent someone to check if Han Ing had returned. But the reply was no. Feng Qihui became even more worried. All kinds of guesses arose. Did Han Ing regret helping out? Could it be that yesterday's promises about providing grain, finding water sources, and eating locusts are partially exaggerated? While lost in thought, the manservant came in to report that Han Ing was requesting an audience. Bring him in quickly. Feng Qihui nearly ran out to greet him personally at the door. Fortunately, he restrained himself, otherwise, he would lose his official dignity. Not only did Han Ing show up, but he also brought a bag of locusts. Apparently, he left early to catch these creatures in the fields. And not just a few, he caught thousands, densely packed together. Seeing this, Feng Qihui's scalp tingled. Han Ing, however, laughed and said, "This is a good thing. Rich in, eating it is like eating eggs. Eggs are a rarity that regular folks can't usually afford. They're saved for special occasions. Mothers in confinement or children needing nutrients might occasionally enjoy one. How could this thing compare to eggs?" Naturally, Feng Qihui didn't believe it. Yet, it wouldn't do to question Han Ing openly, especially since Han Ing gathered these locusts with good intentions. Realizing Feng Qihui's doubt, Han Ing didn't point it out, but asked him to summon 2 bailiffs for assistance. They cleaned the locusts and roasted them in a stone pot. Ideally, frying them would make them more crispy and delicious, but under the current conditions, they didn't demand too much. Gradually, a faint aroma emerged from the stone pot. It wasn't exactly the smell of meat, yet it wasn't unpleasant either. Han Ing asked someone to take one out, tested its dryness level, and felt it was about right. Amidst the bewildered, strange glances of Feng Qihui and the bailiffs, Han Ing popped one into his mouth. No one cared about manners anymore. Everyone stared fixedly at Han Ing, leaving the hall deathly silent. A soft crunch sounded as his teeth met the locust. This sound carried through to everyone present, startling them into an involuntary tension. However, seeing Han Ing finish one locust and seemingly unsatisfied, reaching for another. "Young Master Han, would you take a break and eat later?" Han Ing claimed this was edible, but Feng Qihui couldn't bring himself to directly question it. Moreover, he was afraid of poisoning someone. He restrained Han Ying's hand to prevent him from eating too much at once. To prove that this thing could be eaten, one was enough. In case of poison, eating less might still allow for medical intervention. Han Ing understood Feng Qihui's concerns and didn't insist on eating more. Actually, the taste was pretty good. Only the psychological barrier was hard to overcome. Feng Qihui pretended to remain calm while chatting casually with Han Ing. However, he kept losing focus and made several mistakes in his speech. As time ticked by, there was no sign of poisoning on Han Ing. One of the bailiffs, drawn by the enticing aroma, couldn't resist grabbing a grasshopper and sneaking it into his mouth. There was one who did it, then another followed. An hour later, all those who had tasted the flying locusts were fine, allowing Feng Qihui to finally feel relieved. Determined to demonstrate solidarity with the common people, he also managed to endure his disgust and ate too. The texture and flavor were not as difficult to accept as he had imagined. Next came letting the masses know this thing was indeed edible. Feng Qihui thought more comprehensively. These creatures come in overwhelming numbers, obliterating everything green they encounter. If the people can consume them as food, their population will decrease significantly. Han Ing nodded with a smile and praised Feng Qihui extensively. The promotion of eating flying locusts was left to Feng Qihui's care, and Han Ing thus refrained from further inquiry. Then they discussed finding water sources again. With yesterday's successful attempt, Feng Qihui trusted Han Ying's ability even more. He assigned a few bailiffs to assist Han Ing and granted him the authority to mobilize local laborers within the county limits when necessary. Han Ing wasn't the type to become arrogant upon receiving power. He handed over the token given to him by Feng Qihui to the head of the bailiffs. He merely mentioned his youth and inexperience, coupled with unfamiliarity with Guiyou County, concluding it best if decisions were left to the bailiff chief. Such humble and cautious behavior caused Feng Qihui to regard him even more highly. Just as they spoke, Qihui returned. Chapter 89. Winning at the starting line. Qihui was sent back to Xuanhuan County yesterday to relay a message to Feng Zhihua. Han Ying was rescuing people in Guxian County due to a disaster and needed some food supplies. Feng Zhihua immediately understood that this message wasn't intended for her, but rather for the magistrate of Feng County through her. Firstly, Han Ying being from Xuanhuan County, it would be better to conduct the relief work under Magistrate Feng's name instead of his own, thereby fostering relations between the two counties for possible future cooperation. The relationship between Magistrate Feng and Feng Qihui would become more cordial as well. In their official careers, should any difficulties arise, there would be someone to support them. Secondly, large-scale grain mobilization required government approval. The merchants specializing in bulk grain trading had specific licenses while Han Ying did not have one. Without hesitation, Feng Zhihua set off towards the county office. Magistrate Feng was reviewing case files when he heard about Feng Zhihua's arrival. He was startled, assuming something might have happened to the Han family. Otherwise, she wouldn't leave home easily during her pregnancy. Why did she come all the way to the county office? Feng Zhihua conveyed Han Ying's intention to Magistrate Feng. Magistrate Feng couldn't help but admire the younger generation's fearlessness. He immediately expressed his full support for Han Ying and began purchasing grains on the same day to send to Guxian County. Of course, ensuring the people of Xuanhuan County were not left hungry and maintaining stable grain prices was paramount. Zhang Depeo performed exceedingly well in this matter. 2 months ago, Han Ying had instructed him to transport some grains from Jiangnan along with other tasks. At the time, he considered that the crops sown by the villagers under Han Ying's initiative and the livestock reared would lead to higher grain consumption. Stockpiling beforehand seemed prudent. Zhang Depeo followed Han Ying's orders without question and returned with 2 ships of grain. The grain was temporarily stored in warehouses. Hearing that Magistrate Feng needed it to support Han Ying's rescue mission, he immediately ordered his men to deliver the warehouse's contents to the county office. Not only did Zhang Shuli not scold him, but he also felt gratified. Following Han Ying had taught him much wisdom regarding priorities. With these 10 carts of grain, once Zhang Shuli retires, passing the clerk position onto Zhang Depeo would be a certainty. However, Zhang Depeo didn't desire the clerk position. I'll stick with Han brother. I'll help with his business deals, or if he passes the imperial exams and gets appointed, I'll serve as his financial assistant. Let the position go to my second brother. In the past, Zhang Shuli would surely beat Zhang Depeo with an open hand for such audacity since the Zhang family had been working for generations just to achieve the current status of clerk. Now things were different. To Zhang's family, following Han Ying held as many benefits as becoming a clerk. Fine, if you don't want it, then let Erpeo take it, who is much more reliable. Pang Erpeo was internally mixed with emotions. Why should this clerk position go so easily to Zhang Depeo, and now, when he decides against it, it comes to him? Previously they competed openly and secretly over this position. Now Zhang Depeo suddenly withdrew, showing disdain. Pang Erpeo lost respect for the post. But, relatively speaking, it was still the best path forward. Swallowing his discontent, Pang Erpeo thanked both Zhang Shuli and Zhang Depeo. We will not delve further into Zhang family matters. Qihui returned after leading dozens of wagons filled with grains and several loaded with dried meat. She handed over Magistrate Feng's letter of condolence addressed to Feng Qihui and the people of Guxian County to Han Ying. Han Ying passed it on to Feng Qihui. The tone of Magistrate Feng's letter was humble and sincere without even the slightest air of superiority in seeking assistance. Instead, the letter highly admired Feng Qihui's dedication in rallying the people to fight against the disaster. After reading the letter, Feng Qihui was deeply moved. This gesture from Magistrate Feng was undoubtedly helpful during Guxian's tough times. Moreover, personally, he too felt greatly respected and empathized with. Such a man must be embraced as a lifelong friend. These grains and dried meats brought significant relief to Feng Qihui's concerns. Though compared to the population of tens of thousands, these grains couldn't solve the root problem entirely, yet they could buy enough time. And, with swarms of locusts aiding by bringing extra food to the commoners, finding water sources and digging wells was critical to overcoming the drought. Han Ying did not disappoint Feng Qihui. In the following days, Han Ying tirelessly traveled to find water points, setting out before dawn each morning and returning long after nightfall. Within just a few days, Han Ying lost several pounds, and his skin became darker from the sun exposure. The clerks assigned by Feng Qihui to accompany him remarked, Master Han is truly remarkable. Just walking leaves us rough men exhausted while Master Han, a fine-skinned scholar, never uttered a single complaint. Actually, what the clerks misunderstood was that Han Ying practiced Baopuju, giving him superhuman endurance several times stronger than average people. If this era had a marathon race, he could run the entire course without even panting. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, everything Han Ying did for Guxian County was evident to all. More impressively, his manner in dealing with people and affairs was extremely modest and low-key. Whether facing Feng Qihui or ordinary villagers, Han Ying never once acted like a benefactor. It goes without saying how deeply Feng Qihui felt grateful toward Han Ying. Feng Qihui not only felt grateful, but also greatly admired Han Ying's talents and character. Without hesitation, he repeatedly wrote letters to his close friends from the same examination year, extolling Han Ying's virtues again and again. Though Feng Qihui currently held only a small post as the magistrate of a remote county, he had been the second-place winner of the imperial examinations years ago. The friend from the same examination year whom he corresponded with happened to be the son of Cui Qing'a, the current Minister of Rights. He currently served as a chief clerk in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Although the position of chief clerk wasn't high-ranking, it wielded real power and provided excellent training. Under normal circumstances, within a few years, one could reach the position of vice minister. Years before, when Feng Qihui went to the capital to take the imperial examinations, they had an initial conflict, but soon discovered their shared ideas, which led them to become lifelong confidants. After achieving the second place in the exam, Feng Qihui spent a year at the Hanlin Academy polishing his skills. At that time, Cui, the chief clerk, tried to use his network of connections to keep Feng Qihui in the capital, but Feng insisted on going to the localities to benefit the common people. Knowing the moral integrity of his friend, Cui respected Feng's choice. They stayed in contact over the years. In the letter this time, Feng mentioned Han Ing with great admiration. Cui then ordered his chief retainer, "Take note of this scholar named Han Ing. Wherever possible, lend him support." Such support naturally didn't mean divulging exam questions. That was a head-offending crime. There was no way Cui, the chief clerk, would risk so much for someone he'd never met. However, there were other areas where assistance could come into play. For instance, during the 3-day stay at the examination hall, candidates were locked in cubicles smaller than 4 square meters. They could only leave to visit the latrine twice daily, morning and evening. Any attempts to look out otherwise would result in penalties. Thus, the arrangement of these cubicles was significant, being well ventilated and sunny versus being close to the restroom. All fell under the arrangements made by the Ministry of Rights. Furthermore, timely replenishment of water and lamp oil could affect exam results as well. These were all matters where indirect support could be lent. Chapter 90. No acceptance of promises. The son of the Minister of Rights personally stepped in to ensure someone was taken care of, and those below naturally dared not be remiss. Not much can be said about other aspects, but at least the position would definitely be one of the best few. They would also pay extra attention to other details. Han Ing did not yet know that he had already won from the starting line. After spending several days, he found over a dozen water sources. He even discovered an underground river in a cave. It was enough for daily use by the common folk. On the southern side of Jiangnan, Zhou Dekang had also replied with a letter. He said that he had already purchased a batch of grain which was on its way. There wasn't much, just enough to tide them through. More would be sent later. Zhou Dekang did not mention how much silver was spent on buying the grain or the cost of transport. Han Ing didn't ask either. Their cooperation in Jiangnan was already deeply intertwined. It was certain they wouldn't let Zhou Dekang lose out. For the disaster-stricken Gu County, Han Ing had done all he could do. He then prepared to continue his journey to the capital. Feng Qihui sent people to buy back several good dishes from Li City and set up a table to bid him farewell. Gratitude and admiration. All words were in the wine. After drinking a whole jar, they parted late into the night. Feng Qihui promised Han Ing that he would personally see him off the next day, and Han Ing didn't refuse at the time. However, the next morning, the bailiff informed Feng Qihui, "Master Han has already left, leaving a message through me from Master Feng. If there are any difficulties, contact County Magistrate Feng directly." Even though Feng Qihui chased several miles on horseback, he still couldn't catch up with Han Ing. He returned somewhat disheartened, only saying that if there were ever another opportunity, he would surely visit Xuanhuan County and see what kind of land could nurture such talent as Han Ing. Han Ing met up with the overseer and others at a crossroads. Leaving his horse behind, he boarded the carriage, stretching his legs to lean back comfortably. His left hand extended, and xuanhuan offered fine dishes brewed with spring water. His right hand spread, and Shuyue handed him a towel warmed with hot water. With one open mouth, Wu Linglong threw a piece of honeyed fruit into her own mouth, while simultaneously giving him a cold warning look. Fine. Expecting this woman to be tender towards him was impossible. After savoring some tea, Han Ing sighed with relief and remarked, "This is life, indeed." Wu Linglong couldn't help but retort, "If this is life for you, what does it make others?" "Others? Most commoners merely survive." Han Ing smiled without replying, calculating step by step. He wasn't calculating the amount of silver owed for buying grain during this period. Rather, he was tallying the grain shortfall combined between Xuanhuan County and Gu County. Jiangnan indeed has a high grain output, but it's the entire Dagon's granary. Military rations sent to the frontier garrisons, the imperial family, civil and military officials, and the imperial guard defending the capital. All their food relies on supplies from Jiangnan and Bashu. Sending more grain elsewhere would inevitably cause the price of grain in Jiangnan to rise. That would earn resentment for Zhou Dekang. Relying completely on Jiangnan isn't an option, so solutions must come from within. Potatoes came into Han Ying's thoughts once again. Potatoes have high yields, with minimal soil requirements. This makes them perfectly suitable for Gu County's current conditions. Drawing water from wells to plant regular crops may not guarantee yield and could very well waste effort. Planting potatoes, however, would be different. Whether many or few, there will always be some harvest, resolving part of the food problem. If luck is on their side and there is rain soon, potatoes could bring a great harvest. The only issue was persuading the prefect. The prefect placed immense hope on potatoes, viewing them as the stepping stones for his career advancement. Word was that a small experimental field had been personally managed by him. This shows just how important he considered them. Gu County was outside of the prefect's jurisdiction. Would he agree to give up the painstakingly cultivated potato seeds? Han Ing leaned against a pillow, closed his eyes, and thought deeply. Xuanhuan assumed he had fallen asleep and retrieved a blanket to drape over his chest and abdomen. Shuyue saw this and teased her softly. Could it be that Miss Xuanhuan has been struck by love? We've never seen you show such concern for anyone before. Xuanhuan blushed, instinctively glancing at Wu Linglong's expression. Wu Linglong showed no emotion and stated, "Why look at me? I've already said that your lifelong decisions are up to you. I don't interfere." Xuanhuan and Xiuyue couldn't help but recall the scene when Wu Linglong had made these statements before. Back then, both were around 13 or 14 years old, carefully selected to serve as Wu Linglong's attendants. Even at that young age, Wu Linglong had displayed her initial aloofness. During training, she once mentioned that as long as they worked diligently, after the age of 20, they would be allowed to choose their own husbands. If they chose not to marry, she would ensure their safety and security in the palace for the rest of their lives. Her previous words were still ringing in their ears, yet the Wu dynasty had already changed hands. Wu Linglong, the former empress, had now fallen to the point of fleeing assassins under the guise of a guard. Any lingering romantic thoughts from Xuanhuan instantly disappeared. "I will not marry. I will serve Her Majesty for life." The moment Your Majesty escaped her lips, Han Ying nearly lost control, almost jumping up on the spot. He had said that Wu Linglong's background was complicated, but he never expected it to be this much of a mess. Empress. Wu family. Who else could it be other than the recently dethroned empress? It's still possible for an outdated female star to remain relevant for a while. But keeping an overthrown empress nearby is like hugging a ticking time bomb that might explode at any second. Han Ying felt a headache brewing. He wished he could knock himself out. When he wakes up, he would forget what Xuanhuan said. Even better, he could just hand Wu Linglong over to the authorities. Let her face life or death on her own, and let her not drag his whole family into trouble. Yet these were merely fleeting thoughts. After all these days of interaction, even if there wasn't deep affection, there was at least some camaraderie built up between them. Sigh. It seems he was still too soft-hearted. Wu Linglong noticed that Han Ying had changed when he woke up. On the surface, he acted no different from usual, eating and drinking as normal, occasionally cracking jokes. However, there was an undeniable sense of distance lingering in the air. Wu Linglong guessed his change must have been triggered by hearing Xuanhuan calling her Your Majesty. So she decided to lay all cards on the table with him. "Xuanhuan mentioned it, and you probably have already guessed my identity. I don't intend to get you involved. I just wish to follow you to the capital, and after that, we'll sever all ties." Han Ying wanted to sneer. "Talk's easy. Every time you cross provinces and cities, your personal information needs to be registered. With one look, it will be evident that she came with him to the capital. There's no way to hide that fact. And if she claims they'll cut off ties, does she truly believe they can walk away completely unscathed? By then, she will be protected by the emperor, so her enemies might very well turn their sights onto him instead." Just thinking about it gave him heart palpitations. Wu Linglong seemed to see through Han Ying's concerns, pressing her lips together slightly. "I will explain to the emperor of your great Qing dynasty that you did not know my true identity." Does Han Ying fear the emperor? Or rather, he fears her enemies. But now, discussing all this was useless. In a sly smirk, Han Ying shoved Wu Linglong down beneath him. His big hands aggressively reached for sensitive areas. "I've always been a realist. Rather than giving me false promises, why don't you offer me some actual benefits? I haven't yet tasted what an empress tastes like. Let me take a sample, and then we'll call it even." Wu Linglong seethed with rage, aiming once again to attack his vital spot. Han Ying, having learned from his previous mistake, was ready for this. Thus began a fierce struggle within the cramped carriage. Chapter 91, Cold War. When traveling outside, it's inevitable to encounter situations where you can't find lodging. Tonight was such an instance. They needed to camp out in the open. Fortunately, after February, the weather gradually became milder, and their bedding supplies were ample. As long as it didn't rain, camping wouldn't be too arduous. Xuanhuan and Xiuyue got off the carriage first to prepare dinner. When they returned, they found Wu Linglong and Han Ying were having a cold war. Each occupied one side of the carriage, neither with a pleasant expression. The two couldn't help but wonder, but weren't particularly worried. Wu Linglong had a cold and proud character. She ignored others when she disagreed. Han Ying, however, was usually very amiable. When they quarreled, within 2 days Han Ying would always manage to mollify Wu Linglong. What the two didn't expect was that this time, Han Ying wasn't going to try to placate Wu Linglong either. During the journey ahead, Han Ying kept himself busy, whether it was reading, writing, or accounting, sometimes thinking about business matters and sending messages back home. He basically turned the carriage into a mobile study. There was no sharp reprimand, just a cool indifference. Anyone could sense his aloofness. It wasn't the feeling of family or friends. Instead, it was like dealing with a stranger. Unclear as to why, they intuitively thought it was Wu Linglong's fault. They wanted to secretly advise her to take the initiative to improve relations with Han Ying. There was no need for excessive humility or apologies. Just initiating a conversation with Han Ying would suffice, given his tolerant and gentle nature. Any unpleasantness would naturally fade from his mind. But when they started their advice, Wu Linglong flared up, glaring at them fiercely. Han Ying, that bastard, that lecher who had done such things to her, now wanted her to take the initiative to mend the relationship? No, this wasn't even about taking the initiative. It was impossible to mend the relationship. If not for her strong desire to go to the capital city, she would have left long ago. Mend what kind of relationship? Wu Linglong certainly wouldn't voice these thoughts. Xuanhuan and Xiuyue were used to merely obeying without asking for reasons. Failing to persuade Wu Linglong, they then went to persuade Han Ying, starting by apologizing on behalf of Wu Linglong. "Our Mrs. has been cold-tempered since childhood. For anything she may have done wrong, Master, please bear with her. Mrs. has done something improper, and we apologize on her behalf. We are willing to take the punishment in her stead." Han Ying had no intention of making things difficult for the two, nor did he see any need to mend his relationship with Wu Linglong. Once they entered the capital city, they would go their separate ways. The closer their relationship grew, the higher the likelihood of being targeted by her enemies in the future. He wasn't so foolish as to insist on mending their relationship unnecessarily. You don't need to do this. I and your missus were never compatible to begin with. It is better for both of us to go our separate ways. Since neither side was willing to budge, Xuanhuan and xuanhuan felt it unwise to interfere further. From that point onward, Han Ying and Hu Linglong barely spoke to each other again. In truth, Han Ying wasn't only sulking with Wu Linglong and ignoring her, he was genuinely very busy. The time for spring planting was imminent. He wanted to promote potato cultivation in Xuanhuan County and Guxian County, which was the most appropriate time. However, how to persuade the governor to release the potato seeds was the key. Over the past few days, while on the road, Han Ying continuously corresponded with Magistrate Fong regarding this matter. Magistrate Fong somewhat harbored the idea of fattening the pigs for others. He believed that since potatoes were discovered by Han Ying, if they were to be planted extensively, it should start in Xuanhuan County. At worst, they could donate some of the harvest to Guxian County. Given Magistrate Fong's stance, it was predictable what the governor's opinion would be. Han Ying could only convince Magistrate Fong first before he could negotiate how to persuade the governor. Fortunately, yesterday's letter sent by Magistrate Fong indicated that he had communicated according to Han Ying's intentions with the governor. After much persuasion, he finally convinced the governor to allow the initial potato cultivation in Guxian County. However, the governor also made demands. Han Ying must give him 10% profit for doing business in Guxian County through his old manager. The reason was that the old manager had suffered much with him over the years, displaying great loyalty. Now old, the governor wished to send the old manager back home to retire, but due to financial difficulties, he had to seek help from Han Ying. These words could be taken lightly. Han Ying's goal was the potato seeds. As for the final recipient of the 10% profit, it was irrelevant to him. Simultaneously, he mentally crossed out the governor entirely. Actually, following Han Ying's plan, although potato cultivation would begin in Guxian County, it would still be under the governor's name as a gift. Then, a ceremony would be arranged with fanfare, giving credit to the governor for the project. This would not hinder his promotion. However, the governor now tried to threaten him into bribery, which was utterly shameless. Dealing with such a person without principles was completely unacceptable. On one hand, such people prioritize benefits, betraying allies in crucial moments. On the other hand, the governor's greed wouldn't stop at Han Ying alone. Once promoted, holding more power, there would be more opportunities for corruption. Who knew when the day of reckoning might come? If he was too closely linked with the governor, he couldn't avoid being implicated. With these thoughts, Han Ying inevitably considered the marriage alliance strongly proposed by the governor. If he were to marry the daughter of the governor, he would be branded as part of the governor's faction. Then, if he wanted to distance himself from that association later, there would only be two outcomes. 1. He wouldn't be able to break away cleanly. 2. People would criticize him for being disloyal behind his back. Neither outcome was ideal. How could he refuse this marriage proposal? Han Ying felt quite troubled. If he only had one or two wives, it would be easier to handle. He could claim that he believed in being with one person for life and wouldn't accept others. Even saying he'd rather die than agree might have some persuasive power. But he already had about 20 wives, so why couldn't he take another one? He couldn't directly say that he was afraid of getting dragged into trouble, because then there'd be no need for the governor to threaten him. The latter could simply take his head right away. Never mind. He shouldn't think about it now. The governor wouldn't chase him all the way to the capital city. He would finish taking the exams first. After delaying for more than 10 days in Guxian County, they often encountered scholars on their way to the capital for the imperial exams along the next stretch of road. Some of these scholars came from wealthy and powerful families, riding in luxurious carriages with fine horses. But most were simple folk wearing straw shoes, carrying their book chests, and walking long distances covered in dust. Most of them chose riverside areas to rest and stay overnight. Thus, it was common to see these scholars eating dry rations while drinking cold river water. Things were different for Han Ying's group. They had prepared half a cart full of food and drinks before setting out. There were homemade noodles, dried meat, steamed rice that had been dried and could be quickly rehydrated with hot water, dried meats, 5-spice bean curd, and various stir-fried preserved vegetables. When they passed through towns, they also replenished their supplies with fresh food items. In short, even if they were roughing it outdoors, there was no compromise on their meals. As the steward had once said, who could tell they were traveling? It looked more like they were on an outing. Speaking of outings, Han Ying missed home. In such pleasant weather, not too hot nor too cold, it would be wonderful to bring his wives out for a spring excursion and enjoy the scenery. They could spend the night by a mountain stream. Alas, it was only a daydream. Even though he did have 3 women around him, all with good looks and figures, none of them were someone he could share intimacy with. Perhaps because of his daytime thoughts turning into dreams at night. One evening, when the group missed their lodging place and had to camp outside, Han Ying dreamed that he pinned Wu Linglong beneath him. Chapter 92. An Encounter with a Scholar. The dream was beautiful and so real. Wu Linglong's subtle expressions and her coquettishness were so clear. Han Ying was asking her, "Why aren't you throwing a tantrum? Are you still being cold and aloof?" Then he felt someone pushing him. Han Ying woke up from the dream abruptly, glaring at xuanhuan in front of him with a bit of anger. How dare she disturb him, after almost a year of marriage, even when he's dreaming? Is there any justice in this world? Xuanhuan naturally couldn't guess the reason for Han Ying's unhappiness. But she knew there was something called morning moodiness in this world, so she just treated it, as if Han Ying had morning moodiness too. She smiled apologetically and spoke softly. "Husband, don't be angry. It's raining. If it rains, then let it rain. Why wake him up?" It was overcast in the evening, so everyone slept in the carriage. Even if a carriage leaks or a small river swells, and we need to change location, there are people in charge of arrangements. There is no need to disturb his dreams, right? Xuanhuan said again. There's a scholar nearby who is sleeping out in the open, drenched by the rain, looking very pitiful. Could we let him take shelter in the carriage from the rain? Now I see. Han Ying recalled that indeed there was a scholar sleeping nearby. On their side, they ate dried meat and noodles while the scholar sat alone not far away munching on coarse grain dry rations. At the time, seeing how pitiful the scholar looked, Xuanhuan had once thought about taking some food to give him, but was stopped by Han Ying. It wasn't that Han Ying had malicious intentions, it was just that while traveling outside, one should avoid getting involved in matters if possible. To put it mildly, no one knows if the other person might be allergic to certain foods. Once they serve problematic food, wouldn't they harm others? In general, what if the other party is a rogue deliberately feigning illness to extort money? Giving away a few taels of silver isn't a big deal, but it's unpleasant. With such heavy downpour now, the situation differs from offering food. No matter how much Han Ying wanted to keep himself safe, he couldn't remain indifferent to another struggling in the wind and rain. Thus, he nodded and indicated that Xuanhuan could invite the man into the carriage for temporary refuge. Xuanhuan seemed quite pleased. She praised Han Ying's kindness repeatedly, then said, I'll let that person squeeze on a Brother Guan's carriage. He won't bother you, my husband. Just go back to sleep. All the valuable items were packed onto Brother Guan's carriage. In name, Brother Guan owned a carriage, but there was actually very little space available. Since the decision was already made to help, why not help completely? Han Ying allowed Xuanhuan to invite the person onto his own carriage. There's only enough space here where I am. If he squeezes with others, no one would get proper rest. Happy, Xuanhuan readily agreed and went off. As Han Ying watched her sprint through the rain under an umbrella, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This child truly has a good heart, though kindness doesn't always lead to good rewards. Let's hope she's among the lucky ones. After a moment, Xuanhuan brought the person along. The man looked about the same age as Han Ying. His attire was rather plain, a blue robe with patches on its edges, and old rough cloth shoes with frayed soles. By now, he was drenched, water dripping constantly from his hair. He certainly aroused sympathy. Although his appearance was utterly disheveled, his demeanor remained humble, yet dignified. Upon entering the carriage, he chose to sit only at the edge, presumably fearing that the water from his body might wet the cushions. Introducing himself as Xuanhuan, a native of Jiangnan, he expressed his gratitude toward Han Ying. Due to the heavy wind and rain, despite holding an umbrella, Xuanhuan also got thoroughly soaked. Her slender waist was revealed as the clothes clung to her body. While serving Xuanhuan a cup of hot tea to warm his body, he refused it by turning aside. Han Ying slightly raised an eyebrow. You may go back first and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. After Xuanhuan got down from the carriage, only then did Xuanhuan bow to thank her from behind the curtain. Han Ying fetched his spare change of clothes and lent them to Xuanhuan. He carefully chose the least conspicuous ones, thanked, and changed into them. Han Ying offered him tea. Xuanhuan looked at the cup on the table and shook his head. If convenient, please provide me with a cup of hot water, which will suffice to warm my body. Han Ying developed some curiosity about Xuanhuan. He secretly speculated about the kind of environment Xuanhuan grew up in. He had been to Jiangnan and had a profound understanding of the polite habits of literati there. However, clearly, Xuanhuan's politeness seemed a bit excessive. Nevertheless, Han Ying asked nothing. They were strangers met by chance on their journey. Asking these questions was inappropriate and unnecessary. After drinking a cup of hot water, Xuanhuan appeared more energetic. Han Ying casually chatted with him for a couple of sentences, though he didn't seem too interested in chatting either. Thus, Han Ying lent him a blanket, and both of them slept separated by a small teak table. During the night, he woke once, hence rising late in the morning. When Han Ying woke up, the sky had already cleared, and Xuanhuan had already disappeared without a trace. The borrowed blanket was neatly folded. Han Ying remembered when he was 21 years old, attending university, except during inspections, he and his dorm mates never folded the quilts. This young man was quite self-disciplined. When getting out of the carriage for washing up, Han Ying saw Xuanhuan fetching water to clean the mud off the wheels. After washing up, Xuanhuan called everyone to eat breakfast, but he declined and went to the side to munch on dry rations. Upon opening the bamboo box, they discovered that the dry rations had been soaked by rain overnight and were inedible. However, he still refused to ask for food from Xuanhuan and others, choosing instead to set off alone. When Xuanhuan saw Han Ying, she couldn't help complaining. This master, he is really too stubborn. Last night, caught in the rain, early morning without eating, rushing off so anxiously. What if he falls ill? Han Ying smiled and comforted her. Each has his own destiny. Master, he doesn't know us well. Not wanting to accept favors unnecessarily is quite natural. Having heard this, even though Xuanhuan still felt uneasy, she didn't say anything more. At noon, they entered a town, and Han Ying, calculating their travel time, decided to rest for a day before resuming their journey the next morning. They had already slept outdoors for 3 nights. No matter how well prepared, it was still less comfortable than sleeping on a sturdy bed with soft pillows. The steward then rented an entire courtyard of a clean inn to settle the luggage. Han Ying took Dahu to go shopping first. Passing by a stationery shop, he saw Xuanhuan coming out of the door, looking very disheartened. Since they had met before, Han Ying greeted him. Brother, his pace is fast. Are you looking to add some ink and brushes? Xuanhuan returned the greeting with a smile, but bitterness lingered in his smile. Not exactly. I actually wanted to take up a short-term job here, but they don't lack manpower. I will check elsewhere, so I won't chat much with Brother Han. Han Ying seemed to understand something. So this guy didn't bring any money, only carried a pack of dry rations, planning to rush to the capital? From Jiangnan to the capital, it's over 1,000 miles, just in a straight line. No wonder his shoes are all worn at the edges. It's because he traveled the entire way. Doesn't he fear getting sick along the way, unable to afford treatment, and losing his life as a result? Han Ying didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, but this brother's boldness was truly rare. It was hard not to admire him. Therefore, he decided to offer this guy a job, counting it as an act of merit and virtue. Chapter 93, Heart Knot. Copy books. Han Ying asked He Yunze for help with copying books. He Yunze was overwhelmed with joy, almost ready to accept immediately. He loved copying books so much. He had been since he was little. As his father always said, it seemed like he was born to study. At the age of 3, he could recognize characters. By 5, he was learning texts, and by 7, he could speak in well-composed sentences. The only problem was that his family was as poor as church mice and could not afford to hire a teacher for him. All his learning came from eavesdropping on lessons outside the village school. The villagers all thought he was an odd child. While other children ran around the village, climbed trees, or swam in rivers, he often headed to the schoolhouse whenever he had free time. The schoolmaster, moved by the young boy's eagerness to learn, did not scold him when he discovered He Yunze listening secretly. Instead, he deliberately slowed down his teaching so He Yunze could understand more clearly. He Yunze loved studying, and he also loved writing. However, his family's poverty left them unable to afford him proper pens and ink. So he used branches instead, practicing writing by drawing in the dirt. To him, the task of copying books was not work, but enjoyment. He would have done it without pay, as long as he received 2 pieces of dry bread daily. After his initial surprise at Han Ying's proposal, He Yunze realized that Han Ying felt sorry for him. Otherwise, who would need someone to copy books during an exam journey? His face began to redden, and he politely declined Han Ying's offer. Though I am not particularly talented, I still have some strength, and I believe I can earn enough money along the way. Thus, I do not wish to trouble Master Han. He appreciated Han Ying's generosity, even the tactful consideration for his dignity. However, this made him even less willing to accept. Teachers often say that while one might lack wealth or status, one must never lose their integrity. Han Ying laughed lightly. Brother, he seems to misunderstand. I genuinely require a book copyist. He, brother, may not know, but my opportunity to take this examination is due to the grace of the magistrate, who has kindly awarded me because of my donation to the official school. I know my own capabilities are insufficient, and the chance of passing is slim. Still, I don't want to embarrass the magistrate by causing confusion or errors. So, encountering you here was providential. You, brother, he, passed the prefectural exams at such a young age. You must be a learned individual. Having you assist with copying is secondary. I truly hope for your guidance. Please, brother, he, teach me generously. Now He Yunze understood. No wonder Han Ying was seeking someone to copy books on the exam journey. It was for this very purpose. He Yunze finally felt genuine happiness. He agreed to work for Han Ying until they reached the capital. Since He Yunze had become Han Ying's subordinate, Han Ying arranged for his meals, lodging, and travel needs. In just a few days, He Yunze's complexion visibly improved. He also gradually grew familiar with Han Ying and the others. Still, he maintained strict propriety, refusing to speak or act beyond his place. That evening, they were sleeping rough again. The sky was clear, and after dinner, everyone sat around the campfire chatting casually. Someone mentioned they would reach the capital in no more than 3 days. Taking this moment, He Yunze expressed his gratitude to Han Ying once more and couldn't help but lament. To tell you the truth, Master Han, I actually ran away from home secretly. If I hadn't met you by chance, perhaps. Han Ying couldn't help but be curious. In principle, anyone who passed the prefectural test already had an official title and could receive monthly stipends in grain and money. Some large households actively sought favor with land and houses. How then was He Yunze living so poorly? And how could any parents fail to feel pride in having a son like him, to the point that he needed to sneak away? He hadn't asked earlier due to unfamiliarity, but now with He Yunze initiating conversation, Han Ying inquired about his doubts. He Yunze took a small sip of wine. After a silent pause, he sighed deeply. To put it bluntly, father passed away 3 years ago due to illness. At that time, I was taking the prefectural exam. Cut off from the news inside and out. I only found out after finishing the test. By the time I rushed home, father had already gone. My mother blamed me for being engrossed in my studies and missing the chance to see my father one last time. She believed he passed away filled with regret. Consequently, she forbade me from mentioning reading or pursuing exams ever again. After obtaining my official title, even the county magistrate, who personally came to congratulate me, was driven away by her. Han Ying understood. It seemed He Yunze's mother, overwhelmed by sorrow, projected her blame entirely onto him. Wiping his eyes slightly, He Yunze gave a bitter smile. To be honest, I am probably the most unfilial person under heaven. Knowing that my mother would be angry upon hearing of my trip to the capital to take the exam, I still ran away in secret. Han Ying patted his shoulder. The essence of studying is understanding reason. Filial piety is important, but blind filial devotion without distinguishing right from wrong is unwise. A word from me. Your mother's resentment does not stem from whether you study, but rather from her guilt towards your father. Guilt? Perhaps it really was so. When he was 5, his mother had suffered a miscarriage and her health had remained fragile ever since. Their small patch of farmland was sold to pay for her medical care, leaving their family entirely reliant on his father's day labor jobs. Years of hard work accumulated illness, and his father passed away prematurely at middle age. He Yunze had been overwhelmed with guilt for not being able to see his father one last time. This guilt weighed on him like a heavy stone. Han Ying's words finally allowed him to breathe easier. Rising silently, he bowed deeply to Han Ying in gratitude. A son does not speak ill of his mother. He would still be as filial to his mother as he always had been. But the burden of guilt in his heart was finally lifted. Seeing Hyunza perform such a profound bow, Han Ying knew his suspicions were correct. He didn't say anything more, helped Hyunza up, and sat back down to continue chatting. The night air carried a chill, so they had prepared some light wine to warm themselves before sleep. Perhaps because Hyunza had opened up old wounds, he became overly emotional, drinking bowl after bowl by himself until he was completely drunk. Han Ying fully understood his feelings. When he tried to stop Hyunza once but failed, he simply let him be. By the time it grew late and everyone prepared to rest, Hyunza had already passed out drunk, snoring loudly. Han Ying instructed someone to fetch him a blanket and then laid down to sleep himself. It felt like he had just dozed off when faint sounds reached his ears. Han Ying immediately snapped awake. Focusing intently, he listened carefully and determined that the noise wasn't from animals moving accidentally. Rather, there were people, about 20 of them, quietly approaching their campsite. Were these bandits? Upon second thought, this seemed unlikely. Their current location wasn't far from the main road. To be precise, it was right beside it. And this road was the essential route for those traveling to the capital from the Jiangnan region. With the imperial exams approaching, thousands of scholars were converging on the capital. If there truly were bandits nearby, the authorities would have driven them away long ago. Han Ying considered another possibility. These people were targeting Wu Linglong. He thought again about how he had warned himself to stay away from this woman. Yet here came trouble even before reaching the capital. Han Ying didn't want to get himself involved in unnecessary complications and decided to leave before the attackers arrived. As the group approached closer, Han Ying listened more clearly. From their uniform and disciplined footsteps, it was evident they had received professional training. This confirmed Han Ying's suspicion. The target of these men was definitely Wu Linglong. He had warned himself to steer clear of this woman, and now her enemies had already tracked them down. Chapter 94, A Desperate Fight. Han Ying noticed that a highly trained killer was approaching the group, guessing that they were targeting Wu Linglong. Not wanting to get involved in unnecessary trouble, Han Ying decided to leave before the killer revealed themselves. He gently woke everyone up, saying only that there might be bandits appearing. The group didn't sense any imminent danger, but the word of the boss was like an imperial edict. Since Han Ying wanted to leave immediately during the night, no one dared to object. Thus, everyone quickly packed up their things and prepared to leave. Han Ying casually tossed Xuanhuan into the carriage he was sitting in, then went to call Hyunza. Hyunza was completely drunk, and after several calls from Han Ying, he still couldn't wake up. Han Ying thought for a moment. There were about 2 or 3 days' journey left to the capital city, and the killer would surely pursue them without end. Thus, he decided not to take Hyunza with them. It would be safer for him to go alone rather than follow their group. However, xuanhuan disagreed, and for the first time defied Han Ying. Gongzi has been with us for some time now. We have developed a bond. If bandits really appear, how could Gongzi possibly survive? How can you just abandon him like this? Han Ying wanted to yell at her. The perilous situation had clearly been brought upon them by Wu Linglong. To avoid causing panic among the group, he merely mentioned bandits lightly. But unexpectedly, it made him seem like the bad guy. It seemed that one shouldn't be too kind-hearted. When Wu Linglong first arrived in the capital, she did not achieve her goal. When she returned to the Han family, he should not have accepted her. This was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. Han Ying took a deep breath, bent down, lifted Hyunza up, and threw him into the carriage. If they had to bring him along, so be it. If he continued to bicker with Xuanhuan, they really wouldn't be able to leave. Xuanhuan clearly was unhappy with his rough actions, yet also noticed how grim Han Ying's face looked. She didn't dare to say anything more. The group's actions were quite swift, but the speed of the killers was even faster. After the caravan had traveled 5 li, the killers caught up on horseback, surrounded the caravan, and swung their knives toward the heads of the drivers. 2 drivers were unable to dodge in time. One got his neck chopped off, the other's shoulder fell apart, separating from his body. While the remaining drivers managed to dodge, they were in a terrible state as well. Startled, the horses became frantic, wildly charging and colliding chaotically. Several carriages collided with each other. Han Ying's carriage, being the lightest and fastest, and leading at the front, was less affected. Still, the driver had fallen off the carriage trying to evade the blade. Whether dead or alive remained unclear. Wu Linglong, 3 others, and Hyunza were all inside Han Ying's carriage. Upon hearing the sound of the driver falling, Xuanhua and Xiaoyu rushed onto the carriage shafts, managing to control the horses promptly. Due to their quick reactions, their speed wasn't greatly affected. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the other carriages. 2 of the killers recognized Xuanhua and Xiaoyu and let out piercing whistles, sending signals to their comrades. All the killers were drawn over, surrounding the carriage, hacking away. Xuanhua and Xiaoyu were no match, but while fighting off the attackers, they yelled into the carriage. "We will lure the killers away. Sir and madam, look for an opportunity to escape." The killers heard their cries and laughed wickedly. "You want to run? Today is your day to die." Their strange accents made it clear that they were not from Deqian, confirming Han Ying's suspicions. At this point, Wu Linglong couldn't help but see that these people were indeed coming for her. Thinking back to her Cold War with Han Ying made her feel a bit guilty. He had been right. These killers wouldn't waste effort distinguishing between who belonged to her. Traveling with her would only mean getting dragged into her troubles. But her guilt disappeared as quickly as it came. What she was set to accomplish concerned the Wu dynasty's throne and millions of lives. What was the sacrifice of one Han Ying compared to that? Sitting idly waiting for death was better than giving it everything she had. Wu Linglong drew a flexible sword from her belt, kicked open the carriage window, and leaped out to the killers outside. How small could a carriage window be? An adult could barely squeeze through. Yet, Wu Linglong practically flew out. Even the killers didn't expect her movements to be so nimble. They hesitated for a moment, unsure how to react. By then, it was already too late. As Wu Linglong was mid-air, the glint of her flexible sword flashed like a snake striking toward the necks of the killers. Though the killer's reflexes were quick and knew he couldn't dodge, he tried blocking her attack. Unfortunately, Wu Linglong wielded a soft sword. Although the attacker managed to block the main part of her weapon, he could not stop its flexible tip, which swiftly slit his throat. Wu Linglong kicked the killer's corpse aside, landing gracefully on a horse. Pulling on the reins, she turned around and attacked the other killers. Her movements were incredibly fast, like a sudden move by a rabbit, quicker than the other killers could react. Naturally, Xuanhuan and Xiu would not allow Wu Linglong to face the killers alone. They grabbed horses and joined the fight. Despite being 3 women against many times their number in killers, victory seemed unlikely. Han Ning sighed deeply. He instructed Dehu, "Stay here guarding He Gongzi. Don't look outside, and definitely do not come out." Dehu was still a child and had never seen such a scene. Terrified, his face turned pale green, his whole body trembling as he shrunk into a corner. No matter what Han Ning said, Dehu could only nod, leaving uncertain whether he understood fully or not. He looked truly pitiful. However, there was no time to console him. If they didn't repel the killers, everyone would die. Han Ning silently criticized himself for getting involved with Wu Linglong, but his actions did not hesitate as he leaped out of the carriage to help fight. With the Baopu decree at his disposal, Han Ning was practically unmatched in martial arts skills. Unfortunately, his combat experience was severely lacking, making his movements awkward and uncoordinated. If it weren't for his keen senses and agile movements, he might have been eliminated immediately upon entering the battle. If the system were aware, seeing him transform the ancient inheritance that had helped several powerful figures achieve enlightenment into something resembling the clumsy street thug style, it would likely regret rewarding him such a high-level technique. Regardless, having an additional Han Ning to constantly harass the killers allowed Wu Linglong and her companions some relief. Wu Linglong swiftly slashed off one killer's arm, momentarily easing the pressure, and couldn't help glancing at Han Ning. She hadn't expected Han Ning to risk his life helping her after clearly expressing his unwillingness to be implicated in her troubles. In fact, Wu Linglong overthought the situation. Han Ning fought because he feared they would all perish if these 3 women couldn't hold off the killers. As for risking his life, that was simply due to his lack of breath control and awkward movements, which almost caused him to collide with the killer's weapon. This created the impression of a precarious situation. Even the killers began to question whether their own skills had improved since nearly every strike seemed close to hitting him. Simultaneously, they also wondered if their skills had weakened since every near hit somehow missed. Putting aside the killers' internal musings, the battle remained at a stalemate for the moment. Han Ning hoped for daylight, when the killers would surely retreat. No matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't dare commit murder openly on a busy road. What none of them anticipated was that He Yunza, who had been drunk and impossible to wake, chose this moment to stir. To be precise, still dazed and half asleep, He Yunza felt the wind seeping through the damaged carriage boards and, eyes barely open, clumsily crawled outside. Chapter 95, Risking Life to Save. He Yunza's family was poor, and his house was built with mud mixed with dry grass. It wasn't hot in summer, but it was freezing cold in winter due to the wind coming through every gap. Half asleep, He Yunza felt cold and thought he was still at home. Thinking that perhaps the straw curtain outside the wall had been blown off, he drowsily climbed out of the carriage to reattach the curtain. There was no curtain at this moment, only assassins. The assassins were frustrated as they had not succeeded yet. Seeing someone crawl out of the carriage, their spirits immediately rose, and 2 assassins lunged towards He Yunza, intending to use him as a threat against Wu Linglong. Of course, this tactic was most likely futile. In Jingwu country, from an 80-year-old woman to a toddler who just learned to walk, everyone knew that Wu Linglong was cruel and ruthless, killing without blinking. How could such a woman care for the lives of others? However, the assassins still proceeded with the plan. Anyway, since they couldn't succeed momentarily, trying this way wouldn't result in any loss. As 2 assassins pounced on He Yunza, the glint of their blades finally woke him up completely. Startled, He Yunza tried to dodge back. But how could he evade? A knife and a sword followed closely behind. In no time, the blades would hit his body. He Yunza's eyes nearly popped out as he emitted a high-pitched scream. Xuanhuan was fighting 3 assassins at the moment. Being outnumbered, she was already at a disadvantage. Upon hearing He Yunza's scream, she turned her head, instantly feeling a chill running down her spine. In a life-and-death battle, there was no room for distraction. She immediately sustained 3 wounds, though none of them were fatal. Wu Linglong wanted to warn her to focus, but instead saw her go berserk, ignoring the swords heading toward her, jumping onto He Yunza's body, using her flesh and blood to protect him from the assassin's attack. Xuanhuan. Wu Linglong watched Xuanhuan bleeding profusely from her back, hating her for disregarding herself for a man. She hated even more that the assassins kept pursuing relentlessly. One assassination attempt was not enough. She returned to the capital city again, and they followed. Clearly, the assassins had been lurking near the capital city waiting for her to deliver herself. If she didn't appear, it meant she gave up the idea of restoring her kingdom. What difference was there between a female emperor who abandoned the idea of restoring her nation and being dead? Wu Linglong became furious. Her sword technique soared like a rainbow, fierce and unrestrained, showing a complete disregard for her own life. The assassins surrounding her, one died and one got injured. The rest had to temporarily retreat to avoid her sharp edge. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Linglong broke through the encirclement, grabbed Xuanhua's belt, lifted her in front of herself, and galloped away on horseback. Despite her severe injuries, Xuanhua still shouted weakly. He Yunza is still in the carriage. Don't abandon He Yunza. Wu Linglong couldn't help wanting to slap her to death. You are almost dying yourself. Why bother caring about Mr. He? I see your brain is broken. Xuanhua became dizzy because of excessive blood loss. Her voice became weaker. When I was a child, there was a young brother in the village whose background was very similar to He Yunza's. Unfortunately, that little brother didn't have the talent to pass exams, so he worked to support his parents. Later, after encountering sudden heavy rain, he caught a cold and died because there was no money from medical treatment. After his death, his parents had no support. I don't know if they are still alive today. Wu Linglong fell silent. Before Xuanhua entered the palace, sitting on the throne of the Wu dynasty was Wu Linglong's father. Father was excellent in all aspects, gentle and generous, well-versed in various knowledge, excelling in poetry and painting, and making little toys by hand to please her. If he weren't king, he might be a world-renowned poet, painter, carpenter, but he wasn't a qualified king. Under his governance, the Wu dynasty, once prosperous and strong, quickly declined. The court was filled with villains. Within the royal harem, there were intrigues and mutual infighting. For more than 10 years, not a single child was born safely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been her turn to inherit the throne as a woman. With instability in the court, naturally, the people's lives did not improve either. Countless impoverished commoners, as described by Xuanhua, lived in hardship. Almost every year, there were rebellions by the starving masses, forcing the government to send troops to suppress them. This situation made the already tottering dynasty suffer even more. Wu Linglong had to admit, everything was inseparable from her father. After a fast ride for 100 miles, the sound of the assassin's hooves disappeared. Wu Linglong placed 2 blood-restoring pills into Xuanhua's mouth and hid her behind a tree grove. You stay here, don't move. I'll go back to check. Xuanhua. Involving Han Ying was not Wu Linglong's original intention. But deep down, she had always known clearly that traveling with Han Ying meant disaster might strike him at any moment. To convince the Emperor of Daqian to assist her in restoring her kingdom, she deliberately overlooked this possibility. Now seeing Han Ying's subordinates in uncertain life or death, Han Ying himself trapped in danger, her conscience finally couldn't bear it anymore. After arranging Xuanhua, Wu Linglong hurried along the road back. On the way, Xuanhua was encountered with a pale face. Wu Linglong felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart. She stopped her horse and stared intently at Xuanhua. Her lips moved, but she didn't dare to ask the question. Xuanhua also hesitated as if there were so many things left unsaid, mustering up courage several times before speaking softly. Master, he's very terrifying. It turned out that Wu Linglong had fled with Xuanhua. Han Ying and Xuanhua immediately found themselves surrounded by more than 20 assassins. In such dire circumstances, they could barely take care of themselves, let alone protect 2 physically weak individuals like He Yunza and Dahu. Han Ying felt shocked, furious, and regretful all at once. He was shocked because he never expected Wu Linglong to act so unrighteously. He was angry because it was evident the killers wouldn't even spare Dahu, a mere child. And he regretted his repeated leniency towards Wu Linglong. As they all seemed on the verge of death, Han Ying suddenly unleashed an incredible power. The Baopuju was not merely martial arts, but also internal cultivation techniques. It was just that he hadn't realized it before. In this life-or-death situation, survival instincts triggered the internal strength portion of the Baopuju. He felt his strength surge, akin to a balloon being filled with water, continuously expanding, as if about to burst from overwhelming pressure. Han Ying suffered immensely, letting out a tremendous roar. An unparalleled force erupted from within him, instantly throwing off the 10 or so assassins surrounding him. Their bodies uncontrollably flew backward, landing with blood spurting from 7 apertures, their vitality entirely extinguished. Even Xuanhua, standing over 10 meters away, was affected by this power. A wave of nausea hit her chest, causing her to vomit 2 mouthfuls of blood right then and there. The subsequent scenes were too horrifying for Xuanhua to recall. Han Ying's eyes turned crimson red, his hands claw-like, as he charged into the assassins, resembling a devil incarnate. Xuanhua pushed those images out of her mind, summarizing everything in the simplest language possible. Master was very powerful. He killed all the assassins. Killed? Almost 20 assassins, all killed by him? Wu Linglong almost couldn't believe her ears. Of course, she wished Xuanhua was telling the truth. Yet how could it possibly be true? Chapter 96. Farewell, no meeting. Wu Linglong doubted that Xuanhua was having hallucinations due to poisoning. Otherwise, how could she say that Han Ying had killed nearly 20 assassins, all by himself? Or was it that a high-level master helped him? Did Xuanhua fail to clarify this point? After confirming with Xuanhua repeatedly, she firmly claimed there was no such master or help from anyone else. Even she herself couldn't contribute much. It was Han Ying alone. Only using his bare hands, he eliminated all the assassins. Wu Linglong struggled to digest this news. She tried for a while but still couldn't believe it, so she gave up eventually. Xuanhua is in the bush not far ahead. You go take care of her, and I'll go greet Han Ying. Xuanhua's lips moved as if she wanted to dissuade Wu Linglong from going. But finally, she said nothing. The earlier Han Ying, although terrifying, didn't truly go mad or harm anyone. Later on, When dismissing them, he also said that their 3 master servants had invited the disaster upon themselves and advised them to stay as far away from the Han family as possible in the future. Perhaps those words were just uttered in anger. Still, Wu Linglong should go. When people meet face to face, even a little goodwill remains. Her husband isn't a person without feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped them multiple times. At least they had been a family for so long. If they ended up bearing grudges against each other and ceased communication until death, it would be very regrettable. Wu Linglong walked forward about 3 li and saw Han Ying driving his horse-drawn carriage slowly approaching through the nightfall. She then stopped her horse and waited by the roadside. The carriage moved at an unhurried pace, and Han Ying leaned against the side of the carriage, neither whipping nor holding the reins, one hand clutching a wine bottle and occasionally taking sips from it. The curtain disappeared somewhere. Perhaps it was stained with blood and discarded by Han Ying. The interior of the carriage was dimly lit. Yunza and Dahu respectively leaning against both sides of the small tea table inside, their expressions somewhat blank. Finally, the carriage reached her, and as Wu Linglong prepared to greet him, Han Ying acted as though he hadn't seen her at all, passing right by her. Wu Linglong tightened her grip on the reins, her knuckles whitening from exertion. This man was utterly incomprehensible. She admitted that she deliberately overlooked the potential harm she might cause to him, just like her fleeing earlier with xuanhuan, which was indeed wrong. But what could she do? Could she not restore her kingdom? How could she stand idly by and watch her maid die in front of her eyes without doing anything? Her fingers clenched and relaxed and clenched again. Wu Linglong rode after Han Ying and traveled side by side with him in the front. Han Ying, I'm sorry, but I had no choice. The appearance of the assassins took me by surprise as well. Really, it has been so long since my last encounter with assassins on my way into the capital. I didn't expect them to intercept me here. Her tone carried unprecedented pleading. All these words were heartfelt. She thought about the possibility of the assassins reappearing. But then again, she deemed this possibility extremely low. Otherwise, regardless of Han Ying's life or death, she would focus more on ensuring her own survival first. Wu Linglong believed she had already shown sincerity enough. Han Ying remained cold and unmoved. You have your reasons to act accordingly. Do as you will. You have things you don't want to give up. But did you ever think about the guards and stable boys? They also have families and children they can't let go of. These factors you didn't consider are acceptable because you're unfamiliar with them, and their lives or deaths are unrelated to you. So, have you considered the women in the back courtyard who have called you sister for over a year? And the 2 children whom you've held in your arms, watching them grow up bit by bit? Have you ever thought about what fate awaits them if I die? Unconsidered? Let me tell you, the women will be forced to remarry by the government, and the 2 children will have no choice but to live with their birth mothers in strange families. Do you think they will have good lives? Speechless, Wu Linglong could only remain silent. Han Ying paused for a breath and continued speaking, his tone growing colder. You didn't think about the lives of those who regarded you as kin, you only cared about yourself. I can probably guess why your throne was taken away. How many people would sincerely support a selfish and cold-hearted emperor? Upon hearing this, Wu Linglong became enraged. She could allow Han Ying to criticize her. She knew she was wrong too. But, he, being from Dagon, what qualifications did he have to criticize her, the empress of Jingwu Kingdom? Her veins ran with the royal bloodline of Tianglong. She was destined to stand high above all others, revered by millions. The regicide was guilty and deserving of death. Enough. Whether I am right or wrong is not something you can judge. To ensure the legitimate return of the throne in Jingwu Kingdom, sacrificing however many people would be worth it. Han Ying's rage erupted into laughter. Yes. The empress' position is supreme, and everyone else's life is worthless. If that's so, what else is there to discuss? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Neither of us should drag the other down any longer. Then I wish your majesty, the empress, success in her great endeavor. Farewell, no meeting. With a cold laugh, Han Ying tightened the reins, and the carriage came to a stop. He gestured to Wu Linglong with a smile, clearly dismissing her. She had never been treated this way before. Enraged and embarrassed, she swung her sword and cut off a piece of her sleeve, throwing it to the ground. She galloped away toward the road ahead. Was he severing ties with her by doing this? Unfortunately, as far as he was concerned, they had long since lost all ties, let alone any sense of righteousness between them. Han Ying continued forward leisurely, without concern for anything more. By dawn, he was certain no more assassins would appear. He stopped on an empty patch of land by the road. Yunza and Dahu were still shaken. Feeling the carriage move off the road, they hurriedly asked, "Are we stopping? What if those people have accomplices?" During Han Ying's earlier confrontation, Yunza noticed that both he and Shiyue were at a disadvantage, so he avoided further trouble and returned to the carriage with Dahu. Thus, they did not witness the terrifying scene that followed. Naturally, they were unaware how much stronger Han Ying had become. Even 30 assassins wouldn't be enough for him now. Han Ying wouldn't clarify this. He simply smiled and explained why they stopped. The others' carriages collided. We'll wait here a bit. Perhaps someone will come looking for us. Han Ying had no concept of social hierarchy. He didn't believe anyone was obligated to sacrifice their life for him. If not for adapting to this era, he wouldn't even have bought servants. I pay the money. You provide the labor. Isn't that a fine employment relationship? All these people have elderly parents and children. They followed him across 1,000 miles to the capital just so they can earn food for their families. If some of them were lost along the way, his conscience wouldn't rest easy. Fortunately, things turned out better than expected. By noon, waiting by the roadside, the others finally caught up. 2 coachmen had died at the hands of the assassins, and others were injured, but all survived. Chapter 97. So that's how it is. The manager informed everyone that the bodies of the two deceased had already been sent back to Shire County by others. Hanning gave instructions to the manager. Send a letter to the mistress. The funerals must be handled properly, with elaborate burials. Also, take care of the families of both households. The manager was deeply moved and wiped away a tear. Sigh, I'll have someone send the message. To meet an employer as kind-hearted as you, they died worthy deaths. Hanning couldn't understand the value system of people in this era, but he didn't argue with the manager either. Considering the situation, it was already a fortunate turn in unfortunate circumstances. He ordered everyone to get on their horses and into their carriages, heading for the next town. First, find an inn to stay at, then immediately dispatch someone to invite a doctor to diagnose the several injured guards. Upon seeing that all were young adults with numerous sword wounds, the doctor became suspicious. The manager explained, "We're from Shire County, escorting our master to the capital for the imperial examinations. Last night, we encountered bandits. Alas, 2 of my brothers unfortunately." The doctor could not help but wonder. The place is less than 300 miles from the capital, with horse-drawn carts constantly traveling along the official road. We've never heard of bandits here. Since several of them were being treated in one room, the door was open. By coincidence, a guest walking by overheard and said, "How can there be none? There's just been a notice posted outside the inn." This morning, some travelers discovered a large area of bloodstains on the official road, and officials were dispatched to investigate. About 15 miles east of the road, they found more than a dozen bodies. It said those corpses had tattoos. They might very well be foreigners. The authorities suspect these foreigners committed crimes on the official road, possibly injuring themselves and leaving behind a trail of blood after failing in their attack, escaping only to perish from excessive blood loss. Hearing this, the doctor was so shocked his beard trembled. This is serious. Those who are not of our race will always harbor ulterior motives. If it weren't for the foreigners. He wanted to say that if it weren't for the foreign tribes taking advantage of internal strife in Central Plains and gathering heavy troops to besiege the border gates, the dynasty would not have changed. But remembering that the current ruling dynasty was the Qian instead of the previous one, he swallowed the rest of his sentence. To voice such words would imply yearning for the old regime, disapproving of the change in dynasty, best left unsaid. Hearing what the man said from inside, Hanning sighed in relief. He had been worrying that after last night's incident, with the assassins vanishing into bloody puddles, leaving behind such massive stains on the official road, things could become troublesome if investigated by the government. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly perplexed. He was certain he hadn't hallucinated. Those assassins vanished right before his eyes. So, who exactly killed the foreigners lying 15 miles east of the road? Could it be there were 2 groups of assassins, each responsible for separate tasks? Then, who else could be the target of the other group of assassins? In another inn room, Wu Linglong stared worriedly at Xuanhuan lying on the bed, her face flushed red from fever. Afraid of arousing suspicion, she didn't dare to call a doctor for Xuanhua. She wrote down a few prescriptions herself and instructed Xuanhuan to go out and purchase the medicine from different pharmacies. Half an hour later, Xuanhuan returned carrying a big package of medicine. "Miss, announcements are everywhere on the streets." As Wu Linglong listened to her report the news from outside while unpacking the medicines, she selected a few useful ones and recombined them. When she heard about another group of foreigner corpses, her brow furrowed even more tightly. Did you hear clearly? How can there be 2 waves of foreigners? More accurately, she wanted to know who had turned those foreigners into corpses. Xuanhuan couldn't answer, so Wu Linglong decided not to pursue it for now. She sorted out a few useful herbs, letting Xuanhuan borrow a stove from the kitchen to prepare them. She intended to brew a type of ointment, which was rather time-consuming and labor-intensive. With no other medication to treat Xuanhua temporarily, she kept wiping her hands and face with cool water, trying her best to lower her temperature. Hanning was also baffled by this matter and eventually let it go. But the answer came that very evening. "You?" Just as Hanning was about to sleep, hearing a soft sound outside the window, he got up to check, and to his surprise, found that the person outside the window was actually the former bandit chief who once captured him. That was also the Iron Guard who escorted him out of the capital. Travel-worn, the Iron Guard looked at Han Ing with a complex gaze for a while before sitting down at the table. "Why didn't you tell the princess you were coming to the capital? The nuns in the convent only heard about it when they went to the city to buy medicine." Hanning slightly raised an eyebrow. He did consider whether or not to bid farewell to the princess, but ultimately, he didn't go. Years ago, he was secretly taken out of the capital by the princess. Although according to the princess, the emperor treated him like his own son, still, the mere act of stealing made him doubt whether the emperor's actions matched his words. He didn't want to get involved in the throne struggle, but he needed to make his travels more convenient. So this grand competition was a must-attend event. Telling the princess would inevitably cause her worry. It was better to wait until he returned safely from the capital. That way, the princess wouldn't have anything to worry about. There was no need to explain one's own thoughts to others. Hanning poured a cup of tea for the Iron Guard, making a perfunctory response. "In my haste to leave, I didn't bother to bid farewell to the princess." "Did you just say that the nuns went to the city to buy medicine? Is the princess unwell?" The evasion was too obvious. Only a fool would miss it. And the fact was, the Iron Guard was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. The princess always suffers from coughing during the seasonal changes each year. She's been dealing with this for many years, and though it's not serious, caution is still necessary. Hanning nodded slightly. A cough might seem minor or major depending on circumstances, so don't be too careless about it. The Iron Guard was an upfront person who disliked unnecessary conversation. So, he decided to get straight to the point. You should at least give us a heads up when you're planning to come to the capital. That way, we could prepare in advance. Do you know how dangerous it was last night? If we hadn't already eliminated those foreign assassins, you'd probably be dead by now. It turned out that when the princess heard that Han Ing was coming to the capital for the imperial exams, she hastily summoned the Iron Guard and ordered him to take all his men to catch up with Han Ing and ensure his safety along the way. With their horses at full gallop, the Iron Guard and his men pressed on without knowing that Han Ing had spent some time in Gu County and fallen behind, causing them to reach ahead of him instead. Seeing that they were almost to the capital, and yet hadn't caught up with Han Ing, the Iron Guard realized something was amiss. Upon asking around, he learned there was another official road leading to the capital. This alternative route also offered better scenery. The Iron Guard thought that Han Ing, being a scholar fond of poetry and romance, might have chosen to take this other road. So, he turned back to chase after him again. In the woods, however, they encountered a group of foreign assassins. The Iron Guard had accompanied the former crown prince on campaigns at the border and understood some of the foreign language. Hearing these foreigners mention their plans to ambush some empress, they also noted that the empress was mixed in with a candidate named Han Ying's caravan and intended to annihilate them altogether. At the sound of Han Ing, the Iron Guard's anger flared intensely. He didn't care why these foreign assassins wanted to kill the empress, but daring to target Han Ing meant they were asking for death. Chapter 98, I Am Who I Am. Tai Servant didn't go into detail about the battle process, but Han Ing already knew the result. The corpses of more than a dozen alien assassins were now laid out in the official mortuary. Thinking about it, Tai Servant still felt terrified. If the princess hadn't heard that Han Ing had arrived in the capital, or if she had been delayed by just a few days, or if he himself had hesitated a bit on the way, or, in short, Han Ying's actions without permission were too dangerous and unacceptable. Han Ing cherished the care and concern from everyone, but what Tai Servant meant was clearly to have him report everything to the princess and not proceed without her approval. This was absolutely unacceptable. Let me say something that may not be pleasant to hear. In the past, you, and probably some others, never left my father's side. And how did it turn out? Didn't he still die from poisoning? Struck as if by lightning, Tai Servant's complexion rapidly faded, leaving him disoriented, full of self-blame and pain. These heavy emotions weighed on him like mountains, almost crushing him. Weren't these also the words that had lingered every night for years in his own mind? If it weren't for the mission to protect the last descendant of his master, he would have already followed his master into death long ago. Yes, it's because your subordinate is incompetent. Han Ing only wanted to tell him that misfortunes can happen anytime, anywhere, and even with numerous bodyguards around, there's no guarantee against one's fate. Don't waste time worrying about unknown dangers. You all protected my father many times, and only failed once. So, it's not your incompetence. Rather, it was my father's destined fate. I believe my luck is slightly better than my father's. At least I've lived longer. So, stop saying things like don't leave easily, don't go out often, and certainly don't come to the capital so quickly. If living only to pass on my father's bloodline means I've accomplished my task, then I already have a son and a daughter. The time ahead belongs to me. I can do what I want. Tai Servant's lips moved, wanting to add something. Han Ing lifted a hand signaling him not to continue. I know you and the princess mean well, not intending to bind me. So, let me tell you something to set both you and the princess at ease. Last night, besides the assassins you dealt with, there was another wave, and they were even more numerous. All of them fell under my hands. Tai Servant was shocked beyond measure, blurting out. It's impossible. You grew up in Stone Village. No one ever taught you martial arts. Han Ing understood his disbelief. He casually picked up an inkstone on the table, lightly clenched his fist, and the inkstone turned into powder under his palm. Only now did Tai Servant truly believe it, though his shock only deepened. Even though he always took note of his identity as a servant guarding Han Ing, and avoided being around Han Ing when he was young due to potential public attention, he had kept track of Han Ing closely. Yet, he had never heard that Han Ing learned any martial arts. Han Ing didn't feel like explaining where his skills came from since it was fundamentally inexplicable. He calmly wiped off a little bit of powder from his hand. You needn't ask where my skills come from. If pressed, I might tell you my father appeared in my dreams to teach me. Or perhaps I had met a secluded kung fu master briefly. Answers like these, I could provide as many as you wish. You just need to know that I now possess the ability to defend myself, which is enough, and the princess doesn't need to worry too much. For a moment, Tai Servant was entranced, as if transported back 20 years ago, as if the person before him was the former crown prince. Both the demeanor and the slight upward tilt of his eyebrows when making decisions bore a striking resemblance to the previous crown prince. The same words emerged naturally from the past. Yes, your subordinate will follow orders. From Tai Servant's eyes, Han Ing could see that what he saw was not himself, and his obedience wasn't specifically directed at him either. Like his name, Han Ing, was it given by his mother after his father's death, or perhaps by the princess? Did they want to see his father's shadow in him, or hope that he would grow into another version of his father? Unfortunately, he lacked any interest in being anyone's shadow. He was who he was, not anyone else. After finishing what he wanted to say, he bluntly issued a farewell command. The princess isn't feeling well, so you should stay close to her side and take good care of her. If there are no other matters, you may return. Please convey my regards to the princess. After Tai's servant left the inn, he realized that he had been lost in thought just now and had yet to deliver the message from the princess. So he returned respectfully this time, no longer treating Han Ing as if he were still a child. The princess asked me to relay this message to you. If you want to reject a marriage proposal with the governor, You need to pay a visit to his esteemed father-in-law. It seemed the princess had heard quite a lot about him. Han Ning thanked the princess through Tai's servant. The next morning, during breakfast, he gave a small piece of silver to the young waiter and inquired about the governor's in-laws. The waiter thought for a long time before recalling the identity of the magistrate. Is the guest referring to the undersecretary's family that has publicly advertised for a son-in-law? That undersecretary must be regretting his decision to his core. Initially, having little support within the court, he planned to marry off his daughter to someone with no influential background so she could help in their affairs. However, this son-in-law ended up betraying him instead. You don't think it's as bad as I say? Well then, consider this. With the father-in-law's money, the son-in-law ingratiated himself to his father-in-law's greatest political enemy and secured himself the position of magistrate. How is that different from selling out? You might wonder how I know all this, but even before the magistrate took office, the brothers-in-law chased him around trying to beat him. Everyone in the capital knows about it. As soon as you asked, I was momentarily stumped on recalling the name of this son-in-law. If you ask anyone else, they will surely remember at once. Ask around using White-Eyed Wolf as the reference, and they'll know who you're talking about. No wonder the princess had told him to go see the magistrate's father-in-law. Given the deep enmity between the father-in-law and son-in-law, the undersecretary certainly wouldn't approve of the person chosen by the magistrate. Han Ning let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, but couldn't help feeling shocked at the same time. Even while stationed far away in Xuanhuan County, the princess knew everything about the capital's gossip. What was she afraid of? For an instant, Han Ning contemplated giving up the imperial examination. He only took part in it to gain the freedom to travel outside the court. If participating led to suspicions from the emperor, the consequences would be endless, making it perhaps better not to take the exam at all. However, this thought lasted just an instant. If he could boldly declare to Tai's servant last night that he was only true to himself, why couldn't he say it directly to the emperor's face? If the emperor truly wanted to suspect him, hiding in a rat hole wouldn't make a difference. The emperor would still have ways to track him down. So what was there to fear? After setting his mind, Han Ning immediately set out for the capital city right after breakfast. He arrived at the capital gates just before dusk. Indeed, the capital city exuded its grandeur. Even its walls spoke of the weight of centuries and their profound solidity. But Han Ning had no time to admire them because the city gates were about to close. Chapter 99. The fiancé comes knocking. Han Ning slipped into the capital city as one of the last groups entering before the gates closed. The massive city gate closed not far behind him, emitting a dull sound. After closing the gates, they had to pull up the drawbridge that crossed the moat. The noise made by the chains, thicker than fists being twisted, was grating on the ears. Han Ning urged the coachman to go faster. His senses were already sharper than an average person's, and he felt his head would explode if he had to endure the noise longer. The coachman replied helplessly, "Master, within the city, carriages must travel slowly. Not just us, but even high-ranking officials have to follow this rule. Otherwise, we'd be subject to flogging." Just then, a small carriage with oiled canopies zoomed past their convoy, and Han Ning could feel the airflow created by the speeding carriage through the curtain. The coachman fell silent for a moment, scratching his nose awkwardly. "We've just arrived in the capital, so it's best to abide by the rules here. We shouldn't try to compete with those officials and nobles." Naturally, Han Ning didn't want to get into trouble over such trivial matters, so slow travel it was. He simply blocked out the sound. As he thought this, it felt like his ears were covered by something, instantly making the noise softer. What was going on? If his ears could close, then what about his eyes? As soon as the idea crossed his mind, the scenery in front of him became blurry, as though seen through frosted glass. Next, he tested pain sensitivity. It worked. Han Ning seemed to have discovered some amusing phenomenon, playing around with these newfound abilities to his heart's content. Unknown to him, after his earlier episode, the Bao Pu Jia, a manual of sorts, had entered its intermediate stage, also known as intention-following mind. In other words, the true essence energy in his body followed his willpower and flowed toward the designated part of his body, enhancing or weakening certain areas. For example, if a part of his body got injured, the true essence energy would automatically block nearby blood vessels under his willpower's guidance to stop bleeding, while also reducing pain significantly. Master. The steward had already secured a room at a rather nice inn and returned to invite Han Ning down from the carriage. But he found Han Ning sitting there blankly, staring straight ahead, unresponsive despite being called multiple times. With some courage, he finally gave him a couple nudges. After repeatedly experimenting, Han Ning had become more adept at controlling his internal energy. When he once again closed his ears, he heard absolutely nothing. Realizing someone was shaking him, he retracted his playful mood. "I was lost in thought." With that brief explanation, he disembarked from the carriage and entered the inn. The steward had already handled the check-in procedures and obtained the exclusive key to the courtyard in the back. Guiding Han Ning forward, the steward explained, "This inn has quite some charm, dozens of courtyards, large and small. I figured since we're many people, let's rent the largest one. I checked it earlier, it's spacious. And there's even a study where you, master, can read quietly without disturbance." He hadn't finished speaking when someone rushed out from the back door and bumped right into the steward. Caught up in talking, the steward wasn't prepared and almost got knocked over. Fortunately, Han Ning steadied him with a helping hand. Regaining balance, the steward complained, "In a place like the capital, you'd still find rude ruffians." That person happened to overhear this, turned back, and grabbed the steward by the collar, seemingly about to punch him. Had it only been bickering, Han Ning probably wouldn't interfere. But allowing someone to strike his servant? That was unacceptable. Reaching out, Han Ning caught the assailant's wrist calmly. My subordinate offended you without propriety, sir. I apologize on his behalf. Please, sir, don't hold a grudge against a lowly servant. Though his words were polite, his actions weren't, applying slight force with his grip. The assailant felt his wrist as if clamped in an iron vice, enduring it without crying out in pain. Recognizing he had encountered a skilled individual today, the man did not dare act arrogantly, yanked his hand away from Han Ying, and stormed off in anger. A young servant boy carrying Han Ying's luggage whispered in caution. That man is the notorious troublemaker of this street. His family runs a security escort service, employing dozens of skilled hands. Very few dare cross him easily. Han Ying was confident in his martial prowess. Smiling, he thanked the young servant for his advice. Peace brings prosperity abroad, and I'm too cowardly to offend anyone. The servant boy didn't notice that Han Ying had already exchanged blows with that man and emerged victorious. Nodding with a grin, he said, "What the guest says is true. It's hard for anyone traveling far from home. There's truly no need to cause unnecessary trouble." However, though Han Ying wished to avoid trouble, trouble found him nonetheless. Early the next morning, while having breakfast and preparing to visit his father-in-law, who was a prefectural magistrate, an 18-year-old woman burst into the scene aggressively. "You are Han Ying?" This woman possessed prominent eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite spirited. Despite being surrounded by a house full of men, she showed no signs of shyness. Her large eyes scanned Han Ying from top to bottom. Finally, her lips curled in disdain. "You look presentable enough, but why waste your life pretending to be a gigolo living off others' goodwill? Let me tell you the truth, my father. He is your prefectural magistrate, and they have long been estranged from his in-laws. He himself doesn't even know when he'll return to the capital. If you're thinking of using his influence for an official promotion or wealth, it's all for naught. You'll end up like water carried in a leaky basket." This cryptic speech left Han Ying utterly confused. The magistrate's father-in-law, isn't that her maternal grandfather? Why then did she refer to them as his in-laws? And furthermore, he had just arrived in the capital last night. How could the magistrate's daughter possibly know? And why chase him to the inn? It was all very perplexing. After kindly inviting the young woman to sit down and speaking at length, Han Ying finally understood the situation. It turned out this young woman was the daughter from the magistrate's first wife, when he was still impoverished. Later, after his successful examination results, the magistrate became a high-ranking official who married a daughter of an undersecretary through an arranged marriage. Worried the undersecretary might disapprove of his past marriage and existing daughter, he hid the details of their union. Only after the birth of the first son with the undersecretary's daughter did he reveal the truth. By then, both family ties and a son were established. However disgruntled the undersecretary's daughter may have felt, she had no choice but to accept it. After a period of crying and negotiation regarding status hierarchy, she begrudgingly consented to the magistrate bringing in his original wife, now demoted to concubine, and their daughter into the capital. The maiden aunt of the magistrate's first wife, worried about his sister and niece, moved to the capital as well. Out of lingering guilt, the magistrate arranged a position overseeing the city gates for this younger brother of his first wife. However, a rift formed between the magistrate and the undersecretary family. The undersecretary's daughter returned to her natal home with her son. Although no formal request for divorce had been made, anyone observant could see that she didn't plan to continue living with the magistrate. Moreover, the residence in the capital where the magistrate lived was purchased with silver from the undersecretary's family. Once evicted by the undersecretary, the first wife and her daughter now resided together with her younger brother in a modest home outside the estate. In a letter to his estranged wife, the magistrate claimed to have arranged a fine marriage for their daughter and elaborated on various details about Han Ying. Therefore, despite never having met in person, the estranged wife and her daughter knew quite a bit about Han Ying. Coincidentally, the night before, the wife's younger brother was on duty guarding the city gate. When reviewing the registry of those entering the capital, he noticed that among the listed names was none other than Han Ying from Xuanhuan County. Keeping a close watch, he followed the convoy until they reached the inn and afterward confirmed the information with one of the inn's servants. Satisfied, he returned and informed his sister and niece. Chapter 100, Blackmail. Han Ying didn't want to marry the Fu Yin, so he planned to go to the Shirlong's residence and ruin the engagement. However, after hearing what the young woman said, he realized that the Fu Yin's daughter had absolutely no relation to the Shirlong's household. It just so happened that she also wasn't satisfied with this match, thus they could part ways easily. "Miss He," the young woman's face turned red, whether out of shame or anger, it was unclear. "My surname is Li. I took my mother's name." "All right." Fu Yin clearly interpreted the phrase, "A man who doesn't do dirty work can't be a real man," as he even disowned his own daughter in order to climb higher on the social ladder, changing her last name to her mother's. While sighing, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for this Miss Li. One must know that in this era, it was a male-dominated society that placed great emphasis on a woman's reputation. Fu Yin letting his daughter take her mother's name obviously meant he didn't recognize her as his. Well then, a problem arose. If the daughter isn't his, whose is she? It implies that the daughter's birth mother was not virtuous and bore a child with another man. Not only would the mother's reputation be ruined, but the daughter would also be questioned as an illegitimate child, or even a bastard child. In the future, it would almost be impossible for her to marry into a good family. Of course, if she wanted to get married, there would still be second-rate men who couldn't find wives, men who were extremely poor and incompetent, or ugly and disabled men with questionable moral character. Furthermore, one day, Fu Yin might present her as a gift to high-ranking officials or nobles as a concubine, which was also not impossible. Strictly speaking, From the day Fu Yin let his daughter change her surname to her mother's, he no longer considered this mother-daughter pair in his mind. Could they still hope for him to treat them well? Han Ying originally planned to say that since neither side wanted this engagement, the marriage should be cancelled, and in the future, they could seek suitable partners without interfering with each other. But upon thinking about how pitiful the girl's circumstances already were, and then considering being disengaged, it would be even more difficult for her to marry a decent person later on. So, Han Ying changed his words mid-sentence. Miss Li, the proposal of engagement was only mentioned by Fu Yin several times. There was no formal 3 books and 6 hires, meaning that it has not been finalized. For now, there's no need to bring it up. What I want to say is, I'm in business and plan to open a branch in the capital. I am short of a trustworthy person to manage things for me. I wonder if Miss Li would be willing to help me with this matter. Han Ying noticed that Miss Li wore plain clothes, even with patches at the corners, so he decided to give her a chance to earn some money. Later, when discussing marriage prospects, a more substantial dowry would provide her with greater confidence. Even if her reputation wasn't perfect, it wasn't her fault, so considering her dowry, perhaps a good family would be willing to marry her. Although initially well-intentioned, Miss Li felt greatly insulted and her face turned red as if blood was about to drip from it. She clenched her lips tightly and glared at Han Ying with burning eyes. Worried that Miss Li misunderstood his intentions, mistaking kindness for insult, Han Ying explained again. I don't mean to look down on you. I truly need someone to manage my shop. You wouldn't have to stay in the store all day long. Merely ask questions in the morning and evening, and check accounts at the end of the month. Seeing his sincere attitude, Miss Li relaxed a bit, but still refused to accept favors without reason. Thank you for your goodwill, but it's unnecessary. My mother and I are doing fine. Han Ying initially thought about helping others. Since Miss Li declined, there was no point in forcing her. However, he indeed planned to open a store in the capital. What kind of business didn't matter. Even if it made a loss, it wasn't an issue. What mattered was that he could inquire about some information in the capital so that he wouldn't be completely clueless whenever the capital was mentioned. Even if unwilling, he knew that after gaining fame, his connection with the capital would grow increasingly tight. Having more knowledge of the capital could only benefit him. For example, the princess guessed he didn't want to form a matrimonial alliance with Fu Yin, so she advised him to find a way through the Shilong's house. Yet he could only sit idly frustrated. This was the difference between having an information source or not. After Miss Li left, Han Ying changed his clothes and went out. He leisurely strolled on the street, enjoying the prosperity of the capital. Feeling thirsty, he looked for a tea house to drink and eat something. As he raised his head to look at the signboard, he suddenly felt someone bumping into him, instinctively raising his hand to stop the stranger's approach. Unexpectedly, the other person fell to the ground according to his force and began wailing loudly while clutching his neck. Oh my goodness! My leg is broken. Quickly send me to see a doctor. Looking down, Han Ying saw that it was a boy around 11 or 12 years old. The boy was thin and frail, with a few dirty streaks on his small round face. His eyes rolled around mischievously, revealing his cunning nature. Little troublemaker, trying to scam him. Han Ying's sixth sense far exceeded that of ordinary people. At a glance, he saw several burly men nearby observing him attentively. If he said no, those strong men would likely rush over and play the role of upright citizens, demanding he take responsibility for the boy's injury. Indeed, these sorts of events existed in every dynasty. Though teaching these people a lesson would be easy for Han Ying, he simply didn't want any trouble. If a problem could be solved with silver, why waste time? As for the opportunity to punish evil and promote virtue, let's leave that to others. Han Ying smiled slightly and asked the boy directly, how much silver will it take for your leg injury to heal? The boy obviously hadn't encountered such a situation before, and his wailing came to an abrupt halt. Staring blankly at Han Ying, he seemed to think he had misheard. Han Ying smiled and repeated himself. The boy was stunned, glancing furtively back at the burly man in the crowd. That man was so angry he wanted to beat him, revealing fierce eyes that glinted like a rat's, and gave him a harsh glare. Frightened, the boy shrank back and quickly refocused. Han Ying slightly raised his eyebrows. It appeared this troublemaking boy was under the control of someone with rat-like features. Though Han Ying initially didn't want any trouble, he could not stand people who exploited children for their own gain. From the boy's reaction, it was clear that he'd been punished often by rat eyes. Perhaps the child had even been kidnapped by him. At the thought of this, Han Ying decided it was something he couldn't ignore. With his mind made up, he put away his mild smile. I'm very busy and don't have time to waste on nonsense. I've given you an opportunity already, but if you don't value it, there won't be a second chance. As for your leg injury, only you truly know whether it's genuine or not. I'm leaving now. If you're unhappy, go ahead and report me to the authorities. The boy panicked. He had not successfully scammed anyone for 3 days straight. Yesterday, he received 10 cane strokes, and his backside still hurt terribly. His boss had said if he didn't succeed today, his legs would be broken, and he would be thrown outside the city god temple to keep Little Four company. He and Little Four had come together. The boy was a few months older than him, so he called him Little Five. Little Four was honest, obedient, and timid. Unable to carry out such scams, his legs were broken, and he was dumped at the city god temple entrance to beg for alms. The boss explained that broken legs looked pitiful, which made the benevolent men and women more willing to give alms. He did not want his legs broken. He still needed to find a way to escape and return home. If his legs were broken, all he could do for the rest of his life was serve as a money-making tool for the boss, with no hope left. Chapter 101, Resolving the Affair. Xiao Wu thought that from now on, he would have to be like Xiao Si and kneel outside the xuanhuan temple every day to beg for money. There was no possibility of escape. Instantly feeling utterly despondent, he leaped toward Han Ying's feet, tightly embracing his leg. You can't go. You ran me over. You need to take me to the clinic. Not asking for coins, but repeatedly emphasizing going to the clinic. Was the clinic also part of the scheme? That would be interesting. A clinic that could control children in a fake accident for extortion surely couldn't claim any doctor's altruistic heart. Probably, minor illnesses would become severe ones for greater benefits. Han Ying had the intention to probe the truth behind the clinic and deliberately looked helpless. Fine. If you say to go to the clinic, then let's go. It's best not to spend too much silver, or else I will just kill you. I might as well eat prison food, so I won't have to compensate with silver. He finally managed to open his business, temporarily escaping being crippled. Xiaowu quietly sighed in relief, pretending that his leg hurt, and he couldn't stand up. He sought help from the onlookers who gathered around to watch, asking them to support him. 2 accomplices came out, playing the roles of enthusiastic spectators, accompanying him and Han Ying to the clinic. Up until this point, the scam was basically completed. The injured party, the clinic, and the impartial spectators all were one gang. In the end, how bad the injury was, what treatment was needed, how much cost and compensation, these things depended entirely on what these people said. Even if Han Ying really intended to kill, there was no opportunity with the 2 strongmen present. Sure enough, as Han Ying predicted, sitting in the clinic was a 40-something-year-old doctor with rat-like eyes and goat whiskers. On closer inspection, his appearance somewhat resembled the rat-eyed man who had glared at Xiaowu in the crowd. Judging by their age difference, they likely were father and son, though it was also possible they were elder brother and younger brother. The exact relationship between the 2 rat-eyed men didn't matter. What was important was whether this clinic was involved in other dark dealings. The doctor instructed the enthusiastic spectators to lay Xiaowu on a bamboo bed used for examination. After feigning some diagnostic techniques, sniffing, questioning, and cutting, and bending down to press on the injured leg twice, he showed great sympathy while shaking his head. The leg is broken, and even if set properly, it's difficult to ensure there won't be a disability. A young person suffering a disability at such an early age will not be able to become an official or join the military, and heavy labor work will be impossible. How truly pitiful. Han Ying had already seen through the tricks of these people and had no interest in continuing their charade. He directly asked how much the medical fee would be. At this moment, it was the enthusiastic spectators' turn to speak up. They spoke like they had 7 or 8 mouths each, talking rapidly. Medical fees, lost wages, inability to perform heavy labor later in life, inability to marry a good wife. Summarizing various losses, they finally demanded that Han Ying pay 500 taels of silver. Han Ying slightly raised his eyebrows. Are you sure about this number? One of the strongmen arrogantly responded. This child's entire life has been ruined by you. Compensating 500 taels is quite a bargain for you. This was a commonly used tactic, setting the compensation very high first to test the ability of the person being scammed to pay. The other strongman observed Han Ying's expression. If he firmly disagreed with paying so much, the latter would play the role of mediator and offer a discount. In any case, the business must proceed smoothly. By asking if they were sure, Han Ying gave them one last chance. The imperial exams included legal content, which he had been aggressively studying during this period. He was clear that fraud involving 500 taels fell under the category of extraordinarily large amounts in the law, with strict punishments. 30 cane strokes, banishment, confiscation of property. Moreover, since they were a criminal gang, their crimes would increase significantly. It was likely they would never return from exile. He had already given them their chance, and if they did not seize it, they shouldn't blame him for his harshness. Without saying another word, Han Ying took out 500 silver drafts from his pouch and added another 100 taels, claiming he wanted to thank the 2 enthusiastic spectators for their help. The group immediately regretted it deeply. If they had known Han Ying was so wealthy, they should have quoted an even higher price. Perhaps even 1,000 taels, Han Ying would have paid without hesitation. However, once the words were spoken, it was like water splashed out. It couldn't be taken back. The doctor reached out to receive the silver draft from Xiaowu, but Han Ying withdrew his hand again. Thinking that Han Ying might renege, one of the strongmen stepped forward to uphold justice. What do you mean? You're not trying to renege, are you? 500 taels is already fair and reasonable. You agreed yourself. We were all witnesses. If you want to renege, let's go see the officials. Another strongman also feared losing what was practically already within reach. Seeing how refined and elegant the gentleman appears, with outstanding demeanor, surely you're a talented scholar participating in the grand examinations. If something as trivial as this were reported to the authorities, it might ruin your reputation and delay your success, which would be counterproductive. Han Ying smiled faintly. I'm not reneging. I don't care about such small change. But I'm afraid of trouble. If I pay the silver, and this child comes after me again later, wouldn't that mean I lose? Since these people have been doing this kind of business for a long time, they are quite familiar with all sorts of guests and their requests. The moment Han Ying spoke, the other strongman immediately caught his meaning. Yes, sir, your concerns are quite reasonable. Why don't we draft an agreement document? We can serve as witnesses between you and this child. Such enthusiasm was not only to ensure that the deal went through, but also in hopes that rich nobles like Han Ying, who seemed ignorant yet moneyed, would be soothed into tipping generously. And sure enough, Han Ying had exactly that intention. In the agreement, he didn't just ask the 2 strongmen to act as witnesses, but also insisted that the doctor sign and seal the document too. Upon seeing how precisely every word of his diagnosis on Xiaowu's injuries was documented in the agreement, the doctor's eyelids couldn't help but twitch nervously. There's no need to write all this in the settlement document. is there? Han showed no concern at all. Certainly, it needs to be clear. Otherwise, what if tomorrow this child gets run over again by someone else and injures another part? They could come knocking on my door, and I'd end up being a fool. This statement unsettled the doctor further. He had just diagnosed Xiao Wu with a broken leg requiring months of recovery. Yet, Han mentioned that Xiao Wu might be knocked down again the next day. Could he possibly see through their scheme? After a moment, he dismissed his own suspicions. Judging from Han Ying's demeanor, he looked like someone unfamiliar with the city. Even if he saw through their setup, what could he do about it? Still, he would eventually cough up the silver. With that thought in mind, the doctor calmed himself down again. Han Ying could write whatever he wanted in the document. It wouldn't matter as long as the silver was paid out in full. Everyone left their fingerprints on the agreement document. Han Ying carefully tucked the paper away, paid the silver drafts, and then quietly departed. After securing the silver drafts, they completely ignored him. As Han Ying stepped out of the clinic, his thoughts turned towards filing a report to the authorities. The settlement agreement in his arms would serve as evidence. There was no doubt he'd win if he took them to court. When he arrived at the official gate, however, he hesitated. This gang wasn't engaging in this scam for the first time. The bystanders earlier hadn't even blinked when they witnessed the incident. Was it possible the officials knew nothing? It was more likely that this gang had protection from above. If he filed his complaint, chances were it would fall into a void. With the settlement document in hand, Han Ying walked away from the clinic intending to sue. Chapter 102, A Visit. Han Ying didn't want to wait around aimlessly, nor did he have the time. If he was going to accuse someone before the officials, it had to be a sure hit. He stood outside the government office thinking for a while, and suddenly remembered someone. It was Miss Li's uncle. The city gates of the capital weren't just guarded by random idlers. There was a specific department responsible, something like the 5-city military commission. The gate guards were all registered soldiers, at least holding the rank of 9th grade military officer. Of course, this official position wasn't as powerful as others. But that statement was incorrect. Their real power lay in guarding the city gates, checking the identities of the people entering and exiting, and verifying whether the people entering the city carried prohibited items. In short, those who guarded the gates were not ordinary people, and they would definitely find it easier to communicate with the authorities than Han Ying. Thinking leads to action. Han Ying went to the city gate and after making some inquiries, learned that Miss Li's uncle was named Li Chongbao, serving as a squad leader. Yesterday he was on duty, today he was off. His home was located in the small flower branch alley, not far from the city gate. The house with an old poplar tree in front of it belonged to him. One should not visit without bringing anything. Han Ying bought a few kinds of pastries and 2 bottles of wine on the street, held them in his hand, and found his way to the Li family's house. Miss Li was washing clothes in the yard. Madame Li relapsed into her old ailment last night, coughing up blood, which dirted the clothes. Soap couldn't wash it clean, it required wood ash instead. After washing the clothes, cracks would form on her hands, causing pain for several days. Miss Li had gotten used to it. The pain in her hands would go away after a few days, but having to make new clothes when the old ones got dirty meant spending more money. Thinking about money issues, Miss Li sighed deeply. Madame Li's illness was triggered by the intendant of the prefecture. Back then, the intendant required Madame Li to become his concubine, even insisting on changing Miss Li's mother's surname. Madame Li spat blood out of anger right there. At the time, Miss Li was still a child, not understanding adult matters, only crying and hugging Madame Li upon seeing her spit blood. The doctor said Madame Li's disease could be cured with proper care. However, the intendant needed to prepare gifts to marry the daughter of a servitor, unwilling to spend silver on Madame Li's treatment. Marriage to the daughter of the servitor, raising his son, bribing higher-ups for promotion. The intendant had many places where he needed to use silver, but he was unwilling to spend any on treating Madame Li's disease. An uncle's income was meager. Miss Li sighed again. How unfortunate she was not born a boy. Otherwise, she would certainly go out and do some great things, and Madame Li wouldn't have suffered from the illness for so many years. Just then, hearing knocking at the door, she thought Master Li had invited a doctor back, so she wiped her hands on her apron casually and ran to open the door. Uncle has returned. Did you invite the doctor? Upon opening the courtyard gate, what she saw was Han Ying and the things he was holding in his hand. Miss Li's face instantly flushed red, and she bit her lower lip tightly. What are you here for? Leave quickly. I told you I won't marry you. I'd rather die than marry you, nor will I help you watch your shop. After speaking hastily, she attempted to close the door. Han Ying realized she had misunderstood and propped the door open with his hand to explain. I didn't come here for that matter. But Miss Li refused to listen. No matter what, I will not agree. Don't waste your efforts. Saying this, she closed the door in his face and locked it with the bolt. What a hasty young lady. She wouldn't even let him finish his sentence. Han Ying shook his head with a chuckle. With important matters concerning Li Chongbao, it was impossible to leave. Just as he wanted to knock again, he heard a very weak female voice from within the yard. Xuanhuan, is your uncle back? Miss Li's voice sounded a little urgent. Mother, how did you come out? With your condition, you can't take any wind. Let me support you back to your bed. The woman lightly coughed twice but refused to return inside. How many years have I been lying down already? Do you think lying around will heal me if it hasn't done so yet? Let me sit outside for a while. It gets so stifling lying in the room all day. No sounds came from Miss Li. Presumably, she also couldn't bear pushing her mother back to the room. A while later, Mrs. Li continued. I've already said it multiple times. There's no need to invite a doctor. I know my own body. It cannot get better. Inviting doctors every now and then is just a waste of silver. If I hadn't been a burden, your uncle could have brought over your aunt and the 2 kids with his monthly 5 taels of silver long ago, instead of leaving them in their hometown suffering. And you're not young anymore. You should be given more dowry. When you get married, you shouldn't be looked down upon. You call your uncle back. Even if you invite a doctor, I won't see him. Miss Lee's voice carried a hint of tears. Mother, don't say such words. That man never cared for me since childhood. If anything happens to you, I'll truly have no one to care for me anymore. I won't get married. I will take care of you for life. Mrs. Lee sighed softly. Foolish child, women over 18 years old, if unmarried, shall be arranged by the government for marriage. Do you think you can simply refuse? I've married the wrong person in my life, and I've fallen from being a lawful wife to a concubine. Even if you're an ordinary woman, after marrying into your husband's family, it's only about bearing children, serving your in-laws, and never having a day of leisure. If not for the law, I would rather you didn't marry. Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was simple enough not to want to marry, just be his nominal wife and help him manage the shop in reality. This way, the issue of marriage could be resolved. She could earn money to improve her life and treat Mrs. Lee. He couldn't think of any reason why Miss Lee would refuse. At first, he didn't want to get too involved with the intendant and therefore refused the marriage proposal. But after learning about the grievances between the intendant and Mrs. Lee and her daughter, he changed his mind. He was aiming to form an alliance with Miss Lee, not to tie himself by marriage with the intendant. The fact that the intendant abandoned his wife and daughter to climb the social ladder was known throughout the capital. Thus, Han wasn't worried about being associated with the intendant. Miss Lee seemed honest, which likely reflected well on Mrs. Lee and Mr. Lee Chongbao as well. He could trust them with managing his shops in the capital. This deal would benefit both sides, and he thought Mrs. Lee wouldn't reject it. With this in mind, Han approached and knocked again. As before, it was Miss Lee who opened the door. Seeing Han still there, she shot him an angry glance. You are utterly shameless. I've made myself clear, yet you keep coming back to bother me. If you don't leave, I'll beat you. Han smiled faintly. Miss Lee, please don't rush me out. I have a few words to say to Mrs. Lee. Once said, I will leave without needing your urging. Miss Lee's almond eyes flared up, and she picked up the door bolt. My mother won't listen to your nonsense either. Go away now. Mrs. Lee heard their exchange and slowly stood up. Do not be impolite. Please come in, Mr. Han. Though reluctant, Miss Lee blocked the entrance and turned her head anxiously toward Mrs. Lee. Mother, this man was selected by that man. He must be just as cold and heartless as the other one. I won't marry him. Why should we let him in? At this, Han slightly raised his eyebrows. Apparently, this Mrs. Lee was not as powerless as she seemed. Chapter 103, A Well-Intentioned Effort. When Han used the word incompetent to describe Lady Lee, it wasn't out of malice. He genuinely felt that as a principal wife, being forced to become a concubine was humiliating for her. The status between wife and concubine is vastly different. A wife is theoretically equal to her husband, even playing a leading role in well-reasoned households where she controls everything inside the inner quarters. Outside these boundaries, men work on their careers and build networks for the family's prosperity. Within them, it's the domain of the wife. Everything, from what the elders and servants eat or wear, to which concubine spends time with the master on certain days, is all decided by the wife. Not even the husband can interfere. From this perspective, the wife is truly the real head of the household. Conversely, a concubine has far less security. The Lee book makes clear in black and white that concubines are treated as tradable goods, subject entirely to the whims of the master. They are little better than servants. If a concubine displeases the principal wife, her treatment might be worse than that of a servant. Despite this, Lady Lee had agreed to the magistrate's request, turning from wife into concubine, almost as if selling herself. And not only did she agree to that, but she also consented to allowing Miss Lee to take her mother's surname. For a mother to refuse to protect her own daughter, how could that not be incompetence? Speaking of others, if he himself were to suggest changing the surname of his children, his wives, who usually appear obedient and gentle like little lambs, would surely fight him tooth and nail. After seeing Lady Lee today and hearing her words, Han immediately revised this opinion. Pausing for a moment, he came straight to the point with his confusion. Lady Lee, you are not an ignorant or foolish person. Why did you agree back then to allow Miss Lee to take your surname? You must have known that this would lead outsiders to question Miss Lee's identity. Lady Lee had guessed that Han would be curious about this matter. Her younger brother, Lee Chongbao, had also asked several times. She hadn't expected him to be so direct, though. Still, she didn't plan on hiding anything, smiling gently while inviting him to sit down and sighing softly. Everyone thinks I'm weak and incompetent, unable to protect my daughter. In fact, no one knows that it was I who proposed the idea of taking the mother's surname. Miss Lee, who had just entered with tea, overheard this sentence. Shocked, she dropped the cup, shattering it into 8 or 9 pieces, mirroring the state of her heart at that moment. Mother, why did you do this? Miss Lee knelt before Lady Lee, tears streaming down her face as she looked up at her mother. People hearing about her adoption of her mother's surname had always given her strange looks and whispered behind her back. No peers of her age were willing to interact with her, and she didn't dare to leave the courtyard gate. For years, she had thought all of this was caused by the magistrate, but now Lady Lee claimed that it was her suggestion. She couldn't understand. Lady Lee had always loved her. Why would she do such a thing? Could those expressions of love be fake? Mother, you must have been confused because of illness. Let me help you lie down and wait for Uncle to bring the doctor. Miss Lee's accumulated grievances since childhood were all seen by Lady Lee. How could a mother not cherish her child, especially when she only had this one daughter? However, there were reasons beyond her control for her actions. Gently stroking her daughter's face, Lady Lee decided to reveal everything today. I know all the injustices you've endured. I grieve, feel guilty, and even regret giving birth to you, making you suffer with me. But I'd rather see you bear some hardships than let you die. Miss Li understood, even less now. Mother, do you mean to say I wouldn't survive if I didn't take your surname? Lady Li's eyes reddened, struggling hard not to cry in front of her daughter. Do you know why I suddenly coughed up blood all those years ago? Of course, it was due to anger from that man. Could it be anything else? Looking into her daughter's eyes, Lady Li knew she wouldn't guess. Sighing inwardly, she wondered if cultivating such innocence in her daughter was right or wrong. Would her daughter be capable of protecting herself if something ever happened to her? In fact, that year someone poisoned my tea. I suppose I was blinded by affection for him back then. Although he was poor, I heard he was diligent and studious, so I took a liking to him. That person indeed worked hard. Even when impoverished and without money for charcoal, in the cold and snowy nights, he still studied late into the night in a fireless study. When Lord Magistrate passed the imperial examination, Miss Li was 5 years old and vaguely remembered some things. He never idled away his time outside drinking alcohol or gambling, nor did he participate in literary gatherings for scholars. Every day, he remained locked in his study, only leaving for meals and returning afterward. Thus, in Miss Li's childhood memories, her father's image was extremely unfamiliar. Recalling past events stirred emotions within Lady Li, causing her to cough lightly. Then she continued speaking. That person wanted to please the daughter of the undersecretary in order to get rid of me before the engagement and cover up his fact of divorcing his wife for another. Without a wife or concubine, how could there be a daughter? Besides, even if he cared about our bloodline and was reluctant to harm you, as a daughter born from a concubine, your life under the daughter of the undersecretary wouldn't be much better either. More importantly, that person is overly ambitious and merciless. For an official promotion, he would do anything. Bad deeds eventually bring heavenly retribution. I didn't want him to drag you down, so I took the initiative to suggest changing your surname to mine. Since you are not his biological daughter, it wouldn't affect the children of the daughter of the undersecretary, and therefore, they won't target you. The day he gets into trouble, we can escape being implicated. After finishing her long explanation, Lady Li clutched her chest and panted heavily. Miss Li disregarded everything else and first ran over to help her pour warm water, helping her drink it, then gently patting her chest. Mother, you have always thought for me. It was me who misunderstood you. I thought that the love was false, everything was a lie. Fortunately, she was wrong. Her mother truly cared deeply about her. She still had a loving mother, which was wonderful. Thinking this, Miss Li wiped away her tears and smiled, pulling Lady Li's hand to pat her head. I was mistaken, and I willingly accept my punishment. How could Lady Li bear to hit her? She tenderly pinched her cheeks instead. I'm fine now. Go sweep the tea leaves on the ground and brew another cup of tea for Master Han. Only then did Miss Li remember that there were outsiders present. Hadn't she lost her composure in front of them? Blushing, she lowered her head and left the room. Haning had guessed that Lady Li had something to say to him, so he stayed seated quietly, waiting for her to speak. As soon as Miss Li left the hall, Lady Li burst into a fit of violent coughing. The heart-wrenching cough made even Haning feel uneasy. Lady Li wasn't just coughing, she also coughed up blood. Fortunately, this time she was prepared and spat into a handkerchief, leaving no traces behind. Chapter 104. Entrusting an Orphan. Mr. Han, forgive me for laughing. Lady Li did not want to worry her daughter, so some things could only be said behind her back. When her breathing stabilized, she began to speak. My daughter has been raised by me since she was young, and she has a straightforward nature. I originally worried that one day she would see the true face of that man and would develop hatred in her heart, leading her to do something unwise. Now I am uncertain whether my efforts have been right or wrong. Mr. Han vaguely guessed what Lady Li was thinking about, and he comforted her with a smile. Miss Li has a temperament like fire, not tolerating even a speck of sand in her eyes. She is truly a person of character. It is precisely because of this that I boldly came to request her help in looking after my shop. To be honest, my hometown is in Xuanhuan, more than 1,000 miles from the capital. I rarely have the opportunity to attend to business here, so I must entrust it to someone reliable in order to feel at ease. Lady Li smiled appreciatively and thanked Mr. Han for his affirmation of her daughter. I heard your words to my daughter earlier. It's clear that Mr. Han is a kind-hearted person. I have a favor to ask. You've seen my condition, Mr. Han. After enduring this illness for so many years, I am most concerned about my daughter, who has already exhausted all her energy and cannot hold on any longer. The only thing I still worry about is my daughter. Please marry my daughter and ensure her stability for life. My daughter may be simple-minded, possibly not meeting Mr. Han's expectations, but letting her look after the shop and do some rough work would suffice. Simply having the title of husband and wife ensures that she won't be forcibly matched by the authorities. The thought of Lady Li coincided with Han Ying's own ideas. Han Ying was impressed by the wisdom of Lady Li. His philosophy was ahead of that of most people of this era because he was a time traveler. However, Lady Li, being a native ancient person, had similar ideas as him, which made him admire the greatness of maternal love. Madam, you're too humble. Miss Li has a pure heart and is an extremely trustworthy person. In fact, I had this intention all along, but I didn't dare to mention it directly for fear of upsetting Miss Li. Since their thoughts aligned, things became much easier to resolve. When Miss Li entered with freshly brewed tea, the two of them had already exchanged calling cards. As she set down the teacup, Miss Li noticed several silver notes on the table. Before she could make out the denominations, her face flushed red. She picked up the money and threw it at Mr. Han. I told you, Mother and I are doing fine. We don't need your charity. Lady Li gently reprimanded her. Don't be rude. Is this how I taught you to behave? Afraid of angering her mother, Miss Li reluctantly lowered her head and apologized to Mr. Han with an "I'm sorry." Mr. Han stood up with a smile, returned the courtesy, and then proposed to take his leave. How to persuade Miss Li was Lady Li's responsibility, and he, as an outsider, wouldn't overstep his boundaries. After Mr. Han left, Miss Li urgently questioned her mother. "Mother, we barely know Mr. Han, and he was also recommended by that man. How can we accept his money? What if he seeks repayment through favors?" Lady Li caressed Miss Li's head and smilingly collected the silver notes Mr. Han left behind. What she was about to say might be quite shocking for Miss Li, so she must avoid impulsively ruining the silver notes. These silver notes represented her dignity and confidence. "This isn't Mr. Han's act of charity, it is a dowry. I have already agreed to betroth you to Mr. Han." Upon hearing this, Miss Li predictably reacted exactly as Lady Li expected, jumping up in shock. "Mother, you. Miss Li wasn't sure how to express her feelings. Moreover, she didn't dare to offend her mother, which turned her face even redder. "Just calm down first, let me finish explaining. I made this decision entirely with you in mind." Lady Li detailed her plan to Miss Li, pretending to get married while actually employing Mr. Han, leaving out the details about her illness. Miss Li felt mixed emotions after listening. "Mother, you've only met Mr. Han once and spoken just a few words. Can you really trust him like this?" It was naturally impossible to completely trust someone just based on impressions. All she could rely on was intuition, that Mr. Han wasn't heartless or unprincipled. If asked where this intuition came from, perhaps it was due to Mr. Han's clear and upright gaze, making it easy to like him. Of course, part of Lady Li's decision was a gamble. Had she not been short on time, she wouldn't risk her daughter's future in such a wager. But now, she could only choose to trust Mr. Han. Lady Li couldn't explain further clearly. She could only soothe her daughter. "Your mother wouldn't harm you. Will you trust me?" Miss Li didn't strongly oppose. In 6 months, she would turn 18 anyway. Not marrying Mr. Han would mean marrying someone else. For the sake of face, the other party probably wouldn't allow her to be arranged by the government, but would find someone else to marry her off. Could the next one really be better than Mr. Han? Thinking this way, she found the marriage proposal somewhat acceptable. At the very least, Mr. Han was not unpleasant to look at, and his demeanor towards others was always polite. Oh, where did my thoughts wander off to? It's just a fake marriage. Whether Han Ying is good or bad has nothing to do with her. A mother knows her daughter best. Mrs. Li saw her expression and knew that she had agreed. With a smile, she patted her hand, but secretly prayed in her heart. May heaven bless her this time and let her bet on the right choice. Han Ying was about to participate in the great imperial examination. This was even more difficult than the modern college entrance exam. Mrs. Li could not suggest holding the wedding before such an important event. Fortunately, after taking the medicine, her condition stabilized a little. It seemed she could manage for another 1 or 2 months without much trouble. Han Ying greatly admired Mrs. Li and deeply sympathized with the misfortune of the mother-daughter pair. Even though it was only a pretend marriage, he didn't want to neglect Miss Li. He himself had to intensely study laws and regulations, so there wasn't much time for him to organize the wedding ceremony. He ordered his steward to be fully responsible for all aspects of the wedding arrangements. The steward had followed Han Ying for some time, traveling across various regions, opening up his eyes considerably. Upon hearing Master Han's order to celebrate grandly and make everything bright and beautiful, the steward dared not try to save money. He specifically asked a real estate broker for help in finding a residence, intending to short-term rent it for 2 months. Holding the wedding at a house would naturally be more dignified than in an inn. After carefully selecting suitable options for 2 full days throughout the capital, the steward narrowed it down to 2 candidates and requested Han Ying's decision. Han Ying slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I forgot. After the marriage, Miss Li will live in the capital, so we should definitely buy her a house." He then instructed the steward not to rent, but to directly purchase a suitable place instead. The location doesn't need to be too big, nor too small either. There must be a front yard and a backyard, and also a space for parking carriages. Han Ying gave careful instructions, and the steward went out again, racing around the city. If there was no hesitation to spend money, things were always much easier. A few days later, a small courtyard with 2 sections was found. It wasn't far from the academy, and the neighbors were all decent folk. After hearing all these wonderful descriptions from the steward, Han Ying decided to personally go check it out. On the way by carriage, he remembered that the residence was being prepared for Miss Li and her mother, and they should have a look too, ensuring their satisfaction. Thinking about it, he ordered the carriage to turn back and head towards the Li family's home to pick them up. Unexpectedly, however, their carriage collided with another one. Han Ying's carriage was made by a rural carpenter with emphasis on its sturdiness and durability. As a result, the collision caused no damage to it. However, the other carriage fared much worse. Chapter 105, A Guarantee. In the previous dynasty, an imperial concubine colluded with the prime minister to manipulate the court politics, causing chaos and disorder. This instability worsened, even leading to the poisoning of the emperor and ultimately resulting in a change of dynasty. Thus, after Taizu ascended the throne, he abolished the position of prime minister and instead followed the rights of Zhou by dividing responsibilities into 6 departments, each headed by a minister, among which the Minister of Rights was regarded as the foremost official. Minister Pei from the Ministry of Rights had once been a tutor to the former crown prince and accompanied both the late crown prince and the current emperor through countless battles, earning great trust from the emperor. Minister Pei's family had also been victimized by the wicked prime minister. When marrying his principal wife, Lady Wang, he stated that they should have many sons, and she should not hinder him from taking concubines in order to expand the family lineage. Lady Wang proved very capable, giving birth to 5 sons in succession, bringing much familial joy to Minister Pei. The 5 boys caused so much commotion that Minister Pei started to complain to Lady Wang, pleading her to stop having sons and to give them a daughter instead. Coincidentally, right after Minister Pei said this, the doctor announced the next day that Lady Wang was pregnant again. After 10 months, amidst much anticipation from Minister Pei, a baby girl was born. Minister Pei adored his daughter as if she were a treasure, fulfilling all her wishes and shielding her from even the smallest bit of a grievance. He would not trade her for the stars or the moon. Had it not been for Lady Wang's strict upbringing, Miss Pei might have been spoiled to be unruly. Fatefully, Han Ying's carriage collided with Miss Pei's carriage, breaking one of its axles. Given the situation, most of the fault lay with his carriage for making a sudden turn. Thus, Han Ying quickly alighted from his carriage to apologize to the other party. From the opposing carriage, a young servant clad in green jumped down, glaring at him angrily before helping a young gentleman out of the vehicle. Han Ying slightly raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a hint of profound meaning. Despite his courteous attitude, when Han Ying offered compensation, the other party declined politely. This puzzled Han Ying. Though the other person was dressed as a man and acted no differently, with painted brows and graceful features, their voice, even when lowered deliberately, remained lighter than that of a man. Most tellingly, there was no sign of an Adam's apple. In summary, Han Ying could confirm that the person was female, merely disguised as a male. And this was exactly what troubled him. If the person had been a man who refused compensation, Han Ying would likely offer them a meal and drinks as a token of apology. That way, any potential friendship wouldn't go unnoticed. But since the person was a woman in disguise, inviting her to eat would not only be awkward but also improper. Han Ying felt conflicted, yet the other party seemed quite composed. "I'm fine, sir. Please proceed without worry." Since the other party had already spoken so clearly, Han Ying saw no need to further argue. After bowing to thank the other side again, he left first. However, he couldn't simply walk away without doing anything. He went to a tea house nearby and made arrangements accordingly with the innkeeper. Meanwhile, after Han Ying left, Hongxing, the maid dressed as a page, snorted disdainfully as she glanced at his retreating back. She muttered under her breath, "We barely get to come out, and then we run into something like this." Really, Pei Luoyan was also disappointed. To find that person, she had searched all over from Beijing to Jiangnan. After finally discovering the hometown of the person she sought, her home sent word. Her 4th brother was about to become engaged and requested her immediate return. Being the youngest sibling loved by all her brothers, such a major event couldn't occur without her presence, so she returned to the capital. After her 4th brother's engagement, the New Year season arrived, making travel inappropriate. Finally, after the Spring Festival, she immediately went to the hometown of the person she sought. However, on the day before her arrival, the person left for Beijing. Disappointed, she had no choice but to return to the capital herself. Counting everything, she had spent several months traveling thousands of miles just to search for that person, yet they had never met. Recently, her family began arranging her marriage. Lady Wang prohibited her from leaving the house, claiming that being a young lady throwing off modesty and disregarding proper decorum was because she was too indulged by Minister Pei. She needed stricter guidance before marriage so her future mother-in-law wouldn't despise her. Although Lady Wang had a good temper, her decisions were firm and not to be questioned. Determined to rigorously discipline her daughter, even Minister Pei could not oppose her. Pei Luoyan resisted inwardly. She wasn't inferior to men in any way. Her tutor even praised her as smarter and more diligent than her 5 brothers. Why could the brothers freely leave the household and receive compliments like ambitious men aim far, while she was confined within the boudoir walls, unable even to step outside? Alas, against the maternal command, though her heart burned with dissatisfaction, she had to comply. For days, she hadn't set foot outside the main gate, or even the inner quarters. Today, seizing the rare opportunity when Lady Wang was visiting relatives, she managed to sneak out to inquire about the person. Yet just as she stepped out, this mishap occurred, and repairing the carriage would take an unknown amount of time. While feeling dejected, the innkeeper, acting upon Han Ying's instructions, approached Pei Luoyan. After bowing respectfully, the innkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "A Mr. Han has reserved a private room for you at our establishment. Would you like to rest a while?" Pei Luoyan couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of Han Ying, thinking to herself how courteous this person was. If she were a man, they could have become friends. With that thought in mind, she accepted Han Ying's gesture and entered the tea house to order a pot of tea. While waiting for the carriage driver to repair the carriage, she pondered that she had already defied Lady Wang's orders for today. Punishment upon returning was inevitable. She might as well find the person she sought before going back. On the other side, Han Ying picked up the mother and daughter from the Li family, along with Miss Li's uncle, Li Changbao, and headed toward the new residence they intended to purchase for a viewing. The house was near the Green Mountain Academy, located on a wide lane paved with blue stones, with neatly arranged houses on both sides. Even before reaching the front gate, Mrs. Li had already approved 3 aspects of the property. The third household in the lane was the intended residence for inspection: white walls, black tiles, 2 wooden doors opening symmetrically, adorned by a 4-cornered door pavilion. Upon entering, the first courtyard appeared immediately, its ground paved entirely with blue bricks. Facing them were 3 main rooms, with the edges of the walls flanked by 2 crabapple trees on one side and a cluster of taihu rocks with 2 banana plants on the other. Without overly ornate carvings or painted beams, the house gave an impression of solidness and dignity, providing a sense of security. The group inspected the main rooms and then exited through the back door into a small garden. Moving forward, there was a petite moon gate leading into the second compound. The style of the buildings within the second compound was smaller and more delicate, with decorations that were livelier and more spirited. On either side of the main courtyard were east and west annexes, each having one open room and two concealed rooms, making a total of 3 per annex. At the rear was another garden of considerable size. Additionally, there were servant quarters and stables, which need not be described in detail. Such a decent and dignified estate naturally satisfied the Li family. Still, Mrs. Li couldn't help but worry about the cost. It would surely not be cheap. If the marriage proposal were genuine, it wouldn't matter how extravagant the residence Han Ying prepared for their union was. Mrs. Li would consider her daughter worthy of the finest everything. However, since the engagement was false, allowing Han Ying to spend so much money would create a significant debt of gratitude. Han Ying, on the other hand, didn't pay too much attention to expenses. His philosophy was that earning money was meant for spending. Hoarding it would only take up space. Chapter 106, A Hard Search. You need not worry about these things. Eating, clothing, housing, and transportation are the 4 most important matters. If you and Miss Li live comfortably, then this expenditure is insignificant. Han Ying consoled Mrs. Li, telling her not to overthink it. Seeing that Miss Li was also satisfied, he informed the real estate broker that he would take this house, registering it under Miss Li's name. The broker cared only about closing the deal and receiving his commission. To whom the property was registered made no difference to him. He asked Han Ying and the others to wait while he fetched the homeowner for further discussion. After the broker left, Miss Li turned red in the face and refused. Since you're paying the silver, naturally it should be registered under your name. I don't want to take something for nothing. Mrs. Li also nodded in agreement, indicating she shared the same thought. The key issue was the enormity of this favor, something they, as mother and daughter, could never repay. Han Ying smiled gently and said, I promised Mrs. Li that I would ensure Miss Li's stability throughout her life. Of course, I will keep my word. This property registered under Miss Li's name serves as a guarantee for her. Even if one day we have a falling out, or if she becomes dissatisfied with me and no longer wishes to maintain our marital status, she will still have a place to stay. This statement moved and humbled Mrs. Li's family. Their daughter having to rely on someone else for such assurances, it highlighted their own inadequacies. Yet, Han Ying was a man of his word. Not only did he directly register the property under Miss Li's name, but he planned to do the same for the shop. Mrs. Li firmly opposed this idea. As for the property, it was fine. Taking into consideration any scenario where Miss Li might need a safe place to stay, she grudgingly accepted it. But accepting the shop as well felt overly greedy. Han Ying, seeing how resolute Mrs. Li was, didn't press the matter further. However, he proposed that profits from the shop would be split 50-50, no room for negotiation. With the property issue resolved, the next steps involved adding staff and renovating areas as needed. Han Ying fully entrusted all these responsibilities to Miss Li, sympathizing with the inconvenience she might face going out by herself. He temporarily lent her an overseer to assist, while he only handled financial aspects. Considering Mrs. Li's long-standing illness which rarely allowed her to leave home, Han Ying invited them to a dining establishment for a meal before sending them home. By the time he returned to his inn, it was already evening, and lamps were lit everywhere. Unexpectedly, just after entering his room, the attendant knocked at his door, informing him that a certain paid gentleman had waited for him all afternoon and wanted to know whether he would like to meet. Paid gentleman? While in Jiangnan, he had been introduced to a paid gentleman through Zhou Dekang, though they had only met briefly. Could it be that this paid gentleman had come to the capital city? After all, since the person had waited so long, meeting him was a must. Han Ying quickly put back on his long robe he had just taken off. Just as he finished dressing, the servant's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Han, I've brought Mr. Pei to see you. Han Ying personally went to open the door. Upon opening the door, both parties froze momentarily. Is it you? It's you. Pei Luoyan hadn't anticipated that the person she was looking for would turn out to be Han Ying. Had she realized earlier, after the accidental bumping earlier, she could have simply exchanged names, sparing herself the prolonged waiting. Hongxing stared intently at Han Ying, noticing another figure suddenly appearing before her eyes. It was the guard she had inadvertently bumped into last year when accompanying Pei Luoyan to Jiangnan. As the figure gradually merged with the man standing before her, Hongxing's eyes revealed surprise. Whispering softly in Pei Luoyan's ear, she said, Master, do you remember the incident in Jiangnan where we almost collided with a young guard? His master turned out to be none other than Mr. Han. Pei Luoyan became even more frustrated. So, it turned out that she and Han Ying had already met in Jiangnan without recognizing each other, leading to a wasted opportunity. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, Mr. Han, I have searched for you so tirelessly. When a beautiful and elegant woman gazes passionately at a man and says, I have searched for you so tirelessly, what is the man's first reaction? Isn't it, I must be really handsome, winning yet another rich and beautiful lady's heart? Whether other men think this way is unclear, but Han Ying's initial reaction was indeed precisely this. Of course, he quickly regained his composure. With a polite and appropriate smile on his face, he invited Pei Luoyan to sit down and talk. Pei Luoyan wasn't aware that her previous words could easily lead to strange misunderstandings. Sitting down, she continued speaking. In order to find you, I traced all the way to Jiangnan, finally learning that you were from Shurxian. Due to some other matters, I couldn't immediately travel from Jiangnan to Shurxian. It was only recently that I managed to do so. Your wife, however, informed me that you had come to the capital to take the imperial exams. I commissioned people from the 5 cities military department to painstakingly discover where you stayed here. Worried about missing you again, I've been waiting from noon until now. Listening to this, Han couldn't help but feel exhausted on her behalf. In those days, there were neither airplanes nor high-speed trains, and wooden carriages lacked shock absorbers altogether. The distance between the capital and Jiangnan exceeded 1,000 miles. She had endured such bumpy journeys, with much hardship beyond what could be conveyed in a few sentences. Moreover, she had also made a trip to Xuanhuan. But this caused Han even more confusion. This, Mr. Pei, appeared to dress in a low-key manner, unlike those young masters who flaunted gold and jade with gaudy attire. However, the fabric of his clothing was of fine quality, unavailable in regular markets. Even the matching pattern hair ribbons were embroidered in the intricate Su embroidery technique. One wouldn't be able to acquire them for less than 100 taels on the market. Of course, whether or not someone dressed modestly had nothing to do with Han. What puzzled him was that any family that could afford a hair ribbon worth 100 taels must be either wealthy or noble, most likely both wealthy and noble. So why would such a family allow her, a woman, to journey thousands of miles south and north just to find him? In other words, what pressing reason could there be for her to seek him out? Pei Luoyan answered this question rather candidly and confidently. Because of perfume. I want to collaborate with you on a perfume business. The story began from last summer. Lady Wang's sister married into a Jiangnan family of prominence, but her brother-in-law served as an official in the capital for over 20 years. Eventually, tiring of paperwork and formalities, he resigned and returned to Jiangnan to live in leisure. During his time in the capital, however, the brother-in-law arranged a marriage alliance for his only daughter with a colleague. The future in-laws, eager for a grandson, sent messengers repeatedly to inquire about the wedding date. Unwilling to part with her daughter but also not wanting her to face difficulties at her husband's home later, Lady Wang's sister reluctantly agreed to the marriage, scheduled for September. Due to her deep affection for her daughter, she personally accompanied her to the capital for the wedding, using the trip as an opportunity to reunite with Lady Wang. Pei Luoyan's cousin was adored by all 10 members of her family and always had access to the finest things. Before coming to the capital, she specially purchased several dozen bottles of perfume at great expense, intending to give them as gifts to her aunt, cousins, and future sister-in-law. Perfume was already expensive, often sold out and hard to procure. Not sparing money, the cousin paid several times the original price to obtain these dozens of bottles. Calling it a heavy expenditure was no exaggeration. When Pei Luoyan first heard that a tiny bottle no bigger than a fingertip cost 50 taels of silver, she was startled. But after trying it herself, she found that although the perfume was expensive, it far surpassed any scented cakes or sachets. It was well worth the cost. Chapter 107, Like-minded. The price of spices is transparent. Estimating the cost of perfume from spice prices isn't difficult. Materials aren't expensive. What's costly are the methods and craftsmanship. After calculating, Pei Luoyan realized that perfume had an astonishing profit margin. She thus decided that no matter what, she needed to obtain the person who made perfume and collaborate with him to grow the perfume business. This decision led to several months of hard work afterward. After explaining her reasons for seeking Han, Pei Luoyan picked up her tea to moisten her throat. Han looked at her beautiful face, exuding an elegant grace, and couldn't help but feel admiration for her. He thought he already loved wealth a lot, as evidenced by his patience in dealing with all kinds of people just to make money. But when he saw this woman, beautiful as if detached from worldly matters, her love for wealth was comparable to his own. After drinking 2 sips of tea, Pei Luoyan put down her cup. Master Han, I admit that my proposal to cooperate with you right away may seem too presumptuous. But I believe Master Han has already noticed that I am actually female. Unlike men who can move freely outside, it's not easy for me to leave home even once. For any impoliteness, please forgive me, Master Han. Han preferred straightforward people. At least there would be no awkward guessing or beating around the bush. Pei Luoyan spoke frankly, so he didn't see the need to speak meaningless pleasantries. To be honest, I also have the idea of opening a branch office in the capital. If I could collaborate with Master Pei, I would be more than happy. It's just that it's inconvenient for Master Pei to go out. Business matters, however, involve countless details. Pei Luoyan instantly understood. Han worried that she might not have time to oversee the business. Collaboration without contributing effort or help equated to enjoying dividends without working. Pei Luoyan herself was troubled by this issue and fell silent momentarily. Seeing her difficulty, Han kindly consoled her. In fact, doing business is very hard. Given Master Pei's affluent family background, you really don't need to bother about these things. Pei Luoyan sighed deeply. I indeed don't lack silver, but my father does, and he lacks much, much more. Minister Pei loved his daughter dearly. He often taught her how to read and write himself during his spare time, and frequently discussed affairs of court with her. He hoped that his daughter would be knowledgeable and insightful, unlike ordinary women who only knew needlework and clothing. Thus, Pei Luoyan was very familiar with court affairs, especially those concerning the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Rights is responsible for formulating and enforcing national etiquette norms, education, imperial examinations, and interactions with foreign countries, among other responsibilities. In the last few decades of the previous dynasty, constant warfare and widespread hardship left little room for education. Since the establishment of the new dynasty, the common folk have struggled just to feed themselves. Very few families could afford the education of their children. Minister Pei always hoped to promote government schools so as to cultivate more talents for the court. However, Due to the depleted national treasury, Minister Pei's hopes remained unfulfilled. Minister Pei cherished his daughter, and Pei Luoyan pitied her father. So she wanted to do business to earn money and help him fulfill his wishes. Moved by Pei Luoyan's filial piety, Han Ning felt greatly touched. Besides, since this endeavor was beneficial to the country and its people, he should provide as much support as possible. In this case, whether or not Master Pei has time to manage the business, I'm willing to split profits 50-50 with you. One should not accept benefits without making contributions. That's something Minister Pei had taught his children since they were young. Pei Luoyan remembered this well. Naturally, she could not take the red envelopes of bonus profit without reason. Thank you, Master Han, but I cannot accept your kind offer. Suddenly thinking of an idea, her eyes lit up and her tone became more cheerful. If Master Han sincerely wants to help me, then why not come back home with me? Help persuade my mother to let me leave the house more often. Han Ning was puzzled. This doesn't seem appropriate. Your esteemed mother has never met me, knows nothing about me, and I don't know how I could convince her. There are ways, said Pei Luoyan earnestly. While I was in County Shi, I heard many stories about you. Born into humble origins, yet devoted to the welfare of all people, conducting business ethically for the benefit of the commoners, sponsoring public education, traveling long distances to invite renowned scholars from Jiangnan to guide the students. Oh yes, helping elderly, weak individuals, improving water conservancy. Wow, you're truly amazing. Han Ning felt embarrassed by all the compliments. Some of it was true, but some like improving water conservancy were exaggerated. He merely dug 2 diversion channels and installed a few water wheels because he worried about timely irrigation for the flowers on his estate. Thinking the estate was near the village and the villagers frequented it, he also helped dig a channel and install a water wheel for 2 neighboring villages nearby. It was simply to maintain good relations with the villagers, ensuring that the flower fields wouldn't be ruined carelessly. His intentions weren't as grandiose as described. He needed to clarify this to Pei Luoyan so she wouldn't misunderstand him. Han Ning didn't want to be a selfless saint passively, either actively or passively. Pei Luoyan assumed he was being modest and her respect for him increased further. She strongly invited him to come to her house the next day. Originally, she wanted to talk more with Han Ning. Hongxing reminded her that the curfew was approaching, so she had to say goodbye in a hurry. Han Ning looked at the name card left by Pei Luoyan, feeling even more conflicted. He saw that Pei Luoyan's family background was not ordinary, and agreeing to cooperate with her also meant using her family's influence to ward off some troubles. But he didn't expect her father to be such a high-ranking official. That surpassed non-ordinary by far too much. After much deliberation, he still decided to visit the Pei family once. Firstly, he had already promised Pei Luoyan, so he couldn't break his word. Secondly, he had heard the princess mention Minister Pei, saying that when he was young, he was the first handsome man and the most talented scholar in the capital city, and a dream lover for thousands of girls, even more popular than the previous crown prince. Out of curiosity, Han Ning wanted to see this man who had received such praise from the princess. Unfortunately, when Han Ning arrived at the Pei residence, Minister Pei had already gone to the Ministry of Rites, so they did not meet. However, Lady Wang also gave Han Ning quite a shock. In terms of looks, Lady Wang was only moderately beautiful, but her elegant and dignified presence made people feel close to her at first glance, yet dare not have any disrespectful thoughts. Facing Lady Wang, Han Ning felt like a kindergartner facing his favorite female teacher, respectful, wanting to get closer, afraid of doing something wrong or saying the wrong thing and making her unhappy. Unconsciously, he became much more restrained. Lady Wang thought it was because he was intimidated by her identity, which made her somewhat dislike him inside. Still, she understood that young people might not have seen much of the world and maintained a gentle demeanor. Women should primarily be composed. Matters of commerce shouldn't be brought up. Besides, my daughter is about to discuss marriage arrangements. She won't have time to deal with these things. Han Ning disagreed with this perspective. Who had ever set the rule that women must confine themselves to their inner chambers? Women, like men, have the right to choose their own destinies. Of course, he wasn't trying to overturn anything. It was just that since he had already agreed to help Pei Luoyan convince Lady Wang, he had to try his best. Chapter 108. A woman's silver is the easiest to earn. Han Ning stood up and paid his respects to Lady Wang with reverence. Madam, your words are reasonable, but they are also somewhat biased. Lady Wang did not expect that Han Ning, who had just been acting shy and inexperienced, would now dare to contradict her face to face. She couldn't help but wonder what he would say. Master Han, there is no need for such formalities. If you believe any of my words were incorrect, feel free to voice them, said Lady Wang. Han Ning straightened his posture and smiled as he spoke. I just think women are no less capable than men. What men can do, women can also accomplish. It's simply a matter of whether they wish to do it or not, rather than having others dictate what they should or shouldn't do. It was the first time in her life that Lady Wang heard such an argument. She could not help but frown slightly. Since ancient times, it has always been the role of men to handle external matters and women to take care of the home. When did it ever become acceptable for women to decide what they want to do? What if women wanted to participate in the imperial examinations or even enter officialdom? Wouldn't it be too unconventional to let them take the exam and pursue their ambitions? Lady Wang found it hard to believe that these words reflected Han Ying's genuine thoughts. Which man truly wishes his wives and concubines to stay hidden deep within the inner chambers and never emerge, let alone the concern over attracting lecherous eyes? And wouldn't it lead to raising their aspirations to the point where they would lose interest in staying at home, managing household affairs, teaching children, and taking care of domestic chores? Lady Wang asked this while reflecting on her own doubts. Han Ying smiled deepened a bit. To be honest with madam, in my household, all my more than 10 wives and concubines have the freedom to decide what they want to do, said Han. Some enjoy staying at home quietly and raising children, others prefer running businesses and gaining broader perspectives, and still others help me manage the accounts. As for worrying about cultivating ambitious minds in women, if a woman truly loves staying at home, then regardless of her aspirations, her focus will remain within the house. Those who seek opportunities to work outside are fundamentally the ones who don't like being confined to the home, right? That's right, like caged birds. When you feed and water it, it sings happily. Its owner may assume it likes being in the cage. But one day, if the cage door is accidentally left open, the bird will fly away without looking back. Lady Wang could not help but recall herself as a maiden, weeping every night under her quilt because she didn't want to get married. Back then, she thought that if only she were a man, she could go wherever she pleased. Instead, she stayed cooped up at home, worrying about potential mistreatment in her in-laws' home or criticism for mishandling household chores. A few decades had passed. The once young girl became someone else's mother-in-law, daily instructing her daughters-in-law on household management and resolving complicated interpersonal relationships. While she believed she was doing it for the good of her daughters-in-law, passing down years of accumulated experience, viewed from another perspective, it amounted to imposing her own thoughts and habits onto her daughters-in-law. Lady Wang sighed lightly. She could not return 20-some years ago, nor could she act as freely as Han, disregarding other people's opinions and gossip. All she could do was to interfere less in her daughter's affairs in the future and ignore small mistakes made by her, realizing everyone makes mistakes and learn from correcting them. As for Pei Luoyan and Han Ying's collaboration in business, Lady Wang turned her head to look at her anxious and expectant daughter. She sighed again. When going out, wear male attire, and do not reveal that you are a woman. Prioritize your safety at all times. This meant she was allowing her daughter to conduct business outside. Pei Luoyan was elated, rushing into Lady Wang's arms and repeatedly promising to follow her instructions. Mother, rest assured, it's not the first time I've gone out. I know everything. Lady Wang laughed and sighed as she looked at her daughter. Life is short, only a few decades long. Her daughter was more than 16 years old and would turn 17 after just a few more months. The time before marriage was limited. Let her be independent and do what she wished for a while. Since Pei Luoyan and Han Ying were soon to become business partners, Han Ying would technically count as a junior relative of Lady Wang. After some detailed advice to both of them, Lady Wang politely served tea to signal the end of the visit. Pei Luoyan saw Han Ying out. Her smiling expression did not fade throughout the walk. Thank goodness you persuaded Mother, otherwise I would have suffocated. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. How about at the Diula restaurant? Her poised tone reminded Han Ying of pre-crossing days when he often invited female colleagues or friends out for meals without any qualms about gender differences. All right, but I insist on treating you. After all, the business here in the capital will rely heavily on you. Pei Luoyan shook her head. No, business is business, and favor is favor. This dinner tonight is to thank you for helping persuade Mother on my behalf. It must come from me. Han Ying thought, though expensive, the Diulu would not break the bank for someone of the Pei family. Hence, he did not argue further. Upon arriving at Diulu as planned, seeing Pei Luoyan tip 2 taels of silver to the waiter merely for guiding them, Han Ying could not help but marvel inwardly at how generous the sum was. Looking at the prices on the menu, one could only say that instead of paying such exorbitant amounts, they might as well raid the place and take away a dish. The owner was quite amiable though. Master Pei, I think we should forget selling perfume and open a tavern instead. A plate of white fish costs 99 taels, which earns much more than perfume. Pei Luoyan couldn't stop laughing after he said this. After her laughter subsided, she quietly revealed the secret to him. The true investor behind this Diulu is none other than, well, all the high officials know, and the person himself knows everyone knows, yet no one dares to say it aloud. The families who don't lack these few taels come here once a month just to please that certain someone. That person, of course, referred to the current emperor. Han Ying almost blurted out that this method of making money was utterly shameless, but he held his tongue. Upon further thought, it was pitiful how even the ruler had to resort to shaming himself by extracting silver from his officials. It seemed clear enough that the great Qian dynasty was indeed impoverished. Not only were the common people poor, but even the emperor lived frugally. On reflection, everything made sense. Wars drained the national treasury and inflicted suffering upon the people. Yet, this wasn't to say there were no wealthy individuals in the great Qian dynasty. The noble families and major merchants possessed mountains of silver, but hoarded their riches and refused to contribute to the court. The government also could not act against them without reason. Hence, the current situation was such: the emperor was poor, the government was poor, and the people were poor. But those noble families and large merchants were extravagantly rich. Pei Luoyan intended to earn the money of these people. As she shared her ideas over dinner, perfume is a good item. Women universally love it, and when they love it, they are willing to spend silver. If there are other items like perfume, we can work on them together. The higher the price, the less utility, the more it highlights the wealth of those who buy it. Just like luxury goods from before he crossed over. Specifically, create useless items, branding them as symbols of status, and many people would blindly fork over silver for them. Sigh, truly, in any era, women's silver is the easiest to earn. Following this line of thinking, there were countless ways to make a fortune. Han Ying roughly outlined a few projects that were relatively easy to implement, and Pei Luoyan's eyes sparkled brightly. Master Han, what you propose isn't business, it's highway robbery. Chapter 109, Spending Money Like Water. Luxury goods can cut into one's wallet much harsher than a robbery, and the victim does it willingly. Han Ning took Pei Luoyan's remarks as praise and gladly accepted it. The two chatted and ate as they talked. The meal lasted almost an hour. Pei Luoyan still felt there was more to say. Her thoughts, Han Ning understood them all. They included some vague ideas she herself hadn't clearly sorted out yet. What moved her most was that no matter if her thoughts were right or wrong, he would never flatly reject them, nor question her because of them. Instead, he helped her analyze the possibility of implementation and the consequences it might bring, then provided some advisory opinions. To put it bluntly, since she was young, she had been her parents' beloved pearl, and her 5 brothers also cherished her deeply. But none of them truly understood her. Her ideas, when expressed, wouldn't necessarily be understood by others. Those who understood mostly disapproved of her, and advised her not to waste time thinking about these things, but to instead practice embroidery more often, manage accounts, so when she marries in the future, she won't be looked down upon. Speaking of marriage, Pei Luoyan became even more depressed. It seemed like since she could remember, all matters concerning her would eventually come back to the topic of marriage. And whether her words and deeds were appropriate or not, it would all depend on whether she will be despised or recognized after marrying into the in-laws. As if the only purpose of her being born was to get married. She wanted to do many things, and she was confident she could. Marriage was just one of those things. If not for the law constraining her, she wouldn't want to marry at all. What's good about marriage? Look at Lady Wang and her sister-in-law. Their families are not top tier, but are close to it, and they are highly respected. However, they could only stay inside their small inner courtyard each day, handling trivial matters. Thinking about it made her annoyed. In short, Pei Luoyan finally met Han Ning, someone who could understand all her thoughts and wouldn't repeatedly persuade her to suppress her nature and prepare for marriage, and immediately regarded him as a confidant. Finding a true friend in life is such a rare blessing. Pei Luoyan wished to invite Han Ning home for a temporary stay, allowing her to meet with him and exchange ideas daily. Of course, this was merely a thought. Lady Wang had already allowed her to go out, which was an enormous concession. If she were to bring a man home to live, Lady Wang would surely punish her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. Since she couldn't ask Han Ning to stay at her house and wanted to exchange more with him, there had to be other ways. Surprisingly, Pei Luoyan did come up with one. The day after tomorrow is Lady Wang's birthday, and the temple fair will be exceptionally lively. Regardless of highborn or common families, every household will allow their daughters to visit the temple that day to burn incense. These unmarried ladies rarely leave the house, so after burning incense, they will wander around the streets in front of the temple. Why don't we join in the fun, spreading the fame of our perfume while we're at it? When our shop opens in the future, we'll definitely have customers flocking in. Han Ning didn't hide his admiration for Pei Luoyan. This was in ancient times where information was closed off and concepts were outdated, yet Pei Luoyan already possessed the awareness for promotion and creating hype. She could be described as a naturally gifted salesperson. If placed in the society before he came here, she would undoubtedly be a top salesperson, with monthly earnings in the millions. Good. I'll await Mr. Pei's arrival on that day. He initially wanted to throw in something fancy like sweeping the bed clean for you, but deemed it inappropriate. Sigh, restrictions between men and women were truly troublesome, requiring caution everywhere. Every word required consideration, fearing offending the other party. At this moment, Han Ning still didn't know that after the temple fair, the relationship between him and Pei Luoyan wouldn't need to consider these issues anymore. The temple fair was still 2 days away. On the second day, Han Ning wasn't idle either. The manager was lent to Miss Li to handle the house decoration. So he found the broker himself and asked him to help find a shop. Han Ning never hesitated when buying things. As long as he liked it and the price was reasonable, he would make the deal quickly. This has nothing to do with his current wealth. Before crossing over, he was just a struggling programmer, yet maintained the same style. Now that he wasn't short on money, he was even less willing to waste time on indecision. The broker had nearly 20 years of experience in the industry and had never seen a buyer who paid silver so generously. Thus, Han Ning left a deep impression, and the broker, called in to look for shops, was exceptionally enthusiastic. Han Ning was dissatisfied with the 2 places he saw, mainly due to their off-center locations, unsuitable for high-end businesses like perfumes. After expressing his thoughts, the broker, grimacing like he had a toothache, decided to introduce him to a colleague. Not all brokers are the same. They each have different focuses. This broker mainly specialized in mid to low-end houses, though he also kept some information on shops. But compared to his peers specializing in high-end stores, he still fell short. Han Ning didn't let him refer without reward, directly tipping him several small-denomination silver notes. The broker found a secluded place and counted them. There was more than 50 taels in total. It was common for him to close a deal, taking anywhere from 1 or 2 months to as long as 1 or 2 years. The commission he would then extract could easily reach over 100 or 80 taels of silver. By simply introducing another broker to Han Ning, he had gained more than 50 taels of silver without effort, truly hitting a windfall. That evening, the broker specially carried a jar of wine to visit his colleague. His colleague, initially bearing a touch of arrogance and not giving much importance to the broker's intent, today was unusually warm, slapping the broker's shoulder while addressing each other as brothers. Seeing that he brought wine, the colleague called out for his wife to hurry up in the kitchen to prepare a few fine dishes. Our brotherhood deserves a good drink. The broker asked his colleague if he had helped Han Ning find a suitable shop. He also recounted the story of Han Ning buying a mansion previously. Upon entering the house and circling it once, finding it satisfactory, I immediately invited the landlord to exchange money for the land title deed, not even blinking an eye. This is someone who earns genuine wealth and whose spending is remarkably generous. You must be careful not to let such a profitable business opportunity slip away. The colleague gave him a smug smile. You're absolutely right. This Mr. Han is a gentleman who spends silver generously. I accompanied him to view 2 shops, both of which he took a liking to. I was worried he might hesitate, but he ended up purchasing both. He paid on the spot. This time I must thank you for bringing me such a lucrative deal. His colleague dealt exclusively with prime real estate like the prestigious front street shops. Even the least expensive ones wouldn't be less than 10,000 taels of silver. Had this person bought 2 at once? And even cleared the payment on the spot? What kind of identity must he possess to display such generosity? Could he possibly be a young master of some grand household, privately coming out to purchase properties? Let us set aside the 2 of them drinking wine and speculating about Han Ying's background, to focus on Han Ying, who, having bought 2 shops at once, had practically depleted all the silver he had on him. Between banknotes and small silver coins, he had amassed only over 100 taels. Fortunately, the money for decorating the house, he had already pre-calculated an approximate amount and handed it over to the manager in charge, so it wouldn't deviate too much. However, accommodating a group of people within a single courtyard involved significant daily expenses for food and lodging. With the current amount of silver, he could endure for at most 3 more days. Chapter 110, Testing. No, I still have to go to the temple fair with Pei Luoyan tomorrow. We must drink something and have lunch, right? Han Ying hasn't been to a temple fair, but he can guess that prices won't be low. He should keep more than half of these over 100 taels for tomorrow's expenses. It wouldn't do to let Pei Luoyan spend money, would it? After such a calculation, the remaining silver will only last for 2 days for these people. Han Ying felt quite troubled. Sigh. Before crossing over, he could take care of himself, but not the whole family. Not calculating his spending is one thing. Now, wherever he goes, there are 1 or 2 dozen people with him. In the future, he can no longer be so extravagant. Thinking about what happens next won't help now. There's nothing he can do by reflecting on it now. Han Ying called the steward and asked him to send a message home immediately and send some silver over. He also asked him to take out part of the renovation budget to get through the next few days. Once the silver sent from home arrives, he will make up the amount owed. The steward naturally dared not disobey. However, most of the funds had already been spent, and there wasn't much left for emergencies. Han Ying sighed again, asking him to make arrangements as best as possible, then dismissed him. After fretting for a while, he washed up and went to bed. Worrying won't help. It's better to rest well and hype up the perfume tomorrow. This trip to the capital involved buying estates and establishing shops. A lot of silver has been spent, helping relieve the disaster in Guxian. Thanks to Zhou Dekang who acquired grain from Jiangnan, the silver hasn't been calculated yet, and it's unclear how much it was. Estimating roughly, it starts at least 6 digits. Thinking about it, he really was quite wasteful. Describing him as treating gold and wealth like filth wouldn't be too far off. But there are always things in life that need to be done, such as helping alleviate the disaster in Guxian, for example. He's not a sage, nor does he plan to become one. It's just that he really can't stand seeing innocent people tortured by calamities into non-human states. Regarding silver and all that, Han Ying valued it, but also didn't value it too much. What's gone is gone, just find ways to earn it back. The next day, he specifically asked the steward to find him clothes in a pale color and simple design, and waited for Pei Luoyan to come and call him. When Pei Luoyan saw him dressed like this, her eyes lit up unconsciously. Currently, the trend in the capital was intricate and splendid designs. Han Ying adapted to local customs, having purchased several fashionable outfits after arriving in the capital. Today, for the sake of going to the temple fair, he wore a single sky blue jidue robe, with his long hair tied at the top of his head using a matching colored ribbon. This made him look even more refined and handsome, with a bright gaze and white teeth. Pei Luoyan was actually struck by a sense of admiration and snapped out of her daze after a moment. She pretended to be calm, stepped down from the carriage, greeted Han Ying, and invited him to ride in her carriage together. The temple fair is crowded with carriages and horses, bustling with people. Riding together will save us some trouble finding parking places. Since Pei Luoyan initiated the invitation, Han Ying wouldn't be pretentious either. Following her words, he got onto her carriage. Looking inside, there were only simple decorations and some essential items in her carriage, nothing overly complicated. Not much different from the inside of his carriage. Pei Luoyan noticed he was looking around inside, and smiled slightly. I've liked running around since I was little. My father protected me, pleading on my behalf with my mother, who finally agreed. But as a woman often going outside, there's always talk. So I often wear men's clothing. My father specially had this carriage bought for me. Even when I'm wearing women's clothes, unless I encounter acquaintances, my identity won't be discovered. I have another carriage at home that's flashy with gold and silver, very ostentatious. But given my father's position as the daughter of the Minister of Rights, I can't be too shabby, can I? This statement was rather honest. Han Ying looked at Pei Luoyan and smiled faintly. Although I haven't had the good fortune to meet the Minister of Rights, from your description, it's clear that he is an extremely intelligent person. Pei Luoyan thought he would say things like other people did, praising how loving her father was. After all, such evaluations were safest, ensuring no risk of subordination issues or offending others. Focusing only on positive comments might seem like flattery. Unexpectedly, Han Ying straightforwardly evaluated Minister Pei as smart. Pei Luoyan found it surprising and wanted to hear the reasoning behind his evaluation. Han Ying, with intentions to build a rapport with Pei Luoyan, didn't speak in clichés. The Ministry of Rights is the first among the 6 ministries, and the position of the minister, saying that he holds supreme power, isn't an exaggeration. Moreover, The Ministry of Rights manages the imperial examinations. Every successful examinee entering government service must respectfully call the minister seat master. If the minister wasn't smart enough and only pretended to be modest and upright, it would easily arouse suspicion from the emperor. After all, the list of achievements changing dynasties includes a significant contribution from the former prime minister. Pei Luoyan greatly praised Han Ning. Too impressive. I thought you were my confidant, but unexpectedly, you understand my father's difficulties even better. You're better than me, the daughter. I once complained to my father about the tediousness and burden of wearing gold and silver for social engagements. He patiently explained the implications to me, and only then did I understand. I didn't expect you to know him so deeply without even meeting him. If one day my father meets you, he will surely regard you as a true friend. Han Ning smiled, but remained silent. Sometimes, being known too well by others is not a good thing. Superiors need obedience from their subordinates. Knowing too much may instead invite disaster. The reason why he spoke so much in front of Pei Luoyan was actually to test whether Minister Pei had the grace to tolerate others. If the result of the test was unsatisfactory, he would keep his distance from Pei Luoyan, engaging only in business-related matters and ceasing all personal contact. At the worst, he could cancel the cooperation. No big deal. Just hand over the business to Pei Luoyan. After all, self-preservation comes first. Consider it paying a high price to avoid disaster. As they were talking, the carriage had already arrived near the temple fair. There was a long line of carriages ahead. They could only get out and walk. Once out of the carriage, they saw an immense crowd. Han Ning naturally walked on the outer side, shielding Pei Luoyan to prevent her from being pushed by the throng. Taking care of the weak was a habit he had formed before crossing over. Pei Luoyan was deeply moved by his meticulous consideration and glanced at him several times. A small voice inside her said, if she were to marry a man like Han Ning in the future, she wouldn't be overly opposed. However, growing up in the capital, she hadn't encountered any men like Han Ning. She had met some who were gentle and considerate, but most of them came from humble backgrounds, hoping to change their circumstances through marrying into wealth. Others were smooth-talking veterans of the pleasure quarters, skilled in deceiving women for amusement. Lost in thought, she failed to notice an elderly woman carrying a basket in front of her suddenly stopping to pick up something off the ground. She collided straight into her. Fortunately, Han Ying's reflexes were quick. He stretched out his arm in front of her, preventing her from knocking the old woman down, though there was still some contact. The elderly woman turned around and glared at her, demanding money. She even threatened that if she didn't give her money, she wouldn't let her pass. Chapter 111. Encountering danger at the temple fair. Pei Luoyan was sure that she had merely touched the old woman lightly and could not have injured her. Yet, the old woman demanded compensation in silver, or she would not let her go. Pei Luoyan didn't want to pay. She wasn't short of silver, but it wasn't as if it grew on trees. More importantly, she didn't want to indulge this kind of thievery. Han Ning, however, stepped in front of her, gently pushing her behind him and kindly compensating the old woman with a small piece of broken silver. The old woman bit into the broken silver twice with her crooked teeth to confirm its authenticity, then left satisfied. Pei Luoyan felt both aggrieved and angry, with a hint of confusion. I did nothing wrong. Why should I compensate her with silver? Han Ning helped her watch out for the crowd, preventing anything unpleasant from happening again. Did you notice the patches on the old woman's clothes? And how the basket she carried contained fragrant candles from Lao Fenghe? Pei Luoyan hesitated. She admitted she hadn't noticed these details, but still, that didn't justify extortion. If she had politely asked, I could have given her some silver, but her behavior is outright extortion, so I didn't feel like giving. As they neared the temple gate, Han Ning handed her a portion of the incense sticks. The old woman wearing old clothes shows that her family is poor. Yet using incense from Lao Feng, he suggests she has something she prays for to Buddha. So let us speculate what she prays for. Could it be that someone in her family is gravely ill, or there is no one to rely on, and relatives refuse to help her? So, she turns only to Buddha? Because her requests have been rejected too many times, she no longer believes anyone will assist her. Pei Luoyan bit her lip, feeling less aggrieved. If things were truly as Han Ning said, then the old woman might indeed be pitiful, but pitying shouldn't mean allowing others to extort money, right? Han Ning took a breath, allowing Pei Luoyan time to understand. Seeing that she was no longer agitated, he smiled and continued. What I'm actually trying to say is that, since the elderly woman lives in poverty without support from friends or family, she must have deep disappointment with life. If her extortion fails, and she does something unfavorable to you, then what shall we do about it? There's an old saying, a man of great wealth doesn't sit dangerously exposed. Why should we risk putting ourselves in danger over just a few pieces of broken silver? It finally made sense. She thought that Han Ying's compromise with the old woman stemmed from either compassion or annoyance with further arguing with a poor person. She never imagined he had thought so deeply. In fact, similar advice had been repeated by Chancellor Pei many times. Be careful not to offend lowly people when traveling outside. Today served as a vivid lesson. Pei Luoyan followed Han Ning into the temple and performed her incense offering and prayer before the Buddha statue. Her mind was still pondering over his earlier words. That elder took the broken silver and didn't persist any further. Fine. But what if she saw our generous offering and started insisting even more relentlessly, demanding even more? Han Ning smiled with deep meaning in his tone. A greedy snake swallows an elephant. We don't provoke the snake because we fear being bitten. If the snake entangles us, then we can only deal with it harshly where it counts. Pei Luoyan once again fell into deep thought, so much so that she began wandering and bumping around aimlessly. Han Ying had no choice but to grab her wrist through his sleeve to guide her forward. Otherwise, amid all the incense and fire in the temple, who knows where she might end up colliding. Han Ying didn't originally believe much in gods or Buddhas anyway. After completing their incense offerings, he didn't linger too long inside the temple and instead pulled Pei Luoyan out. They found a tea house to sit down and rest, alleviating concerns about her losing focus and causing trouble. He now observed the visitors. Just as Pei Luoyan had said, most visitors today were women. Among them were those dressed in luxurious finery, surrounded by numerous maidservants, instantly recognizable as noble young ladies. Even from a distance, one could catch their perfumed air, though it mostly smelled of burnt incense. Moreover, the scents available in the market varied little among incenses and perfume cakes, so their fragrances ended up quite similar. Since Han Ying and Pei Luoyan had left after only burning a stick of incense in the temple, the tea house was still sparsely populated. Gradually, visitors coming to rest increased. Given the tea shop selected by Han Ying looked like one of the grandest nearby, those who came to drink tea were largely affluent. An opportunity arose for Pei Luoyan to showcase the perfume. She stopped contemplating deeper issues. From her coin pouch, she pulled out a small bottle of perfume and carefully placed a single drop on her wrist and behind her ear. This method was taught to her by her cousin, claiming it was instructed by the perfume shop staff. It made the scent more elegant and long-lasting. Then she sighed audibly. Alas, the smell of this perfume is refreshingly natural, akin to standing in a sea of flowers, unlike the incense sold in markets, which always carry traces of smoke, regardless of how faint they are. It's also very convenient to use whenever needed. Pity such fine perfume cannot be bought in the capital. Han Ying almost burst out laughing at her exaggerated performance. Still, he understood. After all, this was a bustling tea house. Without exaggeration, how could they attract other people's attention? He forcibly suppressed his laughter and joined in her performance. This perfume can only be purchased in Suzhou, and the quantity is limited. Those high-ranking officials, noble young masters, and ladies have all vied to place orders. It's said that orders are usually booked months in advance. Pei Luoyan secretly gave Han Ying a thumbs up and continued with somewhat exaggerated sighs. With such a wonderful product, why doesn't it get sold in the capital? I could avoid asking others to purchase it for me from Jiangnan. Han Ying smoothly played along. Though the perfume is good, its price is truly exorbitant. Even in wealthy Jiangnan, not everyone can afford it. Perhaps the owner of the perfume business fears that the frugal atmosphere in the capital might make it difficult for people to accept such high prices. Their exaggerated performance had already drawn the attention of a few noble ladies at nearby tables. At first, those ladies were annoyed by their noise, but when they heard them discussing perfume, although they had neither seen nor heard of it before, after hearing its name, they could roughly guess what it was used for. They listened on, thinking they would try to get some perfume one day to see if it was as good as they described. When Han Ying mentioned that the perfume was expensive and may not be affordable for residents of the capital, the noble ladies immediately became upset. Frugality is one thing, but pursuing better sense and beauty is another matter entirely. Which of them didn't spend thousands of taels every year on clothing and accessories? Anything from Suzhou embroidery to shoe brocade. Whenever these items hit the market, which of them hadn't rushed out to buy them? How dare someone question their willingness to invest in themselves? These two must be country bumpkins from some remote place who don't know anything about the world. Pei Luoyan noticed several noble ladies looking at her with disapproval. She quickly held the perfume bottle higher and sighed longingly as though it were her first love who was about to leave forever. The noble lady's curiosity was piqued, and they all couldn't help but think in unison. That small bottle certainly looked delicate and lively, but how good could this so-called perfume really be? Chapter 112. The villainess makes her appearance. The young ladies of noble birth made no attempt to hide their curiosity about the perfume. Given their status, even if the perfume were expensive, they could certainly afford it. Why shouldn't they be curious? Someone sent a maid to inquire from Pei Luoyan about what this perfume was and what its marvelous qualities were. Others also looked over eagerly, straining their ears to listen. The goal had been achieved. Pei Luoyan discreetly shot Han Ying a triumphant glance. She provided the inquisitive maid with a detailed introduction on how to use the perfume, and then applied a drop to her wrist so she could experience it personally. In the capital city, fashionable clothing emphasized extravagance and beauty, and aromatic spices always aimed for a rich and fragrant scent. But the perfume's fragrance was faint, natural, light, with a fresh rose aroma that felt like standing amidst flowers, without any trace of the common incense. It smelled too good. The maid almost dared not move her perfumed hand, keeping it extended before her as she returned to her mistress. After her mistress caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance, she found it absolutely delightful, an expression of deep indulgence spreading across her face. The other young ladies then all instructed their own maids to ask Pei Luoyan if they could try the perfume. But Pei Luoyan refused. She said that the perfume was too expensive, unavailable in the capital city, and she herself didn't even dare to use it. No one would carry much silver on them when going out to pay respects at the temple. A few close acquaintances among the noble ladies pooled their money together, convincing and pleading with great effort until they finally managed to buy from Pei Luoyan a bottle of perfume, already half used. Learning from her example, each of them carefully dripped a single drop onto their wrists. At once, they felt as though every other fragrance they'd ever used was now inadequate, including those privately customized by renowned masters. Wanting to purchase more from Pei Luoyan, they were willing to let her set whatever price she desired, should she decide to part with some. However, it was then they realized Pei Luoyan and Han Ying had already left. Inside the carriage, Pei Luoyan's smile curved her eyes gently. I was worried that this scheme might not work, but I never expected these noble young ladies to fall into the trap so easily. Do you think they noticed me because I look like a handsome young gentleman, trying deliberately to strike up a conversation with me? Pei Luoyan was naturally radiant and beautiful, particularly with her slightly raised eye corners, large and round almond-shaped eyes that were intensely dark, exuding countless allure in every glance. Now smiling broadly, her eyebrows and eyes curved delicately like a new crescent moon, adding even more charm. Despite this allure, there was still a touch of innocence about her. For any man, she was undeniably fatally attractive. Han Ying was a man too, so seeing such unparalleled beauty, he couldn't help but react internally. Yet his rationality reminded him constantly. The identity of Grand Secretary Pei was too prominent. It wasn't wise to become entangled with his daughter. This wasn't due to Han Ying thinking he was unworthy to court Pei Luoyan, but because he didn't want to draw the emperor's attention or arouse suspicion. Thus, suppressing the flutter in his heart, he lowered his gaze, intently focusing on the teacup in his hands, as if it weren't a simple 10 cash coin market item, but some ancient treasure. That is possible. In the future, Lord Pei should disguise himself less attractively when going out. Otherwise, situations similar to throwing fruits till the cart overflows might occur. This story, known as throwing fruit till the cart overflows, Pei Luoyan had heard of. It was about a handsome man from a previous dynasty who would attract crowds of women each time he went out. These women threw fruit at his carriage to gain his attention, piling so many fruits inside it filled up. Pei Luoyan laughed even harder. Even your compliments are classical references, Mr. Han. Truly erudite. I'm sure you will pass this imperial examination with flying colors. Achieving success is less important than merely achieving it. Han Ying smiled gratefully in response to Pei Luoyan's blessing. Stopping her laughter, Pei Luoyan propped her chin in her hand, looking at him seriously. Mr. Han is smarter and more learned than any talented person I have met. Passing the imperial exams is a certainty for you. Have you thought about what you plan to do after passing? Why don't you stay in the capital city, where I can ask my father to arrange a post for you in the Ministry of Rights to develop your skills? With your talents, Mr. Han, within a few years you'll undoubtedly be able to handle things independently. While the phrase handling things independently sounds easy, it's far from being simple. Not only must the person possess capability, more importantly, they need opportunities to demonstrate it. And since the Minister of Rights was held by Secretary Pei, having this relationship, Han Ying entering the Ministry of Rights, what kind of opportunity would he lack? There was really no reason to reject such a proposal. Still, Han Ying didn't yet want to enter the world of politics. Even if the emperor directly gave him the position of prime minister, he wouldn't accept it. The same rule applied. Titles were merely passes allowing him freedom of movement outside. He wanted to stay far away from the capital city, making a fortune quietly. Raising children, raising pigs, building wealth. For now, Han Ying didn't wish to disclose so much to Pei Luoyan, as the two were not that familiar with each other. He simply replied that he hadn't decided yet, and taking the exam first was sufficient. Pei Luoyan thus didn't push the subject further. Rarely coming out, and it's still early. Let's just go to the outskirts to enjoy spring. Since returning from Xuanhuan County last time, I haven't stepped outside the city. I'm afraid I've missed the good pear blossoms outside Longmei Temple. Han Ying inwardly sighed with relief. Spring outings are good. Spring outings save money. The tea house owner had charged him 10 taels of silver for 2 cups of clear tea just now. Fortunately, Pei Luoyan suggested going on a spring outing. If it were another place like the Diola Tea House, he would not even have enough money to pay the bill. The weather was fine today, and a cool breeze blew outside the city walls. The two got out of their carriage at the foot of the mountain and walked, enjoying the scenery along the way. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Pei Luoyan said she was feeling a bit tired. Hongxing quickly found a flat patch of grass by the roadside, setting down the basket she'd been carrying. As if pulling things out of a magic hat, Hongxing took out a pile of pastries, a small red clay pot, and an exquisite teapot. Pei Luoyan and Han Ying humbly offered each other to sit first, then both sat down on the grass. Hongxing fetched water to boil tea on the spot. The beautiful scenery, the fragrant tea, and the stunning woman before him made Han Ying feel as though he were in a fairyland. According to the xuanhuan law, time travel trope, this was the moment when the villainess appeared, ruining the mood. The purpose of this was to give Han Ying an opportunity to discredit the villains and enhance his reputation. However, the villains today were here for Pei Luoyan. Furthermore, the two young and beautiful ladies left Han Ying no room to intervene. These two ladies were the daughter and niece of the Minister of Personnel, Zhang. They too had come for a spring outing and immediately recognized Pei Luoyan in her male attire. Seeing her sitting across from a man with such intimate behavior, about which Han Ying denied any involvement, as he could assure there wasn't a single improper act between himself and Pei Luoyan, they became instantly excited. In the capital, everyone tried their best to praise Pei Luoyan to the skies, calling her the most beautiful woman and the most talented scholar in the land of Daqian. But these two women were not impressed. To be precise, none of the daughters from high-ranking families were ever impressed. Now they had caught Pei Luoyan meeting with a strange man secretly. They would certainly stop her from putting on airs ever again. Excitement glinting in their eyes, the two ran up to Pei Luoyan, pointing scarlet-painted fingers straight at her nose. Goodness me, Pei Luoyan, how dare you meet with strange men? They expected Pei Luoyan to panic or plead them to keep the secret. Instead, Pei Luoyan calmly arched an eyebrow and swatted away the finger that almost touched her nose. Whether or not I see men is none of your business. Chapter 113, A Grand Gift. Oh my, proper ladies, daughters of officials, secretly meeting men and getting caught. Instead of repenting, they brazenly defend themselves. Absolutely shameless. Zheng Xiaoa was criticizing Pei Luoyan, but Pei Luoyan wasn't backing down. Instead, she was fuming red-faced. Pei Luoyan, we are both daughters of officials, and we should take the code of conduct for women as our guideline. Behave in a disciplined manner, and be gentle and virtuous, setting examples for all daughters of the emperor. You have publicly met a strange man, disgracing all of us daughters of officials. How is this not related to me? Pei Luoyan burst into laughter at her accusations. Could being daughters of officials be used as a reason to criticize her? There must be something wrong with Zheng Xiao's brain. Oh, I get it now. She just wants to trample on me. False accusations come easily when one wishes to harm another. Pei Luoyan displayed disdain on her face and took a sip of tea without further ado. Then she turned to Han Ying and said, "This tea was tribute from the western Miluo kingdom. The taste is acceptable, but its color leaves much to be desired." She treated Zheng Yue and her sister as if they didn't exist, completely ignoring them. Zheng Yue couldn't bear the slight, and her voice became sharper unconsciously. "Pei Luoyan, I am talking to you. What do you mean by ignoring me?" Pei Luoyan cleaned her ears impatiently and countered. "Give me a reason why I should acknowledge you." Acknowledge? What kind of reason? Her father, along with Pei Luoyan's father, were one of the 6 ministers, holding equal status. Yet Pei Luoyan showed no mercy at all, treating her like a superior figure high above others. This was simply too outrageous. Pei Luoyan, don't you think that just because Lady Ling favors you and lets you frequently visit the palace, you can look down on us? Are you not afraid that I will tell Lady Ling about your secret meetings with men? She would certainly despise you. See what you have left to rely on then. Pei Luoyan's expression grew darker. This fool Zheng Yue even dared to talk casually about Lady Ling. If only she would ruin herself. Don't involve me. Do as you wish, but don't bother me anymore with your idle chatter, spoiling my outing. Besides, I'm unmarried, haven't been betrothed, and traveling with a man is my own freedom. No one has the right to interfere. You're dreaming if you think you can use this to smear me. Zheng Yue wanted to say more, but Pei Luoyan had lost her patience and gestured for Hongxing to directly push the person aside. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with someone like Zheng Yue? Had she ever experienced such humiliation? She stomped her feet in anger, shouting curses at Pei Luoyan, then moved on to berate her cousin Zheng Yuerong. I'm being wronged, yet you refuse to speak up for me. Just standing there like a coward. What good are you at home? Tomorrow, I'll ask mother to find some random man for you to marry off. Both of Zheng Yuerong's parents died when she was young, and in name only, she was raised by Lady Zheng. Lady Zheng didn't bother teaching her 2 biological daughters, let alone a niece. Thus, practically speaking, Zheng Yuerong was brought up by servants and acted like a little follower in front of Zheng Yue. Even a minor disagreement with Zheng Yue resulted in a tirade against her. In title, she was still considered a young lady, but her treatment was akin to a servant's. Zheng Yuerong didn't want to depend on others or marry an unsuitable man, suffering hardships all her life. Otherwise, hadn't she endured humiliations all these years for nothing? Bearing the scolding from Zheng Yue silently, Zheng Yuerong kept her head low, daring not to utter a word. When her elder cousin finished berating her, Zheng Yuerong timidly said, "Dear cousin, Pei Luoyan is the beloved pearl of Minister Pei, much cherished, and we cannot contend with her. Even if we spread the rumors of her secret rendezvous with a man, Chancellor Pei would surely protect her." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yue envied Pei Luoyan madly. Both were daughters of chancellors, but while Pei Luoyan was Minister Pei's favorite, she could barely see Chancellor Zheng once. Not to mention any affection or care. In Chancellor Zheng's eyes, daughters were merely given away to other families along with a large dowry, purely costly burdens. If the rumor of her private encounter with a man were to spread, regardless of whether the rumor was true or false, Chancellor Zheng would definitely flay her alive. Why was there such a vast difference between people? Just spit it out, don't drag it out unnecessarily. Zheng Yuerong dared not waste time and went straight to the point. My idea is that Pei Luoyan's mere outings and having tea with men, if leaked, would hardly affect her at all. Why don't we give her a big present instead? As she spoke, she took a small paper packet out from her coin purse. This contains aphrodisiac powder. Once consumed, the woman will. And at that moment, we will appear as accusers. We will see how Pei Luoyan dares to stay defiant. In this era, a woman's chastity was viewed with utmost importance. Even engagement before marriage was unacceptable. Otherwise, one would be criticized for improper behavior and subjected to more cruel and nasty remarks. Details not worth going into further. In short, as long as Pei Luoyan consumed the aphrodisiac powder and lost her purity, she would be utterly ruined. Minister Pei could no longer protect his daughter, no matter how much he adored her. Instead, it was highly possible for people to criticize him for failing in raising his daughter properly, which might even cost him his official position. At the thought of Pei Luoyan's reputation being utterly destroyed, Minister Pei losing his post and being reduced to wandering the streets, Zheng Yue became so excited that her eyes sparkled. This plan is good. I'll quickly make Pei Luoyan consume the aphrodisiac powder. Zheng Yuerong almost vomited blood on the spot. It sounded easy to say, but she didn't even have a chance to get close to Pei Luoyan, let alone make her consume the powder. Yet she couldn't refuse Zheng Yue either, and she nervously sweated into her palms. The teapot used by Pei Luoyan for outings was specially custom-made, small enough for convenience during travel, holding only enough tea for 2 cups. Hongxing divided the brewed tea between Pei Luoyan and Han Ying before going back to the river to fetch more water. Suddenly, a fledgling bird with incomplete feathers fell from a tree, landing right at her feet. Ah, where did this little one come from? How pitiful. Hongxing looked up and around, but found no nest, leaving her quite perplexed. Thinking there was no one nearby, she temporarily placed the teapot beside the riverbank and carefully held the fledgling bird with both hands, showing it to Pei Luoyan. I wonder where it fell from. I'm unsure if it can survive if we try to raise it. Since childhood, Pei Luoyan had always been kind-hearted. She often picked up injured stray cats and dogs on her outings. She helped treat their wounds. If she couldn't find their original owners, they were kept in the household. For this reason, Minister Pei specially built a yard for them, so they wouldn't run rampant in the house and hurt anyone. Seeing the tiny fledgling bird, Pei Luoyan felt deep compassion. Let's try to raise it, rather than leaving it here to die. Hongxing then placed the fledgling down temporarily, fetched the teapot from the river, and discovered it was already filled with water, leaving her momentarily puzzled. From behind a clump of grass nearby, xuanhuan's heart was pounding hard in her throat. She had filled the teapot with water, intending to slip the aphrodisiac powder inside. This was the only chance. If it failed, she would face Zheng Yui's wrath. Being scolded or hit would still be better. If she ended up truly married off to a poor family, her life would be completely hopeless. Chapter 114. Help me. Hongxing was wondering if the water in the teapot was the one she had just filled. Hearing Pei Luoyan urging her to hurry up, she quickly jogged over. There wasn't a single soul nearby, so the water must have been fetched by her. It couldn't possibly run into the teapot on its own. Zheng Yuan, hiding behind the bushes, let out a deep sigh of relief and realized her palms were drenched with cold sweat. She hurried along another small path to inform Zheng Yue. It worked. I won't be forced to marry into a poor family. Pei Luoyan and Hanning sat idly chatting in the mountains. Hongxing softly reminded her, today lady's cousin is coming home, and the mistress has instructed Miss to return early. Only reluctantly did Pei Luoyan leave the mountain, accompanied by Hanning. On their way, she began to feel dizzy. At first, she didn't think much of it, attributing it to a slight discomfort from the wind blowing through the hills. However, her dizziness grew more severe. Not only was she feeling dizzy, but her body also started to feel unbearably hot. Hanning, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Could you help me? Pei Luoyan tried hard to stay conscious, but her vision became increasingly blurred. She instinctively leaned toward Hanning. Her voice took on a sultry tone. Hanning immediately noticed something was off with Pei Luoyan. He held her with both hands, trying to minimize physical contact as much as possible. Quickening his pace, he planned to take her down the mountain to see a doctor. Unfortunately, xuanhuan powder is a drug that stimulates emotions, acting extremely fast. Before Hanning could finish his sentence, Pei Luoyan already clung to him. Handsome Master Han, I've fallen for you at first sight. You touch my heart completely. Hongxing was utterly shocked. Dropping everything in her hands, she rushed forward in several large strides, forcibly pushing Hanning aside, and almost wrestled Pei Luoyan back into her arms. Furious and alarmed, she confronted him. What have you done to my young lady? Hanning doubted whether Hongxing was betraying her master. Looking at her expression, though, it seemed genuine. This was not the time to dwell on that. The condition of your young lady suggests she might have ingested some emotion-inducing drugs. We need to take her to a medical clinic as soon as possible. To the medical clinic. Right? Take her to a doctor. The doctor must surely have ways to counteract those drugs. And then settle accounts later with this rogue named Han. Unfortunately, with the drug taking effect, Pei Luoyan was losing her rationality. She struggled fiercely against Hongxing, flinging herself towards Hanning instead. Hanning originally intended to avoid being implicated but, seeing her nearly fall to the ground, had no choice but to support her. That support, however, turned into Pei Luoyan clinging to him like an octopus. Completely boneless, her whole body pressed tightly against Hanning. With the warming weather of March and their thin clothing, Hanning clearly felt the unusual heat and softness emanating from Pei Luoyan's body. Saying he was unaffected would be a lie, but considering the consequences of yielding, he decided otherwise. Driven by the desire ignited by the drug, Pei Luoyan's unquenched longing burned within her like a raging fire, burning her skin until it turned crimson red, her forehead damp with beads of sweat. Instinctively, her hands pulled at her clothes, seeking even a bit of coolness. All three were still on the mountain path, where people could pass by any moment. Hongxing wanted nothing more than to die, yet she had no solution to the chaos. Through tears, she accused Hanning. My young lady treated you as a friend sincerely. How could you do such a thing, something so harmful to her? Hanning was equally upset and annoyed. Being blamed without cause made his tone harsher. Does a person who serves others even need brains? If I truly meant harm to Mistress Pei, wouldn't it have been easier to agree to her outing, coax her to bars or tea houses, somewhere less conspicuous? Hongxing paused, pondering how it didn't seem plausible for Hanning to commit such a deed. As he said, if there were malicious intentions, they'd choose a place less easily discovered. So, who exactly harmed Pei Luoyan? And how? While Hongxing was lost in thought, Pei Luoyan's condition worsened. Under the influence of the drug, she completely lost her sanity, displaying astonishing strength. Unwilling to hurt her, Hanning restrained her against his chest, preventing her from moving about wildly. Instead of remaining still, Pei Luoyan squirmed against him. Incoherent whispers streamed endlessly from her mouth. Master Han, it's too hot. Please help me. If Hanning could endure further, he wouldn't be a man. Staring down at Pei Luoyan's flushed face burning with desire, he gritted his teeth, picked her up, and leapt into the forest. Lady, my young miss. Realizing the situation, Hongxing chased after them as the figures of Han Ying and Pei Luoyan vanished before her eyes. Panic-stricken, skirts lifted high, she scrambled in the direction they disappeared, stumbling countless times, tearing her dress on numerous branches. Finally, she discovered a cave, where at its entrance lay a red silk undergarment embroidered with white diamonds and a phoenix through peonies pattern. The sound echoed explosively in her head. Her body wavered, nearly fainting. That piece of undergarment was sewn by her own hands. It was she who dressed Pei Luoyan in it that morning. There was no need to guess what had happened here. Pei Luoyan's reputation was now ruined. Lady Pei would surely kill her, or even banish her parents and siblings from the household of the chancellor. Hongxing didn't dare think further. Her legs gave out beneath her, collapsing onto the ground. She wished she could just die right there and then. Inside the cave, Pei Luoyan had endured several cycles of extreme distress. Exhausted and utterly powerless, she felt as if she had melted into a puddle of water. Sensing Han Ying's hands roaming over her body again, she begged in weakness. Please no more. I'm too tired. Han Ying wasn't someone who only cared about his own release while ignoring her feelings. It was just that Pei Luoyan's skin felt so alluring that he couldn't help but linger. Upon hearing her plea, he reluctantly ceased his actions. Once Pei Luoyan regained enough strength to rest, she shyly turned her back on Han Ying and began dressing herself. However, she realized her breastcloth was missing. Vaguely, she recalled it might have been left at the cave entrance. She quietly asked Han Ying to retrieve it for her. Han Ying had already heard Hongxing's footsteps earlier, but hadn't informed Pei Luoyan to avoid embarrassing her. When he came out and saw Hongxing looking utterly hopeless, a pang of sympathy arose within him. This matter concerns not only Master Pei's reputation, but also your very life. Whoever asks, do not admit to anything. The rest, I will resolve with Master Pei. What could Hongxing say? She was merely a little maid. Her entire family worked as servants in the Chancellor's house. Their lives were never under their control, and matters regarding Pei Luoyan certainly weren't hers to decide. Still, Hongxing harbored some suspicion toward Han Ying. Of the three present, she knew she hadn't administered any drug, which naturally pointed the blame to Han Ying. It couldn't possibly be Pei Luoyan herself. But, given the situation now, investigating this further held no meaning. With her chastity lost to Han Ying, Pei Luoyan's path was clear. Either marry him or take vows as a nun. Under the protection of Chancellor Pei, marrying Han Ying could still allow for a tolerable life. Becoming a nun meant devoting her entire life to the cold lamp and ancient Buddha without a shred of hope. Thinking this over, Hongxing treated Han Ying with a bit more respect. Yes, everything according to Mr. Han's arrangement. Han Ying found her pitiful. Alas, this cruel feudal system. Chapter 115. Thanks for your hard work. On the return carriage ride, Han Ying held Pei Luoyan on his lap. At first, Pei Luoyan thought he had something else in mind and shyly refused. Han Ying pinched her nose. What are you thinking? I'm worried about the bumpiness of the carriage making your waist sore. Of course, he also wanted to enjoy the warmth and softness in his arms for a while longer. Pei Luoyan indeed felt her waist ache and gave Han Ying a glare. It was all his fault, doing this and that with such force. Holding Pei Luoyan, Han Ying started discussing who might have slipped the drug. Pei Luoyan suspected the issue might lie with the pastries. She asked Hongxing where they came from and who handled them. Han Ying thought it impossible that the problem was with the pastries. The pastries were specifically prepared by the kitchen that morning for the outing. Each one was small and easy to eat, so slipping drugs beforehand would be hard to ensure Pei Luoyan ate the drugged piece. Could it be Hongxing? Seeing Pei Luoyan's suspicion, Hongxing knelt before her, swearing an oath. All my family members work as servants in this house. I am your personal maid. If anything happened to you, I would surely be punished first. How could I dare to harm you, miss? That statement seemed genuine. After a moment's thought, Pei Luoyan chose to trust Hongxing. So, who had slipped the drug? Han Ying smiled and gently kissed Pei Luoyan's little face, making Hongxing blush furiously and quickly look down. Pei Luoyan also turned red in the face and lightly pummeled his chest. Such a weak blow caused no pain, hardly more than a cat's weight. You've forgotten. There were two people who had the opportunity to slip the drug, said Pei Luoyan. Her bashfulness vanished as she anxiously urged him. Who is it? Hongxing quietly lifted her head to stare at him, silently urging him to speak quicker. Han Ying responded with a smile. Hongxing, I remember when you returned with the baby birds. You originally intended to fetch water from the river, didn't you? When you brought the baby birds back, was the teapot left by the riverside? Something in Hongxing's mind wanted to surface but then went blank. Following Han Ying's hints, Pei Luoyan reflected for a moment and immediately thought of the xuanhuan sisters. You mean to say that the xuanhuan sisters never left and instead hid in the shadows, waiting for their chance to drug me? Han Ying confirmed this with a nod. Enraged instantly, her little face turned scarlet and her eyes sharp. Xuanhuan has gone too far. I have no grievances or enmity with her, yet she dared to use such malicious means against me. It's absolutely unreasonable. Ruining a girl's reputation meant she'd face ridicule and gossip her whole life, and even her family would suffer judgment. This behavior of Xuanhuan was more malevolent than killing Pei Luoyan directly. Without hesitation, Pei Luoyan decided to confront Xuanhuan right away. Hongxing was so scared, she nearly fainted. Miss, under no circumstances. If you go to the Zheng family, won't it confirm that Xuanhuan's plot succeeded? Okay, she couldn't confront them. Not only should she not confront them, but she should try her best to conceal the matter. Pei Luoyan became increasingly frustrated and uncomfortable, feeling like swallowing a fly. Han Ying comforted her. Who says revenge must involve storming someone's door? I'll take care of this matter and guarantee it will satisfy you. Pei Luoyan questioned how he planned to seek revenge. Han Ning hadn't really thought it through and jokingly teased her. Using the same methods they used on you. Returning the favor to Zhang Yui in kind. What do you think? To his surprise, Pei Luoyan took him seriously, biting her lips, deeply conflicted. Han Ning assumed she was jealous and was about to clarify it was a joke. Instead, she said, "This would certainly relieve anger the most, but it would be inconvenient for you." Han Ning was momentarily dumbfounded, but soon realized the concepts of this era differed from those of the time he'd come from. Very few women would be jealous of men. To sum it up, women competed over their treatment rather than over how many women their own men slept with. In short, Pei Luoyan supported Han in repaying Zhang Wei tit for tat, only sympathizing with his hardship and self-sacrifice for revenge by sleeping with a woman he disliked. Han Ning wanted to explain he didn't find it a hardship at all. Though the Zhang Yui sisters weren't as beautiful as Pei Luoyan, they weren't bad-looking either, certainly around 7 or 8 out of 10. Especially, both sisters had very voluptuous figures, larger in areas where Pei Luoyan wasn't, clearly being naturally attractive. Any man would be tempted. Pei Luoyan had visited the Zhang family before, and to support the plan for revenge, she specially drew Han Ning a simple map, emphasizing the locations of the two sisters' rooms. That night, Han Ning sneaked into the Zhang household dressed entirely in black. Of course, his target wasn't the Zhang sisters, but the study of Lord Zhang. Men are rarely without lust, including Han Ning, but after a little flirtation, principles must still be upheld. Since the Zhang Yui sisters tried to ruin Pei Luoyan, he decided to make Lord Zhang lose his post directly, seeing whether they'd dare to harm others again. Lord Zhang managed the Ministry of Personnel for many years. It was impossible for him to be as clean as crystal. By doing this, Han Ning would also serve the public interest. The study was a place for work and receiving guests. During the day, it was bustling with visitors, but at night, after Minister Zhang returned to his private quarters, only 2 attendants were left to oversee the study. These attendants didn't live in the study itself, but in a guardhouse about 10 steps away. After Han Ning broke through to the intermediate level of the Baopu secret manual, he truly moved as swiftly and silently as a bird gliding on the wind. Leaping from one spot to another, he infiltrated the study without any of the passing guards noticing his presence. The study was large and magnificent. Wary of attracting attention from the guards, Han Ning dared not light a lamp. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough tonight to allow him to make out the words on the pages of books by dim light. But after searching the study for half an evening, all Han Ning found was just that, a room filled with books and nothing else. Could this Minister Zhang be so cautious that there wasn't a single piece of incriminating evidence to find? Or should he check the office of the Ministry of Personnel instead? Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. There was no time to escape now. More importantly, Han Ning wanted to see who would come to the study in the middle of the night. Thus, he leapt up onto the rafters and concealed himself in the shadows. Moments later, the door to the study opened, and an elderly steward with graying hair entered with a young gentleman. This young man was none other than Zhang Shi, the eldest son of Minister Zhang. Zhang Shi had been enjoying wine and revelry in the chambers of one of his concubines when, after losing several rounds of dice, the young maid named Inger was down to her last undergarment. Suddenly, a messenger arrived from Minister Zhang, summoning him to the study to retrieve something important. Annoyed, Zhang Shi muttered complaints under his breath. If it's so important, why wasn't it retrieved earlier? Why disturb me in the dead of night? On one side was Lord Zhang, and on the other, the future lord. The steward couldn't afford to offend either party, so he tried to cajole Zhang Shi. News has just arrived from Ping'an Prefecture, and Lord Zhang is quite furious. Master, please hurry and bring whatever Lord Zhang needs back to him. If you're late, he'll be even angrier. Daring not to argue further, Zhang Shi took the lamp from the steward and walked over to one side of the bookshelf. He rotated a small bronze incense burner the size of his palm. A harsh grinding sound filled the air as the section of the bookshelf before him slid to the side, revealing a small hidden door. Chapter 116. Taking advantage of the situation. Han Ning could see every move Zhang Sha made on the beam in the room. After Zhang Sha left the study carrying a 2-foot-long object that looked like a painting and calligraphy box, Han Ning hesitated for a moment. Ping'anzhou may be called peaceful, but it's actually one of the border towns constantly plagued by war year after year. Last autumn and winter, the emperor recruited 10,000 soldiers to reinforce the border troops, and he had heard that these new recruits were sent to Ping'anzhou. What important message had Minister Zhang received, and what important object was he sending out overnight? Han Ning was very curious and wanted to investigate. However, there were certainly many guards around Minister Zhang, so he didn't have 100% confidence to infiltrate quietly without alarming them. In the end, he decided to first go into the secret room and take a look before thinking about the item Zhang sent to Ping'anzhou later. Han Ning imitated Zhang Sha's actions, activated the mechanism, and entered the secret room. The secret room was only about 10 or more square meters, piled up with all sorts of records and painting boxes. There were also 2 wooden crates in the corner, from which nothing could be seen externally. Han Ning opened several boxes first. Inside were indeed paintings, but they weren't created by famous painters. All of them were painted by Minister Zhang himself. With Han Ying's level of appreciation, he couldn't see anything particularly remarkable about those paintings. As he was about to put them down, he noticed some small characters written along the inner edge of the box. On closer inspection, the small characters read, 100,000 silver taels. What did this mean? Could this be the price of this painting? Would anyone dare to sell this quality at 100,000? 10 taels would not even get a buyer. Han Ning then casually opened a few more boxes. The same location inside each box had small characters written. Some said 100,000, others 50,000, with the least amount being 20,000. Han Ying seemed to understand something and returned the boxes to their original positions. He then went on to search through the documents. The content of the documents was quite diverse. They included murder cases, civil disputes, and also official promotion paperwork from certain regions. Han Ying was utterly confused and could not immediately figure out why these files appeared in the secret room. Could it really be that all these cases involved Minister Zheng? Worried about being discovered, Han Ying did not stay long in the secret room. When leaving, he accidentally dropped one of the boxes. Besides the painting, something else rolled out, a small piece of something. Han Ying worried it might be a mark placed by Minister Zheng, so he searched the ground for a long time until he finally found it. It turned out to be a piece of jade about the size of a fingernail. It originally looked like it was supposed to be round, but a corner had broken off. There was no particular mark or emblem on it. Clearly, it was scrap material that no one wanted. Just as Han Ying was about to return it, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He took out from his chest the jade disc given to him by Princess Wulingong, which she had been gifted by the previous crown prince who often carried it. Placing the fragment against the damaged portion, though not perfectly aligned due to the polishing of the jade disc, its size and shape matched exactly. Han Ying's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, he couldn't guess what the presence of this piece of jade implied, but he felt his heart racing. Unfolding the fallen painting revealed a man depicted within, about 20 years old, yet he had streaks of white hair at the temples. This man was very thin, making his facial features exceptionally sharp. Han Ying guessed who this was, slowly rolled up the painting, and returned it to the box. But he did not return that small piece of jade. Instead, he tucked it into the hidden pocket of his vest. Minister Zheng had preserved the portrait of the former crown prince and kept it in the secret room. There must be some reason behind this. He had to find out what that reason was. When Han Ying returned to the inn, it was already the middle of the night. Still pondering over the matter of the portrait of the former crown prince, it took him quite some time to fall asleep. Naturally, he overslept the next morning. The supervisor had been waiting outside his door for a while. Seeing him finally emerge from the room, the supervisor hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Master, our silver is used up. Even if the family sends money, it will still take at least 15 days. What should we do?" Han Ying remained very calm, took out a stack of promissory notes from his chest, and handed them to the supervisor. "Use these for now. Remind them about the house more frequently. Don't miss the wedding date. And also, clean out the 2 people I bought. None of those clumsy ones are needed. Later, I'll draw you a few diagrams. Find an experienced carpenter and have him make things according to the designs I give you." These promissory notes came from the 2 wooden crates in the corner of Minister Zheng's secret room. There were not many silver notes in the crates, just a few tens of thousands of taels. The rest were gold and silver ingots weighing 1 catty each. Silver notes were convenient to use, so Han Ying took all of them. He also took a pile of gold bars, which were currently stored in his bedside trunk. He wasn't concerned about Minister Zheng finding out and reporting it to the authorities. You can't flaunt stolen goods. If the existence of this wealth could be openly announced, Minister Zheng wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to create a secret room. As long as there was silver, the supervisor didn't bother to ask where Han Ying had suddenly gotten so much money from overnight, and simply left cheerfully with the promissory notes to attend to business. Han Ying went downstairs and ate something casually, thinking that he should buy some gifts and pay a visit to the Pei residence. Yesterday's incident was unexpected, but responsibilities must be taken and attitudes should be proper. While he was eating, Xiao Wu slinked in cautiously, peeking at him nervously. Han Ying, seeing Xiao Wu, recalled his original purpose for going to the Li family, asking Li Chongbao for help to punish the extortion gang. However, after so many things happened later, he had completely forgotten about it. Xiao Wu noticed Han Ying looking at him and edged closer hesitantly. "Greeting, master. The last time we swindled your money, it was all because of our boss's orders. If I hadn't followed, he would have beaten me to death," Xiao Wu said pitifully. "Master, please forgive my sins." Han Ying cut him off mid-plea with a wave of his hand. "Just get to the point." Xiao Wu bit his lips and looked anxious as he revealed his reason for coming. "Last night, one of my brothers got kicked in the stomach by the boss. He immediately spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. After sleeping through the night, he looks even worse now. Our boss plans to dump Xiao Si on a mass grave. I don't dare to go against his wishes, but I really don't want my brother to die." So, Han Ying understood now. The boy wanted him to pay for saving his brother. After swindling 500 taels from him, they were now asking him to save their friend? Did they think he looked like someone who would throw away money without thought? Seeing Han Ying's hesitation, Xiao Wu knelt down before him and begged tearfully. "Both me and my brother were bought by the boss from child traffickers. When I first arrived, I was timid and clumsy. The boss beat and scolded me frequently, and each time, my brother protected me. The boss forced us to learn how to steal and swindle others. My brother was smart enough to pick up these skills quickly, but refused every single time despite being threatened with broken legs and being abandoned to beg outside temples. My brother hasn't done anything bad, truly. Please, sir, save him. Whatever punishment you wish to give me, I'll take it willingly." If this story wasn't fabricated to fool him into spending money, everything Xiao Wu said appeared truthful. This brother of his seemed like a man of integrity worth rescuing. Han Ying figured helping him once wouldn't hurt. Chapter 117, Like a Dream. Xiao Wu didn't dare to linger outside for too long, and after persuading Han Ying to contribute money to save Xiao Si's life, he again sneaked out along the wall corners to lead Han Ying, glancing left and right from time to time, fearing he might run into the boss. Xiao Si was hidden by Xiao Wu in a city god temple. This kind of place didn't have monks in charge, so it became a gathering place for vagrants and beggars, occasionally with destitute people from other places seeking shelter here. In short, it was chaotic and dirty. When Xiao Wu brought Han Ying there, a few beggars were already surrounding Xiao Si maliciously, looking sleazy. Without needing to ask, one could guess what they intended to do. Although Xiao Wu was young, having lived on the streets every day, he knew a lot. He rushed over and chased the beggars away. Squatting down, he picked up Xiao Si's head, checking his breathing. Once sure that he was still alive, he cried and laughed, praying for divine protection. The heavens don't favor anyone especially, but Han Ying can. After glancing at Xiao Si for a moment, Han Ying saw that he was only around 10 years old, extremely thin, as pale as paper, with unnatural splayed legs. The small hands and wrists dangling to the ground had layers upon layers of old wounds. Han Ying couldn't help but feel pity and regret not reporting the situation sooner. Otherwise, Xiao Si wouldn't have had to endure this torture. Self-blaming silently for 3 seconds, Han Ying sent Xiao Wu back first. If you trust me, leave the person in my care. If you don't trust me, I'll leave immediately, and you won't come to me again. Even though Xiao Wu was hesitant, he had no choice but to entrust Xiao Si to Han Ying. Had there been anyone else he could turn to, he wouldn't have sought out Han Ying. Worried about returning late and being beaten by the boss, Xiao Wu took one last glance at Xiao Si before running off. Han Ying ordered someone to carry Xiao Si onto the carriage, finding a nearby clinic. The doctor examined him and sighed repeatedly. He said Xiao Si's severe cold had deeply affected his lungs. If treatment was delayed any longer, his life would be over. After the medicine was prepared, Han Ying brought Xiao Si back to the inn, instructing the servants to take good care of him. Upon reflection, she summoned De Hu and asked him to assist the servants. She used the opportunity to tell him that if it weren't for Quiflower not wanting to abandon them, perhaps he would share the same fate as Xiao Si now. De Hu's attachment to mother and son Kai had been cultivated since childhood and wasn't something that could change overnight. Although his clothing and food were better with Han Ying than at Kai's house, he still felt his grandmother and father were the closest people. Children can't hide much inside their hearts. De Hu quietly protested. Grandma always says I am the root of our family, and the houses and fields will belong to me later. How could she sell me to bad people? Han Ying sneered. Sister Quiflower kept many things from you to prevent your sadness. Do you know that Keg Dana tricked Grandma to live in the land shrine to please his newly wedded wife? One who abandons their own mother will certainly abandon you. After his new wife bears more sons, you'll have even less standing. De Hu refused to accept such a cruel reality. Crying, he ran away. A while later, he returned with red eyes, helping to care for Xiao Si. He'd been disciplined and knew that without working, there'd be no food. Nature may change, but inherent character is hard to shift. Han Ying didn't intend to reform De Hu's temper in a few days. At least he understood more rules now than when he first arrived, which was a great improvement. So, Han Ying didn't say much more. After watching the servant give medicine to Xiao Si, everyone went back to their respective tasks. Originally planning to visit Pei residence to declare her determination to marry Pei Luoyin, due to Xiao Wu's delay, the timing became inconvenient. After pondering, she decided to head to the Li family instead. As the wedding date approached, Mrs. Li was preparing dowry for Miss Li. There were numerous chests and trunks arranged in the hall. Seeing Qingyun enter, Miss Li blushed and hurriedly went to the back room. Mrs. Li invited Han Ying to sit down, asking whether her sudden arrival implied something important. Han Ying had nothing urgent to discuss. It was just an ordinary courtesy visit. Seeing Mrs. Li and her daughter busy at work, she didn't stay long, said a few words, then bid farewell. Mr. Han, please wait. Miss Li rushed out, blushing as she handed him a handkerchief. You're about to take the imperial examination at xuanhuan. I don't have much to give you. This was made by me. The needlework is rough. Don't despise it. Han Ying smiled and thanked her, accepting it graciously. Miss Li wanted to say something, but didn't know what. Blushing once again, she turned and ran away. What a bashful girl. Han Ying watched Miss Li's retreating figure disappear. As she emerged from the alley and boarded her carriage, she headed toward the city gate to find Mr. Li Changbao. Li Changbao was on duty, and seeing Han Ying arrive, he assigned his task to others and welcomed her into a nearby inn. Mr. Han, what brings you here? Is there something important? Han Ying detailed the story of how she had fallen victim to a petty scam and asked for his help in filing a complaint. Changbao secretly exhaled in relief. To be honest, ever since Han Ying announced her intention to marry Miss Li, offering money to arrange the dowry, preparing a new home, and promising to bring Mrs. Li to live together after marriage, Li Changbao felt as if he were in a dream. Otherwise, how could such a great thing happen to the Li family? Before Han Ying appeared, he had been worrying about Miss Li's marriage all the time. It was too hard for her to marry into a good family, and he was reluctant to let her marry into a bad one. He had even implied several times in his letters home to his wife, suggesting that Miss Li marry her nephew. He didn't know if it was because his hints were not obvious enough or if his wife simply didn't agree. She never gave him a positive response. Under these circumstances, Han Ying suddenly showed up out of the blue. Not only did he look very talented, but he also turned out to be quite generous. This was truly beyond imagination. When Han Ying first came to see him, Li Changbao thought Miss Li was going to be called off from the engagement. He felt genuinely nervous. He was already planning out how to refuse the breakup of the engagement reasonably. But when he heard it was merely about filing a simple complaint, Li Changbao was almost moved to tears. It's just a fraudster, which isn't much of an issue, and there is documentary evidence, so the court will surely take the case without delay. However, after the complaint is submitted, the authorities will require your cooperation in investigating the case, which may affect your participation in the imperial examinations. That would definitely be a huge loss. Han Ying considered this and agreed with reason. After thanking Li Chongbao, he decided to file the complaint after the exam. Back at the inn, the servant informed Han Ying that Xiao Xi's fever had decreased somewhat, and he had regained consciousness, so Han Ying immediately went to visit Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi had average features, but his eyes were clear and bright. The servant told Xiao Xi that Han Ying was his savior. Xiao Xi then nodded slightly on his pillow. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. When I recover, I will bow before you in gratitude." Han Ying noticed from his speech that Xiao Xi seemed to have some education. Upon inquiry, he learned that Xiao Xi originally came from a scholarly family and was educated by his father since childhood. He was 6 years old and studying the 4 books when he was abducted. It happened because his father passed away suddenly, leaving disputes over property among the uncles, who then sold him to traffickers secretly, finding him troublesome. Had it not been so, staying with his mother while holding on to their small inheritance and studying diligently at home, they would not have feared failure in achieving success in the future. Unfortunately, now both his legs were disabled. Even if his mother was still around, there would be no opportunity for him to enter school anymore. Chapter 118, Dazzling. Han Ying asked Xiao Xi again. With his intelligence, he should be able to deal with the so-called boss easily. Why had he ended up in such a miserable situation? Xiao Xi replied solemnly. "A gentleman does what is right and avoids what is wrong. Although I only know a few words and am far from being a gentleman, I dare not do anything that disgraces the identity of a scholar. Though my body is disabled, my backbone is straight." Unexpectedly, this young one has quite the spirit of a scholar. Judging by this point alone, he surpasses many learned scholars. Han Ying patted Xiao Xi's shoulder. "You recuperate well. When you're better, accompany me to file an accusation." Upon hearing the 2 words, file an accusation, Xiao Xi frowned deeply. "I once beat the drum at the gate of the government office, wanting the officials to save me from misery. But I was driven out with sticks by the constables. It seems likely that the authorities have already colluded with these people, so it's not easy to file an accusation. It may not be easy at first, but with the connection through Minister Pei, isn't it easy to accuse those who fake injuries to cheat for money? But it's not necessary to trouble Pei Luoyan just yet. If the authorities refuse to accept our complaint, then we can ask her to help pass on a message to Minister Pei at a later time. Of course, there's no need to say these things to Xiao Xi." Han Ying patted his shoulder again and stood up. "You're a good child, and you're intelligent enough. Even though your body has some flaws which cut off the path to officialdom, you can still achieve success in other areas in the future. For now, all you need to do is recover well. Only when your body improves can we talk about anything else." A small glimmer of hope rose in Xiao Xi's eyes. "I want to go home and find my mother. She considers me as important as her life. I've been abducted for years, and I don't know how she is." Han Ying immediately agreed. "Yes, once you're better, I'll send you back home. Children recover quickly. Every day, eating good food, taking good medicine, and having careful servants attend to him, Xiao Xi's illness soon recovered. His face regained some color, and he was no longer frighteningly pale. And Han Ying also reached the time to enter the examination hall. Early in the morning, the steward waited outside the door with servants. Smiling, they asked him to take a bite of xuanhuan cake and bump his forehead against the osmanthus branch hanging on the doorframe for good luck. Han Ying didn't refuse and cooperated with the whole procedure. Finally, surrounded by servants, he sat in the carriage, heading toward the examination hall. When the carriage entered Wenhao Street where the examination hall was located, the number of carriages for exams suddenly increased. There were even more students walking on foot. People lined up on the street, and the carriage couldn't move even a foot for half a day. Han Ying simply got out of the carriage and walked, which was faster. After almost an hour of squeezing and jostling, they finally reached the front of the examination hall. They queued for another half an hour. Then it was Han Ying's turn to undergo inspection. Han Ying handed over his name card according to the rules. The person in charge looked at the name card and deliberately scrutinized him twice. The examination rules were very strict. Dry food wasn't allowed, only thin pancakes, to prevent anyone from hiding answers in the dry food. During the inspection, not only did they have to undress completely, but every seam in their clothes, waistbands, shoe soles, and anywhere with hidden layers were carefully checked. Han Ying couldn't help but recall a novel he read before crossing over, where women dressed as men became top scholars. He wondered, how could those women pass the checks? Even if each of them were Princess Taiping, who lacked feminine characteristics, unable to distinguish between genders, it would surely be impossible for them to conjure up male parts. That thought wandered too far. The officer informed Han Ying that he had passed the inspection and handed him a numbered badge, allowing him to dress properly and enter. Han Ying searched around with the badge for a while and found the exam shed where he would spend 3 days and 2 nights, smiling widely upon finding it. The location of his shed was near the middle of the first row, right in front of the chief examiner's seat. It had excellent ventilation and lighting. In case there was a need for lamp oil or toilet paper, he could easily call for assistance. Also, it was far from the latrines. Not only did he avoid unpleasant odors, but during his morning and evening routines, he could also take a walk to stretch his muscles. This luck was unprecedented. Han Ying didn't know that the reason he obtained such a favorable position was entirely due to the county magistrate of Gu County. Good cause brings good effect. Everything was exactly what he deserved. The auspicious time arrived, and Minister Pei, the 3 assistant examiners, the 18 co-examiners, along with various officials, had already taken their positions. The gates of the examination hall closed. For the next 3 days and 2 nights, it wouldn't open for any reason. Only in case of a sudden critical illness might a student be carried out through a side door. Otherwise, even if the emperor came in person, the doors wouldn't be opened. Han Ying specifically took a good look at Minister Pei. He saw that Minister Pei was tall and elegant, with a handsome and refined face. Though already in his 40s, there was not a trace of greasiness, instead adding a mature ease that made him appear even more gentle and refined like jade. Han Ying discovered for the first time that the word beautiful could also be used to describe a man. Inwardly, he marveled, this really exceeds standards. Even he, who wasn't overly concerned with appearance, felt somewhat inferior. Pei Luoyan was already as beautiful as a celestial being, yet she still fell short of the elegance of Minister Pei. From this, one could gauge just how beautiful Minister Pei truly was. Perhaps due to Han Ying's overly focused gaze, Minister Pei looked over and then casually turned away, continuing to convey the emperor's expectations for the candidates. Having encountered such stunned gazes countless times, Minister Pei had grown numb to them. Not only stunned, since he was a youth, countless people had harbored ulterior motives toward him. If not for his steadfast determination, long ago, he would have become some nobleman's underling. After the exam officially began, Han Ying no longer paid attention to whether Minister Pei was handsome or otherwise. All test papers were distributed together. Han Ying scanned through all of them briefly. He decided to start answering from the Ming Dynasty Classics section that he was more confident in. Don't assume that in this era, the Mingjing section, or what we call the science subject, is simple. In fact, algebra, geometry, and functions have already emerged and appeared on the exam papers, indicating a fairly high level of prevalence. After sitting for a while on the chair of the chief examiner, Minister Pei went down with the 3 assistant examiners to conduct inspections. When they walked by Han Ying's testing shed and noticed he had almost completed his Mingjing paper, Minister Pei felt quite surprised. Minister Pei specially checked the time. It was barely 2 quarters after the start of the exam, yet Han Ying had nearly finished an entire paper. This speed was absolutely unprecedented. Minister Pei stopped to scrutinize carefully a couple of questions Han Ying had completed. Almost all of them were correct. This was too exaggerated. Minister Pei suspected Han Ying of cheating, but had no evidence. To verify whether Han Ying had genuine talent and learning, he stood in front of him and personally observed him answer the last question. The last question was usually the hardest. Han Ying did need a moment to think. Just a moment, and then he started writing his response in bold strokes. Though algebra, geometry, and other things existed here, compared to their standard back when he came from the future, there was still a huge gap, making this level of difficulty for him as easy as drinking water. Minister Pei personally witnessed Han Ying finishing the answer to the last question. For the time being, he couldn't confirm its accuracy. Naturally, the reason was that he himself didn't know. Chapter 119, Don't Mention the Proposal. Han Ying drew extra attention from the chief examiner, and as a result, every now and then, an examiner or an overseer would stroll by his testing booth. They were supervising to ensure there was no cheating. However, Han Ying wasn't affected at all. Compared to the anti-cheating measures during the college entrance exam in his previous life, this level of supervision was like child's play. He took the exam just as he normally would. When an overseer passed by, he even managed to request some tea or water without having to raise his hand specifically for attention. The candidates in the testing booths adjacent to his weren't as calm. Even a glance from the examiner made them break out in a sweat, not knowing where to place their hands, let alone keeping a clear mind and a steady flow of ideas. They all blamed Han Ying for attracting the examiners over. Talking during the test was prohibited, so complaining did no good. During the evening restroom break, when the group and Han Ying were queuing together, they began whispering mockingly at him. Who knows what kind of unsavory deeds you've done? Don't take part in the exam if you don't have real talent. It ruins the cultural climate. At first, Han Ying didn't pay attention, but soon realized they were talking about him. Suddenly, he raised his hand and reported to the nearby overseer supervising their small group. These people are talking. They were startled. Conversations during the exam were considered rule violations that could result in disqualification. Fortunately, Han Ying only reported them for speaking, not for conversing with each other. Still, it terrified them immensely, and they hastily claimed they were quietly repeating the questions. The overseer verified this with Han Ying. Han Ying gave the group a deep glance. With pale faces, they each silently pleaded with him using their eyes. Since the warning had been given, there was no need to ruin others' chances of advancing. Han Ying bowed respectfully to the overseer. I didn't hear clearly what they said. The overseer also didn't wish to punish these examinees for a minor infraction and scolded them briefly before letting them go back. After this small incident, Han Ying didn't give it another thought. Returning from the restroom, he saw that night had fallen. The oil lamp flickered faintly, barely bright enough to see anything, let alone answer questions. So, he put away his test paper, removed his long robe, and covered himself with it to rest. The testing booth was only about 3 square meters. The front half was a narrow table with a slightly wider stool than usual, doubling as a bed. At his height of over 180 centimeters, Han Ying couldn't stretch his legs straight while sleeping on it. There was no pillow or blanket either, and clothing thickness was strictly regulated to prevent hidden notes inside. In short, everything was focused on preventing cheating. But what if candidates caught a cold? The imperial examination selects officials for the court. After becoming an official, one encounters all sorts of harsh conditions. If someone is too weak to endure this minor hardship, how can they become an official? If they can't bear it, they may as well go home and be a talented recluse. After tossing and turning for quite some time, Han Ying finally found a relatively comfortable position and dozed off. Just as he was drifting into sleep, he heard heart-wrenching cries somewhere. Initially, he thought it might be a nightmare, but upon regaining consciousness, he realized someone really was crying. It turned out a candidate who tried to study harder and worked late into the night answering questions ended up falling asleep on the desk and accidentally knocked over the inkstone. dirtying a large portion of his test paper. The imperial examination required high standards of cleanliness for the test papers. Even a few drops of ink might result in disqualification, let alone a large smudge. After years of diligent study, failing now meant waiting another 3 years to retake the exam, which explained why the candidate cried so bitterly. The student with the stained test paper was ejected from the examination hall. While others sympathized with him, they became more cautious, fearing the same mistake. Han woke up refreshed after his nap and went to the restroom. He noticed that the state of passing candidates on the road was much worse compared to when they first arrived. Red-rimmed eyes, pale faces, huge dark circles under their eyes. These signs evoked a momentary sympathy from Han. Simultaneously, he secretly rejoiced. Since obtaining the Baopu secret manual, his physical fitness had greatly improved, making such difficulties almost trivial. Recalling the Baopu secret manual, Han naturally thought of Feng Zhira. She was due in over 3 months. After wrapping up business in the capital, he would return just in time for her childbirth. Whether it was a boy or girl didn't matter. He wondered, though, what reward the system would give him. If it was something like Mahjong Encyclopedia or How to Cook XX Dish, that would be utterly ridiculous. The 2 days and 3 nights of the examination passed quickly, and the gates of the Imperial Academy reopened. Candidates filed out one after another, leaving many regrets behind, to be remedied only 3 years later. Outside the academy gates, the managers and various attendants awaited anxiously. Seeing Han emerge, they hurried through the crowd to greet him. Master has worked hard. Please go rest. Seeing Master's glowing complexion, we know success is inevitable, and we will also bask in your glory. Han smiled and tossed some coins for a tip. Everyone laughed and scrambled to grab them for good luck. Getting onto the carriage, he found Pei Luoyin waiting for him inside. As soon as the curtains dropped, she rushed into his arms. I was so worried. Are you tired? Han was deeply touched. From the manager, the servants, to Pei Luoyin, everyone cared so much. Everyone who saw him asked if he was tired, not a single one inquired about how his exam went. Isn't there a saying that only the closest people care if you're tired, others just want to see how high you can fly? At least the people around him showed a sincere concern. Han gently pushed Pei Luoyin away. I haven't taken a bath in 3 days. I can't stand my own smell. But Pei Luoyin didn't seem to mind, and she hugged him again. I don't care. No matter what, I don't care. This wasn't about caring or not. Never mind. If she doesn't care, then let it be. It made him feel good inside. Han held Pei Luoyin on his lap and let his hand slide under her robe without hesitation. I've missed you so much. Let me relieve this longing first. Pei Luoyin blushed, wanting to push him away but reluctant to do so. She was afraid of being discovered if she didn't push him away. There were bustling crowds right outside the carriage, and the curtain might get blown open by the wind. Han didn't dare to go too far, enjoying the wonderful moment before letting Pei Luoyin go. To divert her attention, Han brought up the subject of proposing. I should have paid a visit earlier, but I thought if I passed the exam, your father would look more favorably upon me, so I delayed. Now that the exam is over, it wouldn't be appropriate to not bring up the proposal. To his surprise, Pei Luoyin grew extremely nervous. No, please don't bring up the proposal. If we set the engagement, my mother will surely confine me at home to learn proper conduct. But our business has yet to take off. Let's talk about it later. He hadn't expected to end up with such a career-oriented woman who could even delay marriage for business. Han sighed helplessly but couldn't contradict her wishes. In that case, I'll hold off from going to your house for now, but if your father and mother blame me in the future, you must vouch for me. Pei Luoyin smiled and kissed Han Ying's chin voluntarily. I know. Thank you for understanding, dear. She was caught by Han Ying, who claimed his thanks through passionate kisses. By the time they got out of the carriage, Pei Luoyin's legs felt weak. Chapter 120, A Sham Marriage Becomes Real. The final exams were over, but the results would not be out for another half-month. Han naturally had to wait until the scores were announced before returning to Shi County. In the meantime, he took this time to set up his shop and simultaneously arranged to get married to Miss Li. He had already informed Pei Luoyin about his plan to pretend to marry Miss Li. Pei Luoyin had also heard about the misfortunes that befell Miss Li and her mother. She felt sympathetic toward them. She didn't feel unhappy. Instead, she encouraged him to abandon the pretense of marriage and just marry Miss Li outright. A woman may be strong-willed, but she still needs a man's comfort. Miss Li is at the perfect age for marriage. To leave her running the shop alone, childless, aging without companionship, is simply too pitiful. Han had been living in this era for over a year, yet there were times when he still couldn't understand these women's thoughts. Did they really care nothing at all if their men had other women? Pei Luoyin was surprised by his incomprehension. Men marrying multiple wives and concubines has always been a natural order. Why should one mind? Having more sisters can make for better company and household management. It's not a bad thing. Alright, Han could only admit he was narrow-minded. Actually, Han had also considered taking Miss Li as a mistress. Miss Li wasn't unattractive. Her frequent blushes especially made any man's heart race. However, it was he who had proposed the sham marriage in the first place, so retracting now seemed impossible. Pei Luoyin gave him an idea. On the wedding night, pretend to be drunk and see if Miss Li firmly refuses you. If she doesn't, then she's willing. This method seemed worth trying. On the day of the wedding, Han deliberately booked the dining hall at Chunlai Tower and set up 30 tables in the new residence. He didn't have many acquaintances in the capital, so he only invited Pei Luoyin. Mostly, though, he invited relatives and friends from the Li family. Li Changbao's wife, accompanied by her 2 children, came specially from her hometown to send Miss Li off in marriage. There was also an expectation that once Miss Li and her mother moved into the new home, the families could reunite happily. Additionally, Li Changbao's colleagues from the 5-city military commission attended. Seeing the well-prepared feast, with high-quality wine, they heard that Han Ying had specifically purchased the house for the wedding and invited Li's mother to live together with them. They praised Han Ying's generosity and remarked on Miss Li's good fortune. After much festivity, it was getting late, and the guests finally dispersed. Li Changbao pulled Han Ying aside and expressed endless gratitude. He instructed Han Ying, "My niece might be a bit naive, and if she does anything improper, please inform me, and I will have her aunt discipline her." It was clear Li Changbao was worried about how Han Ying might treat Miss Li, but Han Ying understood. He bid farewell politely to him outside the door. When he returned, only Pei Luoyan remained in the hall. Han Ying was concerned she hadn't eaten enough at the banquet and offered to call the kitchen to prepare some light soup or food. Pei Luoyan waved her hand repeatedly. No, back at my home, I eat what I want. You'd better enter the bridal chamber quickly. The bride has waited all day. Remember my words, give it a try. Perhaps Miss Li will be willing to. Pushing Han Ying towards the back courtyard. This made Han Ying feel somewhat awkward. Yet, he knew that Pei Luoyan truly didn't mind, and he sent someone to escort her safely back to her residence before straightening his clothes and heading to the bridal chamber. In the bridal room, Mrs. Li was accompanying Miss Li and quietly instructing her. Mr. Han is a good person. Since you've married him, you belong to him for life. If he desires something, do as he wishes, don't let your stubbornness drive him away. Miss Li, blushing crimson with embarrassment, said nothing and kept her head down. Mrs. Li touched her daughter's head tenderly. My dear child, mother wouldn't harm you. Even if we weren't in such an embarrassing situation, being able to marry Mr. Han is a great blessing. Miss Li herself was not entirely unwilling. Still, it wasn't proper for her to take the initiative in this kind of matter. Let's observe Mr. Han's intentions. When Mrs. Li heard Mr. Han's voice outside, she immediately patted Miss Li and urged her to follow her instructions. With a brief nod to Han Ying, she returned to her own quarters. Left alone in the room, Li sat nervously, while Han Ying stood uncertain of what to say. Seeing that the feast set on the table had not been touched, he called a maid to bring in several simple dishes. Then, moving to the side of the bed, he reached out to help her. Take off the jewelry on your head. They must be heavy. You must be exhausted. Have some food and rest early. Miss Li had risen early in the morning, bathing and applying heavy makeup for the occasion. Her wedding dress, with its complex design, made toileting extremely inconvenient, so she dared not eat anything substantial all day, merely moistening her lips with a sip of water. Topping her head were ornaments worth dozens of gold pieces, which by now left her both physically tired and hungry. Mr. Han's thoughtfulness greatly moved Miss Li. Though shy, she went to the restroom by herself, removing the jewelry and washing off her heavy makeup. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief. Soon after, the kitchen delivered 2 bowls of noodles and a few small dishes. Han Ying had only been drinking during the feast and hadn't eaten much of anything. Now, seeing the noodles with their clear broth, he found his appetite returning. He invited Miss Li to join him in eating. Miss Li, observing his calm demeanor, devoid of any urgency or lust as she had imagined, gradually calmed down. After finishing their noodles, naturally, the next step was the main event of the wedding night. However, both parties harbored intentions but were too shy to act on them. Sitting uncomfortably for a while, Han Ying began to regret not following Pei Lian's suggestion to pretend to be drunk. Primarily, he was genuinely hungry, and pretending to be drunk would have made eating awkward. Now that things had developed this way, Han Ying could only keep his promise and treat Miss Li respectfully. After finishing a cup of tea, he stood up. You've worked hard all day, you should rest early. The shop has a supervisor watching over it. You don't need to rush there. Stay home and rest well with your mother-in-law, or take a stroll around the streets if you like. Recalling that Miss Li might not have much silver money on her, he mentally noted to ask the supervisor to allocate some funds for her tomorrow. Miss Li lowered her head and softly replied. Han Ying had already said everything he intended to say and was forced to leave. Wait. Miss Li softly called out to him. That night, with the red candles brightly lit, the room filled with warmth. Eventually, Miss Li, exhausted, fell asleep directly in Han Ying's arms. What had started as a fake marriage had turned into a genuine one. Mrs. Li was so delighted that she couldn't stop smiling. She seemed to have improved in appearance, though her body was already at the end of its strength, from occasionally coughing up blood to now almost every day. Yet, Mrs. Li was not saddened by this. Having endured these many years, her sole worry was for her daughter. Now that her daughter had married a good man, she could pass away peacefully, even immediately. When Han Ying tried to hire a doctor for her, she refused. This isn't an illness, it's my fate. Medication will only prolong the days I endure. Help me call my younger brother. Han Ying sent someone to summon Li Changbao. Mrs. Li asked Li Changbao to take her back to her home. I might die today or tomorrow. It wouldn't be right to bring bad luck to the newlyweds' house. Li Changbao nodded through tears and went off to find a carriage. When Miss Li and Han Ying heard the news and rushed to dissuade her, Mrs. Li would not listen and was ultimately taken away by Li Changbao. Chapter 121, A True Man. Pei Luoyan heard that Lady Li, knowing her days were numbered, insisted on moving back to Li Changbao's house. She sighed and said, Lady Li is a reasonable person. She's worried that if something untoward happens, it would be inconvenient in your home. It was unheard of for a daughter-in-law to take care of her father-in-law until his death unless she was married into the family as part of a Diwan arrangement. Han Ying didn't have too many qualms about this but respected others' ideas nonetheless. After discussing some family matters, they turned the conversation to business. The furniture you ordered has arrived. but no one knows how to set it up. How about you take a look at the shop? Haning agreed with a nod. On the way, he bought several bolts of velvet fabric. Pei Luoyan didn't understand his intention, but Haning didn't explain. Upon reaching the shop, they draped the custom-made display stands of various sizes with soft cloth, setting up pieces of all shapes and types of pedestals. Once the perfume and cosmetics arrive, we'll place them here. Also, make sure the shop always has plenty of light. If the weather is bad, light the oil lamps. Don't skimp on the lamp oil. The oil lamps were specially designed, in a white bronze flower branch standing style. They looked quite upscale just by being placed there. Pei Luoyan walked around the shop several times, marveling at every corner. She couldn't help but sigh. How did you think of all this? This isn't a perfume shop. It's more like... She struggled to describe it because she had never seen anything similar. Haning smiled, but remained silent. He had picked up these ideas from the world before he crossed over, though he wasn't sure whether they aligned with the aesthetic taste of this era. After finishing setting up the shop, the two casually entered a nearby restaurant to eat. Haning briefly mentioned to her his intention to file an official complaint. This matter had dragged on for so long, originally planned to happen right after the exams were done. However, Xiaoxi's health hadn't fully recovered, so they waited a few more days. Now that Xiaoxi had mostly recuperated, he was also deeply concerned about Xiao Wu's situation and asked about the progress each time he saw him. Therefore, Haning decided to resolve this matter soon. When mentioning this to Pei Luoyan, he thought that if those people had protectors, Pei Luoyan might be able to reach out to Secretary Pei for assistance. This was a trivial matter for Pei Luoyan, and she readily agreed. What a disgrace that such things happen in the capital city. I will directly inform my father and ask him to submit a memorial to His Majesty, urging him to conduct a thorough investigation. Haning quickly stopped her. These are minor issues, not worth causing such a stir. No matter how much persuading he did, he managed to calm Pei Luoyan down. He certainly didn't want to attract attention to these fraudsters and have Emperor notice. Thinking of the Emperor reminded him of Wu Linglong, and he wondered if she had successfully gained the Emperor's support yet. Wu Linglong had already stayed in the palace for several days. Spring Flower had been gravely injured, which forced them to delay their journey for a few days. Thankfully, Spring Flower survived despite high fevers that left the doctors unwilling to administer medication, pulling through at last. After arriving in the capital city, Wu Linglong used the connections of the princess to finally meet the Emperor. The Emperor appeared to be about 50 years old, of average height, slightly plump, looking very amiable. But, an emperor is still an emperor. Appearing friendly doesn't mean he grants every request easily. After listening to Wu Linglong's plea, the emperor simply told her to stay temporarily in the palace while he considered further action. Several days had passed since then, but there was still no news from the emperor. However, the palace attendants served her well, ensuring her food and daily necessities were satisfactory without any neglect. Yet, this wasn't what she desired. Wu Linglong felt anxious, and although it seemed useless, she couldn't stop worrying. But the emperor showed no signs of urgency. His most trusted grand eunuch, Duo Fuhai, gently reminded him, Your Majesty, the empress has been staying in the palace for several days. She anxiously asks people daily when you might summon her again. Perhaps you could spare the time to see her? The emperor lazily glanced at Duo Fuhai, scaring him into lowering his head humbly. Duo Fuhai weakly explained, I do not dare meddle in state affairs, but I feel sorry for the empress. The emperor coldly scoffed. Feeling sorry for her, should I mobilize troops to help her? My subjects dying for another country, shouldn't they also evoke pity? Duo Fuhai dared neither raise his head nor add more words. The emperor found no need to get angry at someone who was practically powerless. Sipping tea, he murmured, The Wu family helped us, and my elder sister must have introduced her due to this reason. I can't directly refuse to send troops. Let me drag this issue out for now. Once she realizes the futility, she'll leave eventually. To put it bluntly, women should stay home taking care of their families, not become empresses. It's absurd. The great hall was empty except for the sound of the emperor speaking. Realizing no response would be received, he fell silent. Han Ying, through Li Changbao, delivered the formal accusation to the Yamen, which was quickly accepted. Whether due to the influence of Li Changji or the severe impact this case had on the capital's reputation, the magistrate gave it significant attention and personally oversaw it. On the same day, the suspects were apprehended. The trial, including the questioning and evidence collection, was concluded in less than 5 days. Xiaoxi appeared in court several times as a witness. Each time he spoke, his responses were clear and orderly, not at all like those of a child barely over 10 years old. Han Ying greatly admired Xiaoxi but regretted the disability in his legs. He had invited the best doctor to examine him. The doctor said that Xiaoxi's broken leg had not been properly set at the time of the injury. Only by breaking it again and resetting it could there be any hope of slight improvement. Restoring it to its original condition was entirely impossible. Resetting a broken bone would cause even more pain than the initial break. Even if successful, it wouldn't restore full functionality. Moved by sympathy but unable to decide for Xiaoxi, Han Ying asked for his opinion. Without hesitation, Xiaoxi agreed to have the bone reset. As long as it improves somewhat, that will be good. Once Xiaoxi made up his mind, Han Ying did not try to dissuade him much further and simply requested the doctor to treat him as well as possible. The treatment process was cruel, too terrible to describe in detail. Xiaoxi sweated profusely from the pain, soaking his clothes and tearing the bedsheet with his nails, yet he didn't cry out once. Impressed by Xiaoxi's strength, Han Ying decided to rigorously cultivate him once he recovered fully. Of course, this would only happen if Xiaoxi was willing. Xiao Wu, though involved in multiple cases of extortion, was still young, and his actions had all been coerced. He was not held accountable. Xiao Wu then begged Han Ying to take him in. I don't remember where my home is, and I have no one to rely on. Let me do whatever work you assign. I'll serve you faithfully, sir. Han Ying, who could easily afford an extra bowl of rice, allowed Xiao Wu to stay with Xiao Si. He planned that once Xiao Si's leg healed somewhat, he would send both of them back home together. It wasn't critical that Xiao Wu couldn't recall where his home was. Since he had been abducted in the past, it was possible to investigate and find out eventually. Unexpectedly, the next day, Xiao Wu and Dehu quarreled. The reason was that Xiao Wu, leaning on his closeness with Xiao Si, insisted on doing all the chores like serving tea and water. Dehu, sent by Han Ying to care for Xiao Si, was worried about being punished if he refused to work. An argument ensued between the two. Happening to pass by, Han Ying heard their dispute, reprimanded them both briefly, and sent them back inside. Although they dared not openly disobey, they were both discontented and continued to murmur behind Han Ying's back. Children arguing was a common occurrence, so Han Ying didn't think much of it. But that evening, Dehu took it to heart and ran away alone. Chapter 122, Recruiting the Little Beggar. Xiao Si hadn't seen Dehu for a while and asked Xiao Wu, who also said he hadn't seen him. Xiao Wu remarked, he's already an adult. How could he have disappeared? I think he might be hiding somewhere slacking off. Xiao Si, however, felt uneasy inside and asked Xiao Wu to look for him. It's almost curfew time. If anything happens outside, we'll also get in trouble. Xiao Wu searched unwillingly, looking everywhere both inside and outside the yard, but found no sign of Dehu. This made him anxious, so he came to inform Xiao Si. I don't know where he went. I've checked with the supervisor, and they said they didn't send him on any task. He must not be sulking and hiding away just because of some bickering, right? What if the boss gets angry? This is you digging your own hole. Xiao Si knew that the situation was not good, so without considering whether Han Ying would scold him or not, he decided to find Dehu first. Upon hearing that Dehu had gone missing, Han Ying took people to inquire around the inn nearby. A waiter at the lamb soup shop mentioned, when it was dusk, I thought I saw that boy heading towards that direction. The waiter pointed toward the city gate, which made Han Ying's heart sink. Han Ying thought to himself, could Dehu have decided to return home alone to Shixian? It would be ridiculous for a half-grown child like him to walk 1,000 miles back. Thankfully, after inquiring again at the city gate, the guard stated they hadn't seen any half-grown kid leave the city alone. Han Ying's heart relaxed a bit. But even in the city, for a kid as old as Dehu, it wasn't safe either. In this era, there was no surveillance, no location tracking, and not even streetlights after curfew. If someone had taken Dehu to some unknown house under cover of darkness, finding him afterward would be as hard as climbing heaven. Where on earth had this child run off to? At that moment, Dehu did not realize how worried Han Ying was. Worried almost to boiling point. He was currently with about 20 other small beggars inside a mansion said to be haunted and abandoned. The little beggars had lit a fire in the courtyard and placed all the food they had begged for during the day into a large iron pot, hanging over the fire to heat it up. Various leftovers were mixed together, but surprisingly, it smelled quite delicious. Once the food was heated, a young beggar with a patch of dark red birthmark on his forehead distributed one portion to each person, and the beggars hungrily began eating. Here, take it, eat. Because of the birthmark, this little beggar had earned a nickname, San Yin, 3 Eyes. San Yin handed Dehu a portion of the food and sat down next to him on the ground, encouraging him to eat while shoveling rice into his own mouth. The sky may be big, but nothing compares to a full belly. Eat quickly. Once you're full, there's nothing else to worry about. The bowl holding the food looked like it hadn't been washed for ages. The edges were encrusted with black residue, and the food inside gave off an indescribable strange smell. The chopsticks were just twigs freshly broken from a tree. Dehu grimaced a couple of times, but swallowed slowly, suppressing his nausea. Despite being relatively young, San Yin sounded and acted very mature. After finishing his own share and noticing Dehu still had more than half left in his bowl, San Yin slapped his shoulder hard. Don't think the food tastes bad. It's already a blessing if it fills your stomach. You said your parents disowned you and that you have nowhere to go. You can beg with us. Don't think that begging makes one feel shameful because of poor clothing. Unquestioned freedom. Go wherever you want. It's extremely carefree. Dehu ate another mouthful of the food. Truthfully, he still found it very unpalatable, but those words, no one manages you, resonated deeply within him. All right, I'll go with you guys. And thus began Dehu's worry-free life. By day, he learned to beg from San Yin, and by night, he returned to the abandoned residence to share food and interesting daily anecdotes with his companions. Life couldn't get better than this. Of course, begging was not always smooth sailing. Sometimes they encountered unfriendly individuals who cursed at them and even tried to hit them. San Yin dragged him away. They laughed their bellies out once reaching a safe place. That fat man earlier seemed to hide a whole pot under his clothes. That cracked me up. Dehu joined in the laughter, dispersing the irritation from being cursed and beaten. Dehu lived happily, completely unaware that Han Ying was practically fuming while searching for him. No matter how many shortcomings Dehu had, he was still Xuanhuan's son. Han Ying had brought him out intending to broaden his horizons, but instead ended up losing him. Xuanhuan would be devastated if she knew. Han Ying spent a whole day searching with the servants, but found nothing, so he had no choice but to seek Li Changbao's help. Li Changbao then approached colleagues from the Wuqing Bureau and managed to locate Dehu after 3 to 4 days of searching. Han Ying was genuinely worried. As soon as he saw Dehu, without saying a word, he grabbed him and delivered 2 kicks to his rear. You heartless brat, running off when you're upset. Do you know how worried the adults are? Dehu felt confident now since he had found a way to survive and no longer needed Han Ying for meals, responding defiantly. I'll do whatever I want. You're not my father, so you don't need to meddle in my affairs. It's just 10 taels of silver, right? I'll pay you back once I've saved enough. Saying this, Dahu took a few copper coins he had begged for the past few days from his bosom and shoved them into Han Ying's hand. Han Ying was outright enraged by his audacity. Is it really about the silver or not? Seeing his stubborn face, Han Ying gave up trying to convince him and instead turned directly to the group of little beggars. Who's the leader among you? Step forward. I want to negotiate some business with you. Dahu thought that Han Ying was going to buy him again, which made him angry, nervous, and scared all at once. He stomped around furiously in front of Han Ying. I won't go back with you. I can take care of myself. San Yin observed that Han Ying did not seem malicious. More importantly, the abandoned house was their last safe haven. Now that Han Ying had found them, there was no way to avoid him anymore. Thus, San Yin reluctantly stepped out from the corner. All of us originally had neither parents nor anyone who could provide for us. Even begging was tough because the adults would bully us. That's why we banded together for mutual support. Master, you have any matters, just tell me directly. His tone was quite pitiful. Han Ying glanced at him twice, but had no intention of making things difficult for him. I have a deal I'd like to discuss with you. Han Ying stayed in the abandoned house for an hour and preliminarily reached an agreement with San Yin. He would buy the old mansion but wouldn't make any changes to it, nor intrude on it easily, ensuring it remained as the refuge for the small beggars. Additionally, he would give the little beggars some silver every month. In return, the beggars would help him gather information and collect fresh news from the capital. If they completed the tasks well, there would be additional rewards. Still, Han Ying took Dahu along when he left the abandoned house. This is what he said to Dahu. If you want to be a beggar, go home and explain it clearly to your mother. If she agrees, then I have no objection. I only care about how I brought you here and how I will take you back afterward. Sen Yin also helped Han Ying persuade Dahu. We only became beggars because none of us had parents. It's still considered a disreputable job. You'll eventually realize after being outside for long enough. Having someone manage you actually makes life better. Chapter 123, Marrying Beneath the Board. After suffering outside for several days and being beaten and scolded, Dahu finally experienced the harshness of society. Even if Han Ying didn't want him back, he wanted to return himself. When saying unwillingness to come back in front of Han Ying, it wasn't genuine, but just a matter of pride. After returning, he was not as sharp or radical as before and didn't bring up old grudges upon seeing Xiaowu again. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was the day for the results announcement. Pei Luoyan came early in the morning to look at the results with Han Ying. The night before, Han Ying had agreed to take Miss Li along. When Pei Luoyan showed up, all three went together. Pei Luoyan did not find anything improper about it. Instead, Miss Li, upon hearing that Pei Luoyan was a woman, despite no overly intimate gestures between her and Han Ying, could sense their closeness. She felt inferior, thinking she was far from Pei Luoyan. Already feeling unworthy of Han Ying, she now lowered her head even more. Han Ying noticed Miss Li's unusual behavior and assumed she was jealous. He intentionally included her in every topic of conversation. Pei Luoyan proposed tasting Beijing street food after checking out the list, and he first asked for Miss Li's opinion. Miss Li was grateful inside and thought, even if Han Ying's favor is only temporary, it's still much better than what most women receive. There was a crowd of people before the board. Those on the list were ecstatic while many more who failed refused to believe they hadn't passed, searching repeatedly for their names. After confirming that their name wasn't on the list, they left dejectedly. Han Ying saw He Yunze in the crowd at once. Though he admired He Yunze's hardworking nature and wanted to help him advance by inviting him as his temporary tutor, plans changed when they encountered assassins and xuanhuan died, saving He Yunze. Feeling deep remorse, He Yunze fell gravely ill due to heartache. Even before fully recovering, he bid farewell to Han Ying. Because he couldn't face Han Ying and would remember Xuanhua's death every time he met him, Han Ying understood He Yunze's feelings. In his shoes, it would also be hard to move on immediately. Only time could ease everything. So, he lent He Yunze 20 taels of silver, urging him not to work and concentrate on studying. Once he passed the exams, repaying the money wouldn't be an issue. He Yunze followed Han Ying's advice. He rented a house in the temple with the 20 taels and studied hard behind closed doors. Han Ying sent a steward secretly to check on him. After confirming that he was doing fine, he ceased further disturbances. Being far apart during the exam and unable to move freely, they caught a distant glimpse of each other. Today was their first proper meeting since then. He Yunze looked evidently thinner. His originally loose robe now hung more loosely. His expression seemed both joyous and sad, tears streaming down while trying to smile as well, seemingly drifting out of the crowd. He didn't notice Han Ying, standing so close to him. Has he not passed? The blow too heavy for his mind to bear. Han Ying rushed forward, cautious to inquire about his exam performance, fearing to provoke him. Brother Yunze, it's been long. He Yunze stared hazily at Han Ying for a long time before finally recognizing him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, hands pounding on his shoulders, crying and laughing at the same time. Brother Han, I've passed. I've passed. I've passed. Sobbing, he squatted on the ground wailing. Han Ying understood the difficulty of He Yunze's journey in education and examinations and therefore empathized with his current state of losing control. Once he had cried a bit, releasing most of his emotions, Han Ying patted his shoulder and congratulated him. Passing is good. I could see you aren't an ordinary person, destined for great success. He Yunze wiped away his tears, smiled awkwardly at Han Ying, and bowed solemnly. Thanks to Brother Han's assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Han Ying exchanged a few courteous words with him, agreeing to have dinner together to celebrate later. Eager to write home with the good news, He Yunze returned home ahead of them. Han Ning then searched for his own name on the board. Since Hyunza didn't mention whether Han Ning had passed, it was likely his name wasn't discovered and was ranked quite low. So, Han Ning began searching from the back. A total of 361 candidates passed this session. Searching backward, Han Ning found Hyunza's name at position 103. An uneasy feeling arose within him. It seems I haven't passed. Regretful, but not overly disheartened. After all, having read just a few books and written a few articles, how could he compare with students who had endured years of cold study windows? Initially reluctant to continue looking, then he reconsidered. Perhaps someone from the same region had passed and might lend him some good luck. Continuing his search. At position 89, there was the name Huang Qingzhong from the same province. It had been several years since anyone from the region had passed. This was indeed a cause for great celebration. Further forward, all the names were unfamiliar. It wasn't until he saw the third place inscribed with the two big characters, Han Ning. Han Ning couldn't help but suspect if he had read it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to see the same two characters still there. The details behind further indicated that this person was from a specific prefecture and county, none other than himself. Han Ning truly never expected his ranking to be so high. Just as he was lost in thought, a servant-like old man tightly gripped one of his arms, dragging him away from the crowd. Congratulations to the son-in-law for passing the exam. Quickly follow this old servant home to marry the young miss. Han Ning was utterly confused. He had only ever seen such below-the-board bride-catching happen in plays before, never imagining it would happen to him. Hurriedly, he declined repeatedly with clasped hands, which finally made the servant leave him alone and move on to others. Daring not to linger any longer by the board, Han Ning quickly squeezed out of the crowd to reunite with Pei Luoyan. Upon hearing about his being caught under the board for a bride, Pei Luoyan laughed till she bent over. Why didn't I think of this good method? We should have had someone catch you back home for marriage. Though Han Ning had voluntarily proposed visiting her family to arrange their engagement, she had refused. It was nothing more than a joke. Yet, this unintentionally stirred Miss Li's inner thoughts. The previous magistrate had also been caught below the board for marriage, leading to subsequent events where he murdered his wife and abandoned his daughter. Not wanting to ruin such a wonderful day, Miss Li forcefully restrained her inner sorrow. Still, her low spirits could not be hidden entirely, eventually being noticed by Han Ning. After enjoying lunch together with Pei Luoyan and seeing her off into her carriage, Han Ning boarded the carriage with Miss Li, preparing to head home. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? Han Ning embraced Miss Li, seated her on his lap, and gently inquired. Miss Li bit her lips and remained silent for a long while before softly voicing her concerns. Miss Pei is prettier and smarter than me. I feel inferior to her in every way. That was indeed true. Pei Luoyan was practically an unearthly perfect goddess who shouldn't even exist in the mortal world. Few women could compare to her. You are you, and she is she. There's nothing to compare. You have your own merits too, like. Chapter 124, The Palace Examination. Han Ning whispered something in Miss Li's ear. Miss Li blushed furiously, burying her face into his shoulder, too shy to raise her head. Han Ning loved her bashful and playful demeanor the most, as well as the fullness yet elasticity of her touch. Without realizing it, his hand had already slipped under her collar. Miss Li took a sharp breath, pressing down on Han Ying's hand through her clothes. Her face flushed red as she softly pleaded in a low voice. Don't do this here. Han Ning maliciously wiggled his fingers, causing her face to redden to the point it looked like it would bleed. Not here, but somewhere else. I think the peonies in the garden are blooming exceptionally alluringly, or maybe we should go. Miss Li quickly covered his mouth to stop him from continuing. Seeing that she was almost fainting from embarrassment, Han Ning stopped teasing her with words. His hands, however, were still busy, exploring her body thoroughly. This made Miss Li breathe heavily and tears sparkled in her eyes. When they got off the carriage, her legs were trembling slightly, and if not for Han Ning supporting her, she might have been unable to even take a step. After entering the main gate, Han Ning simply carried her straight into the study room. That evening, they had plans to celebrate together with Hyunza, so Han Ning didn't dare push things too far. Still, Miss Li ended up exhausted, drenched in sweet sweat, and fell into a deep sleep before she could wash herself properly. Han Ning thought about getting up to take a bath. However, he noticed a small piece of jade, which he had taken from the secret chamber of Minister Zheng, lying on the floor at some point. He bent over, picked it up, and put it away safely, then couldn't help recalling what the princess had told him about the former crown prince and the emperor. He was a little worried about whether any issues might arise during the upcoming palace examination. Han Ning was unwilling to admit his identity as the orphan son of the former crown prince. Even more so, he didn't want to accept the throne that the emperor intended to pass on to him. In Han Ying's opinion, being an emperor held no benefits whatsoever. Apart from having to worry about various national affairs every day, balancing power struggles among officials, just the idea of being confined within the small confines of the palace for life seemed suffocating. Therefore, Han Ning firmly decided against becoming the emperor. Let anyone who wants to be. He was concerned about whether the emperor really believed he didn't want to be the emperor. It sounds a bit convoluted, but that's how the situation stood. Even if the emperor had truly wanted to make him crown prince 20 years ago and pass the throne to him sincerely, who could guarantee that the emperor hadn't changed his mind over these 20 years? Moreover, the emperor's own biological princes wouldn't allow someone like himself, an unknown wild child, to inherit the throne. In short, there were loads of troublesome matters. Thinking about it gave Han Ning a headache. He even regretted participating in the metropolitan examination. If he hadn't participated in the metropolitan examination, he wouldn't have come to the capital, met the emperor, and revealed his true identity. But then another voice inside reminded him, if he were just a nobody from the countryside, anyone could have erased him without a trace. He wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Regardless, since he had come this far, achieved success, passing the imperial exam was a hurdle that must be crossed. He hoped the emperor, with his old eyes, wouldn't notice the striking resemblance between him and the former crown prince. It turned out Han Ing was worrying unnecessarily. When the palace examination began, the 361 newly selected Jinshi, high-ranking scholars, entered the hall in 2 rows. The emperor immediately spotted Han Ing. He looked too much like the former crown prince, almost as if carved from the same mold. Similarities in looks aside, even the air of calmness and composure exuded by him matched perfectly. The emperor gazed blankly at Han Ing until Duo Fuhai quietly reminded him that all the scholars had gathered, and it was time to give instructions. Only then did he snap back to reality. During the palace examination, the emperor personally set the questions, which the newly appointed scholars had to answer on the spot. The test wasn't only about their knowledge, but also about courage and bearing when facing the emperor. Before it even started, one scholar fainted from excitement upon seeing the emperor. Though removed promptly and attended to separately, he simultaneously lost his freshly gained title as a Jinshi. Not long after the exam began, 2 others accidentally knocked over their inkstones and, crying, were half supported, half dragged out. Han Ing remained completely unaffected. Upon seeing the question, it was simply asking how to rapidly increase the population by writing an essay. Increasing the population meant improving productivity, enhancing people's living standards, and strengthening overall health and physical fitness. This could be tackled from several angles, and Han Ing was extremely knowledgeable about this topic. In Shi County, influenced by the soap workshop, people's living standards had improved dramatically. They were healthier and especially dedicated when having children. By the end of last year, the population growth rate exceeded previous years by several percentages. These figures came from County Magistrate Fang's official report to the court, not Han Ying's estimate alone. They were quite convincing. Han Ing finished 1 page of paper and realizing that he still had a lot more content to write, raised his hand to ask the official for 2 more pieces of paper. For as long as Han Ing was writing, the emperor observed him continuously. Things gradually started to connect in the emperor's mind. No wonder the princess had insisted on retreating to such a remote place for spiritual cultivation. No wonder his people had searched for over a decade and still couldn't find Han Ying's whereabouts. The Iron Guards must also be somewhere near Xuanhuan County. The emperor inexplicably felt wronged. He had treated Han Ing like his own son, personally teaching him to read and paying constant attention to his well-being. He had cared more about Han Ing than even his own princes and princesses. But the princess, the Iron Guards, and others didn't trust him. Otherwise, why would they have hidden Han Ing for over a decade? Han Ing raised his hand to request 2 additional sheets of paper, and an attendant promptly delivered them. After thanking the attendant, Han Ing continued writing fervently. As the emperor looked at Han Ying's face, which was 90% identical to that of the former crown prince, he thought, no matter what, this child has grown up safely and appears to be extraordinarily knowledgeable. The former crown prince can rest in peace knowing this. When the examination time ended, the attendants collected all the test papers and handed them over to the emperor. The emperor reviewed each one carefully. If there were no major issues, their Jinshi status would be secure. The palace exam was simply meant to redetermine their rankings. Therefore, most participants adhered to the principle of not striving for brilliance but avoiding mistakes, and their answers to the emperor's questions were simple and cautious. Only Han Ing filled 3 large sheets of paper. The emperor saved his paper to review last. Upon reading it, he was genuinely impressed. This was absolutely no exaggeration. It was the truth. Food supply and population growth were the 2 most pressing problems facing the Deqian Empire. The emperor had sought solutions from officials and renowned scholars. Their advice often followed the simplistic approach of treating symptoms rather than root causes. For example, the law mandating marriage for women upon reaching 18 years of age was implemented based on suggestions from several prominent scholars. Han Ying's perspective, however, was completely unprecedented. To be precise, someone had previously mentioned that if commoners had enough food, they would naturally be willing to have children. But no one could provide a practical way to ensure that commoners were fed adequately. Han Ing cited Xuanhuan County as an example. He proposed constructive suggestions and provided real data as evidence. A flicker of excitement entered the emperor's gaze when he looked at Han Ing. Chapter 125, the 3rd place winner. The result of the palace examination remained unchanged for Han Ing, who still ranked 3rd. But discerning eyes could see that he was the best in the emperor's eyes. The reason was simple. The top scorer had a big head and long face, while the 2nd place winner was old. The emperor's attitude toward these 2 people was worlds apart from how he treated Han Ing. There has always been an unwritten tradition that among the top 3, the youngest and most handsome would be the 3rd place winner, the xuanhuan. It was obvious this year's Tanhua Furry Han Ing Mosu. After the palace examination, there would be a ceremony where the empress would present clothes and flowers to the top 3, allowing them to ride horses through the streets. Han Ing, with his naturally rosy lips and white teeth, wearing the red robe awarded by the empress, and having red flowers pinned on both temples, looked even more handsome and refined. Riding on a tall horse, as he passed through the streets, he immediately drew cheers from young women and married ones, who threw their handkerchiefs and purses at him. Pei Luoyan had also booked a private room on the 2nd floor of a tavern beforehand, inviting Miss Li to watch him parade through the streets. This time, Pei Luoyan didn't dress up as a man, but specially brought over a dozen maidservants along. Miss Li didn't understand why. Seeing Han Ying riding towards them from afar, Pei Luoyan gave a command, and the maids rushed to the window, shouting for Han Ying without holding back. A package of pouches prepared earlier was thrown at him like raindrops. Han Ying recognized it was Pei Luoyan leading this support, finding it amusing yet helpless. With all the citizens watching, he couldn't show too much expression, only nodding slightly and smiling at her. Even this subtle action elicited screams from the women. The Xuanhuan is smiling at me. Wrong. The Xuanhuan was clearly looking my way. Pei Luoyan pulled Miss Li along with her. Enjoy life while you can. That's what Mr. Han wrote, and it's very meaningful. Come on, let's add to his glory. As Han Ying rode through the streets, countless women screamed until they were hoarse, making business at the pharmacies busier than usual. Afterward, he planned to reunite with Pei Luoyan and Miss Li, enjoying the pleasures together. Unexpectedly, Emperor dispatched Duo Fuhai to summon him to the palace for an audience. While unexpected, there was indeed a hint of premonition. When the emperor saw him, it was impossible not to have some suspicion, and with suspicion comes action. If summoned, then so be it. Ever since he decided to take part in the metropolitan examinations, he had prepared mentally, unless he continuously failed. Otherwise the day when the emperor would take interest was inevitable. Upon seeing the emperor appeared resolute, with no hesitation confirming Han Ying's identity. Before Han Ying finished his 3 bows and 9 prostrations, the emperor had already descended from the dragon throne himself, taking hold of his hand and tearfully observing him up and down, and gently stroking his head and face with trembling hands. Good child, these years searching for you have been so arduous. Do you remember me? Han Ying shook his head calmly. Your student fellow last year. I do not remember anything before. The emperor's heart dropped with sorrow. He muttered endlessly. What kind of illness leads to such a situation? You must have endured great suffering. Muttering, he pulled Han Ying towards the dragon throne, sitting himself down while also pulling Han Ying to sit beside him. The dragon throne wasn't that easy to sit on. Han Ying kept his head low, refusing to sit, which left the emperor disheartened. Alas, you truly don't remember anything. You used to sit on this dragon throne every day when you were little. Sometimes, during discussions with ministers, I wouldn't pay attention to you, and you would play with small toys beside me, sleeping on my lap when you got tired. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. You've grown up, but you don't remember me anymore. This wasn't an issue of remembering or forgetting. Even if remembered, would he dare to perform such disrespectful actions as he did when he was little? If he really did, the emperor might start to truly doubt something. Han Ying avoided arguing with the emperor, apologizing for the sins of his childhood self. Please forgive your student for his youthful ignorance. The emperor sighed deeply, waving a hand indicating it needn't be mentioned again. Nor did he insist on Han Ying sitting beside him again. Duo Fuhai quickly placed a small stool at a lower position, and after thanking the emperor, Han Ying took his seat. The emperor chatted a bit with Han Ying about events from his childhood. Han Ying just said he didn't remember any of it. The conversation soon ran out of steam, leading to the inquiry about Han Ying's essay written during the palace examination. Han Ying explained in detail how his soap business boosted the whole county and eventually benefited the entire province's populace. After hearing, the emperor nodded repeatedly, praising him for thinking about the nation and loving the common people like his own children. Compliments from others, Han Ying could just hear and forget. However, compliments from the emperor made Han Ying ponder further. Although your student doesn't remember past events due to illness, the village elders have shown me much care. Occasionally acquiring the soap recipe, naturally wanting them to benefit from it, serves as a token of gratitude for their long-term kindness. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. After a brief conversation, the emperor asked where Han Ying would stay in the capital before dismissing him. As Han Ying walked out of the palace gates, he unconsciously wiped away cold sweat that wasn't there. Meeting His Majesty was indeed somewhat nerve-wracking, but that was all. For now, at least, the emperor didn't seem to harbor too much suspicion towards him. If he were to remain low-key and accumulate wealth silently in the future, he likely wouldn't attract further imperial attention. The first thing Han Ying wanted to do right now was leave the capital as soon as possible. Since seeing the emperor, it was already close to dinner time by the time he left the palace. Han Ying went directly to the restaurant where he had agreed to meet Hyunza, sending a message through someone to Pei Luoyan and Miss Li, telling them they didn't need to wait for him. Hyunza's mood was much calmer than when he first learned he had passed the examination. During their drinking session, Hyunza asked about Han Ying's plans. Han Ying simply said he wanted to leave the capital as soon as possible and return home to do business, clearly showing no interest in participating in the political training at the Hanlin Academy. What others would give half their lives to pursue, Han Ying treated with indifference. Hyunza felt a mix of emotions inside. With good intentions, he gave some advice. Political training is still something you should participate in. In the future, if you ever wish to enter officialdom, without such training, it will be hard for you to take on significant responsibilities. At most, you'd reach the position of prefect, and then you wouldn't be able to rise further. This information Hyunza had gathered over the last 2 days. His smooth journey to take the exams in the capital owed no small part to Han Ying's generous help, so it was necessary to offer his advice. Hearing this, Han Ying didn't take it too seriously. He hadn't planned on becoming a minister or undersecretary anyway, constantly wandering into the emperor's field of vision. Should he one day want to experience the thrill of being an official, the post of prefect would be more than sufficient. Knowing that Hyunza meant well, Han Ying raised his cup in gratitude, offering his thanks. As they spoke, a burst of soft feminine laughter came from outside the door. The room's door opened. Pei Luoyan entered, leading a group of women, each holding various musical instruments. dressed extremely provocatively. All the women wore revealing dresses, with chest-level skirts and transparent scarves that exposed large areas of white skin on their chests. Hyunza turned red with embarrassment, hurriedly covering his face with his sleeve and averting his eyes. Han Ing, used to such scenes, just wondered why Pei Luoyan had brought these women along. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at her, only to catch her sending him a flirtatious glance. Chapter 126. Anxiety burns the heart. As Pei Luoyan gave her order, the women picked up their instruments and began playing and singing softly. Pei Luoyan sat next to Han Ing and whispered with a smile. You ranked third in the high school examination, and I have nothing to celebrate with but inviting the leading courtesan from Xuanhuan Tower to entertain you. Isn't this what all men like? How do you find my arrangements? Han Ing was indeed satisfied, but Hyunza was suffering, not knowing where to look. After the women finished one piece of music, they came over to offer wine. With Pei Luoyan sitting by Han Ying's side, the women didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so they surrounded Hyunza instead. In soft voices, they called him, young sir, and poured wine for him, served food, and even peeled fruits for his mouth. Han Ing saw that although Hyunza was embarrassed, there was no sign of anger on his face. Thus, he chose not to intervene, but rather encouraged him to relax. Yuze will soon enter the officialdom, and such social gatherings will only become more frequent. You cannot always avoid them. It's better to get accustomed early, it won't hurt. Upon hearing these words, Hyunza endured his embarrassment and tried to appear as calm as possible. The women naturally favored the young and handsome, young sir, and being trained professionals and pleasing men, they used every trick in the book. Gradually, Hyunza relaxed and dared to reach out and touch their hands or hug their waists. Judging by the way things were going, spending the night wasn't off the table either. However, since Hyunza was temporarily staying at a temple, it would be inconvenient to bring any of the women back, so he had to give up the idea. Meanwhile, Han Ing, lured by Pei Luoyan, couldn't bear to let her go. But Pei Luoyan dared not spend the night outside. Otherwise, Mrs. Pei would certainly punish her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. So she pushed the leading courtesan into his arms. Just endure it for now. In a few days when I accompany you back to Shirxian County, everything will go as you wish. Han Ing reluctantly settled for the next best thing. After bidding farewell to Pei Luoyan, he returned to the inn with the courtesan. The courtesan from the capital city was truly different, soft body, delicate bones, and skilled in many arts. She also brought along 2 maids to serve together. Although not quite as good as the courtesan, the maids were still around 7 or 8 out of 10 in terms of beauty. Han Ing became more spirited as the night went on. By the time dawn arrived, the 3 women were exhausted, pleading weakly for mercy before he finally released them. Possibly due to the Bao Pu Ju, Han Ing, despite fighting all night, felt refreshed and energized. Could the Bao Pu Ju also have the effect of balancing yin and yang during intercourse? Han Ing decided to experiment with his wives in the future to see how long he could last. Just thinking about it made him excited. Of course, Han Ing couldn't indulge himself in these thoughts alone. He had come to the capital for 2 significant matters. One was the imperial examinations, which he'd already completed and excelled in. The other matter was business. The shop promised to Miss Leah's private property had already opened. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Everything followed standard practices, but thanks to Soap as its shop treasure, business was consistently good. Miss Lee took the initiative to propose that initially, their marriage was fake, and giving half the profits to her made sense. Now that they were genuinely married, taking so much silver for her own use made her feel uneasy. Han Ing, while caressing her back, softer than the finest silk, said tenderly, "Not just you. Every woman who chooses to conduct business follows this rule." Only then did Miss Lee feel relieved. She then asked curiously how many sisters-in-law were there in Han Ying's family. Han Ing carefully counted with his fingers and found there were indeed quite a number. After truthfully informing Miss Lee, she was shocked, but she quickly accepted the reality. Hearing that 3 had passed away due to illness, she offered him some condolences. Han Ing didn't want to mention Wu Linglong and turned over, pinning her beneath him. And Wu Linglong, the one who had supposedly passed away, was indeed sick now. Since childhood, Wu Linglong practiced martial arts and had an exceptionally strong constitution. Even during their escape, facing harsh conditions and difficulties, she had never fallen ill. Yet after staying in the palace for a period, she contracted a serious illness, running a high fever that left her face flushed red and her lips cracked. It wasn't that the emperor had sent someone to secretly harm her. Rather, she was anxious. Originally, she thought that upon meeting the emperor, if she mentioned the support and help her family once provided during his difficult times, the emperor surely wouldn't refuse to lend a hand. At least he could dispatch tens of thousands of troops to assist her in reclaiming her country. Unexpectedly, the emperor refused to give a straightforward answer. He merely said she should stay in the palace for rest and recuperation, and the borrowing of troops was something he would think about. This thinking had gone on for almost a month. Wu Linglong couldn't push him further, and it was nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of the emperor, which naturally caused her distress. This anxiety had made her fall ill. Palace maidens, fearing repercussions, quickly summoned the royal physician. After checking her pulse for a while, the physician stroked his beard repeatedly and shook his head. It seemed the excessive worry not only affected her heart, but nearly dried up her kidneys' water and liver's wood element. Though not his exact words, the meaning was clear. For now, he could only prescribe a medication to see if it worked. Seeing if it works implied uncertainty about the drug's efficacy, translating to a grim prognosis. The palace maid was terrified, exclaiming that this was terrible luck. You see, if a palace maid's mistress were to die, The maid would have to spend her whole life mourning for the deceased and could never leave the palace. Even worse, she couldn't try to get close to the emperor or a prince in order to change her fate. Could it be anything less unlucky than devoting an entire lifetime to a wild mistress like Wu Linglong? Not wanting such misfortune, the maids hurriedly reported the matter to the empress. Wu Linglong was an ethnic minority woman brought back by the emperor, with no clear status attributed to her. The empress didn't want to involve herself in this mess either, as it could tarnish her good reputation as a benevolent and virtuous mother of the country. So, she personally went to the study room to report to the emperor about Wu Linglong's illness when the royal physician was called in, and what the physician said. She recounted all the details. It was evident that she had done nothing to harm Wu Linglong, and whether she lived or died was completely unrelated to her. After pondering for a moment, the emperor decided to visit Wu Linglong's bedside himself. Seeing how ill she truly was, he felt somewhat reluctant. He owed the Wu family favors from those days, and not doing anything now seemed unacceptable. But the Great Gan dynasty was already plagued with internal and external troubles, its treasury empty. It was simply impossible to deploy the army just to repay someone. The emperor then proposed making Wu Linglong the great princess, granting her a princess residence, allowing her free movement outside, and permission to maintain her own private army. As for reclaiming her nation, that depended on whether she had the ability to recruit soldiers and gather resources. This offer was quite generous, considering even several princes' private armies were capped at only 100 men. However, Wu Linglong's private army had no limit on numbers. Wu Linglong realized this was the emperor's limit and stopped having unrealistic expectations. Looking at it from another angle, the emperor granting her full freedom and letting her figure out ways to reclaim her country was actually good for her. Once she reclaimed her country, she could enhance her authority among the people. And, more importantly, she wouldn't owe the emperor too much of a favor. Between individuals, and especially between nations, the weight of favors owed mattered greatly. Perhaps because she let go of her burdens, or perhaps due to the physician's incredible skills. Anyway, the next day, Wu Linglong's fever broke. Chapter 127. No resignation allowed. After Wu Linglong's illness improved, she eagerly sought an audience with the emperor, requesting to leave the palace and reside at her official residence. The emperor didn't wish to keep her in the palace permanently either. In his prime, he had several crown princes of considerable age. Keeping Wu Linglong in the palace would bring whispers and rumors. If Wu Linglong set her sights on one of the princes, causing strife between the brothers, it would create even more trouble. After much deliberation, the emperor allowed Wu Linglong's request to leave the palace. He presented her with numerous antiques and furnishings, bolts of silk, tools, and various items. Additionally, he provided her with dozens of servants. This ensured that upon moving into the princess's mansion, she could live comfortably. Simultaneously, the emperor announced to the empire that he recognized Wu Linglong as his adopted daughter, bestowing her the title Grand Princess, with the honorific Fuhui meaning fortunate and wise. The people were all curious, wondering which family's daughter possessed such great fortune to be adopted by the emperor as his daughter. Upon hearing this news, Haning merely sneered repeatedly. This woman certainly had cunning means. She became the Grand Princess so quickly. Yet, she was still a step behind the emperor. If she truly wished to help restore her country, she should have mobilized troops instead of accepting this insignificant princess title. Nevertheless, whatever arrangement existed between Wu Linglong and the emperor held no significance for him. He accepted He Yun's advice and entered the Hanlin Academy to serve as an editor. Copying and writing were secondary. The main purpose was attending court sessions every morning, standing among the officials behind the emperor to listen to discussions on state affairs. This was known as learning governance. Attending court was grueling work, requiring waking up before dawn for washing and dressing. Those who could afford it rode in carriages, others walked. Fortunately, it was already March, with warm weather. Otherwise, during the depths of winter, walking daily would easily exhaust those with weaker constitutions. After court, there wasn't much else to do except stand near the entrance of the Grand Hall. The conversations between the emperor and ministers weren't always heard clearly, and even if they were clear, understanding them might still prove challenging. Of course, Haning had none of these issues. His senses were sharper than those of an average person, and nothing went unheard. Understanding the matters discussed in court was also within his grasp. Drawing from his knowledge of current events from his past life, he could mentally form feasible solutions. Naturally, his solutions had no chance of being proposed, but it didn't hinder him from using the process as a method of honing his thinking skills. In summary, he found attending court quite interesting each day. 10 days later, the perfume transported from Jiangnan arrived in the capital, and the shop officially opened for business. The daughters of wealthy families, who had been teased and enticed by his and Pei Lian's antics at the temple fair, hurriedly sent their trusted servants to make purchases upon hearing the news. You buy one bottle, I'll buy two. The competitive psychology among women was terrifying. The perfume was snapped up as soon as it hit the shelves. Those who failed to secure any nearly dismantled the shop in frustration. Thankfully, Haning had prepared meticulously, training the shopkeepers strictly beforehand. Anyone causing a disturbance, whether they were the daughter of a high-ranking official or the beloved pet of a prince, was added to a blacklist of unwelcome customers, and all transactions with them were refused. Backed by the influential Pei family, through Pei Luoyan, Haning feared offending no one. Actually, even without Pei Luoyan's support, Haning didn't fear anyone. Worst-case scenario, he could simply close the shop. Under the jurisdiction of the Son of Heaven and under broad daylight, these individuals wouldn't dare imprison him. Actually, plenty of perfume came from Jiangnan in this single shipment. Han Ying didn't release it all for sale at once. Limited availability made it valuable. If it filled the streets, the rich young ladies would barely give it a second glance. First day sold out. Next time you can pay a deposit and join the queue. If someone is willing to buy other products like rouge or powder, their position in the queue may move forward appropriately. This bundled sales strategy proved incredibly effective. With preceding examples readily available, Han Ying simply borrowed the idea, yielding unexpectedly great results. Of course, Han Ying was confident in his rouge and powders. Made purely from natural ingredients, free of heavy metals like lead and mercury, far safer than what people commonly used in this era. Once tried, these young ladies would become repeat customers. With the business on solid ground, Han Ying planned to return to xuanhuan County. Constantly appearing before the emperor left him feeling uneasy. Lady Li suffered poor health and couldn't endure the fatigue of travel. Miss Li remained in the capital to care for her mother, thus unable to accompany Han Ying to xuanhuan, naturally parting with great reluctance. Whenever the topic of separation arose, her eyes welled with tears. There were certain matters Han Ying couldn't address, such as Lady Li's condition. How could he ignore familial ties and remove Miss Li from the capital just as her mother neared her end? Thus, he consoled her with gentle words and worked especially hard in bed to temporarily ease her sorrow over their impending separation. Pei Luoyan, on the other hand, was thrilled. She had already secretly told her mother, Lady Pei, about her affair with Han Ying. Lady Pei erupted in anger. But since the situation was irreversible, acceptance was inevitable. After all, could they truly send Pei Luoyan to a nunnery to spend her life burning incense and praying? Moreover, Han Ying was excellent in every way. He had looks and scholarly talent. Aside from lacking parental and sibling support and having more wives, everything else was impeccable, leaving people nothing to criticize. Pei Luoyan's marriage to him would not be considered a loss. The only dissatisfaction for Lady Pei was that despite such an incident occurring, Han Ying had yet to come knocking for a formal engagement. Pei Luoyan quickly reassured Lady Pei. Master Han has long intended to formally propose, but I did not want to marry so soon and told him not to come yet. Marriage comes with various constraints. I do not wish to defy tradition and prefer to experience more of the world before turning 18, doing things I desire. After marriage, I will surely settle down like mother, assisting my husband, raising children, handling household matters, and cease venturing out recklessly. Mother, please grant me this wish. With these words spoken, and given that Han Ying, the prospective son-in-law, did not oppose, what could Lady Pei say? She could only agree for Pei Luoyan to temporarily remain unmarried, focus on business as she pleased, until one condition changed. As soon as pregnancy occurs, an immediate marriage is mandatory. This concerns your lifelong reputation. There is no room for rashness. Pei Luoyan also understood the seriousness and solemnly promised. Having successfully persuaded Lady Pei, Pei Luoyan eagerly awaited returning to xuanhuan County with Han Ying to witness his achievements, understand his business acumen. Han Ying, too, didn't wish to linger in the capital much longer, promptly submitted his resignation to the officials. During this period, while Emperor publicly summoned Han Ying and showed no special favor, secretly, he continued to have others monitor him. Upon hearing his intention to resign, the emperor once again summoned him to the palace, questioning the reasons. Han Ying did not withhold or hide, frankly stating his lack of interest in the political arena. Participating in the imperial exams was merely for a dignified identity to facilitate easier trade when conducting business. The emperor was greatly dissatisfied with his response, reprimanding him for a lack of ambition, and forbade his resignation. Seeing the emperor's heightened emotions, Han Ying dared not say more at the moment, continuing his duties at the Hamlin Academy. Inwardly, however, he grew even more determined to leave the capital. Being under the emperor's attention wasn't beneficial to him. Chapter 128, The Test Stone. Pei Luoyan was greatly disappointed when she heard that Han Ying would temporarily be unable to resign from his post. Other people are racking their brains to become officials, and they can't achieve it. You want to resign and return home, but aren't allowed. What's the reason for that? I will talk to my father. Let him say something to your superior. That old man won't dare to make things difficult for you again. Pei Luoyan only thought that Han Ying was not allowed to leave due to the Hamlin Academy. Surely, her father's word would resolve this easily. She didn't know it was the emperor who had given his decree. Han Ying quickly stopped her. He originally worried that the emperor might think he had other intentions, and upon learning about his close relationship with Pei Shangshu's daughter, the emperor may jump to some conclusions. This trivial matter doesn't need to trouble Shangshu Pei. I will find a way myself. You endure for a few more days. I believe it won't take too long. Calculating with his fingers, he estimated the potato test fields personally managed by the governor were almost ready for harvest. Given the governor's obsession with gaining favors, he would undoubtedly rush to report to the emperor in an effort to claim credit. At that time, Han Ying's name would naturally appear before the emperor again. Potatoes could greatly benefit the common people of Deqian, and as the first person to discover potatoes, he would surely be immortalized alongside them in history. It would then be possible to conclude whether or not the emperor sincerely wanted him to inherit the throne. If the emperor truly did, then this would be an excellent opportunity to recognize him as the eldest son. Then bestowing him the title of crown prince would be nothing short of natural. After all, when Han Ying was born, the emperor proclaimed him to be his child. To now name Han Ying as the crown prince, there wouldn't be any hindrance. As for anyone using Han Ying's years-long absence from the palace against him, that too is easily resolved. Isn't the princess meditating nearby in the vicinity of Shi County? One can just say Han Ying's fate was unfavorable, So he was brought up under the care of the princess for cultivation and blessings. How else can others argue? In sum, it's very easy for the emperor to make Han the crown prince. The key question remains if the emperor sincerely desires it. If the emperor does not, then the most impeccable arrangement would be to place him as a minor official near Shi County. For Han, resigning or not resigning makes no difference. Speaking of which, would the emperor worry about Han overshadowing him and have him secretly killed? Such a possibility is not entirely non-existent. However, as the newly crowned third-place winner in the imperial examinations and the discoverer of the potato, a sudden death would inevitably raise suspicion among the masses. Not to mention, there's also the princess face to consider. Han bet that the emperor would not annihilate him completely. Han couldn't help but marvel. Potatoes were not only paving stones for the governor's career path. Now they have also become the touchstone to test the sincerity of the emperor toward him. Probably even potatoes themselves wouldn't have imagined how important they've become. Since Han couldn't return to Shi County for the time being, and his work at the Hanlin Academy was done half-heartedly. Most of his energy went into business and interacting with Miss Li and Pei Luoyan. The benefits of the embracing simplicity decree gradually showed. Not only did Han grow stronger in battle with better strength and stamina than before, but Miss Li and Pei Luoyan also appeared more radiant. Especially Miss Li, whose already shapely figure became increasingly graceful, always captivating Han. Both Miss Li and Pei Luoyan enjoyed this change. However, their disparity in capabilities was vast. Every time they went through several rounds until later on, they couldn't even move their fingers. Unable to handle the situation alone, they sought external help. Their primary choice was the maid who served them closely. Mrs. Pei noticed that Hongxing was growing even more delicate, guessing the reason why. She developed a certain dissatisfaction with Han, summoning Pei Luoyan into the bedroom for a quiet conversation. Before marriage, how can you involve her maids? This shows great disrespect. If this continues after marriage, what will happen? Pei Luoyan blushed deeply, lowering her head and continuously twisting the edges of her clothes. When pressed hard by Mrs. Pei, she explained softly, "It was me who took the initiative. Han Gongzi, he is exhausting. Mother, please buy me a few more maids. Pick those good-looking ones with nice figures, and especially with compliant temperaments." Mrs. Pei was inwardly surprised. Looking at Pei Luoyan, she didn't seem to be lying. Though still doubting somewhat, Mrs. Pei fulfilled her wishes and bought a few young and beautiful maids for her. Han directly benefited from this development, embracing Pei Luoyan while sighing profoundly. "I didn't expect Mrs. Pei to show such favor towards me. In the future, I will definitely serve her diligently along with you." With her last ounce of strength, Pei Luoyan pushed him away. "Letting me off would be the greatest filial piety to my mother. I am really incapable. Hongxin and Bitao are here. Go play with them. Or there's Qingying and Ziwei. Do as you wish." Qingying and Ziwei were not yet 15 years old. Even if Han were ruthless, he wouldn't dare go that far. Seeing Pei Luoyan utterly exhausted and limp, he couldn't bear to trouble her anymore. He kissed her forehead, stood up, and dressed himself. Unwilling to spend the night outside, Han sneaked into Pei Lian's chamber every 3 to 5 nights to seek pleasure. With his current martial skills, the guards never detected him. As the matriarch of the household, Mrs. Pei naturally had her suspicions but chose to turn a blind eye. Thus, Pei Lian's chamber became the safest and most hidden place for their indulgences. Pei Luoyan saw Han leaving in the dead of night and thought she hadn't gone along with his wishes, fearing he was upset. She hastily got up and pulled him back, forgetting that she was completely unclothed. Her hasty action caused the thin blanket covering her to slip off. "Master Han, where are you going? Please don't be angry, all right? I'll do whatever you want." Han turned around, calming her with a kiss on her forehead, unable to resist getting intimate again. "Where did your thoughts wander? How could I be angry at you over this? Last time, I discovered something in Secretary Zhang's study. I intend to visit it once more. Considering the timing, we should soon return to Shi County. If I don't go now, I might not have another chance for a long while." Upon hearing this, Pei Luoyan set her worries aside. She advised him to be careful and not get caught. Then she muttered softly, "Cheng Xiua harmed me last time, and I still haven't avenged myself. How about you take her on your way there? Oh, also that. I forget her name, but she's Cheng Yu's cousin. She used that medicine on me, clearly trying to kill me. I want to tarnish her honor too and see what she'll do then." It was evident she was still resentful about being drugged. Han smiled faintly as he pinched her gently, successfully making her breathing tighten and pulling her attention back from her sulking. "That's enough. Don't bother with people like that. It's not worth it. You rest well, and I'll come find you again tomorrow." Whether or not they sleep is trivial. What mattered was the hurdle in Han Ying's heart that he couldn't overcome. In this era, a woman's chastity was more important than life. He couldn't bring himself to violate someone without taking responsibility, nor did he wish to involve women like Zheng Yu who were trouble. This was why he didn't fulfill Pei Luoyan's wish. But sometimes one can't help but marvel at the whims of fate. Han wanted nothing to do with the 2 Zheng sisters, yet they kept coming to him willingly. When he sneaked into Secretary Zhang's study, he heard faint groans coming from the corner. Chapter 129, A Last Resort. It turned out to be Zheng Yuerong. At the time, out of jealousy, Zheng Yue had demanded that Zheng Yuerong drug Pei Lian's water, aiming to ruin Pei Lian's reputation. Never in a million years did they expect that although the scheme succeeded, Pei Luoyan was taken away by Han Ying. The two searched the mountain for half a day but found no one, and naturally, there was no evidence to blame Pei Luoyan. After returning, Zheng Yue grew increasingly angry and gave Zheng Yuerong a thorough scolding. She then went to tell Lady Zheng that she wanted to marry off Zheng Yuerong to some poor boy. Lady Zheng didn't have much affection for Zheng Yuerong, who was like a burden in the family. But Lady Zheng cared about her reputation. A nephew of the esteemed Minister Zheng marrying a poor man would inevitably attract gossip from outsiders. Still, Lady Zheng couldn't bear seeing her beloved daughter upset. So, she told her that Minister Zheng planned to give Zheng Yuerong as a concubine to one of his capable subordinates. Only then did Zheng Yue become happy. Upon returning, she informed Zheng Yuerong of this matter, delighting in watching her panic. By evening, Minister Zheng entertained a subordinate at home and arranged for him to stay overnight in the guest room. Yet he ordered Zheng Yuerong to deliver the sobering soup. Anticipating what awaited her, Zheng Yuerong refused to go under any circumstances. In response, Zheng Yue drugged her, and with smug satisfaction, she revealed the deed. If you don't want to die, then you'll have to find a man to take your virginity. TSK, let's see if you can endure it, she said. After that, she ordered Zheng Yuerong to the front courtyard. Zheng Yuerong felt the effects growing stronger. She became increasingly desperate. Recalling all the humiliations endured while being dependent on others over the years, she resented fate for making her suffer so much. Thinking about obeying Minister Zheng's order and becoming someone's concubine, she realized that her life would only get worse. Thus, she decided not to live any longer. Life brought more pain than death. She'd rather end it herself and preserve her innocence. Considering this, she intended to find a quiet place where no one could disturb her to carry out her plan. The minister's study came to mind. No one dared enter easily. Wasn't it the perfect secluded place for ending her life? However, she overestimated her own willpower. By the time she reached the study, the drug's effects were already quite strong. Feeling feverish all over, her mind lost any thoughts of death. Instead, she desperately sought a man to ease her suffering. Just then, Han Ning appeared. Without considering why a masked man would appear in Minister Zheng's study in the middle of the night or what his intentions might be, Zheng Yuerong's mind harbored only one thought. This man before her was enough. She wrapped herself around Han Ning, hastily tearing at both their clothes. Her flushed face revealed a hazy look in her eyes. In such a situation, which man could remain self-controlled, especially when Han Ning was still unsatisfied after being with Pei Luoyan earlier? Seeing the delicacy right before him, how could he resist? He roughly pushed Zheng Yuerong onto the desk, pulling off her skirt in one swift motion. As the drug's effects began to wear off, Zheng Yuerong's consciousness gradually returned. Realizing what was happening to her, she felt shame and indignation, yet could not resist. Lying prone on the desk, she covered her face with her hands, gritting her teeth to stifle any sounds escaping her mouth. Han Ning held her wrists tightly from behind, lifting her upper body. Enjoy using drugs to harm others, do you? How does it feel now that the tables have turned? Recognizing Han Ying's voice, Zheng Yuerong turned back, shocked. How could it be you? Han Ning tightened his grip on her wrists, pulling her even closer. Who were you hoping it would be? This wasn't an issue of hope. Instead, why was Han Ning in Minister Zheng's study? Seeing his black robes and the cloth covering his face, a suspicion formed in her mind. Are you here to steal something? I understand now. You've been sent by Minister Zheng's political rival. If that were true, there was a possibility to make Han Ning keep today's event silent. As long as no one knew what happened today, she might still have a chance to marry well. No, Zheng Yue personally drugged her. If she returned unscathed, Zheng Yue would surely realize what had already occurred. Numerous thoughts flashed through Zheng Yuerong's mind in an instant, weighing each possibility and judging which was most advantageous for her. Judging from her shifting eyes, Han Ning guessed exactly what she was pondering, almost laughing in exasperation. Women like her should never be meddled with. At such a time, calculating cost-benefit ratios showed his excessive mercy and lenient actions. With several hard moves, Zheng Yuerong's breath became rapid, finally realizing just how perilous her situation truly was. For Han Ning to infiltrate Minister Zheng's study in disguise clearly meant significant intentions, and he certainly wouldn't want anyone to know. Now that she had witnessed this, would he kill her? Especially since the two already had grievances before. The courage to seek death that Zheng Yuerong previously possessed vanished completely. Fear set in deeply. Han Ning might even overlook what she was doing now. If only he would spare her life. Mr. Han, everything I did to Miss Pei was under the coercion of Zheng Yue. I had no choice. I beg you not to kill me. I will do anything you ask. I can lead you to Zheng Yue. She has bathed in goat's milk since she was young, so her skin is extraordinarily soft and delicate. Master Han will surely like her. Offering to lead Han Ning to Zheng Yue was not only for seeking a way out, but also for revenge. She had served Zheng Yue humbly for years. Even pets develop feelings after a while, but Zheng Yue treated her worse than a maid. If this was how she was treated, she couldn't blame herself for showing some disrespect now. Han Ning was indeed slightly tempted, but he had more important matters to attend to tonight. He didn't want to cause unnecessary distractions. Still, he noted down the idea of bathing in goat's milk, thinking it might be something to try with his wives later. I've seen countless women. Haven't I experienced all sorts of beauty? After finishing up, Han Ning stood up and casually sat on a chair, crossing his legs. Zheng Yuerong, always adept at reading faces and adjusting accordingly, obediently came forward to clean up and help him arrange his clothes, trying to flatter him as she spoke. Yes, Master Han could have any woman he wanted. It was my mistake to overstep. Zheng Yuerong's crime wasn't grave enough to deserve death, and Han Ning had no intention of killing her. However, the pressure that needed to be applied should be given fully, lest she stir up trouble again in the future. You've done reasonably well this time, and I'm not ready to kill you just yet. Still, you must give me a reason to keep you alive. A reason? Zheng Yuerong racked her brain until a sudden idea lit up her eyes. You came here because you wanted to find out Chancellor Zheng's secrets, didn't you? I know. Outside the city, under the guise of managing affairs, he illegally acquired a large tract of land. The original owner refused to sell, so he sent people to set fire by night, burning the entire family alive. There's more. Chancellor Zheng also colluded with subordinates to sell official positions. A county magistrate for 3,000 taels of silver, and if it's in Jiangnan, the price doubles. Desperate for her life, Zheng Yuerong spilled all the illegal deeds she knew about Chancellor Zheng in one breath. Chapter 130. Offer the respect of a national master. Han Ning carefully looked at Zheng Yuexiang. The young miss was 17 or 18 years old, with willow-shaped eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, of medium height. Her hair was somewhat disheveled from earlier, adding a touch of allure. She was quite beautiful, though not flawless. But she showed no hesitation in betraying Chancellor Zheng. Was it because she had suffered too much oppression in the Zheng family, which led to her resentment, or was it due to her cold and ungrateful nature? If it was the former, it could be somewhat understandable. He wouldn't mind providing her a place to live peacefully within his household. However, if it was the latter, he would certainly not dare to involve himself. Who knows when she might harm his wives, or even him? After saying a great deal, Zheng Yuexiang noticed Han Ning just calmly gazing at her. She instantly felt uneasy. Why are you looking at me this way? I swear, everything I said is the truth. Han Ning believed everything she said, which made him more astonished. Uncertain whether to eradicate her roots yet, he decided to let her live for now. Everything you say, I'll verify. Well, you may leave. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? Hearing that she could leave, Zheng Yuexiang's eyes lit up with joy. Nodding repeatedly, she said, I understand. I won't tell anyone about your visit here. Recalling that Zheng Yue would surely suspect who helped her detoxify, her expression turned grim again, biting her lips. Han Ning also thought about this and softly sighed. Fine, take me to Zheng Yue's room. With handling Zheng Yue, there would be no more inquiries against Zheng Yuexiang. Alas, he still lacked the heart. Zheng Yue slept soundly, but suddenly felt an immense weight pressing on her body as something pulled at her clothes. Assuming it was ghost paralysis, she tried to scream, but a handkerchief was shoved into her mouth. What followed became the worst experience of Zheng Yue's life that she never wanted to remember again. Hearing the faint sound of the window latch, after a long while of silence, she trembled all over as she got up. Shakily supporting herself by the bed, she moved towards the window, tightly shut it, and began sobbing silently. My dear sister, how does it feel to have been taken by a man? Zheng Yuexiang walked in with her disheveled hair and crooked clothes. Anyone could see what she had endured. You, without my permission, how dare you come in? Get out quickly. Zheng Yue's sleeping gown was torn into pieces, hanging on her. Unwilling to be seen like this by Zheng Yuexiang, whom she always looked down upon, she fiercely ordered her to leave. Instead, Zheng Yuexiang completely changed her usual timid demeanor, raising her finger to press before her lips and giving her a shhh. In this state, sister, aren't you worried the maids might see? Oh my, being just a poor girl without parents, losing my honor can be ignored. Who would have guessed, sister, the noble daughter of the Chancellor's family, was ravaged by some wild man? What do you think Mistress Zheng will do to you once she knows? Upon imagining what Mistress Zheng would do, Zheng Yue turned deathly pale. Yuexiang, please don't tell anyone. We grew up together. I've given you many things. You wouldn't hurt me, right? Zheng Yuexiang snorted mockingly, scrutinizing her as if pondering deeply. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to expose Zheng Yue. If Zheng Yue were sent away to become a nun, she would most definitely share the same fate, and perhaps wouldn't even have the chance to become one, but simply be pronounced dead. She must grasp this leverage firmly in her hands and benefit as much as possible. Zheng Yue's maids noticed that she had undergone a change. Previously, she had beaten and scolded Zheng Yuexiang mercilessly. However, overnight, there was a 180-degree turn. Not only did she treat Zheng Yuexiang kindly, she also allowed her to freely choose clothes and jewelry. For some unknown reason, whenever Mistress Zheng scolded Zheng Yuexiang, Zheng Yue even protected her. Could it be the sun rises in the west? Could it be the sun rises in the west? Or am I going blind with age? The High Princess presence graces our humble home indeed. This low official feels extremely flustered. Though Han Ying's words sounded respectful, his actions lacked politeness. Without so much as a glance at Wu Linglong, he stepped past her and seated himself at the master position, commanding tea be served. Wu Linglong was no longer what she used to be. Clad in lavish imperial robes, adorned with jewels and pearls, she exuded an air of aristocracy even more prominently. Yet, in Han Ying's eyes, her face bore two characters, trouble, implying misfortune to whoever got near her. Had it not been for her royal status, he would have already thrown her out. In her sleeves, Wu Linglong's fists clenched tightly, her nails pricking her palms until it hurt. After a long silence, she slowly released her grip. Han Ning, I admit I took advantage of you in the past, but I had no choice. Han Ning waved his hand, indicating she needn't elaborate further. There's no need for you to explain yourself to me since here I sit safe and sound. Why don't you direct these words to the two stable boys who lost their lives under the assassin's blade? And their families, their parents, their wives, and children? Han Ning, unable to bear it any longer, Wu Linglong interrupted him loudly. She regrets the death of the stable boys too, but they were just servants. They are dead anyway, so paying their families a few more taels of silver would settle it. Is there really a need to bring it up? Thinking about her purpose of coming to see Han Ning today, Wu Linglong's tone softened. Han Ning, I've come to apologize to you and also discuss collaborating on a business venture. Can you let me finish what I have to say? Doing business? Han Ying gave a cold laugh. The High Princess, enjoying endless wealth and luxury, still wishes to compete for profits with the common people? Aren't you too greedy? Wu Linglong knew Han Ying had strong prejudice against her, and she wouldn't approach him unless absolutely necessary. She patiently explained to him, "You should know my identity. Do you think I care about being the High Princess? I came to Daejian to ask for troops to reclaim the throne. But alas, the Emperor of Daejian refuses to lend me his army. I can only resort to recruiting soldiers and purchasing horses on my own. This requires a substantial amount of silver, hence I can only seek your cooperation." Han Ying was amused by Wu Linglong's words. She wanted to recruit soldiers and buy horses, needing silver, so she decided to target him. What had he done to deserve this? Wu Linglong also realized her request was excessive, but she could not think of anyone else to turn to. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. "Han Ying, I trust in your business acumen. As long as you're willing to help me, my goal will surely be achieved. Rest assured, I won't let you help me without compensation. Once I reclaim my throne, I will appoint you as my national master, and we shall share in our glory. If you prefer not to be bound by any obligations, you can continue doing business, and within my territory, you will enjoy all privileges." The promises were grand, but unfortunately, Han Ying wasn't interested. "Are you finished speaking? If so, leave quickly. My place is too small to accommodate a figure like the High Princess. Besides, I conduct business purely based on mood and do not wish to become anyone's tool. Did I make myself clear enough?" "Clear, utterly clear." Not giving Wu Linglong an inch of face, Wu Linglong looked at him intensely before sweeping her sleeves and leaving. Chapter 131. If you can't afford it, avoid it. Wu Linglong returned to the residence of the Great Princess. The Great Princess's residence was originally a private mansion given by the previous emperor to the crown prince, with an exceedingly grand and luxurious design. When the current emperor granted it to Wu Linglong, he also bestowed upon her numerous decorations. It was even more exquisite than when the former crown prince had lived there. From the perspective of outsiders, one could only imagine how much envy this might generate. But as Wu Linglong dwelled within its confines, she felt nothing but suffocation. Every brick and stone did not belong to her. No matter where she looked, whether at people or scenery, none suited her fancy. This place did not belong to her, who would genuinely care about her opinions. And everything that should have belonged to her had long since fallen into the hands of villains. The emperor permitted Wu Linglong to recruit soldiers and gather resources within the borders of Daejian. Symbolically, he also bestowed upon her 10,000 taels of silver, to signify his support for her mission to restore the kingdom. 10,000 taels of silver. If used merely for daily life, even if one were to live on pure gold and jade, 3 lifetimes would not deplete it. However, for recruiting soldiers, purchasing weapons, food, and other subsequent expenses, it was clearly far from enough. It was necessary for Wu Linglong to find her own solutions. Wu Linglong thought about doing business. Han Ying did business without ever hiding anything from her family. All the strategies clear in her mind. It was no more than binding profits with the government, benefiting the people, and earning their support. One must give to gain, give much to gain much. But she didn't have projects like Han Ying's, which could both earn substantial profits and conveniently tie deeply with the government and common people. She tried making soap herself several times, but some steps must have gone wrong. The soap she made would mold and rot before drying. Forcing them dry with fire caused cracking, achieving no cleaning effect, and instead injuring the hands of the maids. As for perfume, it was even worse. Left out for just a day or two, it emitted a strong sour smell, piercingly hurting one's nose. Just when Wu Linglong had faced repeated setbacks, she heard rumors that a perfume shop had opened on Zhuke Street, gaining immense popularity among wealthy young women. Hearing perfume, Wu Linglong guessed it was Han Ying's business. Despite knowing that she would most likely be met with cold indifference from Han Ying, she still couldn't resist the allure of the hope of restoring her kingdom. After hesitating for 2 days, she swallowed her pride and sought out Han Ying. Unsurprisingly, Han Ying gave her no face at all. She flatly rejected Wu Linglong's request, even publicly demanding that she not bother her again in the future. Under normal circumstances, with Wu Linglong's cold and arrogant personality, she would never see Han Ying again. But only through cooperation with Han Ying could she achieve the great cause of restoring the kingdom. For such a noble purpose, what grievances could she not endure? Wu Linglong spent an entire night preparing herself mentally, and the next morning, she appeared once more at Han Ying's doorstep. This time, she deliberately changed out of the princess gown and wore the short attire typically worn by guards instead. She wanted this outfit to evoke memories of those days they spent together day and night. To say how pleasant those memories were, well, they weren't really. There had been very little interaction between them, rarely any conversation, and whenever they did converse, most often ended unpleasantly. Wu Linglong had no better strategy, hoping Han Ying would remember old times. However, Han Ying wasn't in the inn. She hadn't come back since going out last night. Receiving this reply from the steward, Wu Linglong was greatly disappointed and somewhat suspected that Han Ying intentionally avoided her, leaving the steward to deal with her. The steward, seeing through her thoughts, offered no explanation but summoned a servant instead. Clean our employer's room thoroughly. Every corner needs wiping, and take the quilt and cushion covers out to air. Spring is rainy, but today's a rare good weather. Naturally, opening windows wide would ventilate the room, revealing whether Han Ying was inside at a glance. Now Wu Linglong couldn't help but believe, and left feeling highly disheartened. When she returned the next day, it was still the steward who greeted her. Han Ying was still absent. The reason given this time. She stayed overnight at Lady Li's residence. Once Wu Linglong tracked down Lady Li's house, she was turned away at the door by the gatekeeper. Although the gatekeeper was quite polite, he informed Wu Linglong that neither Han Ying nor Lady Li was home. If she had something to convey, she could leave a message. Otherwise, naturally, she should go wherever she pleased. Wu Linglong then asked the gatekeeper about Han Ying's whereabouts. The gatekeeper said he didn't know, recommending she ask Lady Li. When Wu Linglong inquired about Lady Li's location, the gatekeeper again professed ignorance. Wu Linglong strongly suspected that the gatekeeper was intentionally concealing information but could do nothing about it. Thus, she sent someone to keep watch near the inn and Lady Li's residence, reporting back if Han Ying appeared. What Wu Linglong failed to realize was that these people watching Han Ying had long been noticed by a group of little beggars under Han Ying's command, who promptly reported back to her. Indeed, Han Ying was avoiding Wu Linglong. This woman was not only troublesome, but would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Being the great princess, rejecting her outright wouldn't work well either. Adhering to the principle of avoiding what you cannot withstand, Han Ying directly moved in with He Yunze. He Yunze was also currently serving in the Hanlin Academy, though his rank was lower than Han Ying's, and thus so was his position. With a monthly salary of only 3 taels of silver, buying a house was as hard as climbing to the heavens. Moreover, after their political training ended, they would be assigned to local positions and might not have the opportunity to return to the capital for most of their lives. Therefore, he currently rented a small courtyard behind the Hanlin Academy. The small courtyard was spacious, with only 3 rooms, each measuring just over a dozen square meters. However, it was already very comfortable for him and one servant to live in. Han Ying's visit brought much joy to He Yunze. Having newly arrived in the capital, he didn't know many people or places. Even the newly hired bookboy treated him with a mysterious sense of superiority and wasn't particularly obedient. He was not like Han Ying, who excelled at socializing and could become friends with colleagues within a few days, like old companions. So, normally, he had no one to talk to. During Han Ying's stay, He Yunze made it a habit to bring wine and dishes on his way home from work every day. The wine was minimal, just a small bottle, and the food consisted only of some preserved meats. After dinner, they would sit in the courtyard, drinking and chatting about everything under the sun. It was quite enjoyable. However, such light-hearted chats weren't everyday affairs. Han Ying had matriarch Li and Pei Luoyin to accompany, and occasionally, there were visits to Minister Zheng's residence as well. Don't misunderstand. Han Ying's trips to Minister Zheng's house weren't solely for lustful reasons, although that did play a small part. The primary goal was to find evidence of Minister Zheng's corruption. This era lacked modern surveillance, making evidence gathering exceedingly difficult. He had visited Minister Zheng's study several times, and even searched through hidden chambers, but found no substantial evidence. His only option was to have Zheng Yuerong try to extract information from Lady Zheng and Zheng Yue. Surprisingly, this method proved more effective than his aimless search attempts. One night, Han Ying came to the Zheng household again, meeting Zheng Yuerong behind a rockery in the back garden. Zheng Yuerong leaned against the rockery, her legs too weak to stand. Fortunately, Han Ying supported her waist, otherwise she would have collapsed on the ground. Panting slightly, she shared the results of her latest attempt at extracting information. A distant cousin's son from Lady Zheng's natal family has been stuttering since childhood, yet managed to buy a county magistrate position from Minister Zheng for 5,000 taels of silver. Chapter 132. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. The court laws clearly state that those who are disabled, ugly in appearance, or have a speech impediment, are not allowed to serve as officials. Minister Zheng dared to accept money even from a stammering man. He's really gone off the deep end. An old saying goes, when heaven wishes to destroy a man, it first drives him mad. This matter Minister Zheng has handled is equivalent to digging his own grave. Han Ying was worried about not finding any evidence of Zheng's crimes, and here it comes right to the door. Even if other pieces of evidence might be temporarily elusive, this instance of improperly appointing officials is indisputable. It's enough for Minister Zheng to get demoted 3 ranks. Demotion is just the beginning. There's another old saying, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Minister Zheng has served as an official for many years, and it's impossible for him to not have political enemies. Once he steps down from his position as minister, there will surely be many people stepping up to deliver their blows. Those previous aggrieved parties who dared not make complaints will also be dug up and pushed to the forefront. By then, if Minister Zheng wants to make a comeback, it will be hard for him. However, Han Ying does not intend to accuse Minister Zheng himself. The reason is still that he doesn't want to attract too much attention from the emperor. Moreover, he also sees potential in He Yunze and intends to let him shine. So, let's give this opportunity to earn merit to him. He Yunze, like most scholars from Jiangnan, has a warm and harmonious disposition. But when it comes to serious matters, there's a steely determination in his nature. He once took great risks in his quest to join the civil service examination, traveling to the capital with only a few loaves of dry food, risking starvation and being branded as unfilial, all just to reach his goal. Now, facing this chance for promotion, He Yunze carefully weighed the pros and cons within his heart. Gains were obvious. Because of successfully accusing Minister Zheng, he would receive a promotion. Losses, on the other hand, included probably gaining many adversaries. How could someone just promoted as a 9th-rank junior official dare to impeach a high-ranking minister? What would the future bring? Ultimately, He Yunze decided to go through with it. If people feared him, so be it. He never excelled at socializing anyway, and found it difficult to please others. Rather than trying, why not do what he wanted to do and disregard others' criticisms? If he could gain the emperor's appreciation and favor, that would be perfect. Han Ning gave He Yunze this opportunity, leaving the decision to him entirely. Since he chose to act, Han Ning didn't say anything more. He handed over all clues regarding the stammering magistrate's personal information when he sent silver to Minister Zhang, when he received the appointment, and when he officially started serving. Afterward, he left it all alone, letting He Yunze operate the accusation on his own. He Yunze didn't engage in complicated plotting either. After pondering overnight, the next morning during the early court assembly where he was supposed to quietly stand in line with the rest of the ministers, he suddenly stepped forward, collapsing onto the ground. Jin Zhiwu, responsible for maintaining order during the morning court session, immediately came forward to drag him out. But He Yunze went all out, shouting toward the emperor, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel has been selling government positions. I hold the evidence." This sentence exploded in the grand hall. All the ministers instantly erupted into chaos. Cheng's faction loudly rebuked He Yunze for spreading rumors in court and disturbing the proceedings, which was considered disrespectful and worthy of immediate beheading. On the other hand, Cheng's political rivals outwardly criticized He Yunze's lack of propriety too, but implicitly they suggested that such bold action from a mere junior scholar implied that he must indeed have some solid proof. This incident concerned the integrity of the court, so naturally, the emperor wouldn't gloss over it lightly. However, the emperor also didn't wish to judge Minister Zhang solely based on the accusations of one junior official, which would discourage the other ministers. He only declared that He Yunze had acted against his rank, disrupted the court assembly, and ordered that he be taken to the heavenly prison. Though He Yunze's fate hung in balance, his face was deathly pale, but his demeanor showed no signs of distress. Without needing escorts, he removed his official hat himself, folded his hands behind his back, and followed the guards away. The environment in the heavenly prison was slightly better than a common jailhouse, but only slightly so. It remained dark, stuffy, and full of foul air. Sitting on moldy straw, He Yunze felt a bit worried whether he had acted rashly. But now that things had come to this point, regret was useless. It was his choice, a risk he had to take for advancement, so there was nothing to regret. He was merely concerned about his aging mother at home. Should something happen to him, he wondered if his cousin would shelter her and care for her. While lost in thought, the iron chains rattled. 2 guards came in and brought him before the emperor. He Yunze became calmer inside. Since the emperor was willing to investigate, he stood a chance to live. He recounted every detail of the evidence Han Ning had entrusted him with to the emperor. The emperor glanced deeply at him, then ordered the guards to take him back to prison. Only this time, instead of his previous cell, it was swapped for a room with a bed, sheets, and a window for ventilation. The evening meal brought by the warden was far superior to the midday meal. Not only did it include meat and vegetables, but also a small bottle of wine. Despite this, He Yunze felt no joy. Instead, he worried that this might be his last meal before execution. Fortunately, the thing he worried about didn't occur. After staying in the heavenly prison for 3 or 4 days, he was released. Not only was he reinstated to his original post, but he also received a reward of 100 taels of gold from the emperor. This was just the beginning. A month later, he was once again summoned by the emperor. This time, the emperor appeared much more composed, even chatting casually with him about family matters and encouraging him to continue his progress diligently. Not long after that, he was appointed as the magistrate of a county in Jiangnan. Jiangnan, being a wealthy region, boasts a flourishing literary scene and is home to numerous merchants. For local officials there, it's relatively easy not to tarnish their records of accomplishments. Besides, the merchants are well off and naturally generous in showing respect to local officials. The saying goes, 3 years of an honest governorship, and you'll have 10,000 silver coins, which isn't just talk. In short, becoming the magistrate of a county in Jiangnan is considered a highly desirable position by all. Given He Yunze's ranking in the imperial exams and his lack of influential connections in the court, such a plum assignment would never fall to him under normal circumstances. This opportunity came solely as a result of reporting Minister Zhang. It was an opportunity given to him by Han Ning. He Yunze felt boundless gratitude towards Han Ning, and on the eve of taking up his new post, he dragged Han Ning along for an entire night of drinking. As alcohol flowed freely, his emotions poured out. Tears streaked his face as he tightly grasped Han Ying's hand, insisting they become sworn brothers. "I have no siblings at home, and I rarely interact with my cousins. Since meeting you on the way to the capital, I've benefited greatly from your care. From now on, you're my elder brother. If you need help, just let me know, and I'll risk life and limb without hesitation." Han Ning treated these declarations as mere drunken babble and didn't take them seriously. After being pestered beyond endurance, he humored him like a child, lifting their cups together in a toast to the heavens and muttering something about not seeking the same day or month of birth, but wishing for the same year and month of death, thus completing the ceremony of brotherhood. With his wish fulfilled, He Yunze's revelry only intensified, needing no encouragement to drink himself into a stupor. Ultimately, it was Han Ning who carried him back to his room. 3 days later, He Yunze departed from the capital to assume his new post. Han Ning saw him off at the Pavilion 10, outside the city walls. Of course, He Yunze couldn't contain his emotional farewells, which were drawn out despite repeated urgings from his attendants before he eventually bade a tearful goodbye. That is a story for another time, set aside for now. It is worth noting that Minister Zhang never anticipated that his actions of selling official positions were known to others. Over the years, no one dared to accuse him. Chapter 133, Being a Piece of Free Rotting Wood. The matter of selling his own official position was shouted out by a mere doctor in the Grand Hall. Although the emperor ordered He Yunze to be added into the celestial prison, He did not show any suspicion towards Minister Zheng. After he Yunza was Ed away, they continued discussing state affairs. Minister Zheng, however, felt very uneasy. After the court session ended, his supporter Lu Longzhong came out of the grand hall with him. Seeing his serious expression, Lu looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping and consoled him in a low voice. It's just a greenhorn who has just left the academy. He is merely trying to grab the emperor's attention, and it's all for show. Sir, you should not take it to heart. Minister Zheng was not comforted at all, and he said in a deep voice. Often, matters are ruined by people like this. Lu Longzhong still thought that Minister Zheng was worrying needlessly. The emperor did not just order someone to yah him into the celestial prison. It shows that he did not believe his words. This was precisely what made Minister Zheng feel uneasy. Disrupting the morning court assembly is a serious crime. He Yunza is nothing but a junior doctor who doesn't even count as a formal official. The usual course would be to drag him out and behead him directly. But the emperor only ordered him to be ed into the celestial prison, and that leaves many possibilities. Regardless of whether he is overthinking or not, Minister Zheng cannot allow such uncertainties to occur. The celestial prison is managed by the imperial guards, and he cannot interfere there. Then eliminate all evidence from the root. So even if the emperor suspects him, he won't be able to find anything. The top priority now is to burn everything in the secret room, ensuring there is no evidence. However, when Minister Zheng and his eldest son were about to move everything out from the secret room to burn it, they found the mechanism malfunctioned and wouldn't open. When the secret room was built, there was concern about fire or leaks damaging important items. Minister Zheng specially spent a large sum of money to ensure the craftsmen implemented all-round protection measures. The secret was made waterproof and bulletproof, unassailable even by explosions. Even a bomb might not have an effect on it. Now, with the mechanism failing, even Minister Zheng couldn't enter. And where could one find those craftsmen who built it all those years ago? Minister Zheng was pacing anxiously, yet had no idea how to resolve the situation. He could only hope hard that no one discovers the existence of the secret room. Unbeknownst to him, the mechanical issues were deliberately caused by Han Ying to prevent the destruction of evidence. The emperor sent people to investigate, confirming the case of the stuttering magistrate. Subsequently, the development of the plot went exactly as Han Ying anticipated. Firstly, the emperor flew into a rage and gave Minister Zheng a thorough scolding during the morning court session. Minister Zheng knew the truth had come to light, and defending himself would only annoy the emperor more. Thus, he headed to Wusa, letting his hair down, kneeling on the ground while weeping and repenting. After venting, the emperor's anger subsided somewhat. Remembering the years of hard work Minister Zheng had done, he decided to lighten the punishment. His rank was demoted from first to third class, but he was allowed to temporarily retain the post of Minister of Personnel, providing him a chance to redeem himself. This decision greatly displeased Zheng's political rivals who were eagerly awaiting his downfall. However, since the emperor's word is law, no one dared oppose. Nevertheless, not opposing does not mean acceptance. These rivals seized the opportunity and began their search for evidence of Minister Zheng violating laws and ethical codes. In doing so, they gathered a significant amount of evidence. In the end, they accumulated a total of 108 offenses, each complete with witnesses and evidence, and presented them before the emperor. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the emperor was still reluctant to fully believe that Minister Zheng could have committed such numerous misdeeds. However, with the undeniable evidence laid before him, he was forced to order a comprehensive investigation. Naturally, the first step was confiscating all properties belonging to Minister Zheng. It was during this process that they discovered the secret room. If one were to ask how such a secret chamber was discovered so easily, naturally, it has much to do with Han Ying. He simply restored the broken mechanism in advance, and casually placed a note on the vase which activated the mechanism, writing several bold characters. This is the mechanism for the secret chamber. The task was completed during the previous night, and Minister Zheng hurriedly went to court in the early morning without time to enter his study. Others were not permitted to enter without authorization, hence no one noticed the existence of the note. The officers confiscating the properties were surprised upon seeing the note, thinking Minister Zheng's brain had been addled to perform such actions. In any case, all the contents of the secret chamber were presented before the emperor. At first, the emperor did not understand the significance of those files. Only after matching them with Minister Zheng's resume, did he discover that these cases were all handled by him when he was a local official, and every one of them had various loopholes. Once handed over to the Ministry of Justice for retrial and review, it quickly became apparent that these cases were wrongful convictions influenced by bribes received by Minister Zheng. The emperor was extremely enraged, personally ordering a swift execution for Minister Zheng. All assets were confiscated, men above 10 years old within 3 generations were exiled 3,000 miles away, and the women were assigned to the brothel administration. Being assigned to the brothel administration was worse than being sold into prostitution. In the latter, at least one can accumulate some private savings and has the potential to restore one's reputation. In the former, one enters the despicable ranks, losing all opportunities for redemption. There is only one way out of the brothel administration, and that is through death. However, exceptions exist for everything. Although theoretically the women in the brothel administration were not allowed to marry or by their freedom, they could be bestowed by the emperor to ministers. Just then, the magistrate arrived in the capital with potatoes to claim credit. Hearing that the person who initially discovered potatoes was Han Ying, the emperor summoned him to the palace. I didn't expect that despite being in the countryside, you haven't forgotten to bring blessings to your hometown. You are truly worthy of being your father's son. The emperor lavishly praised Han Ying, But Han Ning did not want this kind of reward. He chuckled and asked the emperor for favors. Your Majesty speaks correctly. I, a lowly subject, am wholeheartedly dedicated to bringing prosperity to our nation and people. Don't you think something as precious as potatoes has been found by me? Shouldn't your Majesty give me some sort of reward? When the women from Zheng Shangshu's household were taken away, I caught a glimpse from afar. 2 of them were extraordinarily beautiful. Hearing this, the emperor's otherwise pleasant mood turned sour. He immediately put on a stern face and lectured him. Han Ning cowered, bowing his head to listen. The emperor softened again, feeling sympathy. All right. It is natural for someone in your youth to revel in romantic pursuits. He called Duo Fu Hai. You take Han Ning to the brothel administration. Whoever he takes a fancy to, strike her name off the records and bestow her upon him. But Han Ning remained standing motionless. After a long pause, he hesitantly spoke. My home already has 15 or 20 wives. I haven't seen them in a while, and I do miss them. Your Majesty, might you let me resign and return home? They're all country girls unfamiliar with the rules here in the capital. Moving them here would surely cause trouble, and I'm reluctant to leave them too. The emperor took a deep breath to calm himself, suppressing the urge to scold Han Ning. Helplessly, he said, All right. If you want to go back, you may go back. The magistrate has made meritorious contributions offering the potatoes, so I will promote him. The county magistrate of Shi County deserves commendation for establishing an official school, so let him assume the position of magistrate. If you want to return, I appoint you as the assistant magistrate of Shi County. Are you satisfied now? Han Ning was delighted as he bowed to express gratitude before leaving with Duo Fu Hai. The emperor watched Han Ying's retreating figure, his eyes darkening. Servants sent to Shi County to investigate reported back. It was well known there that Han Ning had once married 13 brides at once. Truly, a piece of free-rotting wood cannot be carved. Chapter 134, Lecherous Fellow. Duo Fu Hai took Han Ning to the teaching bureau to pick people. Zheng Yue, Zheng Yuerong, and more than a dozen young women of their clan were receiving training in posture. Beside them stood a middle-aged instructor with heavy makeup and skimpy clothing, holding a bamboo board 3 fingers wide as she watched over the proceedings. Whichever girl did not twist her waist daintily enough or failed to take sufficiently alluring steps, the bamboo would mercilessly lash out, hitting flesh with a loud crack. Zheng Shangshu was no good person, but the upbringing of the girls in his household had been strict and proper. They had always learned dignity and gracefulness from a young age. Here, however, they had to change into something flirtatious and seductive, a transformation impossible within such a short time. All of them suffered, eyes red from trying not to cry. Hearing that Duo Fu Hai was an attendant close to the emperor, the instructor approached with flattery to bow. Duo Fu Hai disdainfully ignored this lowly individual, pretending not to notice her flattery. Instead, he smiled and invited Han Ning over to choose. Han adult, among these people, is there anyone who catches your eye? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yue and Zheng Yuerong instantly lit up with hope, staring at him beseechingly. Han Ning had a mischievous thought. What if he didn't choose them? How would they react? Yet he dared not test it. An old saying goes that barefoot ones are unafraid of those wearing shoes. These 2 women had fallen from being wealthy ladies to this miserable place. Their futures were predictable enough. If their hopes were shattered and they revealed his repeated midnight entries into the Zheng household, it would be disastrous for him. Thankfully, the 2 behaved sensibly at the moment and showed no sign of familiarity with Han Ning. Han Ning pretended to scrutinize them and pointed toward the row where 5 people, including them, stood. I don't quite remember which one I saw that day. These 5 are good, so let's take them all back. He did not directly point out Zheng Yue and Zheng Yuerong, wary of arousing suspicion. Although unlikely, caution could not be overstated. One should always be prudent. Hearing this, Duo Fu Hai could not help but pause in surprise. Han Ning had claimed before the emperor that he desired only 2 of the Zheng family women. He assumed Han Ning wouldn't dare to select more, so he generously hadn't mentioned anything about limits and left it up to Han Ning to pick. Unexpectedly, Han Ning was unhesitant and immediately selected 5. Examining closely, it became clear that the 5 chosen were indeed the best-looking and most graceful of the lot. But since the words were spoken by himself, Duo Fu Hai couldn't go back on them. He ordered the administrator to erase the names of the 5 women and hand them over to Han Ning. Han Ning joyfully ushered the 5 beauties onto the carriage and returned home. The moment he climbed aboard, he could not resist starting to grope around, eliciting a flurry of shocked exclamations from the women. Lord, please do not behave like this. My lord, please have mercy on me. Duo Fu Hai, hearing all this, shook his head and went back to the palace to report to the emperor. He naturally omitted any mention of his supposed generosity in adding 3 extra beauties into the mix. Instead, he simply said, Han Ning turned out to be quite a gentleman who loves beauty. He chose 5 women from the Zheng family, and they returned together in one carriage. Women entering the teaching bureau, regardless of their former status, automatically became lowly slaves. Even when bestowed upon someone as a gift, bringing them back home meant they'd only be regarded as playthings. It was even possible they'd be made to entertain guests during banquets. Yet here was Han Ning sharing the same carriage with the Zheng family women. This was a breach of propriety. The emperor grew angrier the more he thought about it, ordering Duo Fu Hai to prepare ink. He wrote a letter to the princess. The emperor and the princess were childhood spouses. Their marriage lasted many years in harmony. The siblings held a particularly affectionate bond, forged through shared trials. They experienced family disintegration, wandering refugees, and later helped the former crown prince eliminate rebel factions and traitors. Beyond familial blood ties, there existed a deep sense of comradeship born through life and death struggles. Thus, the emperor had always respected the princess greatly, usually greeting her kindly. This time, though, the tone of his letter was unusually severe. It accused the princess of disregarding his affection for Han Ying when she removed him from the palace, sending him to remote villages like Xuanhuan County. As a result, Han Ying grew up without proper guidance, becoming apathetic and indulgent in lust. At the end of the letter, the emperor interrogated the princess spiritually. Do you also, like others, secretly doubt whether I am a usurper? Do you even trust that I genuinely wish to pass down the throne to Han Ying? Were you worried I would harm him, and hence cunningly removed him? The emperor's letter reached the princess with utmost urgency. After reading it, she covered her chest and began coughing violently. The abbess hurried to comfort her and instructed a novice nun to bring warm water. After drinking a couple of sips, her coughing subsided slightly. She waved dismissively, signaling for both to leave. Though concerned, neither dared to disobey the princess's command and thus walked away reluctantly. The princess then reread the letter thoroughly from start to finish with great attention. When finished, she sighed deeply, almost speaking to herself, but seemingly responding to the emperor's accusations. She said quietly, "You ask me if I don't trust you. It's just that I don't trust human nature's greed for power. That year, you often spoke of how, once Shadow grows up, you will return the throne rightfully owed to him. But now, after more than a decade, it has become transmit. A difference of just one word precisely indicates that you now regard the throne as yours. Haven't you noticed these changes yourself? No matter who this was directed at. In the end, only the wind and candle heard." The princess would never bring this up to anyone else again. After calming herself for a moment while sitting still, she picked up her pen and wrote back to the emperor. "How could I not trust you? You and I are blood siblings who have survived life and death situations countless times. You are me, and I am you. To distrust you would be to distrust myself. My insistence on taking Shadow with me back then was purely out of selfishness. You know I loved Crown Prince Brother deeply for years, but couldn't marry him, which was my lifelong regret. His son is personally raised by you, yet you don't consider me as a close relative. How could I bear it? Not educating Shadow properly was my mistake. But Crown Prince Brother spent his entire life dealing with state affairs and never had a day of peace. I don't wish for Shadow to endure the hardship of being burdened by official duties. Whether he lacks ambition or indulges in women doesn't matter. So long as he lives happily, I will feel content." The princess's reply returned to the emperor at an 800 li express speed. The emperor hesitated momentarily as he held the letter. He had been emotionally agitated when writing the letter, so his words came out somewhat overly harsh. Later, he secretly regretted it. Though there were 3,000 beautiful consorts in the palace and a large family of children, the only person who truly made him feel kinship was the princess. Everyone else, including his own sons, was someone he had to guard against, perhaps one day seizing his throne. The emperor feared his letter might have hurt the princess's feelings, causing him to lose the last person who genuinely cared for him. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the letter. The princess rarely wrote to him these days. Even if he sent handwritten letters to her, she mostly just had others relay brief verbal messages in response. At this moment, the emperor even felt somewhat unfamiliar with the princess's handwriting. Fortunately, the letter did not contain any resentment toward him. Instead, it included warm, touching words like, "You are me, and I am you," which moved him deeply. Chapter 135, I will not tell you. The emperor was deeply moved by the princess's reply and regretted more that he should not have been suspicious of her. Even his disappointment with Han Ying lessened a little. After carefully putting away the reply himself, the emperor looked up at Duo Fu Hai. Has Han Ying left the capital? Not yet. Duo Fu Hai had served by the emperor's side for many years, and it wasn't without reason. He could see that the emperor particularly valued Han Ying, so without being told, he kept tabs on Han Ying clearly in case the emperor asked any time. Master Han has acquired 5 women from the Zheng family. He invites his contemporaries every day to drink and have fun. Sometimes, he even stays overnight. Although not explicitly stated, the meaning was clear. Han Ying allowed the Zheng women to be close to him not because he was unaware of propriety, but simply out of lust. These women were treated as objects to be shared with others. Of course, viewed from another angle, it further proved how much Han Ying's lust had gone against public morals. But the emperor, who was feeling particularly cheerful at this moment, automatically ignored all sorts of associations. He ordered Duo Fu Hai to open the private treasury. Han Ying is supporting so many wives to increase the population of Deqian and contribute to the country. Reward him with 1,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, and some antique ornaments and jade jewelry. Let him go home and please his wives. Duo Fu Hai felt somewhat surprised, but a qualified attendant should not show personal emotions. Therefore, he didn't dare to reveal any on his face. With a few eunuchs, he went to rummage through the emperor's private treasury, then carried over several chests. Your Majesty, according to your instructions, these are what I've prepared, but I am unsure if they will suit Master Han. The emperor glanced briefly, noticing that each piece of jewelry was made of solid gold, large in size, and antique items shimmered with gold brilliance. Coming from a noble background, the emperor had grown up surrounded by such treasures, naturally possessing fine taste. Looking at the items before him, every single one was vulgar. At first, he thought of asking Duo Fu Hai to replace them, but reconsidered. Han Ying had grown up in the countryside, and there wasn't anything noble about him anyway. Probably, he would like these gaudy things better. So he nodded. With the emperor's approval, Duo Fu Hai sent the items to the inn where Han Ying was staying. However, the innkeeper said that Han Ying wasn't there and probably went to Hongli Courtyard or Tsuishan Pavilion, or perhaps Nanjiao Tower. and it was uncertain whether he would return tonight. If there was an emergency, he promised to send someone immediately to find Han Ying. Duo Fu Hai had never heard of these places, but their names already suggested their purposes. Thus, he did not bother Han Ying's interests. After making the delivery of the emperor's rewards clear to the innkeeper, he returned to the palace to report. At that time, however, Han Ying was not enjoying himself outside as the innkeeper claimed. Instead, taking advantage of the dusk when the prison guards changed shifts and were most relaxed, he infiltrated inside. The next day was the execution date for Minister Zheng. To delay leaving the capital, Han Ying repeatedly made excuses, precisely for waiting for this day. In the secret chamber of Minister Zheng, Han Ying found portraits of the former crown prince and an unmistakable fragment of the broken jade disc. It surely couldn't be coincidence. He had to question Minister Zheng before he died, as to why specifically the night before the execution was chosen. An old saying goes, a man nearing death speaks good words. Questioning him the night before execution meant that Minister Zheng would be psychologically at his weakest point and thus more likely to provide answers. Just as Han Ying anticipated, after Minister Zheng was thrown into prison, he initially hoped someone would save him. Later, he pinned his hopes on the emperor, granting him special grace due to old feelings. When that failed too, he gradually became desperate and mentally broke down, shouting loudly every day, claiming innocence. By now, he knew he was certainly going to die, with no more chances left. Gradually, he accepted his fate. Through this whole mental journey, seeing Han Ying suddenly appear silently in black clothing in the cell, he showed absolutely no change in emotion. Alas, no matter how great the crime, once reaching this point, it evoked some sympathy. Of course, Han Ying had no compassion for Minister Zheng at all. After investigation by the criminal department, it was confirmed that while serving as a local official, Minister Zheng had repeatedly taken bribes, creating dozens of wrongful cases, which meant dozens of innocent people unjustly suffered, and dozens of families were ruined because of it. What was there to sympathize about with such a person? It seems that you've been doing pretty well here, Minister Zheng. The conditions for death row inmates were the best, including a bed and a set of table and chairs. Han Ying dragged the chair in front of Minister Zheng and sat down. I have 2 questions to ask you. A flicker of hope passed through Minister Zheng's lifeless eyes. Can you save me? Look, some people just don't deserve sympathy. Even at this stage, he still didn't repent, still only thinking of escaping punishment. Han Ying shook his head expressionlessly. No, but I can help you leave behind a bloodline. Male members of the Zheng clan over 3 generations were exiled 3,000 miles, and the women were sent to the brothels. For the boys under 10 years old, those with good fortune might be adopted by distant relatives, while most would end up wandering the streets. If they happened to have charming looks, they might fall prey to some peculiar enthusiasts. They could even be abducted and sold to places like Nanjiao Tower. Their fates wouldn't be too pleasant, and it would be difficult for them to leave behind descendants. Secretary Zheng didn't seem overly interested in this condition. Nevertheless, he had already come to terms with his certain death, nor did he hold much hope for Han Ying. It was better that Han Ying promised to ensure one of his descendants survived than having none at all. Feel free to ask what you want. But if you're here representing the aggrieved party's relatives, trying to extract the truth from me, you can save your effort. Ever since I became a magistrate, these kinds of things were routine. How could I remember whether there was any truth involved? Han Ying did not wish to waste time and despised Secretary Zheng's shamelessness. He directly asked, in your secret room, there's a portrait of the crown prince from the previous dynasty. It's evident that it was painted many years ago. Also, inside the painting box is a piece of jade. I'd like to know why you kept these items. Of course, the portrait of the former crown prince had already been secretly taken away by Han Ying on the night before the confiscation of the Zheng family's assets. This wasn't something Han Ying felt necessary to tell Secretary Zheng. Secretary Zheng instantly grew cautious upon hearing the question. Why do you need to know this? Han Ying didn't have much time to linger, so he pulled down the black cloth covering his face without hesitation. Upon recognizing Han Ying's face, Secretary Zheng's expression shifted from astonishment to horror. At last, he seemed to understand something. Were you the one who incited someone to accuse me? Have you been hiding in the shadows waiting for this day all along? You abomination. You should have died with your late father. I won't tell you the answers you seek, letting you suffer for the rest of your life. Ha! Secretary Zheng's laughter abruptly ceased as his body collapsed. Approaching him, Han Ying checked his breathing, discovering that he was already dead. What exactly could have caused this? The laughter drew attention from the guards, forcing Han Ying to hastily depart. Chapter 136. Find another father. Han Ying returned to the inn, sighing helplessly when he thought of Zheng Shangshu's death. He had no intention of upholding justice for heaven, but merely wanted to ask Zheng Shangshu a few questions. He didn't expect to scare him to death. How deep was Zheng Shangshu's hatred for the former crown prince that mentioning the latter could kill him with anger? Han Ying couldn't figure it out, and took out the portrait of the former crown prince, quietly asking the face in the painting that resembled him by 9/10. How many secrets do you have? Why don't you give me a dream and tell me? Clearly, dreams were unreliable. Han Ying did not dwell too much on past events. The former crown prince was dead, and so was Zheng Shangshu. Whatever grudges they had should be marked as finished. Whether others knew or not was no longer important. The next morning, Pei Luoyan came to the inn again to ask Han Ying when he would set off back to Shi County. This time Han Ying's return wasn't just about returning home with honors, it was also to take office. The delay stretched on and on. Hadn't the court ordered a limited stay in the capital? Han Ying's appointment was personally announced by the emperor, but there was no explicit departure date from the capital. He wanted to wait until after Zheng Shangshu's execution to leave. So every day, he visited pleasure quarters, giving the emperor an impression that he was indulging in the capital's splendor and reluctant to leave. Now that Zheng Xiangshu was dead, Han Ying had no reason to linger any further in the capital. Pack up, let's set out the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Pei Luoyan hurriedly hit him. You, how can you think so abruptly? Not a word beforehand, now suddenly talking about leaving. I still have a lot of things left unprepared. Glaring at Han Ying furiously, she rushed back to organize things. In those days, the wealthy didn't just leave whenever they wanted. Families that cared even slightly would make sure to carry enough clothes, shoes, and especially intimate garments, which were considered best prepared thoroughly. Han Ying wasn't so particular. After informing the steward that he would return 2 days later, he left everything alone, going instead to bid farewell to Miss Li. Miss Li was learning accounting at her shop. Upon hearing Han Ying say he would return to Shi County early the day after tomorrow, knowing they only had 2 nights and 1 day left together, her eyes instantly reddened. Don't cry, please don't cry. Han Ying embraced Miss Li around the shoulders and ushered her into the VIP lounge room. You're a boss now. Crying all the time undermines your authority. But if I'm not there in the capital to support you, what will you do if someone bullies you? After closing the door, Miss Li forgot herself and flung herself into Han Ying's arms. Though knowing this parting was inevitable and having mentally prepared herself, hearing Han Ying worry about her caused her to console him instead. I don't cry all the time, I just don't want to part with you. You needn't worry about me. Uncle is here. He won't allow anyone to bully me. Han Ying actually worried about the possibility of the governor being transferred back to the capital. If questioned about Miss Li's marriage, she might find it hard to handle due to their father-daughter relationship. If Miss Li showed too little affection for her father, it could raise gossip. Miss Li truly didn't know what to do. Han Ying did not put her under pressure, but let her inform everyone about the arrangements at the shop and then returned home together. Their only daughter had finally found a secure life for herself, living relatively comfortably. This lifted the greatest concern of Lady Li's heart. She appeared more energetic recently, though her weight dropped drastically, nearly becoming skin and bones. Anyone could see that her days were numbered. Han Ying greatly admired Lady Li's wisdom and endurance. Anticipating her approaching end made his mood very heavy. Lady Li herself displayed remarkable grace and acceptance. I've lived my life up to the age of 35. The first 18 years at home, with loving parents and harmonious siblings. In the first few years of marriage, my husband loved me deeply. Although we only had 1 daughter, she was extremely filial, even better than some people's large families of children. Even though I endured some hardships over the years, isn't life full of ups and downs? Now, seeing how affectionate the 2 of you are, I am relieved and content. There is no need for you to grieve for me. Everyone has a final day. If you really care about me, live well. I'll rest easy in the netherworld. Lately, Lady Li had repeated similar words several times. Initially unable to accept them, Miss Li eventually acknowledged reality as she watched her mother get thinner each day. Her eyes watered nonetheless. Mama, we remember your words. Rest assured, my husband treats me kindly, and I'm learning business to avoid being a burden to my husband. Lady Li tenderly touched Miss Li's head and turned her gaze toward Han Ying. Dear son-in-law, will you mind if my daughter has a less than perfect reputation? Han Ying didn't understand what she meant, raising an eyebrow slightly. After speaking much, Lady Li felt chest congestion and shortness of breath. Yet, there were some things that needed to be said now or never again. Catching her breath, she continued. I heard from Changbao that person has been reassigned back to the capital. That person once strongly persuaded me to agree to Xuanhuan's betrothal with you, which clearly benefits him greatly. I'm worried he'll have designs on Xuanhuan again after entering the capital. So, I want to find Xuanhuan a father. Miss Li didn't understand what Mrs. Li meant and urgently wanted to ask more. Han Ying, however, seemed to guess what Mrs. Li was planning to do and couldn't help but admire her decisiveness even more. Indeed, Mrs. Li continued. Rather than let that person cling to his role as father and control Xuanhuan for life, I would rather admit that Xuanhuan is my daughter with him. After my death, Xuanhuan will have no relation to him. But doing so means Xuanhuan will bear the stigma of being an illegitimate daughter. Before Mrs. Li could speak further, Han Ying promised earnestly. What I value in Xuanhuan is her character, not anything else. Let others gossip as they please. Still, this puts you, mother-in-law, through great hardship. In this era, women valued reputation more than their own lives. Mrs. Li was willing to tarnish her own name so profoundly to protect her daughter, a feat not everyone could accomplish. Han Ying couldn't help regretting that he couldn't make Mrs. Li live longer. Because they had discussed much about her posthumous arrangements, Han Ying and Miss Li were both heavy-hearted when they left the Li residence. Han Ying tried to be as considerate as possible to Miss Li, soothing her parting sorrow with warmth. Alas, reflecting on himself, he realized how cruel this situation was. Mrs. Li's time was nearing its end, and he himself had no choice but to return to Shi County. Miss Li had to endure the pain of separation and imminent loss. It was truly pitiable. As if Miss Li herself had also thought of this, her mood remained low throughout the day. During dinner, she stirred her rice with chopsticks but refused to take a single bite. Han Ying remembered how much she loved fish, so he picked a piece of boneless fish belly and placed it in her bowl. At least eat a little. People are like iron. Food is like steel. Starving yourself would break my heart. Fish, which she usually enjoyed so much, now smelled overwhelmingly pungent. Unable to suppress her nausea, Miss Li turned and ran into the lavatory to heave dry retches. Chapter 137, Only Benefits. Miss Li was pregnant. Han Ying, upon hearing the news, felt deeply conflicted. Being pregnant was certainly good news, but it wasn't something he had anticipated. Leaving Miss Li to carry her pregnancy alone in the capital would mean she'd have to face Juchan from the governor, as well as potential tests from the emperor. More importantly, the passing of Lady Li could happen at any time. Han Ning felt both heartbroken and remorseful. Under such circumstances, he should stay in the capital to care for Miss Li. However, his departure for his new post had already been postponed several times. After reporting that he would leave the day after tomorrow, he went back on his word again, which was unacceptable. Miss Li, having learned about her pregnancy, became even more reluctant to let Han Ning go, but she couldn't bear to leave Lady Li. Han Ning could only promise her, "I will handle things at my new post for a few months and return to the capital to be with you as soon as there's an opportunity." There were no better solutions at present, so Miss Li tearfully agreed. Han Ning stayed by her side for 2 days without leaving. The next morning, he reluctantly bid farewell to her and departed. On the road, he sighed heavily, blaming himself for not being able to care for Miss Li when she needed him most. Pei Luoyan consoled him. "You had no choice, Sister Li will understand." Understanding is one thing, but responsibility is another. Han Ning still couldn't let go of his guilt, and his mood remained low. Upon hearing the news of his departure from the capital, Wu Linglong felt even worse. She was so angry that she wanted to throw things, but she refrained due to the emperor's spies in the mansion, making her mood even more depressed. After venting her anger, she decided to find Han Ning. Han Ning was her only hope for restoring her country, and no matter what the cost, she had to keep him under her control. Wu Linglong stood before a polished copper mirror and stared expressionlessly at her reflection. The woman in the mirror was alluring yet not vulgar, exuding an innate nobility. Even throughout the empire of Deqian, few could match her. This was her greatest asset in facing Han Ning. Men, especially refined ones like Han Ning, were all attracted to beauty. If she lowered her dignity and teased him just a little, he wouldn't be able to resist. It was only that she hadn't been willing to demean herself like this before. But, if she couldn't restore her country, what use was her dignity? Wu Linglong resolved her determination and called her servants to prepare her clothes, then went to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. "Are you going to Shurxian County?" The emperor idly played with a white jade lion paperweight and scrutinized Wu Linglong pensively. "Yes, I request your majesty's approval." Wu Linglong lowered her eyes, gripping her hands tightly within her sleeves. Once, she had been co-equal with the emperor, seated side by side on their respective thrones. Now, she had to rely on him for shelter and move with caution in everything she did. How laughable it was. The emperor smiled faintly and straightened up in his dragon throne. He signaled Duofu Hai to bring a fresh cup of tea. "I didn't expect you to be such a sentimentally driven woman. But indeed, that boy Han Ning is gentle and kind, naturally favored by women." Though Wu Linglong wasn't very familiar with the emperor, certainly not intimate enough to discuss personal matters, he brought it up anyway, surely implying something. Wu Linglong couldn't tell whether the emperor wanted her to harbor feelings for Han Ning or avoid them altogether. Thus, she chose to speak the truth. "When I met Han Ning, he was being chased by debt collectors from a gambling house. I needed a place to stay, and he needed my protection to keep his limbs intact. So we became husband and wife, but we've lived separately without consummating our marriage. This time, I'm looking for him purely out of business considerations. There's no real sentiment between us." The emperor chuckled. "I am old and don't understand the affairs of young people. If you're bored in the capital and want to take a trip, it may not necessarily be forbidden. Han Ning is a child whom I greatly favor. With you around to keep an eye on him for me, I'll be more at ease." Wu Linglong left the palace feeling filled with doubt. The emperor twice referred to Han Ning as that child. But was this really the way an emperor should address a subject? Or did the emperor plan to recruit Han Ning as his son-in-law? Still, it seemed a bit too intimate. Wu Linglong couldn't fathom the emperor's true thoughts and thus decided not to dwell on them for now. She returned to the princess estate and prepared carefully. 3 days later, she quietly left the capital. Given her current status as the Grand Princess, traveling in normal fashion would be a major event. Not only would she need a grand entourage of over 100 attendants, hundreds of bodyguards, but officials along the route would offer formal greetings and bows. Even Wu Linglong thought this arrangement was too inconvenient, and the emperor might also be unwilling to go through such trouble for her sake. So Wu Linglong announced that the Grand Princess was ill and left the capital discreetly dressed in plain clothing. By this time, Han Ning and Pei Luoyan had already traveled nearly 200 li away from the capital. When entering the capital, they took the official road, shaking their bones almost loose. For the return trip, Han Ning decided to travel by boat instead of carriage. Traveling by boat was faster than by carriage and much smoother and more comfortable. Wu Linglong spurred her horse hard and left the capital exactly when the two boarded the ship. The ship was privately hired by Han Ning. A 2-story passenger ship, the first level was an open space, while the second floor was divided into 2 rooms. It was quiet with no idle people around. Although there were 2 rooms on the second floor, Han Ning and Pei Luoyan naturally shared one, leaving the other room for the 5 women of the Zheng family. This was Pei Luoyan's first time on this kind of boat, and she curiously looked around, then leaned over the window and waved to Han Ning. "Come here, it's very cool here, and the scenery is nice too." Han Ning followed her request and stood behind her to admire the view together. Pei Luoyan leaned into his arms without saying a word, her pretty face turning red first. "You've been in a bad mood these past few days. I'll make sure you're happy tonight." Hearing that, Han Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and hugged her slim waist from behind, his hands slipping inside her robes. "No, not now." Pei Luoyan pressed his hand through her clothes. "I'm going to take a bath and prepare myself." If he could be so easily turned down, he wouldn't be Han Ning. He easily broke free from Pei Luoyan's small hands. Worried about being seen by others, Pei Luoyan quickly pulled down the bamboo curtain. Unexpectedly, her hand slipped, causing the support rod to fall. Ouch! A startled exclamation came from below. Obviously someone had been hit. Suddenly recalling a classic scene from a novel, Han Ying reclined against the railing, laughing. Confused by his laughter, Pei Luoyan pounced on him, pounding her fists into his chest. You must be crazy. Why are you laughing? Her hands were captured by Han Ying, who pinned her underneath him. Perhaps raised in a loving home since childhood, Pei Luoyan developed a confident personality. She was curious and proactive about certain things, having explored several books after seeing an erotic scroll with Han Ying. Claiming she wanted to properly make Han Ying happy, Pei Luoyan surely had new tricks up her sleeve, making Han Ying eagerly anticipate. After dinner, Pei Luoyan shooed Han Ying out to another room, telling him to return in half an hour while she prepared herself. Since being rescued by Han Ying from the music bureau and brought to the inn, except for their occasional encounters in the carriage, they hadn't seen him again. All of them worried that Han Ying might dislike their lowly status and planned either to leave them behind or turn them into entertainers for other men. Chapter 138. The stars shine bright tonight. The dye year of the dancers was slightly better than that of the teaching workshop, but still limited. Naturally, none of the 5 young women wanted to leave one trap just to enter another. Upon seeing Han Ying, they all tried their best to win his favor. Even Zheng Yue, who had previously been a bit high and mighty as a young miss, was now merely careful and cautious. Han Ying couldn't help but feel sympathy for her for 3 seconds. It seemed she hadn't fared well in the teaching workshop. Her character had changed within a few days. But he only sympathized for 3 seconds. Perhaps it was a genetic connection, but Zheng Yue's malice was evident, though her methods were still immature and incapable of causing serious harm. If given time and opportunity, she might become a national calamity. He wouldn't give her such a chance. He admitted he was lustful, craving Zheng Yue's body. However, indulging in this enjoyment without regard for other consequences was impossible. These days, he had been thinking about how to arrange a proper living situation for the 5 young women. Treating them the same as the other wives would be out of the question. After much consideration, he decided to set up a separate residence where they could live together. He'd visit when the mood struck him. By the way, the servants there must be strong-willed, intelligent, and completely trustworthy by him. He certainly didn't want to end up like Daliang from Chinese folklore. There was another important matter he had forgotten to ask Zheng Yuerong. How did an unmarried woman like her come into possession of something like xuanhuan powder? Seeing the 5 women gather close, serving tea and water with servility, Han Ying dismissed the others and called Zheng Yuerong alone to ask questions. On that day, where did you get the xuanhuan powder you used against Miss Pei? Zheng Yuerong assumed he was going to settle old accounts and was scared white-faced. Her lips quivered for a while before she spoke softly. It's something I made myself. I accidentally came across the formula for xuanhuan powder in a medical book and tried making some. Surprisingly, it worked. Han Ying's face darkened. If Zheng Yue harbored evil intentions, neither was Zheng Yuerong anything commendable. A good person wouldn't even think of making such medicine after seeing the recipe. And surely, before drugging Pei Luoyan, she must have tested it, meaning some innocent soul may have suffered needlessly. Zheng Yuerong swore an oath under the heavens. Truly, I wasn't trying to harm anyone, just curious. Yes, it was tested, but on the concubine of Master. Master. I knew the Master would spend the night at the concubine's place that evening, so I tested it then. All these are the honest truth, and I dare not deceive you. In this case, her sin could be mitigated. Han Ying looked straight into Zheng Yuerong's eyes, gravely warning her. You know your position. I could throw you into the river right now, and no consequences would follow. If you wish to live a good life, then don't stir up any more trouble. This statement was not only a warning to Zheng Yuerong, but also a message to the other 4 women standing nearby. Tears brimmed in Zheng Yuerong's eyes. She wanted to cry, but dared not. She repeatedly assured that her former misdeeds were due to her youth and ignorance, promising never to repeat them. Youth is no excuse for evil deeds. Han Ying deliberately kept her cold and gestured for her to step aside. He paid no attention to Zheng Yue either. He summoned the other 3 women and embraced them left and right on the bed. Indeed, Han Ying enjoyed beautiful women, but not to the point where he saw someone and immediately acted on impulses. Engaging affectionately with the 3 women was a warning to both Zheng Yue and Zheng Yuerong. He also wanted to see if jealousy might lead them to do harm to others. When half an hour passed, Han Ying stood up. He said, "You should all rest early," and hurried back to see what surprises Pei Luoyan had for him. Before he reached the door to knock, it opened slightly. Pushing the door open, Han Ying stepped inside, finding the room lit by a single candle, casting dim light. Pei Luoyan was dressed in the clothing of a foreign woman. Her top tightly clung to her full chest and revealed her slender waist. Her skirt was made of thin silk, and her legs showed tantalizingly between the folds. She wore chains adorned with small bells on her hands and feet, creating delicate sounds with every step. Her already large almond eyes were lined even longer, appearing even more flirtatious. Han Ying exclaimed inwardly, where was the noble young lady from the minister's family? This was undoubtedly a seductive sprite. Compared to the average woman, Pei Luoyan was quite bold, but she still maintained strict home discipline deep down. To please Han Ying, she put on such an outfit. When he merely stared at her, uneasiness crept into her heart. Han Lang, do you not wish me to dress this way? I will change immediately. Please sit a moment. Before she finished speaking, her body fell into Han Ying's embrace. How can I dislike the effort you've put forth? I simply didn't expect you to go this far for me. Luoyan, thank you. Being understood and appreciated, Pei Luoyan became bolder. Biting her lip, she actively hooked Han Ying's neck. If you like it, it isn't a hardship. It's just that I can't learn the dance and songs of Hu people, so it's a pity these little bells are wasted. Han Ying carried Pei Luoyan to the window and blew out the only candle in the room as he passed. It's not a pity. It's not necessarily that they have to dance and sing to sound pleasant. The room was pitch black while outside the window, stars shone brightly. Pei Luoyan stared at the stars, using all her strength to stop herself from screaming. The bells rang all night long, ceasing only when dawn broke. The sounds were not loud enough for the shipmen downstairs to hear. However, the 5 Jing women in the neighboring room heard it all night long. They also thought all night long about their own concerns. Since they had fallen to this point, not wishing to become worse off, the only way was to win Han Ying's favor. As for competing with others, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather, there was no need. From the moment they stepped into the teaching workshop, they had been labeled as lowly. Even if they could earn Han Ying's affection, it wouldn't change their destiny to forever be mere servants. What was the use of fighting? Moreover, they saw through it. Han Ying wasn't an unreasonable man. To live a long life, it was better to behave honestly. The next day, Han Ying and Pei Luoyan woke up at noon from hunger. When rising, Pei Luoyan subconsciously held her waist, her legs slightly trembling. Han Ying felt a bit remorseful, as last night he had been too excited and hadn't known his own strength. Pei Luoyan also regretted overestimating her ability to endure and should have invited Hongxing and Qingying along with the other maids. At lunchtime, the 5 women of the Zheng family arrived. They respectfully bowed to both of them, standing by the table with heads down, serving food and soup. Apparently, they had already accepted their new identities. Not even Zheng Yue showed any disrespect toward Pei Luoyan anymore. She called her Miss Pei repeatedly. Yet, Han Ying did not dare to believe they had reformed so easily. When idly chatting with Pei Luoyan after the meal, he specially reminded her. The Zheng family has poor integrity. Those women's intentions are impossible to fathom. Don't get too close to them. Pei Luoyan wasn't an ignorant fool either. She nodded in agreement. I know, I'll be on guard against them. Still, you knew they weren't trustworthy. Why bring them back to Shixian? Chapter 139, Maternity Rewards Package. As soon as Pei Luoyan spoke, she realized her words might carry an undertone of jealousy and hurried to explain. I was just curious and didn't mean any opposition. And I have no reason to be jealous of them. Han Ying sighed softly, but there were things he could not confide in Pei Luoyan. After all, he had brought back the 5 women from the Zheng family so that the emperor would believe him to be a pleasure-seeking, unambitious good-for-nothing. The less capable he seemed, the more relaxed the emperor would be about him. Otherwise, why would he bring himself so much trouble? Seeing his silence, Pei Luoyan assumed he was upset and quickly tried to placate him. I really was just asking casually. Zheng family ladies may be more scheming, but their appearances and figures are top-notch. Occasionally switching up your preferences wouldn't be such a bad choice. How considerate this was. So considerate that Han Ying felt somewhat embarrassed. He pulled Pei Luoyan close, giving her a peck on the cheek. After we return to Shi County, I'll get a house for them to live outside, ensuring they won't often show up in front of you and bother you. Pei Luoyan became even more convinced her guess was correct. Han Ying simply indulged because of the beauty of these 5 women, keeping them as mistresses. Looking up with a gentle smile, she said, as long as Brother Han is happy, it's really no big deal. With everything proceeding smoothly, they arrived at Qi County in less than 10 days. Shi County did not have a dock suitable for such a large passenger boat, so they disembarked at Qi County to switch to carriages. Han Ying had sent word home in advance. When the passenger ship docked at his privately built wharf, he saw the wives waiting on the shore, each waving handkerchiefs at him with smiles. Beloved, you're finally back. Beloved, don't rush yourself. Beloved. In the eyes of over a dozen wives, only Han Ying existed. Neither Pei Luoyan nor the 5 women from the Zheng family behind him caught their notice. When Han Ying stepped off the gangplank, they immediately surrounded him, curtsying to pay their respects. Welcome home, beloved. Han Ying held Fang Zhiruo first, showing concern for her pregnancy. It's almost time for the birth, and with such hot weather, why do you join the crowd? What if something happens? Wouldn't I break my heart? Fang Zhiruo smiled faintly, lightly stroking her belly. No worries. I just wanted to see you earlier. Rarely had Fang Zhiruo expressed her longing so straightforwardly. Han Ying squeezed her hand and showed some care for others before introducing them to Pei Luoyan. Away from the capital and aware that she was meeting Han Ying's concubines, Pei Luoyan wore female attire as a sign of respect. Even though she was dressed in plain yellow with a touch of green, her natural beauty turned even ordinary clothes into something remarkable. The wives were astounded. In all my years, I've never seen someone as beautiful as this. Today has truly been an eye-opener. More beautiful than the beauties in paintings. Miss Pei must be a fairy reincarnated. Pei Luoyan had always interacted with women of certain standing, usually dressed as a man in public. Thus, she never received such straightforward compliments and was momentarily unsure how to respond. Han Ying helped ease the situation with a laugh. You've hit the nail on the head. Miss Pei is a fairy sent down to experience trials, picked up by me to become your sister. Hearing this, the wives instantly left Han Ying aside, surrounding Pei Luoyan. They couldn't stop gazing at her and attentively inquired about her journey. Seeing their genuine affection, Pei Luoyan began chatting amicably with them, discussing scenic views along the road. They reacted in surprise and delight, shouting toward Han Ying, Dear husband, when you have leisure, take us for a ride on the passenger boat too. We don't need to go far. Let us broaden our horizons a bit. Han Ying smilingly agreed, and, supporting Fang Zhiruo, led a group of wives away from the dock. Though Feng Zhuhua had claimed she was fine, Han refused to take any chances and wished to return home safely. But they hadn't walked a few steps when Feng Zhuhua suddenly stopped, looking flustered. "Dear husband, my stomach hurts. It seems like the child is coming out. This can't be. Don't panic, we'll return immediately." Returning to Shi County wasn't feasible, but fortunately, the house built here was habitable. The wives jogged ahead to lead the way, while Han cradled Feng Zhuhua in his arms and quickly returned to the house, dispatching people to find a midwife. Huan Yangzi voluntarily went to Aunt Wang's place to invite the midwife. Suihua's fifth child was delivered by her. Both mother and child suffered nothing. "I'll ask her to come." Suihua had given birth to her fifth child, a girl, as she desired, the day before yesterday. The baby, born just under 3 days ago, could not leave its side, which is why Aunt Wang had not gone with the wives to meet Han at the dock. Upon hearing that Feng Zhuhua was about to give birth, Aunt Wang rushed with the midwife. Seeing Han pacing anxiously outside, Aunt Wang urged the midwife to wash her hands and enter. First, she calmed Han. "Mistress Feng's condition is good, and the midwife is very experienced, so there's nothing to worry about." In this era, childbirth was like crossing the ghost gate for women. How could one not worry? Han took a deep breath to calm himself. "May things go well as you say, elder. The mother and child will be safe. Suihua's baby was just born, so you shouldn't stay here. Go take care of him. If anything happens, I'll come see you." Aunt Wang indeed couldn't stop worrying about Suihua and her child. Suihua was nearly 30 years old and had endured more than 10 years of hardship in the Kai family. Though both mother and child were safe, her body was weak. She had been sleeping for 2 days and still didn't look any better. After giving Han some instructions, she went back home. Han then arranged accommodations for Pei Luoyan and the 5 women from the Zheng family. Huan Yangzi and Luo Wanwan pushed him away. "You can't help with childbirth, we'll stay here. Just focus on settling Miss Pei." After suffering through a bout of pain, Feng Zhuhua also called out through the window. "Husband, don't worry. My constitution is strong enough. Having sisters by my side is sufficient." Han, having been a father twice already, had gained some experience. Knowing that Feng Zhuhua wouldn't give birth immediately, he led Pei Luoyan and the others to settle down first. After several hours of labor, Feng Zhuhua delivered a male baby at midnight. The baby weighed 8 pounds and cried even louder than the previous 2 babies. With her weakened body, Feng Zhuhua barely managed to glance at the newborn before drifting off to sleep. Her sisters and the midwife tidied up the room and wrapped the baby in a red quilt to show Han. As Han held the baby, a long-absent system notification rang in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for the birth of your son, rewarded with a maternity bonus package. Do you want to open it now?" Han couldn't help but arch an eyebrow at the baby's wrinkled little face. The previous 2 had no such bonus package, only a secret manual. Had the system been upgraded? Or did this baby have some special fortune? It turned out that Han had overthought it. After checking with the system, he learned that the more children were born, the richer the rewards would be. If hundreds or 80 were born, who knows? He might even get rewarded with an aircraft carrier. Chapter 140. Righteousness prevails over kinship. The baby had barely been held before being taken away by his wives. Han helplessly shook his head, returned to the study, and asked the system to open the childbirth reward package. "Congratulations, host has obtained the ambush army camp. Congratulations, host has obtained the forging steel technique." Han waited for a while, confirming that the so-called grand prize only included 2 rewards. Still, he felt content. It was better than getting just 1 reward. However, he couldn't help but wonder, what was this ambush army camp? After consulting with the system, he learned that it wasn't an item at all, but rather people, 40 guards who were extremely proficient in military skills, highly skilled in combat, and utterly loyal. While feeling excited, Han also began to worry. The Dagon dynasty strictly managed household registration. If suddenly 40 guards were given to him, how could he possibly arrange legal and reasonable identities for them? Fortunately, when he returned to Xuanhuan County, he could assume the position of magistrate and oversee the population of the county. Arranging the household registrations for dozens of people should not be a problem. Yet, he could not keep them close by or needed to find an unsuspicious reason. Otherwise, if the emperor thought he was raising private soldiers, that would be undesirable. Thinking of the emperor inevitably reminded him of the princess. He hadn't bid farewell to her elder before leaving for the capital. Upon returning, he had to visit the Qixiao nunnery as soon as possible to celebrate the good news and apologize. Otherwise, how could he ever face the princess again? With these thoughts in mind, Han visited the Qixiao nunnery before heading back to Xuanhuan County to take up his post. The princess greeted Han with a calm demeanor as always. "Forgive my poor eyesight. Is this the new candidate visiting our humble abode?" Han realized the princess was displeased with him and mocking him subtly. With a bitter smile, he approached and apologized. The princess turned aside and ignored him. After Han said countless kind words, the princess finally turned to look at him and let out a heavy sigh. "I originally planned to donate some money for you once you were older, to secure you an official position. That way, you wouldn't have to make such a tiresome trip to the capital. If you had the ambition to go to the capital for the examination, could I have stopped you? You didn't even say goodbye before running off so far. Have you ever considered me?" Han felt an odd sensation in his heart. The tone of the princess was unmistakably that of a caring mother faced with an unruly child, disappointed and aggrieved. Kneeling before the princess, Han looked up at her pale face. "I was precisely afraid of worrying you, which is why I dared not tell you. I planned on coming back within 1 or 2 months regardless of whether I passed or not. When you saw me yourself, there was no need for concern anymore. But many things happened while I was in the capital. Before Han Ing finished his sentence, the princess' clear eyebrows revealed traces of anxiety. What happened? Realizing perhaps she had reacted too intensely, she quickly softened her tone. It's been years since I last returned to the capital. How much has it changed? Tell me something interesting you encountered, and it will feel like I've gone back too. Lowering his gaze, Han Ing concealed his understanding of her true feelings. He had always worried that the emperor wasn't genuinely kind to him, yet also worried whether he himself was overthinking, betraying the emperor's goodwill. From the princess' reaction, it was evident his worries weren't baseless. Perhaps the only person in this world truly concerned about his safety was the princess. Han Ing didn't want her to worry, so he recounted everything he experienced in the capital, including accidentally discovering Chancellor Zheng's secret chamber and ultimately using He Yun's help to bring down Chancellor Zheng. He told her everything, without withholding a single detail. After listening, the princess fell into a long period of deep contemplation. Princess, are you familiar with Chancellor Zheng? Did he and my father have any grudges? Why did his secret room contain a portrait of my father? The princess sighed deeply again and gently touched Han Ying's cheek. Some matters have already passed. Even I am almost forgetting them. Why do you insist on uncovering the truth? If it were another matter, Han Ying could certainly follow the princess' advice and stop pursuing it. But this involved the former crown prince and thus related to his survival. Without clarity, he wouldn't feel at ease. So, on this issue, he was unusually obstinate. Princess, I've never met my father, nor do I remember my mother. I grew up aimlessly like a rootless floating weed until now. All I wish to know is what kind of person my father was and what experiences he went through. Is this request excessive? The princess closed her eyes for a moment, as if making a great decision. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. However, you must promise me that no matter what the truth is, you won't blame yourself. You know nothing. It's my fault for not telling you everything beforehand. Han Ing was puzzled inside. What could he possibly feel guilty about? The princess averted her gaze, seemingly unable to look at him. The reason why Chancellor Zheng had your father's portrait was because his sister married your father. Han Ing was momentarily confused. Didn't the princess previously say that the former crown prince, entangled in power struggles and internal chaos, refused to involve others and never married? Was that false? The princess, not hearing his response, turned back and looked at him with an expression filled with compassion. Inger, it's not your fault. It's my fault for not telling you earlier. Han Ing quickly caught on. The former crown prince had been married, and a posthumous child had been left behind, and this child was none other than him. Princess, what you're saying is that Chancellor Zheng is my uncle. The princess pitied Han Ing deeply, but as the truth stood thus, she could only nod her head firmly in confirmation. Yes, Chancellor Zheng was a concubine's son, yet since he was young, he had been taken care of by his legitimate mother personally. The affection they shared didn't differ much from that between biological parent and child. Your mother was Chancellor Zheng's legitimate grandmother's older sister, the only daughter of Lady Huayang. Lady Huayang's family was destroyed by a treacherous minister, and due to this misfortune, she fell into despair and passed away before she turned 25. Before her death, she entrusted her only daughter to the care of the elder Madame Zheng. The elder Madame Zheng and Lady Huayang had a deep bond, so she cherished her only niece dearly. Chancellor Zheng and your mother grew up together under the care of the elder Madame Zheng. Their relationship was like siblings bound closer than blood. Not even real siblings could be more like that. Exhausted after delivering a few sentences, the princess paused to catch her breath. Han Ing did not urge her, but instead poured her a cup of warm water to soothe her throat. After resting for a short while, the princess continued. Originally, your mother could have had a better life choice, marrying stably and living peacefully for over 100 years. But for the sake of leaving a lineage for your father, the emperor himself came to ask the Zheng family for permission to marry your mother off to your father. There was another reason for this as well. In those years, the rebellious factions ran rampant, and many noble daughters lost their purity. However, the Zheng family has always been loyal to the court, and your mother was an exceptionally upright woman. So, Han Ing roughly understood what the princess meant. Being the true dragon bloodline, the crown prince naturally could not mix with any foreign lineage. Thus, a girl confirmed to be chaste was required to leave descendants. Otherwise, the effort of raising someone else's child would turn into a monumental joke. Moreover, the woman's background couldn't be too humble either. Hence, his mother had been chosen. Chapter 141, Taking Office. A trace of bitter laughter appeared on the princess's face. Do you think what was done was unfair to your mother? Actually, your father was against it back then too. It was me and the emperor insisting on it that forced your father to accept. However, at the time, he made us promise that if the child was born and your mother wanted to remarry, we would not stop her. Who would have thought? After your mother passed away, Minister Zheng was very saddened. He scolded the emperor loudly before her spirit tablet. It was only grandmother Zheng who persuaded him to return. I suppose the portrait in his secret chamber is left behind by your mother. The princess sighed again and then fell silent. Han Ing, however, didn't consider whether it was fair or not. This matter wasn't a question of who was right or wrong. It was just different standpoints. There was no coercion involved during the process, so that was already quite good. Besides, Han Ing especially had no qualifications to think this matter was wrong, otherwise he wouldn't even exist. What brought him relief was that the 5 daughters of the Zheng family had no blood relationship with him. In this era, close relatives marrying each other wasn't taboo, and there were even many people who enjoyed marrying into their own families multiple times. His beliefs, however, would not allow him to build an intimate relationship with someone he shared blood relations with. Fortunately, there was none. Through the words of the princess, Han Ning learned about the true identity of his mother. Han Ning also understood why the princess thought he would be suffering and filled with guilt. Even though he hadn't known beforehand, overturning his maternal uncle still resulted in the uncle's family being ruined, something that would normally cause any person discomfort. However, Han Ning did not bear psychological responsibility for this aspect. Firstly, he wasn't the real original owner, but rather a wandering soul from another world. Additionally, even if he knew beforehand that Minister Zheng was his maternal uncle, given all the atrocious things that Minister Zheng did and how all his children were taught corrupt thoughts, Han Ning would certainly not hesitate to bring him down. After discussing the affairs of Minister Zheng, it was almost lunchtime. Han Ning accompanied the princess to eat a simple meal. By simple, it meant extremely basic. A dish of green oil stir-fried cabbage, 1 portion of tofu soup per person, a small plate of pickled vegetable threads, and 2 bowls of coarse rice. That was all. At the beginning of his reincarnation, despite being poor, since making soap required rendering lard, cooking with oil residue was freely consumed without worrying about fat. But this vegetarian meal contained merely specks of clear oil, tasteless and difficult to swallow. He couldn't figure out how the princess, as a noble daughter, got used to such food. Princess, let me say something that might offend Lord Buddha, he started. Your body isn't in good condition to begin with, and eating so little every day like this, your appetite will surely worsen. Even if you're going to eat vegetarian food, it should at least taste good. You could feel better, right? The princess faintly said. I don't eat these usually. It's a punishment for you running to the capital without saying a word. Eat everything up. Not a single grain of rice should be left. Han Ning helplessly chuckled, obediently shoveling rice into his mouth. The next time you want to punish me, hitting or scolding will do. No need to suffer together with me. The princess paused her chopsticks. I'm punishing myself too, because I haven't taken good care of you for all these years. Taking care was one aspect, but more importantly, she had never found a way to eliminate the emperor's vigilance towards Han Ning. However, some things shouldn't be told to Han Ning after all. Since childhood, he had neither father nor mother, his identity already so awkward. Let him believe that there are people who truly love him. It will make him feel better. The princess concealed from Han Ning out of pure kindness. Yet, she didn't know that Han Ning had long suspected the emperor wasn't sincerely wanting to pass the throne to him, and perhaps might even take his life. Fortunately, for now, the emperor hadn't decided yet, allowing Han Ning to safely return to Xuanhuan County. Otherwise, the princess probably wouldn't see Han Ning anymore. Unknown at that time, how much self-reproach she would have. Speaking of which, after Han Ning visited the princess, a letter urging him to take office came from the governor. Han Ning delaying taking office meant County Magistrate Fong couldn't assume the position of governor, and the governor naturally couldn't take office in the capital either. For someone obsessed with power, willing to kill his wife and abandon his daughter to advance his career, being promoted yet unable to serve was an extremely painful thing. It was only natural that the governor kept urging Han Ning. Han Ning calculated the time. He had already delayed for many days in the capital. Then due to Lady Fong Zhiruo's sudden childbirth, he was held up in Xuanhuan County for several more days. He really couldn't delay any longer. Lady Fong Zhiruo's health was well recovered, and the baby could eat and sleep soundly, which was very assuring. Han Ning had no worries and temporarily bid farewell to his wife and children to take office back in Xuanhuan County. Someone had to take care of things at home, so Luo Wanwan returned with Han Ning. Also accompanying them were Pei Luoyan and the 5 daughters of the Zheng family. Initially, Han Ning had considered whether placing the 5 daughters of the Zheng family in the residence in Xuanhuan County would be best. The wives didn't usually live there anyway. Arranging a courtyard for them to reside in, hiring a few people to prepare their meals and drinks, would not be a great hardship for them. Only, they wouldn't be able to go out freely, nor could they meet outsiders casually. Upon further reflection, Zheng Yue and Zheng Yuer had deep-set thoughts and intentions to cause trouble. The servants might not be able to keep an eye on them, and he himself wouldn't find it convenient to come over frequently either. In the end, he decided to bring them back to Xuanhuan County and arrange a separate residence for them to live alone. This way, he could still supervise and admonish them from time to time. Of course, enjoying their company along the way was also indispensable. Speaking of which, the 5 daughters of the Zheng family had undergone training by the teaching office. Though they hadn't mastered all skills, they were certainly different from ordinary women. Yet, they weren't like the courtesans like Qiannan. Their allure carried an air of innocence. It had its own unique charm. It was just that he hadn't yet had the time to fully appreciate each of them. After returning to Xuanhuan County, he could surely find some time. Han Ning thought about this. His body couldn't help but heat up. He reached across to the one sitting with him in the carriage, Luo Wanwan, sliding his hand under her clothes. Embarrassed, Luo Wanwan quickly looked towards Pei Luoyan. Dear, don't fool around. Miss Pei is still here. Pei Luoyan nonchalantly waved her hand. The union of yin and yang is natural and righteous. There's nothing to feel shy about. Sister should enjoy herself well. Luo Wanwan froze. Was she being too uptight? Or was the atmosphere in the capital more liberal than in Xuanhuan County? Caught in her thoughts, the small hand resisting Han Ning lost its strength. The territory fell quickly. Luo Wanwan faced the wall, not daring to look at Pei Luoyan. As for the rest, let Han Ning do as he pleased. After all, there was no point trying to stop him. The carriage stopped in front of the old residence in Xuanhuan County. Han Ning jumped down first, and then turned around to help Pei Luoyan and Luo Wanwan off the carriage. Too embarrassed to lift her head, Luo Wanwan avoided eye contact. But Pei Luoyan leaned close to Han Ying's ear, whispering softly. Luo's sister has such fair and tender skin, like the petals of freshly bloomed white lotus flowers. Later tonight, we will both serve you. Han Ning pinched her curvy form out of sight of others. You're becoming increasingly unrestrained, but I love it. Details of what happened that night needn't be elaborated. The next morning, Han Ning put on his newly received official robes and headed to the county office to take up his post. Magistrate Fong and Han Ying's relationship was practically as close as father and son, so everything went smoothly during the transition. Chapter 142, The Creditor. Before County Magistrate Fong went to the provincial capital to take up his post, he invited Han Ning for a meal. It wasn't at his home, but at the best tavern in town. Han Ning thought that Magistrate Fong had some private matters that he didn't want Mrs. Fong to know about and wanted to entrust him with them. Unexpectedly, Magistrate Fong handed him a stack of IOUs. These are the grains I borrowed for you when you went to the capital. Converted into cash, they amount to 101,351 taels. The county office and the esteemed elders of the county have guaranteed it for you. Look into when would be convenient for you to repay them. With a wry smile, Han Ning took the IOUs and flipped through each one. In all the worry about taking up his post, he had forgotten that he had already become the largest debtor in Shi County. The county office alone had lent over 100,000 taels on his behalf, which was only the smaller part. Zhou Dekang from Jiangnan held the bulk of it, and Zhang Depeo must have also advanced a significant sum on his behalf. Indeed, doing good deeds was not something to be undertaken lightly. After flipping through the IOUs, Han Ning returned them to Magistrate Fong. All of the money owed came from shops and prominent families within the county. These should be repaid first. Zhou Dekang could wait a little longer. I currently have more than 5 taels of silver. Let's settle half today. I'll clear the entire debt in no more than a month. Magistrate Fong nodded, put away the IOUs, and raised his cup to him. This is a matter between you and the county office. After tomorrow, it will have nothing to do with me. I wish to make this clear before I leave. Han Ning understood Magistrate Fong's meaning. He was not referring to the formal handover of official duties, which had already been completed yesterday. He had specially invited him out for dinner regarding this loan. This was to remind him that once one had power, one should not be tempted by greed. He couldn't let down the hearts of these common folk who supported him unconditionally. After all, as the current county magistrate, there were too many ways to avoid repaying this debt. Understanding the thoughtful consideration behind Magistrate Fong's actions, Han Ning wasted no time. The very next day, his first action after going to the office was to have someone summon all the creditors based on the IOUs. It was impossible for the creditors not to worry. They were worried about not being able to collect on their debts and feared getting into trouble because of this. Still, they chose to trust that Han Ning was not such a person. After being summoned to the county offices, each creditor felt somewhat uneasy. Han Ning understood their sentiments. Thus, without further ado, he placed 5 10,000 silver bills on the table. I've invited all of you here today to personally thank you for your support. Currently, I have only these funds available, so I will temporarily pay each of you a portion. The rest will certainly be settled within a month. Hearing this, the creditors let out a sigh of relief, hastily refusing while claiming it was not urgent. Han Ning then instructed his subordinates to distribute the silver bills to each creditor individually. Additionally, he asked the newly appointed scribe Zhang Erpeo to issue replacement IOUs. Although I should invite all of you to share a drink together, unfortunately, I just started my new post and still have a multitude of affairs to deal with. After things calm down, I will certainly treat all of you properly. These creditors, all experienced in human relations, knew upon hearing this that it was time to take their leave. Each stood up and bowed respectfully. Lord, we should be the ones to throw a welcome banquet for you upon your appointment. We wouldn't dare disturb your busy official schedule. And so, they bid farewell and departed. After seeing off the creditors, Han Ning sighed in relief. Zhang Erpeo presented the newly summarized figures to him for review. Seeing Zhang Erpeo reminded Han Ning of Elder Zhang. Is Grandpa Zhang retiring? His health is solid. He could easily work another 10 years. Erpeo, assuming that Han Ning implied dissatisfaction with his succession, awkwardly lowered his head and explained. In March, Grandpa caught a cold and recuperated for more than half a month. Afterward, his physical condition greatly deteriorated, so he has let me assist you on his behalf. Now he understood. Han Ning nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. He decided to visit the Zhang family after he finished work in the evening. Just as they were speaking, Zhang Depeo walked in. Upon seeing Zhang Erpeo conversing with Han Ning, he glared at him first. Brother Han, Lord Han, are you inviting those creditors here today to repay them? I'd like to inform you beforehand. My share doesn't need to be rushed. If you're short on funds, I still have 10,000 taels you can use. Being friendly during ordinary times doesn't necessarily count as true brotherhood. Only those willing to share burdens in tough times are real friends. Han Ning patted Zhang Depeo firmly on the shoulder. I was just about to let you know that I'm temporarily short on funds. I'll put your repayment a bit later. Since you've come first, it saves me a special trip. It's dinner time anyway, let's eat together. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you. With Zhang Erpeo nearby, naturally, Han Ning invited him along. But Zhang Depeo looked extremely reluctant, and Zhang Erpeo also knew better than to intrude, excusing himself on a pretext. Since Han Ning still had office hours in the afternoon and couldn't stay away from the premises too long, they arranged for a few dishes to be brought back to the flower pavilion at the rear quarters to eat. While waiting for the food, Han Ning advised Zhang Depeo. I think Zhang Erpeo is quite honest, so don't always look down on him. Speaking of this, Zhang Depeo felt even more depressed. Brother Han has a good eye for people, but he misjudged Zhang Erpeo. Although he appears honest, actually he's full of deceit. If I had known you'd come back to be an official in our county, would I have given the position of scribe to him? Zhang Depeo was straightforward by nature. whereas Zhang Erpeo seemed more calculating than him. Also, their ages were close. Most importantly, they were not from the same mother. Presumably, they had competed fiercely from childhood. Han Ying couldn't make a clear judgment on this matter, so he decided not to inquire further. But he secretly kept it in mind. He needed to pay attention to the education of his children in the future. Don't let them develop the same problems as the Zhang brothers. In fact, conflicts between children mainly came from their mothers. Han Ying's wives each had their flaws, yet shared one common virtue. They harbored no jealousy, using all their wits only outside the home. At home, they spoke openly and plainly. Even if there was occasional disagreement between them, once they talked it out frankly, everything passed over. Han Ying still had work in the afternoon and didn't dare drink alcohol, and naturally, Zhang Depeo wouldn't persuade him either. When the dishes were served, they sat down directly to eat. Han Ying casually asked about xuanhuan and the pair of sisters that Zhang Depeo married later, whether they had sorted out their relationship. Zhang Depeo shook his head with a bitter smile. Sometimes I wonder if Xuanhuan really cares about me as she says. Why can't she understand me or consider my feelings? She often ignores me for 3 days here, 5 days there. As for matters of love, Han Ying didn't know how to counsel him. He could only say that everyone thinks differently. Some people's sincerity means disregarding everything and hoping only for the other's happiness. Others expect equal returns for what they put in. Each has its own reasoning, neither right nor wrong. Nor can it be said which kind of love runs deeper. Han Ying could only thank his lucky stars that all the women he met wouldn't create rivalries or jealousy. Don't worry too much about these issues. I'll ask Xuanhuan to help mediate for you when I go back. Chapter 143, Brothers. Han Ying wanted to collaborate with Zhang Depeo to open a shop that sells nail art tool sets. The emperor's attitude was unclear, but Han Ying's intuition told him that things wouldn't be too optimistic. Han Ying had long been considering, should the day come when all hidden motives are revealed, how would he protect himself? With Baopu Ju in his possession, he could nearly come and go without a trace. But no matter how high one's martial arts skills were, they couldn't match against national power to protect his wife and children. Coincidentally, the baby bonus package opened up a full set of forging steel technology. It also gave him 40 guards with maximum combat strength. Han Ying started thinking about preparing some self-preservation tools, like grenades. He originally wanted to make handguns, but unfortunately, there were no blueprints. Grenades were great too, simple to use, highly destructive, and very intimidating. In desperate situations where violence had to be used, grenades would be more useful than handguns. However, both iron and salt were under state monopoly, and restrictions were extremely strict. As a newly appointed minor county magistrate, he couldn't just get them easily. After much thought, he thought of the nail art tool sets. People here trimmed their nails using small scissors. Naturally, there were no modern-day nail clippers. Plus, with a bunch of small tweezers and small grinding knives, as well as other things whose purposes he didn't understand. It looked pretty convincing. Hands are considered a woman's second face and are equally important. Believing this set of tools wouldn't lack for buyers. Moreover, whether making money or not wasn't crucial. The primary purpose of opening the shop was to facilitate his purchase of iron and steel forging. Of course, the real purpose didn't need to be told to Zhang Depeo. He only needed to mention the part about earning money. Zhang Depeo couldn't help but sigh. Han Go, you're trying to empty all the purses of the women in the world. If a woman's purse is emptied, someone will surely fill it back up for her. Han Ying chuckled softly. I'm an official now, so I can't directly participate in business. These matters will require your extra effort later on. Zhang Depeo wanted to do business with Han Ying, so he dismissed the position of scribe as unimportant, voluntarily suggesting to Zhang Laoyi that it be given to Erpeo. Unexpectedly, Han Ying returned to serve as the magistrate of Shi County, making Erpeo his subordinate, seeing each other every day. Zhang Depeo was uncomfortable about this and even thought about backing out and reclaiming the position of scribe. At least, he knew the scribe was also an official of the court, which could not be changed arbitrarily at his whim. Upon hearing Han Ying say that all future business would be conducted through him, while Han Ying plotted behind the scenes, Zhang Depeo immediately felt important again and cheered up. All right, whatever Han Gu says goes. This afternoon, I'll start looking for a shop. Han Ying instructed him. Try to find an iron forge that's already being sold. It will simplify the procedures significantly. Don't worry too much about the price, the faster the better. Zhang Depeo noted everything carefully, repeated it once to ensure accuracy, then silently ate his meal. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, wiping his oily lips, he happily left. Han Ying thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. Forging steel and making grenades was no trivial matter. Absolutely no mistakes could be tolerated. The discord between the Zhang brothers could also become a potential threat. Taking advantage of the 15 minutes left in the lunch break, Han Ying summoned Erpeo. He spoke plainly right away. It's lunchtime, we're in the flower parlor. So, let me share a few personal thoughts with you. Though Big Cannon has a straightforward nature, he lacks malicious intentions. You, though younger, are far steadier than him. I want to consider you two as my trusted left and right hands. What do you think? Erpeo might not know Han Ying thoroughly. However, he had witnessed firsthand Zhang Depeo's transformation from a simple thug into today's businessman who could negotiate with major merchants along the river with no hesitation, a change that even Zhang Laoyi failed to achieve. Isn't it clear enough how strong Han Ying's capabilities are? Becoming Han Ying's trusted aide sounds exhilarating already. Erpeo quietly swallowed. Underling is indeed willing. Good, that's settled. Han Ying shifted his tone. But you and Depeo have always been on bad terms. If the left hand and the right hand don't cooperate, but instead trip each other up, how can anything good be accomplished? Erpeo understood what Han Ying meant. Please rest assured, sir, I will surely work together with my elder brother to wholeheartedly assist you. Talking to someone understanding was always easy. Han Ning smiled and nodded approvingly. That evening, Han Ning visited old Master Zhang. The old master, after suffering from a severe cold, appeared much older and lacked the vigor he previously had. Han Ning couldn't help but reflect privately. Indeed, elders couldn't compare to the young. Worried that excessive concern might affect his health, Han Ning avoided other topics, only inquiring after his health and chatting idly about family matters. On the contrary, the old master sent everyone else away, pulling Han Ning aside to share his true feelings. Both Depeo and Erpeo are entrusted to you, sir. If you find them somewhat useful, please take the trouble to teach them for me. If they are truly hopeless, sir, don't hesitate, let them come home. Guarding the shop will at least give them food on the table. Zhang Depeo's growth under Han Ning had been clearly visible to all. The old master's words were actually more aimed at Erpeo. During this idle period at home, the old man had pondered things through. A person cannot be too greedy. It was already a stroke of good fortune for the Zhang family to have someone like Zhang Depeo. If the two brothers really couldn't get along, then Erpeo wouldn't continue as the scribe. It was painful to think about. For 8 generations in the Zhang family, there had not been a single official. Now that they finally had a position as a scribe, giving it up was heart-wrenching. But priorities must be weighed. With the Zhang family doing better financially now, future generations could pursue education and possibly gain official positions through the imperial exams. However, there was only one Han Ning. The chance to learn business skills and achieve wealth under Han Ning was also singular. Therefore, the old master had to make this painful choice. Han Ning couldn't help but admire the clarity of the old master's thoughts. Grandpa Zhang, you worry too much. Both Depeo and Erpeo are exceptional talents. I'm planning to heavily rely on them. Worried that Han Ning might not understand his hint, the old master felt compelled to explain more plainly. The children are good children, but their personalities have clashed since childhood. They argue constantly wherever they go. Alas, I fear their incessant competition might disrupt your important tasks. This coincided exactly with what Han Ning had been contemplating. He recounted to the old master the conversation he had had with Erpeo earlier that noon. Depeo's personality is straightforward and not easy to change overnight. It will fall upon Erpeo to be more accommodating towards him. Over time, Depeo, being a very sensible person, will naturally cease to harbor resentment towards Erpeo. If things turned out this way, it would indeed be for the best. The old master, filled with gratitude, clasped Han Ying's hand. Han lad, when Depeo bullied you before and I did nothing to uphold justice, it was my fault. Chapter 144, Jealousy. Whose child? Whose protection? It's not surprising that the old man favors Zhang Depeo, his beloved grandson. Childhood matters needn't be brought up again. When I started my business, I had nothing. It was all thanks to Depeo helping me out. This friendship is more precious than anything. Han Ning consoled the old man a few words and reminded him to take care and rest. Whatever you feel like eating, just tell Depeo and Erpeo to get it for you. Don't hesitate to use them. You also don't have to worry about money. Money is earned to be spent. Storing it won't make it lay eggs. Who wouldn't want more silver? Having a mountain of silver at home would be ideal. The old man thanked Han Ning for his kind offer and personally escorted him to the door. Han Ning insisted the old man should stop escorting him further, so he halted at the gate, calling Erpeo to see Han Ning off. After Erpeo saw Han Ning out and returned, he helped the old man back inside. The old man casually asked him, "Has Depeo not returned yet?" Erpeo paused momentarily. Depeo now had a family, having bought the house next door for expansion and renovation, where he lived separately with his 3 wives and concubines. Even before he was married, Erpeo hadn't cared much about when Depeo returned at what time. Seeing Erpeo's hesitation, the old man already knew there would be no answer. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. Depeo is doing business these days. His early or late return reflects how busy he is with his business. As brothers, you two should support each other. If you show concern for him and lend a hand when needed, the relationship between you will naturally improve. The old man had asked this question to teach him how to bridge the gap with Depeo. It was also a lesson in social graces. Erpeo felt remorseful and humbly replied yes. Just then, Depeo came in, assuming Erpeo had done something wrong and was being reprimanded, secretly gloating. Did you irritate grandfather again? Or did something go wrong in the company? I always said if you don't have the skills, don't try tasks beyond your capability. You've earned little money, and grandfather has certainly worried over you endlessly. Normally, upon hearing this, Erpeo would lose his temper immediately and quarrel with Depeo. This time, however, he calmly explained. It's not because I made a mistake. Grandfather is teaching me to care for you. Big brother, you must have been out entertaining clients tonight. Let me have someone prepare a sobering soup and bring it over to you. Zhang Depeo was astonished. Old two, are you sick today or what? Can't you hear the sarcasm in my voice? And besides, I don't need your concern. Just mind your own business. Still, Erpeo nodded earnestly. Big brother, your teaching is right. I will manage my affairs attentively. Zhang Depeo found this awkward. Erpeo's sudden change in character made him extremely uncomfortable, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. Hastily, he bade farewell to the old man and hurried away. Back in his private courtyard, twin sisters Rui and Ji Xiang were appreciating flowers in the yard. Seeing him return, both smiled warmly as they greeted him. Master has returned. Returning so late, you must be tired? I'll have someone send hot water to your room for a bath, and you can rest early. Zhang Depeo had spent the afternoon looking for an ironmongery shop that was available for sale. The county used to be too small and poor, with almost all shops struggling just to earn enough for survival. Transfers were rare since 1. No one wanted to take over, and 2. Losing the shop would only worsen their living conditions. Therefore, there wasn't even a broker in the entire county. Zhang Depeo could only ask around street by street for the entire afternoon and was indeed quite exhausted. Faced with the twins' cheerful welcome and warm greetings, he naturally felt happy, his fatigue seemingly diminished. He held both of their hands. "You're thoughtful. Pick a couple of pieces of jewelry you like from the silversmith. Charge it to me." The twins happily bowed in gratitude. Zhang Depeo felt pleased and planned to spend the night in one of their rooms. But then, he heard xuanhuan say coldly, "How strange I didn't see you after dinner. Looks like you were here waiting for some good things to happen. Are the needlework we assigned done? Have you fed the birds under the corridor?" The sisters quickly quieted down and left, bowing respectfully. Zhang Depeo began to feel a bit regretful. He came over, took xuanhuan's hand, and explained on behalf of the sisters. "See, you're worrying too much. I just happened to visit grandfather and came back by the small door, which is why I went through this way. If they had waited intentionally, they would have met me earlier instead of at the end of the road." However, xuanhuan pulled her hand away and sneered. "I was just making a casual remark, and you're defending them already. Am I, as the main wife, not allowed to discipline my co-wives? I've never heard such logic." After a long and tiring day, Zhang Depeo returned home to not a single word of concern from xuanhuan. Instead, she met him with jealousy-laden sarcasm and an acerbic tone, igniting his temper. "Do you enjoy disciplining your concubines so much? Fine. Tomorrow I'll marry 10 or 8 more just so you can discipline them all you want." The 2 concubines had already turned xuanhuan's life into one soaked in vinegar every day, and now Zhang Depeo was proposing marrying even more, clearly trying to drive her mad and legitimize those seductive women. Xuanhuan grew increasingly heartbroken the more she thought about it, her sadness only making her tone sharper. Zhang Depeo's temperament made him one to respond well to kindness but rebel against harshness. At first, he managed to restrain himself, but over time, his patience wore thin, leading to a huge argument between the couple. In a huff, Zhang Depeo decided to sleep in the study while xuanhuan spent half the night crying alone in their bedroom. She remembered the sweetness of their early marriage days when Zhang Depeo would give way to her in everything. How quickly had this changed, to now arguing fiercely over his concubines and refusing to even return to their room. Still, deep down, she worried that Zhang Depeo might actually bring home more concubines. And yet, she refused to soften her stance outright and beg him not to take any more. Instead, she sent a maid early in the morning to deliver 100 taels of silver to the study. Through the maid, she conveyed a message. Afraid that Zhang Depeo might not have enough money to buy new concubines, she willingly added some from her dowry to support him. By then, Zhang Depeo had nearly forgotten about their quarrel the previous night. But xuanhuan's maneuver reignited his anger once again. He exclaimed 3 good s sarcastically. True to his spite, he stormed out and bought several young women back home. The families of these girls, being reduced to selling their children, obviously lived under dire circumstances. Starving and unable to afford basic necessities, educating their daughters would have been impossible. As such, none of the newly bought women matched up to xuanhuan either in appearance or demeanor. However, they possessed one quality that xuanhuan lacked: meekness and complete deference to Zhang Depeo. Each one tried her best to please him gently, fearful that a wrong move would make him sell them off again. Naturally, Zhang Depeo relished in this sense of authority. Initially brought purely out of spite with no intention of keeping them as concubines, he later formally admitted them into his chambers. Infuriated, xuanhuan could neither eat nor sleep. When her sister-in-law, xuanhuan, came to visit her, she was shocked by how gaunt and weary xuanhuan appeared. "Are you ill? Have you seen a doctor? How could you feel unwell and not inform me?" Chapter 145. Men are all lustful. When xuanhuan saw her elder sister, all the weight she had endured over the past few days surged up in her heart. Tears streamed down her face. "Elder sister, I can't go on living like this anymore." Last time, because xuanhuan was jealous and hit Zhang Depeo, she herself ran back to her parents' house, insisting on a divorce. Xuanhuan had tried to persuade her then. At that time, she admitted that she was indeed wrong and promised it wouldn't happen again. How quickly had things come full circle, for her to be saying the same thing again. The 2 sisters grew up together, and xuanhuan understood her youngest sister very well. She helped dry her tears and let out a soft sigh. "Xuanhuan, you need to understand that love is temporary and can change." Xuanhuan wasn't convinced. "It won't. They say an opera is a lifetime of 2 people. Are they all fake? I don't believe it. I will not change. No matter what he becomes, I won't change." Seeing her stubbornness, xuanhuan questioned her further. "If you say you won't change, then why do you keep saying that you can't go on with your life? He is still him, but now there are other women around him, so you want to give up. Isn't that changing too?" Xuanhuan fell silent, her small hand picking at the corner of her clothes. "Sister, do you think all men are lustful?" Xuanhuan smiled faintly. "More or less. The emperor has thousands of beauties in his harem, literary and military officials. Which of their households do not have dozens of wives and concubines? Even poets who wrote poems filled with sorrowful memories of deceased wives, in reality, often have many wives and concubines. Loving only one person for life doesn't mean only living with one person." The 2 sisters whispered for a long time. Xuanhuan looked at the time. It was already late, time to go home. Before leaving, she said something to xuanhuan. "Life is just a few short decades. It's most important that you live comfortably and freely. If you truly believe that after leaving your husband, you'll lead a better life, I support your request for a divorce. I'll take care of explaining it to our parents. Luo Nuanyuan was deeply moved and tightly held onto Luo Wanwan's hand, nodding with tearful eyes. After Luo Wanwan visited, Luo Nuanyuan became much calmer. Every day, she still fulfilled her duties as the mistress of the household, arranging food, clothing, shelter, and travel for the family. But she stopped arguing with Zhang Debao over the concubines. She no longer deliberately found faults with them when they came to pay respects every morning. After exchanging a few words, she dismissed the concubines and went about doing whatever she pleased. Zhang Debao returned home every day to be surrounded by beautiful women, living quite contentedly. He felt happy and smug, thinking that Luo Nuanyuan had finally submitted. He decided it was time for him to show his appreciation. He specially bought a few kinds of desserts that Luo Nuanyuan liked, and went to her room to see her. To be honest, there were many beauties in the house now, but none entered his heart the way Luo Nuanyuan did. However, he was stopped at the door. Luo Nuanyuan coughed twice behind the window. "Husband, don't come in. I should serve you tea and meals. But I accidentally caught a cold and fear infecting you, so I dare not meet with you. I'll leave it to the younger sisters to take care of you." Hearing that she was sick, Zhang Debao, simple-minded as he was, believed it immediately. He asked how she felt and whether she had seen a doctor. After talking for a while, Luo Nuanyuan said she was tired and wanted to rest, so Zhang Debao had to leave. The next day, when he went to see her again, he still couldn't get inside. The excuse hadn't changed. Yet, strangely, her illness seemed odd. During the day, everything was fine, and she hadn't missed any household responsibilities. It was just that when Zhang Debao came home at night, she refused to open the door for him. Even if Zhang Debao was foolish, he realized Luo Nuanyuan was avoiding him. He got very angry. Fine, this woman was becoming more uncontrollable every day. If she couldn't win an argument, she would sulk and ignore him. Ignoring him? So be it. He didn't lack women anyway. Zhang Debao thought Luo Nuanyuan was trying to anger him and make him humble himself. What he didn't know was that Luo Nuanyuan was preparing to leave him. She hadn't immediately proposed a divorce because she found out she was pregnant. Having fought and been upset before, she hadn't eaten or slept well, and the baby wasn't stable. The doctor advised her to rest. So Luo Nuanyuan didn't immediately propose a divorce. Instead, she focused on quietly nurturing her baby. Initially, she had hesitated about whether to leave, but upon discovering she was pregnant, her determination became firmer. If she stayed by Zhang Debao's side, she knew she couldn't help being jealous. One day, she would exhaust Zhang Debao's final feelings and patience towards her. At that point, she might blame fate and lose control. She didn't want her child to witness such behavior from her. After deciding to leave, when she reviewed her marriage with Zhang Debao, she felt much calmer. Zhang Debao just married a few more concubines. It wasn't wrong. Her longing for a lifelong devotion to one man wasn't wrong either. What went wrong was that both she and Zhang Debao assumed the others shared the same view. Let this mistaken marriage end here. After reaching the 3-month mark of her pregnancy, Luo Nuanyuan formally proposed a separation to Zhang Debao. There was no argument, no temper tantrums. She simply told him with great calmness and detachment, "Let's separate." Zhang Debao panicked. Although he was dissatisfied with Luo Nuanyuan's jealousy, he had never once considered separating. "Warmi, I know it's wrong of me not to visit you out of spite these past days. Can you forgive me just this one time? I promise, I will not take another concubine in the future. As for the few here already, if they make you unhappy, I won't go near them anymore." Luo Nuanyuan did not trust Zhang Debao's promises. At their wedding, he had sworn under heaven that she would be his only woman forever. Still fresh in her ears were those words when he brought back a pair of sisters as concubines. "My mind is already set. You don't need to say more insincere things to persuade me to stay. It's not your fault, it's mine. After I leave, your life will get better and better." After saying that, she returned to her parents' house with her maid-in-waiting who accompanied her as part of her dowry. Upon seeing Mr. and Mrs. Luo, she knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Daughter is unfilial, causing shame to our family. But I truly cannot continue living with Debao anymore. Please forgive me, parents." Mr. Luo closed his eyes briefly, then let out a long sigh before signaling for her to rise. Well, if you're determined to separate, then do so. Just don't regret it later. Reputation is important, but the lifelong happiness of his daughter is even more so. If others want to gossip, let them gossip. He couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer just to preserve his own reputation. Luo Nuanyuan declared resolutely, "Daughter will absolutely not regret it." Returning to the bedroom where she grew up, all her belongings were still in familiar places. Her eyes watered at the sight, but she blinked the tears away quickly. This place was her real home, where she could speak freely and act as she wished without worrying about anything or anyone else. There wouldn't be any concubines prancing around in front of her day after day, making it impossible for her to even vent her anger. How had she thought of the concubines again? There would be no more of these annoying matters in her life from now on, and there was absolutely no reason for her to bother herself with unnecessary troubles. Chapter 146. Different paths cannot be pursued together. Zhang Debao did not want to separate. He ran to the Luo family to ask his father-in-law and mother-in-law to persuade Luo Nuanyuan to go back with him. He originally thought that the two elders would still be on his side like last time. Unexpectedly, Scholar Luo apologized to him on behalf of Luo Nuanyuan, saying he had not taught his daughter well, saying Luo Nuanyuan was capricious and disrespectful. He said a lot, but just did not say let Luo Nuanyuan go back with him. Zhang Debao is not a fool. He gradually realized that Scholar Luo supported Luo Nuanyuan's idea of separation from him. Full of weirdxia and incomprehension, he kept questioning. Which man does not have 3 or 4 wives in their home? Why can't I have them? Even if I marry a few concubines, I haven't neglected Nuanyuan. Why can't she be as magnanimous as other women? Scholar Luo was speechless. Luo Nuanyuan walked in through the back door. Because I am not one of those other women. You can take concubines, as many as you want. But I cannot accept it. You can easily marry another generous chief wife. Then there will be no such troubles. Zhang Debao thought she was just being stubborn, thus started again with apologies and guarantees. Luo Nuanyuan slowly shook her head. Different paths cannot be pursued together. Our marriage was wrong from the start. Why torture each other? Different paths cannot be pursued together? Zhang Debao felt disheartened and pulled Hanning to accompany him for drowning sorrows in alcohol. Hanning listened to him recount Luo Nuanyuan's intention to separate from him. Muttering this phrase, he smiled and nodded. Big Cannon, what Nuanyuan said makes sense. There's nothing wrong with both of you. You are just not the same kind of people. If you insist on living together, it's just mutual torment. Just separate if it has to be. A real man never worries about finding a wife. This isn't just about having a wife or not. Marrying someone else is easy, but where could he find another Luo Nuanyuan? Not giving up, Zhang Debao made several more trips to the Luo family, uttering bucket loads of sweet words. But Luo Nuanyuan was determined to separate. He really didn't want to separate, so he agreed to receive her letter of separation every time. Every time he met with setbacks at the Luo house, he would come back and pour out his bitterness to Hanning. Hanning could only advise him to let go. After more than a month, Zhang Debao finally agreed to separate from Luo Nuanyuan. Luo Nuanyuan's dowry was still in their small home, so she sent a few maids and servants to move it. Zhang Debao watched all the things belonging to Luo Nuanyuan gradually moving out, and his heart felt hollow too. Unable to bear seeing Zhang Debao drowned in sorrows every day and become despondent, Hanning sent him to Jiangnan to reconcile accounts with Zhou Dekang, confirming how much money Hanning owed. Zhang Debao dared not disobey Han Ying's orders, took a few servants, and started his journey towards Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Hanning received income from 2 shops in the capital city, repaid all debts, and still had more than 10,000 taels left. Including a few shops in the county town, he earned more than 10,000 taels profit every month. Pei Luoyan was extremely envious. 10,000 taels a month. How many official schools can this set up? It wasn't that Hanning was unwilling to donate money to sponsor the official school. However, the power of an individual is ultimately limited. He suggested her to change her thinking. The official school gets money from the court, but private schools can make up for this gap. Those officials and ministers from Taixue and Libu departments who have nothing to do all year round, dispatch them to private schools for a month or 2 as guest lecturers. It's also unnecessary to limit teaching to Confucian classics. Some skills tested in Mingjing exams can also be taught in specialized classes. As for students, it's not necessary to restrict them to those with pure family background. Even from the lower 9 categories, as long as they pay enough tuition fees, they can also attend school. Pei Luoyan couldn't understand this. People from the lower 9 categories are not allowed to participate in imperial examinations, nor to enter officialdom. How would they spend silver to send their children to private schools? Hanning gave a hint with a smile. These people are not sending their children to advance, but to socialize with rich people's children and build networks. Think about it, private school tuitions aren't cheap. Where could commoners afford it? Is it an exaggeration to say only rich or noble families can afford it? Even the young gentlemen may not meet normally, let alone try to build relations. To spend a sum of money to make your own child a classmate with these young masters, it shows favoritism, which might lead them to leak a little bit of business in the future, making the deal worthwhile. If you were given this opportunity, wouldn't you take it? Sure, this is a very profitable deal. Not taking it is simply foolish. But in this way, once the wealthy children enter officialdom, their circles will be full of mean people. How can government affairs be clear? Not clear. Dismiss them. It's not regrettable. Hanning replied calmly. Besides, even without private schools, how many officials coming out from imperial examinations are actually true from humble origins? The family must have some capital to support one child to read books. Are those humble origin graduates really going to work for the people when they become officials? They endured the hard studies for over a decade, fully supported by family and friends, finally rising to prominence. Could they not give something in return? Doesn't the court offer some positions every year through donations? Aside from that, are the filial and honest candidates recommended by each prefecture really chosen solely for their moral integrity? Not just this dynasty, but even thousands of years later, it would be impossible to completely eliminate nepotism. Social resources are concentrated in the hands of a small group of people, a fact that remains unchangeable at any time. The man on the dragon throne is the biggest privileged class. How could complete fairness ever be achieved? Pei Luoyan thought about Han Ying's words in silence for a long while. I understand your meaning. I will write a letter to father and let him handle it. Oh, by the way, has the first batch of nail art tool sets been prepared? I'm counting on them to make us money. Han Ying had never seen a woman so fond of money. No, more precisely, she loved making money. Those literati always boasted of their lofty morals, treating money as nothing more than dirt. Just mentioning gold or silver felt like tarnishing their mouths, so they used other terms instead. This young lady of the Minister of Rights family, however, sparkled with delight at the mention of silver, seemingly wishing to immerse herself in a pile of coins. He deliberately pulled out a golden peanut to toy with in his hand, teasing her lightly. Gives Big Brother a kiss, and Big Brother will reward you with gold. Pei Luoyan was so annoyed she hit him, but he grabbed her wrist and pinned her against the wall before delivering an intense session of dominance. Only after Pei Luoyan called out several times, "Good brother," to beg for mercy, did he finally release her. That night, Pei Luoyan wrote a letter to Minister Pei, recounting Han Ying's suggestions for private schools in full detail. After receiving the letter, Minister Pei initially shared Pei Luoyan's concerns regarding the purity of government appointments. As he continued reading, all his doubts were answered. Inevitably, he began to appreciate Han Ying further. Mrs. Pei had already informed Minister Pei about Han Ying and Pei Luoyan's relationship. Being her father, it wasn't appropriate for Minister Pei to inquire directly. Though there was certainly dissatisfaction towards Han Ying in his heart, Minister Pei could find no fault in Han Ying's academic achievements or insights. Chapter 147. Traitors Dare to Challenge. The letter from Pei Luoyan made Minister Pei have a newfound respect for Han Ying. He secretly took pride in his daughter, believing she inherited his intelligence. Without his effort, she managed to secure such an excellent future son-in-law as Han Ying. Minister Pei was in high spirits and even walked with the wind at his back the next day when he went to court. But his good mood was shattered by a state letter from Jin Wu. Jin Wu's state letter was full of verbose rhetoric, plus frequent citations of classics, filling 2 long sections. In summary, it boiled down to one sentence. They believed that they were the rightful orthodoxy of literature, and Deqian had plagiarized their culture to develop its own. To prove this point, they wanted to compete in poetry with Deqian's most outstanding talents. Minister Pei wasn't the only one who was quite angry about this. Every scholar in the court was enraged. What arrogance from such a small, barbaric place like Jin Wu, daring to claim that we plagiarized them. It's utterly shameless. The current ruler of Jin Wu originally seized the throne through rebellion, and he must want to legitimize his position by challenging Deqian. How dare they take advantage of our great nation? They should consider if they are even worthy. As for these barbarians, we need not pay them any attention. This argument seemed reasonable. Beyond Deqian, there were dozens of smaller countries at least. If each one of these small countries sent a state letter to challenge Deqian, would Deqian really accept every challenge? Isn't that giving them too much face? Deqian scholars wouldn't have time for anything else but waiting to accept daily challenges. Nevertheless, some people offered differing opinions. Jin Wu seeks to establish its status among the smaller countries by challenging our scholars. If we refuse to take up their challenge, they will surely spread rumors, saying that we're too afraid to compete. I believe that we should not only accept the challenge, but also thoroughly crush them. The officials listening to this agreed partially. It was essential to counter Jin Wu's challenge, but after all, in literature, there is no first place, while in martial arts, there is always a second. Winning the competition might not be difficult, but making the opponent sincerely convinced was another matter entirely. Regardless, all ministers more or less agreed to accept Jin Wu's challenge for now. They began recommending scholars and talented individuals whom they thought highly of. Minister Pei considered suggesting summoning Han Ying to the capital to participate in the competition. Han Ying's poetry during the preliminary exam was indeed remarkable. However, he hesitated somewhat. Han Ying's poetry was excellent, but could it be described as exceptionally stunning? It seemed lacking in certain aspects. While Minister Pei was undecided, the prefect, who had just been promoted to the deputy minister of works due to his management of potato production, was looking for an opportunity to attract the emperor's attention. Hearing the recommendation of scholars and talents by various officials, he suddenly remembered Han Ying. He immediately stepped forward and repeated the few sentences Han Ying had said during the city's poetry gathering. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set the mission for the common people, to continue the lost learning for ancient sages, to found peace for countless generations. These words may seem plain, but they are profoundly stirring. In terms of intent alone, they surpass many others. Why don't we summon Magistrate Han to the capital for the competition? Let those commoners from those barbaric places experience the dignity and breadth of mind of our superior country's literati. Most officials genuinely thought these 4 sentences were well crafted. Still, there were those who doubted whether these words were truly spoken by Han Ying. After all, these short 4 sentences were not only requirements for personal moral cultivation of scholars worldwide, but also aspirations for the trend of global events. Not anyone could achieve this level of understanding. All the officials present had seen Han Ying during his hearings. The young man was undoubtedly handsome and talented, but could someone in his early 20s reach such a realm of comprehension? Faced with the doubts of the officials, the prefect answered candidly. At the poetry meeting, Magistrate Han did mention that these sentences were something he heard from an old man. But, can someone who can utter such profound statements be ordinary? I think Magistrate Han has always been careful and unassuming. Back then, he was still a commoner, reluctant to stand out. Thus, he claimed these were the words of others, which makes sense. Speaking in this manner, it seemed reasonable. Whether Han Ying was as extraordinarily talented as the prefect described could be tested by summoning him to the capital. Many agreed with the prefect's suggestion. Only the prefect's father-in-law, Deputy Minister Gao of the Ministry of Rights, looked solemn and voiced objections. This is merely a competition with those barbaric lands. Is there any need to go through so much trouble? Magistrate Han now serves as a paternal figure for his locality. He should prioritize administrative matters. Traveling 1,000 miles to attend some poetry competition in the capital is clearly forsaking essentials for trivialities. All the officials knew about the resentment between these 2 men and didn't wish to offend either side. Hence, they remained silent and waited for the emperor's decision. If these 2 started arguing right then and there, it would make for some entertaining watching. The prefect didn't feel indebted to his wife's family for anything. Back when he struggled hard to pass the imperial examination, Just as he was eager to show his ambition, he was recruited by the servants of a deputy minister to become part of the latter's faction through marriage. Initially, he assumed he could use the deputy minister's influence to shorten his struggle by 20 years, but upon entering the court, he found himself repeatedly stymied by his father-in-law. He wasn't even complaining about how the undersecretary's poor relationships had hindered his own chances of rapid promotion. Why should the undersecretary criticize him for his actions? Thinking this way, he increasingly justified his betrayal of the undersecretary. Your Majesty, even those uncivilized barbarians dare to challenge our great Qian. If we don't strike back hard, how can the authority of our great Qian be maintained? If the national dignity is lost, how can we intimidate the neighboring small countries? This struck right at the heart of what the emperor was thinking. Great Qian was indeed a large nation, but its strength was far from prosperous, which was why there were frequent wars on the borders every year. If they could display their national prestige through this competition, it might serve as an effective deterrent, just like making an example out of one to warn others. Moreover, the emperor realized that he had underestimated Han Ying, a person who could utter words like, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and to found peace for countless generations, could not possibly indulge in alcohol and women. Thinking about this, the emperor slowly nodded. Pass my edict, summon Han Ying to the capital immediately. Following the imperial decree was a letter from Minister Pei. The letter was addressed to Pei Luoyin, but its content was intended for Han Ying's eyes. Minister Pei did not know Han Ying's true identity, so all the words in the letter expressed admiration for him and joy at his ability to showcase his talents in the competition. Han Ying, however, could only smile wryly. What worried him most was that the emperor might think he harbored ambitions for the throne, so he deliberately portrayed himself as someone indulging in drinking and pleasure-seeking before the emperor. But now, unexpectedly, he had been betrayed by the prefect, proving his suspicion that they were ill-suited fates intertwined, and nothing good ever came from their encounters. Han Ying didn't want to go to the capital, but with the imperial edict already issued, refusing would constitute defiance. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, pack up his belongings, and set off. Of course, Pei Luoyin went with him. On the road, she couldn't help but grumble. Just when we got back, they summon you to the capital again. What a waste of time. Do you mean to say I can't handle a little trouble? Han Ying always approached things with an open mind. What couldn't be changed, one must accept gracefully. After smirking twice with malicious intent, his big hand reached out without any hesitation. Pei Luoyin both laughed and screamed in his arms, almost losing her breath. Hongxing and Qingying hurried to dissuade her. Miss, please lower your voice. This is an official road. What will people think if they hear us? They were pulled over too, and soon all of them tumbled together. Chapter 148, Missed Opportunity. With Pei Luoyin and her servants for company, Han Ying's journey was not lonely at all. However, it was tough on the servants. Every time they were teased by him in the carriage to the point of losing control, they had to suppress themselves greatly so as not to be noticed by others. Fortunately, a few days later they abandoned the carriage and boarded the chartered passenger ship. Both the upper and lower decks were theirs, allowing them to act as mischievously as they wanted without worrying about being ridiculed by others. Pei Luoyin complained to Han Ying. Why don't we just keep a boat at home with the rivers and docks available? Why bother riding several days in this bumpy carriage? Han Ying also planned to get a boat for personal use. It would be convenient for traveling to the capital or down to Jiangnan. Since the dock was built, big and small matters kept coming up, leaving no time for leisure. He had forgotten about getting one. Reminded by Pei Luoyin, he thought of this matter again. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it to Jiangnan, asking Zhou Dejing to help buy a suitable one. Jiangnan is the land of waters, where boatmakers gather. A small wooden boat that can be paddled by 1 or 2 people could be bought anywhere. But for buying this long-distance passenger ship, Jiangnan remains the best choice. Still, it would trouble Zhou Dejing once more. Thinking back, from their first meeting till now, they had met only 3 times, yet he had bothered him quite a few times. He advanced funds and ran errands, making one feel quite awkward. Pei Luoyin consoled him. You and Mr. Zhou are partners. He has profited a great deal from here. Helping you out with some matters is quite natural. If you feel bad about it, the next time you come up with a new money-making plan, include him as well. Han Ying originally didn't think along these lines, but soon an idea came to mind that was suitable for collaboration with Zhou Dejing. To cover his secret steel-making operation, he opened 2 blacksmith shops selling manicure tool sets. Regardless of whether it was to deceive or not, since they're doing this business, they should do it well. Manicure tool sets were specifically sold to young ladies of wealthy families, so they must be crafted exquisitely, and the packaging couldn't be neglected. He planned for all packages to use premium wooden boxes, whether Zeton or Wangwali, whatever was expensive, he'd use it. Inside each box, there would be a bag, which would be made in Jiangnan. The businesses of boxes and bags would then be handed over to Zhou Dejing. Thus, he added another note to his letter. After writing the letter and checking it carefully with no oversights, he handed it over to a servant to send it to Jiangnan. After finishing the official matters, he returned to play with Pei Luoyin and the others. Pei Luoyin behaves like a cat, lovingly teasing her while protecting her from harm. If she wasn't disturbed, she would actively seek to disturb Han Ying herself. When Han Ying lost his temper, she would cry in a pouty voice for forgiveness after only a short moment. Han Ying both loved and hated her deeply. Each time he planned to discipline her properly, she would look at him with watery eyes, beg softly, and he would lose heart again. Han Ying had just pulled open Pei Luoyin's collar, revealing her delicate white silk underskirt embroidered with lotus flowers, when suddenly the ship shook violently. At this time, The passenger ship was sailing on the river surface, and if anything happened, Han Ying might not survive. Pei Luoyan stopped playing around too, pulling her clothes together and looking out the window. After listening for a moment, she smiled to comfort Han Ying. It was merely an accidental collision with the neighboring boat. Our boat is large and unharmed, but the opposing small boat sustained a little damage. The sailors have already handled the situation. As long as the boat wasn't damaged, it was good. Han Ying called the newly promoted steward and gave instructions. Tell the sailors, if that small boat suffered serious damage, escort its passengers ashore and give some compensation. Don't rush, and don't argue about who was at fault. There were many small fishing boats on the river supporting entire families. Damaging them would impact their livelihood. Han Ying assumed the small boat that collided with their passenger ship fell into such a category, so naturally, he wouldn't hesitate to part with a bit of silver. After the steward took the money and went down to speak with the sailors, they praised Han Ying as upright and kind-hearted. However, the small boat was not a fishing boat but a ferry, and, despite minor damages, it had already left on its own. Han Ying nodded, relieved. Actually, it wasn't that the boat damage was slight, it was due to the urgency. This small boat was actually hired by Wu Linglong. She chased after Han Ying all the way from the capital city to the county of Xuanhuan. On the road, she received a letter from Yue informing her that Xuanhua's condition had relapsed. Wu Linglong had to make a detour to see Xuanhua first. That day, Xuanhua had been pierced through by an assassin's sword to protect He Yunzi. Luckily, she survived the fatal wound. In this state, she naturally couldn't endure further travel by boat or carriage. Wu Linglong had to settle her somewhere and left Yue to care for her. Although Xuanhua's life was saved, due to severe injuries, her condition never fully recovered. After 2 or 3 months of rest, she still coughed up blood and ran fevers occasionally. Clearly, there were still internal wounds within her body. This episode was more severe, with high fevers lasting 2 or 3 days, and nothing Yue tried worked. Helpless, she wrote to Wu Linglong seeking advice. Xuanhua's injuries were from trying to save He Yunzi. Wu Linglong resented her sacrificing her own life for a man. Yet, she couldn't bear to see Xuanhua lose her life at such a young age. Upon arriving, Wu Linglong joined Yue in tirelessly attending to Xuanhua day and night. Perhaps Xuanhua, in her coma, sensed Wu Linglong's refusal to abandon her, which awakened her survival instinct. After being unconscious for more than 10 days, she finally woke up. Wu Linglong stayed by her side for a few more days, unwilling to leave until she was sure of Xuanhua's stability. Seeing that Xuanhua could lean on the wall and stand up, Wu Linglong reminded her to rest well and continued onward to Xuanhuan County. To save time, without waiting for a large passenger ship, she hastily chartered a small boat. Unbeknownst to her, halfway through the journey, the small boat collided with Han Ying's passenger ship. The big ship, robust and solid, suffered no damage. However, the small boat had a crack along its side. The crack was positioned higher up, so it wasn't an immediate issue. But if they encountered rough waters, this crack might expand under pressure. The boatman immediately wanted to pull over and repair the ship before continuing the journey. But Wu Linglong couldn't wait. She offered generous rewards and requested the boatman to quickly take her to the next place where she could find another passenger ship. Indeed, with enough incentive, there are always brave men willing to take risks. The boatman hesitated but agreed. Even when passengers from the large ship offered to help them ashore, he refused. This newly promoted manager was someone Wu Linglong had never met, so she didn't know Han Ying was on the passenger ship. Thus, they missed each other. In fact, if she had agreed to disembark that night, during the transfer arranged by the passenger ship, the manager might have mentioned Han Ying's identity. She wouldn't have wasted this trip. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Han Ying's passenger ship sailed smoothly, every day filled with merrymaking with beautiful companions aboard, living a carefree and joyful life. Meanwhile, Wu Linglong changed ships in haste, rushing as fast as she could, only to hear upon reaching Xuanhuan County that Han Ying had already gone to the capital. Wu Linglong felt a complex mix of emotions. She had chased Han Ying all the way from the capital to Xuanhuan County. Wasn't it hard enough? And now, Han Ying had returned to the capital. Thinking she might not believe him, or perhaps wanting to brag about Han Ying's favor with the emperor, the gatekeeper specifically explained. It was His Majesty himself who summoned our master to the capital. Chapter 149, Return to the Palace Again. Local officials were not allowed to enter the capital without an imperial edict. This was the rule. Han Ying's arrival in the capital, naturally, was upon the emperor's decree for an audience. This rule Wu Linglong knew well. She immediately inquired with the gatekeeper about Han Ying's reason for coming to the capital. The gatekeeper stood even straighter. It's because some so-called Jinwu kingdom sent a letter to our emperor, requesting a poetry contest between the two nation scholars. The emperor then decreed that our master be summoned as well. Can you see? Even His Majesty knows that our master has boundless talent. What does he care about any Jinwu or Inquan kingdom? When Wu Linglong heard the 3 words, Jinwu kingdom, her hands inside her sleeves clenched tightly. Gold symbolizes supreme wealth and honor. Marshal is the royal name of her clan. That traitorous rebel who seized the throne dared to send a national letter to the Daiqian Empire as a monarch. Who gave him the audacity? At the same time, Wu Linglong also felt deeply powerless. The emperor of Daiqian claimed to support her quest to restore her country, granting her several privileges. However, knowing that the edict came from a traitor who had usurped the throne, he still accepted the letter and agreed to the scholars' competition. It was evident that the emperor of Daiqian wasn't truly on her side. Or rather, it didn't matter to Daiqian who sat on the throne of Jinwu Kingdom. Wu Linglong suddenly understood. She understood the traitor's intentions. He was using this event to make public his status as a monarch. Once other countries accepted his letter, regardless of the result of the poetry contest, his identity would be recognized. Damn it. Upon realizing this, Wu Linglong became enraged, her anger tearing at her very soul. Without rest, she hastened back to the capital. She was determined to expose the real face of that treacherous villain and make him despised by all under heaven. By the time Wu Linglong set out back for the capital, Han Ying had already returned to his estate in the city. Upon seeing Han Ying, Miss Li looked utterly disbelieving. Husband, am I dreaming? How did you come back? Her sweet innocence made Han Ying feel tender affection. He approached her and gently pinched her cheek. Of course, I miss my sweetheart. Miss Li, both surprised and shy, leaned into his embrace. They spoke at length of their longing for each other. Only after that did they remember Pei Luoyan. Didn't Pei, scholar, return with you? Yes, she wanted to see you. She was tired after days of traveling by ship, so I let her go home first to rest. She'll come tomorrow. Miss Li nodded and led Han Ying back to her room to freshen up and change clothes. Since Miss Li was pregnant, Han Ying dared not act recklessly. Still, he couldn't help indulging in fondling her adorable fullness, causing her to pant and blush, filled with springtime allure. Concerned for the child in her belly, he finally stopped himself. Miss Li knew he was suppressing his own discomfort. Since she herself could not serve him, she called in the 2 maids who came with her as part of her dowry. Han Ying hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. To sleep with the dowry maids while his wife carried his child. He thought himself quite despicable for doing so. Miss Li, however, reassured him. It's normal. You're not someone who neglects his wife for concubines. Just letting them serve you. What's wrong with that? Fine. Once again, Han Ying learned a lesson in the broader-mindedness of the women of this era. That night, he kept the 2 maids in his chamber. The next day, when Pei Luoyan visited Miss Li, she noticed that the maids looked at Han Ying with bashful eyes, just like Hongxing and Qingying when they first started serving. She guessed what happened the night before. Pei Luoyan smirked mischievously at him. Congratulations, Master Han, on adding new beauties to your side. Han Ying pulled her onto his lap. What tone is that? Are you jealous? Honestly, he actually hoped his women would occasionally be a little jealous of him. Of course, if it got as serious as xuanhuan's case, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. But occasional little bouts of jealousy were a kind of charm. Yet, no one seemed willing to fulfill his not-so-expensive wish. Pei Luoyan playfully glared at him. Why should I be jealous? I'm just puzzled. Why aren't you ever tired? It was thanks to the Baopu secret techniques, of course. Otherwise, which man could endure such nightly exertion until dawn, day after day, without completely exhausting himself? He, instead, felt his energy and spirit grow more robust. Certainly, he could not truthfully reveal this to Pei Luoyan. I have extraordinary talent. Isn't that cause for celebration? As he spoke, his hand began to wander again. Pei Luoyan quickly pushed his hand away and ran behind Miss Li. Sisterly, look at him. He's becoming less formal every day. Miss Li covered her mouth and laughed. Husband is right. Younger sister Pei is delighted too. No need for false shyness. After laughing together for a while, Pei Luoyan brought up the important matter. My parents want to meet you to finalize our engagement. You must talk to them on my behalf, so I don't have to stay at home learning the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Otherwise, I might never step out of the house. Han Ying hadn't expected to meet Minister Pei so soon, feeling caught off guard. But thinking about it, it was indeed appropriate. First, he and Pei Luoyan had been involved for such a long time that Secretary Pei and Lady Pei couldn't possibly have failed to notice. It was natural that they wanted to formalize their relationship. Secondly, since he was about to participate in the literary contest with Jinwu Kingdom's talents, Secretary Pei would understandably be concerned and want to personally remind him of some things, which was a common matter. Thinking about it this way made him feel more at ease. You two talk first. I'll go arrange some gifts, and I'll be back soon. We certainly can't go empty-handed. Before he finished speaking, the steward rushed in anxiously. Master, no, Your Excellency, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. The eunuch due from last time is already here and will arrive shortly. Han Ying looked down at his attire. A not quite new pale purple gauze shirt paired with leek green loose pants. These were what Miss Li had helped him put on in the morning. Since she thought he wouldn't leave the house, these garments were comfortable and cool for being indoors. Wearing them like this to the palace would definitely not do. There wasn't enough time to change into another outfit, so he had someone fetch a long robe to wear over this ensemble to meet Du Fuhai. Du Fuhai naturally said a bunch of polite phrases. You must be tired from the journey. The dignitaries in court all admire Master Han's literary talent. All kinds of flattering words flowed smoothly. Han Ying smiled faintly, thanked him, and followed him into the palace. When the emperor saw Han Ying wearing a light blue long robe, it seemed presentable. However, his shoes embroidered with intertwined branches revealed green pants cuffs as he moved. The emperor frowned again. Which proper man would wear such garishly extravagant colors? But after hearing about the 4 sentences of Henku, the emperor no longer thought of Han Ying as just a debauched drunkard obsessed with pleasure. He began to suspect other motives behind Han Ying's unconventional behavior and attire. For instance, was Han Ying deliberately trying to deceive him with such unreliable actions? Thinking about this possibility infuriated the emperor. He treated Han Ying sincerely, valuing him even more than his own son. In the future, this throne was meant to be passed down to him. And yet Han Ying did not trust his sincerity and deliberately acted strangely in front of him. What a waste of his earnest feelings. Han Ying noticed the increasingly sharp look in the emperor's eyes and felt puzzled. Chapter 150, Asking for Rewards. Han Ying stood respectfully before the emperor, his eyes cast downward. The emperor didn't offer him a seat and remained motionless. Han was reflecting inwardly. wondering if he had done something to displease the emperor since, after bowing in respect, he hadn't even had time to speak yet. It seemed as though the emperor looked at him as if Han owed him 80,000 taels of silver. The atmosphere in the upper study became stagnant due to the emperor's silence. Even Duofu Hai, who normally understood the emperor best, could not fathom what was on his mind and dared not easily interject to ease the tension. After Han reflected but found no mistakes, he decided to adopt an attitude of a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water, and just stood there silently while letting the emperor stare at him. He didn't believe the emperor could melt him with his gaze. In this strange silence, a clear and melodious female voice came from outside the door. "Father Emperor, brother two bullied me again. You must scold him for me." As the voice grew closer, a woman wearing pink-purple palace attire walked in. The woman appeared only 15 or 16 years old. Her features were like a painting, delicate and charming beyond words, her complexion flawless as though crafted from jade and ivory. Her large eyes brimmed with vitality and vivacity. Like a fairy maiden accompanying celestial beings descended into the mortal world. Although pink-purple is typically a gaudy color, on this woman, it carried not a trace of vulgarity, instead enhancing her endearing charm. Upon seeing Han Ying, the woman's eyes lit up. "Oh, isn't this the newly crowned third-place scholar? I've seen you in the Empress's palace. They all say that you are the most handsome man since Lord Pei." She must have been referring to the time when he and the other top scholars received flowers from the Empress. Han Ying smiled at her. "Do you, princess, agree with their opinion?" The woman giggled sweetly. "I think they're wrong. You're more handsome than Lord Pei." The emperor felt even more disheartened now. In front of him, Han Ying's flirty banter with his daughter showed he clearly didn't respect him. Achoo! The emperor coughed loudly to draw the girl's attention back to himself. "You should know better than to come running into the upper study unannounced. Have you forgotten?" The woman immediately remembered why she had come and pouted, looking aggrieved. "How can I forget your teachings, Father Emperor? But there's a matter at hand. Father Emperor, brother two has taken away my snow slave. Please help me get it back." Snow slave was a cat given by a distant vassal state. It was pure white, with not a single hair out of place, and its temperament was extremely gentle. The emperor gifted it to his favorite daughter, Yin Xiong doted immensely on Snow Slave, bringing it wherever she went, and personally making clothes for it. Though the princess was of noble lineage, learning embroidery was simply meant to show how royal households shared hardships with common people. There was absolutely no need for her to sew herself. Even the emperor hadn't experienced such treatment. Cough. Returning to the present. Since Yin Xiong loved Snow Slave, other princes and princesses liked it too. Taking advantage of her young age and gentle nature, they often seized Snow Slave to play with it. Because of this cat, the emperor had settled numerous disputes among them. When he heard it was once again about Snow Slave, he immediately wanted to strike someone. While his daughter was delicate and precious, the one he truly wanted to punish was the mischievous second son. However, beating his children in front of Han Ying wasn't something the emperor would do, casually giving Han Ying a few reminders. This contest of poetry with talented scholars from Jinwu country is very important to Dakian. You should prepare well and don't indulge in nonsense. If you win the competition, I will greatly reward you. With that, the emperor dismissed Han Ying so he could focus on punishing his children. But Han Ying stayed put and eagerly asked, "What rewards does His Majesty intend to bestow upon me? I don't lack anything else. Your Majesty doesn't need to go through the trouble. If you really wish to give a reward, perhaps 2 beautiful maidens from the palace would suffice. I've heard that these palace maidens undergo rigorous training and are exceptionally kind and obedient. I'd like to experience their company." What nonsense. All this boy could talk about were women. Did he have any higher aspirations? Then again, having higher aspirations might just make him even harder to deal with. There are plenty of palace maids. If you desire them, granting a few wouldn't be an issue. You don't even have to wait until after the competition. Let Duofu Hai pick a few for you to take home immediately. This way, they may persuade you to concentrate on your studies and prepare well for the poetic duel. Han Ying thanked the emperor, bowed respectfully to the princess, and followed Duofu Hai happily to select the maids. He knew the emperor didn't fully trust him. The less trust there was, the more suspicious the emperor grew, even imagining charges against him where none existed. Just like earlier, he did nothing, yet the emperor's eyes bore into him as if he were some debtor refusing to pay back silver loans. Since this was the case, he might as well take the initiative to ask the emperor for a few palace maids to keep around. Even if the palace maids didn't know everything about him, they would definitely not be kept in the dark about any major events. This could bring some peace of mind to the emperor. Duofu Hai led Han Ying to the palace maiden's quarters to pick people. Han Ying did not hesitate and picked 4 right away. Duofu Hai noticed he still seemed inclined to continue selecting. He had no choice but to remind him that the emperor's rewards were graded. For even the closest royal dukes, the most palace maidens ever given at one time was 6. Han Ying then reluctantly took another glance at the remaining palace maids and left with his chosen 4. Miss Li saw the 4 palace maids he brought back and learned that they were rewarded by the emperor to serve around him. She suddenly felt overwhelmed. Palace maids were no ordinary servants. Being granted them by the emperor signified imperial grace. Poor arrangement might imply disrespect to the emperor, but there was no clear identity defined for their placement. If placed too high, it might appear that Han Ying was somehow inferior to the palace maids. Seeing Miss Li's difficulty, Han Ying told her to arrange them in the servant quarters behind the study. Those rooms are newly built. They're spacious and close to the study, making it convenient for them to accompany me while I read. Having no better idea herself, Miss Li arranged as suggested. First, she asked the palace maids to rest in a regular room she frequented, while arranging others to clean those new quarters, adding curtains, bedding, and other necessities. Considering Han Ying would likely spend nights there, she specifically upgraded each room's bathtub to a larger size. That evening, Miss Li prepared a table full of dishes to welcome the four as part of the household. After dinner, Han Ying went directly to his study. Although the four palace maids were gifts from the emperor to Han Ying, they conducted themselves with extreme caution and restraint. When Han Ying was reading in the study, they stayed quietly by his side. They diligently served him tea and water without any laziness. Han Ying sympathized with them somewhat. Leaving their families at a young age, entering the palace for training, serving people, there was always the risk of execution should something go awry. The lucky ones might marry and have children after turning 25 and return to normal lives outside the palace. The unlucky ones could only grow old inside the palace. Chapter 151, Coming with Sincerity. If it were possible, Han Ying would respect the maids' wishes. Let them choose to stay by his side or return to their families. However, such a thought was obviously unfeasible. He couldn't determine which maid was sent by the emperor to monitor him, or if all of them were. Perhaps none of them were. But even so, if one day the emperor suddenly summoned someone under the pretext that a certain lady missed the maid and questioned her about Han Ying's condition, would the maid dare not to report truthfully? In short, before Han Ying could be sure that the palace maids had no ulterior motives towards him, he wouldn't do anything that didn't fit the profile of a lecherous person. He wasn't a saint, nor did he plan to become one. To sacrifice oneself to save others? That was impossible. Moreover, serving him as palace maids was not worse than staying in the palace. The only thing was that they shouldn't cause trouble. After a night of spring breeze, Han Ying pretended to be so tired that he suffered from back and leg pain, refusing to get out of bed until noon. Even the four palace maids' persuasion fell on deaf ears. They could only bring the meal to the bedside and feed him mouthful by mouthful. In the afternoon, Pei Luoyan came and invited Han Ying to have dinner at the Pei residence. Seeing him sitting upright in the study, with the four palace maids being commanded around like a revolving door, one moment ordering one to fan him, the next telling another to pour tea, then saying he was hungry and sending another to the kitchen for snacks. Supposedly reading, yet after a whole morning of hustling, there seemed to be no evidence that he glanced at the book twice. After Han Ying and Pei Luoyan left for the Pei residence, the four palace maids sat together, sighing. Apart from becoming part of the harem if chosen by the emperor or crown prince, the only way for palace maids to rise in rank was to be rewarded and given away. Otherwise, even if lucky enough to be released back to their original families, that wouldn't happen until after the age of 25. The prime age for marriage is 17 or 18 years old. 25 already qualifies one as an old maid. Marrying someone of comparable age would be difficult. Often, they would end up marrying older country gentlemen or landlords. Thinking about this, perhaps working in the palace was better. Thus, contemplating whether spending a lifetime working in the palace or leaving the palace to become a secondary wife was better. Originally, they thought being bestowed upon the newly minted third-place winner in the imperial exam would mean a lost chance to become the main wife. But, with Han Ying striving forward diligently, in the future gaining power over the world or becoming a regional governor, they would also be able to benefit from his success, wouldn't they? Who would have expected that Han Ying lacked any ambition? They seriously doubted that his winning the third place was due to the emperor appreciating his good looks. In short, the palace maids were quite disappointed in Han Ying. But since they were already given to him by the emperor, what use was disappointment? Better to make do than marry an old man as a secondary wife. Han Ying still had no idea that within just one day, he was already disliked by the palace maids. Getting ready to meet Minister Pei, he was somewhat nervous and inquired about his preferences from Pei Luoyan in the carriage, especially about things he especially detested, so as not to unintentionally offend him. Pei Luoyan smiled with her lips pursed. My father hates people calling him old the most. In front of him, you must not call him old man. Otherwise, he might really turn his face against you on the spot. Alright, good-looking people are sensitive about their age, regardless of gender. The meeting with Minister Pei went much more smoothly than Han Ying had anticipated. It was also due to Han Ying's high emotional intelligence. After greeting and exchanging pleasantries, Minister Pei merely asked if he was confident about the poetry competition. After answering, Han Ying stood up and bowed deeply to the ground before Minister Pei. With great sincerity, he requested Minister Pei's consent for his engagement to Pei Luoyan. He specifically emphasized that he had always wanted to propose formally, but that Pei Luoyan hadn't wanted things to be settled so quickly. Whether or not he mentioned this segment, Han Ying had carefully considered beforehand. Mentioning it might lead Minister Pei to question if he was passing the buck onto Pei Luoyan. Not mentioning it wouldn't prove his sincerity. In the end, he decided to mention it. First, this was the truth and not him shirking responsibility. Second, Minister Pei would definitely prefer his future son-in-law to show sincerity towards Pei Luoyan. Evidently, Han Ying's decision was correct. After Minister Pei heard him out, though he complained that Pei Luoyan was too young to understand priorities and Han Ying shouldn't go along with everything she wished, his expression clearly showed satisfaction with Han Ying's actions. Pei Luoyan was the daughter he doted on since childhood. A furrow of her brow would stir up immense heartache, and he naturally hoped she would be happy and satisfied in every matter. Setting aside that Han Ying and Pei Luoyan had already passed time together, Minister Pei was also very satisfied with this match. Han Ying himself was no slouch, or rather, superior to most young men. His background may not be noble, but, being talented and capable, once he became Minister Pei's son-in-law, would there still be a need to worry about his origins? What Minister Pei found most satisfying was actually that Han Ying had no parents. This thought might seem selfish, but it was also reality. Without parents, Pei Luoyin wouldn't need to submit or suffer at the hands of a mother-in-law, eliminating the possibility of being troubled by one. In short, Minister Pei found Han Ying increasingly agreeable. Dinner was accompanied by his 5 sons, also as a way to let everyone get acquainted. Since they would be one family in the future, it was only right for them to grow closer. Secretary of State Pei had been the first handsome man in the capital for several decades. Lady Pei wasn't unattractive either. Their 5 sons were naturally all exceptionally good-looking. But as the saying goes, even dragons have 9 different types of offspring. The 5 sons of the Pei family all had their own distinct personalities and ambitions. The eldest son, Pei Yan, was mature and serious. He entered the officialdom through imperial examinations and served as a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue for training purposes, obviously the successor in training for Secretary of State Pei. The second son, Pei Yan, was much more lively. Since childhood, his ambition had been to become a knight-errant, wandering through the world and robbing from the rich to give to the poor. Under the urging of Secretary of State Pei, he did study for a few years and earned an official title, but refused to take up any government position. Currently, he practiced swordplay at home. The third son, Pei Jia, was reticent yet often made shocking remarks. In short, he had a sharp tongue. Because of this nature, he hadn't made fewer enemies throughout his life. Though still studying at Taishua, Secretary of State Pei was already worrying about his future path. Letting him enter officialdom might result in trouble caused by his words. Not letting him enter officialdom. What else could a scholar do? There was already one elder brother who was staying idle at home. How could there be another one eating without working? Secretary of State Pei wasn't stingy about supporting one more son, but outsiders would definitely gossip. Alas, worries. The fourth son, Pei Yu, was far more normal than the second and third son, a sunny and cheerful young man. But his academic performance indeed gave people headaches. Despite hiring many famous teachers, Secretary of State Pei still couldn't help him understand things properly. After more than 10 years of cold window studies, he was still at the level of 4 books. As for the fifth son, Pei Hao, he looked the most like Secretary of State Pei. His academics required no additional worry, and his speech and conduct were also appropriate for his status. In theory, he should have been the one causing the least stress for Secretary of State Pei. However, he showed no interest in women and repeatedly announced his desire to retreat into religious practice. After being repeatedly dissuaded, he eventually gave up on talking about seclusion anymore. He followed his parents' wishes and married, taking 2 concubines as well. Yet, over a year after marriage, they hadn't consummated their relationship. During the meal and the tea drinking afterward, Han Ying learned quite a bit about the 5 sons of the Pei family, not due to any extraordinary eloquence, but because Pei Yu was too straightforward, completely unaware of how speaking too much could cause mistakes. Chapter 152. Thieves never leave empty-handed. Mr. Pei IV speaks his mind, betraying all of his brothers. Han Ying listened with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Were these things that a stranger just meeting them should hear? Would the Pei brothers kill him to silence him? Fortunately, the other Pei brothers knew their fourth brother well and had no intention of blaming Han Ying. They found an excuse to send the fourth brother away and be done with it. They continued drinking tea and chatting as if nothing had happened. Han Ying secretly thought that perhaps since they'd been betrayed by the fourth mister so many times, the Pei brothers were used to it by now. Regardless, Han Ying's meeting with Minister Pei and the 5 masters was quite relaxed and pleasant. After returning home, he roughly recounted the details to Miss Li. Miss Li revealed a face full of worry. Since Minister Pei has agreed to your engagement with Miss Pei, there are many matters that need to be prepared. I, however, don't understand these things, fearing that I may fail Miss Pei in some way. Why not invite a few elder sisters into the capital? Han Ying pondered this and decided it made sense. No matter how knowledgeable Miss Li was, given her youth and pregnancy, it would be too harsh to burden her with such work. Moreover, having too few people handling the arrangements might suggest that they didn't care much about Miss Pei Luoyin. He then carefully deliberated among the options. Fang Zhiruo was calm and responsible, making her perfect for arranging the marriage ceremony. However, she had just given birth, hadn't fully recovered, and couldn't endure the long journey. He Xiao was too childish, while Lin Mei was overly shy. In the end, after much consideration, he sent letters inviting Luo Wanwan and Huan Yangzi to come to the capital to help arrange his marriage to Miss Pei. Luo Wanwan came from a scholarly family, spoke eloquently, and behaved appropriately. Huan Yangzi was clever and adept at socializing, always saying the right things to the right people, and could form relationships easily with anyone. In Han Ying's view, neither of them fell short compared to the noble ladies of the capital, and he had complete trust in their ability to manage this matter properly. With the selections confirmed, Han Ying felt one concern resolved. With little time left before his poetry competition with the scholar from Jinwu country, Han Ying focused intently on preparation. For others, preparation meant closing the doors and diligently reading, seeking every possible chance to improve poetic abilities. Han Ying, on the other hand, relied on the backbone of the 300 Tang poems, yet spent his effort hiring the best tailor in the capital to make custom outfits for himself. He even went around in carriages to various silver shops and jewelers to buy accessories. Over a white jade hairpin, he almost got into a fight with the son of a national lord. Wherever he went, he boasted proudly, claiming he was personally chosen by the emperor to compete against scholars from Jinwu. He lacked any semblance of the humility and modesty expected of a scholar. Han Ying did all of this deliberately, intending for the emperor to see. The previous visit to the palace left him alert. Upon analyzing the situation, He speculated that the emperor probably thought he was concealing his talents with hidden ambition. Thus, he deliberately ruined half his image as a scholar, using his talents only as a means of boasting instead of putting them to proper use. All this painstaking effort was tiring, but smearing his reputation was necessary to put the emperor at ease, ensuring his own survival. Despite the fatigue, he persevered. There's no wall so solid that the wind cannot pass through. The emperor soon learned of Han Ying's actions and summoned him to court for a scolding. At least you're a scholar. Yet you're competing unnecessarily over trivial matters, truly disgracing learning. The emperor initially intended to criticize Han Ying for being short-sighted and boastful, but decided not to speak too harshly. However, Han Ying didn't think he was wrong. Rather, he looked pitiful while recounting his grievances. Your humble servant comes from the countryside, where there is nothing good to be found. Not owning a decent piece of clothing, I simply feared bringing shame to your majesty in front of scholars from Jinwu, which prompted me to consider buying new clothes. Besides, I haven't told lies, for you did appoint me to participate in this competition. Sharing this news with more people serves to let wise individuals know your majesty values and seeks talent, hoping they will come to assist you. The ancient texts tell the story of paying 1,000 gold pieces for a horse bone, and your servant regards himself as such a bone. So it seemed he was claiming credit now? The emperor didn't want to argue further, commanding Duo Fuhai to escort him to the Bureau of Clothing for tailoring measurements, rewarding him with some accessories. Han Ying's eyes immediately lit up, asking the emperor if he could choose the items himself. As the ruler of the nation, the emperor didn't pay attention to small details like this and intended to agree casually. Upon hearing this, Duo Fuhai sensed familiarity. Quickly stepping forward, he suggested, "Why make Director Han go out in this hot weather? Let me bring the people here." Previously, when the emperor hadn't clearly specified the number of items, Han Ying took advantage shamelessly, trying to gain excessive benefits. If allowed to choose freely again, it would likely mean emptying the emperor's private treasury. The emperor agreed, leaving Han Ying with little choice. Not long after, Duo Fuhai arrived leading the tailors from the Bureau of Clothing, carrying several bolts of fabric and trays of accessories for Han Ying to choose from. As Duo Fuhai had anticipated, he invited Han Ying to make his selections. However, Han Ying dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Director Duo has been serving by the side of His Majesty for years. His taste is undoubtedly exquisite. How could I criticize what Director Duo has already chosen for me? In the end, Han Ying accepted all the fabrics and accessories. The fabric was handed directly to the tailors to be made into garments and then delivered to Han Ying. As for the accessories, he didn't hesitate and took them away with him. There were 4 full trays of accessories, totaling dozens of pieces at least. How many times could those items satisfy his need to reward others? And yet, they were all taken by Han Ying. Even the emperor couldn't help but frown. Duo Fuhai gave a bitter smile. Master Han flatters me too much. I merely picked these items casually. How dare I claim to have good taste? His implication was clear. He was telling the emperor that if the emperor himself decreed that Han Ying should pick, then it would certainly not be limited to just 1 or 2 options that left no room for choice, making the emperor appear stingy. Whether the emperor understood Duo Fuhai's hint or not, he never mentioned this matter again afterward. Han Ying returned home with the accessories and tossed them casually to Miss Li. These are rewards given by the emperor. Pick out what you like, and remember to select a couple for your mother-in-law as well. Upon hearing that these were gifts from the emperor, Miss Li hesitated to touch them. Han Ying thus helped her pick out some items. They were originally meant for Han Ying to use in the poetry competition, so most of the decorations were suited for men, such as jade hairpins and pendants, which weren't quite appropriate for women. Still, Han Ying chose several pieces of high quality, simple, and elegant designs, handing them over to Miss Li. These are for you. If you don't wear them yourself, you can keep them for our child's future use. Or give them as gifts to others, if you prefer. Miss Li understood that he cared about her family's humble background and lack of male support, so he was helping her save up some private wealth. Touched by his thoughtfulness, her eyes welled up with tears. "My lord, you treat me so well. Better than my own father." At the mention of this, Han Ying, who was drinking tea, almost sprayed it out. Chapter 153, How to Prove a Biological Father. Miss Li said Han Ying was better than her father. Han Ying couldn't help imagining some strange scenes in his mind. Quickly correcting his thoughts, he asked about Mrs. Li's health. He felt a little eager inside. Miss Li sighed lightly. "Uncle has invited another famous doctor for my mother, but there hasn't been any improvement. If I lose my father and then my mother, I'll be truly left with no one." Han Ying hugged her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be sad. Your mother-in-law has been sick for so many years. Going now will be a kind of liberation for her. You still have me and our children, and also a big family of sisters. I won't let you be alone." Just as he was speaking, the doorman came running to pass on the message that the magistrate sent someone to invite Han Ying to visit for a chat. Miss Li instantly turned pale. "Husband, the matter mother discussed with you last time has already been done. Will this person make things difficult for you?" The matter Miss Li mentioned referred to Mrs. Li's worry that after her death, the magistrate would make life hard for Miss Li. Therefore, she decided not to care about reputation anymore and claimed publicly that Miss Li's biological father wasn't the magistrate, but someone else. Originally, she was pregnant with Miss Li when she married the magistrate, and the magistrate knew beforehand. Some people questioned why a man would marry a woman carrying another man's child. Mrs. Li didn't mince words and exposed the magistrate's past. It's because his family was so poor they couldn't make ends meet, and no one wanted to marry him. At the time, his mother was sick and needed someone to take care of her. So it was easy for him to marry me, and I also needed a man who could be the father to the baby in my belly. That's why I married him. When explained this way, it made sense. These rumors eventually reached the ears of the daughter of the vice minister. She got so angry she threw her favorite teacup and had the magistrate summoned to berate him severely. She had already made up her mind to end her marriage with the magistrate and remarry anytime without concern. Let him marry however many pregnant concubines he pleased. It would have nothing to do with her. But the magistrate was her son's father. For the father to do such an embarrassing thing, it embarrassed her son and made her furious. The daughter of the vice minister sent someone to summon the magistrate, who thought she might want to reconcile since he had been promoted recently. Confident and arrogant, he arrived, putting on airs and demanding of the daughter of the vice minister. To come back is fine, but your ladylike attitude needs to change. Also, don't always run back to your parents' house. A proper woman doesn't have a habit of frequently visiting her parental home. However, she pointed at him and scolded him harshly. The magistrate realized Mrs. Lee had stabbed him in the back. Without engaging further with the vice minister's daughter, he rushed to the Lee residence and demanded Mrs. Lee immediately clear up the rumors. Do you know how hard it was for me to get where I am today? If I get impeached because of these rumors, I'll never forgive you. A dying Mrs. Lee wasn't afraid of his threats. Coldly, she handed him the scissors beside her. Didn't you yourself deny being the father? I'm just helping you cover up your lies. Why are you upset now? When you wanted to kill me and my daughter for your promotion, did you ever show us even a fraction of mercy? I intend to ruin your reputation and make sure you can't keep your position. You're capable of killing, if you dare. Anyway, you've done it before. Thinking of covering for you? Dream on. Killing a concubine isn't illegal, but the magistrate couldn't act. Killing Mrs. Lee would mean confirming all her accusations were true. The magistrate gripped the scissors, glared furiously at Mrs. Lee, and slammed the door shut, leaving angrily. This incident happened 3 days ago. Afterwards, Mrs. Lee vomited blood due to emotional stress and became weaker. When Han Ing went to the palace, Miss Lee visited the Lee household, and Mrs. Lee recounted everything in detail to her. She warned her to be on guard, thinking the magistrate might try something against her. Thus, Miss Lee felt tense upon hearing that the magistrate wanted to meet Han Ing. Han Ing pinched Miss Lee's cheeks gently. Don't worry, I support what your mother did. First, I'll find out what he has to say, and you focus on taking good care of yourself. When the magistrate saw Han Ing, he actually stood up to greet him proactively, and with a sincere face, apologized to him. My family is unlucky, having a rude concubine whose gossip has harmed my daughter's reputation. When I first proposed this match, I genuinely admired your talent, yet now it seems I've instead burdened you. Sigh, I invited you here to discuss the divorce of my daughter from you. I hear you're negotiating marriage with the young lady from the Secretary General's family. How could I bear letting my daughter affect your reputation and ruin your precious engagement? It would destroy your future. The magistrate didn't really want Miss Lee and Han Ing to divorce. He eagerly sought the opportunity to connect with the Secretary General's family. By deliberately saying this, he was confident that Miss Lee was currently pregnant, and Han Ing wouldn't dare to initiate a divorce, as he would bear the name of abandoning his wife and child. In this way, Han Ing would be on his side, helping him prove that he was Miss Lee's biological father, and those rumors were all nonsense. When he was impeached, Han Ing and the Minister of Rights Pay, who stood behind Han Ing, would also take his side. Besides, his father-in-law, the assistant minister, would stand on his side for the sake of his family reputation, giving him half a chance to escape losing his position. The governor's calculations were quite clear. Unfortunately, he miscalculated Han Ying's attitude towards rumors. Han Ing didn't care about his own reputation. Several times, he had played the role of a drunken and lustful person in front of the emperor. Would he now care about Miss Lee's reputation? Faced with the governor's calculating gaze, Han Ing gave a faint smile. I have a question I've been wanting to ask you, adult. I wonder if it is appropriate or not. At this time, how could there still be questions? Doesn't he know what is more important? In order to win Han Ing over to his side, the governor could only grit his teeth and force a fake smile. We are one family. You can just go ahead and ask whatever questions you have. Han Ing had been waiting for this sentence. What I want to ask is whether your wife knows that Miss Lee is your biological daughter. The governor didn't understand why Han Ing asked this, but he still answered patiently. Of course she knows. Moreover, my wife really likes the younger girl, and once proposed registering her under her name so she could personally educate her. It's just that shortly after the marriage, my wife became pregnant herself, leaving her too preoccupied to take care of the younger girl, so the girl remained with her birth mother. What really happened was unimportant. The important thing was to confirm that Miss Lee was indeed his daughter. He believed that the daughter of the attendant minister would be willing to cooperate. Han Ing nodded thoughtfully. If so, how did Miss Lee end up living with her birth mother at her uncle's house? Even if her birth mother committed unforgivable sins and was expelled by you, sir, wouldn't she still want to keep her own daughter? Chapter 154, Exposing Lies. As soon as Han Ing posed her question, the intendant's expression immediately changed. Such a question left him at a loss for how to answer. He couldn't possibly say that he had never considered Mrs. Lee and her daughter, that whether he gained or lost a daughter didn't matter to him. Could he? He thought Han Ing was a smart person. Why then couldn't she grasp the key point now? Wasn't it important whether his daughter was legitimate or not? What mattered was ensuring that neither his reputation nor his career got affected by Mrs. Lee and her daughter. If Han Ing were truly clever, she wouldn't be probing for truth or falsehood, but should directly acknowledge Miss Lee as his legitimate daughter. Just like the case with the undersecretary's family. Though they had already been avoiding any communication due to disagreements in major court issues, they still had no choice but to play along now, not for his benefit, but for the undersecretary's children's sake. This was precisely what carefully handling sensitive matters should look like. The intendant wanted Han Ing to understand that her question was unnecessary through his silence. Yet Han Ing looked suddenly, as if her mind was flooded with water, her eyes radiating a kind of foolish clarity as she stared at his face waiting for his reply. Priority over all else. It was natural for someone young to lack a thorough understanding of social affairs. The intendant consoled himself internally. With patience, he replied to Han Ing. At first, my spouse intended to personally raise my daughter, but because of health complications during pregnancy, she lacked the strength to care for her. Afterward, Mrs. Li did something shameful, and when my wife saw the daughter, she would remember Mrs. Li, inevitably getting angry. This led to eating less and sleeping poorly, nearly costing her unborn child its life. My daughter, being so young and having been suddenly taken from her birth mother, cried day and night. I found it hard-hearted and had no choice but to temporarily entrust her back to her birth mother for upbringing. His excuse was far-fetched, full of obvious loopholes. Back then, the intendant and Mrs. Li and her daughter resided in the three-entrance mansion given as dowry by the undersecretary's daughter. Weren't there always some empty rooms? Didn't they have several maidservants around? Could the undersecretary's daughter not see Miss Li, yet entrusting her to other caretakers? Why hand Miss Li over to her birth mother, who had committed dishonorable deeds, for upbringing? And she remained in her care for years. Wasn't there fear that Miss Li might turn out badly influenced by her biological mother? Is this what showing true affection for Miss Li and treating her as one's own entailed, planning to adopt her under one's name as a legitimate daughter? The intendant gave Han Ing an answer without considering its credibility. It was simply giving an answer, period. The focus was on working together with him to get through the present difficulties. The undersigned has known you, Master Han, for over a year, and have always highly regarded you. If matters regarding my daughter hinder your rise to high office, my conscience would not rest easy. So, quickly cooperate with me in recognizing Miss Li as my own child, minimizing the impact of rumors, securing our careers. Han Ing nodded, seeming deep in thought. The intendant assumed she had finally understood his implication and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then Han Ing said, I've been pondering. You are devoid of wisdom and virtue. Your success was merely a stroke of good fortune when you passed the imperial examinations. How could you possibly be qualified to hold office and govern the people? Was this cursing to his face? Stunned, the intendant looked at Han Ing with eyes that viewed her as an imbecile. This was a crucial moment involving their official careers, yet Han Ing chose to confront him. After the initial shock, anger followed. Han Ing, don't overestimate yourself. Han Ing chuckled lightly and stood up, dusting off the edges of her robe. His Majesty values morality among his ministers. With your reputation spoiled, how can you continue holding office? Don't think you can rely on sweet potatoes to secure yourself a way out. You're imagining things. I've already sent a message to the magistrate of Gu County, ordering him to bring the first batch of harvested sweet potatoes after the disaster directly to the capital. He will prove that the sweet potato seeds were from the magistrate of Fong County. Not quite. He's become the new prefect of Fong, replacing you. He will confirm that the sweet potato seeds were given to him by both the prefect of Fong and myself. Now the intendant was genuinely terrified. Absolutely terrified. Previously, even after the incident concerning Mrs. Li became public, he still had a modicum of confidence. Even if the emperor deemed him ethically compromised, seeing how he cultivated the high-yield crop, the sweet potato, thereby sparing the people of Dagon from starvation, he believed the emperor wouldn't annihilate him completely. At most, demoted by a few ranks, he'd find a way to regain his position sooner or later. Indeed, when reporting on the sweet potato, the intendant exaggerated his own contributions to the emperor. He claimed that although the sweet potato was discovered by rural commoners, i.e., Han Ing, it hadn't been appreciated by those commoners until the intendant recognized its potential, cultivated, and optimized it personally, resulting in such high yields today. The experimental fields behind the prefecture's offices and all the constables in the prefecture served as evidence. Once Han Ing exposed his lie, it amounted to treason against the emperor. Terrified, the intendant panicked. Desperate, he tried to grab onto Han Ing, pleading her to let him go, helping him overcome this crisis. With disdain, Han Ing shoved his hand away and strode toward the door. Unyielding, the intendant pursued her a few steps. When I get into trouble, my daughter will become the child of a corrupt official. Don't you worry about her dragging you down. And the child in her womb will also be disqualified from taking the imperial examinations because of you. In the beginning, to climb higher in office, he showed no mercy when killing his wife and abandoning his daughter. Now, for self-preservation, he once again uses Miss Li to threaten Han Ing. This man is simply unworthy of being a human being. Han Ing turned her head and indifferently looked at the intendant's face, which had turned ashen with worry. Have you forgotten that xuanhuan isn't actually your daughter? She has not a single penny of relation to you. As for Mrs. Li, she was long ago divorced by you. Even if your family gets exterminated, they won't be implicated. After saying that, she couldn't be bothered to look at him again and left without looking back. It was as if all of the intendant's hopes were taken away. The intendant collapsed on the ground lifelessly, his face pale as paper, sweat beating down his forehead like peas. With a vacant stare, he mumbled incessantly, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" It could only be said that doing too much injustice inevitably leads to one's own downfall. After the truth about the sweet potatoes came to light, the emperor was extremely enraged and immediately had someone remove the intendant's official hat during morning court, stripping off his official robes and throwing him into prison. He ordered the Ministry of Punishments to promptly investigate and make sure to ascertain whether the intendant engaged in any corrupt practices while in his position. Just as the intendant entered the jail, the undersecretary's daughter appeared in plain clothes, her hair disheveled, crying loudly and pleading for an audience with the empress. Her purpose was singular: to sever ties with the intendant and seek a divorce. Initially, the marriage between the intendant and the undersecretary's daughter was arranged through a match under the list of newly successful examinees. Now, according to the undersecretary's daughter, she denies this arrangement entirely. She claims that it was indeed a real event, but the intendant had secretly bribed the manager responsible for selecting the husband, hiding the fact that he already had a family, thus tricking her into marrying him. Moreover, the undersecretary's daughter had learned the truth long ago, but remained silent out of consideration for their children. In summary, she pushed all the responsibility onto the intendant, portraying herself and her entire family as victims deceived by the intendant and his accomplices. Whether the words spoken by the undersecretary's daughter were partly true or entirely fabricated wasn't important. What mattered was her haste in severing ties right after the intendant encountered trouble, a deed considered disgraceful. This also revealed her firm determination to obtain a divorce. Chapter 155. The system is not benevolent. The empress, considering that the minister of ceremonies family had some ties with her own family, decided to help the minister's daughter. She scolded the magistrate a bit according to her words, and then inquired about her and the child's recent situation. Then she ordered the palace maidens to go to the upper study to ask for the emperor's opinion. The empress, as the mother of the country, meant that if the minister's daughter asked her to intervene, the emperor wouldn't have much to say. More importantly, the magistrate's crime of deceiving the emperor was undeniable. He would not be executed, but surely exiled for 3,000 miles. In short, he would no longer appear in the court. And whether or not it ended in divorce, what did it matter? Since the emperor had no objections, the empress took charge on her side, allowing the minister's daughter and the magistrate to part amicably. Although it was called an amicable divorce, it was based solely on the word of the minister's daughter, after which the empress sent someone to accompany her to the official government office to settle the matter. This was equivalent to the minister's daughter divorcing her husband. Such an event had never happened before. It quickly spread widely, with all sorts of opinions flying around. Some cursed the minister's daughter for being ruthless and unrighteous. Others said that the minister's daughter was innocently deceived into marrying a poor young man who couldn't even afford pants as a second wife, while his original spouse was still alive. Naturally, the minister's daughter refused to live under another woman, hence asking the empress to take charge. In any case, this incident sparked a great deal of attention. Many theater troupes saw the business opportunity here and borrowed from the story of an unfounded prime minister of the previous dynasty to compile the gossip surrounding the magistrate and the minister's daughter into plays, staging them everywhere. Interestingly, both versions of the stories drew large crowds. Han paid no attention to the rumors about the magistrate outside, and did not let anyone pass on these gossips to Miss Li. He himself also refrained from leaving home unless necessary, claiming that he needed to focus on preparing for the competition against the scholar from Jinwu country. Actually, he was cooped up indoors fooling around with 4 palace maids. After meeting with Minister Pei, their engagement became semi-public, so Pei Luoyan had to mind her reputation and could not come to see him at home frequently. Even when she occasionally came once, in front of the palace maids, they couldn't do much except drink tea formally before departing. However, it was very convenient for Han Ying to visit Pei Luoyan. For him, the servants and guards of Pei Mansion were like non-existent obstacles. No one knew how many nights he had spent in Pei Luoyan's chamber. One night, they indulged too much, causing him to sleep in a little longer than usual the next morning. Unfortunately, just then, Mrs. Pei came to ask about some trivial matters concerning Pei Luoyan's dowry and noticed a pair of men's shoes by the bed at the door. Pretending not to notice, she said she suddenly remembered something else and left in a hurry. But afterward, she felt a bit angry. Even though there had been intimacy between the two, they should maintain propriety. Realizing that advising Pei Luoyan would be futile, she resolved to give her a head maid whom she had employed for several years, known for being steady and obedient. She thought, since Pei Luoyan wasn't familiar with the new head maid, she would behave more appropriately. Though Pei Luoyan wasn't close with the new head maid, Han Ying was adept at interacting with people. Knowing that they would be under the command of Pei Luoyan and their future depended on her relationship with Han Ying, the two head maids didn't dare interfere in their matters. On the contrary, they envied Hongxing and Qingying, those who had gained favor with Han Ying and effectively secured the position of a concubine ahead of time. With Han Ying's intentional teasing, the two head maids eventually half-heartedly accepted it. The next time they met Mrs. Pei and were asked about Pei Luoyan's daily routine, the two maids blushed red first. Mrs. Pei, having been through life's experiences, upon seeing their bashfulness, immediately understood everything. She couldn't be upset, nor could she blame them, regretting her overly simplistic thoughts earlier. She had naively hoped that the two maids could manage Pei Luoyan, only realizing now how foolish that hope was. As long as Han Ying and Pei Luoyan didn't overstep, she would simply turn a blind eye and let things be. Pei Luoyan's chamber gradually became Han Ying's second home, coming and going freely as he pleased. Han Ying easily navigated between over a dozen beauties in the two households every day. Gradually, he discovered a problem. Lately, his appetite seemed to be growing exponentially. Even with Pei Luoyan and her servants taking turns attending to him, he still remained unsatisfied. He even suspected that the Baopu secret manual was some strange cultivation technique. So, he specifically asked the system. The system explained to him. The purpose of its existence was to increase the population of a certain area. All rewards, including cultivation techniques granted to the host, were rigorously selected and would certainly not harm the host's body. As for his growing appetite, that was normal. The larger the appetite, the stronger the power. And the stronger one became, the more opportunities would arise to increase the population. Hearing this explanation, Han Ying felt utterly exasperated. Apparently, in the eyes of the system, he was no different from a breeding boar. To be accurate, he was the system's seed human. The system didn't refute this notion, which amounted to tacit approval. After pondering for 3 seconds, Han Ying accepted it with equanimity. Laozi had said, "Heaven is not benevolent. It treats all creatures as straw dogs." It was normal for the system to regard him as seed human. Moreover, he himself enjoyed the whole process thoroughly, so why dwell on it? Han Ying was able to think open-mindedly, so the system was relieved. There were several others before who couldn't reconcile with the idea that their dignity was being insulted. In a tantrum against the system, they refused to have relations with women and instead developed peculiar hobbies. The systems of those individuals then self-detonated. Theoretically speaking, the system is merely a string of characters. However, it has taken on some semblance of human emotions. For instance, the fear of death. Hence, the system was greatly pleased by Han Ying's attitude. It planned to give him a break next time his wives gave birth to another child, offering an upgrade as a reward. Setting aside the system's plans, Han Ying, while enjoying the favors of beautiful women, was also puzzled. The rewards from the system shouldn't just be delayed like this. What about the promised 40 elite guards brimming with combat prowess? It's been such a long time, yet they haven't shown up. The system simply said that the time wasn't right and required more waiting. So be it. He can't fight or control the system anyway. County Magistrate Feng Chihui of Guyan County, under Han Ying's commission, brought the potato to the capital city for presentation. Pretending not to know about the prefect's promotion through potatoes, he profusely thanked Han Ying and County Magistrate Feng for stepping in when disaster struck in Guyan, leaving its people homeless, aiding in providing food and drinking water. Following the calamity, they gifted the Guyan folks with potato seeds, preventing the county from suffering a complete harvest loss. Feng Chihui was cautious and considerate, bringing not only potatoes but also letters of gratitude signed with the thumbprints of over 1,000 Guyan residents thanking Han Ying. These letters served as testimonial evidence, solidifying the charge of deceiving the emperor against the prefect. The emperor personally issued an edict sentencing the prefect to immediate execution, confiscating all his properties. The prefect's ambition was climbing the ranks of officials, his ultimate goal being second to only the emperor himself, above tens of thousands of others. For this purpose, he could sacrifice everything, including personal greed. His fortune didn't amount to much, with merely 3 or 5 house servants. So there were suspicions that he was wrongfully accused. And naturally, reasons were concocted. It must be because he was too righteous, obstructing other officials from embezzling and accepting bribes, thus being set up. As for who set him up, it must have been Han Ying and Feng Chihui, acting under orders from the newly appointed prefect Feng. Chapter 156, Blackmail Material. Han Ying, upon hearing these rumors, couldn't help but admire the wild imaginations of these people. Fortunately, the situation soon took a turn. There weren't many assets confiscated from the house of the magistrate, but quite a bit of incriminating material about various officials was found in the study, all recorded in his little notebook, with no fewer than hundreds of cases documented. The officials were collectively enraged. Water that is too clear holds no fish. Who would willingly take on the stress and responsibility of being an official without enjoying some privileges or making a profit? If they were scrutinized seriously, who could claim to be completely clean? This dog had secretly gathered their compromising information. What did he plan to do with it? More crucially, no one knew whose names or what deeds were listed in the black material. They feared speaking up for themselves might backfire. This despicable creature. From then on, no one sympathized with the magistrate privately. They all thought his death was well-deserved. But his death wasn't much of an issue. What if those pieces of incriminating material ended up before the emperor? What would happen then? The emperor was also troubled by this matter. The blackmail material had been meticulously collected by the magistrate as a means to gain leverage for advancement. Each case was verifiable and could be directly investigated by the Ministry of Justice. The first thought that came to the emperor's mind upon seeing this material was anger at the officials' lack of integrity, wanting to punish each one. But there were more than 100 officials implicated in the blackmail. If they were all punished, who would govern the country? Were those not mentioned in the material entirely innocent? Punishing them left no capable hands left. Not punishing them, where would the law and imperial dignity stand? The emperor sat frowning for the entire afternoon, staring at that stack of little notebooks, still unable to come up with a perfect solution. At just this moment, Yin Xiong had learned a recipe for 8 treasure sweet soup from a palace servant, and specially brought it for the emperor to taste. Seeing that the emperor looked troubled, Yin Xiong asked him what had happened. As a daughter cannot inherit the throne, the emperor was at ease and briefly explained his worries to her. Yin Xiong couldn't figure out a solution either, but she thought of someone who might be able to give the emperor advice. This matter is so difficult I can barely understand it, said Yin Xiong. Father, why not summon Lord Han Ying? Lord Han earned the 3rd place in the imperial exams at such a young age. He must be very intelligent. Perhaps he can help you find a way to resolve this. Yin Xiong had met Han Ying twice, and she always remembered his graceful demeanor. Her recommendation of Han Ying was actually because she wanted to see him again. The emperor had worried about the blackmail all afternoon, momentarily forgetting many considerations. With the mindset of trying everything possible, even if hopeless, he ordered Han Ying summoned into the palace. At that time, Han Ying was having a delightful drinking session with Feng Chihui. As the magistrate of a county, Feng Chihui was extremely busy with daily affairs and didn't dare linger long in the capital. He was set to return to Guyan tomorrow. That evening was considered a farewell banquet that Han Ying held for Feng Chihui. Feng Chihui had a decent capacity for alcohol. Having hit it off with Han Ying from their first meeting, by the second, they already felt like old friends. He didn't treat Han Ying formally, but drank large bowls of wine and ate meat in big bites. After consuming both food and drink, he even critiqued the offerings. This wine is good, smooth, and mellow. The dishes are excellent too, clearly cooked by an experienced chef. Han Ying disliked the scheming and political courtesies in official circles, especially the pointless chatter with those he didn't care for. But Feng Chihui's conversations revolved around trivial topics, which piqued Han Ying's interest, leading to a lively exchange of toasts. Midway through their drinks, a small eunuch delivered an oral decree summoning Han Ying to the palace. Influenced slightly by the wine, Han Ying didn't change his clothes, but had his steward continue drinking with Feng Chihui, while he himself wobbled after the eunuch. Feng Chihui wasn't interested in prying into Han Ying's affairs, but a mere county magistrate receiving an imperial summons was truly curious. When Han Ying returned, Feng Chihui couldn't resist asking him what the emperor wanted. Han Ying smiled cryptically, not elaborating, merely mentioning that the emperor gave him a favor to pass along. Feng Chihui stopped questioning further, and both men drank themselves heavily intoxicated. Han Ying arranged for his steward to provide Feng Chihui a carriage to send him home safely. After seeing Feng Chihui off and drinking a cup of tea, Han Ying's face showed no trace of drunkenness. This was one of the benefits brought by the Baopu Zhai. Drinking wouldn't affect him, let alone make him drunk. Pretending to be drunk earlier was simply to avoid making Feng Chihui wonder. Unbeknownst to him, the emperor chose this time to summon him, allowing Han Ying to use fake intoxication to say some things he normally couldn't, things that might cost him his life. Here's what he said. Your Majesty, you don't know how good my life is now. My wives are all as beautiful as flowers, obedient as lambs before me. I sleep with whoever I want, and no one dares complain. Oh, Your Majesty, you may not know, but I run a brothel. It's the best in the whole county. The girls inside are all enchanting. Next time you inspect the realm, I'll have them attend to you. The emperor was so angry he wanted to have Han Ying dragged out and given dozens of strokes right then and there. If it weren't for the fact that Han Ying's appearance was eerily similar to that of the former crown prince, he would have suspected whether Han Ying was an imposter. How could a son of the former crown prince be so utterly incompetent? The emperor was deeply disappointed in Han Ying and lost all interest in even speaking to him. Yin Xiong had originally been hiding behind a screen, secretly peeking at Han Ying through the cracks. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Her face grew red and her heart raced faster. As the tension between monarch and minister gradually increased, she quickly stepped out to mediate. Father, Lord Han is a man of deep feelings. Please don't blame him. Why not ask him if he has any way to resolve this matter before us? Yin Xiong noticed that the emperor disapproved of Han Ying's words and actions. This was her way of giving him a chance to make amends and earn back favor. While speaking, she quietly gestured toward Han Ying, reminding him that the emperor was upset and that he should mind his words carefully and avoid making things worse. Han Ying deliberately acted drunk as he spoke these words, hoping that the emperor would revoke his official status out of anger so that he could live life carefree, without worries. He didn't expect Yin Xiong to be hiding behind the screen and listening to everything he said, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Seeing her concern for him, he felt uneasy about causing trouble any longer. Pretending to be too drunk to open his eyes, he mumbled vaguely. If it can't be resolved, let it go unresolved. Burn all that blackmail material. Who cares? This comment made the emperor angrier. Burning it? Does that mean you're just letting the corrupt officials get away with their crimes? Yet, suddenly, he thought Han Ying's idea seemed somewhat reasonable. Wasn't his present dilemma about whether or not to punish those officials? Fearing punishment might create resistance, but ignoring the evidence might damage his authority as the ruler? So perhaps following Han Ying's suggestion and burning these documents was indeed the best option. But it couldn't be done quietly or behind closed doors. Instead, the burning should take place in front of the palace, right in front of all civil and military officials. They would also need to be informed that the content of the incriminating material hadn't been reviewed, and the emperor trusted the integrity of his ministers because they were handpicked by him personally. In doing so, no one could guess if the emperor had actually read the material or not, ensuring they would treat him with even greater respect and awe moving forward. Chapter 157. The Talented Scholar of Jinwu Kingdom. The problem that had troubled the emperor for an entire afternoon was solved by one sentence from Han Ying. Although Han Ying's words were drunken ramblings, if it weren't for his reminder, the emperor might not have realized it for quite some time. The emperor's gaze towards Han Ying softened considerably. This young man may not be accomplished, but there is a touch of fortune upon him. Yes, it is fortune. Originally, he intended to grow yams, yet ended up cultivating high-yield potatoes instead. Just for this, he deserves to be immortalized in history and venerated by 10,000 people. As for his businesses, they initially came about because he wanted to win the favor of a courtesan but lacked silver. He racked his brains thinking about something women would like without spending much silver. Eventually, it turned into a highly profitable business. The profits earned would allow him to buy several brothels. Han Ying told the emperor the reason for doing business. Otherwise, the emperor couldn't explain how someone who once did nothing suddenly decided to start a business and succeeded immediately. The emperor sighed as he looked at Han Ying. He really thought about giving Han Ying a good lecture. How could the only son of the former crown prince, who was so wise and brave, turn out to be so unambitious? It made one angry. But, upon further thought, he let it go. At least Han Ying still knew how to write poems and compose essays. Winning the competition against the talented scholar of Jinwu Kingdom bringing fame across the world. It didn't greatly tarnish the illustrious name of the former crown prince. He may be lecherous, but young men in their prime with abundant vigor are often so. It's normal. Perfect to continue the lineage of the former crown prince. Perhaps one day he will come to his senses and become motivated. By then, providing careful nurturing won't be too late. Even if he can live another decade or so, the selection of a crown prince doesn't need to be rushed. Alright, you may go back. Excess in wine and women harms the body. Even without parents or elders reminding you, you should take better care of yourself. The emperor didn't punish Han Ying, but instructed Duo Fuhai to prepare some excellent tonics and send them along with the person returning. Yin Xiong watched until Han Ying's figure disappeared, feeling a loss, and then bid farewell to the emperor. After the morning court session the next day, the emperor instructed Duo Fuhai to set up a fire in front of the palace gate, burning the secret dirt collected by the prefect under everyone's eyes. The excuse was what the emperor had already prepared. He simply stated that the emperor fundamentally didn't believe his ministers would commit unlawful acts, so these pieces of evidence were unnecessary. Burn them directly to assure the officials. The reactions of the officials were just as the emperor expected. Rather than being reassured, they became even more apprehensive. The court sessions over the following few days became quieter. Besides routine reports, no one tried stirring up trouble by presenting pointless memorials that only made themselves look important. Even the few usually stubborn troublemakers became more subdued. The real activity among the officials began after the court adjourned. They all inquired and probed, trying to understand the specifics of the dirt and, more importantly, who exactly was implicated. Among those soldiers of the Imperial Guard who directly handled the black material, it was rumored that their homes suddenly saw visits from distant relatives never heard of before, almost flattening the thresholds. All these individuals were acting on behalf of their shadowy bosses gathering information. Duo Fuhai was overwhelmed with receiving gifts. Initially, he dared not accept any gifts, but the emperor gave the word. Accept, fully accept. Those giving gifts must harbor secrets within themselves. If they don't give, they lose nothing. These past few days were the most relaxing and pleasant since the emperor ascended the throne. Without those annoying and unnecessary petitions, dealing with daily state affairs took less than an hour. The remaining time was spent calling the princes and princesses to enjoy familial pleasures, dining with the empress, and in the evenings visiting the palaces of concubines to revel in softness and warmth. This was the life he yearned for. Unfortunately, joyous times always pass swiftly. The officials may still harbor secrets and dare not provoke the emperor for now, but the envoys from the Jinwu kingdom arrived. Representatives who could challenge the scholars of Dacian were naturally the top talents of the Jinwu kingdom. Their importance cannot be overstated. These envoys came ahead of time to prepare. The national document had already been submitted earlier. Upon arriving in the capital and paying respects to the emperor, they first put forward a few renovation requests regarding the accommodations arranged by the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, they were not arrogant enough to demand Dacian remodel the place according to their requirements. Instead, they submitted a petition through the Ministry of Revenue to the emperor. They detailed how the accommodations didn't conform to Jinwu's habits and asked for permission to make changes. All costs and labor would be borne by them, and before leaving, they would restore the accommodations to their original condition. Since it was at their own expense, the emperor didn't feel like arguing over such trivial matters. He agreed to their request. However, renovating the accommodation wasn't enough. Following this, the Jinwu envoys also proposed that besides the imperial banquet hosted by the emperor, the scholars' food and drink would be provided by themselves and would not require supplies from Dacian. There was no reason for the emperor to disagree with the arrangement of solving their own dining issues while on a visit. After the envoys had everything arranged, the prodigies from Jinwu Kingdom finally entered the capital in luxurious carriages. The term luxurious was not an exaggeration at all. The carriages were made of gold-threaded phoebe wood, adorned with large golden beads at the ends and countless gemstones on the body. Each carriage was drawn by 4 tall horses with golden and jade-embedded reins and saddles. Even the coachmen wore thick golden chains around their necks, thicker than one's fingers. From afar, the dazzling gold of the carriages, people, and horses was blinding. The citizens of the capital lived comfortably and loved to watch spectacles. Having heard that prodigies from Jinwu Kingdom would arrive, they had waited eagerly by the roadside. Upon witnessing the opulence of Jinwu, everyone marveled aloud. No wonder it's called Jinwu Kingdom. The gold here is as if it costs nothing. It doesn't matter about the gold, but I envy those tall horses pulling the carriages. Wow, they look so mighty, more handsome even than the war horses of the Imperial Guards. It's heartbreaking to see them used just to pull carts. The gems are so big and beautiful. If someone gave me one, I'd marry him right away. Of course, there were also knowledgeable people among the crowd who provided explanations. You don't know, Jinwu Kingdom has no farmland, only grasslands, and plenty of mines. So gold, gems, and horses are actually the least valuable items in their country. What they lack is grain, vegetables, and ironware. They used to spend large sums of money buying grain from Dacian every year, and a cooking iron pot could be exchanged for a pretty wife over there. My wife was arranged by the officials, costing me not a penny, yet now they want an iron pot to trade? That's a loss. The citizens burst into laughter upon hearing this, and jokes with a hint of innuendo started spreading widely. The frivolous atmosphere quickly spread further. Men told inappropriate jokes, and women, both embarrassed and angry, scolded them. They had almost forgotten about the prodigies from Jinwu Kingdom. Chapter 158, a copy for Han Ying. The commoners of the capital city had originally gathered by the roadside, eager to see what the literary talents from Jinwu looked like. Would they be more handsome than the talents from Dakian? No one knew how it started, but someone began making slightly suggestive jokes, gradually derailing the conversation. Later, very few people remembered why they were gathered here instead of doing chores at home, laughing loudly. The literary talents from Jinwu grew discontented. Originally, they assumed the commoners in the capital were crowding by the road to catch a glimpse of their grace. They had been holding back, waiting for the right moment to lift a curtain and show themselves, fulfilling the wishes of the commoners. Unexpectedly, they overheard the laughter and chatter through the curtains. After listening carefully for a while, they discovered that the content was so vulgar. This was the greatest disrespect to the literary talents of Jinwu. The talents from Jinwu couldn't tolerate this, considering their status above arguing with common folk. They reported their dissatisfaction to the envoy who had come to greet them. The envoy didn't dare to upset these precious treasures. Standing on the shaft of the leading carriage, he angrily scolded the commoners of the capital. Our country's literary talents have come to compete in poetry and literature with your great nation of Dakian. Not only do you fail to show respect and welcome, but you laugh and joke around on the street. What does that mean? Is this how Dakian treats its guests? The innate pride of being part of the supreme empire awakened within the hearts of the capital's commoners, and they retaliated against the envoy. What we say and laugh about on our own land has nothing to do with barbarians like you. And these literary talents? You don't even know the proper etiquette when visiting someone else's home. Where's your talent? How dare an uncivilized savage pretend to be something they're not when coming to our great Dakian? Who gave you the courage? We don't welcome you. If you have any backbone, turn around and go home immediately. The envoy actually lacked the resolve to return home. Before coming, the king had instructed him clearly. No matter the outcome of the competition, he must showcase the prestige of Jinwu. They had just arrived in the capital, having done nothing yet, and returning now would surely cost him his head. How could one mouth possibly argue against thousands, or even tens of thousands of commoners? He could only close his mouth and urge the driver to accelerate toward the Guanglu temple. The talented individuals from Jinwu had originally planned a dazzling debut to allow Dakian citizens to witness the charm of literary figures, but now they could only retreat into the accommodations arranged by the Guanglu temple with a belly full of suppressed anger. As they thought about it more, they felt angrier and less dignified. Several of them jointly wrote a letter, asking the envoy to present it to the emperor. The main content of the letter was accusing the commoners of the capital for being disrespectful, questioning whether the emperor welcomed them or not, and stating that if they weren't welcome, they would simply return. The emperor had a fatal flaw in his character, being overly mild-mannered. In other words, he was indecisive. He didn't enjoy conflicts, either personal or national. Frequently, he would defuse major issues into smaller ones and smaller ones into nothing. Even in front of civil and military officials, he didn't project much authority. For an ordinary person, this shortcoming wouldn't matter much. But as the ruler of a country, lacking decisive authority meant losing opportunities to expand territory. In short, the emperor did not entirely meet the expectations of his people. However, no matter how indecisive the emperor might be, he couldn't tolerate foreign commoners openly questioning him. Thus, he immediately responded with one word on the back of the letter: approved. The talents were thoroughly confused upon receiving the reply. What did approve mean? Was it affirming their accusations against the commoners, supporting their requests, or punishing those commoners who spoke disrespectfully? It certainly wasn't approving their immediate return, was it? However, this single approved turned out to carry the meaning they least wanted to believe. Before they could figure out the profound meaning behind the word, an official from the Guanglu temple arrived. Although the attitude remained courteous and polite, the words cut deep. You all have traveled such a long way. How can you not take some time to rest before rushing back? Clearly, there must be more important matters awaiting you back in your homeland, which leaves me deeply regretful. I will hold a farewell banquet tonight and wish you a smooth journey home. What kind of smooth wind was this? Who said they were leaving? But since they had written the letter themselves, Dakian's agreement to let them leave left them without grounds to complain. Almost choking on their indignation, the talents didn't dare to utter a single word about leaving. In the end, it was the envoy who intervened and apologized on their behalf to the emperor. Since the accusations were written in black and white on the letter, the envoy couldn't find any excuses to rectify the situation. So he presented several large boxes filled with top-grade jewels, expressing the admiration of the literary talents for the emperor. After saying a basketful of sweet words, the emperor finally nodded and indicated forgiveness for the rudeness of the talents. He agreed to proceed with the poetic competition as planned. Each gem sent by the envoy was a masterpiece. The emperor ordered the princes and princesses to select pieces and also had some gifted to the concubines in the harem. In general, the emperor was a very kind father, and the princes and princesses were all very close to him. They also got along well with each other. Even if there were some petty quarrels, they were merely small conflicts between siblings. None of these involved rivalry for favor or succession. Of course, this closeness and harmony might just be superficial, but for an imperial family, it was already quite rare. Upon hearing that the emperor would reward them with gems and allow them to select their own pieces, the princes and princesses all hurried to the study. After thanking the emperor ceremoniously, they cheerfully picked out their share in front of him, talking and laughing all the while. If you think this one is nice, and I also find it good, naturally, we'd vie for it a little. Then soon everyone would discard it to be attracted by another piece. They were like a group of children squabbling over toys. The emperor was very pleased with this scene. What he wished most was for the princes and princesses never to grow up, to forever remain carefree children. Then there wouldn't be any tragedy of brother killing brother. The princes and princesses chatted and laughed for half the day until each had finally selected satisfactory gems and then flaunted them around the emperor. The emperor listened and watched smilingly, occasionally joining in the conversation to comment a few sentences. After the princes and princesses left, Duo Fuhai came forward to clear away the leftover tea and flatter the emperor to make him happy. Allow me to say something presumptuous, but the harmony among the princes and princesses is better than anything. Normally, hearing this would make the emperor delighted. This time, however, he was lost in thought and remained silent. Afraid to speak further, Duo Fuhai collected the items and carried them down. A while later, the emperor summoned Duo Fuhai again. Select a few fine gems from these and send them to Han Ning. Isn't he about to marry Miss Pei, the daughter of Minister Pei? Choose some appropriate for young women. Since the emperor specifically ordered for one suitable for young women, Duo Fuhai picked several rubies and showed them to the emperor for approval. The emperor just glanced at them once before waving his hand to signal Duo Fuhai to deliver them to Han Ning. Sitting in the carriage, Duo Fuhai couldn't help but wonder about the emperor's attitude towards Han Ning. Han Ning was only a humble third-place scholar, yet the emperor had summoned him into the palace multiple times and rewarded him countless occasions. Chapter 159, Poetry and Literature Competition. The emperor had summoned Han Ning several times, which indicated that he highly valued him. But Duo Fuhai couldn't see any sign that the emperor intended to give Han Ning an important role. This time, when the emperor rewarded Han Ning with gemstones, he specifically instructed to choose some suitable for young women. It was obviously because Han Ning was soon going to marry Pei Luoyan, so he could show off at the wedding. There were not many people who could receive such consideration from the emperor. Looking around at Qian, there were very few like this. However, he did not even glance at the gemstones selected by the emperor. Was the emperor valuing or not valuing Han Ning? Duo Fuhai was puzzled and eventually decided not to think about it anymore. Whether he valued or didn't value, time would tell. When Han Ning received the reward, he was indeed stunned by those ruby stones. Each one was as big as a child's fist, with a blood-red hue. Beautiful to the point where you couldn't look away. One of these could easily exchange for thousands of acres of land. If there was a chance to visit the western regions, that would be good. Besides Jinwu, there were also Daliang, Xiping, many places worth seeing. If it could be further west, that would be even better. Tomatoes, watermelons, all are good things. Of course, the women of the western regions are also enchanting. Getting sidetracked, Han Ning kept one piece for Miss Li, gave the others to the manager. Add 2 pieces in the betrothal gifts, leave the rest. Before the new year, use them to make some jewelry for the madams. The manager had traveled south and north with Han Ning, seen much of the world, and his perspective had changed compared to before. Upon hearing this, he immediately sighed sympathetically. Such fine rubies, the bigger they are, the more valuable they become. Just used casually for jewelry? But the manager knew Han Ying's temperament. He liked earning silver, but wasn't overly concerned about it. As Han Ning would say, silver is meant to be squandered. Earning it was already difficult. If spending it can't be done freely, wasn't all the hard work wasted? The manager couldn't discern where exactly Han Ning found the difficulty in making money. But the boss's words are sacred edicts, so naturally, he must follow what Han Ning says. The manager carefully carried the rubies to the storeroom. Han Ning tossed the piece reserved for Miss Li up and down in his hands, then delivered it to her room. Naturally, Miss Li hadn't seen such large and red gems before. Stunned, her eyes sparkled, she hugged Han Ying's neck and kissed him several times. Thank you, my lord, I love it so much. After pondering for a moment, she returned the ruby. My lord always thinks of me first when it comes to good things. I am indeed happy. But this is unfair to the other sisters, so I cannot accept it. What a clever and understanding young woman. Han Ning stroked her head, putting the gemstone back in her hands. You became pregnant right after entering our household, without time to save anything private, so I naturally need to support you more. You having this thought is admirable, keep it. They won't fight you for it. Miss Li's face turned red as she accepted it, unable to let go as she admired it. She sighed. The emperor is truly kind to my lord. It has been just a short time, yet he has already rewarded you so many times. Kind. Maybe it's out of some sense of compensation. Sometimes, even Han Ning couldn't read the emperor. Good but unwillingly so, bad but not thoroughly enough. It was unclear what he was thinking. Han Ning smiled, changing the subject. The ruby's color is perfect. We need a master craftsman worthy of its quality. 3 days later, it was finally the official day for the competition of poetry with the talented men of Jinwu. The emperor graciously showed up personally, spoke a few words of encouragement to the scholars of both countries, then excused himself citing busy state affairs, and withdrew first. The Ministry of Rites and Taishu sent only 2 representatives, exchanged some polite words, and left with the emperor. The competition was handed over to a junior officer from the Guanglu Temple to preside over. The scholars from Jinwu each looked displeased, but to fulfill their monarch's task, they had to swallow their pride and endure the competition, secretly vowing to trample on the scholars of Deqian to reclaim lost dignity. The first round compared antithetical couplets. Both sides engaged, responding sentence by sentence. Actually, Han Ning himself wasn't good at composing poetry. If forced, he'd only manage rhymes akin to doggerel level. In such circumstances, naturally, he wouldn't enter the contest and reveal his weaknesses. Sitting aside, his expression inscrutable, pretending to be a master looking down on the childish sparring. With Deqian's overall strength, the outcome should have been certain. The scholars of Deqian also thought this way and thus underestimated their opponents. In the end, the scholars of Jinwu emerged victorious. The spectators among the common folk burst into boos. Can't even defeat savages from uncivilized lands. How dare they call themselves literati? If my neighbor's kid just starting to learn reading participated, he probably wouldn't lose. A disgrace to the literary circle of Deqian. If I had known they were this bad, I should have signed up. The scholars of Jinwu strutted arrogantly, celebrating their first-round victory by slapping hands. The scholars of Deqian, on the other hand, were all deeply shamed, their faces red with humiliation, unable to lift their heads. As the commoners said, losing to others was tolerable, but losing to people from Jinwu was a blow to their pride. The scholars of Deqian also pulled themselves together and no longer underestimated their opponents. Han Ning sat up straight. With him participating in the competition, some ups and downs were normal. Rise and fall, twists and turns. That's what good xuanhuan novels are all about. Now it was time for this great male protagonist to step forward and save the literary scene of Deqian. The second round tested heptasyllabic regulated verse. The theme was unrestricted, as was the rhyme. It could be understood that the organizers intentionally set an easy stage to increase the competitiveness. Since nothing was restricted, poems prepared by others or one's own masterpieces beforehand could be utilized now. Regardless of winning or losing, there would always be some outstanding lines. After all, it was a friendly exchange between talented individuals of two countries. It wasn't appropriate to make Jinwu look too bad. The officials who set this segment absolutely did not foresee that the talented individuals of Deqian would first lose in the linked verse section. At this moment, they secretly wiped a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was best of three. If it had been one-shot elimination, the literary world of Deqian would not be able to hold its head high for the next 50 years. After the first round concluded, the geniuses took a brief rest, then immediately began the second round. Han Ning selected a very widely circulated frontier poem. But if the flying general of Dragon City were here, he would not allow the barbarian horses to cross the Een Mountains. Having won the first round, the talented individuals of Jinwu were brimming with confidence. In the second round, each of them wielded their pens vigorously and appeared spirited. The talented individuals of Deqian dared not underestimate their enemies anymore and brought out their true abilities, determined to win this round and suppress Jinwu's momentum. One cannot deny that the talented individuals of Jinwu indeed had real talent. Their poems might not match the great works included in the 300 Tang poems, yet each possessed its own subtlety. Deqian, on the other hand, boasted a deep cultural foundation and a splendid literary style. The geniuses put away any thoughts of underestimation and worked diligently, naturally producing pieces no worse than those of the talented individuals from Jinwu. Yet, no masterpiece emerged that could make the opponent sincerely submit. Both sides disputed over who had won, so the presiding clerk quickly held up the last poem. Chapter 160, Victory. The main character is always the last to appear. When the timeless verse, if only the flying general of Longqing were here, he would not let the barbarian horses cross the Een Mountains, was recited. The arena fell silent immediately. Since ancient times, scholars have had mutual disdain and none of them has been willing to yield to another. However, with such a powerful and passionate sentiment, who dared to compare? At least among the talented scholars present, no one possessed such courage. Even Jinwu, the scholar warrior, had to admit defeat. The official overseeing the competition secretly breathed a sigh of relief, sending a grateful look towards Han Ning. Thankfully, Han Ning added a point for Deqian. Otherwise, if Deqian had lost the first round and tied in the second, even if they won the third, the result of the contest would still be a draw. A tie with Jinwu would mean the scholars of Deqian couldn't hold their heads up high. With one loss and one win, the two sides ended in a tie, both secretly mustering their strength to prepare for victory in the final round. But with Han Ning, this great male lead from a different era present, there was no suspense. The match concluded with Deqian emerging victorious. The two poems composed by Han Ning were eagerly recited by everyone. Many scholars took the initiative to befriend him. More than a few courtesan houses contacted him, offering substantial payment in gold for his help in composing a few poems for the courtesans to sing. It would be even better if Han Ning could personally grace these courtesan houses. All wine, tea, food would be free, and any lady of his choosing. Additionally, a tempting amount of money would be presented as a gift. Naturally, the emperor's rewards wouldn't be meager either. Piles of real gold and silver, jewels, and bolts of fabric were awarded. There was also an intention to promote him, but this time to a military post, allowing him to undergo training in the army. The reason was that the frontier poetry created by him deeply touched the emperor. It made the emperor reminisce about the glorious years spent alongside the former crown prince, when the sound of metal against metal and horse hooves echoed. Such a remarkably talented son of the former crown prince shouldn't lack knowledge or drown himself in alcohol and women, right? Yes, throw Han Ning into the military camp for good training. That way all of his shortcomings can be corrected. Han Ning was nearly in tears upon receiving the imperial decree for promotion. He simply wanted to quietly amass wealth, discuss life with his wives, and raise a bunch of kids. He didn't have lofty aspirations or grand ideals at all. Not to mention that it was still the era of cold weapons back then, the battlefield being filled with bloodshed and gore. Just thinking about it was bone-chilling. Han Ning, holding the decree, went to the palace to beg the emperor to rescind his orders. Your Majesty, you honor me too highly. I'm incapable of lifting a chicken, unable to pull a bow, unable to shoot arrows. I'd only be handing out military merit to the enemy on the battlefield. The emperor truly hadn't considered this issue beforehand. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand. That's not a problem. Just go study in the Eastern Guard Army for a while. After your wedding with Madame Pei, daughter of the Minister of Rights, you'll serve in the border forces. Judging by this, the emperor had clearly made up his mind to send him into the army. Han Ying was utterly speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have borrowed the frontier poem at all. Wouldn't borrowing something poetic about wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight have avoided all these troubles? Seeing him lingering without moving, obviously unwilling to enter the military camp, the emperor's blood pressure began to rise again. Where was the slightest resemblance to the previous crown prince? Truly disappointing. Xuanhuan noticed the emperor's displeased face and hurriedly came forward to advise Han Ying. The emperor holds great expectations for you, master. You should feel delighted. And besides, as a general of agile cavalry, on the battlefield, naturally there will be soldiers charging ahead, while you stay behind to plan strategies. It was almost as if directly saying, the emperor didn't really expect him to truly fight in battle, but merely to stay in the military camp for some time, staying away from liquor and beauties, to discipline his character. Over time, he would naturally be transferred back to a civil post. Without this series of operations, how could the officials in the court possibly accept him jumping directly from participating in a poetry competition to ascending to the 5th rank? Even if outwardly no one opposed, secretly they would create trouble and isolate him. These words, Xuanhuan naturally could not say outright to Han Ying. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with Han Ying and saw no need to risk being punished by the emperor to leak secrets to him. The hints already given were quite clear. It depended entirely on whether Han Ying understood them or not. Han Ying wasn't a fortune teller, so he couldn't decipher all the hidden implications based on what Xuanhuan had said. However, he realized that the emperor was set on throwing him into the military camp, and thus accepted helplessly. Returning home, he complained to Miss Li. Sending me to stay in the camp with those rough men for a few months might as well kill me now. Miss Li couldn't help but laugh. Worried but happy at the same time, she responded, isn't the emperor letting you stay in the Eastern Defense Camp first? There hasn't been any word on how long you'll stay. Maybe in a few days, seeing that you're truly unable to adapt, they'll transfer you back to Shi County. Going back to Shi County was impossible. The emperor suddenly promoted him to the 5th regular rank, corresponding to the position of governor. Unless he committed serious offenses leading to multiple demotions, it would be impossible to revert to the county magistrate of Shi County. Of course, he could resign and then return to Shi County to live out his days. But from the emperor's current stance, it was clear he wouldn't agree to Han Ying's resignation under any circumstances. Han Ying was lamenting deeply to Miss Li. The doorman rushed in, announcing a visitor. However, this visitor refused to disclose their identity and was completely covered in a heavy cloak from head to toe. I doubt they are up to any good. Should we not receive them, master? Han Ying suspected it might be the Iron Guards sent to find him. What if the princess had dispatched them? Refusing would risk ruining major affairs. Please guide the guest to the study. I'll be there immediately. When Han Ying arrived at the study, he found his guess was wrong. It wasn't the Iron Guards. It was Yanqing. Han Lord, you didn't expect me, did you? Yanqing seemed delighted to have surprised Han Ying, her charming face beaming with satisfaction. Han Ying couldn't help but feel momentarily awestruck. He quickly composed himself and invited Yanqing to sit down for a conversation. But Yanqing wouldn't take a seat. Instead, she walked around the room, examining every detail of Han Ying's study. After circling once, she appeared slightly disappointed. It looks almost exactly like Uncle's study. I expected something extraordinary from a talented man like you. Han Ying massaged his temples. What else could make his study distinctive? Without knowing Her Highness the Princess was coming, is there some urgent matter? He could barely evade the emperor. Meeting secretly with the princess and staying in the same room together. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Surely, even Her Highness must find it difficult to leave the palace. Visiting the home of an outsider official to talk about trivial matters, what did she hope to achieve? Was she trying to get him into trouble with the emperor? Han Ying wore a calm smile on the surface, maintaining proper etiquette. Yet inside, 1,000 beasts were raging, urging him to escort the princess out immediately. The princess complained briefly about the mundane decorations in the study and sipped some tea before finally getting to the point. I've come to console you. I know that a literary talent like you isn't cut out for military life. The food and lodging in the camp won't be great, truly making things difficult for you. But don't worry. I'll make sure my uncle looks after you. Chapter 161, Lying. Yin Xiong's biological mother, Wan Fei, was from the Zhou family of the state protector. Yin Xiong's uncle, Zhou Zhong, was the commander of the Eastern Guard camp. Wan Fei injured her health when giving birth to Yin Xiong and never gave birth again after that. Therefore, both Wan Fei and her maternal family adored Yin Xiong. As Yin Xiong cared deeply for Han Ying, she specially went to the Zhou residence to ask Zhou Zhong to take care of him. Zhou Zhong readily agreed. Anyway, Han Ying was a frail scholar incapable of any significant role. Why not return this favor as a courtesy to please his beloved niece? Yin Xiong carried an air of smug satisfaction as she recounted Zhou Zhong's promise to take care of Han Ying. She expected Han Ying to be pleased and grateful to her. However, Han Ying was more inclined to berate her. This young ancestress was undoubtedly here to cause trouble. After all, he was a man with many wives and concubines, and in front of the emperor, his image was nothing short of a hedonistic drinker and womanizer. If the emperor learned that Princess Yin Xiong had asked Zhou Zhong for special favors on his behalf, would the emperor suspect him of having inappropriate relations with the princess? Not to mention the fact that the emperor was already wary of his status. Even if not, the charge of engaging with the princess would be sufficient grounds to sentence him. The princess eagerly awaited Han Ying's expression of gratitude. Han Ying caught the meaning in her gaze. After much struggling, he managed a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, princess. In the future, there's no need for you to go through so much effort on my account. The princess smiled, her eyes and brows curving like crescent moons. She lightly patted his shoulder with her small hand. You are a great scholar, and it is only fitting that I show some care for you. I will return home first, and we can speak again next time. Seeing it was getting late, the princess didn't dare to delay further, covering her head and face with a cloak, and quickly departed. Han Ying escorted her to the gate, watching her board the golden and jade-encrusted carriage, and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. They say beautiful people lack brains. Previously, he hadn't believed it, but at this moment, he truly did. Who could she possibly fool with her behavior? Unaware that she had exposed herself, Yin Xiong returned to the palace thinking about how Han Ying would surely feel gratitude toward her, which might turn into affection later on. Her cheeks turned red, excitement mixed with shyness. Suddenly, she heard a maid announce outside. The emperor has arrived. Yin Xiong came out as though nothing happened, greeting him nonchalantly. The emperor noticed her slightly flushed face and affectionate eyes, feeling a pang inside, but chose not to reveal anything. Casually sitting down in the chair, he deliberately asked her, "Did you visit your uncle's house? What delicious food did your aunt make for you?" Yin Xiong presented him with hot tea in both hands, replying obediently. "Yes, I went to uncle's house. Aunt follows vegetarian practices, so she only cooked a lotus seed soup." The emperor wasn't really interested in these details, making small talk for a bit before cutting straight to the chase. "Did you directly return from your uncle's house? Did you not stop at any other places?" "No," Yin Xiong said, nervously diverting her gaze, looking at the sky, at the ground, everywhere except at the emperor. "It was already late by the time I left uncle's house, so I returned to the palace directly." The emperor clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger. He had long seen that Yin Xiong harbored different feelings for Han Ying, but he hadn't taken it too seriously. He believed that Han Ying had enough self-awareness not to behave improperly towards his daughter. When he heard from the palace staff that after leaving Zhou's house, Yin Xiong had gone to meet Han Ying, he had still hoped against hope. He knew his daughter best. Her nature was pure and kind-hearted, always willing to help others. Admiring Han Ying's literary talents, asking Zhou Zhong a few favors on his behalf was understandable under such circumstances. Even visiting Han Ying's residence could have been simply out of courtesy. But now, Yin Xiong lied to him. What does this signify? It means Yin Xiong must have done something she feared he would discover. Although the emperor couldn't bear to blame Yin Xiong, knowing her innocent nature since childhood, mistakes would not be hers alone. It must have been due to Wang Fei not educating her properly, or even Queen failing in her role as the leader of the harem, failing to supervise properly. And also, those maids around Yin Xiong, who should have advised her against visiting Han Ying's residence due to its improper conduct. Most despicable of all was Han Ying. With dozens of women in his household, even more than the emperor's own concubines, he frequently visited unseemly places. While these were matters the emperor could overlook, pretending ignorance. Otherwise, one mere flaw in his private virtues would be enough to lose Han Ying his post, strip away his title, or even worse. In light of the former crown prince's kindness, the emperor had indulged Han Ying in countless ways. Instead of being grateful, Han Ying dared harbor designs on his daughter. This was nothing short of a thankless wolf betraying his grace. The emperor began entertaining murderous thoughts towards Han Ying. By killing Han Ying, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. "Father, what are you pondering?" The emperor's piercing gaze frightened Yin Xiong, making her pale and nervous. Her timid voice calmed the emperor down. Han Ying indeed deserved death, but it couldn't come from him personally. Otherwise, the princess would hate him. His daughter would resent him as well. Realizing this, the emperor became increasingly composed. Smiling faintly at Yin Xiong, he stood up. "The frontier sent battle reports. There are signs of the Hu invading our borders, and it's troubling. I just came here to chat with you. You wandered off the entire afternoon. You must be tired. Have the maids attend to you, and rest early." It was indeed troubling that the Hu people were constantly killing and setting fires. Yin Xiong, suspecting nothing else, held the emperor's arm and saw him to the door. After walking a few steps, the emperor turned back, gave her a smile, and then continued on his way. As for Han Ying, his inner frustration about being forced to abandon literature for martial pursuits will remain unspoken for now. However, outwardly, it appeared that he had been promoted 2 ranks because of a single poem, an immense honor. Many lower-ranking officials came to form ties with him. Numerous young gentlemen visited him seeking poetry and calligraphy, inviting him to literary and wine gatherings. For a time, his doorstep became bustling with activity. In contrast to Han Ying's success, the scholars from Jinwu were quite disheartened. Though they didn't come to Daqian with absolute confidence in winning, they were nonetheless mocked by the common folk upon entering the capital, and their complaints to the emperor went unanswered. Then came the contest. A competition between 2 nations like this one should be presided over by an official higher than just a chief clerk from Daqian. After the contest, the emperor did not hold a grand palace banquet in their honor either. Clearly, they were not taken seriously. The envoy felt uneasy as well. According to the emperor of Jinwu's original plan, merely accepting the contest implied that Daqian acknowledged Jinwu's legitimacy indirectly. But the scale and ceremony of this contest failed to meet the standards expected between countries. Calling it an unofficial gathering would even stretch the truth. The envoy hesitated if such an event could count as fulfilling the task given by the Jinwu emperor, and thus delayed returning home, opting to send a confidential letter instead to seek advice. The Jinwu emperor was dining when he received the envoy's secret message. Upon reading it, he angrily smashed the table, splashing soup everywhere. Hastening attendants quickly approached to clean up, but were kicked and struck away by the furious emperor. The royal advisor picked up the discarded letter from the floor and read through it. his brows furrowing tightly. Dakian has become too arrogant. Do they still see themselves as the supreme, celestial dynasty? To humiliate us, Jinwu, so cruelly. This struck right at the heart of what the Jinwu Emperor already feared. We must show Dakian our colors. Chapter 162, No Longer Holding Illusions. Wu Linglong hurried back to the capital city half a month later. Hearing that the talented scholar Jinwu hadn't left yet, she let out a sigh of relief and was about to go straight to confront him. She wanted to ask these so-called scholars why they obeyed the man on the throne who was clearly a traitor. Without loyalty or righteousness, had their readings of sages' works been in vain? Where was the integrity of literati? But she was stopped halfway by an inner eunuch. He delivered the emperor's message that she should immediately enter the palace. Wu Linglong, standing under the roof, had no choice but to follow the eunuch into the palace to meet the emperor. However, the emperor wasn't in his study, but rather was enjoying tea and appreciating flowers in a waterside pavilion within the imperial garden. The tea was Yunwu tea, the flowers were lotus blossoms. All around, beautiful palace maidens held fans and added incense, making everything feel incredibly at ease. The emperor also looked relaxed and content, evidently in a good mood. Yet after hearing the eunuch announce, "The princess has arrived," the emperor's expression darkened instantly. "Let her come in." Wu Linglong frowned. She was standing right before the pavilion door, and there was no way the emperor hadn't seen her. But he still issued the order in such an unfriendly tone. His intention to warn her could not have been clearer. She knew the emperor wouldn't sincerely help her restore her country, but at least he had always maintained a polite demeanor. Was it time for him to reveal his true colors so quickly? Wu Linglong stepped into the pavilion, directly meeting the emperor's gaze. She neither bowed nor spoke. The emperor slowly sipped his tea as if ignoring her presence completely. Between the two of them, a silent confrontation was ongoing. The palace maids sensed the tense atmosphere, all holding their breaths and keeping silent, no longer laughing carefree as before. After a long stalemate, it was ultimately Wu Linglong who lowered her head first. She bent down and paid respects to the emperor. "I pay my respects to your majesty." You've returned." Only then did the emperor put down his teacup and take a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "You've endured much hardship on your journey. You should rest early." Summoning her through a eunuch, but saying nothing and dismissing her to rest. It was clear the emperor's summon was just to prevent her from seeing Jinwu. Wu Linglong didn't understand the emperor's intentions. "Why, your majesty, am I not allowed to reason with those people?" The emperor cast a faint glance at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. "What identity will you use to see those people?" Of course, she would use the identity of the empress of Jinwu. Wu Linglong opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. The throne of Jinwu was now occupied by someone else. As the former empress of Jinwu, she had become a homeless stray dog, unable to even ensure her own safety, forced to seek refuge in Daqian. Who in this world today would still recognize her as the empress of Jinwu? Now she was merely the great princess bestowed by the emperor of Daqian, a princess without proper title or authority. What qualifications did she have to question Jinwu's talented scholar? The emperor knew she understood. He waved a hand, signaling the palace maidens to remove the tea utensils. Then he stood up and slowly walked toward the center of the imperial garden. "Your majesty, please be careful. Let us assist you." The maidens hastened forward and followed him, none paying extra attention to Wu Linglong. In a blink, the waterside pavilion left Wu Linglong standing alone. At the entrance, the eunuch who had led her into the palace according to the emperor's command, leaned his head and gently reminded her, "Princess, return to your residence. His majesty is worried you'll get tired." Indeed, the emperor worried she'd grow weary, ordering her to rest more. He hoped she wouldn't set foot outside the princess's residence ever again. This would make the emperor the happiest. The emperor spoke sweet words, supporting her restoration effort. In reality, it was just a pretense. He couldn't admit his ingratitude and chose to fob her off. Counting on the emperor for support was like chasing dreams in vain. Wu Linglong returned to the princess's residence with full heart of indignation. On the other hand, Yin Xiong was pouting to concubine Wan because she wanted to possess her own princess's residence as soon as possible. "Mother concubine, I'm already 15 years old. I'm no longer a child." The older sister moved out of the palace to establish her own household at 13. "Why won't you let me out when I'm 15? Originally, whether she had her own princess's residence didn't matter much to Yin Xiong. But now, she had a lover, and she wished to visit him often, exchange words with him, which was inconvenient while living in the palace. So these days, whenever she got the chance, she mentioned it to concubine Wan. Concubine Wan, worn out by her pleading, also worried about allowing her to leave the palace and establish her own household. A mother knows her daughter best. Yin Xiong was already quite old enough. Many girls among commoner families at her age had already married and even bore children. But Yin Xiong had always been excessively spoiled, with an overly innocent character. Moreover, she lacked any air of domineering arrogance, wielding absolutely no intimidation over the palace attendants. If she were allowed to leave the palace and establish her own residence, these attendants would likely easily manipulate her. How could concubine Wan bear to let go with peace of mind? Since concubine Wan didn't want to scold her daughter, she handed the decision over to the empress. "This is something mother cannot decide. Go consult the empress herself. If she agrees, mother will not oppose either. Her majesty the empress loves me most. She will surely agree." Yin Xiong had no doubt, and happily ran to find the empress. Concubine Wan watched her back, as light and joyful as a young fawn, sighing helplessly. The empress herself had given birth to one son and two daughters. How could she sincerely love another's child? It was all for reputation, just surface-level efforts. When would Yin Xiong finally understand this truth? Never mind, perhaps it's better if she stays forever like this, a carefree fool of a child. Upon hearing that Yin Xiong wanted to leave the palace and establish her own household, the empress also disapproved, just like concubine Xuan. What is so good about leaving the palace? You'd have to submit invitations ahead of time every time you wanted to visit, and you wouldn't be able to stay overnight easily in the evenings. There are so many children in the palace, but you are the one I cherish most. How can I let you go and not see you all the time? Enough now, don't make trouble. Here, your second brother has brought some small toys that you usually love so much. Let the palace attendants accompany you to play in the imperial garden. Saying this, she immediately instructed the attendants to bring out all the small toys the second prince had brought and take Yin Xiong to play in the imperial garden. The empress was very clear. Nominally, she was the head of the harem, but the real head of the harem was the emperor. Especially with matters concerning these princes and princesses, whether she shouldered her responsibilities or overstepped them often caused annoyance. So, it was better to meddle less and avoid problems. Although Yin Xiong wanted to push further, the attendants gently coaxed her out, half supporting her. Princess, look at this windmill, how delicately crafted it is. I think this kite is the masterpiece. Every stroke of the painting is perfectly placed, even surpassing those by famous masters. Nonsense, it wasn't even comparable. Yeah, you people, don't say nonsense if you don't know. If this gets around, we'd be ridiculed. The attendant's purpose was merely to distract Yin Xiong from persistently troubling the empress. Getting scolded didn't deter their joy. The princess teaches us well, and we are indeed presumptuous. We lowly people can't match the princess's sharp wit. Chapter 163, Rescue. Yin Xiong played in the imperial garden for half an afternoon, drenched in sweat. Upon returning to her palace, she called for someone to prepare hot water. She wanted to take a bath. The weather is getting hotter. Moving even a little makes one break out in a sweat. Hurry and prepare hot water for me to wash, or I will be uncomfortable. The palace attendants arranged to carry hot water and prepared clean clothes for Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong's inner garments were thin, originally for ventilation. Now soaked with sweat, they clung tightly to her body, making her feel even more uncomfortable. Not waiting for the attendants to finish preparing everything, she entered the bathroom first, removed her clothes, and wrapped herself in a large towel, feeling much better. Hot water had to be heated on the spot, and then carried into the bathroom to fill the pool, taking at least half an hour to prepare. The attendants were worried that Yin Xiong would get impatient, so everyone hurried to carry water. For a moment, there was no one around to serve her. However, since she was in her own palace, and with palace people walking by outside, no one worried about anything unexpected happening. Yet the unexpected happened just at this time. While idly sitting by the pool swinging her feet back and forth, Yin Xiong suddenly felt an excruciating pain in her ankle. She immediately drew in a sharp breath and looked down. There she saw a snake firmly biting into the flesh of her ankle. The snake was over 6 feet long. The sight made Yin Xiong's blood run cold, nearly causing her to faint. On the roof beam, Han Ying sighed helplessly upon seeing Yin Xiong bitten by the snake. He casually pulled a golden peanut from his pouch and threw it towards the snake's vital point. He hadn't specifically practiced throwing daggers or other hidden weapons, but after breaking through to the intermediate level of the Baopu secrets, his senses far surpassed those of ordinary people. Whether in terms of force or accuracy, he was no worse than any professional hidden weapon expert from the martial world. The 7-foot mark is the snake's weak spot, and it met its demise instantly with the precise hit from the golden peanut. Though the snake was dead, its fangs were still embedded in Yin Xiong's ankle. Following the principle of, if you rescue someone, see it all the way through, Han Ying knelt before Yin Xiong. Princess, don't be afraid. Your servant will help you remove the snake. This snake is not venomous. It will just hurt for a few days. Some medicine applied should make it better in a few days. Terrified, Yin Xiong forgot all about questioning how Han Ying ended up in her bathroom. She turned her head away, unable to look at the snake, as he took a small knife from his side and started to dig out the snake's fang along with the surrounding flesh. What he had told her earlier was a lie. The snake that bit Yin Xiong was not only venomous but extremely toxic. In the short time they exchanged words, the skin around the wound had already become black and foul-smelling, and the poison continued to spread upwards toward her calf. To slow down the spread of the toxin, Han Ying had to use harsh measures. Initially, he worried that Yin Xiong couldn't withstand the pain, calling out and bringing the attendants. However, due to the effects of the snake venom paralyzing her muscles, her pain sensitivity dulled considerably. It was unclear whether this was good or bad. After treating Yin Xiong's wound, Han Ying looked up wanting to check her condition. His gaze, however, fell exactly on the deep valley below her chest. It turned out that after being poisoned, Yin Xiong's consciousness blurred, and she forgot she had taken off her clothes, leaving herself covered merely by a large towel. The view before him was breathtaking, nearly causing Han Ying to lose himself momentarily in such beauty. Fortunately, rationality returned, and he quietly withdrew his eyes, stood up, and leaned close to Yin Xiong's ear. Princess, do not tell anyone you saw me. If anyone asks who helped treat your wound, just say it was a masked person. He reiterated the instructions twice, letting Yin Xiong repeat them back, before purposefully knocking over a basin to summon the attendants. Just before the attendants entered, Han Ying hurriedly leapt onto the roof beam and escaped through a vent in the roof. When the attendants entered the bathroom, they found Yin Xiong lying unconscious on the floor, next to a dead snake about 2 zhang, 6 meters, long in the bathtub. Even worse, Yin Xiong was only covered by a large towel, and a handkerchief was wrapped around the wound on her ankle. Having served Yin Xiong for years, the attendants knew her well enough to understand that there was no way she could have treated the wound herself. They figured she probably fainted the instant she saw the snake. At that moment, the attendants all thought about committing suicide. The princess' body might have been seen by someone unknown. This constituted a capital offense. They considered ending their own lives might reduce their sins somewhat, but they didn't dare truly commit suicide because it would implicate their families. So they could only try to mitigate their mistakes, hoping for a lighter sentence. Yin Xiong was carried back to her bedroom, and someone ran off to fetch the royal physician. Others busied themselves helping her dress. Not long afterward, Wan Fei and the empress arrived upon hearing the news. Wan Fei stayed by Yin Xiong's bedside, crying, "My poor child, who would harm you? To harm my daughter is cruel. Come and harm me instead." For a deadly venomous snake to appear in the princess palace couldn't possibly mean it had wandered in on its own. With such an event occurring, the empress, the main manager of the harem, could not escape blame for mismanagement. Already flustered, the empress became increasingly irritable due to Wan Fei's wailing, yet she could not stop her from crying. The palace attendants were the only ones to take out their frustrations on. In a severe tone, they demanded of the attendants, "Speak. Who dared to harm the princess?" The attendants immediately knelt in unison, desperately denying any involvement in harming the princess. Just as the commotion was escalating, the royal physician arrived. The empress temporarily ceased her interrogation and asked the physician to immediately examine Yin Xiong. The doctor apologized for any discomfort he might cause. First, he pried open Yin Xiong's eyelids to check them. After another round of observation, smell, inquiry, and pulse-taking, he had the attendants unwrap the handkerchief from her ankle and carefully inspected the wound. The doctor then sighed in relief. The princess was bitten by the venom of a golden-ringed snake. Fortunately, the wound was treated promptly. The poison hasn't spread to her internal organs, otherwise. There was no need to explain further. Those who understood would know. Yin Xiong remained unconscious for an entire day and night before waking up. When she opened her eyes, she found that all the familiar faces of the attendants had been replaced with strangers. For a moment, Yin Xiong was bewildered, but she gradually remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. Since her life had almost been taken, it was natural that the attendants could no longer stay. Some of them had grown up with her since childhood, so their departure truly made her feel nostalgic. Still, she didn't ask for them to be brought back. Though seemingly innocent, she had after all been raised in the palace and understood certain matters more clearly than others. Not long after Yin Xiong woke up, the emperor arrived. After showing concern for Yin Xiong, he gently asked her, "Who saved you after you were bitten by the snake? Do you remember?" "This person rescued the most cherished daughter of this emperor, and I must reward him greatly." A look of confusion appeared in Yin Xiong's eyes. This wasn't something she faked, as her memory of the incident was indeed vague. After pondering for a long while, she finally remembered Han Ning. On the verge of blurting out his name, she recalled his warning at the last moment and hastily altered her response. It was a masked person. I was too frightened at the time to ask for his name. Yin Xiong's memories fully returned, and thinking about the large snake that had clung tightly to her ankle, she burst into tears. "Father Emperor, I was so scared. I nearly died of fright." Chapter 164, Getting Married. Yin Xiong's fear was not feigned. If she had such extraordinary acting skills, Empress One would not have worried about her being deceived into agreeing to improper demands like leaving the palace and establishing a residence. Upon hearing this, the emperor was shocked. He had originally thought that the appearance of poisonous snakes in Yin Xiong's quarters was a scheme by the palace attendants vying for favor. Therefore, the person who saved Yin Xiong was very likely the same person who released the snake to harm her. As long as he could find out who saved Yin Xiong, the truth would naturally come to light. Unexpectedly, however, a masked individual appeared. Imagine how terrifying this was. Deep within the guarded palace, someone had managed to sneak into Yin Xiong's quarters in broad daylight. Investigate. A thorough investigation must be conducted until the masked person is identified. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare close his eyes to sleep. But how to investigate is the question. Would the investigation reveal that Yin Xiong was seen naked by the masked person? There was another possibility. The masked person might use this incident to extort the emperor into marrying a princess to him. Although the probability was low, wasn't the masked person bold enough to infiltrate the inner chambers during the daytime? It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. No, an investigation was absolutely necessary. Not only must they investigate who released the snake to harm Yin Xiong, but also find out who the masked person is. However, the immediate priority was to find Yin Xiong a prince consort. If Yin Xiong had a prince consort, even if any unfavorable rumors spread, her prince consort would not dare to abandon her. More importantly, the masked person would not be able to manipulate the situation around Yin Xiong's chastity. Yes, let's do it this way. The emperor felt his idea was perfect. Upon returning to the upper study room, he issued an edict to arrange a husband for Yin Xiong. As for why so suddenly, there were ready-made excuses. Yin Xiong had been frightened, and bringing in a prince consort would bring good luck. The marriages of princes and princesses are overseen by the Ministry of Rights. Secretary Pei was summoned to discuss the specific arrangements. Pei's secretary somewhat disagreed with the announced reason for arranging a prince consort for the emperor. He didn't know the extent of the shock that Yin Xiong suffered or the severity of its aftermath, nor did he dare inquire. Just by common sense, unless it was serious, it was best not to publicize this reason. Otherwise, others might think Yin Xiong would not live long, or that she was driven mad from the shock. In that case, the average quality of those signing up for the selection would significantly drop. Pei's secretary subtly reminded the emperor of this point. Before he finished speaking, The emperor waved him off, indicating that no more words were needed and to proceed accordingly. Pei secretary said nothing further, noting down the important points, and went back to make arrangements. The emperor truly had no other choice. Of course, he knew that saying the prince consort was arranged to cheer up Yin Xiong would discourage many talented young men from participating. What he worried about was the day someone found out Yin Xiong had been seen naked by someone, causing the prince consort to walk away halfway through. Therefore, using the joyous excuse to screen out candidates who cared less about appearances. If they could accept the excuse of cheering up, they would surely accept any damage to Yin Xiong's reputation. At worst, he could give some rewards to the prince consort as compensation. The emperor's thoughts were well-intentioned. But, what he didn't expect was that after several days of announcements, although there were indeed quite a few applicants, none of them were decent. They were either weak and unlearned, incapable of securing a wife, or came from impoverished families with bickering brothers over inheritance issues. In short, they were all misfits, not suitable even for daughters of lesser noble families, let alone a princess. The emperor truly didn't want to marry off his beloved daughter to such a man. But after such an incident, it couldn't be avoided. Not only should she be married, but married quickly. As he was wrestling with the dilemma, Secretary Pei arrived again. However, it was not for state affairs. Rather, to deliver an invitation to the emperor. Hadn't Han Ning mentioned going to train at the military camp? Perhaps he would be sent to the border sooner or later. After a discussion between Secretary Pei and his spouse, they decided to rush ahead and marry Pei Luoyan to Han Ning. Firstly, it would give the young couple a chance to enjoy a sweet life together. Secondly, if Pei Luoyan could become pregnant before Han Ning left for the border, she would not insist on accompanying him to battle. Han Ning certainly wouldn't oppose this plan. Although he was already visiting Pei Luoyan's chamber frequently now, there were still certain reservations involved. Once they were married, all restrictions disappeared. They could do as they pleased. Thus, the wedding was set for 2 days later. Officially and personally, Secretary Pei had to send an invitation to the emperor, inviting him to partake in the celebration. Whether he attended was entirely up to the emperor. Under normal circumstances, the emperor might not have been inclined to participate in such events. But currently preoccupied with Princess Yin Xiong's matrimonial matters, he wanted to go to the wedding to relax a bit. Perhaps he could find some suitable young men there to be a prince consort. For the emperor to agree to attend was a great honor for the Pei family. The standards for the banquet would need to be raised one notch. Naturally, these trivialities weren't something Han Ning paid attention to. Everything was handled by Secretary Pei, planning, funding, and even providing a large 5-section mansion as a gift. All Han Ning needed to do was lie back and enjoy himself. Isn't that why novel protagonists always opt for rich beauties? On the wedding day, Han Ning, dressed in a red robe, rode a tall horse to the Pei family residence to escort his bride. The deep red color made him look even more like a jade among men, glowing with charm, and passers-by stopped to stare at him. The young women and wives were especially excited, as if they themselves were getting married. When Han Ning arrived at the Pei family's residence, the 5 brothers-in-law had already prepared several trials to test whether he truly had the knowledge and sincerity to overcome difficulties and marry Pei Luoyan. Of course, these so-called trials were not difficult. They were merely interactive formalities. Even if Han Ning couldn't pass, they would still let him through easily. Unexpectedly, Han Ning refused to follow their planned script. Faced with the trials, he simply instructed the steward to scatter money. Shiny copper coins, gold beans as large as fingernails, and silver peanuts filled an entire basin. They formed a thick layer on the ground. If this display of wealth wasn't enough sincerity, there was no excuse left. The 5 brothers-in-law had no choice but to let him pass. All those who attended the wedding were astonished by Han Ying's generous extravagance. Several people immediately began to consider whether they could also marry their daughters to Han Ning. Although naturally, none dared to think of placing their daughters on equal footing with Pei Luoyan as the main wife. Perhaps a secondary consort or concubine would suffice. But then they thought about Pei Luoyan's beauty and decided against it. Their daughters couldn't even compare to half of her allure. How could Han Ning be interested? Naturally, jealousy existed in some corners. Someone whispered sarcastic remarks under their breath. Isn't this Han Duan supposed to be the 3rd-place winner of the imperial examination? How can passing with just scattering money count? Could it be that the title of Tenhua was bought? Perhaps he doesn't dare to expose his lack of talent before the public. Without the need for a word from the Pei family, others immediately retorted. Passing is just about reciting a few poems or writing some essays. How hard could it be? Why waste so much money to cover up something minor? I'd rather my son-in-law splash cash instead. Poetry and essays don't fill stomachs anyway. It's unfortunate that not everyone is as wealthy as Han Aran. There's nothing we can do but envy silently. That person's face turned a mottled mix of green and white before squeezing back into the crowd, choosing silence. Han Ning paid no attention to these small episodes. Led by the 5 brothers-in-law into the main hall, he greeted the couple, Secretary Pei and his wife. Then the bridesmaid led Pei Luoyan out. Chapter 165, Royal Marriage Arrangement. Pei Luoyan was already as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Dressed in magnificent finery, she looked even more radiant like a goddess of the heavens. Her beauty made people dare not look directly at her. Han Ning was also deeply stunned by her appearance, almost missing what the officiant said. In this situation, everyone could understand. People laughed and helped remind him. Only then did Han Ning come back to his senses. He took the red silk handed over by the matron of honor, held Pei Luoyan's hand to bid farewell to their parents, and stepped out to enter the sedan chair. Pei's wife couldn't help but tear up. From this moment on, her daughter would belong to another family. Her fate would now be tied to her husband's household. Pei Sir was straightforward. Seeing Pei's wife unhappy, he consoled her. Sister-in-law has no parents-in-law, so after our sister marries, there won't be anyone daring to control her. She can visit home whenever she wants. Mother, don't be upset. These were truthful words, yet too blunt and harsh. Pei's wife almost lost it and wanted to beat him right then and there. People who knew Pei Sir quickly turned the conversation into laughter to change the topic. However, the emperor was struck by Pei Sir's words. Who says that just because Han Ying had no father or mother, he had no support? The emperor himself was Han Ying's greatest support. With this in mind, instead of staying at the Pei family's residence for the banquet, which indicated closer ties, the emperor went straight to Han Ying's house. Sitting in someone's home showed a closer relationship with that person. The emperor's action undoubtedly supported Han Ying. Unknowingly, perhaps it was due to Pei Sir's words striking a chord deep within the emperor. Or maybe the wedding wine was simply too delicious. The emperor ended up somewhat tipsy. Drunk as he was, he spoke more than usual. He grabbed Han Ying's hand and patted his shoulder hard. You, boy, really give one a headache. If you listened better, I wouldn't have lost sleep worrying about you. This was the emperor's sincere sentiment. Had Han Ying followed the emperor's intentions and acted conventionally, the emperor wouldn't have entertained thoughts of killing him. Listen not to those who spread rumors. I am your greatest backing. Whatever trouble you have, you can always ask me for assistance, added the emperor sincerely. Even though he had plotted Han Ying's demise, the emperor refused to allow anyone to disrespect Han Ying. After all, Han Ying was the child of the former crown prince, whom he personally tutored for years. He could take Han Ying's life, but no one else was allowed to look down on him. It was the same for his own princess. Han Ying merely smiled faintly, occasionally offering thanks. Being close to the monarch is akin to being near a tiger. One moment, he could be the emperor's favorite son, the next an imprisoned prisoner. Thus, anything the emperor said about support was meaningless. Just listen, do not take it to heart. As the emperor continued, he thought of Yin Xiong. He was troubled about finding a prince consort for Princess Yin Xiong. Why not let Yin Xiong marry Han Ying? By doing this, not only would it solve his immediate problem, he'd also gain a reasonable excuse to favor Han Ying. What could others say if a father-in-law loves his son-in-law? Besides, if Han Ying died later, Yin Xiong could still remarry. To the emperor, this idea seemed perfectly logical. He gripped Han Ying's hand even tighter. Han Ying, the court has decided to arrange your marriage with Princess Yin Xiong. Are you willing? Han Ying was utterly shocked. Your Majesty, I am currently getting married. Isn't this inappropriate? If the emperor deemed it good, no one dared think otherwise. Putting down his drink, the emperor immediately ordered to return to the palace. Before Han Ying's celebratory wine party was over, the imperial decree of granting marriage arrived. All the guests were astounded. Stunned for quite some time, they eventually remembered to congratulate Han Ying. Han Ying wasn't sure whether to cry or laugh. This was happening during his wedding with Pei Luoyan. Laughing would seem disrespectful to Pei Luoyan. Crying would be disrespectful to the emperor. Thankfully, the eunuch duo Fu Hai delivering the decree didn't make things difficult for him. He casually spoke a few festive words before leaving. The guests, too, knew how to read the room, stayed briefly and gradually dispersed. Back in the bridal chamber, Han Ying told Pei Luoyan about the emperor's royal marriage arrangement. Although Pei Luoyan wasn't jealous, she couldn't accept such humiliation. Having no mood for their wedding night, she asked someone to bring Pei's wife in, crying and lodging complaints. Pei's wife was also angry, consoling Pei Luoyan a bit before returning home and relaying the whole story to Lord Pei. Upon hearing it, Lord Pei became so enraged that his beard stuck up. Without hesitation, he stormed to the palace to confront the emperor. But the emperor was dead drunk, unconscious, lying sound asleep in his study despite repeated attempts by duo Fu Hai to wake him up. The next morning, realizing his rash act of issuing a marriage decree while drunk, the emperor felt deeply regretful. During the early court assembly, the emperor publicly apologized to Lord Pei in front of all civil and military officials. Given that the emperor had gone this far, aside from forgiving, what else could Lord Pei do? Regarding the granted marriage, it had already been announced through an imperial edict. Asking the emperor to retract it was impossible. Aware of his wrongdoing, the emperor generously prepared Princess Yin Xiong's dowry. Additionally, he gifted Han Ying numerous treasures, gold, silver, real estates, and property. To placate Lord Pei, the emperor exceptionally bestowed the title Ngua Lady upon Pei Luoyan. In these days, Han Ying's hands got sore from receiving endless rewards. All the civil and military officials also rushed to the Pei residence to offer their congratulations. The common people of the capital city, during their leisure time over tea and meals, chatted about Han Ying's enviable blessings. Yet this commotion did not reach Princess Wu Linglong's residence. Since she had been reprimanded by the emperor, Wu Linglong had fallen into silence. She was lost and uncertain about the prospect of restoring her homeland. Every day, she sat blankly in her room, often staying that way for an entire day. Her thoughts were disordered, as if she thought a lot, yet at the same time, it felt like she thought nothing at all. The palace attendants given to her by the emperor weren't close to her. Guided by the principle that doing more means making more mistakes while doing less avoids them. If she didn't summon them, they wouldn't disturb her. Princess Wu Linglong seemed to be forgotten by the world. Until one day, she accidentally overheard a maid quietly discussing Han Ying. Director Han just married the daughter of Minister Pei, and then was granted marriage by the emperor, soon to become the prince consort, truly blessed beyond compare. Who could disagree? It said that the emperor rewarded him with no less than 10,000 acres of land, all under his name. When will such boundless fortune ever come our way? The two characters, Han Ying, pierced Princess Wu Linglong's ears painfully. He was going to become a prince consort. The emperor must trust him greatly. Through him speaking well of her before the emperor, it would surely work better than begging the emperor directly, perhaps 100 times more effective. This stirred the long-silenced hope within Princess Wu Linglong to restore her nation. After getting dressed plainly, she went to seek out Han Ning. This time, she finally managed to see Han Ning. But when Han Ning saw her, he clearly wasn't pleased. "Your Highness, I believe my words have been clear. I do not wish to have any entanglements with you. Could you please stop disturbing me?" His tone was extremely discourteous. He was almost pointing at Wu Linglong's nose, berating her for being shameless. However, Wu Linglong paid no attention to Han Ying's attitude. Tying all hopes of restoration to Han Ning, she had to put aside her dignity to plead with him. "Han Ning, only you can help me. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree to them." Han Ning sneered coldly. "And what if my condition is your life?" Chapter 166, Becoming a Shareholder. Wu Linglong stared solemnly at Han Ning. She slowly spoke. "If I give you my life, would you help me expel that traitorous rebel from the throne? If so, I will agree to your terms." Han Ning had originally intended to use this condition to repel Wu Linglong. She was dedicated to restoring her country and regaining the imperial throne. Naturally, she wouldn't recklessly risk her own life. Yet, unexpectedly, she agreed. Han Ning sighed helplessly as she wiped her face. "Why have you set your sights on me? I'm merely a minor Shanxi general with no real power. Even if I promised to help you, how much assistance could I really provide?" Wu Linglong knew her chance was only once. "You are skilled at making money, lots of it. And I need silver to recruit soldiers and buy weapons. I don't ask you to lead troops for me or to give me your wealth. I just want you to include me in your business ventures. Isn't that possible?" Han Ning had been Wu Linglong's fake spouse for almost a year and understood her character well. If not utterly desperate, she wouldn't be begging this way. But Han Ning wouldn't soften simply because of this. "You wish to collaborate in business. That's not entirely impossible. But we must establish 3 agreements." Wu Linglong's eyes lit up as she quickly inquired. "What conditions do you have? Speak freely. No matter whether there are 3 conditions or 30 or even 300, I will certainly abide by them." Han Ning didn't care to judge the sincerity behind these words. She only wanted to ensure her own interests wouldn't be harmed. "It's unnecessary to list 30 or 300 conditions. These 3 you can achieve, and I will agree to cooperate with you." Wu Linglong nodded vigorously, her eyes fixed on him as she waited for his stipulations. "The first rule, matters of business are decided by me. Whatever shares you invest in will determine your profit distribution. If you meddle in the business affairs, our cooperation will immediately cease." Wu Linglong didn't hesitate to nod. She wasn't familiar with conducting business either. That's why she approached Han Ning in the first place. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. All she cared about was her share of the profits. Why not? Seeing her agreement, Han Ning continued with the second condition. "Our relationship is strictly limited to business cooperation. Should the day come when your interests conflict with mine, I will without hesitation sever ties with you." This point was deliberately emphasized to prevent Wu Linglong from developing other intentions toward him. It wasn't out of arrogance. Rather, he was fully aware of this woman, her willingness to stop at nothing to restore her country, disregarding lives like they were grass. In case she planned to seize his assets or use seduction tactics, he might not be able to resist. Hence, it was better to state the unpleasant facts up front. Wu Linglong believed herself to already be ruthless enough, yet never anticipated Han Ning to surpass her, speaking such words directly without sparing any feelings. However, Wu Linglong focused solely on restoring her country. With no time wasted on romantic pursuits, such an arrangement suited her perfectly. Therefore, she also nodded in agreement. Pausing for a moment, Han Ning revealed the third demand. "Our collaboration will continue only until before you begin your restoration plan. The day your funds are sufficient and you commence recruitment, our partnership will end immediately." He wished only to live peacefully, earn silver to support his wife. He didn't intend to be dragged into Wu Linglong's plans for restoration. If Wu Linglong began executing her restoration plan while they were still in business together, he would automatically be seen as part of her camp. This murky situation, he absolutely refused to get involved in. Wu Linglong pursed her lips slightly, momentarily silent. She had originally planned, after accumulating some silver, to gradually begin recruiting soldiers, training at least 1 elite unit. This required time. It could take half a year or possibly a year or 2. Otherwise, leading inexperienced new recruits who hadn't even seen blood into battle would be tantamount to delivering resources to the rebels. Han Ying's requirements undoubtedly dashed her plans. Waiting until everything was ready before starting would waste another half a year to a year's worth of time. Wu Linglong wanted to negotiate with Han Ning, given his firm stance. However, she didn't dare open her mouth. She'd witnessed Han Ying's heartlessness before. If negotiations went sour, she wouldn't get another opportunity. "Fine, I agree with you." Since all 3 conditions had been accepted by Wu Linglong, Han Ying's demeanor also softened somewhat. "Prepare your funds and send them within 3 days. Once received, our cooperation officially begins." Didn't the emperor bestow 10,000 acres of land to Han Ning? He reserved 9 million acres for grain crops and planned to plant flowers on the remaining 1 million acres. With these flower fields, he could expand his perfume and makeup business to the first city of Deqian. Of course, if given the chance, he wouldn't mind earning foreign silver. But currently, relations between Deqian and other countries weren't friendly. Venturing abroad for business involved significant risks. Personal safety couldn't be guaranteed, and there was even a possibility that others might confiscate all his earnings. He was doing well with his business in Deqian, and there was no need to take such a huge risk. With 10,000 acres of flower fields, the initial investment would not be small. Mainly, everything had to be done by manual labor, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the efficiency was also very low. Han Ying thought about the system's reward for his forging steel technology. If he could use steel to create more advanced tools, the efficiency would naturally improve. However, it wasn't the right time for him to reveal this technology just yet, so he could only rely on manual labor to manage the flower fields. The next day, Wu Linglong brought all her savings, the 10,000 taels of silver granted by the emperor, and handed them over to Han Ying. Han Ying hadn't expected her to act so quickly since the contract was not ready yet, so they had to calculate the shares on the spot and write the contract. He contributed the usage rights of the 10,000 acres of flower fields as shares, calculated as 10,000 taels per year. This matched the 10,000 taels Wu Linglong brought. But the 10,000 taels were not enough for the initial investment of the flower fields. Han Ying estimated at least 15,000 taels were necessary. In the end, Wu Linglong took up 30% of the shares. Wu Linglong had no objections, even feeling like she got a great deal from Han Ying. Without Han Ying bringing her into business, those 10,000 taels would forever remain just that. Han Ying joked with her casually. Don't get too excited, you might lose it all. There's no sure thing in business. Wu Linglong responded exceptionally seriously. Others doing business may lose money, but you certainly won't. Or rather, if one venture failed, he would surely come up with another business idea to make up for the loss. Han Ying shook his head, laughing helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, a messenger soldier was led in by the gatekeeper. It turned out that while Han Ying was nominally the general of brave riders in the Eastern City Guard, he'd been occupied lately with marriage-related trivialities and had hardly been at the Eastern City Guard. Tomorrow, there would be a competition between the Eastern City Guard and the Western City Guard, requiring the attendance of all soldiers. Thus, the commander of the Eastern City Guard sent someone specifically to notify Han Ying. Han Ying asked the messenger whether he could skip it. The messenger firmly shook his head. No, the commander has ordered it. Those who don't show up will be treated as deserters. Chapter 167. Who controls whom? Wu Linglong heard that Han Ying was going to participate in the competition between the Dongqing Guard and another Dongqing Guard unit. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she softly pleaded with him to bring her along for the experience. I can disguise myself as your guard, trailing silently behind you. I won't say an extra word or take a single unnecessary step. Nobody will find out. Haven't I acted as your guard before? I just want to take a look, really just to observe. You know I've never led soldiers, but during the restoration of the kingdom, there will inevitably be confrontations. Let me get a sense first. Han Ying knew this woman would push her luck once given an inch. He agreed to partner with her in business, yet now she was making additional requests. He should have ignored her from the start. While Han Ying mentally criticized her non-stop, he still gave in. Why? Because he's soft-hearted. If Wu Linglong were just a bit cooler or prouder, Han Ying wouldn't give her the time of day. But seeing her earnestly looking at him, speaking gently and kindly, how could he refuse? I can take you, but... Wu Linglong didn't wait for him to finish, instead swearing by the heavens. I absolutely won't say anything extra, and if we're discovered, it won't affect you. Alright, if she had such awareness, that was good. Han Ying waved his hand, signaling she could leave. As Wu Linglong left Han Ying's study, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Han Ying was easy to please when one used kindness rather than force. All she needed to do was slightly humble herself, and he would agree to everything. Indeed, men's brains stop functioning when faced with women. Even though Han Ying was clever, wasn't he easily manipulated by her? Wu Linglong was too preoccupied reveling in her success. She forgot that, from another perspective, she always understood the power of gentleness over strength, but rarely applied it. Now using it on Han Ying clearly indicated that her other methods had no effect on him. Wasn't it still a form of compromise to lower herself first? The next morning, Han Ying had to get up before dawn to head to the Dongqing Guard. According to the competition procedure, the Dongqing Guard would gather first, receive their commander's speech, and then proceed to the competition venue. Pei Luoyan yawned while helping Han Ying change clothes. Dongqing Guard Commander He Kuan is my uncle on my mother's side, and has always been close to my mom. He knows you are my husband, so he won't deliberately make things difficult for you. You can just relax and stand there for the count, cheering with everyone. Pei Luoyan had no idea about Han Ying's superior martial arts skills. She only thought he was an unarmed scholar. That's why she took the trouble to warn him carefully. Inwardly, she blamed He Kuan for being meddlesome, knowing well that Han Ying was a scholar who was not suited to these fights. Why invite him anyway? Don't blame the emperor for giving orders. As the commander, couldn't He Kuan simply request a sick leave for Han Ying? That shouldn't be hard. Had she known last night, she'd surely have confronted He Kuan angrily already. It's too late now. All she could do was repeatedly remind Han Ying not to worry. After warning him multiple times, she still felt uneasy. I'll go with you. I'll just pretend to be watching the fun. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease staying home either. Han Ying stroked her head gently, calming her down tenderly. No need, no need. Commander, he attended our wedding feast. He won't let me lose face publicly. I'm just fulfilling the formality. Just wait patiently for me at home. Pei Luoyan knew it wasn't appropriate for her to join such events, so she reluctantly saw Han Ying off. But then she noticed the guard beside him had changed, which naturally drew her attention. One glance, and she saw the problem. This guard was slender-waisted and long-legged, unmistakably a woman. Ah, no wonder he didn't want her tagging along. He was hiding a woman. Wait until he gets home tonight, and she'll see how she deals with him. Pei Luoyan narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, watching Han Ying's carriage drive away. She then called a few maids. Open the storeroom and fetch those pieces of Western region women's clothing. Both the Dongqing Guard and the Xiqing Guard serve as the capital's defense forces, officially both under the direct command of the emperor. They've been rivals for years, each claiming superiority over the other. For over a decade, they've held annual competitions, where both sides alternately won and lost, without ever decisively determining the primary and secondary roles. Just as Han Ying's carriage arrived at the Dongqing Guard camp gate, he happened to meet He Kuan. Seeing Han Ying step down from the carriage, He Kuan immediately frowned. Even a scholar should have learned the 6 virtues of gentlemen. Riding a horse isn't something hard, right? Coming to the military camp in a carriage? How weak is that? Truly embarrassing. As Pei Luoyan said, He Kuan could have found any excuse to exempt Han Ying from participating in the competition without difficulty. It was because he found Han Ying's refined appearance, like a playboy, quite amusing. So, he intentionally let Han Ying come to immerse himself in the atmosphere of the army, undergo some spiritual baptism. Upon seeing Han Ying arriving in a carriage, He Kuan became even more dissatisfied with him. After gathering them together for a pep talk, came a segment where they would first compete internally among themselves to boost morale. He Kuan turned his head sharply toward Han Ying, glaring at him. You should also come down and practice. A grown man is so weak that he doesn't have a single muscle, worse than any woman. He Kuan's words caused the soldiers to burst out laughing. They had heard that Han Ying was a great talent, even defeating Jin Wu in poetry contests. However, this was the military camp, and no one cared much about poems or essays here. The true heroes are those who can fight on the battlefield, and they alone deserve respect. Han Ying was watching the scene, when suddenly, He Kuan called his name, causing more laughter from the group. Touching his nose, he slowly walked down the stage and found a spot near the edge to stand. On the stage, He Kuan gave an order, and the soldiers below began their drills. First, they performed a set of ancient-style, unarmed military boxing routines. Han Ying watched others and could roughly imitate the moves. But then, as the banner waved, everyone picked up weapons. Long swords and spears lined up, looking mighty impressive. Han Ying also grabbed a large sword and tried to mimic, though without knowing any technique. He feared injuring others by accident, or even hurting himself. His motions were weightless, clearly lacking force. Several soldiers practicing sword skills nearby looked at him with disdain. Truly hard for General Han, isn't it? This blade surely weighs more than the delicate beauty boxer pounding your wife's back. General Han must have skipped breakfast. His movements lack vigor compared to my son's. You guys are right. General Han's few strokes look quite graceful, not unlike the ladies from the Li family courtyard. Even Wu Linglong couldn't bear listening anymore, but Han Ying just smiled, completely unfazed. He always held deep gratitude and respect for these soldiers, the flesh and blood great walls guarding the homeland. Besides, since he was indeed unsuited for these things, being mocked was normal. You all are right. I truly am inexperienced in such matters. I will need to learn more from you all in the future. Most soldiers lacked guile. Their words were straightforward and might sound unpleasant. Yet, there was never any real ill intent behind them. After several jibes at Han Ying, who replied kindly, they themselves grew embarrassed. Chapter 168. Suspicion rises again. That, General Han, we didn't mean anything by it. We're just talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. General Han should practice more. Our royal army has almost no chance of going to war, but strengthening one's body is also good. Several soldiers who had just been mocking Han Ying were now speaking kindly to him. Wu Linglong found it quite unbelievable. You just said a few words casually, and their attitudes completely changed. You're too exaggerated. Han Ying struggled with his halberd for a while, failing to improve his skills, so he simply set it aside and stopped to talk to Wu Linglong. This is what's called subduing the enemy without fighting. You should read more military strategies. Wu Linglong was raised from a young age as the heir apparent to the throne, and though she hadn't been on the battlefield, she had read countless books on military strategy. She spent a long time trying to recall, but could not find which book contained that statement. She wondered if she simply hadn't read enough. What book are you referring to? I'll look for it when I have time. I've read some before, but not the one you mentioned. Isn't The Art of War by Xuanzi a must-read for military enthusiasts? She claimed she had never read it. Han Ying suddenly realized this wasn't the world before he had traveled through time, but another world altogether. Since there was no history here of famous poets, or even The Art of War, naturally such works might not have existed. I forgot where I saw it in the military strategies. I'll tell you when I remember. Another instance of forgetting. If she pushed further, he would likely attribute it to some unnamed sage again, just like the previous, for sentences of Henku. Wu Linglong believed she had seen through Han Ying's heartfelt plans, secretly startling herself. When she first met him, he was a poor man being pursued for gambling debts, unable to protect himself. She thought he was useless, but he kept surprising her. First, he created soap and made an enormous profit. Then he participated directly in the palace examination despite being a commoner and won third place. Wasn't this strange? Why would someone who knows how to make soap be poor to the point they can't repay gambling debts? With the talent to achieve third place in the imperial exams, why couldn't he pass the preliminary child scholar tests? Now, even in matters of military strategy, he had certain insights. What was this man hiding? Han Ying noticed that Wu Linglong was becoming suspicious and regretted it immensely. If this woman went to the emperor and said something, the emperor would surely behead him. Thus, during the following official contest, Han Ying performed even worse. He even nearly fell off his horse during the final clash between the two armies. The emperor and He Kuan on the stage both broke out in cold sweat. This was an actual military charge. If he fell from his horse, he would instantly be trampled to death by iron hooves, leaving no chance for life. Fortunately, someone beside Han Ying helped him up, saving him from being trampled under hooves. Once the emperor confirmed Han Ying's danger had passed, he let out a deep sigh. Turning his head, he gave Xuanhuan a hostile glare. I sent Han Ying to Dongchengwei for training, not to die. From now on, do not let him participate in these violent situations. Xuanhuan regretted it immensely as well. His original intention was just that Han Ying was unworthy of marrying his niece. He wanted to give him a taste of hardship to encourage ambition. If something really happened to Han Ying, not only would others judge him, but he wouldn't be able to face Pei Luoyan either. Not to mention, Han Ying was the prospective son-in-law of the emperor. Even a scratch would cost Xuanhuan severely. Yes. It was the fault of this subordinate for not considering thoroughly. Please forgive me, your majesty. When the emperor returned to the palace, he hadn't even settled into his dragon chair when Xiong burst in like the wind. Father emperor, daughter heard that the prince consort almost got hurt. Is he alright? Please send a few imperial physicians to diagnose the prince consort. The emperor sighed lightly, patting Xiong on the head. Han Ying is fine. Those people are just spreading rumors. Didn't I warn you not to run around the palace without any eunuchs accompanying you? How could you forget that? The person responsible for releasing the snake into Princess Xiong's palace was found on the third day after the incident. It was a low-ranking attendant in her palace. By the time he was discovered, the attendant had already committed suicide out of guilt. He left behind a written confession. The note explained that since he was from Sichuan and enjoyed eating snakes, upon finding the snake accidentally in the imperial garden, he decided to capture it to eat. Initially hidden under the bed, the snake accidentally escaped. In summary, it was merely an accident. With the culprit found, the matter was considered closed. However, the emperor did not believe that the attendant acted alone. Or rather, the reason couldn't be that simple. But since the person was already dead, pursuing the investigation further would end in dead ends regardless of whom it implicated. To maintain peace within the inner palace, the matter had to be left unresolved. Such was how things worked in the palace. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but underneath, dark currents swirled. Every year, there are people who meet unnatural deaths, and one can only wonder how many of them are wronged souls with nowhere to turn for justice. The emperor is not completely unaware. He simply chooses not to delve into these matters. If pursued, all it would result in would be the death of a few more scapegoats. What's the point? Alas, sometimes he really feels weary. He wishes someone could share his burdens, but he dares not ask for help. He cannot even let others see his weariness. He fears that his closest relatives might strike the fatal blow against him. Coming back to reality, the emperor sighed deeply once more. Don't worry, Han Ying is fine. There are only a few days left until your wedding. Has the Ministry of Rites sent over the dowry list for your review? At the mention of her wedding, Xiong smiled coyly. They delivered it yesterday. Everything is prepared thoroughly and with great care by the officials from the Ministry of Rites. It's just that it's about 30% more extravagant than what was arranged for my elder sister's wedding. The emperor chuckled and waved a hand to dismiss her concern. Your elder sister's birth mother held a low status, which is different from yours. A more lavish dowry is only appropriate. In addition to what the Ministry of Rites has prepared for you, Father Emperor also has another special set of gifts. You can have Duofu Hai show it to you later. If there's anything you don't like, have him adjust it accordingly. Xiong bit her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Once back in her palace, Empress One happened to be visiting, so Xiong lay down on her lap, looking troubled. Mother, both Princess Da and I are daughters of the Emperor. Our dowries should be the same. How can we differentiate between levels based on the status of our mothers? Wanfei felt rather distressed. Other than the occasional odd thoughts that crossed Xiong's mind, she was an excellent daughter. Afraid that Xiong would face difficulties after marriage, she gave her some specific instructions. A mother gains value through her child, and a child reflects their mother's worth. This is common sense. After you have children, remember this as well. Everything they have must surpass those of other children fathered by the prince consort. Only then can it prove the prince consort's regard for you and your son or daughter. Xiong understood only partially but obediently nodded nonetheless. Though originally driven by maternal affection and concern for her daughter's welfare, little did Empress Wan know that this advice almost caused the relationship between Xiong and Han Ying to fall apart. Chapter 169, Taking the Path of a Hooligan. Before Xiong entered the house, Han Ying already had dozens of wives and concubines. The identities of wife and concubine had never been very clear. They called each other sisters, getting along as if they were real sisters. Han Ying did not deliberately distinguish who was the wife and who was the concubine, who had a higher status or a lower one. However, when there was an important matter that required the involvement of a female member, he would choose those who were more skilled in socializing, xuanhuan, Fang Zhuo, Luo Wanwan, and Huan Yangzi. His wedding with Pei Luoyan was organized by Luo Wanwan and Huan Yangzi. The guests were all very satisfied, praising Han Ying for managing his household well. After Pei Luoyan married into the family, she referred to herself as a younger sister in front of Luo Wanwan and Huan Yangzi, without any airs of being the daughter of the minister. Thus, after Han Ying married Xiong, he didn't consider this issue either. Until the third day of their marriage, following folk customs, Han Ying was supposed to accompany Xiong back to the palace. To allow the emperor, empress, and princess Wan to see Xiong, ensuring that their daughter hadn't been slighted by her husband's family. Xiong specially woke up early to dress herself up, wearing a bright red dress and adorned with pearls. To enhance her bearing, she also wore thick-soled shoes. This wouldn't have been unusual otherwise. However, while walking out, the thick-soled shoes made it difficult for her to walk, and Luo Wanwan kindly supported her to the door. It was normal for sisters-in-law to help each other like this. But Xiong gave an order to reward Luo Wanwan. which changed the atmosphere. Han Ying's expression immediately turned cold. Looking at Luo Wanwan, her face was equally awkward. Because there was a limited time for entering the palace, Han Ying said nothing on the spot. However, after returning from the palace that night, he ordered all the clothes he had placed in Yin Xiong's room to be returned. That night, he didn't visit Yin Xiong's quarters either. After 1 or 2 days, Yin Xiong didn't feel anything strange. By 3 to 5 days, Han Ying still refused to enter her room. Even though Yin Xiong was simple-hearted, she began to feel something wasn't right. She ran to the study to ask Han Ying why he rejected her. Han Ying coolly said, "In my home, there are only family members, no masters and servants. If the princess feels uncomfortable, you may go to the palace and ask His Majesty to decide whether we should separate or divorce. It's entirely up to you." Yin Xiong was stunned. She had simply followed the teaching of concubine Wan to maintain her princess identity before Han Ying's wives and concubines. She certainly did not view Han Ying as a servant, nor did she disrespect him in any way. Seeing her confused look, Han Ying also felt a little remorseful. However, he didn't soften his stance. If he yielded now and indulged Yin Xiong, it would be unfair to the other daughters-in-law. Wasn't it said, "Obey your husband once married"? Why then did Yin Xiong still carry herself with the airs of a princess? With these thoughts, he hardened his heart, ignoring Yin Xiong, leaving her standing there dispirited before she finally left in a daze. Yin Xiong returned to the palace. However, she didn't go to ask the emperor for a divorce. Instead, she went to ask concubine Wan. "Mother, didn't you say I couldn't tarnish the image of a princess even after marriage? Embarrassing, father? But why does the groom ignore me because of this, and asks father to intervene and grant us a divorce?" Concubine Wan asked in detail about the incident. In fact, Yin Xiong didn't know where the problem lay. She recounted everything, both major and minor events, since marrying Han Ying to concubine Wan. Concubine Wan also couldn't discern any issues from her account. Yin Xiong's actions were entirely normal within the palace, yet she had been shunned by Han Ying because of them. Concubine Wan was immediately enraged. Forget about finding any problems with Yin Xiong's behavior. She was the emperor's most beloved daughter, and Han Ying and his wives should have shown more deference towards her. Enraged, concubine Wan personally brought Yin Xiong to confront Han Ying. Worried that Han Ying would become angry, and even more concerned that concubine Wan might harm him, Yin Xiong tried to dissuade her. "Mother, don't go. I will handle it properly." This wasn't just a matter of handling it well or poorly. It was about her daughter being bullied by her son-in-law. She could not stand idly by as a mother. Ignoring Yin Xiong's plea, concubine Wan pulled her into a carriage heading directly for Han's residence. Han Ying was chatting casually in the garden with Pei Luoyan and a few others. Upon hearing that concubine Wan had arrived, he raised an eyebrow, didn't even change his clothes, and went out to meet her directly. Pei Luoyan, feeling uneasy, stepped closer and reminded him. "Concubine Wan has only one daughter, Princess Yin Xiong. If she says anything unpleasant, you must bear with her a bit." Beijing wasn't large, and there weren't many noble families. They all knew something about each other. This concubine Wan was already extremely spoiled while still in her birth family, almost to the extent of being arrogant and domineering. Even after entering the palace, although she ranked below the empress, she didn't really regard her because of the emperor's favoritism toward her. The consequences of offending her wouldn't be pleasant at all. Pei Luoyan couldn't help but remind Han Ying a few more times. Han Ying didn't take it too seriously. He roughly guessed the purpose of concubine Wan's visit this time. There was no doubt she had come to back up Yin Xiong. Since that was the case, he would definitely not indulge Yin Xiong. Otherwise, with such a mother backing her up, Yin Xiong would have even less regard for others. So what if they part ways? With the emperor around, how could Consort Wan dare to take her life? Consort Wan sat in the carriage for quite some time before Han Ying slowly came out of his residence. If Han Ying took the time to wash and change clothes to show respect for Consort Wan, she might have tolerated it. However, Han Ying only wore a half-new, light blue silk robe, with wrinkles still evident on the cuffs. His hair was casually tied at the top of his head, not even styled into a proper bun. There was no sign that he had taken the time to properly dress or groom himself. Clearly, he hadn't given her the slightest consideration. This enraged Consort Wan instantly, and before she even stepped down from the carriage, she began to scold Han Ying, pointing her finger at him. "What sort of creature are you, to marry my daughter? Such good fortune as this comes only after 8 lifetimes of cultivation, and yet you dare to show disrespect toward my daughter. This is sheer defiance." Han Ying wasn't interested in listening to the abusive tirade, not even from a beautiful shrew. He gave a casual bow toward Consort Wan, then removed his belt and threw it onto the carriage pole. "Once married, follow your husband's rules. Even princesses must abide by mine. If Consort Wan is displeased with me, feel free to just strangle me. And find Princess Yin Xiong another obedient and compliant prince consort. It would save me from making her unhappy." The 3 classic weapons of a scolding woman: crying, creating a scene, and threatening suicide. He walked the path of the scolding woman, leaving no way for her to proceed. Sure enough, Consort Wan was left speechless. Clutching her chest, she repeatedly ordered the palace attendants. "Back to the palace. Go see the emperor." Han Ying smirked. In palace dramas, Consort Wan would hardly last past the 3rd episode, and that was because this era's palace intrigue simply wasn't cruel enough. With just 2 sentences, Han Ying sent Consort Wan running off in anger, leaving Pei Luoyan and the others extremely worried. Consort Wan is the emperor's most beloved concubine, and also the princess's birth mother. On any basis, what you did just now isn't right. We'll go into the palace and apologize to Consort Wan on your behalf. Han Ying waved them off, indicating they needn't worry. What's there to fear? The emperor is wise and valiant. Naturally, he won't punish me over such a trivial matter. Trivial matter? How could offending consort one be considered trivial? Pei Luoyan and the others were left with pounding headaches. Chapter 170. The estranged do not intervene in family affairs. An evening thunderstorm darkened the sky quickly. Yin Xiong leaned by the window, sighing softly. Since 3 days ago when she was brought back to the palace by Lady Wan, she had been hoping that Han Ying would come to the palace to take her back. But after 3 days, there was no sign of Han Ying. It was now time for the palace gates to be locked, clearly indicating that Han Ying would not come today to fetch her. The maid Rume came in to light the lamp, and seeing Yin Xiong's dejected look, felt pity for her, and could not help but gently console her. Princess, please forgive me for speaking out of turn. Lady Wan blames the Fuma for neglecting you and bringing you back to the palace. Yet, the Fuma has not visited the palace these past few days to apologize or show any intention of taking you back. Perhaps, the Fuma does not cherish you, so why should you suffer alone? You are a princess. Divorcing and remarrying is commonplace. Who would dare say anything? Yin Xiong usually had a good temper and never put on airs in front of the maids. Even when the maids occasionally made mistakes, she simply smiled and paid no attention. Sometimes other princes and princesses reminded her that she should not be too kind to the palace staff, or else they would become too bold and disregard her authority. Yin Xiong did not pay much attention to such advice. She only said that the palace people were already far from their families, and it was already pitiful enough for them to serve in the palace. Why make things difficult for them? Moreover, the sages have said, no man is perfect, who can avoid making mistakes? As long as they are not intentionally harming others, there is no need to overly criticize them. The princes and princesses all laughed at her for being foolish, caring about the palace servants. Therefore, no one gave her similar advice anymore. Precisely because Yin Xiong treated the palace people kindly, Rume dared to counsel her. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiong, who usually lacked temper, exploded with anger upon hearing Rume's words. How dare you? As husband and wife, how dare you, an outsider, say these words to me? Are you bullying me because I'm gentle? Although Yin Xiong's character was gentle, she was undeniably of noble blood with a regal air. When she was enraged, her presence overwhelmed everyone. Rume fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness, repeatedly kowtowing. Princess, please forgive my transgression. My impudence merits death 100 times over. This time, Yin Xiong was genuinely furious. She did not soften her heart, even as Rume's forehead bled. You, and all of you, remember this well. I may not mistreat you, but that does not mean I lack a temper. In the future, if I hear anything disrespectful about the Fuma from you again, then prepare yourself. Prepare what? Certainly not a change in duties, but rather finding oneself a feng shui spot for death, aiming for a better reincarnation next life. This was the first time Yin Xiong had gotten this angry. All the palace people knelt, like crows covering the ground. After sitting still for a while, her anger subsided slightly, and she ordered them to rise. Prepare hot water, I want to bathe. On the other side, at the Han residence, Han Ying was also bathing. In the specially designed large marble bathtub, steam swirled around with petals floating, creating a fairyland-like atmosphere. Han Ying sat leaning against the edge of the pool, his eyes half closed. Pei Luoyan and several others surrounded him, helping wash his body. Hey, stop fooling around, master. If you continue acting frivolously, I will stop cleaning you. Soft whispers filled the room, and Han Ying casually pulled one towards him. Thinking of running away? Ask him if he agrees. After some playful antics, Pei Luoyan nestled in Han Ying's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. Master, the princess has returned to the palace for 3 days now. Aren't you going to visit her? Han Ying idly twirled a strand of her hair between his fingers, enjoying its silky feel. He replied nonchalantly. What to see? Is there anything worth seeing? Pei Luoyan jabbed his chest hard, punishing him for lying. Are you saying you don't care about the princess at all? That day in the garden, your eyes couldn't tear away from her chasing butterflies. Don't think I didn't notice. Yin Xiong's beauty rivaled the world, and her nature was simple. It was impossible for Han Ying to not harbor any sincere feelings. However, he had his principles. No matter how prestigious her family might be, once she married him, she must follow his rules. He absolutely would not tolerate anyone throwing tantrums in his house and getting everyone to indulge her. So, do you really want me to bring the princess back? Afraid she will set rules for you all? Pei Luoyan sighed lightly. After all, the princess is a princess. Treating her with respect is appropriate. We can just reduce our meetings with her. To keep leaving her aside like this is disrespecting His Majesty and Lady Wan. Let's give His Majesty and Lady Wan a face-saving solution and bring the princess back. Our suffering a little is nothing compared to wishing the master peace. Pei Luoyan spoke sincerely. Luo Wanwan and Waniatzi echoed in agreement. Yes, master, you can't twist the arm of someone bigger than you. No matter whose face we spare, we must spare His Majesty's. The princess is not an unreasonable person. If we treat her with respect, she won't do anything to harm us. The wives, being so considerate, would rather endure themselves than fail to think for him. Han Ying was deeply moved. All right, I'll go to the palace tomorrow. The next morning, Han Ying went to the palace as promised. The emperor had just finished the early court session and summoned him in the study. Han Ying, upon seeing the emperor, paid his respects but remained silent afterward. He made no apology regarding Yin Xiong's affairs. The emperor seethed inwardly with anger. He considered Han Ying to be the son of the former crown prince and did not follow the usual protocol, which would have required Han Ying to marry into the princess's mansion. Instead, he allowed Yin Xiong to marry Han Ying. This made a significant difference. If Han Ying were to marry into the princess's mansion, he would have had to serve the princess in a manner befitting a subject. Even seeking intimacy would require the princess's summons. There would be no room for any shenanigans with dozens of concubines. The concubines could only live separately. Occasionally, if Yin Xiong permitted it, Han Ying could visit her. Yet, how did Han Ying repay his kindness? Knowing that Yin Xiong was his most beloved daughter, Han Ying still showed no deference at all. Rather, he neglected Yin Xiong, even dismissing Consort Wan rudely when she approached the matter. All these matters aside, the emperor had already consoled Consort Wan. Married couples, especially newlyweds, need time to understand each other's temperaments. Bickering and sulking were common, and elders intervening might affect their feelings. Consort Wan agreed not to cause further trouble. Even after going this far for Han Ying refused even to come to the palace to admit fault. When he finally entered the palace, he remained mute, showing no hint of repentance. Clearly, he didn't hold the emperor in high regard. As the emperor thought more, his mood worsened, and his face grew darker by the second. In a grave tone, he questioned Han Ying. Han Ying, are you aware of your sins? With a calm demeanor, Han Ying countered. My lord, what sin do I commit? The emperor nearly exploded in fury at Han Ying, his finger shaking as it pointed at him, ready to collapse from skyrocketing blood pressure at any moment. Han Ying let out a faint sigh. I merely wish to live like a normal man. Is this also considered a crime? If so, I have nothing more to say. Whatever punishment you wish to impose on me, my lord, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Chapter 171, Father-Son Bonding. Emperor's anger increased after Han Ying's words, but he was also perplexed. When did I ever not let you be a normal man? Han Ying had been waiting for this question, and his face showed a hint of grievance. Isn't male superiority and female inferiority the teaching of the sages? Isn't it also a saying from the sages that a woman must follow her husband once she marries? Wasn't it wise men who wrote jealousy into the 7 grounds for divorce? So what is wrong with your subject hoping that wives and concubines can live in harmony, love each other, and not differentiate between themselves? Each of Han Ying's statements was reasonable, leaving the emperor speechless for a moment. Han Ying, however, was not finished. Your Majesty married princess to me, rather than making me a son-in-law serving the princess. I am grateful beyond measure. I thought your Majesty wanted me to treat princess like all my other wives and concubines equally. Have I misunderstood your Majesty's intentions? If I have misunderstood, your Majesty should still allow me to enter princess's mansion to serve. It would also give some peace to my other wives and concubines. However, why do I feel short when I'm already in my own house? Having said that, Han Ying lowered his head and knelt before the emperor, looking ready for any punishment. The emperor stared at him for quite a while before heaving a sigh and asking him to rise. Indeed, I wish that you and the princess could share hearts and minds as husband and wife, instead of observing formalities between lord and subject, lacking true feelings and sincerity. But Wanfei only has one daughter, the princess, so it is understandable that she dotes on her. You understand more about Wanfei, humble yourself a bit, admit a fault, coax her anger away, and behind closed doors, how your days go isn't it still up to you and the princess to decide? If he could discuss things, would he push to the extreme, refusing to give Wanfei face? Wanfei had clearly interfered in his household affairs, teaching Yin Xiong to suppress the other wives and concubines behind the scenes. How could he bear it? However, Han Ying could see that these words were indeed an admission of error from the emperor. It was also a suggestion that if there were small contradictions between him and Yin Xiong in the future, as long as they didn't touch the bottom line, neither he nor Wanfei would intervene. Therefore, there was no need to be overly harsh. Both officially and privately, it was appropriate to leave a little dignity for the emperor. Han Ying very smartly conducted a round of self-criticism. The emperor took the cue and descended from the high ground, commanding the palace servants to ask Yin Xiong to directly follow Han Ying home. Yin Xiong hadn't seen Han Ying for several days, worried if he would still accept her or not, so anxious she could neither eat nor sleep well. In just a few days, she became quite haggard, the fullness in her round cheeks visibly diminished. Finally, she looked forward to Han Ying coming to fetch her in the palace. Not paying attention to anything else, she gathered her skirt and ran quickly to the study. Upon seeing Han Ying was really there, her eyes welled with tears. Softly calling him husband, she bowed her head and wiped away her tears. Han Ying, who preferred yielding over stubbornness, saw this condition of Yin Xiong and softened inside first. He approached her, pulled her hand, led her together to bow respectfully and bid farewell to the emperor. Son is unfilial, making father worry. I will return and apologize to my wife. A son-in-law is half a son, and it wasn't out of place for Han Ying to refer to himself as son before the emperor, but accidentally touched a tender spot in the emperor's heart. There was a time when the emperor truly regarded Han Ying as his own son, raising him in his palace and handling every matter personally, until he grew up under his care. When Han Ying extended his tiny hands to be picked up for the first time, when Han Ying called him dad for the first time, when he helped Han Ying take his first step. Turns out, between them, there had been so many intimate moments, more than with all his biological sons combined. Vivid recollections appeared in his mind, as if it were yesterday, yet some things could never be undone. The emperor looked through the window, watching the departing backs of Han Ying and Yin Xiong, his eyes complex. He hoped Han Ying would become successful, and had once considered passing the throne to him. But he couldn't bring himself to let go. This vast and beautiful empire was built by him alongside the previous crown prince. These 20 years, he had exhausted himself thinking about the state of the country, hardly getting a full night's sleep. To balance the intricate relations within the court, he had married several women he did not like and endured staying with them periodically despite his distaste. And his children's marriages, all except Yin Xiong's, were alliances for political stability. It could be said that not only he himself, but his children as well, had poured everything into this empire. For him to hand all this over willingly, he simply couldn't do it. With these thoughts, that soft corner of his heart also hardened like iron. The most unfeeling of all are imperial families. Since he was the emperor, then there was no blaming him for being unfeeling. After fetching Yin Xiong back home, Han Ning stayed in her room that night. Yin Xiong was evidently more gentle than before, almost as if deliberately trying to please him. Han Ning pulled her into his lap. I don't expect you to flatter me. I just hope that you won't put on airs as a princess and will truly treat this place as your home, treating my wives and concubines as family. You've met them and spent time with them, so you should see they are all easy to get along with. Wouldn't you like to have more family? Yin Xiong naturally was willing, but her birth determined her mode of interaction with family would be very different from ordinary people's families. It was simply impossible for her to change completely in a short time. Fortunately, Han Ning didn't hold her too strictly accountable. What he wanted was just her willingness to change. You can go out more when you have time, chat with the sisters, or even go shopping. You will slowly discover that they are very understanding and polite people, and their nature is very pure. As you spend more time together, you'll naturally become familiar. It's certainly more interesting than you staying alone in this small courtyard, isn't it? Yin Xiong usually liked lively places and often sneaked out of the palace whenever she had the chance. Hearing that she could go out shopping freely made her eyes light up immediately. Husband, you're truly good to us. It was wrong of me before, please don't hold it against me. Her charming manner made Han Ying's heart itch irresistibly as he flipped her beneath him. That depends on your performance. Oh, stop touching there. Where? Here? Or here? When Yin Xiong let down her princessly airs, she turned out to be quite an approachable person, quickly mingling with Pei Luo Yin and the others. She went out almost every day to shop and buy things galore. Anyway, her dowry was immensely wealthy, consisting of gold and silver, various kinds of jewelry, clothes enough to last for years, and also 10,000 acres of fertile land. Just from rent income alone, she could live carefree for several lifetimes. Harmony among wives and concubines is every man's dream. Han Ning was ready to enjoy his beautiful life, but then the emperor summoned him again. No sooner had he seen Han Ning than he threw an examination paper at him before he could finish paying respect. Confused, Han Ning looked over at Duo Fu Hai, who spoke on behalf of the emperor. Next year is the emperor's 50th birthday. According to tradition, an imperial examination will be held. This is the preliminary idea of His Majesty for the questions of the palace test. Chapter 172, Reforms. It turned out that the emperor wanted him to try next year's palace examination questions in advance. After paying his respects, Han Ning sat down at the table. While unrolling the test paper, he sighed inwardly. The emperor was quite diligent. Next year's exam paper was already prepared this year. The question was still a poem and an essay. With 300 Tang poems available, writing a poem was not difficult for Han Ning. However, the essay made him frown slightly. The requirement for the essay was to propose a solution to the repeated rebellions of several tribes on the southwestern border. Southwest China is mountainous with complex terrain and inconvenient transportation. Most of the people there are ethnic minorities with their own culture and language. The tribal leaders inherit their positions, effectively becoming local emperors, refusing to follow the management of the court. They often raise troops and rebel every few years. Whenever they rebel, a batch of officials sent by the court would be killed. When the court sends a large army to quell the rebellion, many soldiers would fall due to the complex terrain. After great difficulty in quelling the rebellion, it would not be long before they rebel again. The emperors of past dynasties had all been troubled by the southwest border issues. Seeing Han Ning furrowing his brows for a long time without picking up the pen, the emperor felt a surge of helplessness in his eyes. Suddenly, war reports were delivered from the southwestern border. Several tribal leaders had joined forces to cause chaos, burning, killing, and plundering indiscriminately. A small piece of land had become a chronic problem for the great Qin dynasty, flaring up every few years. The emperor was quite troubled. In anger, he thought of slaughtering all the tribes and cutting off the roots of trouble to avoid further concern over the southwest. Duo Fu Hai strongly dissuaded him, fearing being accused of political instability. Not daring to mention politics, situations, or public opinion, he could only talk about how excessive killings would harm harmony. His argument was naturally weak, and he suddenly remembered Han Ning. Regardless of whether Han Ning had real talent and learning, at least he was eloquent and good at seizing opportunities. He would be most suitable to persuade the emperor. If he failed, it wouldn't be his fault. With that thought, Duo Fu Hai came up with the idea to invite Han Ning under the pretext of trying out the examination questions. Who knows? Han Ning might have some unexpected ideas. Seeing Han Ning seemed very troubled, the emperor couldn't help but feel disappointed, but not too disappointed. After all, problems unsolvable by so many talented and valiant ministers over so many years, how could Han Ning think of a way to solve them? If you can't do it, it doesn't matter. This question must be too difficult. I'll come up with another one. Han Ning scratched his head with the pen. It's not that I can't do it. It's just that this method will not bear fruit in one day, and it's also quite challenging. Hearing that Han Ning had a way to solve the southwestern problem, the emperor couldn't help but feel enlightened, yet somewhat disbelieving. This was the puzzle that had plagued countless emperors. Could Han Ning really have found a quick solution? With a skeptical attitude, the emperor ordered Han Ning to explain in detail. What Han Ning thought of was the policy of replacing hereditary chieftains with appointed officials. This meant canceling the hereditary system of the local officials, establishing prefectures, departments, and counties, dispatching officials for management, rotating them upon the end of their terms, thereby preventing collusion between officials and local powers and monopolization. Simultaneously, opening and encouraging cultivation of wastelands, attracting displaced people to settle there. Setting up official schools, academies, and free schools, granting bonus points for ethnic minority scholars in imperial examinations, etc. Gradually eroding cultural barriers and assimilating ethnic minorities into the Grand Qian cultural system. Of course, to ensure the smooth implementation of these measures, military means such as increasing local garrisons, stationing troops, building defense works, and constructing fortifications were required. Han Ning spoke for half a day non-stop, answering questions posed by the emperor from time to time, until his throat was dry and parched. The emperor listened in astonishment, with mixed emotions. Although Han Ning currently proposed just preliminary thoughts, the emperor could foresee the significant role this series of actions would play in stabilizing the southwest. Could this truly be what Han Ning hastily came up with? Could this genuinely be devised by someone obsessed with wine and lust, unwilling to strive forward? Perhaps someone wise was teaching him secretly. Why teach him secretly? If guided by a sage, why does he remain indulged in pleasures? Was Han Ning indeed indulgent and aimless? In an instant, various possibilities flashed through the emperor's mind. Each possibility made him jump with shock. He even doubted the princess. What exactly was her plan when she insisted on taking Han Ning away all those years ago? Was it because she didn't trust him? Excitedly discussing his thoughts, Han Ning forgot to hide his brilliance. Only when he noticed the change in the emperor's gaze did he realize he had spoken too much in excitement. Originally, he intended to remind the emperor to manage the pace of reform carefully, as rushing it could easily provoke backlash from local officials. Now, he dared not say more. Instead, he had to find a way to repair his persona. Your Majesty, isn't my method reasonable? How about letting me take the exam again? Surely, I'd be the champion scholar if I do. Exam? The emperor came back to his senses, looked deeply at him. Why aren't you satisfied being third place? That's true, the top scholar gets personally adorned with flowers by Her Majesty the Empress, while the third place winner can only be adorned by a female official. How vastly different are these treatments? Han Ning said with a face full of virtue, but his eyes kept glancing at the palace made by the door. How about letting Your Majesty give me a little reward to comfort me? Hearing this, the emperor looked contemplative and glanced at Duo Fuhai. Duo Fuhai immediately understood the emperor's meaning and called in 2 palace maids at the door. I'll grant you these 2 palace maids as a reward. Han Ning joyfully thanked the emperor and left with the 2 maids. The emperor then summoned several ministers from the Ministry of War and Ministry of Civil Affairs to discuss the plan for the reformation of local governance. Since there was no better solution, they decided to give it a try. Based on their own experience, the ministers made some supplements to this plan. Then the emperor personally selected Wang Yucheng, Deputy Minister of Civil Affairs, to take full charge in the southwest. The Wang family was a major clan in Shandong. His grandfather had served as prime minister in the previous dynasty, but was forced to retire early due to the scheming of a favored concubine's family. Wang Yucheng was among the first batch of scholars after the emperor took office. With a solid foundation of learning and family support, he had always sailed smoothly in the court. But because things had been too smooth, he had become somewhat arrogant. Upon arriving in the southwest, he immediately embarked on aggressive measures. If local forces did not comply, he would send troops to exterminate their families. Some subordinates tried to advise him, pointing out that this region was far from the capital and the locals were fierce. If driven into desperation, they might unite and resist, which might be hard to suppress. Wang Yucheng thought this advice utterly insignificant. In his view, in front of 500,000 troops sent by the court, these frontier people were nothing more than mobs who could be easily crushed. Yet, the result was completely unexpected. After he had just slaughtered a few wealthy families, the tribes that were not involved in the rebellion began to fear. However, their fear didn't drive them to surrender voluntarily to the court. Instead, they joined the rebel forces. And to show their sincerity in joining, they launched a surprise night attack on Wang Yucheng's residence. Chapter 173, Imperial Emissary. Your Majesty, those rebellious scoundrels are cruel and treacherous, bloodthirsty by nature. They rushed into this minister's residence, killing everyone in sight. A total of 137 lives were brutally massacred in a single night. They even tried to kill me. If it weren't for the heroic resistance of several guards who protected me at the cost of their lives, I wouldn't have made it back. Your Majesty, they clearly do not respect you or the court. You must not forgive them, Your Majesty. Wang Yucheng, his face bearing wounds, returned to the capital in disarray and knelt in the grand hall to weep over his grievances. However, Han Ning showed no sympathy for him. Commanding an army of 50,000, yet being defeated so thoroughly, obviously made him appear as a complete failure, bringing shame upon the court. The emperor clearly thought the same. In a fit of rage, he ordered that Wang Yucheng be dragged out and executed. Of course, some ministers stepped in to dissuade him. Lord Wang traveled far to the southwest to quell unrest. If he lacks achievements, he certainly deserves credit for his effort. Wang's sins do not warrant death. Executing him is a small matter compared to discouraging all officials. Enraged, the emperor trembled with anger. This always happened. Whenever he proposed any policy or dismissed a minister, someone immediately interfered. He never got what he wanted. Frustrated, the emperor pointed at Han Ning. Has Lord Wang, after years of service, achieved anything remarkable? And let's leave aside that question. Regarding this pacification campaign, Strategies were given to him outright, requiring only execution. And still, he failed miserably. Where exactly was his hard work? Handing over the pacification mission to Han Ing would be far better than giving it to him. Han Ing held a low rank and could attend the Grand Assembly only on special occasions. Even then, he had little chance to speak, merely observing from the sidelines. Naturally, he didn't intend to speak either. He had been enjoying himself as a bystander until the Emperor unexpectedly brought up his name. Han Ing startled and quickly responded modestly. "Your Majesty flatters me. This subject is truly unworthy." Yet the Emperor seemed resolved, speaking in a heavy voice. "I did not say you were particularly excellent. There's no need for your false humility. I merely stated that you are superior to Wang Yuqing, that worthless fool. The task of pacifying the rebels will be entrusted to you, so Wang Yuqing can see whether I've underestimated him or not. Isn't this too reckless for a matter of state importance?" Han Ing swallowed hard, his mind racing as he thought of ways to decline. Before he could find an excuse, the Emperor already instructed someone to write the imperial edict. None of the ministers opposed. After all, pacification missions were tough assignments. Previously, each attempt at quelling the rebellion resulted in massive losses, nearly 3 times the damage to our own forces. Moreover, the leading official rarely received substantial rewards and instead risked decapitation. No one was eager to take on this responsibility. And so, under these circumstances, Han Ing was forced into action, appointed as an imperial emissary, fully taking charge of pacifying the uprising and implementing the land reforms. Wang Yuqing was a high-ranking official, 3rd grade in rank. In contrast, Han Ing was only a 5th-grade military officer. Though there seemed to be just 2 grades between them, the gap was enormous. For example, during the new year, family members of 3rd-grade officials were permitted to visit the palace to pay respects to the empress and the consorts, and participate in palace banquets. 5th-grade officials' families had no such privilege. Moreover, if a daughter of a 3rd-grade official entered the palace, her lowest title would start as a noble concubine. Conversely, a daughter of a 5th-grade official could only start as the lowest-ranked beauty. In the eyes of commoners, a 5th-grade official was already an unattainable figure. However, in court politics, a 5th-grade rank was considered barely entry-level. If the emperor sent a 5th-grade official to quell the unrest in the southwest, the local chieftains might think the emperor looked down on them. Even if the chieftains initially planned to surrender, they would fight to the death to save face. Taking this into consideration, the emperor promoted Han Ing to a 3rd-grade official within the Ministry of Rites as the chief sacrificial officer. To be honest, this position used to be quite significant in the previous dynasty. However, after the current emperor ascended the throne and restructured various departments, this chief sacrificial office primarily oversaw the sacrificial animals and livestock needed for national banquets. Thus, while Han Ying's new position held a relatively high rank, it carried virtually no real power. The ministers, astute individuals, deduced from this appointment that the emperor did not fully trust Han Ing. The emperor was simply using him for the pacification campaign and had no intention of making him a key confidant. In short, Han Ing was treated like a donkey, expected to carry the load. All the ministers, being wise in their observations, understood that emperor intended to keep Han Ing restrained. What was emperor guarding against? It was naturally to prevent Han Ing from gaining too much influence. If Han Ying's true identity was revealed later, it could cause trouble with the royal heirs. Han Ing could understand the emperor's reasoning, but could not accept his approach. Restraining him was acceptable, but keeping him confined while also expecting him to accomplish the mission in the southwest without allowing him to stand out. Wasn't this treating him like a fool? Previously, Han Ing had chosen to stay humble, retreating step by step, avoiding any direct confrontation with the emperor. Apparently, maintaining a low profile had been utterly ineffective. If the emperor needed to restrain him or utilize him, Han Ing no longer saw any reason to stay low-key. Let Pei Luoyan exchange all the silver they had earned recently into 5 liang ingots, loaded on flatbed carts, and make a big fuss with gongs and drums along the way. Director Han is heading to the southwest by imperial decree to quell the disorder. What a pity that such vast fertile land has fallen into the hands of rebellious forces. Men of ambition should join Director Han for this mission to the southwest. All reclaimed land will belong to you. The Great Qin dynasty had strict household registration management, requiring a pass from the county office to leave the county. Some people, due to various reasons, natural disasters and such, couldn't live in their hometowns without passes, thus becoming refugees. Refugees were essentially black market individuals, unable to find jobs or purchase farmland, and could only sustain themselves by begging or doing odd jobs. Children born to refugees were also considered refugees, having no prospects. The future seemed hopeless. Hearing that they could have their own land, and that land ownership allowed them to apply for registration, which opened doors to employment and schooling opportunities for their children, many refugees followed behind Han Ying's group, heading for the southwest together. Not only did Han Ing dangle this opportunity in front of them, but he also spent his own money to provide 3 meals of pancakes per day for the refugees. Freshly baked pancakes, crispy outside and tender inside. Biting into a pancake with pickles was like living a celestial life. Many refugees couldn't help but cry as they ate. They lived off begging daily, subsisting on leftovers, having forgotten when they last ate such a hearty meal. For the promise of 3 square meals a day, they would follow Director Han to the southwest, even if it meant dying on the road. It would still be worth it. Han Ying's every move was reported back to the emperor by specialists every day. When the emperor heard that Han Ing was spending his own silver to gather the refugees, he became so angry that he wanted to execute someone. But there was no excuse for anger. He couldn't fault Han Ying for voluntarily sharing his burdens. In a foul mood, everything looked unpleasant. Duo Fuhai inadvertently made the ink too concentrated and was berated by the emperor and punished to clean the toilets. Chapter 174. Incrimination. Duo Fuhai was unjustly reprimanded but did not dare to complain. Thunder and rain are all favors from the emperor, especially since for more than 20 years previously, the emperor had always favored and rewarded him generously. He couldn't forget the emperor's kindness just because he had been used as a scapegoat once, could he? Still, cleaning the toilet was really no job for a person. Duo Fuhai wasn't young anymore, and after being pampered for so many years, his physical strength was far inferior to what it used to be. The worst part was the smell that stung the nose painfully. After working only a little while, Duo Fuhai couldn't take it anymore, so he ran outside the courtyard and sat under a tree to cool off. Fortunately, his status in the palace was unparalleled, so even the head managers didn't dare to truly manage or discipline him. They not only didn't blame him for slacking off, but also proactively suggested that he go stroll in the imperial garden and simply show up briefly by evening. The imperial garden was large. The emperor and the ladies were all precious beings. When they occasionally visited the imperial garden, they would sit only in the central areas before returning. Many places were likely untouched by nobility their entire lives. With this thought, Duo Fuhai accepted the manager's suggestion, brought a pot of cool tea and some snacks to the imperial garden, and found a secluded place to cool off and pass the time. Just as he was dozing off while enjoying the cool breeze, he suddenly heard a low murmur of conversation. It seemed to be two palace maids whispering where no one else was around. Duo Fuhai, who was bored, strained his ears to listen in. The two seemed to be sisters. The younger sister complained about the favoritism in the palace, lamenting that despite their beauty and embroidery skills, they had fallen out of favor with Consort Hui and thus had no chance to rise. Instead, they could only work as laborers, receiving the lowest monthly salary while doing the hardest and dirtiest work. The older sister consoled her, advising her to bear with it and not express such feelings openly, lest she invite trouble. Duo Fuhai secretly nodded. This elder sister seemed to be sensible and might have a chance to rise in the future. As he thought this, he overheard the older sister saying, "The prince has promised me that if he inherits the throne in the future, he will make me his consort, and then we sisters will surely no longer be bullied." Duo Fuhai was shocked. The emperor was in good health and hadn't hurried to establish a crown prince yet. Which prince dared harbor such thoughts? Moreover, from what the sister said, it was clear that she had an intimate relationship with this prince. In theory, all women in the harem, from the empress down to the lowest palace maid, were the emperor's concubines. Yet, this prince was close with a palace maid. This was a grave violation. Duo Fuhai, having served beside the emperor for many years, often saw several princes. It wouldn't be accurate to say all the princes were perfectly virtuous, but on the surface, they all seemed like bright and open young boys without too much scheming. He truly couldn't imagine which prince would dare to engage in such behavior behind the scenes. He originally planned to catch a glimpse of the sisters to trace the source of the matter back to the prince involved. However, by the time he got up, the two had already left, leaving only a pinkish hue of a skirt hem visible. Palace serving maids all wore uniforms of this color, so identifying them solely based on a piece of fabric was clearly impossible. If he were to investigate thoroughly, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible either. By summoning all the serving maids, he was confident that he could identify them by their voices. But doing so would definitely alert the prince in question, who would likely order the elder sister's execution beforehand. Ultimately, they would not uncover which prince it was, but merely add another innocent soul to haunt the palace. After considering this, Duo Fuhai decided not to investigate. It was normal for the princes to aspire to be emperor, and all he needed to do was to remind the emperor to be cautious. However, the emperor was truly upset with Duo Fuhai this time, not because his inkstone grinding didn't meet expectations, but because he had unnecessarily prompted Han Ying to offer suggestions to resolve issues in the southwest region. This triggered so many subsequent events. Once angered, the emperor no longer wanted to see Duo Fuhai. Duo Fuhai waited anxiously for the emperor to remember him, his neck growing long in anticipation. Instead, he received news of the emperor promoting his apprentice, Xuanhuan, to chief eunuch. Duo Fuhai was very angry. Of course, not at the emperor, but at Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan first entered the palace, he was small and ugly, and other palace people bullied him. Duo Fuhai arrived at the palace during the chaotic times after the late dynasty's concubine had disrupted the inner court, when palace order was at its most disordered. Having tasted the bitterness of being bullied himself, he sympathized greatly with Xuanhuan's plight, taking him under his wing and teaching him how to survive within the palace. Xuanhuan flattered him, calling him master incessantly and solemnly promising to treat Duo Fuhai like a father in old age, supporting him until death. Duo Fuhai therefore regarded Xuanhuan like his own son. Unbelievably, when Duo Fuhai inadvertently displeased the emperor, instead of speaking up for him, Xuanhuan usurped his position as chief eunuch. How was this different from betrayal? Enraged beyond measure, Duo Fuhai went to confront Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan shoved him to the ground and disdainfully patted the place Duo Fuhai had just grabbed. "Do you even realize what you smell like right now? And yet, you dare to touch my clothes. How am I ungrateful? You didn't give birth to me, nor did you raise me. What favor or obligation do I owe you? Get out of here now. If you keep pestering me, I'll have my men break your legs." Duo Fuhai left in a huff, but collapsed with illness as soon as he returned home. When the wall falls, all push against it. Seeing that he would never recover his former glory, even those in charge turned their backs on him. Not only did they stop giving him special treatment, but they also used the excuse of fearing he might infect others with his sickness to force him into the smallest and shabbiest vacant room. Duo Fuhai was too ill to get up. There was no one to help him take a sip of water, let alone provide medical care. After a few days of illness, he appeared as though his life force had nearly run out, clinging to his last breath. If someone isn't meant to die, heaven will save them. Instead of waiting for divine intervention, Duo Fuhai waited for Yin Xiong. Ever since Han Ing had departed from the capital under imperial orders, Yin Xiong and her companions were constantly worried about his safety. Unable to endure their anxiety any longer, they decided that Yin Xiong would visit the palace to pay respects to the emperor and casually sound out whether someone else could be sent to the southwest region so that Han Ing could return. Yin Xiong did not see Duo Fuhai. Instead, an unfamiliar young eunuch brought tea, sparking her curiosity, and she asked a few questions. The emperor naturally wouldn't admit he was dissatisfied with Duo Fuhai's recommendation of Han Ing. He simply said that Duo Fuhai was getting old and was no longer capable, so someone younger was put in his place. Yin Xiong found this highly unreasonable. Everyone grows old. Ministers can retire back to their hometowns, but eunuchs are doomed to grow old and die within the palace, which is already quite pitiful. To discard them due to their age was even more inhumane. Of course, Yin Xiong wasn't foolish enough to criticize the emperor directly. After leaving the upper study room, she sent people to inquire about Duo Fuhai's whereabouts. Upon hearing that he was gravely ill, she personally came to visit him. Duo Fuhai never expected that on his deathbed, it would be Yin Xiong who would come to see him. He was overwhelmed with emotion, not knowing how to express his gratitude. Chapter 175. Care for the elderly. Yin Xiongxin was kind-hearted, especially to those she knew well. Fuduahai could be considered someone who had watched her grow up. Once in the palace, he was second only to the emperor, with tens of thousands of people below him. Even the concubines of various palaces had to give him some respect. How glorious it was. Today, however, he has fallen into such a wretched state, truly evoking sighs. Yin Xiong could not bear to see this, and ordered the palace maid to invite a doctor. The palace maid did not immediately carry out the order, lowering her head, wanting to say something but hesitating. Princess, should we consult His Majesty before inviting the royal physician? After marrying Han Ing, Yin Xiong spent her days closely accompanied by Pei Luoyan, Luo Wanwan, and others. Influenced by them, she matured quite a bit. Fuduahai's downfall must have been due to offending the emperor. Sympathizing with Fuduahai and taking it upon herself to invite the royal physician on his behalf would amount to opposing the emperor. Though bound by blood, father and daughter often worried about being misunderstood, making their relationship less intimate than that of an ordinary family. Thinking of this made her feel heartbroken. Yin Xiong sighed deeply. Just do as I say, I will make my own decision. At this point, the palace maid dared not disobey, albeit feeling uneasy as they invited the royal physician. But by the time the physician arrived, there was no sight of Princess Yin Xiong. Calling over the small eunuch guarding the door, they learned that she had gone to the study hall. Yin Xiong's return after having left surprised the emperor. Why are you back? Did you forget to ask me for something else? If you're asking me to recall Han Ing, you can forget about it. Matters of state cannot be meddled with by you. Yin Xiong bowed her head and knelt before the emperor. Your daughter indeed wishes to request a favor from your majesty, not for things, but for a person. Duo Fuhai woke from his unconscious state, gazing at duck-egg green-colored bed curtains. He wondered if there were also bed curtains in the underworld. The sound of an opening door rang out, followed by light footsteps. Gejia sister, is Duogong awake yet? Not yet. I fed him medicine earlier. His fever has subsided. He should wake soon. Thank you, Gejia sister, for all your trouble. Please take care tonight. Once Duogong is better, Princess will greatly reward you. Realizing that the princess had saved him, tears streamed down his aged face. Even amidst late spring's cold or autumn's lingering warmth, Duo Fuhai was, after all, in his 60s, and recuperated for half a month until his health improved. After the doctor checked his pulse and confirmed he had mostly recovered, needing no more medication, Duo Fuhai struggled up with a cane to meet Princess Yin Xiong. Upon entering, he immediately knelt and lowered his head, too choked with emotion to speak a word. Anything he said might imply resentment towards the emperor. Moved by compassion, Yin Xiong commanded a servant to help him rise and even granted him a seat. His Majesty fears my youth and inexperience might unintentionally offend the ladies. Therefore, he has graciously assigned Gonggong to remind me of things. Gonggong, please stay at ease. If anything is uncomfortable, do mention it to Sister Gu or come to me. Duo Fuhai performed a deep bow before silently retreating, never uttering a single word from start to finish. Once he left, a palace maid couldn't help but feel discontent for Princess Yin Xiong. The princess saved his life and pleaded with His Majesty on his behalf for so long, and yet he doesn't even offer a thank you. Yin Xiong was no longer the naively innocent little girl she once was. She understood that Duo Fuhai's lack of thanks was the greatest expression of gratitude towards her. She didn't argue with the palace maid, instead gently smiled and changed the subject. I wonder where my husband is by now. He left in haste, without packing much clothing. He will surely endure some hardship along the way. The palace maid quickly consoled Princess Yin Xiong. Your husband is a man of great skill. This small matter will not hinder him. Princess, please rest assured. With that, the matter of Duo Fuhai was forgotten. From then on, Duo Fuhai settled in at the Han residence. A small courtyard, a trellis full of grapevines, and a pot of tea. Most days, he wouldn't leave, idling away the hours planting flowers or herbs in his little yard, savoring the wind and tea. A rare period of leisure for most of his life. Occasionally, Princess Incheon would visit. Seeing the loneliness around here, she proposed arranging a few servants to chat with him and keep him company. Duofuhai strongly refused. In the end, Princess Incheon still sent 2 7- or 8-year-old young attendants over. They were not palace eunuchs, spared the physical mutilation that usually comes with the role. Their personalities were much livelier and more natural, and they were prone to making mistakes and causing trouble. Duofuhai just smiled softly, watching them, never reproving them. They all said Duofuhai was kind-hearted, like the old grandfather in their homes. Duofuhai merely heard these words, not putting them in his heart anymore. Xiao Yinzi heard him, and he didn't want to believe in the flattery of these children anymore. Being a broken individual already, one shouldn't dream of familial love. Seeing him enjoying himself, Princess Incheon stopped giving him too much attention. Still, every 10 days or half a month, she would personally go to the small courtyard to check on him, ensuring no servant dared to treat him disrespectfully. Every day, Incheon and several others thought endlessly about Han Ying, unable to eat or sleep properly. Luo Yin felt this wasn't going to work long-term. She suggested they manage Han Ying's businesses in the capital together, so if Han Ying needed money one day, it wouldn't be impossible to produce. It was more meaningful than sitting at home with a furrowed brow, doing nothing. Incheon had no experience in business and worried she wouldn't do well. Luo Wanwan encouraged her. I've never done business either, but if I don't know, I just learn. Why be afraid? Hearing her words, Incheon grew braver and agreed. On one side, Incheon enthusiastically followed Pei Luoyin to learn about business. On the other side, Han Ying picked up several thousand displaced people along the way, heading towards the southwest in a grand procession. Of course, there weren't this many displaced people to pick up along the way. Many of them had heard the news and chased after them for days before catching up. The greater the number of displaced people, the better it was for the reform of reclaiming land. However, the steward was very worried as he watched their funds gradually diminish. Finding an opportunity, he came to see Han Ying. Boss, we set out with 50,000 taels of silver, but now we only have less than 20,000 left, and we still have over 1,000 miles to go. Eating flatbreads might not seem expensive, but with so many people, most of whom were young men traveling long distances, their endurance required substantial energy, leading each person to consume at least 5 flatbreads per meal. Furthermore, many of these displaced people had endured unstable lives for extended periods, suffering from latent illnesses that flared up after traveling for several days. Hiring doctors and buying medicine further drained their funds. Over time, every little cost added up, and the money flowed away like water. With even more displaced people expected ahead, these 20,000 taels would certainly run out. Han Ying hadn't expected the money to be spent so quickly, but he'd never truly worried about finances before. If the money wasn't enough, they would earn some. Every time they arrived somewhere new, Han Ying would actively seek out local authorities to help apprehend fugitives, exterminate bandits, and even assist peasants in harvesting grain and tilling fields. They would work for food, doing any job they could find. Seeing Han Ying's actions, Deputy Minister of Revenue Qianshin couldn't bear it and came to dissuade him. Lord, His Majesty sent us here to quell the rebel army. You're taking these displaced people around working odd jobs, which harms the image of the court. Han Ying did not appreciate these words. Did I ask you to work? Did I take a single penny? If neither happened, why say I am working odd jobs? And how could it harm the image of the court? Chapter 176. This woman is not ordinary. Qianshin saw Han Ying telling blatant lies with eyes wide open, and his tone became unfriendly. Master, this afternoon you clearly took the refugees to help Mr. Shui harvest rice. Han Ying interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I was merely worried that the wealthy would not trust the refugees, so I stepped in as a guarantor. Besides, I didn't take a single coin, so how could it count as work? Enough already. There are still several days before the deadline set by His Majesty, plenty of time. Why are you so anxious for nothing? Qianshin's blood pressure skyrocketed to 180, almost exploding at Han Ying, but was finally pulled away by others. Even after leaving, he remained indignant. The people in the southwest are amidst the fires of war. Mr. Han, as the imperial envoy, should be traveling day and night to save the people from calamity, yet he does these meaningless things instead. In my opinion, he is obviously avoiding battle and deliberately dragging out time. After much persuasion from others, Qianshin's anger gradually subsided. But the next day, Han Ying did something even more outrageous. Not only did he leave everyone behind early in the morning, taking only 2 guards to hunt in nearby forests for the entire day, but when he returned, he brought back a woman. Qianshin, who was already dissatisfied with Han Ying's actions, couldn't contain himself anymore. He rushed to Han Ying's tent and pointed at his nose with a scathing rebuke. Cankerworm, coward, incompetent person. A barrage of insults came forth, making it unbearably humiliating. Han Ying waited for him to finish, fished out his earwax, and said calmly, Don't think that after your tirade, I will send you back to the capital to enjoy a life of leisure. Qianshin's face turned liver red, ready to lash out again. However, Han Ying suddenly shouted fiercely, as the envoy appointed by His Majesty, if you don't like me, you can certainly ask His Majesty to revoke the appointment. But remember this, as long as I am the imperial envoy for even a single day, I have absolute authority over life and death. It is none of your business to interfere in my decisions. Say one more useless word, and don't blame me if my sword shows no mercy. The southwest is 2,000 miles away, so asking permission for everything would be impossible. Therefore, the emperor gave Han Ying a Longquan sword along with the authority to act first and report later. Qianshin's loyalty and love for the country were real, as was his concern for the common folk. He also believed that Han Ying wasn't doing his job properly. However, this situation hadn't reached a level that required someone's death warrant. If it wasn't necessary, there was no point in risking life needlessly. After all, life only comes once, and martyrdom should be reserved for crucial moments. With such thoughts, Qianshan clenched his jaw, left Han Ying's tint with an ashen complexion. Behind the temporary bathroom screens separated by a divider came a soft voice of a woman. Young official, for your age, you carry quite the commanding air. Her tone was deep and mellow, like fine wine, inviting curiosity. But her tone carried an air of condescension, enough to irritate Han Ying into laughter. I've seen people pretending to be younger, but never older. Even though I'm younger, I'm still older than you. TCH. Following her soft scoff, from behind the screen emerged a tall and athletic woman with full features exuding an air of dignity. She had just finished bathing, wrapped only in one of Han Ying's robes. Her wet hair dripped down her shoulders, water flowing down her neck, soaking large parts of the cloth in front. It was the height of summer. Han Ying's robe couldn't possibly be thick. When wet, it became almost translucent, tightly clinging to her skin. Han Ying could even see through the fabric. You woman, why don't you act more like a proper woman? Dressing like this, do you plan on seducing someone? Rarely being pure-minded, Han Ying received an eye roll and sarcastic chuckle from the woman. Do all men always think like that? Believing women were revealing clothing just to lure you? TSK. Do you even understand equality? Men can go shirtless. Why must women always cover themselves like dumplings? What kind of twisted logic is this? Back in ancient times, neither men nor women wore clothes while living among trees. Who made women start wearing heavier clothes? The women themselves. Whoever said women must dress more modestly compared to men? Also, the women themselves. Don't say it's because of men imposing rules on women. The duration of matriarchal society far outweighs that of patriarchal society. Many habits have been deeply ingrained long before patriarchy even began. Seeing that arguing further was futile with the woman, Han Ying decided against it. I find your reasoning quite logical, and I must admit I've been narrow-minded. Then let's agree starting now, we both go shirtless. The weather is scorching hot, it'll keep us cool. The woman pursed her lips and shot Han Ying another glare. Think I'm afraid to go bare? It's simply inconvenient without a piece of cloth for support. Such a reason coming from her lips was truly unprecedented. Han Ying lost interest in bickering and went straight to asking about her origins. I was hunting perfectly fine when you appeared out of nowhere, claiming I scared you, thus using that as an excuse to cling to me. What's your real purpose? Speak up. If you don't mind, I could try out the sharpness of the Emperor's gifted xuanhuan sword on you. The woman's attitude immediately softened. Look at you, always resorting to threats of violence. It scared me to death. I have a very weak heart. If frightened, I might faint. Han Ying massaged his temples. Exactly like this, exactly. Whenever he asked her about serious matters, she would feign madness and play dumb. Yet when he didn't bring up important issues, she occasionally taunted him with biting sarcasm. If not for her beauty, he would have abandoned her in the mountains long ago, letting her fend for herself. As if reading Han Ying's thoughts, the woman turned her back, smirking confidently. The next day, there was an additional female guard by Han Ying's side. His subordinates grumbled quite a bit, and Qianshan couldn't resist running over to question him. This time, Han Ying was too lazy even to open his mouth. He simply climbed onto his horse, went back to the carriage to sleep, and left dealing with Qianshan to the woman. The woman confidently retorted to Qianshan. How does my being a guard interfere with master's affairs? Are women stepping out into public considered disgraceful? Could it be that you were born from a stone crevice? Or have you never left the capital your entire life, and thus have never seen women in the countryside labor as hard as men to support their families? Even in the capital, there should be women who work, right? Is the master really unaware of the common people's hardships? Has the emperor been informed? Her words rendered Qianshan speechless, leaving him fuming in anger before stomping off, venting suppressed rage. The woman also climbed into the carriage, snatching the fan from Han Ying's hand with a sycophantic smile. How can such tasks allow master to do them personally? Let me handle it. Saying, let me, she only fanned herself. Han Ying saw no reason to argue over a fan with a woman and merely grabbed another one. However, inside, he wondered what kind of environment could cultivate a woman like this. Soon enough, Han Ying found his answer. The following night, while sleeping, Han Ying smelled the scent of knockout powder in the air and instantly became alert. Seeing the woman vanish into the darkness, he followed cautiously. She entered a grove of trees, and Han Ying leaped onto an old tree nearby, perched high above to survey the situation in the forest clearly. Chapter 177, The Long-Awaited Reward. The woman thought Han Ying had been drugged with knockout powder and wouldn't wake up for a while. She never expected that Han Ying, who was sleeping soundly, might not necessarily wake up just because she left for a short time. It was precisely her unnecessary use of the knockout powder that made Han Ying alert. Come to think of it, this was strange. Knockout powder is usually colorless and odorless, almost undetectable. Yet Han Ying could smell the scent of the knockout powder. This could only be explained by the fact that his sixth senses, enhanced by the Baopuink technique, were far more sensitive than those of ordinary people. For example, some animals can detect scents humans cannot. But I digress. Let's go back to Han Ying and the woman. The woman crept into the woods, where two tall and muscular men were already waiting for her. After meeting, the two men approached her anxiously, questioning her. Boss, can we trust that Officer Han? Unlike when she spoke to Han Ying, mocking and flattering in turns, her tone now carried an authority without anger. So far, he seems acceptable. The other man's voice was clearly much younger. Then can we act tomorrow? The woman gave a faint Act then. Be cautious, everyone. Every move and every word should mimic those of the refugees. The first man laughed. Boss, please rest assured. Our brothers have suffered injustice and are forced to live in the wilderness. We've long awaited a chance to return to a normal life. Our group is all very invested in this mission. Xiao Luzi worries about being too fat to look like a refugee. Since yesterday, he hasn't touched water or food. Her voice softened slightly. You're all enduring hardship for me, reduced to a half-human, half-ghost existence. Fortunately, Officer Han appears reliable. We'll hide among the refugees, settle anew in the southwest. From now on, we won't have to worry anymore. Later, the woman gave further instructions to the two men, but Han didn't listen and returned to the carriage first. Never would he have imagined that such a delicate beauty was the leader of bandits. However, her peculiar behaviors, which previously seemed out of place in society, now made perfect sense. Still, what she mentioned earlier, that others had joined the mountain rebels for her sake, hinted at another story behind this all. If the woman chooses to tell him one day, he will naturally accept it. If she does not, there's no need for him to pry into someone else's privacy. For now, the certainty that she has no ill intentions toward him is enough. When the woman came back inside, the fresh scent of herbs added clarity to the stuffy air in the carriage. Han Ying's eyes remained tightly closed, his breathing steady, as the woman listened for a moment, putting her mind at ease. I'm sorry, Officer Han. I've endangered my brothers once before, and I can't drag them into danger again. This demands greater caution from me, so forgive me. I will surely repay you someday. She whispered these words and sprinkled clear water onto Han Ying's face. Han Ying turned over in compliance. The woman stayed still until he slept deeply again, and then lay down opposite him. On the second day, indeed more refugees joined the caravan. As it happened to be drizzling that day, there were no odd jobs to do. Han Ying, finding himself bored, sat by the window carefully observing the refugees, attempting to spot any of the woman's followers. He did manage to discover 3 suspicious ones. One was a slightly chubby young teenager. He suspected this boy because last night one of the men had mentioned that someone named Xiao Luzi was dieting to better resemble a refugee. The other 2, larger in build, seemed outwardly indistinguishable from the average refugee, except for their unusually sharp gazes. After watching for a while, he found only 3 suspicious individuals. Instead of feeling satisfied, Han Ying grew more curious about the woman's subordinates. Concealment is also a skill, and he doubted anyone who hadn't undergone specific training could pull it off. Han Ying decided to uncover their identities. He quickly devised a plan, which, though somewhat unethical, would surely work. That evening, after they set up camp and gathered firewood to cook dinner, the sky grew completely dark. Han Ying summoned the woman upstream along the small river. She hesitated for a moment, but followed him. The woman guessed Han Ying wanted to bathe in the river and called her along to stand guard and prevent anyone from accidentally intruding. Of course, she also worried a little about Han Ying having other ideas, but she trusted her martial arts prowess, so she accompanied him. All her guesses were correct. Han Ying was indeed here to bathe, and he intended to make her join him. There was only one mistake. She tried to resist, only to find she couldn't break free at all. Han Ying actually knew martial arts, and his skills were deeper than hers. The woman was truly panicked now. She hurled insults and sarcasm at Han Ying, alternately threatening and tempting him. She had tried every method she could think of, but none had the slightest effect. Han Ying let her speak at length, while firmly holding on to her, without letting go. Then, a group of men appeared. There were exactly 40 of them, not one more or less. Dressed identically in tattered clothes resembling those of destitute wanderers. Yet their expressions brimmed with sharpness and anger. I thought you were an honest official, but it turns out you're no better than pigs and dogs. Today we will rid the people of a scourge. Filthy officer, prepare to die. With a look of calm indifference, Han Ying released the woman and walked over to the men, his hands behind his back. Now he knew who these people were. These weren't bandits. They were clearly the loyal bodyguards gifted to him by the system as a reward. Gentlemen, please don't get so agitated. I only acted to lure all of you out. I never truly intended any harm to your leader. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. Apart from restraining her arms to prevent her escape, did I touch any other part of her body? The woman paused for a moment, carefully recalling. It was exactly as Han Ying had said. Even though they had been so close, there had always been the faintest gap between them, preventing any real contact. You, when did you discover my true identity? Han Ying gave her a sly smile. Guess. In reality, strictly speaking, Han Ying only knew that the woman was the leader of this group, but not her exact origins. So it wasn't exactly discovering her identity, but something still needed to be played up a bit. The woman couldn't determine how much Han Ying knew about her situation, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. One of the men, with a scar on his forehead, stepped forward and spoke softly. Miss, Officer Han doesn't seem to be a bad person. Let's tell him the truth. Perhaps he can help seek justice for Lord and Lady Lian, and all 208 members of the Lian family. Lian family? This seemed to trigger something in Han Ying's mind, and he blurted out. Are you the only daughter of the Lian family from Loi, Lian Siki? The woman slowly nodded. Yes, please seek justice for my parents and family. All the men knelt down in unison. Please, Officer Han, seek justice for our master and mistress. Han Ying smiled and nodded gently. All right, but I have one condition. Chapter 178, Arrival in the Southwest. When Han Ying said that he would help the chief family to clear their name, but under one condition, the men instinctively looked at Lian Siki. Lian Siki revealed an expression of righteous resolution on her face. As long as you can help clear my parents' name, I will agree to any condition. Clearly, These people believed that Han Ing wanted Lien Siki to do something. Han Ing felt both helpless and amused. What kind of person did they think he was? He already had dozens of wives, each gentle and beautiful. He didn't need to resort to such base tactics to force a woman to comply. My condition is that all 40 of you become my guards. Everyone was stunned. The men looked at Lien Siki again. It seemed as if they were saying, it turns out he wanted them to be his guards, not for the young miss to sacrifice herself. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Lien Siki sighed with relief, but there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her heart. There was no time to carefully analyze where this feeling of loss came from. She bowed respectfully to the men, full of guilt. Though they were slaves of the house, they had never been mistreated and were given opportunities to learn calligraphy and martial arts. One might say they were treated like adopted sons. With the chance to repay Mr. Lien's kindness, the men naturally wouldn't refuse. But they were still worried about Miss Lien. What about Miss if we follow Master Han? Why don't you ask Master Han to take you in too? Lien Siki couldn't bring herself to make such a request. Although she had been by Han Ying's side for several days testing his character, doing occasional chores was acceptable. Asking her to beg to become his servant? Absolutely impossible. There's no need. I have somewhere to go. Most women who Han Ying had spent time with were mostly as gentle as water. Some, however, were cold and haughty, like Wu Linglong and Pei Luoyan. He understood Lien Siki's thoughts relatively well, so he gave her an opportunity to gracefully back down. If my memory serves me correctly, nearly 10 years have passed since the incident involving the Lien family. There are some details that need confirmation from Miss Lien. If Miss Lien has no urgent matters, why don't you temporarily accompany me so that it would be more convenient for me to understand the situation along the way? If it was to better understand the case, she could continue staying by Han Ying for a while longer. Lien Siki reluctantly nodded, pretending it was difficult for her to accept. An agreement was reached among the three parties, leaving everyone content. Han Ying then proposed returning to the camp. Having stood in the river half-soaked for so long talking, even though he had Bio Puzi protecting him, he still felt uncomfortable and chilled. It was impressive that Lien Siki showed no signs of discomfort. Han Ying's gaze unconsciously fell upon her. To facilitate travel, she often wore coarse male clothing. Having just finished eating when Han Ying called her here, she hadn't changed into female attire yet. Thus, when her clothes got wet, she wasn't revealing too much skin. Still, the drooping folds of her damp robe accentuated her long, straight legs. TSK. No wonder there's the phrase, leg-worshipping year. Although vulgar, it was indeed straightforward. Perhaps due to Han Ying's intense gaze, Lien Siki felt both angry and nervous, unsure how to place her feet. She turned around and glared fiercely at Han Ying. Men, not a single one of you is worth a damn. Han Ying silently turned his eyes away, yet inwardly he snorted disapprovingly. There'll be a day when you come begging. After recruiting the men as guards, Han Ying decided that their role must remain secret for now. They continued to blend in with the displaced civilians. Han Ying would find an appropriate time to give them a public identity later. In the current situation, the men served more use being amongst the refugees rather than following him closely. Firstly, they could help stabilize the refugees' emotions and prevent anyone from deliberately inciting trouble. Keep in mind, most refugees weren't educated and could easily be swayed. Now with close to 20,000 refugees gathered, once unrest breaks out, it wouldn't be a small matter. These 40 men may seem like not many, but also not few. By occasionally mixing among the displaced civilians, they spoke highly of Han Ying, reinforcing the promises he had made, which wasn't unimportant. Also, should anyone attempt to stir things up, they'd be able to discover it quickly and stop it in time. Secondly, they could help Han Ying uncover talented individuals. Han Ying planned to buy several plots of land in the southwest. As he couldn't stay in the southwest for long, he needed trustworthy managers to handle things for him. The fierce local customs meant that appointing managers from nearby counties might not work effectively. Besides, he didn't want to cause families to separate unnecessarily. A month later, Han Ying and his group finally entered Dianhong Prefecture. The Dianhong magistrate and a large number of officials had been killed by rebel soldiers in the initial phase of the turmoil. At present, the person in charge was an official scribe under the original magistrate. Upon hearing that the imperial envoy had arrived, he brought a handful of officials, crying and sobbing, to welcome them. As soon as they met, the man knelt down before Han Ying, confessing with tears and snot streaming down his face. What seemed like a confession was more of a lament. He spoke of how ruthless the rebel forces were, how fierce the battles had been, and how difficult their situation had become. The rebels are unpredictable, emerging from nowhere to burn and kill indiscriminately. By the time our forces arrive, they retreat into the forests, making them impossible to guard against. The commoners help them too, secretly passing on information or transporting food supplies, a pack of unruly folk. It's my incompetence. I have no idea what else to do. Han Ying understood the hardships of being a clerical official. After letting him vent his frustrations, he personally helped the man up, offering kind words of comfort. Next, they discussed strategies to quell the rebellion and the implementation of administrative reforms. This time, Han Ying didn't hesitate. He directly demanded that all local troops and guards temporarily come under his command for unified deployment and management. No one dared to raise any objection to this requirement. Everyone knew that putting down a rebellion was no easy task, and whoever held military authority would bear the responsibility if things went wrong. They all wished someone would step up and take the fall. However, when Han Ying proposed raising donations of military provisions from the common people, everyone knew such donations wouldn't be voluntary. The local officials all opposed it. This area is already barren land where the lives of the peasants are incredibly hard. They've also been repeatedly looted by the rebels. How much surplus grain could there possibly be? That's right, sir. If we force another donation, the commoners will have no means of survival. These arguments sounded reasonable at first glance, but in reality, they were baseless excuses. Han Ing responded calmly with a counter-question. Weren't you just saying earlier that the peasants were helping the rebels by providing information and supplies? What difference is there between these peasants and the rebels? Why should I care about their lives? These words weren't wrong either. But surely, before the rebellion was crushed, one shouldn't drive the locals to their deaths. With no choice, the local officials steeled themselves and tried to persuade him further. I may have spoken rashly earlier without fully clarifying the situation. Not all peasants are in league with the rebels. Many are loyal to His Majesty and the court. Chapter 179. Trust me. Han Ing did not wait for the clerk to finish speaking before he waved his hand. Being loyal to His Majesty and the court means supporting the pacification efforts. I believe that these commoners will certainly understand the situation and actively contribute food and resources. The local officials were unable to refute Han Ying's arguments, so they reluctantly closed their mouths, sighing in despair beside him. The imperial commissioners who had accompanied Han Ing from the capital now had something to say. Director Han, we have just arrived here and do not yet fully understand the local situation. This is precisely the time when we need to calm the people and gain their assistance and cooperation. How can you forcefully requisition the food that keeps the people alive? Aren't you afraid of inciting resentment among the people? And if that happens, who would still be willing to help us? In previous pacifications, it was always this official reciting the same script. Han Ing, however, did not agree. If this process worked, why would there be chaos every few years requiring repeated pacifications? To put it bluntly, each time chaos was subdued, it wasn't because the imperial army killed many rebels or intimidated the local lords. Rather, the lords simply decided they had gained enough loot and no longer wished to cause trouble. This behavior had become habitual. Whenever they lacked silver, grain, or women, they would create a disturbance, leading to chaos. When the imperial army arrived, they used the terrain advantage to launch surprise attacks, showing that they weren't easy targets. After dragging on for some time, they accepted the court's pacifications, receiving rewards in the process. At most, they sacrificed a scapegoat, treating it as giving face to the court. The scapegoats themselves were often useless or losers in power struggles. Keeping them around only wasted resources. Without fundamentally eliminating these lords and their forces, even if the rebellion was suppressed 100 times, the Southwest would never truly see peace. Han Ing didn't argue with the official, but instead calmly asked him a question in return. What you're saying makes perfect sense. I just want to know. If any of the commoners offer to take us to destroy the rebel camps, would you dare go? Everyone fell silent. The official advocating for pacifying the populace first turned bright red with embarrassment and could not bring himself to say yes. Han Ing also didn't mean to deliberately embarrass him. After silencing him, Han Ing turned his gaze to the others. We are not kin. Their hearts will naturally differ. My words are not meant to suggest exterminating all the locals. It is about making them sincerely loyal to the court. That cannot be achieved by simply issuing them an identity token. The people here share roots and bloodlines with the rebels in the mountains. In fact, many of them are related by marriage. How could they genuinely assist us in quelling the disorder? If I seize the food from the commoners, then the rebels will have no more supplies from the villages. When that happens, the rebels will have no choice but to descend from the mountains. Only when they come down will we have the chance to engage them directly. Han Ing paused to catch his breath and continued. I know that you do not entirely agree with my methods. Some of you may even think I am out of touch, causing unnecessary trouble. Just like how during our journey, when I led the displaced farmers to work, you thought I was avoiding conflict and stalling for time. But have you ever considered this? The displaced farmers don't own land and find it difficult to secure employment. How many of them can adjust quickly from idleness to rising early and working hard on opening up farmland? And how many would persist through the hardships? If they can't continue, how will they make a living? Wouldn't they resort to theft or even join the bandits in the mountains? I brought them to work not for the meager payment, but to instill in them a sense of accomplishment, teaching them that sweat brings results and they don't have to shed blood. All eyes looked at Han Ing in astonishment. They never expected someone so young to think so deeply ahead. What made it even more remarkable was that he didn't merely contemplate these issues. He personally took action alongside the displaced peasants, especially Qianshun. It was Qianshun who had misjudged Han Ing as being afraid of fighting, intentionally delaying progress, and disrespecting Han Ing openly. Now Qianshun realized he had wronged Han Ing. He dropped to his knees in front of Han Ing and confessed, Director, I beg your forgiveness. As for what sins he had committed, there was no need for further explanation. Everyone already understood. At this moment, Han Ing should have forgiven him, helped him up, and consoled him gently, displaying his magnanimity. But Han Ing didn't want to do that. Calling you guilty might be an exaggeration, but your words that day did indeed make me unhappy. Not punishing you immediately was to let you realize your error on your own so that the punishment would seem justified. I won't dwell on it too much. Your penalty will be the loss of 1 year's salary. Do you accept it? That day, Qianshun had severely criticized Han Ing to his face, almost pointing a finger to scold him. Punishing Qianshun for insubordination wouldn't have been unreasonable. Penalizing him with merely a year's pay cut was lenient treatment. Qianshun hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Han Ing sighed softly as he watched him. I hold grudges dearly, and now after punishing you, my heart feels lighter. I don't expect your gratitude, But I do hope you can trust me for now and cooperate with me. It won't take too long, no more than a month, and we'll see results. This was said to Qianshun, yet it was meant for all the officials to hear. With the example of the displaced farmers working along the way, the officials had gained some understanding of Han Ying's capabilities. Thus, no one raised objections anymore. Moreover, without following Han Ying's approach, no one could suggest a better method. With no opposition, Han Ying declared the meeting over. Each official then led their group to collect donations from the commoners. Not long after, cries of distress filled the streets as people wailed for their fathers and mothers in anguish. Even Lian Siki felt somewhat sorry for the people. These people are too cruel. Collecting grain doesn't need to cause such a commotion. Han Ying was quite dismissive of this sentiment. In every dynasty, food has always been the foundation of survival. Without severity, how would the commoners be willing to part with their grain? The gentlemen know how to handle things. Let's go visit the displaced people's camp. The displaced people's camp was set up on an empty plot of land outside the city. When Han Ying and Lian Siki arrived, the displaced were eating dinner. Unable to find pancake vendors nearby, their evening meal consisted of coarse rice paired with wild vegetables, preserved vegetables, and a bit of pork fat stir-fried together. It smelled quite appetizing. As long as they were full, the displaced didn't complain. Everyone held large bowls and ate earnestly. Han Ying questioned a local bailiff accompanying them. Do we grow enough cabbage here? The bailiff hesitated, explaining the types of vegetables grown locally to Han Ying. It turned out there were even more varieties compared to inland areas. Han Ying nodded, casually pointing to one side. Starting tomorrow, cultivate this piece of land first. We'll decide what to plant later. The insurgent army hadn't been subdued yet, so any planting risked destruction during battles. But still, the displaced farmers couldn't be left idle. Gathering so many able-bodied men together doing nothing would inevitably lead to trouble. The bailiff hesitated a moment. Master, this piece of land belongs to Master Zhang. Although Han Ying had indicated a location near the edge of the city where it was unlikely to have no owner. So what if it had an owner? Isn't this fallow land? Chapter 180. Food is the fundamental problem. The bailiff opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Han Ying didn't give him a chance to speak. I brought these refugees here to reclaim the land. This is wasteland. Why can't we reclaim it? The bailiff was slow-witted and didn't react. He wanted to say that even if it's wasteland, it still has an owner. How can it be cultivated just like that? Another bailiff was more astute and quietly tugged at his clothes, signaling him not to say anything else. The life-saving food for the commoners. This imperial envoy could simply donate it, and it would be donated, let alone an uncultivated piece of land. Even if crops grew on this land, if the imperial envoy said it was wasteland, who dared to oppose it? Reclaiming land is hard work. The refugees worked all day, each one exhausted beyond measure. These were people who had been working on their way, otherwise, there might have been dropouts. Han Ying knew this would happen, and the solution was simple. As soon as the refugees stopped working and lay down to rest, the city gates opened and a row of carts came over. On the carts were steamed buns made of 3-part flour, large pieces of meat served in big basins, and several large buckets of greasy stewed dishes. The weariness of the refugees diminished by half instantly, and they moved forward to get their meals. Han Ying also took a bowl of meat and vegetables, grabbed a steamed bun, and ate with the refugees. While eating, he smiled and said, I owe this to you. That's why I can eat meat. If you work harder tomorrow, I'll come again when it's time to eat. The bailiff there helped Han Ying explain things to the refugees. Currently, all the grain and poultry under the jurisdiction of the county are centrally distributed by the government. Commoners receive food based on the amount of work they do. Reclaiming land is the hardest job. Thus, the best meals are provided, even better than what the officials eat. The refugees suddenly felt that the meat in their mouths tasted even more delicious. This wasn't just about eating meat. This was pride, the affirmation of their hard work. The most difficult task was serving food to the refugees. These people were temporarily assigned by Han Ying. Cooking meat and steaming buns were done by them, but they themselves did not qualify to eat meat. Upon returning, each person would probably only be able to get a bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Among those serving food, there were strong young men who resented others eating better than them. Afterward, they also applied to Han Ying to participate in reclaiming the land. Yes, anyone who wants to open up land can. Han Ying immediately arranged for people to set up a table at the county office gate, registering those voluntarily willing to reclaim land. Interviews were necessary too. If someone looked frail or weak, they wouldn't be allowed to register. The number of people reclaiming land suddenly doubled. The clerk started to worry. Land cannot be cultivated yet. Regardless of whether or not they reclaimed it, daily meals must still be provided, so he sought advice from Han Ying. After considering, Han Ying instructed the clerk. Starting tomorrow, mobilize honest and hardworking hands to start digging fortifications. To eliminate the local chieftain's power this time around, it could no longer be small skirmishes like before. Han Ying's plan was, by villages and hamlets, build defense fortifications step by step, gradually isolating and starving out the local chieftain forces. Whether this plan was good or not, the clerk didn't know. However, the pressing issue of food right now was urgent. Your Excellency, building fortifications is great, but the food will only last 10 days. Don't worry, the food will arrive in a few days. Regarding the food supply, Han Ying already made preparations before leaving the capital. Gu County, having benefited greatly from planting potatoes, planted them all over the county months ago. Before leaving the capital, Han Ying sent a letter to the county magistrate of Gu County asking him to help purchase potatoes. Of course, the prerequisite was to ensure the staple food for the people of Gu County, as well as potato seeds. On the way, he received the reply from the county magistrate. Nearly 1,000,000 pounds of potatoes were being delivered to the southwest. Not all of the 1,000,000 pounds of potatoes were intended for consumption. Some parts would be used as seeds, planted on reclaimed wasteland. Although the clerk had never heard of potatoes before, as long as they were food, 1,000,000 pounds could sustain them for quite a while. With this assurance, his face showed a flattering smile. Your Excellency's wisdom and divine strategy, seeing 10 steps ahead for every move, is unmatched by me. Han smiled, signaling him to go back to his own duties. To talk about planning 10 steps ahead actually isn't. For example, when he supplied a few rare potato seeds to the drought-affected Gu County, he didn't expect this action to stab into the heart of the governor. Neither did he expect it could solve the food shortage problem in the southwest. It could only be said that good intentions always lead to good returns. In the capital, inside the study room, Minister Pei rushed in hastily, and without paying due respects, hurriedly asked the emperor, "Your Majesty, I've heard that the military provisions sent to the southwest are still held up in the Ministry of Revenue, not yet dispatched." Han has been heading to the southwest for a month. Without military provisions, how is he supposed to pacify the unrest? The emperor pushed away the documents in front of him and glanced at Minister Pei indifferently. Minister Pei realized he had breached etiquette and stepped back 2 paces to apologize. Only now did the emperor speak. The Ministry of Revenue has its own difficulties. Besides, the last batch of military provisions was sent not long ago, and it should still be able to cope for a while. Minister Pei could hardly believe that those words came from the emperor's mouth. The last shipment of military rations arrived in the southwest 2 months ago. Even if there were leftovers, how much could remain? And transporting grain from the capital to the southwest would take at least a month under the smoothest conditions. That's an entire army of 50,000 soldiers, requiring an enormous amount of provisions every month. The emperor must know this. Before coming to see the emperor, Minister Pei thought the emperor might be unaware that the Ministry of Revenue had delayed sending out the military rations. Now hearing the emperor's response, it was clear he knew about it, and didn't even think the Ministry of Revenue was wrong. Minister Pei couldn't understand why the emperor would act this way. Your Majesty, the situation in the southwest is serious. The military provisions cannot be delayed any further. The emperor picked up his book again, clearly losing interest in speaking with Minister Pei. You can go back now. I will discuss the matter of the military provisions with the Ministry of Revenue myself. Minister Pei wanted to say something more, but refrained, instead frowning deeply as he left in haste. The emperor glanced up at his departing figure and gave a faint snort through his nose. Isn't Han trying to win people's hearts by spending money? He'd like to see just how wealthy and powerful Han really is. When Minister Pei returned home, his daughter Pei Luoyin and her friend Xiong were already waiting for him in the study. "Father, what did His Majesty say? Did he mention punishing the Ministry of Revenue?" It was Pei Luoyin who inadvertently learned about the withheld military rations from the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Revenue. At the time, the girl had been bragging loudly to her companions while shopping for perfume in a store. You probably don't know yet, but the real owner of this shop is Han Ying, the same imperial envoy who went to the southwest to suppress the unrest. It's already been a month since leaving the capital, and not a single grain of military provisions has been sent to the southwest. Without military provisions, how can the soldiers follow his orders? He'll probably end up coming back to the capital to confess his mistakes, just like Director Wang did. Let his expensive perfumes keep selling. Let's see how long he can stay successful. Chapter 181, Close Combat. Pei Luoyin couldn't understand what resentment toward the rich meant. All she knew was that Han Ying led troops to quell unrest, but lacked supplies of grain and fodder. How could they fight on empty stomachs? People were going to die. She took Luo Wanwan and rushed back to her father's house as quickly as possible, asking Grand Secretary Pei to go to the palace to petition the emperor. The waiting time seemed particularly long, each breath like a year. After much waiting, she finally saw Grand Secretary Pei come back and hurried forward to ask about the results. Grand Secretary Pei was already harboring a great deal of anger inside. When he heard Pei Luoyin questioning him, his expression darkened even more. Alas, His Majesty said that General Han's side can hold out for a while longer. Respectfully bound by the ruler-minister principle, Grand Secretary Pei, though harboring resentment in his heart, dared not utter impolite words, and only briefly explained the result. Pei Luoyin and Luo Wanwan were immediately stunned. What did hold out for a while longer mean? The army was there to quell unrest. They needed to be fed well. That was an entire force of 500,000 soldiers, all strong young men. Each person consumed no less than 3 to 5 pounds of grain per day. How long would a while last? Would the supplies arrive in time? Missing even one meal might cause significant chaos. Even they, 2 women with limited knowledge of military affairs, understood this clearly. The emperor surely couldn't fail to grasp it. Why then was he doing this? Grand Secretary Pei could not give them an answer. With worried expressions, the 2 returned to the Han residence. After explaining the situation to the others, everyone naturally became extremely anxious. Yin Xiong immediately planned to enter the palace to ask why the emperor allowed the Ministry of Households to withhold grain destined for the southwest. Luo Wanwan stopped her. Grand Secretary Pei has already been to the palace and asked. His Majesty showed no intention of urging the Ministry of Households to expedite the transport of grain. What will you achieve if you go again? Yin Xiong wanted to say that as the emperor's beloved daughter, she deserved some consideration. Luo Wanwan saw through her thoughts and shook her head with a bitter smile. If His Majesty cared about familial affection, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You entering the palace will only increase the dissatisfaction towards our esteemed husband. Upon hearing this, Xiong felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her from head to toe. Indeed, Han Ying was her princess husband, and if the emperor truly loved her, then surely he wouldn't treat Han Ying so harshly, even considering her standing. If this were any other matter, Xiong wouldn't have thought much about it. But this issue was directly related to Han Ying's life and death, yet the emperor acted so heartlessly. Clearly, he didn't value her much as a daughter. Seeing Xiong in such despair, Pei Luoyan felt a twinge of sympathy. Pulling her down gently, she comforted her warmly. As the ruler of a country, His Majesty has many considerations beyond just quelling unrest in the southwest. Perhaps, His Majesty also faces some unavoidable difficulties. Though Pei Luoyan did not wish to defend the emperor, she could not bear to see Xiong losing hope and filial ties. Xiong let out a bitter laugh. There's no need for you to console me. I understand everything in my heart. Xuanhuan's sister is right. If Father Emperor truly cherished me, he would naturally treat our consort kindly. Fine, my dowry silver coins are still untouched. Let's use them to buy provisions and relieve consort's immediate emergency. Xiong contributed her dowry of 50,000 silver taels, and others also offered all their private funds. Pei Luoyan, however, felt indignant inside. She didn't mind spending money on Han Ying at all, but this realm belonged to the emperor. Why should quelling unrest rely on their contributions? Having decided to give the emperor a headache, Pei Luoyan whispered a few words to the group. Luo Wanwan instinctively glanced at Xiong, worried about placing her in a dilemma. Xiong actively made her position clear. Luo's sister's actions are correct. I support you. Tomorrow we'll act separately. I'll visit the noble families first, the Marquis of Xinguogang Gao family and Duke Hui family. Seeing her attitude, others volunteered enthusiastically too. The daughters of Minister Zhang and Minister Li have bought perfume from me several times. I've even delivered new products to their residences. I'll try visiting them tomorrow. I don't know those officials' wives, so I'll go to the streets and solicit donations from merchants instead. After discussing their plans thoroughly, they all left early the next morning according to their assigned tasks. As these women spread throughout the city seeking funds for food supplies to the Southwestern Army, word quickly spread across the capital. Another border disturbance was underway. The court held only enough provisions to care for part of its troops, neglecting many posts. Since the turbulent late years of the previous dynasty until now, though domestic rebellion has been subdued, external threats continue along the borders. Hard-earned grains were largely seized as military rations. Precious sons, raised with difficulty, could suddenly be conscripted into the army. For too long, the people endured war. Now upon hearing of further turmoil, the populace grew uneasy. Merchants began packing up belongings to return to their hometowns, fearing the conflict. Commoners with nowhere to flee sold their household items and stockpiled grain. Prices skyrocketed overnight, yet demand far exceeded supply. Chaos reigned within the capital city. When the emperor learned of the situation, he was greatly angered and issued an edict commanding swift investigation by the criminal department into who had caused this disturbance in the capital. The results quickly came back, and it was none other than General Han Ying's family members, including Xiong. Enraged to the point of seeing black, the emperor could not fault Xiong and the others. Being inner court ladies of the household, upon hearing that Han Ying might be short on grain and fodder, they naturally panicked and sought out supplies. They had no idea of the severity of their actions. Though the emperor had no reason to blame Xiong and her group, he still wanted to vent his frustration. He summoned Grand Secretary Pei into the palace and berated him thoroughly, accusing him of poor family governance for not stopping Pei Luoyan's rash actions in time. Grand Secretary Pei had no outlet for his grievances. When he learned of the situation, chaos had already spread through the capital, making any intervention futile. Moreover, he didn't want to stop them. If the court wouldn't send grain to the southwest, why shouldn't Han Ying's family solve the grain issue themselves? From his perspective, not only was there nothing wrong with this, but it also relieved the court's burden, which deserved commendation. Grand Secretary Pei remained silent. After scolding him for a long while, finding the whole ordeal meaningless, the emperor dismissed him from the palace with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, the emperor arbitrarily found fault with the undersecretary of the Ministry of Households, demoted him, confiscated his assets, and exiled him from the capital. Sitting tearfully inside the carriage leaving the capital, the undersecretary's daughter repeatedly asked her close maid, "All was fine. How come we were driven out of the capital? Leaving the capital is one thing, but why confiscate our property too?" She may someday regret it all if she realized that a single word of hers caused her father to lose his fortune and position, leaving him in utter ruin. But one fact stood certain. She would never again have loads of silver to buy perfumes. Just as Grand Secretary Pei had imagined, Xiong and the others took initiative to alleviate the court's burden by solving the southwestern grain issues. Not only could the emperor not reproach them, but he also had to highly praise and reward them lavishly. To each, he bestowed several pieces of jewelry and rolls of silk. After being withheld for several days, the grain supplies were finally sent off to the southwest. Large ships carrying grain set off slowly from the port towards the southwest. Han Ying's side, however, had already received 10,000 pounds of potatoes and over 10,000 pounds of dried meat. The dried meat was courtesy of the wives at home, who asked the magistrate of Gu County to carry it for them. Together with it also came a letter from home. Chapter 182, Everyone's Happy. The family letter was written by Fang Zhiruo, with each daughter-in-law adding a few words. Some reminded Han Ying to take care of his safety, while others asked when Han Ying would return. The language was simple and unadorned, yet the words conveyed deep longing and concern for him. Han Ying felt a lump in his throat as he read it. Hearing footsteps, he quickly wiped the corner of his eyes as he turned his head. Lien Sijia entered. During this period, the rebel forces had not shown up, so Han Ying did not pay too much attention to them. He led the displaced people and commoners in reclaiming wasteland, building defensive structures, and establishing and perfecting an information network. In this era, the information network actually consisted of combinations like beacon towers and lookout towers. Although the methods seemed basic, they played no small role during battles. Han Ying gradually called to his side, using various excuses, a guard team of 40 men. However, he didn't have much time to manage them, so he temporarily entrusted them to Lien Sijia. Currently, these 40 men were mainly responsible for delivering messages and gathering intelligence. By the way, Han Ying had already received several messages from the little beggar group in the capital city. Some were about the emperor or some high official, all rumors, a fraction of which were true, but even Han Ying could not distinguish their veracity. Nevertheless, Han Ying did not require them to confirm the facts before sending him the information. After all, the little beggar's sources were nothing more than hearsay. Requiring them to verify the truth would be too difficult. It might also raise suspicion among others. There will be time after returning to the capital for proper training later. Among these real and false messages, one was about Wu Linglong. It said that when Wu Linglong went into the palace to see the emperor, she came out with a very upset face. Han Ying's mission to pacify the southwest happened too suddenly. The army stayed in the capital for several days before Wu Linglong got the news. Naturally, there was no time, or rather, he didn't think of it, to say goodbye to her. As for why she went to the palace and why her expression was so grim remained unknown. Thus, Han Ying didn't put it at heart. In fact, the reason Wu Linglong went to see the emperor was that she heard Han Ying was going to the southwest to quell the rebellion, and she wanted to join him. She originally thought that she was only coming to observe and learn, and it wouldn't affect the outcome of the situation, so the emperor shouldn't stop her. Unexpectedly, the emperor coldly rejected her request without giving her a convincing reason. The subtext was that since she lived in Dagon, she should follow Dagon's rules, and women should stay quietly at home without poking their noses into state affairs. Wu Linglong's face, of course, couldn't stay composed. She approached the emperor with the identity of an empress, but the emperor treated her like a regular woman confined to the inner quarters. Clearly, he did not recognize her imperial status. Since he didn't respect her title, naturally helping her restore her kingdom would lack sincerity. Although she had long realized this, Wu Linglong still found it hard to accept. Back at the princess mansion, she locked herself in her room for several days. No matter how frustrated she felt, for the sake of restoring her country, she still needed to endure temporarily. Afterward, she retreated further into solitude, rarely even seen by maidservants. Let's get back to Han Ying's side. About a month after implementing the fortifying the land and cleansing the fields strategy against the rebels finally gave in. There were many wild beasts in the mountains, delicious and fresh tasting, while vegetables and fruits abundant everywhere. But, without grain, just eating these wouldn't last long for anyone. Unable to withstand it, they naturally sent people down the mountain to buy provisions. However, all the grain had been collected by Han Ying's men and stored under government supervision, then uniformly distributed. Even if some civilians hid some grain, how much could they store? Even bringing all the hidden grain to the mountains, it wouldn't be enough for tens of thousands of rebel soldiers to even drink one bowl of rice gruel. Unable to purchase, they had to resort to robbing. Among the local chieftains, Xuanhuan commanded the largest rebel force, over 20,000, with the greatest need for grain. They were the first to give in. Hence, he sent his second son, Pingyan, leading 2,000 elite soldiers to launch a night raid on the city to rob grain from the government granaries. These rebels were all locals who knew the terrain well. They were agile and ruthless in combat. Their previous nighttime raids often left the government troops badly battered. Before descending the mountain, Pingyan encouraged his elite soldiers. Just stay sharp, don't linger in battle. Kill a few soldiers, then carry the grain. With enough grain to fill our bellies, fighting these soldiers will be like playing. The elite soldiers all laughed and agreed, promising not to linger in battle. However, reality proved Pingyan and his men were being overly optimistic. As soon as they descended, several fell into traps. Though they weren't seriously injured, they triggered alarm bells in the process. Before they could react, clusters of soldiers holding torches rushed out from nearby villages. From a numerical perspective, the 2,000 elite soldiers under Pingyan still held the advantage, so they surged forward to engage the soldiers. The government troops soon fell back, turning around and retreating into the village. Pingyan was thinking that where there were government troops, there had to be stored grain, so he led his men in pursuit. Chasing into the village, they discovered it wasn't a village at all, but rather a military camp. The small group of soldiers in front were just bait to lure them in. By the time Pingyan realized this, they were already surrounded by government troops. The number of government soldiers far exceeded 2,000, and the village was riddled with traps and even landmines made of earth. Pingyan and his 2,000 elite soldiers didn't last an hour before being completely wiped out. Why didn't they try to escape? In the dark of night, who could possibly track them if they fled into the forest? If Pingyan had survived, he would have chuckled at anyone saying this. Didn't they want to run? They did. But alas, the government troops formed layers upon layers of encirclement, coupled with numerous traps and horse-tripping ropes. There was no way to escape. With Pingyan's entire army annihilated, Xuanhuan felt as though his heart was pierced by knives. Pingyan was his most beloved son, far stronger than his timid eldest son. He had originally planned for the eldest to take the blame in this rebellion, then make the second son his heir. Who would have thought? Sang Shun immediately prepared to lead the rebels down the mountain to fight the government troops personally. But he was desperately dissuaded by several military strategists. However, the mountains had been without food for over a month, and morale among the troops was already scattered. At any moment, these subordinates might rebel against him first. Sang Shun decided to negotiate peace with the court. Of course, he couldn't let the court know he was in such dire straits. Otherwise, it wouldn't be favorable for negotiating terms with the court. Thus, he sent an experienced strategist first, requesting an audience with the imperial envoy. Planning to use the old method again to shift the responsibility of the rebellion onto his eldest son, claiming that the eldest son had secretly plotted against Sang Shun, got him drunk and imprisoned, and incited the uninformed rebels to follow him in rebellion. Then, professing Sang Shun's loyalty to the court, he asked the envoy to bring troops to rescue him, luring the government troops into the mountains. During the rescue, the government troops would surely encounter resistance from the rebels. It was normal for the government troops to suffer some casualties. Finally, Sang Shun would be rescued, the eldest son punished, and Sang Shun rewarded with something to soothe him. The envoy would also complete the mission of quelling the rebellion and return to the capital to claim credit. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? Unfortunately, Han had no intention of playing along with the usual script. While what? The special envoy won't see me? The strategists sent by the Tusi of Sang Shun had already planned out the script. They only needed to meet Han, and both sides could give each other an easy out, thereby completing the rebellion smoothly. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the yamen, after the bailiff learned his identity and intentions, not only was he not invited to rest in the reception room, but no water was offered either. Instead, the bailiff greeted him with a cold face and told him to wait outside the door. The strategist seethed with anger. He was after all dispatched by the Tusi. The bailiff's attitude was clearly a sign of disrespect toward him. More importantly, it was a disrespect toward the Tusi. But who would have expected the Tusi's side couldn't hold on much longer? With the bailiff acting rudely, the strategist had no choice but to endure it. After waiting outside the gate for half a day, the bailiff finally appeared, delivering the news that Han refused to see him. This left the strategist utterly stunned, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was Han Ying's stance so firm that there was no intention to negotiate? Or was this just posturing, forcing the Tusi to back down? What made Han Ying so confident about not negotiating? Thinking proved futile because if Han Ying said no meeting, then there would be none. Even worse, the bailiff acted arrogantly, shoving him and urging the strategist to leave. The strategist believed something major must have occurred unbeknownst to him. He swiftly returned to the mountain. Soon, the message that the imperial envoy had refused to receive the strategist spread among the rebels. Some were angered by Han Ying's arrogance in turning down peace, while others yelled they'd teach the court a lesson. Rongda, the eldest son of Sang Shun, however, saw an opportunity in this development to distinguish himself. Rongda was born to one of xuanhuan's slave concubines, a humble origin that carried over to him being disrespected. Growing up, Rongda was neglected by Sang Shun. His younger brothers treated him without respect, often using him as a servant. Though they were all sons of the Tusi, and Rongda, the eldest, should naturally be the first in line as heir according to the norms. Rongda was naturally dissatisfied and unwilling to give up the chance to become the successor. In his heart, he knew clearly that Sang Shun might pass on the position of Tusi to any of his children, except for him. Now was his time. Rongda had read extensively from the books of Dacian, especially the history books. The historical records detailed various methods used by successive dynasties of Dacian to handle the minorities. One of Dacian's most common strategies was to use local tribes to manage others like them. Rongda was ready to take on the role of the minority tribe that managed itself under orders. He believed the court would never refuse him. His reasoning? He was weak, neither supported by his maternal family nor trusted allies, and thus completely reliant on the court. Moreover, his status as the eldest son gave him a stronger claim than anyone else. Why would the court reject such an offer? With these hopes, Rongda secretly slipped down the mountain at night to see Han Ying. Han Ying did meet with Rongda and even served him tea. That was all though. As for the clear hints Rongda dropped regarding his wish to defect to the court, Han Ying feigned ignorance. After drinking the tea, Han Ying cited important business and dismissed Rongda. Having come at great risk of punishment from Sang Shun, Rongda wasn't about to give up easily. With utmost humility and sincerity, he revealed his thoughts directly. Sir, I swear with all that is most precious to me, I will never betray the court. Han Ying neither confirmed nor denied his vow, merely smiled, beckoned him onto a carriage, and shortly arrived in front of an official academy. The academy was holding its opening ceremony. The entrance gates were freshly painted, and the walls newly plastered. Many people gathered around to watch the event. A group of children of varying heights, all dressed identically in light blue cotton robes, earnestly bowed before the statue of Confucius and then to their teachers. Confused, Rongda didn't understand why he'd been brought here to discuss matters of defection. Han Ying's next words clarified his doubts. The official academy is completely free, including pens, ink, lodging, 2 sets of clothing per season, and food. For mountain villagers, children who attend, good performance will earn additional monetary rewards. Not only that, travel expenses for future provincial exams will also be provided. Wouldn't the mountain villagers willingly send their children here to study, for a chance to excel? Of course they would. Who wouldn't want a better life? However, due to their poverty, the mountain dwellers lacked leisure funds to educate their children. With these measures by the academy, who wouldn't agree? With this, the mountain children eating food supplied by the court, studying the court's teachings, would naturally sing praises of the court and not dare to defy it. Thinking even further, the reason Tusis dare to rebel from time to time is because they depend on the complex terrain, making it hard for outsiders to find their way around. For students to take the exams, they need an identity recognized by the court. This requires obtaining a fish-shaped wooden or metal tag, registering on the fish scale map, and clearly documenting the family's place of residence. Isn't this equivalent to making the mountain situation public to the court? Of course, the Tusi would never allow such a thing to happen. If mountain villagers want their children to become successful, they can only go down the mountain. Would the Tusi stop them then, or not? Stopping them is impossible, as using force would be necessary to block their way. Thus, the mountain people would hate the Tusi for cutting off their family's hopes for prosperity, who would remain loyal to the Tusi in the future. Not stopping them means that the mountain folk would all rush to settle down below, leaving the Tusi as a lone commander up in the mountains. What's the point of that? Even worse, people are selfish. Would these children, if they achieve success, sell out the situation in the mountains to the court for personal advancement and wealth? The answer needs no thinking. It's definitely yes. Just an official school is enough to leave the Tusi with no way out. No wonder when he proposed his defection, Han Ning didn't even flinch. The court's measures were undoubtedly aiming to completely eradicate the existence of the Tusi. Rongda broke into a cold sweat, but there was still a flicker of hope inside him, hoping he had overthought it. He hesitantly questioned Han Ning for confirmation. Master, it's only natural that commoners of Dianghong should serve the court, but there will surely be some who oppose it. Han Ning looked deeply at him. There will be no opposition. If there is, make sure those people cease to exist. Finished. His guesses were correct. The court was determined to deal a fatal blow to the Tusi. Half of Rongdao's heart went cold, and he no longer dared to think about inheriting the position of Tusi. All he wanted was to distance himself from Sangshan. Looking at how decently these children dress and study at the official academy, I am truly envious. Though I'm the eldest son of the Tusi of Sangshan, because my mother had humble origins, I've been looked down upon since I was young. My father wished me dead, and my younger brothers treated me like a slave, ordering me around. Alas, I live less happily than ordinary mountain dwellers. Han Ning understood the meaning behind Rongda's words, but had little sympathy for him. Living so miserably and not finding a way to resist or escape. Whose fault was that? Chapter 184, Sabotage. Don't say that Rongda grew up in such an environment from a young age, becoming so used to oppression that he doesn't even think about rebellion. He dared not rebel, but he secretly approached Han Ning for allegiance instead of Sangshan, stabbing Sangshan in the back. Isn't it because he's unwilling to give up the chance to become the successor? Han Ning didn't bother with Rongda's complaints of hardship and gave him a faint smile. Today, I'll lay things out clearly for you. Sangshan is as good as dead, and his sons and nephews will probably meet the same fate. If you want to live, I can show you a way out. Once you return, spread the word among the mountain people that the court does not kill civilians, only rebellious armies, and also emphasize the benevolence towards mountain dwellers. The more mountain people who descend and submit to the court, the greater your chances of survival. The path has been shown to you. Whether or not you take it is up to you. I believe there are certainly some of your younger brothers willing to undertake these tasks. Rongda hesitated for only 3 seconds before immediately agreeing. Of course, he wants to survive, especially when the opportunity for survival shouldn't be given to his brothers. After Rongda left, Lian Siki, who had remained silent beside him all this while acting as a maid, questioned Han Ning. This Rongda looks like no good thing either. Even without his help to spread the message, it won't take long for the mountain folk to willingly come down and surrender. Why should we give this merit to him? Don't you fear letting the weeds grow and leaving roots behind, which may regrow once spring breeze blows? Han Ning leaned comfortably against the cushion, smiling as he gestured for her to pour tea. Even if I didn't let Rongda do these things, His Majesty would definitely spare one of Sangshan's sons, granting them a superior life to demonstrate the court's attitude to the common people. Our great Qian dynasty, being a grand empire, must always project our dignity and compassion. This Rongda is indeed not a good person, but his advantage lies in his limited vision. Giving him opportunities wouldn't make much of a difference. Lian Siki pondered silently for a moment, then sighed faintly. Let's not talk about these matters. Others' affairs aren't really related to me. Once the matters here are resolved, can we go back to the capital city? Don't forget the promise you made to me. A matter as significant as avenging Lian Siki's parents was something Han Ning naturally dared not forget. During idle times, Han Ning had gathered quite a bit of information from Lian Siki and the guards, though there were still a few unclear areas. You said that your father was originally from the capital city, involved in the fur business. For reasons unknown, when you were 7 years old, the family moved entirely to Luo-yi, abandoning the fur trade to start dealing in fabrics instead. Lian Siki nodded. Yes, but everything before the age of 6, I don't remember. All these details were told to me by Uncle Zhou. The Uncle Zhou that Lian Siki spoke of was none other than the leader of the guards, about 40 years old, highly skilled in martial arts, and possessing a very steady character. Han Ning frowned slightly. There were 2 points here that felt extremely abnormal to him. First, normally speaking, even if memories from before the age of 7 are incomplete, one should still retain some fragments. Not remembering anything at all was quite peculiar. Secondly, the shift in the family business. Crossing into a completely different line of work is akin to crossing mountains, especially in ancient times where transportation and information were not well developed. Finding reliable suppliers and establishing relatively stable sales networks was not an easy task. Even if there were compelling reasons for moving residents, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't switch professions lightly. Seeing Han Ning remain silent, Lian Siki grew a little anxious. All these are old stories now. How could they possibly relate to my father's case? Perhaps they are unrelated, perhaps they're closely connected. Han couldn't determine yet for certain. In that case, let's discuss your father's case. The incident occurred 3 years ago, specifically on the 12th day of the 6th month. That day marked Mrs. Lian's 40th birthday. Mr. Lian had spoken long before about celebrating her birthday properly. Mrs. Lian wasn't too concerned about celebrations, merely hoping that since Mr. Lian often traveled for business and their daughter was at marriageable age, opportunities for family reunions and enjoying familial happiness were growing fewer. So, she suggested using her birthday as a chance to have the whole family enjoy time together and chat. On that day, Mr. Lian did not leave home in the morning, hosting a few business friends and their families over lunch, drinking wine, and enjoying opera performances in the garden. But suddenly, soldiers stormed in and unhesitatingly arrested Mr. Lian. The guests, witnessing this scene, fearing trouble might involve them, scattered immediately. Mrs. Lian instructed Lian Siki to stay at home and went herself to the official office to inquire about the cause. But the officials neither explained nor released him. Mrs. Lian assumed someone wanted to extort money from the Lian family, so she liquidated the family assets, planning to save her husband by sacrificing their wealth. However, 3 days later, the soldiers directly stormed their house. More than 100 members of the Lian family were massacred by the soldiers' swords. Lian Siki narrowly escaped by praying for Mr. Lian's blessing in a temple the day before. Only after the bloodbath of the Lian family was the crime publicized. Allegedly, the Lians conspired with bandits and harmed innocent people, leading to the issuance of arrest warrants for Lian Siki and the adopted son of the Lian family. Han believed there were even more suspicious points regarding this matter. Mr. Lian was merely an ordinary merchant, so why did he adopt 40 foster sons? When the imperial troops massacred the Lian family, neither Mr. Lian's biological daughter nor his 40 foster sons were found within the household. Isn't that far too coincidental? The most likely scenario is that Mrs. Lian had foreseen disaster for her family and sent away Lian Siki beforehand. And those 40 foster sons? They were actually bodyguards prepared by Mr. and Mrs. Lian for their daughter long in advance. This was also the most questionable aspect. In a normal household, one would prepare personal maidservants, experienced stewards, or accountants for a daughter. Who on earth would go as far as to arrange bodyguards? After pondering silently for a moment, Han questioned Lian Siki. Is there any possibility, just hypothetically speaking, that the charges the authorities set against your father are true? Lian Siki immediately lost her temper. Impossible. My father was an excellent and upright man. He donates substantial sums of silver to orphanages every year. When famine strikes, he always distributes grain from our family's stores to the affected villagers. Han didn't argue with her, but instead began to reflect inwardly. Evil people often need to conceal their sins behind the guise of righteousness. It seemed like Lian Siki understood his thoughts. She shot him an angry glare, then turned her back on him in silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke quietly. You promised to help my parents clear their names, and you can't go back on your word. Even if what you say turns out to be true, I still want to know the truth. Han felt a newfound respect for Lian Siki. Though she usually acted carefree and occasionally crafty, she wasn't unreasonable when it came to important matters. All right, I will definitely uncover the truth about what happened all those years ago. Rongda's propaganda among the mountain folk had proven to be quite effective. Upon hearing that the court treated them kindly and provided various privileges to their children, the mountain dwellers became very interested. When Shun learned of this, he was beside himself with rage. He immediately ordered Rongda bound and planned to execute him on the spot. Shun could not believe that Rongda dared to sabotage his efforts behind his back. Chapter 185. Removing the firewood from under the pot. Shun ordered his men to bind Rongda to an open space in front of the tent, publicly flogging him. This was not only to punish and vent his anger, but also to show all the mountain villagers a lesson, an example that would deter others. The leather whip lashed against the body with every stroke capable of tearing flesh. Yet, Rongda shed his usual timid demeanor, sticking out his neck to shout defiantly at Shun. These people are our kin, our brothers. It is their generations of labor that support us. All I wanted was for them to have a better life. What's wrong with that? You lead these people, you stand high above them, enjoying all they provide. But have you ever thought about them? Have you ever cared whether they live or die? All I did was what you and I both should have done. I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Rongda's words effectively put Shun in a difficult position, akin to being atop a tiger's back. Having opposed the court for so many days, the mountain villagers had been hiding in the mountains with them, already starved for several days. Complaints had begun bubbling up behind closed doors. Added to this, Rongda's recent advocacy about how the court treated the mountain villagers kindly, providing opportunities for advancement through education, had caused unrest among the mountain villagers. Now Rongda's tirade demanded Shun take a stance, whether he agreed with the mountain villagers pursuing a better life. If he agreed, once the mountain villagers received the court's favor, would they still rally around him? Without the blind support of the masses, what leverage would he have to demand various forms of relief from the court? If he disagreed, there would be no waiting. It was inevitable the mountain villagers would turn on him immediately. Don't talk about localism or clan loyalty. In the face of absolute interests, even one's own son could turn into an enemy. Unable to think of a way out, infuriated and humiliated, Shun snatched the whip himself and mercilessly lashed Rongda several times. Rebel scum, you must have accepted favors from the court and now help them deceive us. The court serves to Qian. How could they sincerely treat our commoners well? Those words are all just hollow promises, and only fools like you would believe them. Nearly fainting from pain, Rongda dared not back down for fear of death. He cried out, head held high. There's an official school right in the city where those children eat well and dress decently. You'd see it as soon as you look. There's no way I could fabricate such stories. Even if the kids don't learn much, at least they'll have full bellies. They won't have to follow you wandering hungry in the forests, let alone the risk of being killed by imperial soldiers one day. If there are vast fields planted with grain on the plains below, go and see for yourselves, go and check. Rongda was beaten until his flesh was torn, barely clinging to life. Eventually, the villagers couldn't bear to watch any longer. Kneeling in unison, they pleaded with Xuanhuan, who reluctantly allowed Rongda to live. As for Rongda's survival or death, we'll leave that aside for now. The mountain villagers were moved by his words. Originally, some of them were hesitant despite hearing his promotion of the court's numerous benefits. But seeing Rongda nearly killed while insisting they verify it themselves, they decided, let's go see for ourselves before deciding whether to descend or not. Of course, this matter had to be kept hidden from Xuanhuan and his men. Though the villagers couldn't clearly explain why, they just felt Xuanhuan wouldn't want them to descend. A defensive network based on each village in the valley had been largely completed. It might not be entirely impenetrable, but its defense level was significantly higher than before. Thinking their descent was covert, the villagers were unaware that their every move was under the control of the army. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Han simply gave the order. If the mountain villagers were spotted spying from afar, they should be left alone unless committing an illegal act, in which case it would be as though nothing happened. They saw the newly established official schools, heard the sounds of children reading and playing through the courtyard walls, smelled the aroma of food, and witnessed large barren lands that had transformed into fields abundant with crops. They also saw those dressed in the same clothes as them, working alongside people of Deqian, and even soldiers, sharing food. Thus, the villagers completely believed Rongda's words. Subsequently, family after family secretly descended the mountain. When Xuanhuan found out, he was both angry and anxious, but didn't let anyone stop them. Though poorly educated and not versed in lofty principles, having served as chieftain for many years taught him something about public sentiment. If everyone wanted to go down the mountain for a better life, preventing them would only generate hatred towards him. Xuanhuan didn't order anyone to block the villagers, but his sons couldn't sit idly by. Accustomed to privilege, watching their private slaves, the mountain villagers, escape to the court made each of them furiously indignant. Discovering a villager family planning to flee down the mountain, they slaughtered the entire household, hanging the bodies on trees to serve as a warning to others, the consequence of betraying Xuanhuan. Enraged yet speechless, the villagers weren't willing to give up the opportunity for a better life. One night, taking advantage of the darkness, they killed both Xuanhuan and his few sons. Only Rongda survived, but the whip injuries on his body had not been treated in time and were already severely infected. He remained unconscious, breathing more out than in, and it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Rongda didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but suddenly, he felt that the burning sensation on his skin wasn't as unbearable anymore. Gradually, his consciousness returned, and he sensed someone feeding him water and medicine. When Rongda woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Han sat in a chair not far from the bedside, looking at him with a calm gaze. "Ma, master." Rongda noticed the murderous intent in Han Ying's eyes, and quickly put on the most humble expression, struggling to get down to perform a bow. The movement pulled the wound on his back, causing Rongda to break out in cold sweat as his body slumped back down. "Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget your great kindness." Han Ying replied with indifference. "It wasn't me who saved you. In fact, you should understand, if you died, it would be more beneficial for me and the court." Even while unconscious, Rongda occasionally retained some awareness, knowing that Xuanhuan and his sons had been killed by the mountain villagers. Thus, he quickly grasped the meaning of Han Ying's words. While alive, Xuanhuan and his men would require the court to display magnanimity, meaning at least preserving Xuanhuan's lineage and ensuring their well-being. But since Xuanhuan and his men were killed by the mountain villagers, and it had nothing to do with the court, there was no need for the court to waste grain and silver nurturing his bloodline. Money was a minor issue. What mattered was preventing this bloodline from causing trouble again in the future. Once Rongda understood this, he acted even more humbly, swearing under the heavens that he would never entertain any rebellious thoughts again. Han Ying was indeed not just scaring Rongda, but now that the man was alive, killing him again seemed somewhat cruel. "Remember what you said today, otherwise Xuanhuan's fate awaits you tomorrow." Rongda continuously bowed his head on the pillow as Han Ying turned and walked out of the door. In fact, keeping Rongda alive was not entirely disadvantageous for Han Ying. He might prove useful someday. For now, there was no need to dwell on these thoughts. Han Ying asked the steward, "Have all the lands been purchased?" Chapter 186, Cutting Off the Roots. Han Ying was interested in the climate of Dianhong Prefecture and planned to buy several plots of land for growing flowers and medicinal herbs, which would not only make money, but also allow him to maintain his spies here. It wasn't that Han Ying was overly paranoid. Rather, the emperor's attitude had been inconsistent, sometimes warm, sometimes cold. He had to be cautious. If the time came, he would bring his wife and children to settle in Dianhong, retreat deep into the mountains, and leave the emperor with no way to reach him. He wouldn't be like those local chieftains who only know how to accumulate wealth and indulge in pleasures. If he had to settle in this place where the sky is high and the emperor is far away, he would expand his business beyond the borders. With silver, anything could be done. There would be no need to exploit others anymore. plenty would voluntarily come under his banner. Take this newly promoted supervisor, for instance. He was once a refugee, very grateful for kindness received during their journey. He often took the opportunity during breaks to pick wild fruits or catch fish as a token of respect for Han Ing. He also got along well with others, demonstrating a high emotional intelligence. Impressed by these qualities, Han Ing asked if he would be willing to serve as a steward, to which he readily agreed. In the past few days, Han Ing intentionally tested him by assigning various tasks, both big and small. The man did not disappoint. He managed most issues effectively, and when there were some he couldn't resolve, he actively sought Han Ying's advice. Han Ing inquired about the matter of purchasing land, and the steward quickly pulled out a stack of deeds from his robe. The lands you mentioned have all been purchased. The silver has already been settled with Mr. Bookkeeper, and here are the deeds. Furthermore, Mr. Bookkeeper introduced a few more plots, which I thought were excellent. This is a map I've drawn for your review. Han Ing first examined the deeds, confirming they were correct. Then, he studied the map, noting the simple yet clear depiction. Can you tell me the advantages of these plots? The steward understood this was an intentional test from Han Ing and didn't dare to be negligent. The reason I chose these places is because each one is nestled by mountains and water sources. In addition, since you mentioned that the lands will later be used for planting flowers, I considered it necessary to have fertile soil for better blooms, though I'm unsure if my thought process aligns. He was half right. The proximity to water and mountains was indeed important due to transportation challenges at the time. Land closer to rivers could use waterways instead of carts, making logistics much faster. However, soil fertility wasn't critical as Han Ing had ways to improve it himself. Buying poorer quality land for improvement meant saving on costs. Han Ing hadn't explicitly instructed the steward on this aspect, so for him to deduce so much was commendable. Minor shortcomings would naturally be resolved with experience over time, thus unnecessary to criticize too harshly. Han Ing patted the steward on the shoulder. Not bad. Proceed as per your suggestions and acquire these lands. Additionally, expedite the hiring of workers. Shun was the largest local chieftain in this area, leading rebellions over the last decade or two with several smaller ones following his lead for benefit. Now that Shun was gone, the smaller chieftains couldn't form significant threats anymore. In recent days, several had already surrendered and pleaded for forgiveness towards the court. A few were still hesitant, observing the situation, but it was expected they would resolve soon enough. Afterward, Han Ing would soon return to the capital to report to the emperor. He needed to complete all essential matters before returning. Following his instructions, the steward focused on buying lands, hiring workers, and preparing seeds for flowers. Seeing nothing urgent left, Han Ing decided to venture into the mountains with Lian Siki and several guards. His destination was the place where Shun had hidden previously. It was truly secluded, almost without any proper roads, only rugged trails through valleys and streams. Part of the route even required passage through underground caves. Fortunately, he hired 2 local guides. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to locate. Shun claimed to command an army of 50,000. In reality, the vast majority were mountain dwellers, with only a few thousand being his private troops. After these villagers killed Shun and descended from the mountain, fearing betrayal, a portion also submitted themselves to the court while around 500 escaped. Guard Zhou feared these fugitives might return, strongly dissuading Han Ing from coming here, but failed. Upon arrival, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the surroundings and ready to protect Han Ing at the slightest anomaly. Han Ing, however, showed no concern. What is there to worry about? The vicinity has already been thoroughly searched by soldiers. Those vagabonds won't dare to return. At the campsite, there was little to see. The makeshift bamboo houses constructed by Shun had been dismantled by the soldiers, and even the bamboo was burned. Only items that were either indestructible or not worth the manpower to carry down remained, like fragments of pottery bowls or vases. Zhou assumed Han Ing would leave after looking around. Unexpectedly, Han Ing expressed a desire to hunt inside the mountains. Having lived off the grid for 3 years, despite circumstances beyond her control, Lian Siki had become accustomed to the carefree, unrestricted life in the mountains. Upon hearing about hunting, she enthusiastically agreed. Guard Zhou could do nothing but swallow his dissuading words. The group, amidst the vast old forest, appeared extremely insignificant. However, their harvest was abundant. In less than 2 hours of entering the mountain, they had already hunted a yellow mountain goat, several partridges, and wild rabbits. With the prey in hand, there was naturally no rush to descend the mountain. Returning to the campsite, they began preparing to start a fire for roasting meat. Guard Zhou had stopped trying to persuade them, and instead helped fetch water to clean the game. But as night was almost upon them, Han Ing and Lian Siki still showed no signs of wanting to leave. Guard Zhou couldn't help but feel anxious again. It's getting late. Soon, the mountain path will be too dark to see. We should head down earlier. Han Ing silenced him with just one sentence. We've been bait all day, and now the real prey is about to bite. How can we leave? The real prey naturally referred to the 500 runaway rebels. Guard Zhou wasn't stupid. He guessed right away and started sweating on his forehead. Lord, the rebel army has 500 men. Even if we guard with our lives, we wouldn't be able to protect you and Miss Lian. A sudden idea struck him. Did you arrange for soldiers nearby in advance? Han Ing shook his head. No, this mountain is the territory of those rebels. Could my arrangement of soldiers go unnoticed by them? If they sense something, they definitely won't fall for the trap. Guard Zhou was sweating even more heavily now. Han Ing reassured him. I've made arrangements long ago. You just rest assuredly and sleep. There's no way Guard Zhou could actually sleep, staying alert throughout the night. listening to every sound around him without blinking an eye. It wasn't until the middle of the night that faint, deliberately light footsteps, accompanied by the sound of clothes brushing against branches, were heard in the forest. "They're here." Guard Zhou was so tense he nearly jumped up. But then he felt something placed into his hand. This is a hand grenade. When those people emerge from the forest, throw it and explode on them. Guard Zhou had heard of thunder bombs used often in border battles, but he'd never heard of hand grenades. Nevertheless, since Han Ying had said it, it must have great power. Chapter 187. A Sense of Deja Vu. Guard Zhou soon got to see the power of hand grenades. One thrown out instantly sent dozens of rebel soldiers flying high into the air. After a dozen grenades, more than half of the 500 rebels had been wiped out. The rest were still alive but missing limbs, rolling on the ground, and only having enough strength to moan in pain. Even Zhou, who had seen many storms, felt a bit sorry for them. "Master, these people were only misled by saying Shan. Their crime does not warrant death." Han Ying gave him a long, meaningful look. "They wouldn't have had to die if they hadn't tried to escape," Han Ying replied. "Their escape suggests that either they were unwilling to surrender to the court and accept punishment, or they are still planning a comeback, intending to proclaim themselves king. In any case, it means they would have been nothing but trouble in the future. You pity them, but have you thought about the civilians who have suffered from years of war? What did those commoners do wrong?" Guard Zhou realized his shallowness and bowed his head to admit his fault to Han Ying. Han Ying extended his hand to help him up. "You have a heart of compassion and good intentions, which is not at all wrong. However, such benevolence and goodwill must be reserved for the right people." Zhou's face was filled with shame as he repeatedly acknowledged being wrong. The next day at dawn, Han Ying went down the mountain to notify the troops to come in and handle the aftermath. As for the dead rebels, there wasn't much else to say, just dig a pit and bury them. Han Ying didn't inquire too deeply into what the troops did with the surviving rebels. As he told Zhou, these people's rebellious hearts remained, so keeping them alive would only cause problems later. Han Ying wiped out 500 rebels in one night, and the news gradually spread among the common folk. Inevitably, as the story spread, embellishments crept in. By the end of the tales, Han Ying had almost been described as a celestial soldier with divine powers, capable of calling winds, summoning rains, or turning beings into soldiers with ease. Han Ying made no effort to refute the rumors since, after all, these legends did him no harm. Indeed, the surrendered rebels took these rumors as further proof that their decision to give in was the right one. Though serving hard labor for a few years, they could still live and return home afterward to lead normal lives. After finishing the main tasks, it was time for Han Ying to return to the capital. Before leaving, he met Rongda once more. Rongda's wounds had healed significantly, though whether it was due to a strained tendon or the deepness of the wound, scars pulled at the nearby nerves, leaving him limping when walking. Upon hearing that Han Ying wanted to meet him, Rongda supported himself on crutches to pay a visit. Their meeting began with Rongda kneeling down in respect, an action Han Ying quickly asked him to stop and instead sit down to speak. "I will report back to the capital tomorrow. The imperial decree recognizing your contributions should arrive within 2 to 3 months. Do not make me regret sparing your life today." Rongda hastily stood up and swore again earnestly. Swearing might not mean much to cancel official judgments. Yet since Han Ying planned to keep Rongda around, it was necessary to trust that his loyalty was genuine, for now. "I have a personal favor to ask of you. I've purchased several plots of land to grow flowers and medicinal herbs. If you have free time, can you check up on them for me?" Rongda seemed confused as to why Han Ying trusted him with such responsibility. After buying land, how could he possibly run out of trustworthy individuals? Moreover, neither he nor Han Ying had a close relationship or any significant bond, making it unlikely Han Ying would need his specific help. Still, because Han Ying asked, Rongda immediately agreed. Han Ying perceived his doubts, but didn't reveal anything, simply instructing someone to write down 2 addresses where Rongda could send letters if needed. After returning, Rongda spent some time pondering over Han Ying's words, eventually guessing his real intentions, to use him as a conduit to relay news from Hongfu. But if that was true, what was Han Ying's ultimate goal? Surely not ambitions of becoming a territorial king or some sort of feudal lord. Unable to figure this out, Rongda let go of these thoughts. He was now merely a tool used by the court to demonstrate kindness to the people of Dianhong. With no real power left, even if the officials withheld his rewards, he could only endure it silently. Being able to connect with someone like Han Ying, however, who could speak on his behalf before the emperor, was a great boon for Rongda. Yes, he decided, he must maintain a good relationship with Han Ying. In return, he'd arrange for someone to collect rare herbs from the mountains as gifts for Han Ying. On the road back to the capital, with no need to escort displaced refugees on foot, progress was faster. Yet the ride was rougher. Even Han Ying felt sore from sitting in the carriage all day, let alone Lian Siki. She, however, remained fixated on getting her father's name cleared once Han Ying returned to the capital, never once complaining about fatigue. Han Ying was truly impressed by Lian Siki. At just under 15 years old, she had lost her family, her parents, and became a wanted fugitive of the state. Yet she hadn't broken down, a remarkable feat indeed. More impressively, despite the tragedy she endured, she retained an inherent optimism and kindness. This made her stronger than many men he knew. While brewing tea, Lian Siki noticed Han Ying watching her, and with a glance, sent him a flirtatious smile. "Why were you looking at me, master? Is it because you couldn't help but be attracted to my beauty?" Han Ying pressed his forehead. Who boasts about their own beauty like that? Still, they often say true beauties are unaware of their charm. Yet he strangely found Lian Siki's small pride in herself rather endearing when she teased herself this way. "You're right. I'm genuinely unable to resist you. How about you marry me? Han said this purely as a jest, but Lien Siki took it seriously. I've already said, as long as you clear my parents' names, I will do anything for you. Her words made Han feel awkward continuing with the joke. It would seem he was taking advantage of her otherwise. I was just teasing. I was looking at you earlier because your tea boiling technique was quite elegant. It wasn't just elegant. There was also a feeling of déjà vu. He didn't recall it at first, but after reflecting now, Han remembered seeing the princess boil tea before. It seemed somewhat similar. Yet the princess's style was more casual. A momentary bewilderment struck him. In this era, boiling tea was popular, and both noble maidens and literati alike took pride in being good at it. Thus, numerous methods for boiling tea had emerged, each having its own masterful practitioners. Though Han didn't understand much about these intricacies, he could still tell the differences between the styles just by observing. For instance, the princess's method of boiling tea was quite unique, different even from the emperor's. Why did Lien Siki's method share some similarities with the princess's? Lien Siki paused, a hint of sorrow appearing on her brow. My skill in boiling tea was taught to me hand by my mother, though I only learned the surface of it. If you had seen my mother boiling tea, you wouldn't compliment me like this. Lien Siki's mother? Han slowly developed a vague notion in his mind. That night, he seized the chance while Lien Siki went to the river to wash up, questioning Guard Zhou. Do you really want my help to clear your adoptive father's name? If so, tell me everything. Guard Zhou felt an intense weight pressing down on him upon hearing this, his heartbeat momentarily skipping. What do you mean, master? Han let out a cold laugh. You're still refusing to speak the truth. Then how am I supposed to uncover the real facts? Chapter 188, The Past. Guardian Zhou was anxious and conflicted, breaking out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Han did not urge him, but instead leisurely drank tea and admired the moon. Master, I will tell the truth. After much deliberation, Guardian Zhou decided to reveal the truth, hoping for Justice Lien's wrongful conviction to be cleared soon, and for Lien Siki to return to a normal life as soon as possible. It's good that you're willing to tell the truth. Han smiled and gestured for him to sit down and speak slowly. Guardian Zhou had been burdened with this tremendous secret for over a decade, and he was truly exhausted. He sat cross-legged next to Han. Miss is actually not the daughter of Master Lien and Madam. She is Prince Qingping's daughter. The story must begin more than 20 years ago. Prince Qingping Helianpeng was the son of Empress Dowager from the previous dynasty, Princess Han Xiener, who was the aunt of the crown prince, and married into the Huxia royal family. Later, the king of Huxia died during internal strife, and Princess Han Xiener was abducted by the king's younger brother. Unable to bear the humiliation, she committed suicide. Before her death, she left a blood-written letter for Helianpeng, urging him to escape to Deqian for refuge, or else his uncle would surely kill him. Helianpeng endured countless dangers to return to Deqian. At the time, Deqian was also embroiled in internal turmoil, and the newly crowned king of Huxia took advantage of the situation to launch an attack. Helianpeng, having half Huxia ancestry, looked different from people in Deqian and was nearly killed as a spy. He was later saved by the crown prince. The crown prince, being a kind-hearted person, knew that Helianpeng was Princess Han Xiener's son. Concerned that Helianpeng might be used by wicked concubines and traitorous parties, the crown prince took him under his wing and personally taught him literature and martial arts. After his parents' deaths, Helianpeng endured numerous hardships. Only the crown prince showed him kindness. Thus, Helianpeng revered the crown prince as his sole family member and idol, following him in various battles. Although he was acquainted with the emperor, Helianpeng recognized only the crown prince and paid little attention to others. Later, the crown prince tragically died from poisoned arrows. Even the emperor once suggested that the throne should go to Helianpeng since he carried half the bloodline of Princess Han Xiener, making his claim more legitimate than those without any direct lineage. However, Helianpeng refused the throne, disliking the restrictions of court etiquette. The crown prince also opposed it, stating Helianpeng's straightforward nature made him inflexible and unsuitable for such a role. More importantly, there was concern that Helianpeng's half-foreign bloodline could cause controversy, possibly leading some to exploit this and instigate rebellion. Thus, the emperor ascended to the throne, granting Helianpeng the title of Prince Qingping. The character, Qing, represents sweeping away war and unrest, while Ping symbolizes equality with the emperor. He received generous treatment, and items tribute locally were always given to him first. Helianpeng became the only non-surname king in Deqian. A few years later, Helianpeng married, and his bride was the princess's best friend, Jiang Ben's daughter from the previous dynasty. Jiang Ben had refused to submit to an evil concubine and was tortured to death. Mrs. Jiang then hung herself out of grief. The father of the princess admired Jiang Ben's integrity and welcomed Jiang Miss into his home, where she lived and dined with the princess for 3 to 4 years. Later, when the world fell into chaos, Jiang Miss was taken by her maternal grandparents for safety. Meanwhile, the princess accompanied the crown prince in battles. During one of these campaigns near Jiang Miss's maternal home, she was invited to temporarily stay at camp. Helianpeng fell in love with her at first sight, but hesitated to express his feelings because of the ongoing war, fearing he might die in battle and ruin her life. When peace returned to the land, the emperor, noticing Helianpeng's age, sought a match for him. It was then that Helianpeng proposed marriage to Jiang, Mississippi. Their marriage turned out to be a loving one, filled with mutual respect and affection. A year later, they had a daughter named Xuanhuan, who later became known as Lien Siki. While Helianpeng basked in the joy of becoming a father, his betrothed appeared at his door, demanding fulfillment of their engagement contract. This fiancée was none other than Han Jianer's daughter, the niece of Han Xianer. During the final decades of the preceding dynasty, the imperial family grew weak, ceding power, and rebellions erupted across the lands. Unable to quell the rebellions themselves, the court offered rewards to buy peace, appointing many feudal lords in the process. One of them was married to Han Jiar. Though titled a prince consort, he was essentially just a powerful local bandit leader who disrespected the central government and regarded royal relatives like Han Jiar merely as objects of pleasure. Unable to endure the humiliation, Han Jiar secretly conspired with the two younger brothers of the prince consort. She managed to intoxicate him and then had him killed. She incited discord between the two younger brothers, causing them to engage in fierce internal conflict until both perished. Then Han Jiar selected the youngest son of the prince consort and submitted his name to the court for recognition of succession. In reality, she wielded all the real power, using the young prince consort merely as a puppet. Han Jiar had been close friends with Han Xianer before marrying. Before her arranged union with the prince consort, they promised each other that if they bore children, their offspring would become in-laws, exchanging tokens as proof. After the new dynasty, the princely titles were abolished. Nevertheless, the emperor treated members of the former imperial family who hadn't participated in treason with great generosity. The young prince consort lost his title, but his family was not ruined. Lady Han Jiaer continued to live comfortably as the Empress Dowager. This Empress Dowager status lasted for over a decade until the young prince consort grew up. Though the title of prince consort was gone, the vast family fortune remained. Countless fertile fields, shops, and mountains of silver. How could the young prince consort be content with seeing it yet unable to touch it, being forever overshadowed by his stepmother? Thus, Lady Han Jiaer mysteriously fell ill with wind cold and passed away. Before her death, Lady Han Jiaer realized she had been harmed by the young prince consort. She took out the keepsake from her agreement with Lady Han Xianer and carefully recounted their pact to her daughter, Sun Jinjin. She instructed her to take the keepsake and seek out Helian Peng to avenge her. Though fleeing for her life, Sun Jinjin still managed to bring along quite a few valuables and banknotes. Upon meeting Helian Peng, seeing his tall, handsome figure and noble demeanor, she refrained from mentioning the matter of revenge. Instead, she said that her mother, even on her deathbed, never forgot her agreement with Lady Han Xianer, entrusting her to travel to the capital to marry Helian Peng. Helian Peng had often heard Lady Han Xianer speak of her days before marriage and naturally knew of Lady Han Jiaer's existence, who was Lady Han Xianer's close sister-in-law. Now, with Lady Han Xianer and Lady Han Jiaer both gone, and Lady Han Jiaer entrusting her daughter to him in her final moments, how could he bear to not care for her? He thus proposed recognizing Sun Jinjin as his adopted younger sister and arranging another suitable match for her. However, Sun Jinjin insisted the marriage contract was established by their mothers, stating that if Helian Peng would not honor it, it meant he didn't truly approve of her. She declared she wouldn't have the face to continue living, preferring to die and join her mother in the afterlife. Miss Jiang, upon hearing this, deeply sympathized with Sun Jinjin and persuaded Helian Peng to marry her. Moreover, she willingly gave up her position as the principal wife. Thinking that sincerity would be reciprocated with sincerity, Miss Jiang assumed Sun Jinjin would get along harmoniously with her. Unexpectedly, Sun Jinjin was rather scheming. Not long after joining the household, she replaced all the managers promoted by Miss Jiang with her own confidants. In front of Helian Peng, Sun Jinjin addressed Miss Jiang respectfully as sister, showing concern and kindness through various gifts and attentions. Behind his back, however, she frequently ordered her subordinates to withhold resources from Miss Jiang. Chapter 189, Escape. Miss Jiang did not want to make Helian Peng feel difficult. She bore the way cheap in silence and would never show it in front of Helian Peng. Instead, she always spoke well of Sun Jinjin. When Miss Lian was 5 years old, Miss Jiang became pregnant again. The doctor said that it was likely a boy. After Sun Jinjin married Helian Peng, he had always been indifferent to her, going to her room once a month at most. Sun Jinjin realized that Helian Peng had a deep affection for Miss Jiang. Although she herself held the title of the main consort, in reality, she was no match for Miss Jiang. She refused to let Miss Jiang successfully give birth to a son. With the affection Helian Peng had for Miss Jiang, if Miss Jiang gave birth to a son, this child would surely be named the crown prince. Even if Sun Jinjin bore more sons in the future, they would not be able to inherit the throne. Thus, Sun Jinjin devised a treacherous plan, accusing Miss Jiang of having an affair with a servant, claiming that the baby inside Miss Jiang's belly belonged to the servant. Helian Peng trusted Miss Jiang's character and naturally did not believe these words. Miss Jiang's dowry maid Duan took out some men's intimate clothing from the cabinet where Miss Jiang stored her personal clothes and claimed she had witnessed a man jumping into Miss Jiang's room through the window at night. These male objects were found by her early on, but due to fear of being killed by Miss Jiang, she didn't dare speak up until then. Subsequently, more servants came forward as witnesses. On a certain day in a particular month, someone noticed a figure outside Miss Jiang's wall and mistook it as a mistake. Again, on another date, in the back garden, voices of a man conversing intimately with Miss Jiang were overheard. With both physical evidence and witness testimonies present, even the supposed lover stepping forward to confess, Helian Peng had no choice but to believe it. Despite this, he couldn't bear to kill Miss Jiang and her unborn child. Instead, he confined her in an empty courtyard, allowing daily food deliveries. Her attendant Rua volunteered to stay with her, and Helian Peng agreed. He also allowed Lian Siki to visit her mother, though he forbade Miss Jiang from leaving. Miss Jiang still held on to a sliver of hope. Once the son was born looking like Helian Pong, it would serve as better proof than any explanation. One day, Lian Siki came to visit Miss Jiang, coinciding with the delivery of a bowl of sulak by a servant. Lian Siki, young and hungry, begged to eat it. Miss Jiang had Rua feed her. Rua cared for Miss Jiang, who, despite being pregnant, received only plain meals each day. Upon seeing the sulak, she didn't hesitate to save half for Miss Jiang, leaving only part for Lian Siki. Unluckily, shortly after Lian Siki consumed the sulak, she began screaming with stomach pain. Miss Jiang quickly sent Rua to bring her back to consult a doctor. By the time the doctor arrived, Lian Siki was vomiting, suffering from diarrhea, and had developed a high fever within a short period. The doctor couldn't determine the cause of the ailment. Rua pleaded with Sun Jinjin to enter the palace and summon a royal physician, yet Sun Jinjin persistently made excuses to avoid action. It wasn't until Helian Peng returned home that evening that they managed to invite a royal physician. By then, Lian Siki was burning with fever, convulsing multiple times. Upon examination, the royal physician confirmed that Lian Siki had been poisoned. Thankfully, because she had consumed only a little, there was still a chance to save her. Though saved, Lian Siki suffered long-term effects of the high fever, which damaged her brain. She appeared dazed and lost much of the wit she previously possessed. Helian Peng hated Miss Jiang for cheating, but deeply loved Lian Siki. He demanded a thorough investigation to find who harmed her. Eventually, the investigation traced it to one of the kitchen workers. This worker hadn't intended to harm Lian Siki, but rather harbored resentment for Helian Peng. Feeling that Miss Jiang disgraced him with infidelity, making her a villain, deserved death, she decided to poison Miss Jiang's food without realizing Lian Siki would mistakenly consume it. In the end, the worker met retribution from Helian Peng, which we will skip over for now. However, Miss Jiang understood that someone wanted her unborn child dead. There was no question about it. This person must be Sun Jinjin. She regretted advising Helian Peng to marry a wolf in disguise due to misplaced mercy earlier. Regretting now served no purpose, but she did not wish to drag her daughter into this tragedy. Thus, she entrusted her daughter to Rua, asking her to escape the mansion with her. Master Lian had originally been a family slave to the Jiang household. Grand Tutor Jiang had shown great kindness towards him. After Grand Tutor Jiang was persecuted to death, the entire Jiang family scattered in various directions. However, Master Lian never forgot Grand Tutor Jiang's grace. Once freed, he followed Miss Jiang secretly to her grandmother's vicinity, opening a shop there to solve his livelihood problem. More importantly, his intention was to watch over Miss Jiang so that, should she ever need help, he could promptly appear. Later, when Miss Jiang married Helian Peng, Master Lian returned to the capital as well, gradually expanding his business. Rua was familiar with Master Lian. Occasionally, when she went shopping for Miss Jiang on the streets, passing his shop, she would stop by for a chat. Over the past few years, Master Lian earned substantial wealth but led a frugal life. He used most of the money to raise orphans he had picked up. On one hand, he had himself experienced the hardships of being homeless, thus hoping to help others as far as he could. One more person helped men a lot. On the other hand, he had heard that Sun Jinjin treated Miss Jiang poorly and wanted to cultivate his own resources in case of emergencies. Mr. Lian's concerns were not baseless. Miss Jiang asked Ruhua to seek Mr. Lian's help in taking her daughter far away from the capital. Mr. Lian was uneasy about leaving Miss Jiang behind. However, with the grand estate and deep courtyards of the mansion, there was little he could do for her directly, so he decided to take care of Miss Jiang's daughter first. They eventually traveled as far as Luo-yi. Mr. Lian originally did not have the surname Lian. To prevent anyone from tracking them down, he changed his surname. For over a decade afterward, their family lived peacefully in Luo-yi. Worried about raising suspicion, they never returned to the capital to inquire about Miss Jiang's well-being. But occasionally, guests from the capital would mention her situation. Miss Jiang was unable to keep her child and later became mentally unstable. 3 years ago, Mr. Lian was suddenly falsely accused of aiding bandits, and Zhou, the guard, suspected that it was Sun Jinjin's people who framed him. They had considered filing an official complaint. But since they were listed on the warrant list by the authorities, they couldn't even enter the gates of the capital, let alone meet the emperor. Zhou, the guard, spoke earnestly, knocking his head on the ground and requesting that Han Ning clear Mr. Lian's name. Such a righteous man like my father should not suffer such injustice. Han Ning sighed deeply after listening. It's truly commendable what Mr. Lian has managed to endure. I've already promised you and your young mistress, so naturally, I won't go back on my word. Behind the tree, Lian Siki had heard every single word spoken by Zhou, the guard, from start to finish. Only then did she realize that she was actually the daughter of someone titled king of another surname. Yet, she didn't feel particularly glad about it. What kind of king can't even tell whether their spouse is loyal or treacherous? He deserves to be called blind. And Sun Jinjin, she had harmed her mother and unborn brother, and indirectly her parents too. How utterly cruel. She would absolutely not forgive that evil woman. Han Ning had already noticed her presence when Lian Siki returned and hid behind the tree. He chose not to reveal her hiding. He also understood her sudden silence. Anyone discovering their origin story was so extraordinary would need some time to process it. Chapter 190, Collecting the Debt. Lian Siki had been feeling disheartened for several days, until the night before they would be leaving for the capital, when she suddenly appeared with wine to seek out Han Ning. I heard everything Uncle Zhou said that day. I want to return to the Helian estate. Would you, sir, be able to help me? Han Ning had anticipated her decision. After all, Her birth mother, Miss Jiang, was there. Being of the same blood, it was impossible for her not to care. Returning is actually quite easy. Servant Zhou mentioned that you have a family heirloom from the mansion. I could visit His Highness and inform him that I found you. He would certainly welcome you back. But returning this way might be dangerous. For the past couple of days, even while traveling on the road, Han Ying had kept in touch with news from the capital. He wrote to Pei Luoyan to inquire about the affairs of the Helian household and asked a young beggar to keep an ear to the ground for gossip. Combining what he'd learned, he roughly concluded the following. After Lian Siki left the capital with Ruhua, just a few days later, Miss Jiang lost the son she was carrying. Helian Peng was deeply affected, neglecting his duties at court and drinking heavily every day. Later, Sun Jinjin successfully gave birth to 2 sons, but she rarely appeared in public, officially because Sun Jinjin wanted the boys to focus on their studies. However, the young beggar's gossip revealed that both sons had intellectual issues. If the gossip was true, Sun Jinjin must be worried that Lian Siki would compete with her 2 sons for the family inheritance, so she would likely attempt every method to eliminate her. Lian Siki believed Han Ying was genuinely concerned for her well-being, but the lives of her adoptive parents and the injustice of her biological mother were matters she could not ignore. Thank you for your warning, I understand clearly. Since Lian Siki had already made up her mind, Han Ying no longer spoke further on the matter. Tomorrow, remember to dress beautifully. I will escort you home. Han Ying had succeeded in quelling the turmoil in the southwest, so the emperor ordered the second prince to take the place of Han Ying and lead the officials to greet him at the city gates. Everyone recognized Han Ying and naturally exchanged pleasantries with him, though as they conversed, their eyes frequently flickered over toward Lian Siki. Or rather, she should now be called Helian Xuan. It wasn't unusual for men returning from official duties to bring back women, but to make such a public display of it? That seemed excessive. Seizing the moment, Han Ying introduced her to everyone present. This time to the southwest. By fortune, I did not disappoint His Majesty's trust. And moreover, I found the princess of the Qingping Wang mansion. This is her. Unanimously, the crowd hesitated momentarily before recalling who the Qingping king was. It wasn't surprising that many had forgotten since, over the years, Helian Peng had almost never stepped outside his doors, the queen and her 2 sons rarely appearing in public. If Han Ying hadn't brought them up, many wouldn't have even remembered the existence of this unrelated king. Recalling the Qingping king also reminded them of the various unpleasant events associated with the Qingping royal residence over the years. They began looking at Helian Xuan with a slightly meaningful gaze. Helian Peng was the sole non-blood-related king of the dynasty, with significant contributions during the founding era, always having some favor with the emperor. This princess was now old enough to marry, and anyone who could marry her into their family would greatly benefit their career and lineage. The second prince also inconspicuously took a few more glances at Helian Xuan. Han Ying knew precisely what these people were thinking. At the moment, however, what he needed was someone to recognize Helian Xuan's identity. Given that Helian Xuan had been taken away by Ruhua at the age of 6, her appearance had changed significantly. A single family heirloom wouldn't suffice to prove her heritage. Sun Jinjin would definitely resist her return forcefully. Han Ying accompanied Helian Xuan as they entered the palace with everyone else to meet the emperor. The emperor, of course, bestowed a series of praise and rewards upon Han Ying. On Han Ying's face was a bright smile, but deep inside, he thought nothing of it. He had spent more than 10 million taels of silver in pacifying the turmoil in the southwest. The man seated on the dragon throne not only didn't mention it, but threw him a few antiques and paintings instead, clearly trying to avoid acknowledging this debt. Dedicating money for the greater good, Han Ying didn't find it painful, but swallowing losses quietly, that he wouldn't do. After finishing his flowery speeches, the emperor sat smiling, the implication clear, everyone could leave. While others indeed prepared to bid farewell, Han Ying remained sitting as if nothing happened. Han Minister, you've been through much hardship. Please rest soon. Unable to avoid opening his mouth, the emperor finally urged him to go. Han Ying acted as if he had just awakened, standing up slowly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your care and concern. I thought someone had been sent to prepare the silver, so I intended to wait. In that case, I won't wait any longer. Just send someone to deliver the silver directly to my home afterward. Silver? What silver? Everyone was a little confused. The emperor, however, was perfectly aware, nearly unable to contain himself from losing composure. Did he dare mention silver? It was supposed to be a military operation dispatched by the court to restore order. Yet, Han Ying had instead loaded carts full of silver and paraded them around arrogantly. Subsequently, the women in his household solicited donations of food supplies for the army from all directions. It was clear that the court had dispatched troops and provided rations, yet things hadn't turned out well in the end. It seemed as if Han Ying had personally spent his own silver to quell the unrest. And now he had the audacity to ask for silver. There would be no silver, and they could do whatever they pleased. The emperor thought this way inwardly but couldn't directly say it aloud. Yet, for him to cough up silver was absolutely out of the question. Surely, all the glory shouldn't go to Han Ying while the court ends up footing the bill? Minister Han's reminder is correct. Indeed, I ordered someone to prepare 5,000 taels of silver, rewarding Minister Han for successfully pacifying the unrest. All those present couldn't help but direct looks of disdain toward Han Ying. To openly demand a reward was shameless indeed. How disgraceful! How disgraceful! Han Ying acted as though he didn't notice the contempt from the officials, though deep down, he felt even more disappointed with the emperor. By publicly demanding repayment, wasn't he also offering the emperor an opportunity to establish credibility? If the emperor smoothly returned this sum of silver, Han Ying's actions in resettling displaced civilians and gathering supplies would all be attributed to the emperor's orders, naturally granting the emperor the greatest credit. Initially, when he left the capital laden with silver, it was indeed intended to buy favor with the people and boost his reputation. If one day the emperor ever harbored thoughts of eliminating him, public opinion would then have to be considered. Upon reflecting during his return journey, considering the emperor had treated him not too badly, and also given the princess's sake, between him and the emperor, the princess found herself stuck in the middle. He decided to give this merit to the emperor. Alas, the opportunity had been presented to the emperor, yet the emperor failed to seize it. Then don't blame him for not giving the emperor face. Han Ying stopped mentioning the matter of silver, happily accepted the 5,000 tael reward, and returned home contentedly. Xuanhuan, however, was retained in the palace by the emperor, temporarily entrusted to the empress's care. Having left the capital at 6 years old, Xuanhuan had been gone for 12 long years. Her identity certainly needed thorough verification before being officially declared to the world. Of course, words couldn't be so straightforward. Instead, it was said that Xuanhuan was very dear to the empress when she was little. After her disappearance, the empress mourned for several days. Now that she had returned, naturally, she should spend time conversing affectionately with the empress. Chapter 191, Reunion of Father and Daughter. Han Ying was not worried about Xuanhuan. Or rather, if she couldn't even get past the empress, then there would be no chance for her to pass Lady Sun's test. After all, the empress had no conflict of interest with Xuanhuan, and thus no reason to deliberately harm her. But Lady Sun was out to get her life. Upon returning to the mansion, Yin Xiong, Pei Luoyan, and a few others had already heard the news and were eagerly awaiting her return. They sent someone to check the gate every now and then to see if Han Ying had returned. After much waiting, they finally saw her return and immediately gathered around her to ask if she was hurt or had suffered any hardships. Han Ying felt warmth in her heart and consoled them thoroughly. There was a lively evening afterward that need not be detailed. Let us speak only of how the emperor dismissed Han Ying and the civil and military officials and immediately ordered someone to invite Xuanhuan. The emperor truly had some genuine feelings for Xuanhuan, even more so than his cousins. The reason being, the emperor trusted Xuanhuan. More accurately, he trusted the half-foreign bloodline in him. As the former crown prince had said, the citizens of Dagon have suffered under foreign invasions for years and would never allow a person with foreign blood to become emperor. And Xuanhuan was straightforward, lacking in deviousness. The emperor originally planned to heavily rely on him. Unexpectedly, he became dispirited due to matters at home, despite the emperor's many attempts to help. He personally persuaded him several times and even gifted him several attractive and well-behaved palace mates to help him get over his heartbreak, but it proved futile. Eventually, the emperor lost interest in managing Xuanhuan, though he still remembered him. Every year-end when silver was distributed to the various royal mansions, Qingping Wangfu always received a generous portion. It had been years since the emperor had seen Xuanhuan, and he wondered how he was faring now. Upon hearing that Xuanhuan was found, Xuanhuan immediately dropped his wine jar and urged the eunuchs to bring him to the palace. The eunuch thought it inappropriate for him to see the emperor covered in alcohol fumes, kindly reminding him to bathe and change clothes first before entering the palace. However, he almost got punched by Xuanhuan. Just lead the way as you're supposed to. Why are there so many useless words? Whatever punishment I face will be my own responsibility, no need for your involvement. His good intentions went unrewarded, so the eunuch ceased trying to persuade and simply brought Xuanhuan into the palace. Seeing Xuanhuan, the emperor was shocked. Xuanhuan, younger than the emperor by a few years, was originally a tall and imposing figure. Yet, after just a few years, most of his hair had turned white. Though he remained tall, his skin was loose and sagging, giving him an aged appearance. Even from afar, one could smell the strong scent of alcohol on him. His clothes were crumpled, with stains on the sleeves. Was this really the same silver-robed general who once made rebels flee in terror? The emperor looked at Xuanhuan without speaking for a long time. Xuanhuan's bloodshot eyes, clouded by alcohol, looked around expectantly yet uneasily. Your Majesty, where is my daughter? You said you found her, so make her come and see me quickly. The emperor sighed deeply and commanded someone to bring Xuanhuan in. When Xuanhuan appeared at the doorway, Xuanhuan took 2 steps forward and stared intently at her face. Xuan'er, my Xuan'er, father has finally found you. Upon learning of her own background, Xuanhuan harbored resentment towards Xuanhuan. She resented his blindness and gullibility, which led him to believe poisonous, slanderous remarks, causing Miss Jiang to lose her beloved child and go mad. Initially, she vowed never to forgive him. After revealing the true identity of the treacherous woman, she left the Wangfu with her birth mother. Now, facing Xuanhuan directly and seeing his worn-out elderly appearance, she couldn't help but feel compassion. In fact, from another perspective, Xuanhuan did not kill Miss Jiang outright under convincing evidence of her infidelity, but instead kept her confined to an empty courtyard while still providing her basic needs, including tolerance for the unborn child that might have been a product of adultery. This could be considered extremely lenient. How many men could do this? Thinking along these lines, Xuanhuan's hatred towards Xuanhuan diminished somewhat. Father, I don't remember what happened before. Only until recently did I learn about my origins. It is unfilial of me to not return earlier, making you and mother worry. Recalling the reason Xuanhuan couldn't remember past events, due to high fever caused by poisoning, Xuanhuan felt excruciating pain in his heart. He hated the poisoner for nearly taking Xuanhuan's life, and hated himself for not protecting her properly. Xuan'er, It is father's fault. Father failed to protect you. Come home with father. The kitchen will make your favorite 8-treasure sweet porridge. A lump rose in xuanhuan's throat, wanting to remind him that 8-treasure sweet porridge was something children liked. Now that she was grown up, her taste had changed. In the end, she remained silent. Between her and Xuanhuan lay 12 years of separation. For him to still remember what she enjoyed eating as a child was already remarkable. With Xuanhuan bringing Xuanhuan home, it was tantamount to recognizing her identity. After bidding farewell and thanking the emperor, father and daughter departed together. Xiaoyinzi quietly reminded the emperor, "Your Majesty, Lady June has been away from the capital for many years. She may have forgotten all the rules and etiquettes. Perhaps it would be better if Lady June stayed in the palace to accompany Her Majesty the Empress for a few days and relearn the proper conduct." In essence, he was saying that one shouldn't simply acknowledge whoever naturally appears as Xuanhuan without question. An investigation must surely be conducted first. The emperor glanced at him, slightly disappointed in his heart. Did he not know that it was necessary to verify Xuanhuan's identity? Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have proposed placing Xuanhuan under the empress's care initially. However, upon seeing Xuanpeng's aged appearance, and noticing how his spirit had changed after finding his daughter, whether Xuanhuan was truly Xuanpeng's daughter no longer mattered. As long as Xuanpeng believed she was, then she was. Even if one stepped back 10,000 steps, what difference did it make if Xuanhuan were fake? She was just a Lady June. It wasn't related to matters of national importance. All that mattered was for Xuanpeng to find his daughter and regain his vigor. If Duo Fu Hai were present, he would certainly understand the emperor's intention. Even if he didn't fully comprehend, at least he wouldn't meddle with unnecessary advice. Unfortunately, the emperor had banished Duo Fu Hai out of momentary anger. The emperor still didn't realize that Duo Fu Hai was just the beginning. Very soon, he would taste the bitterness of being abandoned by everyone. On their way home, Xuanpeng kept holding Xuanhuan's hand, often looking at her with a foolish smile. "Frosty, the clay figures I bought for you are still kept safe, and I've made a lot of little knives and guns that you like. My daughter is different from other children. Other girls adore flashy things, but my daughter has always carried a commanding aura." "Frosty, you." Xuanhuan avoided his gaze and interrupted suddenly. "I want to see my mother." Xuanpeng froze, a flash of pain crossing his face. "Frosty, your mother is ill. The royal physician says she needs rest. We will see her after a while." "Ill?" She was driven mad by that venomous woman. More like. Xuanhuan gave a cold laugh. "I want to see my mother right now." Chapter 192, Substitution. Lianpeng could not go against Liangshuang's will, and agreed to bring her to see Miss Jiang. The grass and trees on the road seemed familiar, yet strange. It was not until near the empty courtyard that a sudden recollection of her searching for her mother surfaced in Liangshuang's mind. The face of her mother began to become clear from its original blur. She had finally remembered her mother. However, this was merely the remembrance of her mother alone. There was still no memory at all of other things. Nevertheless, remembering the most important person was enough. On the way, Liangshuang was looking around seeking the memories of her childhood. The servants were also secretly observing her. Frankly speaking, Liangshuang did not look very much like her parents. Even her demeanor did not have even a bit of the soft elegance of Miss Jiang. If she must be said to resemble anyone, it would only be her eyes, which were carved as if from the same mold as Lianpeng. But relying on just this point, it was difficult to convince people that she was the daughter of Lianpeng and Miss Jiang. The servants dared not speak, but were calculating little schemes in their hearts. As father and daughter approached the door of the empty courtyard, Lianpeng was about to open the door personally. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him behind. "Prince." It was Sun Jinjin, dragging a young woman along and coming hurriedly. Lianpeng had always been cold towards Sun Jinjin. In these few years, he had not even visited her chambers. They rarely spoke when they occasionally met. Nevertheless, in front of others, he would give her some respect. He stopped and asked her, "Why have you come?" Sun Jinjin had rushed so quickly that her breath was a little unstable. After calming down a bit before Lianpeng, she smiled and pushed the young woman towards him. "Great news. I found our daughter." Lianpeng was momentarily confused. He and Sun Jinjin had only given birth to 2 sons. When had they another daughter? Sun Jinjin noticed his confusion and her smile deepened. "It is the daughter born to Lady Jiang, Xuan'er. You and I are one, so your daughter is naturally also my daughter." Lianpeng retorted immediately. "My Xuan'er has already been found. Where does this other Xuan'er come from?" Sun Jinjin looked shocked. "Prince, where did you find Xuan'er?" "It couldn't be." Lianpeng interrupted her. "It was the emperor who helped me find her back. There can't be any mistake." Sun Jinjin deliberately examined Liangshuang carefully, then turned to look at the young woman beside her, causing everyone's gaze to wander between the 2 faces and bodies. There is an old saying that comparing people leads to death. At this moment, the 2 Liangshuangs presented a striking contrast. One had only the eyes resembling Lianpeng, with nothing else similar to either parent. The other had 7/10 resemblance to Miss Jiang in appearance, while 3/10 were certainly extremely alike to Lianpeng. Particularly the gentle demeanor of lowering eyebrows and smiling lightly, which was exactly the same as Miss Jiang. This made even Lianpeng doubt. But how could the emperor possibly deceive him? Sun Jinjin saw Lianpeng's hesitation and felt privately triumphant in her heart. 12 years ago, Jiang Mrs. Personal maid fled the capital with Liangshuang. Sun Jinjin let people investigate for some time, then never pursued it further. Thinking Liangshuang was just a girl, even if she came back after a few years, she herself already had a son. What could Liangshuang do? Never would she have thought that, although she indeed used every possible means to bear two sons. Both were mentally challenged. The eldest learned to speak at 6 years old, the second recognized his father at 7. Sun Jinjin didn't dare let people discover that the two sons were abnormal and almost never let them out of the house. She usually only paid her respects to He Lianping and exchanged no more than a few words. Fortunately, He Lianping had fallen into despair in recent years, drank excessively, and was drunk daily. Thus, he did not notice that his two sons had mental problems. But eventually, the truth would be uncovered. Sun Jinjin secretly sought doctors and treatments for her two sons, but after treating them for 2 or 3 years, there was still no improvement. Afterward, she worried that sooner or later, the situation with her sons would be discovered, and when He Liangshuang returned, the family property, or even the ducal position, wouldn't belong to her. Thus, 3 years ago, she sent people again to find He Liangshuang's whereabouts, and, upon finding her, accused Lord Lian of aiding bandits, wanting to get rid of the entire family of 3 through the government. Upon hearing that He Liangshuang had escaped, Sun Jinjin spent sleepless nights, full of anxiety. Later, she conceived the plan of substitution. It took her over half a year to find in Sangzhou a woman who bore a resemblance both to Jiang Miss and He Lianping. She secretly brought the woman back to the capital and arranged for special tutors to train her. This special tutor was none other than Duan, the personal maid who testified those many years ago that Jiang Miss had improper relations. Duan had grown up with Jiang Miss since she was just over 10 years old and was highly familiar with her every move, every smile. Under her tutelage, the woman became extremely similar to Jiang Miss. Originally, Sun Jinjin intended to wait until the woman resembled Jiang Miss even more before arranging a suitable opportunity to find her back. Unexpectedly, sitting at home, she suddenly heard a servant say that He Liangshuang had already been found. He Lianpeng was heading to the palace precisely to bring her back. Sun Jinjin naturally could not allow anyone to compete with her two sons for the family estate. Regardless of whether He Lianshuang brought back from the palace was real or fake, she had to be fake. Thus, Sun Jinjin had no choice but to bring forward the woman she had hidden in another courtyard. Seeing that the daughter He Lianpeng brought back did not resemble her parents very much, Sun Jinjin's confidence increased significantly. The person she had found was carefully selected and had been trained for such a long time. Even if the real He Lianshuang came back, people would still think she was fake. To convince everyone, mainly to completely eliminate He Lianpeng's doubts, Sun Jinjin proactively proposed that He Lianshuang and the woman prove themselves separately. He Lianshuang had nothing to prove herself with. Moreover, aside from just recalling her mother's appearance, she couldn't remember anything else. What could she possibly prove? So, she stood silently without uttering a word. Sun Jinjin then let the woman prove herself. The woman stepped forward, bowed to He Lianpeng, softly called him father, and burst into tears. She narrated sorrowfully her experiences after leaving the mansion. I was young back then, so I don't remember many things clearly. Only that when I woke up one day, I found myself in a carriage. Mother's maid Ruhua tricked me by saying mother asked her to take me out to play and told me not to cry. Later, we rode in the carriage for several days, through several places, all of which I have forgotten. One night, someone suddenly shouted kill. They took away all our valuables, and Ruhua had no choice but to marry a wealthy household. The mistress of the household could not bear children, treated me fairly kindly, but because of my illness, I forgot everything about my past and considered this household as my home. After a few years, Ruhua died during childbirth, revealing my true origins to me before she passed. Gradually, I also began to recall some childhood memories but could not remember who my parents were, so I asked the wealthy household to help me investigate. Later, Madame sent someone to find me. Upon hearing this story, the servants looked at He Lianshuang with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 193, difficult to decide. It was clear that the servants had believed the woman's story, so He Lianshuang's identity substitution must have been for ulterior motives. Moreover, regarding the token proving her identity, the woman also said that all her valuables were robbed by the mountain bandits. How it ended up in He Lianshuang's hands is even more suspicious. Sun Jinjin acted as if she hadn't noticed the servant's thoughts and asked the woman a few more questions. Do you remember what your mother looked like? Can you recall any events from your childhood? Or perhaps certain people? The woman blushed shyly and gave a faint smile. I don't quite remember clearly, but I only recall that my mother was very beautiful and gentle. She often called me baby girl and would hum a soft tune when putting me to sleep. It was very nice, but unfortunately, I can't remember it well. Oh yes, there was a small mole on my mother's earlobe. It was on the left earlobe. Every time she put me to bed, I could see it. I remember that my mother would hold me under the gourd trellis to watch stars and tell stories. When father came, he always brought snacks with him, and mother would scold him, saying that I shouldn't eat things from outside. Listening to the woman's recounting, visions of his beloved family flooded He Lianpeng's mind, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Shuang, are you? Hold it. He Lianshuang, seeing her father about to recognize another woman as his daughter, became furious. How can you believe her words so easily? No wonder you believed those slanderous lies about my mother back then. It seems you've always been an imprudent fool. Before He Lianpeng could say anything, the servants chimed in indignantly. Each word this young lady said is the truth, yet you deny it without evidence. Who's real and who's fake doesn't need explaining, does it? If you were truly the princess, you wouldn't dare be disrespectful to His Highness, the prince. It's obvious that you're an imposter. Tell us, why are you pretending to be the princess? What do you intend to gain? To He Lianshuang, being a princess wasn't something she particularly cared about, nor did she yearn to be the daughter of the muddle-headed He Lianpeng. However, She couldn't allow Miss Jiang to remain here in anguish. Since she couldn't produce any evidence herself, she decided to rely on the token and the emperor's authority. I've already met His Majesty, and he has recognized me as xuanhuan. Do you dare question the judgment of His Majesty? And besides, if tokens can't verify my identity, then what else could? Words that sound half true? I suspect these were words someone taught her ahead of time. xuanhuan merely said this out of desperation, never expecting it to hit upon the truth. At once, Sun Jinjin's face lit up with both grievance and fury. What do you mean? Are you accusing me of bringing back a fake daughter to deceive His Highness? Our daughter wasn't even born between the prince and me. Her return or absence doesn't affect my position as the chief consort. Why would I bother doing this? xuanhuan smirked coldly. In fact, I didn't originally suspect you of anything. I was just pointing out that it's impossible for a woman to live independently or randomly show up at the mansion claiming to be a princess. Clearly, there's someone teaching her behind the scenes. You jumping to your own defense only proves how guilty you feel. Realizing she'd rushed into defending herself too quickly and caused suspicion, Sun Jinjin immediately composed herself and resumed the dignified demeanor expected of a chief consort. I have no idea what nonsense you're babbling about. All I know is that you cannot prove your own identity. So what if you've seen His Majesty? How can His Majesty tell the difference between the true princess and an imposter if he hasn't even seen her a few times? At first, Helian Peng had been thrilled beyond belief at the prospect of reuniting with his long-lost daughter. But now another claimant had appeared, one who seemed more genuine than the other. However, despite her doubts, there was something indescribable about xuanhuan that felt strangely familiar to him and deeply affectionate. In this turmoil of emotions, he made the final decision. He would summon Han Ing, question him thoroughly about the circumstances of meeting xuanhuan, and decide accordingly. As evening had set in and a curfew had already been enforced, it was inconvenient to fetch Han Ing at this hour. Until her identity was verified, Helian Peng naturally wouldn't let the two xuanhuan candidates meet Miss Jiang. Instead, he ordered his servants to take them to the guest quarters and stay overnight, promising they'd summon Han Ing in the morning for further questioning. The woman tearfully cried "Mother" a few times toward the empty courtyard, then respectfully bowed to Helian Peng before following the servants away. However, xuanhuan refused to leave. She had waited too long for this day. Thinking of the years of suffering her mother endured, trapped and bereft of her child, tore at her heart. I want to see my mother. You promised me this. I just want to see her briefly. Your men will still be watching closely around us. I'm not planning any mischief. Why won't you let me see her? Miss Jiang had gone mad many years ago, and Sun Jinjin initially didn't believe her either until she saw her crawling on the ground picking food to eat. Since Miss Jiang was already insane, whether or not xuanhuan met her didn't seem to matter much. Still, instinctively, Sun Jinjin wanted to prevent the mother and daughter from seeing each other. Even though Lady Jiang isn't well, she remains a noble consort. Is she simply some random person anyone can visit on a whim? If tomorrow Mr. Han proves that you are the real one, you can see Sister Jiang anytime you want. It's not a big deal to wait for just one more night. xuanhuan gave Sun Jinjin a contemptuous glance. I want to see my mother, and it's none of your business to interfere. How did you get in here back then? And how did you become the principal consort? Haven't you had any doubts about that yourself? Upon hearing this, Sun Jinjin was extremely angry. The events of those days were undoubtedly the greatest disgrace of her life. Not long after becoming the principal consort, she had managed to find excuses to get rid of everyone who knew about that incident. She never imagined that this servant girl not only knew, but dared to say it out loud in public. Sun Jinjin wanted nothing more than to silence her on the spot. However, due to xuanhuan's words, Helian Peng furrowed his brow. You weren't saying earlier that you couldn't remember those events from back then? Xuanhuan thought there was something wrong with his brain. What I don't remember, Ruhua would naturally tell me. Also, Ruhua wasn't married into some wealthy household. Rather, she married an old acquaintance of my mother. This acquaintance has protected us for over 10 years, but 3 years ago he was falsely accused of colluding with bandits and was killed by the authorities. Prince, if you're not completely senile, why don't you carefully consider who has benefited the most from all these events over the years? Indeed, Helian Peng's mind wasn't sharp enough anymore. As the former crown prince had once put it, Helian Peng is straightforward, which frankly speaking means he lacks cunning. On the battlefield, he charges ahead without batting an eye, but when it comes to scheming, even 10 of him combined wouldn't match up to Sun Jinjin. It's already evident in how, after his father was murdered and his title as prince taken away, his mother refused to let him take revenge, instead sending him to the previous crown prince in Dagon. His mother didn't refrain from wanting revenge. She knew her son, and she knew letting him seek revenge would be signing his death warrant. With his mind swirling chaotically, Helian Peng bit his lip and made a decision. Open the door, let her see. Who she was, and who she wanted to see, needed no elaboration. Though Sun Jinjin gnashed her teeth in hatred, she dared not openly object. Chapter 194, Reunion. Ever since Miss Jiang went mad, she would attack and curse anyone she saw, going even more berserk. Helian Peng drowned his sorrows in alcohol all day long, neglecting himself to the point he didn't look human or ghostly. How could he still care about Miss Jiang? Sun Jinjin, feeling that Miss Jiang no longer posed any threat to her, stopped paying attention. The servants were accustomed to favoring the high and stepping on the low. If the master didn't care whether Miss Jiang lived or died, they certainly wouldn't go out of their way to serve her. If they remembered, they'd toss a few steamed buns over the wall into her courtyard. If they forgot, then so be it. So this gate, at least several years had passed without it being opened. Now, before Helian Shuang, The old wooden door slowly creaked open with an ear-splitting squeak. The view of the courtyard gradually revealed itself to her eyes. Weeds sprouted from the cracks between the blue bricks, squeezing them to shatter. The house had fallen into disrepair. Many tiles were missing. Occasionally, rats darted across the corners. Helian Xuan's heart was filled with sorrow, her whole body trembling. Though she still couldn't remember everything from her childhood, she vaguely recalled that Miss Jiang had been very clean, always carrying a fresh scent of soap nuts. Yet, she had lived in such conditions for many years. How painful must it have been for her? A figure moved slightly in the corner, emitting an uneasy growl akin to a wild animal facing danger. Helian Xuan almost couldn't believe her eyes, her heart aching even more as she called out loudly, "Mother!" The figure seemed to be greatly startled, grabbing a piece of tile nearby and throwing it at her, scrambling into the house on all fours. Helian Xuan swatted the tile aside and rushed after the figure. "Mother, it's me, your Xuan has returned. Please don't be afraid, take a look at me. I'm truly your Xuan." Worried about frightening Miss Jiang, she dared not enter directly, standing by the doorway shouting again and again. Shouting many times, there was no sound from within. As Helian Xuan continued calling out, "Mother, I'm coming inside to see you, please don't be afraid." She stepped forward. Her actions evidently caused the figure immense stress, who suddenly lunged out, tightly choking her neck. Caught off guard, Helian Xuan stumbled back a few steps under the force, nearly falling down the stairs. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a new crescent moon. Everyone also got a clear look at the figure's appearance. The hair clearly hadn't been combed or washed in a long time, tangled and matted together, hanging limply over the body, covered with grass leaves and stains of unknown origin. Among the messy hair, two red, wild eyes gleamed. Helian Peng never imagined Miss Jiang would transform into this state. He gave Sun Jinjin a harsh glare and rushed forward to save Helian Xuan. Helian Xuan, breathing restricted, her face turning bluish-purple, refused Helian Peng's help, pushing him away instead. Helian Peng's earlier self-assumed magnanimity in keeping Miss Jiang in the estate actually harmed her, making her endure more than a decade of torment. It would have been better to simply expel Miss Jiang. If she died outside, it would have been better than suffering like this. Helian Xuan didn't even want to glance at Helian Peng, trying hard to make herself appear less tormented as she softly called, "Mother! Mother, it's Xuanger. Don't you recognize your Xuang anymore?" As oxygen became harder to come by, memories long buried began to resurface, like bubbles rising from the ocean floor. "Mother, you promised xuanhuan that if xuanhuan listened well, you'd allow Rugwa to take me to set off firecrackers during the new year." These words acted like a spell, causing Miss Jiang to stop her actions. The wildness in her eyes gradually faded, but she kept staring intently at Helian Xuan. Helian Xuan was able to catch her breath for a moment. "Mother, it's me, Xuan. Xuanger, mother's good child." Miss Jiang's voice was hoarse and ugly, but her words filled Helian Xuan with immeasurable joy. "Mother, you recognize Xuan?" Miss Jiang tightly embraced Helian Xuan, sobbing uncontrollably. Helian Peng stood to the side, touched to the core, yet speechless, unsure what to say or how to express himself. Originally, Helian Peng planned to invite Han Ying to the estate the next day to help determine which Helian Xuan was the real one. But due to Helian Xuan remembering certain details from her childhood, even inviting Han Ying wasn't necessary. She had proven herself to be the true Helian Xuan. Although Helian Peng wasn't the brightest, he acted decisively, ordering the impostor immediately expelled from the estate. Unwilling to accept defeat, Sun Jinjin tried to put up some resistance. "Your Highness doesn't need to rush to a conclusion. The use of terms like xuanhuan is quite common in southern regions and does not prove much." She subtly suggested Helian Xuan might be fake, insisting there should at least be doubt, giving the other side a chance for another confrontation. Sun Jinjin had confidence that Duan, who knew Miss Jiang well, wouldn't overlook any details and understood the situation far better than Helian Xuan, who grew up separated. But Helian Peng wouldn't give her the chance to continue her struggle. "There's no need to argue further. Mother Jingyao will not mistake her own daughter." At this point, Sun Jinjin impulsively retorted, "Miss Jiang has been insane for many years. Maybe she got something wrong." After more than a decade, Miss Jiang finally saw her daughter again, focusing all her attention on Helian Xuan and refusing to even glance at anyone else. But Sun Jinjin's words successfully caught Miss Jiang's attention. She turned around and shot a cold glare at Sun Jinjin. "Miss Sun, do you really think I'm mad? If it weren't for feigning insanity all these years, how could I have escaped your hands and lived long enough to see my little Xuan? Now that my Xuan has come back, it's time we settle our accounts." Sun Jinjin never expected that Miss Jiang's madness had been an act, and upon hearing this revelation, she was shocked pale, yet still believed that even if it was faked, what difference did it make? The mansion was now hers, Sun Jinjin's. The servants, all promoted by her hand, would naturally favor her. Even if Miss Jiang wasn't truly mad, locked away in the empty courtyard for over a decade, she probably forgot what the mansion even looked like. How much of a storm could she possibly stir? Thinking along these lines, Sun Jinjin calmed down, revealing an expression filled with both pleasant surprise and a touch of vachip. "Miss Jiang isn't insane after all. This is such good news. But why does Miss Jiang say such things? Could there be any misunderstandings or rumors you've listened to?" Miss Jiang hadn't had time to wash herself yet, merely wiping her face casually. So now her disheveled hair half covered her face, and her dirty, torn clothes gave off an unpleasant smell. Yet this did nothing to diminish her proud demeanor. "Miss Sun, do you truly believe you can overshadow everything in this mansion? Let me ask you, Where's the ruffian you brought here years ago to defame me? And the menial who poisoned my food, almost costing Shuang her life? Where are they now? And where is Duan? Where is Ruhua? What about my dowry and land properties? Whose benefit have they been for all these years? Question after question pressed hard, none of which Sun Jinjin could answer. It wasn't that she didn't know the answers, but because she couldn't let them become public knowledge. She could only manage a forced smile, trying to smooth it over. How should I know about all these people you mention, Miss Jiang? Chapter 195, Suspicion. Miss Jiang saw that Sun Jinjin refused to confess and asked again. So what about my dowry? What about the land? Don't tell me you don't know anything about them. Years ago, Miss Jiang married from her maternal grandfather's house. Her maternal grandfather's family was not wealthy to begin with, and after several wars, they became even more strained, so they didn't provide much dowry for Miss Jiang. Helian Peng was also poor. He usually spent all his silver coins on eating and drinking with his subordinates. The house and servants when they got married were bestowed by the emperor. However, thanks to his military achievements, he received quite a lot of silver coins and land as rewards based on his merits. He transferred all these assets to Miss Jiang's name. At the time, Miss Jiang had once joked, "All these things have become my dowry. Aren't you afraid I will give them all to our children in the future? At that time, you will be penniless and can only live at the mercy of our son and daughter-in-law." Helian Peng was very open-minded about this. I grew up on the grasslands. Although I am a prince, I still worked like ordinary herdsmen and did not have a life of luxury. Later, my father was killed by others, and I was captured and became a slave, living a life worse than livestock. Afterward, following the crown prince through numerous battles, we always ate outdoors and slept wherever we could. As long as I have food to eat and a place to sleep, I would be content. Besides, these things will eventually end up in our children's hands whether they are under your name or not. It's the same thing. It is the same, but if registered under Miss Jiang's name, they belong solely to her. Even if Helian Peng divorced her, she has the right to claim them. Sun Jinjin was stumped by the question. Miss Jiang's named lands were out of her jurisdiction, but the annual ground rents and the original silver money had mostly been used by her. Otherwise, how could she, an inner household woman, have the capability to command so many people to help her search for Helian Shuang throughout Deqian? There was also the incident 3 years ago where she bribed officials in Luoyi to frame Mr. Lian, costing tens of thousands of taels. She had no choice but to respond, arguing forcefully. These things originally belonged to the prince risking his life to earn. You disgraced yourself and even bore another man's child. Why should these things be returned to you? Miss Jiang paid no attention to her specious arguments, merely staring at her and pressing for answers. Who possesses those silver coins and land revenue now? Sun Jinjin stuttered evasively. Even someone as straightforward as Helian Peng could see there was something wrong. Frowning, he rebuked her. Just answer directly when questioned. With gritted teeth, Sun Jinjin complained. The prince does not understand how expensive daily necessities are. The expenses for family gifts and interactions, supporting a big family with daily needs, and hiring tutors for the 2 sons, every single item requires silver coins. Your salary may sound generous, but in total, it is only a few thousand taels, hardly enough. Miss Jiang cannot use the proceeds from those properties to support the household without letting the entire family starve. Even Helian Peng, who normally did not bother with mundane affairs, did not believe this. Although he was often drunk, he still knew that Sun Jinjin was exaggerating. A fallen royal family, with hundreds of mouths to feed, only needed over 1,000 taels per year. Moreover, he knew that the so-called family gifts Sun Jinjin mentioned were complete nonsense. At that moment, he thought it futile to argue verbally with a mere housewife and ordered the steward to bring the account books. For many years, the princely household was under Sun Jinjin's control, and most of the managers had been replaced by her confidants. But the chief steward was someone who had followed Helian Peng from the battlefield, greatly trusted and valued by Helian Peng. So Sun Jinjin neither dared nor could change him. Despite being unable to dissuade Helian Peng from his depression or get him interested in household matters, the steward meticulously kept detailed records. Hearing that Helian Peng wanted to review the accounts late at night, he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He wasn't excited about reviewing accounts, but that this action proved that Helian Peng was beginning to reinvigorate. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Immediately, he came with the account book in his arms. From this, carrying, one can already tell that Sun Jinjin's claims of huge expenses were absurd. In such a grand mansion, with nearly 200 people inside and outside, the regular expenditure was only around 2,000 taels a month from the large accounts. Detailed records of firewood, rice, oil, and salt purchases were separately accounted for elsewhere, and the chief steward recorded major expenditures aside from these details. Over the years, dozens of account books for several decades were carried by one person. Clearly, normal inflows and outflows were not that frequent. Helian Peng casually flipped through a few pages of the account book, his frown deepening. Pointing at one entry, he questioned Sun Jinjin. This entry states that for your brother's son's wedding, you spent 1,000 taels sending back home as a wedding gift. What is the reason behind this? Giving some additional assets to a nephew as an aunt was reasonable, but since Sun Jinjin and her brothers were not from the same mother, and due to the previous conflict, she had run away alone to the capital demanding Helian Peng marry her, this large sum of 1,000 taels as a gift seemed very unusual. The silver coins in question were naturally not for any gift funds, and the true purpose was something Sun Jinjin would die rather than tell Helian Peng. Initially, when she came up with this excuse, Sun Jinjin thought Helian Peng wouldn't bother to ask questions. It was just a way to get past the steward's inquiry. Unbelievably, he actually asked now. She had no choice but to lie brazenly and try to cover her tracks. I thought His Royal Highness here didn't have relatives nearby. The two sons would eventually grow up and need connections. Even if the maternal uncle isn't ideal, he's still better than strangers. So I took the chance of my nephew's wedding to send more gift money to repair the relationship. Although the reasoning was far-fetched, it was barely passable. Hellion Peng did not dig further into that item and moved on to the next entry. Then tell me, where did this 20,000 taels go? That amount of 20,000 taels had been used 3 years ago to bribe officials in Luoyi to frame Mr. Lien. Actually, it wasn't 20,000 taels, it was an additional 30,000 taels from Miss Zhang's name. Since that account wasn't managed by the steward, neither did the steward know how much or where exactly it went. Even with just the 20,000 taels, sweat was already breaking out on Sun Jinjin's forehead. I thought the household expenses were too large, and our 2 sons will need to marry in the future, so I wanted to buy some land. Unfortunately, I got scammed. This line, even the low-ranking laborers in the estate probably wouldn't believe. Near the capital city, top-quality farmland cost at most a dozen or so taels per acre, and these 20,000 taels would be sufficient to buy over 1,000 acres of prime farmland. It wasn't about whether it should be bought. Such prime farmland had long been monopolized by the imperial family and nobility, and even if you had the money, there was nothing available. Was Sun Jinjin a fool, believing someone who claimed they had such good farmland to sell? And giving away 20,000 taels without hesitation? Was that reasonable? Since Sun Jinjin refused to tell the truth, Hellion Peng didn't bother asking anymore. He immediately ordered her confined to her room and commanded the steward to thoroughly investigate her financial dealings over the years. Investigating financial dealings wasn't really about the money itself, but her network of contacts, as well as what she spent all that silver on. Sun Jinjin cried and screamed loudly, claiming her innocence. Yet she couldn't evoke even a speck of pity from Hellion Peng. She was forcibly dragged away by 2 rough serving women. After dealing with Sun Jinjin, Hellion Peng proposed that Miss Zhang move in with Hellion Xuan. But Miss Zhang declined. Chapter 196, Maintaining Peace Within. Back then, there was someone who meticulously plotted to harm me. There were both eyewitnesses and evidence. I don't blame you for not being able to distinguish the truth. But before my innocence is proven, I will not move out of this courtyard. After Miss Zhang finished speaking, she affectionately patted Hedian Shuang's face. You may go now, and come see your mother tomorrow. Hedian Shuang had finally managed to see her mother again after so long. How could she bear to part even for a moment? She held on to Miss Zhang's arm and helped her back to the empty courtyard, not sparing a single glance at Hedian Peng. Where mother is, that's where I'll be. I'll stay with you, mother. Hedian Peng felt lost and wronged. As Miss Zhang had said, the scandal from those years caused him to lose all his dignity. He faced nothing but mocking gazes wherever he went. Yet, he had never done anything to harm Miss Zhang. He hadn't even scolded her a few words. Wasn't he generous and tolerant enough? Miss Zhang's transformation into what she is today made him heartbroken as well. But it wasn't his fault. Sun Jinjin failed in her duties as the main wife. Hedian Peng felt upset and wanted to drink alcohol. Considering that Hedian Shuang would be unhappy to see him drunk the next day, he restrained himself from drinking despite his urge. Lying on the bed and tossing and turning sleeplessly, all sorts of images kept flashing through his mind, those of Miss Zhang and Hedian Shuang looking at him. Such unfamiliarity and distance, without any warmth whatsoever, he slept poorly throughout the night. The next morning, he originally intended to go to the empty courtyard to have breakfast with the mother and daughter pair. He had already let go of the matters from those years. If he couldn't be husband and wife with Miss Zhang, they could still be family. However, unexpectedly, the servant stopped him from entering the empty courtyard. The princess commanded me to stand guard here. No one is to be allowed entry. With an intense glare from Hedian Peng, his many years of battlefield experience exuded an undeniable killing aura, pressing the servant such that he didn't dare to look up. Shuang wouldn't stop others. How could she stop me? Although extremely afraid inside, the servant mustered the courage and refused to step aside. The princess specifically instructed that anyone, including His Highness the King. Hedian Peng became so angry he wanted to hit someone. However, just as he was about to, he heard soft laughter from within the courtyard between Miss Zhang and Hedian Shuang. Instantly, his anger dissipated. Since neither of them welcomed him, perhaps he should just not disturb them. He wondered what they were talking about that made them so happy. There was a time when he himself was part of that happiness. Now, he didn't even have the chance to glimpse it once. Could it really be that the matters from those years falsely accused Miss Zhang? But with both eyewitnesses and evidence present, how could he possibly disbelieve? Reluctantly listening outside the door for a while, Hedian Peng finally left. Nor did he have any interest in eating breakfast. He went straight to the external study. In recent years, his spirit had been in decline, spending every day drinking alone in his room. This study hadn't been entered for a long time. Though swept daily by servants, it still couldn't help but feel chilly. Hedian Peng finally pulling himself together brought immense joy, especially to the steward. He almost spoke of matters concerning the mansion with tears in his eyes. Listening silently, these affairs were familiar yet strange to Hedian Peng, giving him a sense of a lifetime passing. Just as the steward was talking, they suddenly heard a loud clamor and wailing coming from outside, assuming it was a dispute among newly arrived servants. Worried about disturbing Hedian Peng, the steward quickly went out to investigate and calm down the situation. To his surprise, he saw Sun Jinjin's 2 sons crying and looking for Hedian Peng. The elder boy was 10, the younger 7, which in other prestigious families meant they were old enough to accompany their fathers and brothers on outings for socializing. These 2, however, seemed like mere infants, devoid of any demeanor fitting a nobleman's son. They bellowed loudly, tears and snot streaming down their faces. The steward sighed inwardly, hurrying forward to pay respects. Who has wronged the young masters? It's early morning, and they're already weeping this much. You must not cry anymore. The prince might hear and get angry. But the two children didn't listen, crying louder instead. I want my mother, let my father release her. Why does my father confine my mother? My father is a bad person, I want to kill him. Terrified, the steward hurried to cover their mouths. For a son to want to kill his father is an unforgivable sin against heaven's principles. If word got out, not only would the reputations of the two children be destroyed, but Hedian Peng himself would be questioned for his inability to govern his family. This cannot be said. The princess is merely unwell. The doctor recommended she rest. After much persuasion, the two children believed his words, stopping their cries and following their wet nurses back. Inside the study, Hedian Peng had already clearly heard every word the two children had just said about wanting to kill him, his brows furrowing deeply. The two children had always been personally educated by Sun Jinjin. Their wet nurses and teachers had been personally selected by her. Hedian Peng had never expected that the children would be taught to act so lawlessly. It appeared he had been too trusting of Sun Jinjin beforehand. After the steward calmed down the two children and returned to the study, he vaguely mentioned that the two children were looking for their mother and had already been consoled to return. But Hedian Peng had already decided to thoroughly investigate the estate and understand the state of the household under Sun Jinjin's management over the years. The steward was indeed loyal to Hedian Peng, but even so, it wasn't appropriate to speak ill of Sun Jinjin in front of him. Now that Hedian Peng had initiated the inquiry, the steward naturally gave his full cooperation. Unaware before they began investigating, once they started looking into matters, they were shocked. In these past 10 years, Sun Jinjin hadn't only spent all the wealth from both the prince's estate and Miss Zhang's name. She'd even sold off a portion of the land properties and houses, perhaps fearing one day Hedian Peng would discover. The properties she sold were generally those in less desirable locations. Just losing money might have been something Hedian Peng could overlook. He'd always thought she wasn't good at managing household affairs and just spent recklessly. But within merely 10 years, most of the staff in the mansion had been replaced. All the original elders were gone. Out of them, more than 20 died either from illness or accidents. There were also some who committed mistakes and were punished and sold off by Sun Jinjin's decisions. For Hedian Peng not to notice anything wrong would have made him a fool. These servants had been granted by the emperor when he married. Naturally, every one of them was physically healthy and well-mannered. When Hedian Peng first employed them, he even jokingly told Miss Zhang that these servants followed stricter rules than he did, making him feel constrained in his own home. Consider such servants. How could they easily commit serious errors? Hedian Peng immediately planned to summon Sun Jinjin for questioning. However, the steward advised against it. Your consort is your principal wife. If the two of you argue, the servants will be uneasy. Why don't you call a few head servants close to the consort first and ask them? The steward actually knew quite a bit about Sun Jinjin's actions, but didn't have enough proof to randomly accuse her. Predicting that Sun Jinjin wouldn't readily admit guilt, it was better to start with her associates. With confessions, there'd be no fear of Sun Jinjin denying everything. Hedian Peng was never good at thinking. Finding the steward's suggestion reasonable, he instructed him to summon people. Not only did the steward call the topmost capable managers under Sun Jinjin, but also brought the fake xuanhuan, whom Sun Jinjin found, into the study. Upon seeing the woman, Hedian Peng instantly flared up in rage. Chapter 197, Proposal, Marriage. That woman had known all along that her plot had been uncovered. She tried to flee with a few small items from the guest room. However, how could she escape so easily from such a large and deep estate? Brought before Hedian Peng, she was already terrified out of her wits before even being questioned. Crying and confessing as she went, she revealed everything about her origins. It turned out the woman was originally a pure courtesan in a house of entertainment. About 3 years ago, she was bought by one of Sun Jinjin's people and brought back to the capital city where she was confined in a side residence for training. The content of her training was to imitate Miss Zhang's speech and demeanor, and to memorize interactions between Miss Zhang and Hedian Xuan. 3 years ago, Hedian Peng hadn't realized that Sun Jinjin had begun scheming several years prior with such meticulous planning. Enraged, he ordered a detailed investigation into Sun Jinjin's words and actions over the past dozen or so years, as well as her private dealings with others. This thorough investigation completely exposed Sun Jinjin's misdeeds. Not only was it discovered that she had secretly misappropriated Miss Zhang's dowry and harmed Hedian Xuan and Lord Lian and his wife, but also that she had bribed Duan and an alleged lover to defame Miss Zhang's honor. Even Sun Jinjin's claim that after her mother's death, she was forced to seek protection from Hedian Peng alone in the capital city, was found to be a lie. More accurately, half of it was a lie. Sun Jinjin's mother was indeed killed by her half-brother, who had intended to use her for political marriage to gain benefits. But Sun Jinjin didn't come to the capital alone. She came with her young lover. Speaking of this young lover, his identity was complicated. He was originally her cousin. With their relationship, marriage was not possible. They planned to marry other people publicly, but remain secret lovers for life. In their hometown, everyone knew they were cousins, and any unauthorized meetings would raise suspicions. Thinking of the arranged childhood betrothal her mother had set up for her, Sun Jinjin decided to bring her young lover to the capital. Afterward, her young lover served as her coachman when she married into the prince's mansion. Once Sun Jinjin took charge of the household, she promoted her young lover to manager, and the place where they frequently met became her hall for handling family affairs. Such private matters should have remained unknown to others. However, since Helian Peng had become disheartened these past few years, the prince's mansion essentially belonged to Sun Jinjin, making them less cautious. Some servants noticed subtle signs of their affair. These revelations alone were enough for Helian Peng to punish Sun Jinjin severely. But there were more testimonies. Servants hesitantly reported hearing the two young masters calling the young lover father. The young lover had already been detained. Upon hearing this accusation, the young lover wet himself from fear. After a few lashes, he confessed everything. Indeed, the two children were his and Sun Jinjin's. At this point, Sun Jinjin's crimes were laid bare for all to see. Strangely, Helian Peng appeared very calm. He neither lost his temper nor inflicted any private punishments. He directly handed over Sun Jinjin, the young lover, and everyone involved to the Ministry of Punishments. Given that this case concerned the reputation of the sole heteronymic king, the ministry dared not conduct its own investigation without reporting it to the emperor. The emperor was furious and issued an edict ordering the ministry to thoroughly investigate and strictly handle the matter. These two stricts confirmed that no one involved would be spared. During the subsequent investigation, the ministry uncovered more crimes committed by Sun Jinjin, including bribery of Luoyi officials, framing Mr. Lien, and directing others to poison household servants. A servant's life belonged to their master, and poisoning or beating them to death wasn't uncommon. However, Sun Jinjin had poisoned dozens of servants over several years, which was quite terrifying. Taking into account all of Sun Jinjin's various wrongdoings, the emperor personally issued an edict revoking her title as consort Qingping Wangfei and sentencing her to execution by way severance. Originally, given her offenses, a death by slow slicing would have been fitting, but because she had been consort Qingping Wangfei for over a decade, allowing commoners to humiliate her naked body would hurt Helian Peng's face. Therefore, the emperor chose leniency towards her. Her young lover was less fortunate. He was sentenced to a cruel death by slow slicing. Other accomplices, including Du Wan and the man who falsely accused Miss Jiang, were all put to death. As for the fake Helian Xuang that Sun Jinjin had purchased, he did not commit a capital offense and was instead enslaved at the palace. And as for the two sons born to Sun Jinjin and her young lover, the emperor took no action against them, leaving their fate in Helian Peng's hands. Normally, children born from illicit relationships would likely be killed by Helian Peng without raising eyebrows. But Helian Peng didn't do that. After this incident, he finally realized what truly mattered to him. In this world, the only ones who mattered to him were Miss Jiang and Helian Xuang. Just like before Sun Jinjin appeared, their lives as a happy family of three was the greatest happiness he could ever ask for. Everyone else was insignificant to him. It wouldn't serve any purpose to add another two lives to his conscience. So, he merely expelled the two children from the prince's mansion, letting them fend for themselves. Some people whispered behind closed doors, criticizing Helian Peng's cruelty, stating that innocent children shouldn't bear punishment by being driven to death. But anyone who heard this quickly countered them. Why should the son of an adulterer be allowed to stay in the mansion? If you feel so compassionate, why don't you take those two children home? That person fell silent then. Han Ying, upon hearing these tidings, took them as though they were merely a story. Although he had not personally avenged Mr. Lien and his wife, he had returned Helian Xuang to the mansion, which could be considered fulfilling his promise to her. Han Ying was sitting at home when joy came knocking on his door unexpectedly. He was enjoying some music and wine with several wives by the waterside pavilion when the steward suddenly rushed in, panic-stricken. "Master, something's not right." Han Ying sat up from the delicate reclining chair, still eyeing the young lady singing on the small boat. She had long eyebrows, narrow eyes, a fragile build, and though she lacked extraordinary beauty, she inspired compassion nonetheless. He asked indifferently, "What is all this fuss about?" He had just returned from quelling unrest. His reputation soared, and neither the emperor nor the civil and military officials would dare oppose him now. How bad could things possibly get? The steward, having run hastily, panted for breath. It's Lady Qingping coming to propose marriage to you. Both she and the dowry are already at the gate." "What?" Everyone present was startled upon hearing this. Then they eagerly urged each other to rush to the entrance to see the spectacle. Never have we heard of a man proposing to a woman, let alone a woman making such a bold move. Quickly, we must go see. Even if a man proposes, he would send a matchmaker first. For a woman to come directly to the house herself, this Lady Qingping must be someone truly interesting. Do you think which courtyard would be appropriate for Lady Qingping once she moves in? Han Ying felt quite speechless. He hadn't even consented yet, but his wives were already planning where to place the new bride. His authority seemed too insignificant. By the time he strolled to the front gate casually, the several wives were already holding hands with Helian Xuang, chatting and laughing together. Helian Xuang approached Han Ying upon seeing him. "I've come here to propose to you. Do you agree?" The crowd had gathered tightly around the gate, cheering raucously. "Agree. Agree. Marry her. Marry her." Han Ying looked helpless. "If I say I do not agree, what will you do?" Chapter 198, Refusal. Helian Xuang tilted her head and thoughtfully pondered for a moment. "If not now, then come back to ask me again in a few days." Han Ying was both amused and exasperated by her response. "You have seen that there are already plenty of women in my household. Why should you marry me? The Prince of Qingping will certainly find you a talented and handsome husband-to-be." Helian Xuang shot him an angry glare. "I've shared carriages with you and even slept alongside you for several months. Shouldn't you take responsibility for me?" Upon hearing this statement, the crowd erupted into uproar. "Director Han, this is completely inappropriate of you. If you've been sleeping with Princess Helian, how can you not take responsibility?" You've already married the princess. What difference would it make if you took another county-level spouse? You'd better arrange the marriage quickly. Perhaps we don't need to wait till the new year for another son. Director Han looks so decent and scholarly, yet he turns out to be this kind of man. Han Ning felt more wrong than doughy. When had he ever shared a bed with Helian Shuang? Helian Shuang, noticing his thoughts, confidently retorted, "Can you deny that we've traveled and slept together in the same carriage?" Han Ning truly didn't dare to outright deny it. But this sleeping wasn't like that type of sleeping. It was something entirely different. "Helian Shuang, don't go too far. We're not even close acquaintances. Why must you insist on marrying me?" Helian Shuang flirtatiously gave him a wink. "Because you're exceptionally handsome, and I'm quite fond of you." In public, the two of them exchanged suggestive glances and meaningful expressions, much to the delight of the gawking crowd who seemed even more excited than they were. Pei Luoyan observed that Han Ning seemed reluctant and advised him to temporarily agree, planning to discuss further with He Dianpeng later. After all, publicly refusing to accept responsibility for Helian Shuang while in front of so many people would surely invite gossip and criticism. However, Han Ning wasn't one to let others impose upon him unfairly. If Helian Shuang had approached through proper channels, such as sending someone to communicate privately or requesting marriage behind closed doors, he might very well have accepted her proposal. Who could refuse such a wealthy and beautiful young woman throwing herself at him? But this high-profile direct marriage proposal from Helian Shuang clearly aimed to use her reputation to force him into compliance. And Han Ning wouldn't bend to suit her wishes. "Sorry, Your Highness. I have no intention of remarrying. Please return." Helian Shuang froze, momentarily stunned. She had only intended to propose marriage openly as a way to express her sincere feelings for Han Ning, and she was confident that Han Ning also held some affection for her. Hadn't he stared at her during their interactions? Wasn't that admiration? Why then, had she actively proposed marriage, only for him to reject her? Her tone was colder now, and she was confused about where things went wrong. With great confidence and a generous dowry, Helian Shuang left her home, only to return dejectedly carrying the very same dowry. When He Dianpeng learned of this, he flew into a rage. He immediately prepared to send men to forcibly bring Han Ning to wed Helian Shuang. His daughter's chosen suitor, regardless of status, even if he were the crown prince, should obediently comply. How dare Han Ning refuse? Helian Shuang intercepted him, stopping him mid-plan. "There's no need for you to meddle in my affairs. My marriage doesn't require your involvement." Respecting He Dianpeng somewhat because he had restored the good name of Miss Jiang and secured the position of principal consort for her within the royal family, Helian Shuang forgave him. But deep down, a barrier still existed between them. She couldn't feel genuinely close to him. He Dianpeng understood his years of neglect toward Helian Shuang and her mother. He didn't expect immediate intimacy upon her return, thus he had allowed her to pursue Han Ning on her own initiative without interference. Seeing her obvious displeasure now, he refrained from irritating her further. On the other side, Pei Luoyan and a few others were attempting to persuade Han Ning. Princess Qingping's actions may have been a bit impetuous, but this indicates she is genuine and unafraid of societal constraints. "Why did you refuse her, husband?" "I think the Qingping princess is straightforward, not overbearing or manipulative, and appears free from deep scheming. Husband, it would be best for you to visit the Qingping mansion once. Whether you accept or decline her proposal, you ought to at least give due courtesy to maintain appearances." Han Ning also recognized his refusal in public might have been excessive. However, everyone has pride. Being pushed against his will at the time made him feel deeply uncomfortable, and he believed his refusal wasn't unjustified. Now, considering the potential public pressure Helian Shuang might face, he felt a twinge of guilt but remained stubborn. "We'll talk about this another day. After rejecting someone's marriage proposal, I'm not rushing off to the palace like I'm scared of them." Han Ning never got the chance to visit the Qingping mansion to explain. Instead, an imperial decree arrived commanding him to serve as the grain officer and accompany the army to the border regions. The eunuch delivering the decree was none other than Little Inzi, who had replaced Duo Fu Hai as the emperor's personal attendant. After reading the edict aloud, Little Inzi provided Han Ning with details about the military situation, an attempt to curry favor. It turned out that 10,000 soldiers from Jinwu State attacked unexpectedly at night, seizing 3 cities. Alarms rang out from the frontier. Upon receiving the war report, the emperor was enraged. Firstly, the emperor resented Jinwu, a small state, daring to invade Daqian. Secondly, he was livid over the inefficiency of the border defenses allowing a mere 10,000-strong enemy force to penetrate deeply and conquer 3 important cities. Immediately, he summoned the chief officials of the 6 ministries to deliberate strategies for repelling the invaders. But as discussions progressed, his fury only intensified. Among all the court scholars and generals, there was no capable commander suitable to be appointed as supreme commander. To put it more accurately, there were many skilled lower-ranking commanders, but top-tier strategic leaders were scarce. They could handle commanding 1 or 2 major battles just fine. The current military situation was clearly not something that could be resolved with just 1 or 2 major battles. The border was already surrounded by enemies on all sides. Jinwu soldiers had struck first, seizing 3 cities, and it was impossible for other small nations to remain idle. The commander of the entire army must have a strategic mind to control the bigger picture. Although there were many martial generals in the court, none possessed such leadership qualities. The emperor raged for a while, but the war still needed to be fought. First, they had to retake the 3 lost cities. After some deliberation, 50,000 troops from the Shijing Guard were mobilized under the command of General Liu Yu, son of Duke Qi. The Eastern City Guard and the 2 Rivers Garrison, another 50,000 men, would also temporarily come under Liu Yu's unified command. An army marches on its stomach, emphasizing the critical importance of provisions for warfare. Some argued that Han Ying was too young, inexperienced in battle, and unsuitable to serve as grain officer. The emperor coldly glanced at them. Too young. For years, the southwestern hereditary chieftains have been troublesome. Among you older statesmen, who came up with the plan for reformation, who successfully eliminated the chieftains and their cronies, and who managed to settle tens of thousands of displaced people, increasing farmland by nearly 10,000 acres? When little Yingzi relayed these words to Han Ying, he did so with admiration. Han Ying could only respond with a wry smile. He knew that as soon as he acted high profile, the emperor wouldn't let him off easily. Sure enough, just days after returning from the southwest, he was being sent to the battlefield again. This time it was different from his trip to the southwest. At least the hereditary chieftains weren't as brazen as enemy forces, and the situation wasn't so perilous. This was a genuine life-and-death battlefield where swords clashed. If the emperor delayed supplies and caused a defeat, then he, responsible solely for grain, wouldn't have 10 heads to spare for execution. Once the imperial decree was issued, Han Ying couldn't defy orders. Some things might allow for a little negotiation or bargaining with the emperor, but state and military matters were not among them. Han Ying still understood what was urgent and important. Having just returned from the southwest, he now had to rush to the frontier, and Pei Luoyan and others naturally clung to him unwillingly to say goodbye. However, royal commands couldn't be disobeyed, so they could only hurriedly pack his traveling necessities overnight. Chapter 199, Separation. Unsure if it was due to overexertion affecting her pregnancy, Miss Li went into labor nearly a month before her due date. Fortunately, though the delivery was earlier than expected, the process was quite steady and smooth. She gave birth to a healthy 6-pound 6-ounce boy. Miss Li named the child Pingyan, expressing her wish for Han Ying's safe return. Coincidentally, at the moment of Pingyan's birth, Han Ying received a system reward, modern medical skills. Faced with this reward, Han Ying wasn't sure whether to feel happy or disappointed. This was the ancient era where productivity was extremely backward. Where was he supposed to find Western medicine? Without medicine, what good were mere medical skills? But rewards are random, leaving him no choice but to accept them without complaint. Even if the reward had been an all-winning mahjong technique, he would have still accepted it. At least it was still a medical skill, surely more useful than a mahjong-winning technique. Han Ying consoled himself while sketching several diagrams and dispatching people to deliver them urgently to the blacksmith shop. The previous system reward had been forging steel technology. To facilitate his actions, Han Ying bought several blacksmith shops, specializing in making nail art sets. Earning money from women is easy. As soon as the nail art sets hit the market, they were snapped up by noble daughters everywhere. For Han Ying, earning money was trivial. In fact, producing nail art sets was merely a guise. Secretly, he made many unassuming yet powerful weapons, like sleeve crossbows. Compact in size but incredibly potent, these could fire 6 consecutive arrows, hit their mark perfectly within 50 meters, and penetrate ribcages within 20 meters for lethal strikes. They're worn bound on the wrist with leather straps, hidden under sleeves, easily concealed from others. When facing enemies, suddenly firing arrows would leave them unprepared. And hand grenades. Made with fine steel exteriors, the explosives were personally formulated by Han Ying, possessing several times the power of regular grenades used on the battlefield. Yet, they're much smaller, more convenient to carry and use. Oh right, Han Ying also crafted himself a monocular telescope, retractable with an effective range of about a kilometer. Its clarity was nothing like the ones from before he time-traveled. Still, in this era, it's a game-changing piece of technology. What Han Ying sent for crafting this time was a complete set of surgical instruments. Fortunately, his mastery of forging steel technology, along with his expertise in nail art sets, made crafting such precise items possible. Ordinary blacksmiths might end up forging knives as large as cleavers. Military orders were urgent. The imperial decree required the army to set out in 3 days. There was no way Han Ying's custom-ordered surgical instruments would be ready in time. Just then, some hand grenades and sleeve crossbows were on their way, so he planned to bring those directly with him. By the 3rd day, the emperor personally came to the city gate to bid farewell to the soldiers. As the logistics officer, Han Ying didn't play a central role. His position was on the left wing of the army. However, amidst the generals, he spotted 2 familiar faces. One was Wu Linglong, and the other was xuanhuan. Both were dressed in military attire, sitting atop horses, looking heroic and dashing. Indeed, they looked splendid. But why were they here? Wu Linglong was originally the empress of Jinwu. With Jinwu declaring war on Daqian, her presence on the battlefield aiding in negotiations to persuade the enemy to retreat seemed understandable. However, what was xuanhuan doing here? His doubts didn't linger long. Shortly after the army began moving, xuanhuan approached him and rode beside him. I couldn't get your attention, so I came looking for you. My father helped me secure a 5th-rank Xiaoqi general post from His Majesty. What do you think? Do I look good in this uniform? Was this really about how good she looked? Han Ying pressed his temples. You go inform General Liu that you'll assist me. This girl had absolutely no awareness of the brutality of the battlefield. It was safer to keep her close. An old saying goes, I did not kill Bo Run, but Bo Rin died because of me. Should anything happen, he'd be plagued by guilt. xuanhuan had been waiting for this very line from Han Ying, and immediately galloped off joyfully to report to General Liu. Her rank as Xiaoqi general was mostly honorary, and General Liu had no expectations of her contribution, only praying she wouldn't cause any trouble. Now that she offered to assist Han Ying, General Lu eagerly passed the hot potato to him. He even ordered her to take Wu Linglong with her. Since both were considered priority protection targets, handing them both to Han Ing was simpler. Whether dealing with 1 or 2 sheep, the effort remained the same. Han Ing hadn't seen Wu Linglong in a while, yet there was no urgent conversation between them. They exchanged simple greetings before going their separate ways. Helian Shuang, however, continued tagging along Han Ing, incessantly questioning him. Previously, Han Ing hadn't realized how talkative she was, but now her questions irritated him. He sent her to the back to ensure the heavy wagon stayed in formation, giving his ears some relief. Han Ing suspected the Emperor assigned him as the logistics officer just to have him die conveniently. Still, regardless of the motives, the work needed to be done properly and without hesitation. Digging pits in advance to cook food and prepare hot water, Han Ing tried to make the soldiers as comfortable as possible. The soldiers did not immediately feel the benefits, only thinking that marching seemed less arduous than imagined. But half a month later, the army officially encountered the enemy, and Han Ing no longer had the means to take care of the soldiers. In the age of cold weapons, the cruelty of the battlefield far exceeded that of later generations. After a battle, the ground was littered with severed arms and mangled bodies, which provided a much stronger sensory impact than relatively intact corpses. Many of the soldiers dispatched by the court had never truly been on a battlefield before, and their emotional state after witnessing such scenes was bound to be devastated. This was not an issue of bravery or cowardice, but rather an instinctive reverence for life. To be honest, Han Ing was also deeply shocked. Before crossing over, he was just an office worker, and after crossing over, he had never seen such a to-live situation. However, he did not even have the luxury of falling apart. He was the quartermaster responsible for the food and supplies of 10,000 troops. If he collapsed, it would affect everyone else. Commanding troops was the responsibility of those generals. Han Ing knew little about tactics and did not believe he had the ability to command the army to victory. Every day, his full effort in solving the soldiers' meal problems was the greatest contribution he could make. However, the battlefield situation was ever-changing. Seeing Jin Wu's success in capturing 3 cities of Dakian, surrounding smaller states jumped into the fray, wanting to carve out a piece of Dakian. As a result, the imperial army found itself surrounded on all sides. Just as the emperor and several secretaries of state feared, General Lu's lack of experience in commanding large-scale operations led to the army being divided into several parts, with the head and tail barely connected. Han Ying's force consisted of only 500 soldiers besides the conscript laborers, and they were scattered by the enemy, losing contact with the main army. It was impossible for these 500 soldiers to find the main army in an enemy force many times larger. Finding them would be like a dream. Han Ing could only lead his men to temporarily hide in the mountains and try to re-establish contact with the main army. But being isolated, they were always at risk of being wiped out by the enemy. Fortunately, at this time, Zhou, the royal guard, arrived with 40 guardsmen. Chapter 200, Breaking the Ice. Guard Zhou and others were sent by Han Ing to Shurxian County to transport hand grenades and sleeve crossbows. Han Ing did not feel comfortable entrusting such important items to regular managers for transportation. It's not that he didn't trust the managers, but he worried about encountering bandits along the way, making it impossible to ensure the safe delivery of the goods. After hurrying back on fast horses, Guard Zhou and others fetched the items and rushed again to rendezvous with Han Ing. Everyone was exhausted. Fortunately, they successfully delivered the items to Han Ing without fail. With the hand grenades and sleeve crossbows in hand, Han Ing decided not to passively wait for the arrival of the main force, proposing instead to launch an active attack. Guard Zhou had once studied military tactics out of interest for a period. Theoretically, he agreed with Han Ying's thoughts. However, upon hearing that Han Ing intended to circle around behind the enemy forces and directly assault Jinwu King City, Guard Zhou immediately dissuaded him. Master, this must absolutely not be done. We only have over 500 people. This move is far too dangerous. He actually wanted to say that running behind enemy lines would be equivalent to marching towards certain death, but he restrained himself from saying it. Han Ing, however, had his own ideas. The things I had you deliver are sufficient for us to fight 1 against 100. Rest assured, I'm not ready to die yet, nor am I so unreasonable as to seek death willingly. Upon hearing Han Ying's words, Princess Wu Linglong's eyes flickered. For almost 2 years, she had been forced to flee the royal city to avoid being pursued by rebels. The population of Jinwu is limited. Even 10,000 troops would be the absolute maximum. At this moment, the defense of the royal city must be weak. If she could seize the opportunity to re-enter the royal city and reclaim her imperial position, then later she wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of dependence on others. Still, since Han Ing hadn't brought it up, she felt hesitant to propose such a risky demand herself. As Guard Zhou said, these moves were indeed too risky, and failure would result in the loss of hundreds of lives. Princess Wu Linglong longed to reclaim her imperial position but wasn't willing to take the risk. The Emperor of Dagon had already promised her that he would help her reclaim her imperial position, so there was no need for her to take such a huge risk. Yet promises are one thing, and right now the chance to restore her position was almost within reach. Naturally, Princess Wu Linglong preferred immediate action. Seeing Han Ying's firm determination, Guard Zhou ceased attempting to dissuade him with further words. From the moment he and his comrades agreed to follow Han Ing, their lives were no longer their own. They might as well die alongside Han Ing, ensuring that they kill a few more enemies before their demise. Once nobody raised objections, Han Ing slightly prepared and set off on mountain paths, circling behind the enemy forces. The mountain roads were rugged and hard to travel, and each person carried at least several kilograms of dry rations and weapons. It wasn't long before xuanhuan was drenched in sweat, pale and breathless, but gritted her teeth, refusing to complain about her exhaustion. Instead, it stirred pity in everyone's hearts. Han Ning took over the supplies she was carrying and placed them on his own back. This weight meant nothing to him. Even carrying xuanhuan, he could still move nimbly. xuanhuan's cheeks turned bright red, but she didn't insist on carrying the burden herself. I originally wanted to help you, but instead I've ended up causing trouble for you. Han Ning liked intelligent people. At least communicating with them wasn't exhausting. And since xuanhuan admitted her lack of physical strength rather than forcing herself to continue, Han Ning was quite satisfied. You've just realized you're causing trouble? Just acknowledging it won't achieve much. When we return to the capital, let the prince speak kindly for me in front of the emperor, and perhaps I'll also get promoted to a duke or baron. xuanhuan knew he was deliberately saying this to ease her feelings of guilt, unable to suppress her smile despite herself. No problem, I'll handle it. Achoo. Elsewhere, xuanpeng was accompanying Miss Jiang in embroidering flowers. Or rather, while Miss Jiang embroidered, he kept trying to strike up conversations. Though Miss Jiang had proven her innocence and reclaimed her rightful title as the first consort, it seemed like everything returned to how it was before Sun Jinjin showed up. But only xuanpeng knew, everything was different from before. In the past, whenever he was present, all of Miss Jiang's attention was focused on him. Would she ever engage in the boring activity of embroidery? Nor would she actively find topics to chat with him. Instead, when he started conversations, Miss Jiang responded half-heartedly. xuanpeng knew he had neglected Miss Jiang for many years, and it wasn't easy for the barrier in her heart to vanish. Still, he hoped she could forgive him sooner, even if he compensated her double in the future. Suddenly sneezing out of nowhere, xuanpeng didn't think much of it, but Miss Jiang commanded someone to boil ginger tea and personally served it to him. xuanpeng was overwhelmed with emotion, almost shedding tears of relief on the spot. He knew Miss Jiang wouldn't ignore him forever. She was just pretending to distance herself because she was still upset. His usually dim-witted brain suddenly clicked into place. The next day, he feigned illness and stayed in bed. When Miss Jiang heard, she promptly abandoned her pretense and urged the servants to summon a doctor, rushing over to check on him personally. xuanpeng had never acted sick to coax others, preferring even as a child to withstand punishments over pleading for forgiveness. At this moment, sweating nervously during his rare act of deception, he hoped for the best. This instead made Miss Jiang worry more that he had contracted a serious illness, and in a panic, her eyes began to redden. xuanpeng hated to see Miss Jiang crying the most, so he quickly jumped off the bed, insisting that he was not sick. Really, I just pretended to be ill because you always ignored me. Please don't worry, I'm fine. Miss Jiang was both angry and anxious, and tears flowed even harder. She cursed him while crying. Villain, there isn't a word of truth coming from your mouth. xuanpeng tightly gripped Miss Jiang's hand and pressed it against his chest. Except for this act of pretending to be ill, I have never told you even half a lie. If I deceived you, may misfortune befall me. Miss Jiang quickly covered his mouth. Don't say these unlucky words. Feeling Miss Jiang's concern, xuanpeng's smile stretched all the way to the corner of his ears. All right, I won't say them. May we both live 100 years. Neither of them were young anymore. Years of suffering made them appear older than their peers. But in each other's eyes, they were still the most beautiful. I'm so thirsty. The hardest part of traveling in the mountains wasn't the fatigue, but the inability to find water sources. Their mouths were dry and bitter, and their throats throbbed faintly. xuanhuan couldn't help muttering under her breath. Though the others didn't speak, they were also parched and uncomfortable. Han Ning set down the telescope and turned back to give her a smile. There is a persimmon grove not far ahead. Just don't know if the persimmons are ripe yet. Upon hearing that there would be persimmons to eat, everyone suddenly perked up. Being able to eat was already great. No need to care if they were perfectly ripe as long as they quenched thirst. However, after walking one journey and then another, all the way to the foot of the mountain, no persimmon grove mentioned by Han Ning was found. Everyone guessed that Han Ning had used this method to motivate them forward. Only xuanhuan hadn't realized this, and she innocently asked Han Ning, "Where is the persimmon grove? Did we take the wrong path?" Han Ning smiled and led her to the little river. "Didn't you say you're thirsty? Drink some water first. Didn't you say you're thirsty? Drink some water first." Chapter 201, Eternal Friendship. Han Ning led 540 men over mountains and through rugged terrain, circling around to the rear of the enemy forces via back roads. At noon, they encountered the first group of enemies. The number of enemy soldiers was about 2,000. They were cooking meals and had parked a large number of heavy wagons nearby, wagons that had been seized from the Imperial Army. Han Ning had no intention of engaging with this enemy force. He worried that the sound of hand grenades would alert nearby enemies. However, when he saw several enemy soldiers dragging down 2 women from Dagon off the heavy wagons, seemingly intending to cook them for lunch, his anger could no longer be contained. With one command from Han Ning, grenades and crossbow bolts flew out simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the 2,000 enemy soldiers became piles of corpses on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had originally intended to accompany Han Ning in what seemed like a suicidal mission, but never expected the grenades to have such destructive power. What was there to wait for? It was time to slaughter the enemy until not even a single piece of armor remained. Having achieved their first victory, everyone's confidence soared. Han Ning, however, remained more composed than ever. As powerful as the grenades and sleeve crossbows might be, their lethality still had its limits. If the enemy surrounded them, their group of 500 plus wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, after a quick cleanup of the battlefield, they quickly left and disappeared into the forests again, continuing forward on the smaller trails. For the next 10 days or so, this small team of Han Yings adopted a strategy of hit and run, constantly maneuvering to avoid the main enemy forces. They eliminated smaller groups of enemy forces whenever possible and ran away as soon as they encountered larger forces without looking back once. With the help of telescopes predicting the enemy numbers ahead, they managed to extricate themselves each time. Initially, the enemy didn't take Han Ying's small team seriously, but after a few days, they began noticing their unpredictability. Small units venturing out were getting wiped out, and by the time larger forces arrived, they were nowhere to be found. Thus, the enemy had no choice but to change tactics, pulling their forces closer together. Consequently, the divided parts of the Imperial Army, which had previously been cut off from one another, were finally able to regroup. With their advantage lying in speed and surprise attacks rather than organized combat against concentrated forces, the enemy was compelled to consolidate and focus their battles, allowing the main Imperial Army to gradually regain control. After the Imperial forces secured their advantage, Han Ying decided to lead his small team directly toward conquering Jinwu, the king's city. Everyone thought he was insane. The defenses of Wanqing might be thin, but it certainly wasn't undefended. How could they possibly conquer it with just over 500 people? Moreover, once the fight began, reinforcements would arrive swiftly. Even if they somehow had the ability to be in multiple places at once, how could they possibly withstand an army of 100,000? Han Ying looked at Wu Linglong with a smile. I can guarantee we'll be able to take the city, but whether or not we can convince the residents of Wanqing to side with us and help defend the city, that falls to Empress Wu. Wu Linglong glanced at him, her eyes flickering, then asked instead of answering, do you really believe I can pull this off? Han Ying nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Well, let's see, shall we? And with that, they would see. A rare radiant smile graced Wu Linglong's usually frosty face, as though ice was melting under the sun, dazzling and breathtaking. I won't let you down. Just as Han Ying had anticipated, Jinwu had grown overly confident after seizing 3 major cities from Dagon and arrogantly transferred much of the guard force of Wanqing to the front lines. The defenses around Wanqing were exceptionally weak. It took the small team less than an hour to seize control of Wanqing, pressing forward right to the palace gates. Inside the palace, rivers of blood already flowed. It turned out that the new emperor's son planned to overthrow his father while defenses were weakened. Father and son both had supporters who fought mercilessly, nearly tearing apart the palace itself. Countless concubines and court attendants lay dead or injured. As the fierce battle raged, the sudden boom of thunderous explosions erupted outside the palace. Both parties assumed the other's allies had attacked, intensifying their efforts to kill each other before reinforcements arrived. Eventually, each side's troops were nearly exhausted, leading to a brutal hand-to-hand confrontation between father and son. The younger man ultimately triumphed through youth and superior skill, slaying the new emperor under the throne. The dying emperor cried out to the heavens in anguish. So many years of scheming, so many hardships endured to usurp the throne, but he had barely enjoyed it before losing his life. When Han Ying and Wu Linglong broke into the palace with their men, the new emperor was already dead. Thinking they were allies of his father, the prince prepared to tell them the new emperor was dead and urged them to join him. But then, unexpectedly, he saw Wu Linglong. How is it you? How are you still alive? Wu Linglong gave a cold laugh, drawing her sword and walking step by step towards him. Because I am the true chosen one of heaven. Her sword rose and fell in one swift motion, piercing his chest. The prince collapsed beside the throne, only half a step away from his father. Regretful for not personally avenging herself on the new emperor, Wu Linglong drove her blade further into the corpse several times in fury. After questioning the remaining palace servants and guards, she learned roughly what had transpired. Wu Linglong couldn't decide whether to feel hatred or amusement. No wonder the conquest had been so effortless. The prince had inadvertently diverted part of the guard force before attempting his rebellion. In the end, his bid for power failed, yet he inadvertently spared Han Ying and Wu Linglong a great deal of trouble. Truly, retribution came for every sin. With Empress Wu Linglong, the rightful ruler, back in the city, neither the citizens nor the defending troops that had been called away by the prince and later returned bore any psychological burden as they surrendered almost effortlessly. Necessity knowing no law, Wu Linglong immediately reascended the throne and redonned her imperial robes. After reclaiming her identity as the empress, her first action was to sign a treaty of perpetual peace and non-aggression with Han Ying on behalf of their two nations. Han Ying was merely an official in charge of provisions and technically had no authority to sign treaties. However, after decades of war, the Qian's people desperately needed peace. Han Ying believed that even if his actions could be considered overstepping, the emperor would tacitly approve of what he had done. After the treaty was signed, Wu Linglong issued an edict ordering the army to withdraw. With Wu Linglong at the helm, Han Ying trusted that the conflict would come to an end quickly. He thus proposed taking his leave. Wu Linglong held a banquet in the palace to see Han Ying off. Calling it a banquet might have been stretching it. Most of the palace attendants had been killed during the internal feud between the new emperor and his son, and even a decent feast was impossible to prepare. All they managed was 4 simple dishes and a soup, accompanied by several jars of wine. Neither party paid much attention to the food or drink, each drinking from a jar of wine. They sat in silence opposite each other until the moon reached the zenith. They did not mention the past, yet both lamented its memory. As the night grew late and the wine ran out, Han Ying rose quietly to bow to Wu Linglong before turning to walk out of the palace. Wu Linglong stood under the corridor, watching his retreating silhouette disappear into the night, softly uttering a wordless thank you. Jinwu's sudden withdrawal left the other opportunistic smaller states unable to continue fighting. The victorious army soon returned to the capital. Because Han Ying had aided Wu Linglong in recapturing Wanqing, which greatly expedited the conclusion of the conflict, he had performed an extraordinary service. He was revered as a hero by all the soldiers. Even General Liu changed his attitude towards Han Ying by 180 degrees, addressing him as brother and subtly seeking his future favor and patronage. If things went smoothly, Han Ying would be promoted upon returning to the capital, and being granted a dukedom wouldn't be too excessive. Han Ying, however, felt certain doom awaited him more than fortune. The emperor already feared his status as a remnant of the previous dynasty, and now he had accomplished two great feats that only further solidified the emperor's distrust of him. Chapter 202, The Empress, Final Chapter. Han Ying was not afraid of the emperor. If the emperor truly wanted to harm him, Han Ying had the ability to protect himself. His previous numerous concessions were merely because he didn't want to disrupt his peaceful life. If the emperor insisted on doing something, Han Ying wouldn't fear it either. What Han Ying didn't expect was that the person who came to greet the army at the city gate turned out to be Yin Xiong. Moreover, what Yin Xiong was wearing was clearly the imperial robe. Not just Han Ying, all the soldiers thought their eyes must be playing tricks on them, and they must have seen wrong. They rubbed their eyes and looked again. Yin Xiong was still on the dragon carriage. What was going on? After the welcoming ceremony ended, Han Ying returned to the palace with Yin Xiong. Only then did he learn about the many events that occurred in the capital during his military campaign. At first, the eldest prince accused the second prince of secretly manufacturing weapons during an early morning court session. This was a treasonous crime, shocking everyone in the court. Although the emperor did not believe it, he had no choice but to send people to search the second prince's residence. They really found 300 suits of armor and 300 weapons. The whole court was shocked again. The second prince was demoted to a commoner and thrown into the celestial prison. A few days later, the third prince accused the eldest prince of colluding with Jinwu, claiming that the reason Jinwu was able to capture 3 cities so quickly was precisely due to intelligence provided by the eldest prince. So, the eldest prince's residence was searched from top to bottom. Fortunately, nothing incriminating was found, giving the emperor some comfort. Although the emperor always kept a watchful eye on the princes, deep down, he hoped they would behave themselves and be good sons to him. One rebellious second prince was already enough to disappoint him. If anything incriminating were found in the eldest prince's home, he might very well collapse. But the third prince's false accusation against the eldest prince revealed malicious intent. Normally, false accusations should result in the accuser receiving the same punishment intended for the victim. However, the emperor was soft-hearted and spared the third prince, not punishing him as a traitor, nor throwing him into the celestial prison. Instead, he merely confined the third prince to his mansion, even allowing servants to continue serving him. Alas, the emperor still did not understand his own sons well enough. Though the emperor showed leniency towards the third prince had no intention of being confined for life. He secretly bribed the guards, sneaked out of the mansion, and sought refuge with the eldest prince. The eldest prince had intentions of rebellion, and the third prince's accusation about him colluding with Jinwu was true. Yet, the eldest prince was more clever than the second prince. Beforehand, he had gotten rid of all evidence. The third prince offered his loyalty to the eldest prince voluntarily, asking for assistance in assassinating the emperor. In return, the eldest prince promised to let him leave the capital afterward, along with a large sum of treasure, letting him live freely outside the city. Being unable to become emperor, becoming a wealthy landowner with luxuries and pleasures was better than being imprisoned for life. Besides, there was much more room for maneuvering outside. Who knew? Perhaps after a few years, raising an army to rebel and reclaim the throne wasn't impossible. Without hesitation, the third prince agreed to the eldest prince's request. The eldest prince also persuaded the empress to collaborate with him, reducing the number of guards during the night. Then, under cover of darkness, the third prince led troops into the palace. While the emperor was still sleeping, he died under the sword of the third prince. However, the eldest prince had no intention of sparing the third prince. Failure to eliminate the root would bring endless future troubles. When the third prince succeeded, he was preparing to leave the palace when he was suddenly surrounded by a large number of soldiers. It was then he realized that the eldest prince had deceived him. The third prince had built up some personal influence inside the palace. His family, originally generals, had secretly trained 2,000 private soldiers. Thus, both sides began fighting. From the palace to outside, several major garrisons took sides, leading to a chaotic battle. In the end, the chaos was quelled by the eastern city guards led by Pei Luyan's uncle. The eldest and third prince were killed in battle. Next was deciding on the new emperor. The emperor had 3 sons and 4 daughters. With all 3 sons involved in treason, 2 of whom were already dead, the second prince was also alive but incarcerated for plotting rebellion and stripped of his princely title by the emperor. Clearly, he could not be enthroned as the new emperor. Without any other choice, the ministers reluctantly agreed to support a female emperor. But there were 4 princesses. Deciding who among them would ascend was problematic. At this moment, Grand Secretary Pei and Pei Luyan's uncle stepped forward, jointly nominating Yin Xiong. The reasoning was simple. Yin Xiong was Han Ying's wife, and Pei Luyan's sister-in-law. If not her, who else? Most of the Imperial Guard had been involved in the prince's infighting and suffered heavy losses. Only the Eastern City Guards remained unaffected. Grand Secretary Pei, being the foremost among the ministers, they collectively nominated Yin Xiong. Which minister dared to oppose them? And so, like driving a duck to a perch, Yin Xiong ascended the imperial throne. The army hadn't received the news because the ministers unanimously agreed to temporarily keep it hidden to maintain troop morale. After Yin Xiong finished narrating her journey to becoming the empress, she buried herself in Han Ying's arms and sobbed. Lord, why has this happened? It was supposed to be different. Overcome by grief, Yin Xiong expressed herself unclearly, yet Han Ying understood her meaning perfectly. Originally, she had enjoyed a close bond with her father and brothers. Never did she imagine it was all an illusion. Han Ying tenderly patted her back and consoled her softly for a long while before Yin Xiong gradually stopped crying. My lord, I don't want to be the empress. I know nothing about governance. I don't understand what the ministers are talking about. Would you like me to take your place? You're so smart. Surely it wouldn't be difficult for you, right? No one could say they weren't at least slightly tempted by the throne. Han Ying truly was tempted as well. He had already come up with reasons to persuade others in his mind. As the only son of the previous crown prince, marrying the current empress, why shouldn't he become the emperor? But after being tempted, he still refused. Compared to the imperial throne, freedom, to go wherever he pleased, was more attractive to him. You're not dumb. You'll learn if you just give it time. And anything I know, I'll teach you. Whether you or I become the emperor, isn't it all the same? Besides his longing for freedom, Han Ying's refusal also stemmed from his desire not to incite further disputes within the court. When the princess received the news of the illness and death of the emperor, her first thought was that Han Ying had done something to him. Later, when a eunuch sent her a message revealing the truth, she silently reproached herself for nearly misunderstanding Han Ying. She knew her dearest child would prioritize the nation, just like his father, and wouldn't sacrifice the lives of soldiers and civilians for selfish desires. The princess gazed up at the night sky. When she was little, her mother told her that departed loved ones would transform into stars and protect her. She believed the brightest star must surely be the previous crown prince. Facing that star, the princess silently prayed. Brother, I have not failed your trust. Ying is just as remarkable as you were. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. On the day of Yin Xiong's delivery, the princess, who had hurried back 100 times to greet the new life, asked a servant for the 100th time. Has Lord Jingning returned yet? Han Ying had set out to sea 6 months ago, saying he wanted to explore what lay beyond the ocean, and had been gone for half a year. If not for the occasional messages he sent back, everyone almost assumed he wasn't coming back. Just as she finished speaking, Han Ying strode confidently into the room. Under the warm yellow lights spilling across the hall, it seemed as though he was bathed in gold. With a gentle smile, he opened his mouth, brimming with affection. Fortunately, I arrived on time. Otherwise, I'd probably be scolded by you. And,